A pure-faced female livestreamer with millions of followers was swearing on air, "I'm single, I've never even held a guy's hand." The next second, I walked past her in a loose bathrobe with messy bedhead and shouted impatiently, "Why the noise in the middle of the night?" The live stream room exploded instantly, with millions of viewers witnessing the train wreck in real time. The entire internet is trying to uncover my identity, calling me the mysterious top donor. The female streamer was furious enough to kill, yet I had actually bound with a real top donor system, casually gifting what amounted to a seaside villa with a mere tap. Watching her forced attempts to please me just to hide the truth, I could only helplessly shrug my hands. Chapter 1, The Livestream Explodes. Stars glittered brilliantly as the bright moon hung high in the sky. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Linhai City was unusually quiet. But in Lěng Qīngyán's live broadcast room, it was exceptionally lively. The bullet comments were scrolling rapidly across the public screen, accompanied by the crackling flashes of gift effects. The total amount on the contribution leaderboard surpassed the 100 million milestone in just a little over 10 minutes. Reached an astonishing over 120 million. Calculated at Douyin Coin's 1:100 exchange rate, that's a full 1.2 million renminbi. Receiving so many gifts at once made Lěng Qīngyán extremely happy. She quickly laughed and thanked. "Thank you brother Xuanyu for the carnival gift, love you, moi. Thank you to the other brothers for the small gifts, love you all." In the frame, Lěng Qīngyán appears in a JK uniform, exuding a pure and adorable charm with a delicate and well-proportioned figure. It made Xuanyu, who had just risen to the rank of second-place brother, feel his heart itch. He couldn't stop grinning at his phone screen, filled with sweetness. The next second, he tapped the keyboard with his thumb and sent a barrage comment, "Qīngyán, do you really not have a boyfriend in real life?" "Really?" Lěng Qīngyán tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied with a smile, "I've been single since birth and still don't know what romance feels like." "Seriously? I don't believe it. Don't believe it +1. I don't believe it +2. I don't believe it +N." Lěng Qīngyán glanced at the overwhelmingly one-sided barrage of comments and burst into laughter. She confidently responded, "Really, I'm not lying to you all. I've never been in a relationship, and in all my years, I've never even held a boy's hand." "Xuanyu, then can I be your boyfriend?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely treat you well." "No, because her boyfriend is me." "Draw your swords, bros. Stop arguing, you all. Her husband is me, we already have a 3-month-old baby." "Honey, when are you getting off live? The baby's hungry." Lěng Qīngyán couldn't stop grinning at the netizens' antics. Covering her mouth with a laugh, she said, all right, everyone stop fooling around. If this continues, my stomach will hurt from laughing. Also, brother Xuanyu, I'm really sorry. Until I graduate from university, I absolutely won't get into a relationship, so I can't agree to you. Sorry." Just as Lěng Qīngyán finished saying these words with determination, a man's voice suddenly came from behind her. "Lěng Qīngyán, what the heck are you doing messing around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I can't even sleep with all this noise, okay?" Upon hearing this, Lěng Qīngyán and the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream were stunned. The barrage of comments started flooding in. Asterisk. Am I hearing things? There's actually a man's voice in the livestream. Confirmed, no hallucination, I heard it too. Who is that man? Don't make a fuss, it's probably just the streamer's dad. Bullshit, that sound was deep, powerful, and extremely crisp, clearly from a young man. Must be the streamer's little brother. While everyone was arguing fiercely about whose voice that could be, a barrage comment saying, he's coming, he's walking over in his pajamas, instantly drove the livestream's atmosphere to its peak. Everyone's eyes were glued to the dark silhouette behind Lěng Qīngyán, watching as it gradually became clearer. The next second, comments flooded the screen like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, surging wildly. "Damn, he's wearing slippers, damn, he's coming over, damn, then who the hell is he? Damn, you ask me, who should I ask? Damn, confirmed. This guy's identity is none other than the top-ranked brother, Bigly Kue. Top donor? Put." I laughed. 1 second she claims she's never even held a guy's hand. The next moment the top donor appears in a bathrobe. Ha. Damn it, what a bitch. Who knows how many men she's slept with behind the scenes, pretending to be some innocent maiden. Trash, slut. Calling herself the nation's first love? More like the nation's public bus. Nation's public bus +1. National bus +N. Looking at the man in a bathrobe standing behind Lěng Qīngyán, Xuanyu, who had just secured the position of second-ranking big brother and had his confession rejected. His heart was shattered, and he frantically sent bullet comments, accusingly questioning Lěng Qīngyán. Who is he? Who is he? Lěng Qīngyán could never have dreamed that something like this would happen. She was completely stunned, only snapping out of it after seeing the barrage of comments sent by Xuanyu. Hurriedly, she explained, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. He's just my younger brother. He's only 13 this year and just came to visit for a few days during summer vacation." The netizens in the livestream were clearly unsatisfied with such an explanation, posting barrage comments to refute one after another. "I don't believe a word you say, you old rascal, you're terribly cunning. Little brother, you look a bit older than your age. Come over and hang out for a few days, what are we supposed to do? What else is there to play with? Raising students, of course, haha. By day a little brother, by night a daddy, tisk tisk, sly face, dog head emoji, little bro, sis is so smooth. As the barrage of comments rolled faster and faster, the livestream's popularity skyrocketed. It was quickly pushed to the top recommendation slot on the Douyin platform by the system automatically. Many netizens who had just opened the Douyin app came across this livestream. The number of online viewers instantly surged from the previous 200,000 to 550,000, and was still growing wildly. Just got here, can someone explain what's happening? Top tipper appears in the livestream wearing a bathrobe. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Breaking news. At XXX, come quick for some juicy gossip. At XX, Major T alert, come ASAP. At XX Media, National Sweethearts scandal exposed, come witness. As more and more netizens tagged their friends to join the watch party, the online viewership surged to an astonishing 1.2 million within just a few minutes. The barrage chat in the live stream had reached uncontrollable levels. No matter how Lěng Qīngyán tried to explain, it was all in vain. In the end, to prevent the situation from worsening further, Lěng Qīngyán hastily pressed the button to end the livestream, fleeing the eye of the storm. But although she had ended the broadcast, the heat in the live streaming room showed no signs of abating. Moreover, various recorded short videos were spreading wildly across platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, Weibo, and self-media accounts. Nation's First Love's livestream room suddenly features a man in a bathrobe. Ironclad proof, the man in the pajamas is the top donor. Nation's First Love faces a major downfall, photos don't lie. Related search terms even claimed the top spot on the trending list. The topic garnered discussions from millions, remaining highly active for an extended period. This night is destined to be sleepless. Chapter 2 Overexertion. Phew! After ending the livestream, Lěng Qīngyán let out a long sigh of relief. As if she had done some heavy labor, she was utterly exhausted and slumped over the computer desk. Her pretty face was filled with anger. The next second, she grabbed the plush toy from the desk and hurled it at the man in the robe, yelling angrily, Jiāng Mu, are you out of your mind? I clearly warned you, you're not allowed anywhere except your own room and the bathroom. You actually came into my room wearing a bathrobe. Are you treating my words as a joke? The man in the pajama suit was named Jiāng Mu, a freshman at Linhai University, just like Lěng Qīngyán. 1 month ago, Jiāng Mu arrived in Linhai City with big bags and high hopes for college life. He planned to find a part-time job there, earning money while waiting for the semester to begin. But as soon as he stepped out of the bus station, he was hit by Lěng Qīngyán, who was driving without a license while shooting an advertisement. Left arm and thigh, minor fractures. Multiple soft tissue contusions all over the body, hospitalized. Lying in bed for a full month, not only did the work plans completely fall through, but also suffered inhuman hardships. This left Jiāng Mu feeling deeply unsettled. So he went to find Lěng Qīngyán, demanding that she compensate for his losses and take care of his daily needs until he fully recovered. At first, Lěng Qīngyán disagreed. Because she was just an 18-year-old girl who couldn't even take care of herself properly, let alone have the extra energy to look after someone else. Moreover, she lived alone, and suddenly having a man in her house was uncomfortable. Not only would it sound bad if word got out, but it would also be inconvenient in daily life. However, since Jiāng Mu kept insisting on calling the police and accusing her of murder, Lěng Qīngyán had no choice but to compromise. Thus, the scene of Jiāng Mu appearing in his pajamas just now was born. Lěng Qīngyán. Jiāng Mu caught the stuffed toy she threw at him and snapped. It's true you said those words, but look at the time, it's past 2 a.m. You're still making noise and seriously disturbing my rest as a patient, okay? Couldn't you just knock then? An enraged Lěng Qīngyán immediately lashed out at Jiāng Mu. Sis, Jiāng Mu chuckled. I stood at the door knocking for a full 10 minutes, you completely ignored me, alright? Lěng Qīngyán froze. She had indeed heard the knocking just now, but in the excitement of Xuanyu sending a gift, she completely forgot about it. Looking back now, it was indeed her responsibility that Jiāng Mu appeared in the frame. But she still felt it was Jiāng Mu's fault. With a stern face, she retorted, couldn't you have been a bit more patient and waited another 10 minutes? What, do you think I'm a woodpecker? Not for another 10 minutes. Jiāng Mu rolled his eyes and said impatiently, alright, stop arguing. I'm going back to sleep. Sleep? Lěng Qīngyán was furious. You came over in your pajamas and completely blew up my livestream. My reputation is ruined, and you actually want to sleep? Sleep my foot. With that thought, Lěng Qīngyán abruptly stood up and grabbed Jiāng Mu, who was about to walk away. The result was too forceful, and combined with the poor quality of Jiāng Mu's sleepwear, it was instantly torn open with a large rip. The entire robe slid down Jiāng Mu's arm and fell to the ground. The originally noisy room became utterly silent at that moment. So quiet that the breathing of both people could be heard clearly. Gulp. After a long pause, Jiāng Mu swallowed hard and stammered, Lěng Qīngyán, I'm just here to recover from my illness. There's no need to offer special services, right? Get out. Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed red as she quickly turned away from Jiāng Mu. I just accidentally used too much force. What special services? Stop talking nonsense. Phew. Jiāng Mu let out a long sigh of relief and patted his frightened little heart. Good, that's good. Otherwise, I'd be at too much of a disadvantage. You're at a disadvantage? Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. As the nation's sweetheart, countless men would kill for a chance at some special service with her. Yet you actually say you're at a disadvantage? You truly have no shame. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán couldn't be bothered to argue with him further and said coldly, because of your sudden appearance in a bathrobe just now, netizens misunderstood our relationship, destroying both my purity and public image. You must give me an explanation for this matter. Explanation? Jiāng Mu laughed. Big sister, my innocence has been ruined by you too. How about you give me an explanation as well? You? Lěng Qīngyán realized this Jiāng Mu was utterly shameless. Finding herself unable to out-argue him, she had no choice but to change her approach. With a stern expression, she said, then tell me, what should we do now? What's your business got to do with me? Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to care. Yawning, he said, I'm going to sleep. Stop pulling and tugging at me, or I'll report you for sexual harassment. Stay right where you are. Lěng Qīngyán was driven mad with rage. What evil did I commit in my past life to end up with such an utterly unreasonable person? Big sis. Jiāng Mu was speechless. It's almost 3 a.m. Can't whatever this is wait until tomorrow? No. Lěng Qīngyán stubbornly retorted, Jiāng Mu, because of your accidental appearance on camera, the entire internet has mistaken you for my top donor, and this rumor is spreading like wildfire. If we don't come up with a solution soon, my entire streaming career will be ruined. By then, we'll both be left with nothing but the northwest wind to drink. Jiāng Mu. Hey, are you even listening to me? Lise, listening. Jiāng Mu nodded blankly, don't worry yet. I'll figure out a solution to this matter. Let's not talk about it now, I have something to attend to. After saying this, Jiāng Mu dragged his limping leg and hurried back to his room, locking the door behind him. Lěng Qīngyán, seeing this, angrily kicked the door hard. Lying in bed, I let out a helpless sigh. Back in his room, Jiāng Mu quickly took several deep breaths. Then, tentatively, he called out, System. The next second, a cold robotic voice sounded in Jiāng Mu's mind, I'm here. How may I assist you, host? Yes. Hearing this, Jiāng Mu was so excited he almost jumped up. He wildly waved his fists a few times, grinning as he said, it's been exactly 1 month since I transmigrated, and I finally have a system, the must-have accessory for transmigrators. Though the name Top Fan Sponsor System does sound a bit sketchy, doesn't it? Chapter 3 The Number 1 Leader System Third Update. The moment Lěng Qīngyán uttered the words number 1 brother, a mechanical, icy voice suddenly echoed in Jiāng Mu's mind. It notified him that the Top Brother system had been activated. This was precisely why he hadn't listened attentively to Lěng Qīngyán's words and why he'd rushed back to his room with such urgency. 3:30 a.m. After spending a full half-hour familiarizing himself with it, Jiāng Mu had a basic grasp of the top donor system's functions. Simply put, whenever Jiāng Mu became the top spender in any livestream, he would receive a lucky bag. There were 3 types of lucky bags, black, gold, and multicolored. Black bags contained the least valuable items, gold bags held items of medium value, and multicolored bags contained the most valuable items. But what exactly could be found inside? Jiāng Mu still had no clue. According to the system, the bags contained everything from luxury cars and villas to private islands and even luxury cruise ships. This news had Jiāng Mu absolutely thrilled. He immediately opened Douyin, intending to find an obscure streamer's live room to test it out. As for why he chose an obscure streamer's channel? The reason was simple. He was broke. With only 202 yuan in his pocket, spending that on top-tier streamers like Xia Tuanchuan or Dai Xiaomei wouldn't even get him to the top spot. He'd be lucky to make it to last place. But with lesser-known streamers, it was different. Their live streams barely had any viewers. Sometimes, even a 1-2 yuan tip could land you at the top of the leaderboard. It's the perfect way to test what exactly you can get from those lucky bags. Little P. Online viewers, 1, donation earnings, 0. When Jiāng Mu spotted this stream, he couldn't stop grinning. He quickly tapped to top up his balance, then spent a dime to send the streamer a little heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've become the top spender in Little P's livestream and won a black lucky bag. The system notification sounded almost the moment the heart was sent. Unfortunately, it was only a black lucky bag. Still, Jiāng Mu was perfectly satisfied. After all, he'd only spent a dime to get a lucky bag. What more could he ask for? Open the lucky bag. The moment he received the bag, Jiāng Mu clicked the open button. The next second, a black halo flashed before his eyes. A box, a fragment, and a card appeared before him. Holy SHT! When Jiāng Mu recognized the box as the latest iPhone 13 Pro Max in far peak blue, he was so excited he could barely speak, thinking he'd just bought a phone worth 13,000 yuan for a mere dime. How the hell did that happen? Setting the phone aside, Jiāng Mu turned his attention to the fragment. The green fragment read, Singing Skill 3-1. Clearly, he needed to collect 3 of them. As for what effect it would have, Jiāng Mu guessed it would probably teach him how to sing. But since it wasn't immediately useful, he tossed it into his system backpack. His gaze then settled on the final card. Xingjing Hotel, Supreme Black Card. The Shangjing Hotel was one of the few five-star establishments in a small city like Linhai. It was also a century-old establishment. Ever since he was a child, Jiāng Mu had often heard people say the meals there were exorbitantly priced. A single plate of shredded potatoes could cost 300 or 400 yuan. To this day, Jiāng Mu had never dined there. Even when passing by, he would detour out of self-consciousness. Unexpectedly, today he obtained their VIP black card for just 10 cents. He now enjoys VIP privileges with a 90% discount on all dishes. This lucky bag is way too good to be true. Damn it, keep swiping. I'm getting a colored lucky bag today. Seeing all the amazing stuff he got from the black lucky bag, Jiāng Mu figured the colored one must be absolutely insane. He couldn't wait and immediately found another livestream to start spending. But since this stream had quite a large audience, Jiāng Mu spent a whopping $50 before finally reaching the top spot. The little streamer inside was grinning from ear to ear, thanking Jiāng Mu profusely for the generous tip. But all of Jiāng Mu's attention was focused on the colorful lucky bag that had just appeared. That's right. Jiāng Mu's wish had come true, a one-shot, soul-capturing colorful lucky bag. Overwhelmed with excitement, he nearly flew off the handle and hurriedly pressed the open button. Swish! A burst of colorful light flashed. A car key, 2 golden shards, and a scroll of parchment appeared before Jiāng Mu's eyes. This is a Lamborghini? Though Jiāng Mu had just started college, cars were still a distant concept for him. But he recognized the Lamborghini emblem. He just didn't know which specific Lamborghini model the lucky bag had yielded. Then again, even the most affordable model, the Huracan LP 582, would cost nearly 3 million yuan. And he'd only spent $50 to get something worth over 3 million. This was an absolute steal. Setting the keys aside, Jiāng Mu picked up the 2 fragments and glanced at them. They actually read, Lake Heart Villa A2. Lake Heart Villa was a luxury villa complex newly completed this year in Linhai City. Situated in the heart of Linhai City, it was nestled in the center of the renowned Tianqin Lake, surrounded by the lake on 3 sides, with scenery as beautiful as a painting. With only 6 villas in the entire complex. Each unit commands an astronomical price tag exceeding 60 million yuan. And now, if he could collect all 6 fragments, he could own a villa worth 60 million yuan. This prospect had Jiāng Mu practically floating with joy. It took him a while to calm down, finally shifting his gaze to the last parchment. Swish! The moment Jiāng Mu's hand touched the parchment, it instantly shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind, ding! Congratulations, host, you've triggered a hidden quest. Quest requirement, kiss the renowned streamer national sweetheart Lěng Qīngyán for 3 seconds. Time limit, 3 months. The quest will automatically disappear upon expiration. Reward, 1 hidden multicolored mystery bag, 3 universal fragments. Failure consequence, system shutdown for 1 year. Countdown, 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. What? Kiss Lěng Qīngyán for 3 seconds? Jiāng Mu was stunned. Could this mission be something Lěng Qīngyán deliberately designed to pursue him? Why kiss her specifically when there are so many other girls in the world? But then again, Lěng Qīngyán wasn't exactly ugly. Plus, getting so many rewards for just 1 kiss wasn't such a bad deal. So Jiāng Mu reluctantly accepted. He just couldn't help wondering if Lěng Qīngyán ever found out what he'd been thinking just now. Would she be so furious she'd spit blood on the spot? She'd probably scream at the top of her lungs, calling him a complete jerk. 4 in the morning. Thump! 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 Jiāng Mu pounded fiercely on Lěng Qīngyán's door, shouting at the top of his lungs, Lěng Qīngyán, are you asleep? If you're not, open the door and let me kiss you. Chapter 4 Tiger Mom 4th Update. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding ling ling. After Jiāng Mu left, Lěng Qīngyán, feeling restless and troubled, had intended to lie down on the bed to calm herself and relax. But her phone buzzed incessantly like a relentless alarm clock. The noise was driving her head to split. There was no way to rest. She had no choice but to climb out of bed and check her phone. But what she saw nearly made her spit blood. WeChat messages and texts flooded her inbox, filled with a deluge of vulgar insults. Some called her shameless, accusing her of seducing other people's husbands. Some called her a hypocrite, pure on the surface but a behind closed doors. Some even had the nerve to ask if she wanted to join a group sex session. Raging, Lěng Qīngyán's body shook violently. She smashed her phone to pieces on the spot and stormed out to the balcony. She intended to stand in the breeze and calm herself. But the moment she turned, the door rattled with a knock. Jiāng Mu's voice echoed through the hallway. Lěng Qīngyán, are you asleep? If you're not, open the door and let me kiss you. What? Let you kiss me? Already fuming, Lěng Qīngyán exploded at those words. She flung the door open and screamed at Jiāng Mu, her voice hoarse with rage, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Facing Lěng Qīngyán, who looked like a tigress unleashing her fury, Jiāng Mu was dumbfounded. He wondered if he'd really done anything to provoke her. Why was she suddenly so furious? I said if you weren't asleep, let me kiss you. Of course. Jiāng Mu hastily added, if you don't agree, just pretend I never said it. You bastard, Jiāng Mu. As Lěng Qīngyán spoke, tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over. Her tear-streaked face looked truly heartbreaking. I never thought even you would bully me. No, it's not like that. Jiāng Mu was dumbfounded. I just wanted to kiss you. If you don't want to, I'll leave. How am I bullying you? Then let me ask you. Lěng Qīngyán sniffled a few times, her voice choked with emotion. Are you just like those other people? Do you think I'm a bus stop, a piece of trash that anyone can just hop on? Absolutely not. Jiāng Mu gave a bitter smile. How could I possibly believe the nonsense those netizens spout? Then why did you come running over in the middle of the night to kiss me? Lěng Qīngyán demanded, her eyes red. You must think the same as them, that I'm easy to bully, that I'm a promiscuous woman. So are you? Jiāng Mu asked with a sly grin. You? Seeing that she was already crying like this, Lěng Qīngyán couldn't believe Jiāng Mu was still provoking her. She grabbed an apple from the table and hurled it at him. As a child, Jiāng Mu had endured countless beatings from his father. His evasion skills were maxed out long ago. With a swift dodge, he easily avoided the apple. Waving his hand dismissively, he comforted her. All right. Stop overthinking it. The reason I kissed you was because Just as Jiāng Mu was about to explain he'd come to complete a system task, he suddenly realized the system's existence must remain secret. He quickly changed his tune. It's because. What exactly was it? Lěng Qīngyán pressed impatiently. Because. I like you. Jiāng Mu couldn't think of a better excuse on the spot, so he bit the bullet and blurted out a lie. You don't understand, ever since you hit me with your car that day, your image has been deeply etched in my heart. I just can't shake it off. I can't do this anymore. I'm outta here. Jiāng Mu, I'll kill you. Seeing Jiāng Mu's earnest expression, Lěng Qīngyán thought he was serious. Her face turned pale with tension as she frantically searched for a way to reject him without crushing his pride. Turns out he was just messing with her. Furious, she stormed to the door and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Damn Jiāng Mu. Rotten Jiāng Mu. Stinking Jiāng Mu. I'm the nation's first love, a goddess millions of men dream of. You confessing to me is already generous enough, and you dare look down on me? Open this door. No way. I'm not opening it. Mom's not home yet. Jiāng Mu braced himself against the door, singing a nursery rhyme with a smug grin. Big bad wolf, go away. My mommy won't let me play with the little cutie. Ha! Lěng Qīngyán, who had been boiling with rage moments ago, burst into laughter at Jiāng Mu's childish antics. The next second, her face turned cold again. You little brat, Jiāng Mu. If you have the guts, stay locked in here forever. Otherwise, I'll break your legs again, just you wait. Tap tap tap. Phew. After hearing Lěng Qīngyán's footsteps fade away, Jiāng Mu exhaled deeply, flopped onto the bed, and stared at the ceiling, muttering, and they call her the nation's sweetheart? She's nothing but a shrew. Ah. The mission's definitely impossible now. Might as well keep opening lucky bags. Seeing the mission was impossible, Jiāng Mu pulled out his phone again, planning to grab 2 more lucky bags before sleeping. But the moment he entered a livestream, the system alert chimed. Ding. Host is currently level 1. Maximum of 2 lucky bags per day. Continuing to tip will only earn points, not bags. Are you sure you wish to continue tipping the streamer? Damn it. Jiāng Mu was speechless. He'd been planning to blow his last 150 odd bucks on this. But there was a level restriction? Hell. How do I level up? Ding. Leveling up requires consuming points. After inquiring, Jiāng Mu learned the system had 5 tiers in total. Each level unlocks a different number of lucky bags. Level 1 gets 2, level 2 gets 3, and so on. Additionally, upon reaching level 5, the point mall would unlock, allowing purchases of items. According to the system, the mall offers not only the standard black, gold, and rainbow lucky bags, but also 2 hidden varieties, the multicolored black and the dazzling white. Each of these hidden bags holds 100 times the value of a regular lucky bag. It also offers cutting-edge technologies and game-changing abilities. Just imagine, if you were to purchase a super advanced black tech currently beyond human grasp and hand it over to the state, wouldn't you be hailed as a hero by all of humanity and go down in history? As for earning points? It boils down to one simple rule: tip the streamers. 1 yuan equals 1 point. To level up from level 1 to level 5 requires a total of 111.1 million points. For most ordinary people, that amount of money would likely be impossible to earn in a lifetime. But for Jiāng Mu, a cheat who could spawn lucky bags, it was nothing more than a string of numbers. TSK tisk. After understanding the system's rules, Jiāng Mu smacked his lips with satisfaction and muttered to himself, my apologies to all you Forbes billionaires out there, but that top spot? I, Jiāng Mu, am claiming it. A villa within the Springview Villa district of Linhai City. Zhao Xianyu, who had just become the second-ranked big brother in Lěng Qīngyán's livestream, couldn't sleep a wink after seeing Jiāng Mu appear in her livestream wearing a bathrobe. He frantically mobilized his connections to track down Lěng Qīngyán's real address, determined to confront this upstart who'd snatched the top spot and teach him a lesson. Now that he'd obtained Lěng Qīngyán's address, he immediately summoned his men and drove straight toward her home. Chapter 5, The Madwoman Part 5. 6:30 in the morning. Jiāng Mu had barely fallen asleep when he was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Furious, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who is it? Banging on the door this early in the morning? Are you crazy?" Surprisingly, the knocking did stop after Jiāng Mu yelled. But before long, it started again, even more intensely than before. The noise was driving Jiāng Mu crazy. Reluctantly, he dragged himself out of bed to open the door. Creak! When the door swung open, a middle-aged woman in her 30s stood before him. She wore a brown trench coat, her face hidden behind oversized sunglasses, her neck stretched high. Her entire demeanor radiated an air of arrogance, as if she were the ruler of the world. "Who are you?" Jiāng Mu frowned and snapped irritably. The middle-aged woman didn't respond. With a defiant look, she shoved Jiāng Mu aside and strode purposefully inside. She sat down stiffly on the sofa. "Where's Lěng Qīngyán? Tell that to get her ass out here. Stop playing dead with me. Slut? Playing dead?" Hearing the woman's offensive language, Jiāng Mu frowned. "Ma'am, I don't know what grudge you hold against Lěng Qīngyán, but your words are a bit excessive, don't you think? You!" The middle-aged woman erupted like a shrew, cursing viciously. "You little punk who hasn't even grown a full set of balls yet, don't you dare lecture me. Get that Lěng Qīngyán out here right now, or I'll smash this place to pieces." With that, she grabbed the fruit platter from the coffee table and slammed it onto the floor with a crash. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Jiāng Mu couldn't dodge in time, his foot instantly slashed open. The pain made him gasp sharply. His face darkening, he shouted at the woman, "Are you out of your mind? I'm warning you, if you dare cause any more trouble here, I'm calling the police. Go ahead." The middle-aged woman adopted a defiant, "I've got nothing to lose" attitude, jutting her chin out and shouting, "Go ahead, call them. I'd love to have the police come and settle this." "You?" Jiāng Mu was speechless. This woman was a complete and utter scoundrel. He couldn't fathom how Lěng Qīngyán had gotten mixed up with someone like this. Click. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, Lěng Qīngyán emerged from the room, leaning against the doorframe with sleepy eyes as she yawned. "Jiāng Mu, what's all this noise so early in the morning?" Her words trailed off abruptly as Lěng Qīngyán froze in place. The next second, her gentle, pretty face instantly turned as cold as ice. "What are you doing here? Why did I come?" The middle-aged woman sneered coldly. "I called you, but you either didn't answer or turned off your phone. If I hadn't come, you'd probably have forgotten you even have a mother like me, wouldn't you?" "Mom?" Jiāng Mu was stunned. The shrew, she's actually Lěng Qīngyán's mother? They didn't look anything alike. And what kind of mother calls her own daughter a whore? "Zhao Yuji, have you no shame?" Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows knitted tightly as she snapped coldly, "You're nothing but the mistress my father took after my mother. What right do you have to call yourself my mother? Get out of here." "Fine, I'll leave." Zhao Yuji crossed her arms, tapped her foot, and sneered defiantly, "Here's the deal, 3 months living expenses 12,000 yuan total. Plus 20,000 for your brother's medical bills. Not a penny less. I don't have any money." "Bull." Hearing he had no money, Zhao Yuji instantly grew frantic, bellowing at the top of her lungs, "Everyone's talking about it online. That top spender splashed out 3 million just to sleep with you. Now that you've slept with him, you tell me you have no money? Who do you think you're fooling? Or is it that so many guys have played you that you're worthless now?" Bull. Lěng Qīngyán had already endured one wave of hurt from those online rumors. Now, facing malicious slander from her own stepmother, Lěng Qīngyán completely broke down. Tears gushed forth like a burst dam, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Oh my!" Zhao Yuji couldn't care less about Lěng Qīngyán's state. She smirked and sneered, "Don't think squeezing out a few drops of cat piss means you're off the hook. Let me tell you, not a single penny less than 320,000 yuan. Even if you don't have the money, you'll go out and earn it. You're already a worn-out piece of trash who's been played by who knows how many men a few more times won't make a difference. Just think of it as a treat. You, shut your mouth." Hearing Zhao Yuji's filthy tirade, Lěng Qīngyán trembled with rage. Her teeth clenched as she shouted, her bloodshot eyes blazing with a cold, murderous intent. Zhao Yuji recoiled in terror. But it lasted only a moment. Zhao Yuji quickly regained her earlier arrogance, sneering, "What's the matter? Feeling ashamed now? What were you thinking when you sold yourself? Oh right, you were too busy enjoying yourself to care about shame back then. You. Get out. Get out of here." Lěng Qīngyán never dreamed her stepmother would utter such words. Furious beyond reason, she grabbed whatever was nearby and hurled it at Zhao Yuji. Zhao Yuji dodged while shouting, "If you don't give me money, I'm not going anywhere. I'll make a scene right here. I'll make sure the whole neighborhood knows you're a whore who sleeps with everyone, a piece of trash. I'll even help promote your business and make you more money. You. Lěng Qīngyán was furious. Her hands braced against the wall as she struggled to stay upright. "You what?" Zhao Yuji's brows knitted tightly, her face brimming with impatience. "Hand over the money now. If it weren't for your brother being sick and needing money for his life, do you think I'd want to touch your filthy cash? I can even smell that foul stench on it, it's disgusting. I can't believe your father, such a respectable man, could produce a whore like you for the masses. Oh, right. I remember now. Your dead mother, when she was young, was always sleeping around too. So you take after your mother's side after all. Shut your mouth. Lěng Qīngyán screamed the words with every ounce of strength, her face icy as she spat out each syllable. I'm warning you, don't you dare speak ill of my mother. Oh? Getting upset now? Zhao Yuji sneered coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Whether you like it or not, if your mother hadn't been sleeping around back then, I wouldn't be saying these things. So ultimately, it's your mother who's the willing to do such filthy things. Smack! The moment Zhao Yuji finished speaking, Jiāng Mu's large hand slammed hard against her left cheek. A sharp crack echoed through the air. 5 vivid red fingerprints were clearly visible. Chapter 6, 300,000 6th update. Neither Lěng Qīngyán nor Zhao Yuji could have imagined in their wildest dreams that Jiāng Mu would actually raise his hand. The slap left both of them stunned. After a moment, Lěng Qīngyán was the first to recover. She hurriedly pulled Jiāng Mu aside. Jiāng Mu, you must leave now. This woman is a complete scoundrel. You hit her, and she'll definitely extort you to death. Jiāng Mu waved dismissively. It's fine. I'm not afraid. What do you mean you're not afraid? Seeing Jiāng Mu refuse to listen, Lěng Qīngyán was so flustered she was on the verge of tears. This isn't the time to be showing off your manliness. Listen to me, get out of here now. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán's tear-streaked face, Jiāng Mu's heart nearly melted. He shook his head firmly. Stop trying to talk me out of it. I chose to stand up for you, and I'll see it through. Running away in the heat of battle isn't my style. But... Lěng Qīngyán tried to say more, but seeing Jiāng Mu's unwavering resolve, she swallowed her words. Still, worry lingered in her heart. You little brat. How dare you hit me? Zhao Yuji snapped back to her senses like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with fury. She lunged at Jiāng Mu, claws out, snarling, I'll fight you to the death. Thud. Unlike Lěng Qīngyán, who indulged her in traded verbal jabs, Jiāng Mu wasn't about to play along. He landed a direct punch square in Zhao Yuji's face, sending blood streaming from her nose. He followed up with a shove, sending her sprawling flat on her back. Her head hit the ground with a thud, leaving her ears ringing. Lěng Qīngyán, watching from the side, gasped in shock. She thought Jiāng Mu had gone too far. Murder! Murder! I'm calling the police! I'm calling the police! I'll have both of you arrested. This was the first time in her life that Zhao Yuji had suffered such humiliation. Furious beyond belief, she fumbled for her phone to dial emergency services. Jiāng Mu saw this and grabbed her phone, forcing a smile. You wanted money, right? I'll give you 20,000. Let's settle this privately. How about it? 20,000? Zhao Yuji was genuinely tempted. But to make Jiāng Mu pay more, she stubbornly retorted, 20,000? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Mark my words, no deal under 30,000. Fine. 30,000 it is. Jiāng Mu gave a sinister grin and turned to Lěng Qīngyán. Qīngyán, transfer her 300,000 yuan. Consider it a loan, I'll pay you back later. 300,000? Both Lěng Qīngyán and Zhao Yuji froze in shock. Wasn't it 30,000? How did it suddenly become 300,000? But Zhao Yuji couldn't care less about that. After all, the extra money was all hers to enjoy. But the next second, she froze. Staring at Jiāng Mu, who was rubbing his hands together eagerly, she trembled and stammered, what are you doing? Jiāng Mu grinned. One slap and one punch equals 30,000. I transferred you 30,000, so there's still 27,000 left to pay off. I've got to finish what I started. What? Zhao Yuji was terrified. With her petite frame, enduring 9 more slaps and 9 more punches would surely tear her apart. At that thought, Zhao Yuji lost all courage to stay. She got up and ran. As for demanding money from Lěng Qīngyán, that had long been forgotten. Thank you so much for everything today. After Zhao Yuji left, Lěng Qīngyán said to Jiāng Mu. It was no trouble at all. No need to thank me. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. But if you insist on showing your gratitude, how about letting me kiss you? Ever since receiving the mission yesterday, Jiāng Mu hadn't stopped thinking about it. After all, the mission reward included a hidden lucky bag filled with dazzlingly colorful black treasures. It was bound to be filled with amazing stuff. Kiss my ass. Lěng Qīngyán shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving glare and muttered, don't think helping me gives you license to be a creep. Sure enough, she still refused. Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly, muttering to himself, looks like completing this quest anytime soon is out of the question. What are you muttering about over there? Ah, nothing. Jiāng Mu gave a perfunctory reply. Oh, right, you didn't transfer her the money, did you? My phone broke. How could I transfer anything? The mere mention of her phone made Lěng Qīngyán furious. She glared at Jiāng Mu fiercely. It's all your fault. If you hadn't suddenly appeared in my livestream last night, causing me to get cyberbullied, I wouldn't have been so angry that I smashed my phone. Otherwise, how could my brand new phone have broken? Jiāng Mu was speechless. You're trying to pin the blame on me for a phone you smashed yourself? That's just unreasonable. But to be fair, he did bear some responsibility for Lěng Qīngyán getting cyberbullied. Maybe he should compensate her with a new phone? With that thought, Jiāng Mu tossed the fruit 13 he'd pulled from yesterday's lucky bag to Lěng Qīngyán. Here, take this. The latest fruit 13, you're giving it to me? Lěng Qīngyán froze. In her memory, ever since she'd known Jiāng Mu, he'd been so stingy he wouldn't even buy a 50-cent ice cream. And now he was gifting her a fruit phone worth over 10,000 yuan? The contrast was staggering. Yep. Jiāng Mu nodded. A friend gave it to me. I'm not used to this thing. You keep it. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán slowly set the phone down, her expression serious. I'm sorry. I know you like me, but I don't feel the same way. I can't accept your feelings. What? Jiāng Mu froze. When did I ever say I liked you? You risked everything to chase away my stepmother, gave me this phone, demanded a kiss, and confessed your feelings. How could I not see it? Lěng Qīngyán said with a coy blush. Jiāng Mu was speechless. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, Lěng Qīngyán, I just wanted to apologize for the online bullying you endured and give you a phone. You just imagined I like you? Are you some kind of drama queen reincarnated? Ha! At those words, Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment, so intense she wished she could sink through the floor. She couldn't have been more embarrassed. Ring ring. Ring ring. Just then, Jiāng Mu's phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Dr. Wang. Hello, Dr. Wang. Jiāng Mu, didn't I tell you to come get your cast removed today? Why haven't you shown up? I'm so sorry, Dr. Wang. I completely forgot. I'll be right over. Alright, hurry up then. I'll be waiting for you at the hospital. Got it. After hanging up, Jiāng Mu said to Lěng Qīngyán, let's go. Dr. Wang called me to remove my cast. Still flustered from the awkwardness, Lěng Qīngyán weakly agreed and followed Jiāng Mu downstairs. Downstairs. The moment Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán descended the stairs, they found a crowd gathered there, chattering away incessantly. It was quite a lively scene. Walking closer, they realized the crowd was actually gathered around a car. It was a blue-green Lamborghini Aventador, sleek and stylish with a striking color scheme. Just one glance was enough to leave a lasting impression. Jiāng Mu noticed it too and muttered to himself, could this be the Lamborghini I got from the lucky bag yesterday? Chapter 7 I'm not your big brother. Wow, when did people in our neighborhood get so rich they can afford an Aventador? You know cars? Jiāng Mu was surprised that Lěng Qīngyán could even recognize the model. I used to be a car show model, so I know a bit. They say this thing costs over 10 million yuan off the lot. Most people could work their whole lives and still couldn't afford it. Lěng Qīngyán was right. Unless you were born into it, buying a luxury car costing over 10 million was nearly impossible through sheer effort alone. Of course, except for cheaters like Jiāng Mu who had a system. Have you ever driven one of these? Lěng Qīngyán shook her head bitterly. I've earned a decent amount from streaming, but with a vampire like my stepmother sucking me dry, where would I find the spare cash to buy such an expensive car? Would you like to take one for a spin and experience it? I would. Lěng Qīngyán covered her mouth and giggled. Who wouldn't want to drive a luxury car? But we have to face reality. Let's go, we don't want to keep Dr. Wang waiting. Wait. Jiāng Mu grabbed Lěng Qīngyán's wrist, flashing a devilish grin. If I find a way to let you take this car for a spin, how about letting me kiss you? Lěng Qīngyán chuckled, testing Jiāng Mu's forehead with her hand. Wait, you don't even have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense now? Just say yes or no. Fine. Lěng Qīngyán chuckled. If you can actually let me drive this car, I won't mind 10 kisses, let alone one. In Lěng Qīngyán's eyes, Jiāng Mu was just addicted to bragging. Even if she agreed, what harm could it do? It was impossible to fulfill anyway. Fine, it's a deal. Though Jiāng Mu appeared calm on the surface, his heart was bursting with joy. He thought to himself, the mission he'd been longing for was finally about to be completed. Wait, what are you doing? Lěng Qīngyán watched Jiāng Mu actually start walking toward the car and hurriedly grabbed his arm to stop him. Jiāng Mu smiled. I'm going to talk to the owner about letting you take it for a spin. Stop messing around. Seeing Jiāng Mu was serious, Lěng Qīngyán hurriedly pleaded, that car costs over 10 million. There's no way they'd lend it to you. We should hurry to the hospital. That's not necessarily true. Jiāng Mu chuckled softly and shook his head. What if the owner sees how handsome I am and insists on giving me the car? Right. Completely speechless, Lěng Qīngyán gave up trying to persuade him and followed Jiāng Mu toward the Aventador. Excuse me, could you move aside? Hey, everyone, make way. Upon reaching the car, Jiāng Mu began clearing the crowd while reaching for his keys, trying to look cool. But a female live streamer holding her phone suddenly pushed him aside, grumbling, hey, you cripple. What are you crowding for? If you want to see the car, you gotta wait in line, got it? Ha! Jiāng Mu froze. What kind of nonsense is this? I have to wait in line to see my own car? Su. Just as Jiāng Mu was puzzling over this, Lěng Qīngyán recognized the streamer and greeted her with a smile. Qīngyán? Su also recognized Lěng Qīngyán, warmly embracing her and announcing to the camera, "Everyone, look who I caught alive." With Lěng Qīngyán's appearance, the previously lifeless livestream instantly came alive. Holy crap, isn't that the nation's first love, Lěng Qīngyán? National sweetheart my ass. She just got slept with by the top donor yesterday. Now she's the nation's public boss. She's just a. Seeing her makes me want to puke. She's the wildest in real life, yet she puts on this virtuous act in her livestream. Hilarious. People like this should be banned, they corrupt elementary school kids. Watching the flood of comments rolling wildly across the livestream, Su was practically floating on air. Her reason for dragging Lěng Qīngyán over earlier was purely to watch her get torn apart. Still, she maintained her virtuous facade, rebutting the netizens. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. I believe Qīngyán isn't that kind of person. It's all just a misunderstanding. Thank you, Su, for believing in me. Lěng Qīngyán never expected Su to believe her in her darkest hour. This profoundly moved her. After thanking Su, she immediately stepped out of the camera frame, refusing to look at the live chat anymore. No problem. Su laughed magnanimously. We're besties, right? No need to be so formal with me. Hey, look over here. Su patted the hood of the nearby Aventador and boasted to Lěng Qīngyán, "One of my big brothers in the livestream just got this car. Isn't it gorgeous? No wonder this car was parked here, it belongs to one of your big brothers from the livestream." Although Su's follower count wasn't as high as hers, but she did have a few big spenders in her livestream. So Lěng Qīngyán took Su's words at face value. Yep. Seeing her bluff hadn't been called out, her confidence soared. With an air of pride, she declared, "But he's already given this car to me. He told me to drive it whenever I want. If only my driving skills weren't so terrible, I'd definitely take you for a spin. So you could feel the charm of this supercar too." Put. Hearing this, Jiāng Mu beside her was utterly speechless, bursting into laughter. "You cripple, what are you laughing at?" Su, seeing Jiāng Mu mocking her, instantly grew displeased. Her face darkened as she retorted, "You don't believe this car is mine?" "Yes." Jiāng Mu nodded. "I don't believe it." "Fine." Su was now locked in a standoff with Jiāng Mu. Her face still dark, she declared, "I'll go upstairs and get the keys right now. I'll show you this car is mine." As she started to walk away, she paused after a few steps. Feigning sudden realization, she said, "Oh, I forgot my brother took the keys. He won't be back until tonight. If you don't believe me, come back then." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu chuckled, secretly pressing the unlock button on the key in his pocket. "But the car doors are already unlocked, aren't they?" Swish. As the gull-wing doors slowly rose, Su was so startled she broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself, how could the owner return just as I was bragging about my skills? What a coincidence. The others were also puzzled. How could the car be unlocked without the owner showing up? Tap tap tap. Just then, Jiāng Mu moved. He walked slowly to the passenger seat of the Avento, then shoved Su aside and slid in. His expression remained calm as he said, "Cut back on the tough talk. I'm not your big brother, and I never said I'd give you this car." WH. What? Su was stunned. She never dreamed that this cripple dressed in cheap knockoffs was actually the owner of this car. This is too surreal. Lěng Qīngyán was stunned too. Jiāng Mu was just a migrant worker from the countryside, right? When did he ever have enough money to afford such an expensive car? "Qīngyán, let's go. We don't want to keep Dr. Wang waiting." "Oh, okay." Cold Qīngyán sat down in the driver's seat, feeling completely disoriented. Everything before her eyes felt unreal. Brother, don't leave just yet." Su grabbed the car door as Jiāng Mu started to leave. Chapter 8, no more pretending, I'm laying my cards on the table. What is it? Jiāng Mu felt nothing but contempt for this rude, opportunistic woman. "Dear brother. I didn't recognize your greatness earlier. I'm so sorry." Su flicked her hair seductively and cooed, "Please forgive me, big brother. You're the noble one, and I'm just a lowly person. Can you forgive me?" Jiāng Mu remained silent, staring at his phone. Ignored, Su showed no embarrassment and pressed on, "Your silence means you agree, right? Would you mind taking me for a drive? I've never ridden in such a fancy car before." The moment she said this, the viewers in Su's livestream exploded. This Su is such a shameless. First she pretends the car is hers and calls the guy a cripple, and now that he's called her out, she's suddenly calling him dear brother? Disgusting. Damn it, I must have been blind to ever be her fan. Embarrassing. So embarrassing. These days, if you're broke you're a cripple, but if you've got money you're a good brother? I'm laughing. I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. Facing the barrage of insults in the livestream chat, Su chose to ignore them outright. In her eyes, Jiāng Mu was nothing but a rich, deep-pocketed big fish. If she could reel him in, she'd live like royalty. So what use were dignity or pride? Please, big bro. Seeing Jiāng Mu still silent, Susu deliberately pulled down her collar, revealing her impressive cleavage, and clung to his arm, pouting sweetly. Excuse me. Jiāng Mu flung Susu's hand away. I have zero interest in your surgically altered face or those silicone implants. But. Ha 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 ha. Viewers in the livestream chat were doubled over laughing at Jiāng Mu's retort, bombarding the screen with comments. Gold digger, serves you right to get called out. Silicone implants, ha ha ha, that's hilarious. So small, yet still has silicone? The streamer must have been flat before. Laughing so hard I'm going crazy. This guy is hilarious. Good guy. Susu, refusing to give up, continued to cling to the car window and pout. I may have had plastic surgery, but I'm skilled and versatile. I'm definitely better than Lěng Qīngyán, so please take me for a ride. Damn, she's shameless. The moment streamers hit the jackpot, they go all in classic gold diggers. Gold digger plus N. Shameless plus N. Sorry. Jiāng Mu hadn't expected Susu to be this shameless. His face turned cold as he said, I take back what I just said. It's not that I have no interest, it's that I find it disgusting. You. Ever since becoming an internet celebrity, Susu had been spoiled and pampered by her livestream viewers and big brothers. When had she ever endured such humiliation? She opened her mouth to lash out, but then remembered that since Jiāng Mu could afford such an expensive car, he must be someone important. She couldn't afford to offend him lightly. So she redirected her anger at Lěng Qīngyán in the driver's seat. Lěng Qīngyán. And I thought we were besties. I stood up for you, and this is how you repay me? You knew this car belonged to this gentleman and didn't tell me. You made me look like a fool. You're so sneaky. Get out of the car, you whore. You're not worthy of riding in my brother's car. Seeing Susu's complete 180-degree shift in attitude, Lěng Qīngyán was stunned. She hurriedly tried to explain, no, Susu, I only just found out this car belongs to him too. Bull. Susu wasn't buying it. She stuck out her neck and yelled, stop pretending to be the good guy. Get out of this car right now. After you ride in it, it'll reek of your stench. How's my dear brother supposed to drive it after that? You. Lěng Qīngyán saw right through it. This Susu was the textbook definition of a fake bestie. So she didn't bother saving face anymore. With a cold expression, she said, sorry, but the one who should get lost is you. Because this car is mine. Exactly. Jiāng Mu chimed in with a laugh, forgot to mention this car is actually hers. I'm just a friend hitching a ride. Ha? Susu was dumbfounded. After all that, the Real owner turned out to be her best friend, Lěng Qīngyán. Didn't that make her look like a complete fool in Lěng Qīngyán's eyes? This was embarrassing, utterly humiliating. The thought made her blush. Qīngyán, I'm so sorry. For the sake of our 3 years as high school classmates, can you just pretend I never said any of that? Too late for apologies. Lěng Qīngyán ignored Susu, slammed the car door shut, and drove off. Susu was left standing alone, utterly flustered in the wind. On the road. While waiting for the red light, Lěng Qīngyán said to Jiāng Mu, thanks so much just now. If you hadn't said this car was mine, who knows how many nasty things she would have said. It was just a word. No need to thank me. Jiāng Mu waved his hand magnanimously. Just don't forget what you promised me. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán knew exactly what Jiāng Mu was referring to, the promise of 10 kisses. Her lovely face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she nodded slightly. Don't worry, I keep my word. But, since you tricked me, you only get 1 kiss. When did I deceive you? Just now. This car is clearly yours, yet you didn't tell me. Well, you didn't ask me. Didn't ask doesn't mean I couldn't tell you. I can tell you were just trying to trick me. Oomph. Jiāng Mu chuckled softly and didn't argue further. After all, kissing Lěng Qīngyán was part of his mission anyway. 10 times or once it made no difference. Oh, right. Lěng Qīngyán asked while driving, didn't you tell me you were a rural kid working part-time to make ends meet? Where'd you get the money to buy a car? Ha? Jiāng Mu stretched lazily and replied unhurriedly, I originally wanted to blend in with you guys as an ordinary person, but all I got was distance. No more pretending I'm a rich kid. I'm laying my cards on the table. Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. You've been watching too much The Billionaire of Shihong City. Jiāng Mu chuckled and offered no further explanation. Lěng Qīngyán was an excellent driver, and soon they arrived at Linhai City Third People's Hospital. This was the closest hospital to Lěng Qīngyán's home and the very place Jiāng Mu had been hospitalized for nearly a month. Wow, it's an Evanta. This car is seriously sleek. It costs over 10 million yuan. Of course it's cool. Look, everyone. The girl driving is absolutely gorgeous. Wait, isn't that Lěng Qīngyán, the internet sensation and everyone's first love? Damn, influencers make serious money, they can afford cars worth over 10 million. Bro, that's all earned with her body. Wanna give it a shot too? Hearing the crowd's whispers, Lěng Qīngyán's expression darkened instantly. She pulled out the hat and mask she'd prepared earlier, covering her face to avoid being recognized and subjected to more vulgar remarks. The cast removal went quickly, finished in no time. The two didn't linger at the hospital. After leaving the examination room, they headed straight for the parking lot. Lěng Qīngyán kept her head down the entire way, terrified of being recognized, but someone spotted her anyway. A woman called out from behind her, "Qīngyán? I never expected it to actually be you." Chapter 9 Only 2 Seats Part 3. Xin. Recognizing the voice as her high school classmate Lěng Qīngyán, Lěng Qīngyán exhaled a long breath of relief, her tense nerves finally relaxing. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, don't even ask." Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows furrowed. "My brother was in a car accident and broke his leg. I'm here to take care of him." "What about you? I saw a lot of negative comments about you online. They're not true, are they?" "Of course not." Lěng Qīngyán pouted. "How could I possibly be that kind of person? It's just a shame no one listens to my explanations. For now, I can only hope the netizens calm down, that is. That's probably for the best." Lěng Qīngyán smiled reassuringly. "Think of it as a break perfect for relaxing. Oh, by the way, are you going to the class reunion next Wednesday?" "We'll see." Lěng Qīngyán shook her head listlessly. "I'm not really in the mood to go." "Why not?" Lěng Qīngyán chuckled. "Are you seriously planning to cut off contact with all of us classmates forever because of that one incident?" "No." Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. "I just don't want to see Zhao Tian." "I get it." Lěng Qīngyán smiled faintly. "But let me say this, don't get upset, Zhao Tian isn't just handsome, he's also a rich kid. If you're with him, you're practically marrying into a wealthy family. That kind of opportunity so many people would kill for it. You should cherish it." Enough. Mentioning this topic annoyed Lěng Qīngyán. She waved her hand dismissively. "I have things to do. I'll head out now. We can chat another time." "Wait." Lěng Qīngyán grabbed Lěng Qīngyán's arm. "Heading back to Chunyu Residential Complex? Could you give me a ride?" "Sorry." Before Lěng Qīngyán could answer, Jiāng Mu interjected, "Our car only has 2 seats. There's no room for another." "And who might you be?" Jiāng Mu was dressed plainly, and his limp made him stand out. So Lěng Qīngyán hadn't even noticed him. "My friend." Lěng Qīngyán replied with a smile, "Jiāng Mu, the car actually belongs to him. Sorry about that, there really isn't room. Otherwise, I'd definitely give you a ride." Hold on. Lěng Qīngyán waved her hand. "Lěng Qīngyán, sure, the internet's full of negative stuff about you, but you can't be so broke you can't even afford a car and have to ride an electric scooter now, right?" "No." Seeing Lěng Qīngyán's misunderstanding, Lěng Qīngyán explained with a smile, "You got it wrong, it's not an electric scooter. Not a motorcycle either." Before Lěng Qīngyán could clarify, Lěng Qīngyán cut her off. "Qīngyán, you're so beautiful and elegant, only a luxury car suits your status. Motorcycles? Only hicks ride those things. Riding one would totally cheapen your image. How are motorcycles tacky?" Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. Why did her classmates all seem so obsessed with wealth and status? I really can't stand their smug faces. Beep. Just then, a white Panamera pulled up. Its sleek design was truly eye-catching. Many people were drawn to it, pulling out their phones to snap photos frantically. "Qīngyán, just look at this." Lěng Qīngyán pointed at the Panamera before them, her voice dripping with superiority. "This is the kind of car you should be riding in. Compared to it, your motorcycle is just pathetic, okay?" With that, Lěng Qīngyán strode toward the Panamera, intending to greet the owner and see if they could get acquainted. At that moment, the Panamera's door opened. A handsome man dressed in a casual suit stepped out slowly. "Qīngyán, Lěng Qīngyán, what a surprise to run into you two here. Are you feeling unwell? Why are you at the hospital?" "Ren Bo?" Lěng Qīngyán was stunned to discover the driver was Ren Bo, the campus heartthrob from her year but a different class. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head in surprise. She hurried forward to greet him. "Ren Bo, you're amazing. Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you're driving a Panamera? You must be the first in our class to buy a car, right?" Ren Bo basked in the flattery. He was practically floating on air, yet he remained modest in words. "Nothing to brag about. It's just a means of transportation." "Young Master Bo, you're so humble." Lěng Qīngyán continued her praise. "Most people get by with domestic cars, but you're cruising around in a Panamera. Not everyone can pull that off." "You're absolutely right." Ren Bo chuckled smugly. "This car cost nearly 3 million yuan. Most people couldn't afford it in a lifetime. Even buying a domestic car requires financing for many. They can't compare to me, right, bro?" At the end, Ren Bo deliberately mentioned Jiāng Mu to flaunt his superiority. This only deepened Lěng Qīngyán's already poor impression of him. "By the way, where are you headed? I could give you a ride." "No thanks." Back in school, Ren Bo had written numerous love letters to Lěng Qīngyán. So Lěng Qīngyán knew exactly what he was thinking and flatly refused. He has a car. No need. Just give Lěng Qīngyán a ride. Qīngyán. Before Renbo could respond, Lěng Qīngyán spoke up first. Why won't you listen to reason? A motorcycle could never be as comfortable as young Master Bo's Panamera. Trust me, let's ride with young Master Bo. Lěng Qīngyán is absolutely right. Renbo had assumed Jiāng Mu drove at most a joint venture car, but he never imagined it would be a motorcycle. It amused him to the point of near laughter. With a defiant look, he declared, "A motorcycle is beneath me. You should ride in my car instead." "No thanks." Lěng Qīngyán couldn't stand their snobbish attitude any longer. Her face turned cold as she refused. "I'm not that pretentious." With that, she grabbed Jiāng Mu's arm and started walking forward. Renbo and Lěng Qīngyán, seeing Lěng Qīngyán was dead set on riding the motorcycle, felt a bit helpless. Still, they followed, curious to see what kind of motorcycle could make Lěng Qīngyán so determined. Holy crap, a Lamborghini Aventador. After walking just a few steps, they spotted Jiāng Mu's Aventador. There was no mistaking it. Every other car in the parking lot was either white or black. Only that one stood out, its blue-green hue strikingly eye-catching. Impossible to miss. Aventador? Is it expensive? Lěng Qīngyán didn't know much about cars. She'd only seen her brother-in-law drive a Panamera before, otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized it at all. Expensive is an understatement. Renbo explained with a laugh, "This thing costs over 10 million yuan off the lot, enough to buy 3 of my cars." "Wow, that's crazy expensive." Lěng Qīngyán was so stunned she couldn't speak, silently marveling at how many wealthy people there were in the world. Ghost. Just as they were discussing it, the gull-wing doors of the Avento opened. Both of them jumped in surprise, wondering if the owner had arrived. But where was the person? The next second, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán slipped into the car, one on each side. Renbo and Lěng Qīngyán were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 10, Opening the Lucky Bag Again. Fourth update. Half an hour later, when Lěng Qīngyán finally snapped out of it, she felt like a complete idiot. With Lěng Qīngyán's looks and status, there was no way she'd ride a motorcycle or an electric scooter. A sports car was the obvious choice. But why hadn't she considered that sports cars only had 2 seats? Renbo was utterly speechless. Recalling how he'd just been showing off and bragging in front of Lěng Qīngyán and Jiāng Mu, all the things he'd said. His face burned with embarrassment. Today, he'd truly made a complete fool of himself. "What do you think, bro?" As the vehicle pulled up beside Renbo, Jiāng Mu deliberately rolled down his window and grinned. "This motorcycle of mine should still be presentable, right?" Renbo's mouth twitched repeatedly. A car worth over 10 million yuan, and it's not presentable? Then what was his own car? A piece of junk? On the road. After putting Renbo and Lěng Qīngyán, that pair of show-offs, in their place, Jiāng Mu felt much better. He asked Lěng Qīngyán, "Qīngyán, have you ever been to the Shangjing Hotel?" "Once." Lěng Qīngyán answered honestly, "A big brother from the livestream took me there." "Why?" "Nothing much, just feeling a bit hungry." "Let's grab a bite there." Jiāng Mu had opened a lucky bag yesterday that included a premium black card offering a 90% discount on dishes. He absolutely had to try it out. "Jiāng Mu, have you lost your mind?" Lěng Qīngyán couldn't help but tease when she heard Jiāng Mu wanted to eat there. "The average bill there is nearly 2,000. Even if you're rich, you shouldn't spend like that." "No problem." Jiāng Mu hadn't expected Lěng Qīngyán to be so frugal. "This meal's on me. Don't worry about the cost." "Fine then." Seeing Jiāng Mu was insistent, Lěng Qīngyán stopped trying to dissuade him and turned the corner toward Shangjing Hotel. With nothing else to do on the way, Jiāng Mu opened a live stream channel, intending to watch for a bit. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. "Ding. Refresh time has passed. Host can still obtain 2 lucky bags today. Please don't miss out." Seeing he could get more lucky bags, Jiāng Mu felt elated, immediately selecting 2 live streams to watch. In the end, Jiāng Mu spent his last 150 yuan. In return, he received the streamer's gratitude in 2 lucky bags, 1 black and 1 gold. This was the first time Jiāng Mu had ever received a golden lucky bag. Without hesitation, he opened the golden one first. Swish! A flash of golden light erupted, and 3 items automatically appeared in his system backpack. Jiāng Mu examined them one by one, from left to right. First to catch his eye were 2 fragments glowing with a blue light, labeled English Speaking 3-2. This meant that with just 1 more fragment, Jiāng Mu could master spoken English. But they were useless for now. Moving on, the second item was a business card reading, Xinyang Cosmetic Hospital, Director, Shinshochen, phone 132XXX. Jiāng Mu was utterly baffled. What on earth was the point of finding a beautician's card in this lucky bag? Could it be hinting he should get cosmetic treatments? But what man goes to a beauty salon? Forget it. Unable to figure it out, Jiāng Mu stopped thinking about it, set the card aside, and turned his attention to the last item. It was a bank card from Dragon Nation Bank. Besides that, there was a receipt nearby listing a bank card ending in 6789 with a balance of 10 million yuan. Seeing those numbers, Jiāng Mu was stunned. He had merely sent the streamer a 150 yuan gift, yet now he was a millionaire. This was way too good to be true. Jiāng Mu. Just as Jiāng Mu was lost in the euphoria of his sudden wealth, Lěng Qīngyán nudged his arm. I've been calling you for ages. What are you grinning like an idiot for? Ah, nothing. Jiāng Mu brushed it off casually. Since we're here, let's go inside. After getting out of the car, the two walked toward the Shangjing Hotel, one in front and one behind. Qīngyán, what a coincidence. I never imagined we'd run into each other again. As they neared the entrance, a girl hurried up to catch up. Upon closer look, it was none other than Lěng Qīngyán, whom they had coincidentally met at the hospital earlier. Renbo was right beside her. Oh? What brings you here? Although Lěng Qīngyán had a poor impression of the pair, she mustered her patience and greeted them politely out of courtesy. Mr. Ren brought me. He said he wanted to treat me to dinner. Lěng Qīngyán said with a smile, otherwise, with my financial situation, I could never afford to come to a place like this. Just moments ago, after being humiliated, Renbo felt a surge of resentment. He'd been looking for a place to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Unexpectedly, he ran into Lěng Qīngyán again. This stirred the unease in his heart once more. Qīngyán, since we've run into each other, let's have dinner together. It's on me. No. Sure. Just as Lěng Qīngyán was about to refuse, Jiāng Mu spoke up first, then thank you, young Master Bo. Jiāng Mu's reasoning was simple, if some sucker was willing to foot the bill, why not take advantage? The Shangjing Hotel, as a 5-star establishment, boasted an interior decoration and layout extremely luxurious and grand. Had Jiāng Mu not forced himself to remain composed, he would surely have been labeled a country bumpkin, lacking in sophistication. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm terribly sorry, but our restaurant is currently fully booked. If you'd like to dine with us, we'll need to place you on the waiting list. Would that be acceptable? As soon as they entered, a beautiful hostess in a qipao approached them and said, What? At the mention of waiting, Lěng Qīngyán's face immediately tensed. How long will we have to wait? My brother is still at the hospital waiting for me to take care of him. About an hour, but we can't guarantee the exact time. Then maybe we should go somewhere else to eat. Lěng Qīngyán suggested, don't let this delay taking care of your brother. Oh. Lěng Qīngyán sighed. Guess we have no choice. I was actually hoping to ride Mr. Bo's coattails and see what 5-star cuisine tastes like, but looks like that's not happening. No need to leave. Just as Lěng Qīngyán was feeling helpless, Renbo, who had been silent all along, stepped forward. With an arrogant look, he pulled a VIP gold card from his pocket and declared triumphantly, I'm a gold card member of your Shangjing Hotel. I have the privilege to skip the line. Wow. Seeing the gold card, Lěng Qīngyán's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She snatched it and admired it. Young Master Bo, if I remember correctly, becoming a gold card member requires a one-time deposit of 200,000 yuan. You're so generous. Renbo basked in Lěng Qīngyán's flattery. His ego soared sky high. He shot a smug glance at Jiāng Mu. What good is driving a sports car? When you come here to eat, you still have to wait in line, right? So, can I go in now? With that, Renbo strode forward with an arrogant expression, only to be stopped by the hostess the moment he lifted his foot. I'm sorry, sir, but you still can't enter. Why? Renbo exploded. I'm a gold card holder with 200,000 points. What gives you the right to deny me entry? Because the 99 guests ahead of you are all gold members too. Boom. Hearing this, Renbo was so embarrassed he wished the ground would swallow him whole. Especially when he recalled his earlier boastful words and the way he'd flaunted his gold card. The embarrassment was so intense he could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with his feet. His face burned fiercely. Lěng Qīngyán also lowered her head in embarrassment. She felt utterly ignorant. A mere 200,000 yuan card had gotten her this excited. Now, everyone in the restaurant must think she was a complete bumpkin. Alright. Though Lěng Qīngyán did have a bit of a snobbish streak, she was still a classmate. Not wanting to see her embarrassed, Lěng Qīngyán stepped in to smooth things over. We can just go somewhere else to eat. There's no need to insist on staying here. Seeing that even Renbo's gold card was useless, Lěng Qīngyán had no choice but to give up on that idea. She followed Lěng Qīngyán toward the exit, ready to find another restaurant. Wait. Just then, Jiāng Mu, who had remained silent the entire time, spoke up. I might have a way to get us in. Chapter 11. It's just a higher tier card, right? You? Lěng Qīngyán laughed. Even a big spender like young Master Bo, who topped up 200,000 in one go, couldn't get in. And you claim to have a way? Do you really think driving a beat-up Aventador means you can do whatever you want? Ridiculous. Renbo chimed in with a forced smile. Bro, I admit you're loaded, but the Shangjing Hotel isn't a place where money alone gets you respect. Who says otherwise? Think having a little cash makes you special? Facing their sarcastic jabs, Jiāng Mu smiled. The one who seemed to think money made him special wasn't him, it was Renbo, right? But he couldn't be bothered to argue. He walked straight up to the hostess. Miss, I have a black card here. Could you please check if it grants any privileges that would let us in? The hostess's eyes widened at the sight of the black card. She hurriedly exclaimed, I never imagined you'd be our VIP member. Please come in. I'll call our manager over to assist you immediately. Premier member? Hearing those 4 words, Renbo was stunned. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. Lěng Qīngyán watched him react with such shock, her mind filled with confusion. Young Master Bo, it's just a higher tier membership card. Why are you so excited? A higher tier card? Renbo chuckled. While all our cards are membership cards, his is a commemorative edition issued for the Shangjing Hotel's 100th anniversary. Just purchasing this card alone costs 2 million yuan. And only friends of the Shangjing Hotel CEO could get their hands on one. Boom! Renbo's words exploded like a bombshell in Lěng Qīngyán's ears. She was utterly dumbfounded. Just how wealthy could this limping man dressed in cheap, street-bought clothes possibly be? He'd spent a whopping 2 million yuan just on a single card. How outrageously extravagant was that? But that wasn't even the main point. The real shocker was that this man was friends with the CEO of Shangjing Hotel. The Shangjing Hotel CEO was someone who had made it onto the Forbes list. He's actually his friend. Just how terrifying must his background be? At this thought, Lěng Qīngyán hurriedly apologized to Jiāng Mu, terrified he might erase her from existence for her earlier words and actions. After all, a top-tier tycoon wasn't someone a small fry like her could afford to provoke. I'm sorry, Jiāng Mu. No, Mr. Jiāng. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. Please forgive a petty person like me and just let this blow over, okay? Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with Lin Xing's opportunistic attitude. He walked inside with Lěng Qīngyán. Renbo and Lěng Qīngyán had no face left to pursue them. Like stray dogs, they slunk away from the Shangjing Hotel. During dinner, Lěng Qīngyán took a sip of juice and asked Jiāng Mu, tell me honestly, what's your background? Between the luxury car and the VIP membership, your status is pretty intimidating, huh? I'm just an ordinary person. Jiāng Mu didn't want to explain too much and casually brushed it off. Just think of me as the same Jiāng Mu who was a victim before. Fine. Seeing Jiāng Mu wouldn't elaborate, Lěng Qīngyán lost interest in prying. How about you accompany me to the beauty salon later? It's been ages since my last treatment and I've got breakouts all over my face. Sure, I'm free anyway. Jiāng Mu didn't care either way. Going back just meant collapsing on the bed and scrolling through his phone. Might as well go out for a bit. Ring ring. Just then, Jiāng Mu's phone rang. He picked it up to see an unfamiliar number, but the last 4 digits felt vaguely familiar. But he couldn't quite place it right away. Hello? Who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Jiāng Mu? Yes. Jiāng Mu nodded. And you are? Hello, Mr. Jiāng. I'm Shinshouchen, former director of Xinyang Aesthetic Hospital. Bam! Upon hearing the name Shinshouchen, Jiāng Mu slammed his hand on the table in excitement. No wonder the last 4 digits felt familiar, it was the number on that business card. But why on earth was she calling him? Mr. Jiāng, you've acquired our beauty clinic outright. As your subordinate, I should have reached out to you sooner. But I was attending to a patient just now, so I was delayed. My sincere apologies. WH? What? I've fully acquired the Xinyang Beauty Hospital? Hearing this news, Jiāng Mu's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg inside. His face was frozen in utter disbelief. Mr. Jiāng, are you listening? Ah, yes, I'm listening. Go on. Jiāng Mu now understood the business card he'd drawn from the lucky bag was actually proof of acquiring Xinyang Beauty Hospital. He just never imagined a lucky bag could actually contain an entire business. This was just too good to be true. Mr. Jiāng, are you currently in Linhai City? Yes, I'm in Linhai City. Would you be available for a meeting? We need to hand over some company business matters to you. Later, then. Jiāng Mu actually wanted to go right away to see his first business venture. But remembering his promise to accompany Lěng Qīngyán to the beauty salon, he dismissed the idea. I have some matters to attend to here. I'll head over once I'm done. Alright, Mr. Jiāng. I'll wait for you at the hospital. Damn it! After hanging up, Jiāng Mu looked up just in time to be startled by Lěng Qīngyán's murderous glare. He frowned and asked, Lěng Qīngyán, why are you giving me that look out of nowhere? Lěng Qīngyán frowned back at him. Who was that on the phone? A friend. A woman, right? Lěng Qīngyán said with a sarcastic tone, otherwise, how could you be chatting so happily, laughing so hard your teeth almost flew out? Jiāng Mu froze, then burst out laughing. Lěng Qīngyán, whether I'm chatting with a guy or a girl, doesn't that have anything to do with you? Right. Whether he chats with a woman or not, it's none of her business. I'm not his girlfriend. But then why did it make me so angry? Could it be that I've fallen for him, and that's why I'm jealous? No way. Absolutely not. The moment the thought surfaced, Lěng Qīngyán ruthlessly crushed it in its infancy. She dared not dwell on it further. She muttered under her breath, I was just trying to remind you to eat quickly before the food gets cold. Oh, okay. Jiāng Mu didn't dwell on the matter either, picking up his chopsticks and focusing on his meal. After dinner, Lěng Qīngyán drove again. The two headed toward the beauty salon. Bored during the ride, Jiāng Mu pulled out the black mystery bag he hadn't opened earlier. He was ready to see what treasures lay inside. Chapter 12 Chance Encounter with an Ex-Girlfriend. Open the lucky bag. Swish. A flash of black light appeared, and 3 items automatically stored themselves in his system backpack. First to catch his eye was a card glowing with a faint green light. Focusing closer, he read the words, Singing Skill 3-3. Learn? In other words, the singing skill fragments he had obtained yesterday had now automatically synthesized into an ability card. This excited Jiāng Mu, and without hesitation, he clicked the Learn button. The next second, a flood of memories not originally his surged into Jiāng Mu's mind like a tidal wave. Various singing techniques and breathing methods became ingrained in his mind as if innate. If Lěng Qīngyán hadn't been right beside him, he would have burst into song on the spot to test the effect. He continued scrolling down. The second and third items were both order receipts. The first receipt read, Yutai Plaza Rolex Store, M116518LN, amount, 198,888. The second receipt read, Yutai Plaza Fruit Retail Store, Custom Mac Pro, amount, 293,280. After reading these 2 receipts, Jiāng Mu was stunned. He had spent only 150 yuan and received a 10 million yuan deposit plus items worth nearly 500,000 yuan. This lucky bag was way too good to be true. Ring ring. Just as Jiāng Mu was basking in his joy, his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? Hello, Mr. Jiang. A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. I'm the manager of the Rolex store at Yutai Plaza. The gold Daytona you purchased from us a few days ago has arrived. When would you like to come pick it up? Alright, but I won't have time today. I'll probably need to come tomorrow. No problem at all. Any time is fine. After saying this, the manager quickly added, of course, if you're in a hurry, Mr. Jiang, we can also arrange complimentary delivery service for you. Really? Jiāng Mu's heart leapt with delight. Then please deliver it to the supermarket in Building 17 of Shunyu Residential Complex. I'm not at home right now. Jiāng Mu didn't have his own place yet, so this address belonged to Lěng Qīngyán. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. The store manager gave a bitter smile. The watch you purchased is valued at nearly 200,000 yuan. We must personally deliver it to you. Otherwise, if it were lost, we wouldn't be able to account for it. Hold on. Jiāng Mu hung up the phone and turned to ask Lěng Qīngyán, which beauty salon are we going to? The new Oxygen Beauty Hospital on Yunshui Street. Why? Nothing, just something arrived. Jiāng Mu nodded in agreement, then turned back to the phone. Alright, deliver it to the new Oxygen Beauty Clinic on Yunshui Street. I'll be waiting for you there. Alright. We'll be there in about 20 minutes. After hanging up, Jiāng Mu couldn't stop grinning. In just 2 short days, he had acquired wealth most people could never hope to attain in a lifetime. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Squeak! Before long, the car pulled into the parking lot of Xinyang Aesthetic Hospital. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán stepped out, one after the other. Jiāng Mu froze, pointing at the sign above the entrance. This is the beauty clinic you wanted to come to? Yep. Lěng Qīngyán shrugged indifferently. Didn't I just tell you? Right. You did mention it. Only then did Jiāng Mu recall that Lěng Qīngyán had mentioned the name of this beauty salon while they were in the car. But his focus had been entirely on the watch, so he hadn't noticed that the salon Lěng Qīngyán wanted to visit was actually the very business he'd drawn from the lucky bag. Otherwise, he would have definitely exclaimed, what a coincidence. Let's go. After locking the car, Lěng Qīngyán stepped out first. Jiāng Mu hurried after her, eager to see the splendor of his very first business venture. Hello, welcome. A cosmetic hospital differs from a traditional hospital. People came here not because they were sick, but to become more beautiful. Therefore, its operational model was similar to most commercial companies. The service was exceptionally warm. No sooner had Lěng Qīngyán and Jiāng Mu entered than a sexy beauty in a pencil skirt came trotting over to greet them. You too. Jiāng Mu? Xiao Cheng? Jiāng Mu never dreamed that the person greeting him would be his ex-girlfriend, Su Cheng. Su Cheng was from Yuansu County in Linhai City and had been Jiāng Mu's high school classmate. A month prior, they had agreed to come to Linhai City together to take part-time jobs and earn tuition money. But on the day of departure, Su Cheng refused to come with Jiāng Mu and decisively broke up with him. Uncertain of the reason, Jiāng Mu blamed himself for a long time, thinking he must have done something wrong. Later he learned the truth. Su Cheng had dumped him because she despised his poverty and had hooked up with some rich kid from the county. She even spread rumors about him, calling him a. After dating for nearly a year without even kissing, she suspected him of being impotent. This left Jiāng Mu, who had treated Su Cheng with utmost respect, utterly heartbroken. From that day on, he harbored no warmth toward her whatsoever and vowed never to cross paths again for the rest of his life. But who would have thought he'd run into her here? The world really is a small place. Upon recognizing Jiāng Mu, Su Cheng's previously smiling face instantly turned icy. Crossing her arms, she sneered haughtily, Jiāng Mu, we broke up ages ago. What's the point of you coming after me now? Who said I came looking for you? Jiāng Mu was speechless. Where did this woman get her sense of superiority? Did she really think the whole world revolved around her? Oomph. Su Qing sneered repeatedly. If you're not here for me, then what? For cosmetic surgery? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is the third-ranked cosmetic hospital in Linhai City. A simple facial treatment costs tens of thousands. You broke ass, can you even afford it? Su Qing's voice carried loud and clear, reaching colleagues and customers nearby. A few nosy onlookers, eager for drama, gathered around to see what the fuss was about. What's wrong, Qing? One of Su Qing's co-workers nudged her arm. What's got you so worked up? My ex-boyfriend. Su Qing sneered sarcastically, pointing at Jiāng Mu. It's been over a month since we broke up, and he still can't let go. Now he's even followed me here. He's like a ghost that won't go away. So he's the one with the sexual dysfunction. Su Qing's colleague gave Jiāng Mu a once-over and chuckled, he's not exactly a looker. You made the right call dumping him. Sisyan's absolutely right. Another colleague chimed in, Qing, with your looks and figure, you've got plenty of guys lining up. Don't even think about getting back with a loser like him. Don't worry. Su Qing lifted her chin haughtily, declaring triumphantly, even if he gets down on his knees and begs me, even if he kowtows 10,000 times, I won't agree to get back together with him. Chapter 13 Honey, let's go third update. Bull. Although Lěng Qīngyán had only known Jiāng Mu for a month, she absolutely refused to let anyone speak of him that way. Snatching off her mask, she hooked her arm through Jiāng Mu's and declared, do you really think Jiāng Mu, with a girlfriend as gorgeous as me, would need to get back together with a plain Jane like you? Wow, this girl is stunningly beautiful. Yeah, her skin is as smooth as a baby's. So enviable. And her figure curvy in all the right places. Way better than that Su Qing chick. Damn, if I were a guy with a girlfriend this gorgeous, who'd want to get back together with that ugly duckling? No idea where this Su Qing gets her confidence. With a girlfriend that gorgeous, why would she even bother coming to you for validation? Earlier, Lěng Qīngyán had worn a mask and hat to avoid being recognized, effectively hiding her beauty. Now that the veil was lifted, Su Qing's slight superiority in looks vanished instantly. Impossible. Su Qing panicked, refusing to believe that Jiāng Mu could have found such a stunning girlfriend. She screamed at the top of her lungs, it's fake. Definitely fake. You're all putting on a show to trick me. Just because you say it's fake makes it so? Lěng Qīngyán gave a cold laugh. How amusing. Let's go, honey. With that, Lěng Qīngyán linked her arm through Jiāng Mu's and headed toward the staircase. Stop right there. Su Qing, thoroughly humiliated, refused to let them leave so easily. She stepped forward quickly to block their path. This is a high-end cosmetic hospital. The average cost per person is around 50,000 yuan. Do you two even have that kind of money? How dare you walk in here? With that, Su Qing resumed her earlier defiant expression. She shot a smug smile at Lěng Qīngyán standing before her. So what if she's pretty and has a great figure? Without money, I'll still have you beat. Oomph. Jiāng Mu never imagined the girl he once liked would turn out to be this kind of person. His disgust toward Su Qing had reached an unbearable peak. His face turned cold as he retorted, whether we have money or not will be clear when the bill comes. Why should I tell you? My apologies. Su Qing gave a cold laugh. As the receptionist at this cosmetic clinic, I have the right to know our clients' spending power. Otherwise, what if I let you in and you refuse to pay later? Or did you plan to get a free facial from the start? You. Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. This woman was such a contrarian. Squeak. Just then, the hospital door swung open. A man and a woman, both dressed in business attire, walked in. The man held a gift box emblazoned with the Rolex logo, which certainly caught the eye. Hello, excuse me, who here is Mr. Jiāng Mu? The two approached the center of the lobby and scanned the crowd as they asked. That's me. Jiāng Mu raised his hand, signaling his presence. The two staff members immediately jogged over. Mr. Jiang, I'm the store manager from Rolex Yada Plaza who called you earlier. This is the Rolex Oyster Perpetual Day Date in yellow gold you reserved a few days ago. Please take a look. Click. As the small box slowly opened, a gleaming gold watch came into view. Several watch-savvy customers immediately stepped forward. Wow, it really is a gold deer. If I recall correctly, this watch retails for around 200,000 yuan. That's right. My husband wears one just like this, and it costs nearly 200,000 yuan. Whoa, a 200,000 yuan watch bought on a whim? There sure are a lot of wealthy people in Linhai City. And that receptionist just called them broke? I've never seen a broke person who can afford a 200,000 yuan watch. Some people, after working in high-end establishments for too long, start believing they're wealthy themselves unaware that it's all just an illusion. Staring at the gleaming gold watch before her, Su Qing was stunned. In her memory, Jiāng Mu was just a country boy. During his 3 years of high school, he'd scrimp and save for an entire month just to afford a single meal at KFC. Where did he get the money to buy such an expensive watch? This must be fake. Right. It must be fake. With that thought, she snatched the gold watch from his hand and slammed it hard onto the floor. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the watch face shattered into pieces. The brand new watch, worth 200,000 yuan, instantly depreciated by nearly half its value. Those present winced at the sight. The Rolex store manager was stunned, hurriedly explaining to Jiāng Mu, "Mr. Jiang, she just snatched it Before the female manager could finish, Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. This isn't your fault. You can go now." Turning his gaze to Su Qing, he said calmly, "Su Qing, this watch is priced at 198,888. Would you like to pay by card, Alipay, or WeChat?" "Bull." Su Qing sneered coldly. "Don't think you can fool me by bringing in a few actors. This watch must be from some street vendor. Otherwise, with your family's financial situation, how could you possibly afford the real thing?" "Who said Mr. John couldn't afford the real thing?" A commanding voice boomed from upstairs. A stunning beauty in a white lab coat and short hair descended the stairs with deliberate grace. The aura radiating from her was intimidating. "Dean Shun. Director Shen." The moment the woman appeared, the employees who had been gossiping moments before all greeted her and scattered. Their expressions suggested that any delay might invite being devoured by the woman before them. "Director Shen." Su Qing chimed in with a greeting of her own. "I know this guy, he's my ex-boyfriend. He's just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly afford such an expensive watch? I think he's putting on an act." "Acting?" Shin Qiuchen laughed. "Mr. Jiang is someone who can fully acquire our entire New Oxygen Beauty Hospital. Why would he need to put on a show for a nobody like you?" "WH? What?" Su Qing was stunned. The other employees present were stunned too. This guy dressed in cheap knockoffs, limping as he walked, he was the new boss? Then what had she just? At that thought, those who had joined Su Qing in badmouthing Jiāng Mu were kicking themselves. They feared their careers might be over. Sure enough. The next second, Shin Qiuchen declared flatly, "Su Qing, Wang Yun, Zhao Wei, the three of you pack your things and get out right now. New Oxygen has no place for snobs like you." Boom! At those words, Su Qing and the others wilted instantly, like eggplants hit by frost. Su Qing collapsed flat on the floor. Her heart turned to ashes. She silently regretted breaking up with Jiāng Mu. Otherwise, this beauty salon would undoubtedly be hers. Chapter 14, Reconciliation. Fourth update. "Mr. Jiang, let's go." After dealing with Su Qing, Shin Qiuchen gestured invitingly. "All right." Jiāng Mu nodded and led Lěng Qīngyán upstairs. As for that smashed Rolex Oyster Perpetual, he had no intention of keeping it. Su Qing would have to compensate her anyway, so buying a new one later would settle the matter. "Jiāng Mu." On the way, Lěng Qīngyán secretly jabbed him with her finger and whispered, "What's your deal? You even bought out the beauty salon I frequent." Jiāng Mu chuckled. "Didn't I tell you? I'm a rich kid. I laid my cards on the table, but you didn't believe me. Can't blame me, huh? Fine." Seeing she couldn't pry any more information out of him, Lěng Qīngyán dropped the subject. But her curiosity about Jiāng Mu's true identity remained undiminished. Fifth floor, director's office. "Mr. Jiang, I've packed up everything here." Entering the room, Shin Qiuchen gestured toward two large packing boxes on the desk. "However, since I had to handle that incident earlier, I haven't had time to move these boxes yet." "Please don't mind." "No problem." Jiāng Mu waves dismissively and plopped down on the sofa. "You can just keep working in this office. No need to move out. But then you won't have an office." Shin Qiuchen didn't grasp Jiāng Mu's meaning and looked utterly bewildered. "I don't need an office." Jiāng Mu shook his head with a smile. "It doesn't matter. Everything here should just keep running as it was before." If it weren't for accompanying Lěng Qīngyán to her treatments, he'd probably never set foot in a cosmetic hospital in his entire life. So handing the clinic over to someone like him who knew absolutely nothing about it was bound to go under sooner or later. Better to let Shin Qiuchen keep managing it while he played the hands-off owner. Just moments ago, upon learning that Xinyang Cosmetic Hospital had been acquired, Shin Qiuchen had completely broken down and burst into tears. She felt she had failed her late father by not protecting the family business. She was also deeply worried that without her diligent efforts to sustain it, her father's life's work would be lost. To her surprise, the new CEO had no intention of getting involved in management and was willing to hand over full control of the hospital to her. Deeply moved, she bowed to Jiāng Mu in gratitude. "Thank you, CEO Jiang, for your trust and support. Rest assured, I will work tirelessly to run this hospital with the utmost efficiency." "Good." Jiāng Mu nodded, then his attention was drawn to a photograph in the box. "President Shin, so you are also a student at Linhai University?" "Yes." Shin Qiuchen replied with a smile, "I'm a medical student at Linhai University, currently in my junior year. But since it's a combined bachelor's master's program, I still have 4 more years before graduation." I'm also from Linhai University, though I'm just a freshman. So technically, you're my senior. What? Shin Xiuqun froze. The person acquiring her father's hospital was actually her junior. This is a bit too much, isn't it? What's wrong? Jiāng Mu was puzzled. Why was Shin Xiuqun reacting so strongly? He asked suspiciously. Nothing at all. Shin Xiuqun realized his overreaction and composed himself. Mr. Jiang, here are the company's financial statements and operational reports. Would you like to review them? Jiāng Mu took them and glanced through them, only to find the dense text as incomprehensible as hieroglyphics. For a non-specialist, reading through it properly would likely take 10 days to a fortnight. So Jiāng Mu simply chose not to look, pushing the reports back. I just skimmed through them briefly. No issues. Keep up the good work. If you need any financial support, just let me know. Alright. After that, Jiāng Mu chatted with Shin Xiuqun for a few more minutes. Only after Lěng Qīngyán finished her facial did the two slowly make their way downstairs, ready to head home. Outside the hospital building, in the parking lot. Su Cheng, you go beg your ex-boyfriend to not fire us. Yeah, you two have that emotional connection. If you beg him, it'll definitely work. Wang Yun and Zhao Hui, unwilling to just give up their jobs like that, urged Su Cheng. Exactly. Wang Yun and Zhao Hui's words snapped Su Cheng out of her daze. She quickly wiped away her tears and smiled, saying, we have a solid emotional foundation. I'll go beg him to take me back right now. Who knows? Maybe he'll be so happy he'll give me this hospital? Then you better not forget us two sisters when that happens. Right. We just put in a good word for you. Don't worry. If I get a bite of meat, you'll definitely get some soup. Then thank you so much, Su Cheng. The group gathered around, chatting and laughing. It was as if Su Cheng were truly about to become the hospital director any moment. Why haven't you left yet? Jiāng Mu had assumed Su Cheng would have left by now, given over an hour had passed. But to his surprise, this woman was still lingering here like a persistent ghost, making him incredibly annoyed. Jiāng Mu. Su Cheng spotted Jiāng Mu and immediately ran over with a beaming smile. I know you still have feelings for me. Honestly, I still have feelings for you too. Why don't we get back together? Just like before, okay? Get back together? Hearing those two words made Jiāng Mu laugh so hard his stomach hurt. This Su Cheng really was shamelessly delusional. Su Cheng, have you ever heard this saying? What saying? When I was nothing, you couldn't care less. Now that I'm someone, you can't even reach my level. Jiāng Mu frowned. Get lost. Seeing you now makes me sick. With that, Jiāng Mu yanked open the door of the evento and climbed inside. This scene left Su Cheng utterly stunned. She wondered what kind of bull luck Jiāng Mu had stumbled into, first buying a hospital, now driving a sports car. Could it be that when he was with her back then, he was pretending to be broke just to test her? Was he actually a rich kid? The thought made Su Cheng rush after him, leaning against the car door and pleading, Jiāng Mu, I was wrong. It was all my fault before. For the sake of what we had, please forgive me. Let's get back together, okay? I promise, this time whatever you say goes. I'll listen to everything you say. I'm begging you, please? Beg me? Jiāng Mu laughed. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? You said even if I knelt on the ground and kowtowed 10,000 times, you wouldn't agree to get back together. Now you're begging me? Jiāng Mu, those were just words spoken in anger. Su Cheng was so flustered she was on the verge of tears, her voice choked with emotion. I didn't mean it. Believe me. I don't give a damn about your so-called trust. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with her nonsense anymore. He instructed Lěng Qīngyán to start driving. Lěng Qīngyán nodded, floored the accelerator, and sped off. You. After Jiāng Mu left, Su Cheng, seeing reconciliation was hopeless, instantly switched her tune. Standing in place, she cursed under her breath, damn it, so what if he got lucky and has a few stinking bucks? What's so great about that? I, Su Cheng, don't give a damn. Ching. Just as Su Cheng was cursing her heart out, Wang Yun tapped her arm. Look! His car, why did it back up again? Chapter 15 Illusion. It really is. Su Cheng looked up and saw Jiāng Mu's Aventador had indeed reversed back. This sent her already unsettled heart racing once more. She smiled and said, Sis Yun, oui, he must have regretted it. He probably realized he can't live without me and came back to reconcile. Yes, that must be it. Zhao Yun chimed in without a second thought, Ching, your lucky break is finally here. Yes. Su Cheng couldn't stop smiling with excitement. My good days are finally here. With that, Su Cheng rushed toward the evento, as if fearing that a single second's delay might cause Jiāng Mu to change his mind. Phew, Jiāng Mu. After sprinting over 10 meters, Su Cheng was panting heavily. Leaning against the car window, she smiled and said, do you regret it? Or do you realize I'm the one for you and want to get back together? I'm willing to forgive you. Forgive me? Jiāng Mu was speechless. This Su Cheng was seriously delusional. He must have been blind to have ever fallen for such a piece of trash. Forget about your forgiveness. I'm here to remind you, don't forget to compensate me for that watch 198,888 yuan. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for a court summons. As for you thinking I want to get back together? That's just your delusion. What? Su Qing was stunned. She never dreamed Jiāng Mu had returned for this reason. Her entire body went limp as she collapsed to the floor, her face ashen. On the road. Nice one, Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán drove while mockingly teasing Jiāng Mu. Nice taste, huh? Finding such an amazing ex-girlfriend. Hey. Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. If I'd known she'd turn out like this, I wouldn't have followed your standards back then. Lěng Qīngyán. Go to hell. While waiting at a red light, Lěng Qīngyán punched Jiāng Mu hard to vent her frustration, then asked, where are we going now? Where else? Home, of course. Jiāng Mu stretched lazily. Sitting in the car all day was unbearable. Lying in bed is so much more comfortable, plus, I can finally get you to do what you promised me this morning. Lěng Qīngyán had assumed that after a day had passed, Jiāng Mu would have forgotten about that matter. But he remembered? Her cheeks flushed instantly. She wondered if, once they got home, he really would ask for a kiss. Lěng Qīngyán's home wasn't far from the Xinyang Beauty Hospital they'd just visited. Even though Lěng Qīngyán deliberately drove slowly to stall for time, it still took less than 20 minutes to arrive. But the moment they stepped out of the car, they were surrounded by over a dozen burly men. Judging by their menacing demeanor, they clearly weren't pushovers. What do you want? Lěng Qīngyán had been a model child her entire life and had never encountered such a situation. Seeing the group closing in, she instinctively cowered behind Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, however, wore an indifferent expression. He offered a faint smile. Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem? Tap tap tap. After a series of footsteps, a man in a white suit slowly stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz. Pleased to meet you. My name is Zhao Xianyu. You're the second brother? Lěng Qīngyán had WeChat with the number 2 boss, so after Zhao Xianyu introduced himself, she recognized him immediately. She was puzzled, though she hadn't given Zhao Xianyu her address. How did he find her here? That's correct. Zhao Xianyu nodded. Qīngyán, you're just as beautiful in person as you are in your live streams. Ever since last night, when Jiāng Mu had made a startling appearance in Lěng Qīngyán's livestream wearing only a bathrobe, Zhao Xianyu had harbored a deep hatred for Jiāng Mu, vowing to track him down and teach him a lesson. But the group that set out this morning still arrived too late. By the time they got here, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán had already left. So they'd been holed up here, keeping watch for an entire day. They were so hungry their eyes were seeing stars. Thanks. Lěng Qīngyán recognized the man as the second-ranked leader and felt less afraid. Brother Xianyu, since we're already here, let's go inside to talk. This is disturbing the neighbors. It's fine. Zhao Xianyu waved his hand dismissively. Qīngyán, don't worry. This will be resolved quickly. It won't disturb the residents at all. With that, Zhao Xianyu raised his hand and shouted to the crowd, guys, let's go. Beat this bastard who messed with Qīngyán so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Clatter. At his command, the men charged forward in unison, closing in on Jiāng Mu. Stop right there. Seeing Jiāng Mu about to be beaten, Lěng Qīngyán found courage from somewhere, stepping directly in front of him and shouting bravely, Brother Xianyu, if you want to hit him, hit me too. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán standing before him, feigning resolve while trembling with fear, Jiāng Mu felt genuinely moved. He thought to himself, though she looked delicate and fragile, she turned out to be quite loyal, perfect wife material. Qīngyán, what are you doing? Seeing Lěng Qīngyán standing firmly in front of Jiāng Mu, refusing to budge, Zhao Xianyu felt utterly helpless. The next moment, he shouted at Jiāng Mu, you little punk. If you're a real man, don't hide behind a woman. Have the guts to step out. Oh, playing the tough guy card? Jiāng Mu chuckled, patting Lěng Qīngyán's shoulder as he stepped forward. Qīngyán, leave this to me. Just wait here. But? Lěng Qīngyán tried to say more, but seeing Jiāng Mu's determination, she swallowed her words. Be careful. Got it. Jiāng Mu nodded, offering a faint smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Jiāng Mu, Qīngyán's college classmate. Wait, classmate? Zhao Xianyu froze. Aren't you the top-ranked guy? That was all just a publicity stunt we designed. Jiāng Mu grinned. You're so smart, you must have seen through it, right? Oh, right. With Jiāng Mu's flattery, Zhao Xianyu couldn't bring himself to admit he hadn't noticed. He forced a smile and said, actually, I figured it out ages ago. I was just messing with you guys earlier to lighten the mood. Ha ha. Jiāng Mu laughed heartily. Mr. Zhao, you really have a great sense of humor. Well, if you don't have anything else, we'll head back now. Alright. It's getting late anyway. I won't keep you any longer. With that, Zhao Xianyu climbed into his Mercedes and drove off. But halfway there, he froze. Why did he keep feeling like that brat had pulled one over on him? Back upstairs. Still shaken, Lěng Qīngyán exhaled deeply. That was terrifying. I thought you two were going to come to blows. No way. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively with a laugh. Fighting and killing are things only bumpkins do. I'm a cultured man. Alright, let's drop it. Jiāng Mu continued, let's get back to fulfilling our daytime agreement. With that, Jiāng Mu lunged at Lěng Qīngyán like a ravenous beast. Chapter 16 Removing stockings in front of her. Watching Jiāng Mu charge toward her like a starving wolf, Lěng Qīngyán cowered in the corner of the sofa, trembling with fear. She closed her eyes and cried out, wait. What's wrong? Jiāng Mu abruptly halted, his brow furrowing. You're not having second thoughts, trying to renege on the deal, are you? Of course not. Lěng Qīngyán stiffened her pale neck. I always keep my word. Then why did you shout stop? Because I'm not ready yet. Wait a moment. As she spoke, Lěng Qīngyán sat up from the sofa and slowly slid the white stockings off her legs. Her flawlessly smooth, snow-white legs gradually came into view before Jiāng Mu's eyes. The sight was incredibly tempting. Jiāng Mu swallowed hard, hurriedly saying, Lěng Qīngyán, I know after spending this past month together, you've fallen deeply for me. But doing that right now, isn't that moving things too fast? Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed crimson. She shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving glance and pouted, I just wanted you to kiss my feet. What are you imagining? You rascal. What? Kiss your feet? Jiāng Mu froze. We agreed I'd let you take that car for a spin, and you'd let me kiss you once. What does that have to do with your feet? Right, I did agree to let you kiss me once. Lěng Qīngyán flashed a mischievous smile. But you never specified which part. Kissing my feet is just as good, right? After saying this, Lěng Qīngyán deliberately waved her two white, plump feet in front of Jiāng Mu's eyes. How mischievous. Furious, Jiāng Mu grabbed Lěng Qīngyán's small foot. You little devil, Lěng Qīngyán. Since you won't play fair, don't blame me for being unfair. With that, Jiāng Mu began tickling the soles of Lěng Qīngyán's feet with his fingers. Lěng Qīngyán was the type whose soles were extremely sensitive. Even the lightest touch sent waves of ticklishness through her. She desperately tried to pull her foot away. But Jiāng Mu's grip was too strong, she couldn't budge an inch. She could only start begging for mercy, Jiāng. Ha ha. Jiāng Mu, I'm sorry, ah ha ha. Please spare me, I'll never do it again. The night passed without incident as the eastern sky began to lighten. 9 o'clock the next morning. Woken by the urge to pee, Jiāng Mu groggily climbed out of bed. He rushed toward the bathroom, only to find the door stubbornly locked. Just as he was puzzling over it, Lěng Qīngyán emerged from her room, leaning against the doorframe. She jingled the keys on her finger with a smug look. Jiāng Mu, are you in a hurry now? Just say these 3 sentences to me out loud. Sis Yen, I was wrong. Then I'll open the door for you. How about it? Looking at Lěng Qīngyán, who was gloating like a petty victor, Jiāng Mu laughed. Do you really think this little trick of yours can stump me? Put. Lěng Qīngyán rolled her eyes. Stop bragging. You can't possibly pick locks, can you? I may not know how to pick locks, but who says you have to go to the bathroom to use the toilet? Jiāng Mu flashed a devilish grin, then picked up an ornamental vase nearby and prepared to urinate into it. Lěng Qīngyán, terrified, quickly covered her eyes. Jiāng Mu, you're a pervert. What can I do? You're the one pushing me to be a pervert. Fine. I'll open the door for you, okay? Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. After spending the entire night devising a plan, she never imagined she'd end up defeated by a pervert. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked on. Lěng Qīngyán feared it was Zhang Yuji demanding money again, so she didn't respond. Instead, she hurried to the door and peered through the peephole. Only after confirming it wasn't Zhang Yuji did she open the door. Sister Miao, what brings you here? The visitor was a stunning woman in her mid-20s, possessing both a figure and features that could be considered top-notch. But compared to a top-tier beauty like Lěng Qīngyán, the gap was more than just a little. Don't be silly, of course I can come visit you. Zhou Miao smiled faintly, stepping inside in her elegant high heels. No. Lěng Qīngyán smiled faintly. I was just a bit surprised. Normally, you'd be asleep at this hour. Yeah, you're right. Zhou Miao yawned. If it weren't for coming to see you, I'd be sleeping at home, wouldn't I? Enough about that. Zhou Miao sat upright on the sofa and waved her hand. Got any bottled water? I'm parched after walking all this way. Yes, I'll go get it for you. Lěng Qīngyán nodded. Sister Miao, would you like it cold or room temperature? Room temperature, please. My stomach hasn't been feeling great these past few days. Got it. Lěng Qīngyán moved swiftly and soon returned with an unopened bottle of mineral water. Sister Miao, here you go. Jin Meilong? Upon recognizing the Jin Meilong brand, Zhou Miao's smile vanished instantly. Her face twisted with disgust. Sis, I asked for bottled water, not tap water. This Jin Meilong? I wouldn't even give it to my dog. My dog wouldn't drink it. Lěng Qīngyán was dumbfounded. She had always drunk this brand herself. It was affordable and tasted pretty good. Why give it to a dog? Even dogs won't drink it? Then what would you like to drink, Sister Miao? I'll go downstairs and buy it for you. Lěng Qīngyán figured Zhou Miao had made the effort to visit, so there was no need to argue over a bottle of water. She asked patiently. Forget it. Zhou Miao waved her hand dismissively. That little convenience store downstairs is tiny and run down. They probably don't have any decent water anyway. Just order it on Shoutuan. Get the Felico natural mineral water. Oh, okay. Lěng Qīngyán didn't dare delay. She pulled out her phone and searched for Felico natural mineral water on the Ugly Group supermarket app. The price displayed startled her. A single bottle of water cost 1,250 yuan. Is this water or gold? That's ridiculously expensive. What's wrong? Zhou Miao noticed Lěng Qīngyán staring blankly and asked with concern, didn't you find it? No. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. It's just ridiculously expensive, 1,250 yuan per bottle? Did the store mislabel the price? No. Zhou Miao shook her head with a smile. This water is priced like that. Sis, a woman should be tough on herself. Drink some good water. That Jinmeilong stuff? It's not fit for human consumption, okay? Hearing this, Jiāng Mu, who had been in the bathroom for ages, couldn't take it anymore. Furrowing his brow, he snapped back at Zhou Miao. So what? Does drinking this water make your pee turn rainbow-colored or something? Who do you think you are? Jiāng Mu's retort set Zhou Miao off like a cat with its tail stepped on. She immediately bristled. This isn't just water, the bottle is inlaid with Swarovski crystals. If you don't get it, shut your mouth. Is that so? Jiāng Mu chuckled. Then why haven't I seen you wearing that bottle around your neck every single day? You. Fuming, Zhou Miao turned to Lěng Qīngyán. Sis, who is this guy? He's so rude. Having him under the same roof is dragging down my status. Get rid of him now. Chapter 17 No Name Brand Third Update. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Who do you thought trash like you actually has status? That's a surprise. You. Enough. Seeing the two about to come to blows, Lěng Qīngyán hurriedly stood up to intervene. Both of you, cut it out. Here, have a banana. Oomph. If it weren't for my sister's sake, I wouldn't let you off. Zhou Miao, given an easy way out, dropped the matter. After delivering a parting shot, she turned and accepted the banana. But the very next second, she tossed the banana away with a look of disgust. She even pulled out a tissue and dramatically wiped her hands. She asked in a sarcastic tone, Sis, where'd you get this banana? Well, from the fruit supermarket downstairs. That explains it. Zhou Miao leaned back on the sofa, her voice dripping with condescension. Bananas from those little supermarkets are all domestically grown. They're packed with ripening agents, chemical fertilizers, and pesticides. Eating them is like eating viruses, you'll get cancer sooner or later. You make so much money, treat yourself better. If you're going to eat bananas, get those imported red-skinned ones from Malaysia. They're not expensive, just over $10 a pound. Oh, okay. Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. This Zhou Miao was being way too pretentious. It's just a banana, what difference does it make? Sis. After dissing Lěng Qīngyán's banana, Zhou Miao turned her scorn to Lěng Qīngyán's laptop. This computer of yours is way too old. Even the webcam is some knockoff brand. No wonder your video feed looks like it's been pixelated whenever we go live together. Honestly, you should follow my lead and upgrade to a fruit-branded MacBook Pro. Your livestream quality would double instantly. No thanks. Lěng Qīngyán gave an awkward smile. I think this one's fine. Besides, I just bought it a year ago. Yeah, right. Zhou Miao frowned. How much did you pay for this thing? Lěng Qīngyán scratched her head. Something like 30,000 yuan, I think. Can't quite remember. See? Zhou Miao sneered with disdain. Only 30,000? It's not even in the same league as my 27,000 yuan MacBook Pro, okay? But Jiāng Mu beside them couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Isn't Qīngyán's computer actually more expensive? What good is being expensive? Zhou Miao realized she'd slipped up, but refusing to lose face, she stubbornly insisted, a generic brand? It can't hold a candle to an international powerhouse like Apple, okay? You're calling Dell a no-name brand? Jiāng Mu laughed so hard his stomach hurt. He thought to himself, Dell probably never imagined in a million years that one day it would be labeled a no-name brand. You bet. Zhou Miao knew next to nothing about computers, so in her mind, any brand she hadn't heard of was a no-name brand. You country bumpkin, you just don't get it. Seeing Jiāng Mu didn't argue back, Zhou Miao assumed she was right and immediately puffed up with pride. Only big brands like Apple are any good. Everything else is useless. What about the Mac Pro? Jiāng Mu asked with a smile. Mac Pro? Zhou Miao hadn't heard of the brand before, but the name sounded similar to her own computer. It couldn't be too bad. She smiled and said, it's okay, but it still can't compare to mine. After all, mine cost 27,000 yuan, it's Apple's latest top-of-the-line model. Oh? Really? Jiāng Mu was nearly doubled over laughing at Zhou Miao's inexplicable confidence. He chuckled, then when I bring over the computer for Qīngyán, you absolutely have to take a look at it for me. You're giving me a computer? Lěng Qīngyán froze. She and Jiāng Mu were barely even friends. First a phone, now a computer. He couldn't possibly be trying to hit on her, could he? Yep. Jiāng Mu nodded indifferently. It should arrive soon. Yesterday, Jiāng Mu had pulled 2 items from the lucky bag, one of which was a Mac Pro. At the time, he'd planned to sell it for cash or keep it for himself after school started. But then he realized he wasn't short on cash right now, and there was still some time before classes started. He decided to give it to Lěng Qīngyán for her livestreams as a thank you for taking care of him and providing shelter all this time. Actually, my computer is perfectly fine. Lěng Qīngyán blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed. There's no need to replace it with a new one. It's fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand with a smile. You can give me yours, I'll keep it for gaming. Alright then. Seeing Jiāng Mu was so insistent, Lěng Qīngyán didn't try to dissuade him. She wondered to herself, maybe she should give Jiāng Mu something too? Knock knock knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Zhou Miao hurried over to open the door, muttering, don't worry, with me keeping an eye on things, I'll definitely pick out the best computer for you. Click. The door swung open, revealing delivery personnel standing outside. They gave Zhou Miao a suspicious look and said, you must be Mr. Jiāng's wife. We're here to deliver a computer. Is Mr. Jiāng home? What kind of look is that? Zhou Miao frowned, annoyed at being mistaken for some unsophisticated wife. I'm just a friend of a friend. Don't go assuming family ties. Oh, our apologies. The delivery staff looked slightly embarrassed. After apologizing, they carried the items inside. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán approached at that moment. Hello, I'm Mr. Jiāng. Hello, this is the Mac Pro you purchased at our store a few days ago. Could you please sign for it? Hold on. Before Jiāng Mu could respond, Zhou Miao interjected from the side, we haven't inspected it yet. What if you delivered a defective one? We'd be the ones at a disadvantage. Rest assured, ma'am. The staff member gave an awkward smile. These are all brand new products. There's absolutely no way they could be defective. That won't do. Open it up right now, I need to inspect it. Alright. Though somewhat resigned, the staff member complied with Zhou Miao's request and opened the packaging. But when Zhou Miao saw what was inside a huge metal box, she exploded. Grabbing the staff member by the collar, she screamed, is this how your store does business? Passing off a rusty, hole-ridden tin can as a computer? Do you take me for a fool? Boom! In an instant, everyone froze. They stared at Zhou Miao as if she were mentally challenged. Jiāng Mu couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into laughter. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, you've got it all wrong. This is what the computer looks like. Ha! Zhou Miao froze. Then why doesn't this computer have a screen? The staff member was utterly defeated by Zhou Miao's ignorance. Sighing, he explained, ma'am, this is just the computer case. The monitor needs to be configured separately. Oh, I see. Realizing what she'd been tricked into, Zhou Miao burst into a cold laugh. Just from the name, I thought it was some high-end computer. Turns out it's just a piece of junk desktop. Not even a dog would use this thing. Chapter 18. So you like Lolas, huh? 4th update. Sis Meow, I think this computer is pretty good. Why would you say even a dog wouldn't use it? Although Lěng Qīngyán didn't want to argue with Zhou Miao, the moment she heard Zhou Miao disparaging the computer Jiāng Mu had given her, she couldn't help but argue back. Am I not right? Zhou Miao stiffened her neck and declared haughtily, no one uses these desktop computers anymore. They went out of style over 10 years ago. Everyone uses laptops now, okay? After saying this, Zhou Miao turned back to the staff member and asked, how much is this desktop computer? The staff member really didn't want to engage with her. But out of professional courtesy, he patiently replied, this is a top-of-the-line custom model. The price is 293,280 yuan. Look at that. Zhou Miao laughed. Just over 290,000 yuan? That's nothing compared to my MacBook Pro that cost over 20,000 yuan, okay? Wait. Zhou Miao froze, grabbing the staff member's arm in disbelief. What did you just say this computer costs? 293,280 yuan. Boom. Zhou Miao was stunned. Her entire body went limp, collapsing onto the floor. Her face burned with pain. Especially when she recalled the words she had just spoken. She felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. The next moment, she scrambled away from Lěng Qīngyán's house. She simply couldn't bear to stay any longer. After Zhou Miao left, Jiāng Mu began helping Lěng Qīngyán assemble the computer. Lěng Qīngyán stood nearby, watching him intently. Her gaze made him feel uneasy. Wiping his face, he asked, is there something on my face? No. Then why are you staring at me like that? Jiāng Mu frowned. I'm warning you, Lěng Qīngyán. Sure, I'm a bit handsome, but that doesn't mean you can get any ideas. Go to hell. Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. This Jiāng Mu was seriously full of himself. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán changed the subject. I heard a new Times Square just opened up in the northern part of town. It's opening today. Why don't we go check it out? Seeing Jiāng Mu gift her a phone and then a computer, Lěng Qīngyán felt a pang of guilt. She decided to go to Times Square and buy something to give him in return. Sure. Jiāng Mu didn't mind, he'd just be hanging around at home anyway. Alright, I'll go take a shower and we'll head out right after. Half an hour later, the two of them drove toward Times Square in the northern part of the city. Bored during the drive, Jiāng Mu opened the live streaming app again. He planned to open both lucky bags he'd received today. Instead, he unexpectedly landed on Susu's livestream. On screen, Susu stood in the center of the crowd, energetically shouting, "Family, I'm now at the newly built Times Square in the northern part of the city. Since I'll be performing on stage as a guest shortly, I won't keep you all waiting. See you at 1 p.m. sharp, don't miss it." With that, Susu ended the stream. Jiāng Mu put down his phone at the same moment, thinking to himself, what a small world. He'd only intended to visit Times Square for the excitement, yet here he was running into someone he knew. He didn't dwell on it. Jiāng Mu swiped his finger and entered the next livestream. This stream belonged to a very small-time broadcaster, so small that the online viewer count was 0. However, the streamer herself was quite beautiful. Dressed in a Lolita outfit, she looked like a little princess, elegant and adorable. "Welcome, universe's most handsome guy ever. Momo sends you a heart." The moment Jiāng Mu entered the stream, the host immediately began interacting with him. Her sweet voice was soft and mellow, incredibly pleasant to the ear. It instantly caught Lěng Qīngyán's attention. She turned her head and remarked with a hint of jealousy, well, Jiāng Mu. I never would have guessed you had a thing for Lolitas." "No." Jiāng Mu shook his head. "I just prefer them big." Lěng Qīngyán flushed slightly, glancing at the female streamer before shifting her gaze back to herself. Realizing she didn't measure up to the streamer's figure, she immediately scrambled for excuses. "It's all about camera angles. Maybe she's not even as well endowed as me in real life." Put. Jiāng Mu giggled at Lěng Qīngyán's antics. Women's competitive nature was truly something else. "What? You don't believe me?" Lěng Qīngyán furrowed her embroidered brows. "Here's what we'll do, you invite her out, and I'll compare myself to her. Then we'll know everything." "Sure thing." No sooner said than done, Jiāng Mu immediately tapped away at the keyboard and sent a comment. "Is the streamer from Linhai City?" "Yes." The female streamer smiled sweetly. "Are you from Linhai too, handsome?" "Yep. Wanna hang out sometime?" "Sure thing." The female streamer smiled and nodded. "But I haven't finished my live stream tasks for today yet. Could you help me complete them, young man?" "Sure." Jiāng Mu didn't hesitate, immediately sending the streamer a 1,000 yuan gift. This thrilled the streamer to no end. She hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, sweetie. Love you, wooden horse." "You're welcome. I'll be waiting for you at the newly opened Times Square in North City. Call me when you arrive." "Okay." With that, the streamer signed off. Whether she'd actually show up, Jiāng Mu didn't know. It didn't matter anyway, because all he cared about was the lucky bag. Everything else was irrelevant. But Lěng Qīngyán beside him was a different story. She was incredibly nervous right now, her mind racing with thoughts of what she would do if she lost. A few minutes later, both lucky bags were secured. One was identical to yesterday's golden. But the other one was different, it was multicolored. This thrilled Jiāng Mu to no end. Without a second thought, he clicked the open button. Swish! A burst of colorful light flashed, revealing a business card, 2 fragments, and a parchment scroll before Jiāng Mu's eyes. Su Rulin, Chief Executive of Linhai City Times Square. Phone, 177XXX. Seeing this, Jiāng Mu was stunned. Last time he pulled out a business card, it had led him straight to a beauty salon. Could it be that this time, he'd been given Times Square itself? The thought nearly made Jiāng Mu jump for joy. He couldn't stop grinning. It took him a while to calm down and continue checking. This time, the fragment was the same as last time, another piece for the Lakeview Villa. This meant that once Jiāng Mu collected all 4 fragments, the Lake Island Villa would be his. It was another step closer to success. As for the final parchment, Jiāng Mu hadn't intended to look at it. But it automatically transformed into a fragment, and simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've triggered a hidden quest. Quest requirement, be called husband by 3 beauties scoring 90 points or higher. Time limit, 3 months. The quest will automatically disappear upon expiration. Rewards, 1 hidden multicolored mystery bag, for universal fragments, and increased charm points. Failure consequence, system shutdown for 1 year. Countdown, 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. After hearing the task requirements, Jiāng Mu chuckled. Finding 3 women to call him husband shouldn't be hard, just pick a few streamers online, right? At that moment, Jiāng Mu could almost see the mission reward beckoning to him. Chapter 19. Is your mouth blessed? No time to waste. Jiāng Mu immediately opened Douyin and began searching for female streamers with attractive appearances. Then he showered them with virtual gifts, making them call him husband. He spent the money, and she called him husband. But the task progress? Not a single bit had changed. This left Jiāng Mu feeling utterly baffled. System, what's going on? Did it glitch? Ding! To the host, the system has not encountered a bug. Then why hasn't the task progress changed? Ding. System detection confirms this lady's appearance score is only 68 points. Since it doesn't meet the 90-point requirement, the task cannot be considered completed. What? Jiāng Mu was dumbfounded. This female streamer's look seemed to rival Lěng Qīngyán's. How could she not be considered a 90-point beauty? Ding. The system's scoring criteria are based on the subject's natural appearance without makeup. Put. Jiāng Mu chuckled. He'd always heard people rave about Douyin's powerful beauty filters. Who knew it was this powerful? A 68-point woman could be transformed into a 90-point goddess through beauty filters. Technology truly changes life. Jiāng Mu tried a few more, but by the time his experience points hit over 50,000, not a single one worked. Frustrated, he gave up outright, deciding to stick to completing this task in real life instead. Squeak! Shunyu residential area was quite a distance from the northern part of the city. Lěng Qīngyán and Jiāng Mu drove for nearly an hour before finally arriving. Cold Qīngyán's legs ached from exhaustion. She leaned against the car for a long while before regaining her strength. Jiāng Mu, there are way too many people here. Why don't we just head back? Lěng Qīngyán wasn't socially anxious. She didn't fear crowds. Rather, she feared being recognized and scolded again since that incident hadn't been properly explained yet. It's fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand reassuringly. Sure, you have a lot of fans, but only a small fraction live in Linhai. So the number of people who actually recognize you isn't as high as you think. Besides, I'll protect you like an old dad. Come on, don't be scared. All right. Lěng Qīngyán nodded. The next moment, her embroidered brows furrowed. Jiāng Mu, why do I feel like you're taking advantage of me? Am I? No. No, stop imagining things. Come on, Daddy will take you on the pirate ship. Jiāng Mu, I'll kill you. Since it was opening day, there was a raffle. Plus, the main stage was set up in the first floor lobby, so the first floor was packed. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of heads. Anyone with trypophobia would find this scene unbearable. Jiāng Mu, it's too crowded here. Let's go check out the second floor. Lěng Qīngyán, nearly suffocating from the crush, patted Jiāng Mu's shoulder and said, all right. Jiāng Mu was also annoyed by the crowd. He grabbed Lěng Qīngyán's wrist and pushed through the throng to the second floor. Tap tap tap. Wow, her heels are so high. As soon as they stepped onto the second floor, Lěng Qīngyán was captivated by the high heels worn by a woman nearby. She nudged Jiāng Mu with her elbow and asked, don't you think she's risking breaking the heel or twisting her ankle wearing heels that high? Snap. No sooner had Lěng Qīngyán finished speaking. The woman's heel snapped, sending her tumbling to the floor as she lost her balance. Jiāng Mu burst out laughing. Lěng Qīngyán, is your mouth cursed or something? Lěng Qīngyán scratched her head awkwardly. I was just saying it offhand. I never thought it would actually break. Alright, stop laughing. Hurry over and help her up. Right away. Jiāng Mu chuckled and hurried toward the fallen woman. What are you doing? The fallen woman, upon seeing Jiāng Mu, instantly wore a look of hostility. I warn you not to touch me, or I'll call the police and accuse you of sexual harassment. Jiāng Mu was speechless. I just saw you fall and wanted to help you up, okay? Oomph. The woman sneered coldly. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're just trying to take advantage of me while helping me up. I've seen plenty of people like you. Me grope you? Jiāng Mu laughed in exasperation. Lady, with your figure and looks, I wouldn't be interested even if you strip naked, okay? Enough, enough. The woman frowned and said in a sarcastic tone, stop acting like sour grapes. Get away from me. Just looking at you makes me sick. Fine. Jiāng Mu was speechless. He'd intended to do a good deed for the day, but instead stumbled upon a stubborn dog. Too bad for him. Clack. Just as Jiāng Mu turned away, a sharp crack echoed behind him. He instinctively turned to look and saw a fruit-shaped phone lying on the ground, seemingly placed there out of nowhere. Looking ahead, he saw only the woman who had just twisted her ankle, limping forward. There was no one else in sight. Clearly, the phone must have been hers. Jiāng Mu was tempted to ignore it. But his conscience wouldn't let him. He picked up the phone and called out, hey, your phone. Hearing his call, the woman sneered without turning her head, go take a look at yourself in your own reflection. You look like a shoehorn, and you want my number? Put. Disgusting. Damn it. Jiāng Mu was speechless. Was this woman crazy? Did she really think every man in the world was interested in her? Ring ring. Just then, the woman's phone rang. Jiāng Mu picked it up and saw the name Su Zong displayed. It must be her boss. Hello, Xiaya? Why haven't you delivered the documents I asked you to prepare? Jiāng Mu answered the call, and a commanding female voice came through, confirming his suspicions. And so, an opportunity for revenge presented itself. Ahem. Jiāng Mu cleared his throat before yelling into the phone, your ING documents. Listen up, we're banging in the car right now. No time for your bull. And she said she's done serving a like you Thai boss. She quit. Don't ever call here again. Beep beep beep. Without waiting for a response, Jiāng Mu hung up. Judging by how quickly they called back, they were clearly furious. Hand it over. Just as Jiāng Mu hesitated whether to pick up the phone again and add some spice, the woman snatched the phone back, pointing at Jiāng Mu and yelling, "Oh, so you can't get away with groping me anymore, now you're resorting to stealing? Just you wait, I'm calling the police right now." "Go ahead." Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with this idiot. He turned around, grabbed Lěng Qīngyán's hand, and started walking away. But after taking just a few steps, they heard the woman's apology and explanation. "Car sex? I didn't have car sex. No, Mr. Su, I never said I wouldn't do it. Mr. Su, how could I dare insult you? Please, Mr. Su, don't fire me. I truly didn't insult you." Listening to the woman's explanation, Jiāng Mu laughed until his stomach hurt. "Damn it, you think you can mess with me? You're still too green." Ring ring. Suddenly, Jiāng Mu's phone rang. He picked it up to see an unknown number. "Hello? Hello, is this the universe's super ultra mega handsome guy? It's Meng Meng. I'm at Times Square, where should I find you?" Chapter 20, Sister Lost. Take the escalator from the first floor lobby up to the second floor. I'll be sitting on the bench to the left of the escalator. Jiāng Mu glanced around and said, "Then the most handsome guy there is me." "Got it. Who? That streamer? Oh." Upon learning the visitor was that streamer, Lěng Qīngyán began to feel increasingly restless. Her hands rubbed back and forth on the railing, revealing her extreme nervousness. "What's wrong?" Jiāng Mu asked knowingly. "You're afraid of losing?" "No, no way." Lěng Qīngyán stubbornly insisted, "Just wait and see, my figure is definitely better than hers." "Ha!" Jiāng Mu chuckled, thinking to himself, this Lěng Qīngyán such a coward yet so playful. "Handsome guy?" Just as they were talking, a little girl dressed in a royal blue Lolita outfit skipped over. Her energetic demeanor made her look utterly adorable. However, Lěng Qīngyán and Jiāng Mu were focused on different things. Jiāng Mu was admiring the little girl's overall style and aura, while Lěng Qīngyán was focused on her size. She even glanced down at her own from time to time. Only after confirming the little girl's was genuinely smaller than hers did she exhale a long sigh of relief. A faint smile touched her lips. "Right, you're Meng Meng?" Jiāng Mu nodded. Meng Meng nodded with a smile. "And who might you be, sister?" "Lěng Qīngyán." Jiāng Mu introduced with a smile. "She's the one who insisted I bring you out, saying she wants to compare sizes with you." Meng Meng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Then the lady loses." "Ha?" Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows furrowed. "Why? You clearly didn't." Her words trailed off mid-sentence. Because the moment Meng Meng turned her body, she had already lost. And it was a crushing defeat at that. "Well." Jiāng Mu smirked triumphantly. As Wang Meng would say, "My eyes are the ruler. One look tells me she won." "Yeah, you're amazing." Lěng Qīngyán furrowed her embroidered brows, shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving glare, and turned to leave. "You guys play. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep." Sis seems upset. "It's nothing." Jiāng Mu waved dismissively. "Let's just keep playing. No need to worry about her." Hearing this while walking, Lěng Qīngyán nearly stumbled and fell flat on her face. Furious enough to make her nose nearly twist sideways, she muttered under her breath, "Damn Jiāng Mu, rotten Jiāng Mu. I'm angry, and you won't even try to comfort me. I'll never speak to you again for the rest of my life." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu suddenly appeared. "Well, that's just great. You." Lěng Qīngyán was furious. Tears welled up in her eyes, refusing to stay put. Her delicate, pouty expression nearly melted Jiāng Mu's heart. He hurriedly comforted her. All right, I was just teasing you." "Now you're crying? You're no fun at all. Come on, I'll treat you both to a feast. Then I want a big pork knuckle." "Fine, pork knuckle it is." Times Square had a total of 6 floors. Floors 1 through 5 are the retail area, while the 6th floor is the office area. The food court and restaurants are all concentrated on the 5th floor. So Jiāng Mu and the others didn't linger, heading straight for the 5th floor. Mom's kitchen. After wandering around the 5th floor for a while, Jiāng Mu pointed at the sign and said, "Let's go with this one. They should have pork knuckles." "All right." The two girls nodded with smiles. They followed Jiāng Mu inside. "Hello, welcome. How many of you are there?" 3. "All right, please follow me." The moment Jiāng Mu and his companions entered, they instantly became the center of attention in the entire restaurant. It was inevitable the two girls accompanying Jiāng Mu were simply stunning. No man could tear his gaze away after seeing them. At the same time, the looks everyone gave Jiāng Mu were filled with envy. They couldn't help but wonder, why can't I land such gorgeous girls? Hey, boss. Hey, boss. Just as Jiāng Mu and his group settled down, 2 more people entered the shop. Dressed in business attire, they clung to each other in a way that felt utterly sleazy. Their presence instantly dampened the atmosphere Jiāng Mu and his group had brought in. Especially after everyone recognized the man's identity, the entire staff couldn't help but flash a look of contempt. They began whispering among themselves. That manager Wang, acting all high and mighty just because he's in charge of this floor. He keeps coming here to eat for free. What a shameless guy. You bet. He's been here over 10 times during the soft opening alone. The owners lost a fortune. Well, whether he eats for free or not isn't really our problem. The main issue is he's such a pain in the ass. Every time he comes, he makes us run around like crazy. He's impossible to please. Yeah, last time he even yelled at little Zhao until he cried. Otherwise, why would Zhao quit? Poor Zhao. He'd just gotten settled when he lost his job. Tough times ahead for him. Listening to the group's discussion, Jiāng Mu frowned. Entrusting his business to such people would surely lead to its downfall sooner or later. Still, he didn't plan to intervene just yet. First, he hadn't received the call yet and couldn't confirm whether this was indeed his business. Second, such matters could be handled directly by HR or the deputy general manager. There was no need for him to intervene personally. So eating first was the priority. Is that you? Just as Jiāng Mu was about to order his meal, a familiar voice rang out. Jiāng Mu looked up to find it was none other than the woman who twisted her ankle. Her face was twisted with fury as she glared at him, as if she could devour him whole. Mr. Wang, it's him. The next second, the woman with the sprained ankle turned back and shouted at the manager, in front of everyone, he couldn't get away with groping me, so he stole my phone and called Manager Su to frame me. Not only did I get scolded by Mr. Su, but I lost my job too. You absolutely must stand up for me. With that, the girl with the sprained ankle put on a pitiful act and burrowed into Mr. Wang's embrace. Her exaggerated, affected manner nearly made Su Fei vomit. The others felt a wave of disgust wash over them. Honey, don't cry. Mr. Wang patted the woman's back soothingly. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you get your dignity back. Wah wah, Mr. Wang, you're so kind to me. Then tonight, don't go home, stay at my place. Oh, stop it, you're embarrassing me in front of everyone. Why are you saying this? Ugh. Jiāng Mu finally understood today that there were different kinds of lovey-dovey moments. The kind right in front of him? He couldn't stand it. Disgusting. You little punk. You're the one who bullied her. Mr. Wang stepped around the girl with the sprained ankle and confronted Jiāng Mu, his face brimming with arrogance. I order you to apologize to her right now. Chapter 21, Don't Judge a Book by its Cover. Third update. Order me? Jiāng Mu laughed. Do you even know who I am? You're giving me orders? I don't give a damn who you are. Mr. Wang's brow furrowed as he sneered. Even if you were the king of heaven himself, you'd apologize today. Otherwise. At this point, Mr. Wang flexed his fist, as big as a sandbag. This fist of mine doesn't have eyes. That's right, apologize. The girl with the sprained ankle chimed in from the side. Otherwise, my brother Wang will make sure you regret it. Is that so? Jiāng Mu chuckled, exaggerating a look of terror. Well, I'm absolutely terrified then. Since you're scared. Mr. Wang, completely oblivious to Jiāng Mu's sarcasm, smirked smugly. Then get down on your knees and kowtow to my girlfriend to apologize. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might even take you on as my little brother. Put. The room erupted in laughter. Everyone stared at Mr. Wang as if he were mentally challenged. I can't take it anymore. Mr. Wang is killing me with laughter. He actually bought that over-the-top act? Is he mentally challenged or something? Can't even tell sarcasm from sincerity? This Mr. Wang really is something else. Hilarious. I have no idea what Times Group was thinking, hiring a moron as manager. Thank goodness Mr. Wang isn't a woman, otherwise he'd have a dozen kids by now. Why? Because he's dumb. Jiāng Mu, Lěng Qīngyán, and Meng were all laughing so hard they sounded like geese honking. They thought to themselves, this Mr. Wang really is adorably clueless. Damn it! Seeing himself mocked by so many, Mr. Wang flew into a rage on the spot, cursing furiously, you little punk. You're messing with me? I'll kill you. With that, he swung his fist straight at Jiāng Mu's face. Lěng Qīngyán sprang to her feet, holding the phone aloft and shouting, stop right there, or I'll call the police. Clang! Before she could finish, the phone in Lěng Qīngyán's hand was knocked away by a powerful blow. It crashed to the floor and shut off instantly. Turning around, she saw the culprit was none other than the woman who had twisted her ankle. She stood there seething with anger, her face darkening as she snarled at Lěng Qīngyán, You think you can call the cops? I'll scratch you to death. Like a rabid female gorilla, the woman lunged at Lěng Qīngyán, claws outstretched. Cold Qīngyán was so frightened she scrambled to dodge. But her position was trapped in a corner, leaving her nowhere to run. In the end, she could only close her eyes and brace herself for the impending blow. Thud. Just then, Meng, who had remained silent, sprang into action. She grabbed the girl with the sprained ankle by the back of her collar, then gave a gentle tug. The girl stumbled backward 5 or 6 steps. She finally crashed into the corner of a table, collapsing onto the floor with a series of wails. You little brat, you're asking for it. Seeing his girlfriend get hit, Mr. Wang couldn't care less about Jiāng Mu anymore. He charged at Meng with fierce momentum. His eyes blazed with such murderous intent that it seemed he was ready to kill. It was truly terrifying. But Meng Meng seemed oblivious, standing perfectly still as if nothing had happened. Only when Mr. Wan was less than half a meter away did she strike. Whoosh! Her fist flew like the wind, brimming with sheer power. Before anyone could process what had happened, 2 streams of blood gushed from Mr. Wang's nose. The pain made him clutch his nose, wailing incessantly. All traces of his earlier arrogance and insolence vanished. Holy cow! Jiāng Mu, witnessing this scene, was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, the ancients truly did not deceive me. You truly can't judge a book by its cover, nor measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. Those sayings are absolutely right. After all, who could have imagined that a petite girl barely 5 feet tall, dressed in a Lolita princess dress, with such an adorable appearance, would be a martial arts master? Lěng Qīngyán was also stunned. In her mind, Meng Meng had always been just a cute little sister. Who would have guessed her combat prowess was this formidable? The contrast was just too stark. The other customers were stunned too. Their gazes toward Meng Meng were like they'd seen a ghost. Shock written all over their faces. Sis Qīngyán, young master, are you two okay? After dealing with Mr. Wang and the girl with the sprained ankle, Meng Meng returned to her adorable self. She skipped over to them. We're fine. Thank you so much for just now. Lěng Qīngyán smiled faintly. Who'd have thought someone so adorable would also be a martial artist? Meng Meng sighed. What can I do? My mom forced me into it. Jiāng Mu, your mom forced you? Meng Meng, yep, my mom forced me. Jiāng Mu, your mom forced you to train in martial arts? Meng Meng, yeah, my mom forced me to practice martial arts. Jiāng Mu, her mom forced her to practice martial arts. Stop it, stop it. Lěng Qīngyán quickly interrupted this ridiculous exchange. You two talk properly. All this, my mom made me back and forth, sounds like you're cursing each other. It's so uncivilized. Jiāng Mu. Meng Meng. If you hadn't pointed it out, we wouldn't have noticed. It does sound like cursing. You stinking brat. You crippled bastard. Just then, Mr. Wang, his nose bleeding profusely after the beating, suddenly sprang back to life. Pointing at Jiāng Mu and the others, he cursed, stay right here if you've got the guts. Wait till I get back and see how I deal with you. With that, Mr. Wang dragged the woman whose ankle he'd twisted while tripping over the counter, and they fled Mom's restaurant. Guys, while he's gone, you should get out of here too. The voice belonged to the restaurant manager, flanked by several waitstaff. Yes, you should leave now. If he comes back, you won't be able to get out. Why? Jiāng Mu frowned. In broad daylight? Does he think he can kill us? He probably won't go that far. The manager sighed helplessly. But he'll definitely beat you up. So you really should leave now. Otherwise, once he calls for backup, you won't be able to leave at all. Call people? Jiāng Mu laughed. He couldn't wait for Mr. Wang to call for backup. Because then he could effortlessly purge every single parasite from the entire Times Square complex. No problem. I'm actually eager to see just how much clout he really has. Jiāng Mu waved at the manager. Just get us some food first. We're starving. All right. Seeing Jiāng Mu was adamant, the manager gave up trying to persuade him. After all, you can't reason with a stubborn fool, even he understood that much. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. Simultaneously, a group of men in business suits streamed in like a flood, surrounding the entire shop so tightly there was no room to move. Upon closer inspection, the man leading them was none other than the very same Mr. Wang who had just fled. Chapter 22, You've lost your faith in Buddha. 4th update. Liang, it's this little punk. The moment he entered, Mr. Wang pointed at Jiāng Mu and shouted angrily, he bullied my girlfriend and even sent that brat to beat me up. Look at my nose, it's still bleeding. My handsome face is ruined because of him. You must avenge me. Don't let him get away with this. The man called Brother Liang by Mr. Wang glanced at Jiāng Mu, then at Mr. Wang, lit a cigarette, and scoffed, come on, it's just one punch. What's with all the fuss? Besides, with your looks, getting disfigured is practically a facelift, okay? Put. The remark sent the entire room into uproarious laughter. Some guests who loved a good spectacle nodded in agreement. Clearly, they all agreed with Brother Liang's perspective. Bro, I'm your own flesh and blood. Mr. Wang felt a bit wronged. Doesn't it hurt your conscience to speak so disparagingly of your own brother? Cousin. Liang shot Wang a disdainful look. I don't have a real younger brother who can't even beat a little girl. Mr. Wang. You go ahead, you might not even win. Squeak. Spill it. Liang casually pulled up a chair and sat down, his tone flat. You beat my brother like this. How much do you plan to pay? Jiāng Mu held up one finger. 100,000. Whoa. Hearing that figure, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. Clearly, they were all startled by the exorbitant sum. Lěng Qīngyán and Meng Meng were also startled. They wondered, what's gotten into Jiāng Mu? Just moments ago he was so full of pride, why was he backing down now? Could it be that he was intimidated by the sheer number of opponents? Liang Gu, however, was beaming with delight. Before coming, he'd imagined Jiāng Mu would be a formidable opponent. But look at him now. Before he even had a chance to show his strength, he'd already been scared into handing over 100,000 yuan in compensation. What a coward. But that was fine by him. It saved him the trouble of wasting time. With that thought, Brother Liang took a deep drag on his cigarette and grinned. Kid, you know what's up. Hand over the cash. What money? 100,000 yuan. What 100,000? Compensation money? At this point, Brother Liang started getting impatient. His face flushed as he cursed. Damn it, stop playing dumb with me, kid. Just hand over the money. Oh. You mean that? Jiāng Mu grinned. You got it all wrong. I meant you owe me 100 grand. What? Liang was dumbfounded. His henchmen behind him, along with Mr. Wang, were equally dumbfounded. You beat up our guy and now you want us to pay you 100 grand? Are you out of your mind? First off, let me make one thing clear. My friend didn't hit your brother. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. My friend just had his hand raised there. He walked right into it. And your brother's nose is damn hard. Look. Saying this, Jiāng Mu raised Mengming's hand. He hit my friend's hand so hard it's red. This could very well be a serious internal injury, you know? Look at this. Jiāng Mu picked up Lěng Qīngyán's shattered phone. My friend just bought this brand new iPhone 13 Pro Max over 10,000 yuan and your sister-in-law smashed it to pieces. So for both damages combined, I'm asking for 100,000 yuan. That's not unreasonable, is it? Put. In an instant, the entire room erupted in laughter. Sorry, I'm professionally trained not to laugh unless I can't help it. Ha 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 ha. This guy's hilarious. First time I've seen someone explain punching someone's nose as them bumping into it themselves. I can't take it, I'm dying of laughter. What the hell? The nose was too hard? He hit his hand so hard it turned red and caused internal injuries? This is killing me. I can't breathe from laughing, folks. Someone save me. Lěng Qīngyán and Mengming were also laughing so hard they sounded like geese honking. Jiāng Mu's logic was truly beyond compare. Bam! While everyone else was doubled over laughing, Brother Liang couldn't muster a single chuckle. He was seething with rage. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, You little punk, you're messing with me? Sorry, I'm not into that. Put. Everyone had barely managed to stifle their laughter, only for Jiāng Mu's remark to completely shatter their composure. They thought to themselves, wait, he didn't mean that kind of play, did he? You. Liang was furious. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, since you choose to stay in your coffin and shed no tears, don't blame me for being ruthless. Brothers, move in. Beat him so badly his own mother won't recognize him. Clatter. In an instant, everyone charged forward. Mengming saw this and hurriedly stood up. But Jiāng Mu pushed her back down. You can't hog all the fun. This time, it's my turn. With that, Jiāng Mu rose to his feet and assumed a Wing Chun stance. His tone was calm as he declared, Wing Chun, Jiāng Mu. Ha! Seeing Jiāng Mu radiate such powerful presence with his perfectly executed stance. For a moment, they couldn't quite tell if Jiāng Mu actually knew Wing Chun, hesitating to make a move. Lěng Qīngyán and Mengming were utterly dumbfounded. They wondered inwardly, could Jiāng Mu be a hidden Wing Chun master? Forget it. Just as everyone was still doubting, Jiāng Mu withdrew his fist, grinned, and said, I'm not teasing you guys, I don't know it. Put. The crowd, who had just finished laughing, erupted into laughter once more. They found this Jiāng Mu utterly hilarious. He was probably going to monopolize all their laughs for the entire year. Damn it! After being tricked time and again, Brother Liang was thoroughly enraged. He rose to his full height, strode up to Jiāng Mu, and said, enunciating each word deliberately, You little punk, do you really think I, Zhang Liang, am a pushover? What's that supposed to mean? You don't believe in Buddha anymore? Put. Like hell I don't believe in Buddha. Bro, can you stop messing around? I'm about to laugh myself to death. Spare me, I'm about to laugh myself to death. You. Zhang Liang couldn't take it anymore and was ready to throw down. But just as his fist shot up, Jiāng Mu spoke again, Hold on. You've got a whole crew, and we're only 3. That's not fair. I'm calling for backup. You got the guts to wait? Zhang Liang couldn't care less about fairness. But he realized that attacking a smaller group with his larger one was indeed unsavory. It wouldn't look good if word got out. He decided to give Jiāng Mu a chance. Fine. You have 10 minutes. If you're not here in 10 minutes, you're asking for a beating. Deal. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile, then dialed Su Roland's number. That's right. It was the number he'd drawn from the lucky bag. Hello? The moment the call connected, before Jiāng Mu could speak, the other party said first, Chairman Jiang, I was planning to contact you after the meeting ended. I didn't expect you to call first. My apologies. No problem. Jiāng Mu had felt a bit uncertain earlier, but hearing the other person address him as Chairman Jiang instantly boosted his confidence. He replied with full authority, Are you at Times Square in the northern part of the city right now? Yes, I am. Today's the official opening, so I came to oversee things. Then come over. I'm at Mom's kitchen on the 5th floor. Mr. Jiang, is this urgent? If it's not, could I join you after my meeting? It's not urgent, but there's this guy named Zhang Liang here who says if you don't show up within 10 minutes, he's going to beat me up. Chapter 23. What a blusterer. What? Su Rulan on the other end panicked at once. Mr. Jiang, please don't worry. I'll head down immediately and be there within 10 minutes. Beep beep beep. Su Rulan hung up immediately and raced downstairs. Who were you calling? Zhang Liang hadn't caught the exact words, but judging by the voice, it sounded like a woman. He couldn't help but snort derisively. He thought Jiāng Mu was a total loser. In a gang fight, why would you call a woman? Was she planning to seduce them into submission? Su Rulan. Jiāng Mu didn't hide it. She said she's coming right over. We'll start the fight then. Who did you say? Zhang Liang froze. Ms. Su? Yes. Jiāng Mu nodded indifferently. Ha! Zhang Liang burst out laughing. Bro, you really think bragging doesn't cost you anything, huh? Blowing smoke about calling our Mr. Su? You're trying to make us laugh ourselves to death? Ha 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 ha. The guys behind Zhang Liang burst into raucous laughter too. I wasn't bragging. Jiāng Mu looked dead serious. I really was calling Su Rulan just now. Yeah, right. Though Jiāng Mu sounded sincere, Zhang Liang, who had been tricked multiple times, refused to believe him. Waving his hand dismissively, he scoffed, "You're just blowing smoke to get a kick out of it. Our CEO Su is the chief executive of Times Group, worth billions. How could she possibly know a country bumpkin like you? That's not necessarily true." Jiāng Mu grinned. What if she actually does know me? Enough already. Zhang Liang couldn't take it anymore. Cut the crap. Even cows deserve a happy life, you know? Oomph. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to explain further. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. She'll be here soon, and you'll find out for yourselves whether I'm telling the truth or not. Fine. Seeing Jiāng Mu getting carried away with his act, Zhang Liang smirked. Fine, I'll sit here and wait for her. But just so you know, if she doesn't show up, I'll beat the crap out of you. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Liang's gang of underlings burst into laughter once more. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with them. He leisurely sat back down in his seat, crossed his legs, and settled in to enjoy the moment. Tap tap tap. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. It was the distinctive click-clack of women's high heels. Upon hearing it, everyone instinctively turned to look behind them. The next second, Zhang Liang chuckled and pointed at a plump woman passing by, saying, "Don't tell me that's Su Rulan you called." Jiāng Mu shook his head with a smile. Nope. Don't worry, the Su Rulan I called, you'll definitely recognize. My ass. Zhang Liang snapped irritably, enough with the tough act. Guys, let's go. Beat the crap out of this punk. Clatter. In an instant, the crowd charged forward in unison. Jiāng Mu remained utterly unfazed. He remained sprawled on the sofa, not moving an inch. He knew Su Rulan would arrive any moment. But to Zhang Liang, this behavior took on a different meaning. He believed Jiāng Mu had resorted to this because he was out of options. This emboldened him further. He swung his fist, aiming it squarely at Jiāng Mu's face. Stop. Just as the fist was less than 2 centimeters from his face, a commanding voice boomed from the doorway. Simultaneously, a stunningly beautiful woman in a white suit, radiating overwhelming presence, strode in with confident steps. Her eyes blazed with an icy, murderous glare. One dared not meet her gaze. Su. President Su. Upon recognizing the visitor as none other than Su Rulan, the chief executive of Times Square, Zhang Liang went pale as a ghost, his legs buckling beneath him until he collapsed. The others paled visibly. They stood there with heads bowed and shoulders slumped, all traces of their earlier arrogance and audacity vanished. Mr. Wang was completely dumbfounded. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. He couldn't help but wonder who this unassuming cripple before him truly was. How could he even know their group's chief executive, Su Rulan? Thud. As soon as Su Rulan approached, she delivered a vicious kick to Zhang Liang. Then she roared angrily, "You bastard, Zhang Liang! Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you dare threaten our Era Group's major shareholder, Chairman Jiang? Are you tired of living?" Who? Chairman Jiang? At those words, Zhang Liang was so terrified he nearly wet himself. His entire body shook uncontrollably. The others were also terrified out of their wits. They stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe a single breath. As for that Mr. Wang, his face had turned green with fear. In his mind, he cursed the woman's ancestors 18 generations back, thinking she was damn well deserving of it. For egging him on to cause trouble for Chairman Jiang. He was convinced he'd be lucky to escape with his life. The other guests and restaurant staff were also startled. They'd assumed Jiāng Mu was at most a friend or classmate of Su Rulan. Little did they know he was the largest shareholder of Times Group, a billionaire tycoon in the flesh. How incredibly powerful. "I'm so sorry, Ms. Su." After the initial panic subsided, Zhang Liang quickly apologized. "I truly had no idea he was Chairman Jiang. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared." Oomph. Su Rulan gave a cold laugh. You wouldn't dare offend Chairman Jiāng, but you think you can get away with it with a customer? Fine, you're fired. Pack your things and get out. Times Group doesn't need a bully like you. And you lot. Su Rulan whipped her head around, her gaze sweeping over Zhang Liang's henchmen. All of you get out too. Boom. In an instant, everyone including Zhang Liang froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. Grumbles of resentment rose in waves. But intimidated by Su Rulan's formidable presence, not a single one dared to speak up in protest. They all slunk away, tails between their legs. Thud. Damn it all. Before leaving, Zhang Liang punched Wang Zong hard in the nose and snarled, all because of you, I lost my damn job. You just wait. Tonight, I'll make sure you pay for this. With that, Zhang Liang stormed off in a rage. Mr. Wang was left alone, clutching his nose and wailing on the floor. I'm sorry, Chairman Jiang. Su Rulan couldn't be bothered with a minor figure like Mr. Wang. She shot him a disdainful glance before turning back to bow deeply to Jiāng Mu. This incident is entirely my responsibility. I'm willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. Any? Yes. Su Rulan nodded firmly, her face set with resolve. Any punishment, even if you were to remove me from my position as CEO. No need for such trouble. Jiāng Mu waved his hand with a smile. Just call me husband. Put. The diners nearby, hearing this, spit out their food in shock, thinking to themselves, this Chairman Jiang, as soon as he sees a pretty woman, he makes her call him husband? How shameless. Chapter 24, Calling Me Husband. Mr. Jiang. Su Rulan froze, her lovely face brimming with disbelief. Are you certain you want me to call you, hubby? After uttering those two words, Su Rulan's face flushed crimson. The icy cold CEO persona she had been projecting suddenly softened, revealing a hint of feminine tenderness. She seemed even more beautiful. The men present felt their hearts stir. Were it not for their greater desire for Jiāng Mu's wealth, they wouldn't dare provoke her. They might have already drawn their swords, shouting, let go of that girl, let me handle it. Right. Jiāng Mu nodded solemnly. This is your punishment. Shameless. Those words weren't spoken by Su Rulan, but by Lěng Qīngyán. She glared at Jiāng Mu as if she could eat him alive, muttering, seeing a pretty woman and making her call you husband, how shameless. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Sounds like sour grapes to me. Want me to give you a chance to call me that too? You. Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face flushed red. She shot Jiāng Mu a disdainful glare. I don't need your chance, humph. What about you? Jiāng Mu turned back to Meng Meng. How about you? Want to? Meng Meng never dreamed she'd be involved in this. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she replied coyly, I guess I'll pass too. Thud. Seeing Meng Meng's flustered and nervous little expression, the men present all melted inside. A few of the more emotionally charged ones slammed their fists on the table, shouting angrily, how shameless. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, the rich really have it made. Just snag a girl and she'll call you husband? Wah. Well. Mr. Jiang. Seeing Jiāng Mu was serious, Su Rulan hesitated for a moment before saying, there are too many people here. Would it be okay to go to my office later? Of course. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile. But before we go, let's grab something to eat first. I'm starving. Sounds good. Su Rulan nodded eagerly. I'll have the chef prepare a few of our signature dishes for you right away. Tap tap tap. Just as Su Rulan turned to find the restaurant owner, the woman with the sprained ankle rushed in, casually asking Mr. Wang, who had just stopped his nosebleed, Brother Wang, I was only gone to use the restroom. How come everyone left already? Has that cripple paid us yet? Let me see how much he owes us. Smack. Mr. Wang, who'd been looking for an outlet for his frustration, didn't hesitate to slap the woman across the face the moment he saw her. The woman stumbled back, stunned. Covering her face, she stared at Wang in disbelief, her expression filled with confusion. Brother Wang, why did you hit me? Hit you? Mr. Wang laughed. You're exactly who I hit. After that, he kicked her several times with all his might. Only when he felt considerably better did he turn and walk away. What the hell? Beaten for no reason, the girl with the sprained ankle was furious enough to go mad. She unleashed a torrent of curses at Wang's retreating back, but he paid her no mind whatsoever. Fuming with rage, the injured woman vented all her fury on Jiāng Mu instead. You crippled bastard. What the hell did you slip him? Some kind of hallucinogen? Why did he beat me? Want to know? Jiāng Mu smirked. Because I had your boss, Mr. Su, fire him. Fired? The girl stumbled back in shock before bursting into laughter. Cut the crap. Our CEO Su is a billionaire beauty. How could she possibly know some dead cripple like you? If you're gonna brag, at least make it believable, okay? 3 shots. Tap tap tap. Just then, Su Rulan returned. The girl with the sprained ankle rushed over. Miss Su, this guy Sanpao insists he knows you. Isn't that ridiculous? Is that so? Su Rulan gave a cold smile. Well, what if I told you he not only knows me, but he's also the chairman Jiāng who just acquired 21% of our group's shares a few days ago? Would you still find it ridiculous? Boom. The girl with the sprained ankle froze. This seemingly ordinary, limping teenager of 18 or 19 was actually the mysterious tycoon who had acquired the group's shares just days ago? Good heavens! Had she just lost her mind? She'd actually rejected a billionaire's advances and even cursed him as a bastard? At that moment, the girl with the sprained ankle regretted it so much she could have kicked herself. She felt like she'd just blown her one chance to marry into wealth and rise to the top. Little did she know, it was all just an illusion. After dinner, led by Su Rulan, the group arrived at her office. Chairman Jiāng, please have a seat. Su Rulan slowly pulled out the chair that belonged to her from under the desk, making a gesture of invitation with utmost respect. All right. Jiāng Mu didn't hesitate, sitting down directly and declaring bluntly, let's begin. Certainly. Su Rulan nodded, turned on the projector, and said earnestly, Mr. Jiāng, please look at the screen. This is our Times group. Stop. Jiāng Mu waved his hand, interrupting, that's not what I meant. I said husband. Ha? Su Rulan froze. She had assumed Jiāng Mu was just joking, and after a meal, he'd forgotten all about it. But to her surprise, he remembered it clearly and seemed so eager about it. This left Su Rulan feeling genuinely embarrassed, a faint blush spreading across her lovely face. Oh. Jiāng Mu noticed her discomfort inside. If you're too embarrassed to call me, then forget it. I won't make you feel awkward. No. Su Rulan stubbornly shook her head. Since you said it's punishment for my negligence, I must see it through. With that, Su Rulan gritted her teeth and mustered every ounce of strength to force out two words. Husband. Swish. The moment those two words escaped her lips, Su Rulan's lovely face flushed crimson, as red as a boiled crab. She was so mortified she wished she could sink into a crack in the ground. It couldn't be helped. From childhood onward, Su Rulan had always been a strong, independent woman, an ice queen type, a domineering beauty CEO, and she had never been in a relationship. So suddenly being asked to utter such sweet nothings, words only girlish girls would say. It would be strange if she didn't feel embarrassed and ashamed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Task 2, Phase 1. Current task progress, 3-1. Yes. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiāng Mu nearly leapt out of his chair with excitement. He thought to himself, just as he'd suspected, this Su Rulan really was a genuine 90-point beauty. Mr. Jiāng. After a moment of shyness, Su Rulan asked Jiāng Mu, Are you satisfied with my performance just now? Satisfied? Very satisfied. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile, rubbing his chin. But I have another favor to ask. Could you find a few female employees with looks comparable to yours and have them call me husband too? Chapter 25, Deceived by a Fake Third Update. What? Su Rulan was stunned. Lěng Qīngyán and Meng were also stunned. They thought, could this Jiāng Mu have some kind of peculiar fetish? Making her call him husband was bad enough, but now he wanted to bring in a few more to join in? Are rich people these days all this twisted? What's wrong? Jiāng Mu noticed Su Rulan standing there frozen and asked suspiciously, are you worried they won't agree? Here's what we'll do. Jiāng Mu continued, tell them whoever's willing to call me that once, I'll give her 10,000 yuan. At the moment, Jiāng Mu still had over 9 million yuan in his account balance. Money was the least of his concerns. So splurging a few tens of thousands was no big deal for him. What mattered was opening the lucky bag quickly. After all, what was inside those lucky bags was far more valuable than money. You're insane. Lěng Qīngyán shot Jiāng Mu a withering glare, her face brimming with indignation. Do you really think having money gives you free rein to do whatever you want? Jiāng Mu chuckled, quoting a line from a movie he'd once seen, sorry, but having money really does let you do whatever you want. You? Lěng Qīngyán was furious. She stomped her foot and turned to walk away. Jiāng Mu didn't chase after her. Because he wasn't her boyfriend, nor was he pursuing her. There was no need to act like a sycophant, scrambling over to apologize the moment Lěng Qīngyán got upset. At the same time, Jiāng Mu also wanted to take this opportunity to help Lěng Qīngyán overcome her tendency to throw petty tantrums. Can I call too? After Lěng Qīngyán left, Meng timidly raised her hand and asked Jiāng Mu. Of course. Jiāng Mu grinned. Call me and I'll give you 10,001. The extra dollar is my tip for you. Meng was speechless. You're so stingy. Who tips just 1 yuan? True. Jiāng Mu nodded. Then I won't tip a single dollar either. Meng. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have said anything. $1 could buy a lollipop. A few minutes later, Su Rulan's office was filled with over 20 stunning women. They wore matching white blouses and pencil skirts, their long, straight legs truly eye-catching. Jiāng Mu stared wide-eyed, inwardly marveling at how good the life of the wealthy must be. Even the beauties were lined up in rows, waiting for him to choose. Chairman Jiāng, these are the most attractive employees in our entire company. Su Rulan stood before the group of beauties and addressed Jiāng Mu. Are you satisfied with your selection? Jiāng Mu nodded and began examining them one by one from left to right. Finally, he selected the 2 most beautiful from the 20 beauties to stay. Ms. Su, give each of the others a 500 yuan bonus, don't let them come for nothing. Understood. Su Rulan nodded and led the 18 unsuccessful candidates away. Alright, you may begin now. After the others had left, Jiāng Mu leaned back in a tactical stance and swept his gaze over the 3 beauties before him. Husband. 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 Being called husband one after another by 3 stunning beauties felt absolutely incredible. Jiāng Mu was so thrilled he felt like he was floating on air. He thought to himself, damn it, no wonder King Zhou refused to attend morning court sessions. With 3 beauties this stunning clinging to you, who wouldn't want to skip work? Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing task 2, phase 2. Current task progress, 3-2. No way? Jiāng Mu was speechless. The 3 beauties before him were each stunningly gorgeous. Yet only one scored 90 points? Is this system blind? Thinking this, Su Fei mentally shouted at the system, System, I refuse to accept this. These 3 girls are clearly equally beautiful. Why count only one? Ding. System detection confirms beauty scores from left to right, 91, 89, 58. Therefore, only one counts. 58? Jiāng Mu froze. He glanced up at the last girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Yang Mi. He realized this girl's look should clearly be the highest among the 3. Ding dong. System detection confirms the 3rd lady has undergone multiple cosmetic surgeries. Jiāng Mu. So after all that, he'd been duped by a fake. Enough. Jiāng Mu waved his hand impatiently. Everyone except Meng Meng, get out. Yes, sir. Seeing Jiāng Mu lose his temper, the 2 beauties dared not linger and turned to leave. Wait. As they neared the door, Jiāng Mu caught sight of the 2nd beauty's long, straight legs and a sudden thought struck him. What if he tried to cheat? Could he pull it off? The thought struck him, and he hurriedly called out to the 2nd beauty, You. Stay a moment longer. Oh. The girl nodded awkwardly before turning back. Mr. Jiang. The plastic surgery girl didn't know why Jiāng Mu had suddenly changed his mind. But she knew that staying meant one more chance to transform from an ordinary girl into a princess. So she didn't want to leave either. Turning to Jiāng Mu, she said, How about I stay too? I'm prettier than her, and I know more positions, I'm better at it. As she spoke, the plastic surgery girl raised her slightly stiff eyebrows. Jiāng Mu felt his hair stand on end. He waved his hands frantically. Enough. Just get out of here. Seeing you makes me feel annoyed. Why? The plastic surgery girl was dumbfounded, her face full of confusion. Mr. Jiang, I'm busty in front, curvy in back, and I can moan. I'm definitely better than that silent, dull thing she is. Why keep her and not me? Because I don't like implants and silicone. Jiāng Mu snapped, Get out of here before I lose my temper. No, I won't leave. The plastic surgery girl had finally found a chance to climb the social ladder. She wasn't about to give it up so easily. She persisted shamelessly, Mr. Jiang, trust me, I'll make you feel incredibly comfortable. And I've never had plastic surgery, my co-workers all know that. Is that so? Jiāng Mu laughed. Qīngyán Cosmetic Hospital is also my business. Shall I take you there right now for verification? At that remark, the plastic surgery woman immediately backed down, slinking out of the office. What's your name? Jiāng Mu didn't dwell on the earlier incident. He turned to the girl who remained and asked. Lin Xiaoyu. This was the first time in her life that Lin Xiaoyu had interacted with someone as wealthy and influential as Jiāng Mu. She was so nervous she could barely stand it. Her hands kept twisting the hem of her shirt, her flustered little face filled with fear. From a distance, she looked utterly adorable. There's no need to be nervous. Jiāng Mu gave a slight smile. I don't eat people. Oh, okay. Jiāng Mu nodded. Come with me. I'll take you to buy some clothes. Meng Meng can come too. With that, Jiāng Mu led the way. Chapter 26, Living Off Someone Else's Money. 4th update. System detection indicates Lin Xiaoyu's visual appeal is rated at 89 points. She was just 1 point shy of qualifying. Therefore, Jiāng Mu planned to use clothing and makeup to enhance Lin Xiaoyu's appearance. As for whether this cheating tactic would succeed, only time would tell. Mr. Jiang. On the way, Lin Xiaoyu gathered her courage and called out to Jiāng Mu, her face tense. I'm just your employee. Why are you buying me clothes? No reason. Jiāng Mu naturally wouldn't admit he was buying them to complete a task. He casually brushed it off. I just think you're quite pretty and wanted to dress you up. Ha! Lin Xiaoyu panicked. Before graduating, she'd often heard from older female classmates who'd already entered the workforce that society was a very dark place. Many wealthy bosses, taking advantage of their position, frequently sexually harassed them. They even forced them to entertain other bosses with drinks and sleep with them. Could it be? At this thought, Lin Xiaoyu's expression hardened. Mr. Jiāng. Chairman Jiāng, you wouldn't be asking me to accompany you to bars, would you? If that's the case, I'd rather resign than do it. Ha! Jiāng Mu chuckled at Lin Xiaoyu's remark, waving his hand dismissively. What nonsense are you thinking? I don't need to entertain clients for business deals, why would I ask you to accompany them? Then you want to sexually harass me? Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed as she said, if that's the case, I'd rather quit too. Right. Jiāng Mu was speechless. What's wrong with girls these days? Why does every single one of them assume that just because he's a guy, he must be interested in her? Listen up. Jiāng Mu exhaled deeply, calming himself before saying, with someone like you, I'd be grateful if you didn't sexually harass me, okay? Oh. Despite being snapped at, Lin Xiaoyu felt strangely happy. The heavy weight on her heart finally lifted. Meng. After clearing up Lin Xiaoyu's confusion, Jiāng Mu turned to Meng and asked, I'm not too familiar with the brands here. Could you help me pick one out? See which one's good. Sure. Meng nodded and pointed to a Gucci boutique nearby. That one. Their clothes have a distinctive style and look great when worn. Alright. Jiāng Mu didn't care much, it wasn't like he was the one wearing them anyway. Hello, welcome to Gucci. As soon as they entered the store, a female sales associate greeted them with a smile. May I ask if you're here for men's or women's clothing? Jiāng Mu pointed at Lin Xiaoyu. For her. Help her pick out a few pieces that suit her. Certainly. The saleswoman nodded and said to Lin Xiaoyu, Ma'am, please follow me. Oh, sure. This was the first time in her life that Lin Xiaoyu had stepped into such an upscale boutique, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Even when picking up clothes, she handled them with extreme care. As if she might accidentally damage the garments. From a distance, she looked absolutely adorable. Want to pick out a few pieces too? Jiāng Mu turned to Meng and said, considerate payment for your advice. Really? Meng's face lit up with excitement. Then can I go to another store and buy a few Lolita dresses? Sure. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile. But only after she's finished shopping. Yay! Meng couldn't stop grinning. The next second, she wrapped her arms around Jiāng Mu's arm and rubbed against him. Big bro, you're so good to me. I love you to bits. Stop it. Jiāng Mu quickly pulled his arm away. We're in public. Stop acting like you're dancing with a bear. What kind of spectacle is this? Meng. Is there a bear in this world as pretty and adorable as me? Tap. Just then, a man and a woman walked toward them. The man looked about 22 or 23, with a face somewhat resembling a popular young heartthrob, quite handsome. The woman, however, was a sight to behold. A huge belly, a barrel waist with every step she took, thump, it felt like she could crush the ground at any moment. Jiāng Mu was utterly horrified by the sight. Meng was so shocked her features seemed to shrink together. She thought to herself, what kind of bizarre duo came down from which mountain? Slam! The moment the woman stepped into the store, she slammed her bank card on the counter with a flourish. Honey, pick out any clothes you like here, I'll buy them all for you. Honey! The handsome young man shook his head. I know you're wealthy, but I don't want people to call me a freeloader. I can't accept it. I know. The woman nodded, gently caressing the handsome young man's cheek. Sis just wants to give you a birthday present. That doesn't count as freeloading. Then just one item. The handsome young man said sternly, otherwise, I'm going home right now. Fine. The woman smiled faintly. Whatever you say. Put. Hearing this, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but burst out laughing. He thought to himself, is this what they call living off someone else's money? How utterly ridiculous. Mr. Jiāng, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Who you? Lin Xiaoyu froze mid-sentence, staring at the handsome young man who just walked in. What are you doing here? She asked, utterly stunned. The handsome young man's expression visibly flustered when he recognized the voice as Lin Xiaoyu's, but he quickly regained his composure, flashing a grin. Hey, cousin. What a coincidence. Didn't he expect you'd be shopping here too? After saying this, Wu turned back to the plump woman and said, honey, this is my cousin. Go ahead and pick something out. I'll just chat with her for a sec. Sure. The plump woman didn't suspect Wu at all. She smiled and nodded. Then hurry up with your chat. We still need to go eat soon. Wu gave a slight nod before striding over to Lin Xiaoyu. He pulled her outside the store and demanded in a cold tone, didn't you say you were at work? Why are you here picking out clothes? I am working. Lin Xiaoyu explained, it's our Jiāng. Enough. Before Lin Xiaoyu could finish, Wu cut her off. I've got things to do. I'm leaving. Wait. Lin Xiaoyu grabbed Wu's wrist and pointed at the plump woman, asking, who is she? A client, that's who. Wu explained impatiently, you know I'm interning at Yunchuan Winery right now. She's one of my major clients. Then why am I your cousin? Lin Xiaoyu wasn't some naive little girl. She wasn't about to swallow Wu's nonsense. Her voice choked with emotion as she demanded, Wu, are you cheating on me? As she spoke, 2 clear tears slid down her cheeks. Her tear-streaked face looked truly heartbreaking. Cheating? What are you talking about? Hu snapped impatiently. She really is just my client. Then I'll ask her myself. Lin Xiaoyu retorted stubbornly, is she or isn't she your client? Saying this, Lin Xiaoyu started walking toward the plump woman's seat. Seeing this, Hu lost his temper. He slapped Lin Xiaoyu across the face and cursed, damn it. Are you never going to stop? Chapter 27, Losing One's Soul. Fine. Hu frowned, pointing at Lin Xiaoyu. You wanted the truth? I'll tell you. She's my client. You're my client. Got it now? Boom. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. She never dreamed that the boyfriend she'd been dating for a full year. It's actually a duck. This truth is actually so absurd it's laughable. Damn it, why are you crying? Hu was beyond annoyed. He glanced back at the plump woman who was still staring at him and promptly slapped Lin Xiaoyu again. Then, backing away, he shouted, cousin, I told you not to gamble. It'll kill you. Why did you come asking me for money to gamble again? Hey, just go. Don't ever come asking me for money again. I absolutely won't lend you any. Darling, you're absolutely right. The plump woman hurried over to Hu's side and chimed in, lending money to someone this addicted to gambling is just harming her. Let's go. Watching this scene unfold, Jiāng Mu was laughing so hard his sides were aching. He thought to himself, did these people just reenact a scene from Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy? How utterly ridiculous. But to be fair, witnessing this in real life was far more impactful than anything in a movie. Especially when Hu slapped Lin Xiaoyu twice, leaving her pretty face flushed red. Jiāng Mu was furious. If it weren't for wanting to see this play through to the end, he would have already smacked Hu so hard he'd knock the wax out of his ears. Stop right there. Just as Hu grabbed the plump woman, preparing to make a hasty escape, Jiāng Mu took 3 steps in 2 strides, blocking their path. He gave a cold smile. You think you can beat someone up and just run off? The world doesn't work that way, does it? Hu was already irritated beyond measure from the earlier incident. Seeing Jiāng Mu block his path, he instantly flew into a rage, cursing, what the hell do you care if I hit my cousin? Get the hell out of my way. Is that so? Jiāng Mu smiled. Then how come I, as her brother, have never heard my sister mention she has a brother like you? Brother? Hu froze. Wasn't Lin Xiaoyu an only child? How did an older brother suddenly appear out of nowhere? Speak up. Jiāng Mu didn't give Hu a chance to react, his face cold as he demanded, what are you going to do about hitting my sister? You. Hu frowned, snapping back irritably, I dated her for a whole year and never once heard her mention any brother. Stop bolting me and get the hell out of here. You little brat. Before Jiāng Mu could respond, the plump woman beside Hu erupted first, her face hardening as she demanded, didn't you tell me you'd never been in a relationship? How come you've been dating that woman for a whole year? Well. Hu finally realized he'd let something slip. He stammered, I misspoke. She was the one who clung to me for a year. I didn't do a damn thing. You're lying. Lin Xiaoyu wiped the tears from her face, her voice choked with emotion. It was you who clung to me for a whole year. If it weren't for how sincere you seemed, I never would have agreed to be with you. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Hu snapped. This plump woman before him was a big cat she'd worked hard to reel in. If Lin Xiaoyu scared her away, all his disgusting, dog-like groveling would have been for nothing. Honey, don't believe a word she says. How could I? Smack. The plump woman ignored Hu's explanation entirely, slapping him hard across the face. She cursed furiously, well done. Trying to pull that scam on me? You just wait, I'll make sure you pay for this. With that, the plump woman flicked her hair and turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, she seemed unsatisfied. She turned back and landed several punches to Hu's stomach. Only when she had beaten him to his knees, unable to stand upright, did she finally leave with a satisfied look. Lin Xiaoyu. After the fat woman left, Hu, kneeling on the ground, glared at Lin Xiaoyu with eyes bulging with rage. He spat out each word slowly, blocking someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. You smashed my bread and butter. I'll kill you. With that, Hu charged at Lin Xiaoyu like a rabid dog. His bloodshot eyes burned with vicious intent. Terrified, Lin Xiaoyu spun and fled. Thud. Just as Hu closed to within a meter of Lin Xiaoyu, a mischievous little foot slipped silently across his path. Completely unaware, Hu stumbled and lost his balance. He flew through the air with a whoosh. He took a hard tumble, smashing his face into the dirt. 2 front teeth snapped clean off. The pain made him clutch his mouth and roll around on the ground. Tears streamed down his face. And the instigator of all this? None other than Jiāng Mu. He strolled over to Hu, smirking mockingly. Bro, how come you don't watch where you're walking? Look at that, you chipped your teeth. Must hurt like hell, huh? You're kidding. Hu was so frustrated he could barely contain himself. Covering his mouth with tears welling up, he shouted, you broke your tooth. Tell me that doesn't hurt. And you blame me for not watching where I was going? Don't think I don't know you tripped me on purpose. Oh, so you knew. Jiāng Mu chuckled. I thought you were too dumb to notice. Who you was speechless. He'd expected Jiāng Mu to make excuses, like claiming he hadn't tripped him. But to his surprise, Jiāng Mu admitted it outright. How shameless could he be? You wait. All of you, just you wait. Though furious, Wu Yu wasn't a pushover. Knowing he couldn't beat Jiāng Mu, he spat out a threat and fled like a scared rabbit. Let's go. After Hu Yu left, Jiāng Mu patted Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder reassuringly. Let's keep picking out clothes. No need to dwell on scumbags like that. Okay. Though Lin Xiaoyu agreed, her heart still ached deeply. After all, this was her first time experiencing something like this. How could she just let it go so easily? Half an hour later. Lin Xiaoyu, dressed up meticulously, stood before Jiāng Mu with a coy expression and asked softly, Mr. Jiang. Do you think it's okay? You look amazing. You're practically a top-tier movie star right now. Lin Xiaoyu had removed her thick black glasses and now wore a brown fisherman's hat. She wore a light peach-colored chiffon gown. From afar, she resembled the lead actress in a youthful, heartache-inducing drama straight out of a movie utterly beautiful. Except, those long, straight legs seemed to be missing something. Right, stockings. Without stockings, wouldn't she be missing her soul? With that thought, Jiāng Mu decisively picked up a pair of nude stockings nearby and handed them over. Put these on too. Oh, okay. Lin Xiaoyu nodded obediently, unwrapped the stockings, and slowly slipped them onto her legs. Her already fair, slender, and long legs became even more alluring under the stockings. Jiāng Mu stared, his eyes going wide, and he swallowed hard. He thought to himself, damn, no wonder men love stockings. They're seriously that amazing. System, check Lin Xiaoyu's looks again. Ding. Scan complete. Beauty score, 92. Chapter 28, Unlocking the Hidden Lucky Bag. Yes. Jiāng Mu shouted excitedly, jumping up and down in excitement. He left Lin Xiaoyu and Meng Meng beside him utterly bewildered. This guy must be sick. It's just a pair of stockings, is it really worth getting this worked up over? Ahem. Feeling the two pairs of burning, strange gazes, Jiāng Mu quickly suppressed his urge to dance. He cleared his throat and said, Lin Xiaoyu, quick. Call me husband again. Lin Xiaoyu hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to be so bold. Daring to say such things in public, her pretty face flushed crimson as she whispered, Mr. Jiang, there are too many people here. Could we wait until we're back in the office? Jiāng Mu knew Lin Xiaoyu was easily embarrassed and didn't press her further. He nodded. Alright, let's head back then. A few minutes later. The group hurried back to Su Ruolan's office. Chairman Jiang. Su Ruolan rose immediately upon seeing Jiāng Mu and greeted him respectfully. Sit down. No need to fuss over me. Jiāng Mu waved dismissively, then sat down on the nearby sofa. He turned to Lin Xiaoyu and asked, should this be sufficient now? Lin Xiaoyu gave a coy nod before gathering her courage to call out, husband. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 2, Phase 3. Task rewards have been distributed. Yes. Upon hearing the long-awaited notification sound, Jiāng Mu clenched his fists in excitement. He kept shouting yes over and over, feeling happier than if he'd won 5 million in the lottery. The girls watching him were utterly bewildered. They thought to themselves, rich people are truly strange, first getting excited over stockings, now getting excited over calling someone husband. They couldn't fathom how their minds worked. Ahem. Realizing he'd lost his composure again, Jiāng Mu cleared his throat awkwardly and waved at Lin Xiaoyu. Alright, you can go now. I'll have Mr. Su transfer the money to you later. Alright. Thank you, Chairman Jiang. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and bowed before turning to leave the office. Jiāng Mu couldn't wait to start examining the hidden lucky bag he'd just received. But before officially opening it, he asked Su Ruolan to find an empty office. Otherwise, his excited state was far too likely to cause misunderstandings. Open the lucky bag. Whoosh. A burst of dazzling black light filled the air. 5 items appeared on the desk. Jiāng Mu examined them from left to right. The first was a Lamborghini purchase contract. Model, Reventon. Order date, July 10th. Pickup date, August 10th. Address, 6787 Silicon Valley Avenue, Linhai City Lamborghini Dealership. Jiāng Mu didn't know much about cars. So he looked it up online. To his surprise, the car turned out to be a limited edition sports car with significant collectible value. And the price tag was no joke, 15 million yuan. That's enough to buy a 200 square meter flat within Linhai's second ring road. Holy cow! If the first item is this good, what about the rest? Jiāng Mu quickly set down the purchase contract and turned his attention to the second item. The second item was a miniature lucky bag printed with the character for fortune. Opening it revealed a pile of fragments roughly over a dozen pieces. Jiāng Mu dumped them all out at once, then sorted them by color. In the end, there were 5 green ones. 5 blue fragments read, English Conversation 3-3, Advanced Math 4-2, and Master Level Painting Skills 5-2. The gold ones were the rarest, only 2 in total. They read, 5-story super luxury yacht A2. Jiāng Mu knew little about cars, let alone yachts. But considering the price, it must be far more expensive than that Lamborghini Reventon. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have only given him fragments. He didn't dwell on it further. After using the 2 synthesized cards champion-level driving skills and English speaking, he moved on to examine the third item. The third item was also a fragment, but this one was colorful. It read, 2 nanometers lithography machine blueprint 3-1. Upon seeing this, Jiāng Mu froze. As far as he knew, the world's most advanced EUV lithography machines currently only achieved a precision of 5 nanometers. Yet the system had given him blueprints for a 2 nanometers lithography machine. This was nothing short of defying the laws of nature. Just imagine, if Jiāng Mu obtained these blueprints and successfully manufactured the machine. Then Longwa's scientific and technological prowess would undoubtedly lead the world. At that point, EUV lithography machines and 5 nanometers precision would all be pushed aside. The Dragon Nation would never again have to bow to others or import chips from abroad. Jiāng Mu would become a national hero, revered by millions and worshipped by thousands. Tisk. Jiāng Mu grew more and more excited, more and more thrilled with each passing thought. He immediately retrieved the universal fragments from his mission rewards, preparing to complete the remaining 2 fragments. Ding! Friendly reminder, the universal fragment can only substitute for green, blue, or gold fragments. It cannot substitute for colored fragments. Damn it! Jiāng Mu was speechless. I was all set to be a national hero. And now you tell me it won't work? This is ridiculous. Ha! Seeing his plan fall through, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly and stowed the colored shards into his system backpack. He continued looking down. As for those 2 nanometers lithography machine blueprints, he'd just have to wait for future missions to unlock them gradually. The fourth item was a business card. It read, Sun Jun, chairman of Yuchuan Winery, phone 159XXX. Seeing this, Jiāng Mu furrowed his brow. He felt like he'd heard of this Yuchuan Winery somewhere before. The next second, it hit him. Wasn't this the very winery where Huyu, that scumbag boyfriend of Lin Xiaoyu's, worked? With that thought, Jiāng Mu picked up the phone and dialed the number. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Sun Jun? A woman's voice answered. No, I'm her daughter, Sun Yucheng. My father passed away a week ago. You must be Mr. Jiang, right? That's correct. Jiāng Mu nodded and apologized. My condolences. I didn't know your father had passed away. Please accept my deepest sympathies. It doesn't matter. The woman forced a light-hearted laugh. We weren't close anyway. His death doesn't sadden me much. But that's beside the point. The woman continued, you called about the legal representative change, right? All the paperwork is done. Just come by whenever you have time to pick it up. It's sitting in the office. Oh, great. Jiāng Mu hadn't expected that this time the system hadn't given him shares, but an entire winery. His excitement made his breathing grow slightly ragged. After a long moment, he finally calmed down. Oh, right, isn't there an employee at the winery named Hu Tian? I'm not sure about that either. Hold on, I'll have my sister come over to take this call. After he finished speaking, a flurry of rustling noises came from the other end. Moments later, another woman's voice came through the line. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Sun Yulan, the current president of the winery. May I ask which department the Hu Tian you mentioned works in? He should be in the sales department. Alright, let me check. Alright. Go ahead. If this person exists, fire him on the spot. Chapter 29, Trouble Arose. Third update. Although Jiāng Mu had only met Lin Xiaoyu once. But this girl was so sweet and quiet, not very talkative. Jiāng Mu couldn't bear to see such a girl bullied by a scumbag. So he resolved to help Lin Xiaoyu teach him a lesson. After all, it was just a matter of a few words for him. Alright. After a long pause on the other end, the voice replied, Mr. Jiang, are you referring to Huyu, the 24-year-old who just graduated from university? Yes, that's him. Understood. Sun Yulan wasn't foolish enough to ask what conflict existed between them. She simply nodded and said, I'll take care of it immediately. Also, Mr. Jiang, when would be a convenient time for you to come over? There are several documents here that require your review. Jiāng Mu thought for a moment. There was still a mountain of work waiting to be handled here, and finishing it would likely take until tomorrow at the earliest. He replied, tomorrow. I'll make time to stop by tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow then. After hanging up, Jiāng Mu continued his inspection. The last item was a massive parchment scroll. It was roughly twice the size of the scrolls from previous missions. Jiāng Mu couldn't help but wonder if the difficulty of this mission might also be twice as hard as the previous one. Swish. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've triggered a phased mission. Quest requirements: escort 9 women scoring 90 points back home and be invited upstairs by them. Note, this is a phased quest. Successfully escorting 3 beauties home grants a phase reward. Time limit, 3 years. Upon expiration, the task will automatically vanish. Stage reward, a hidden, multicolored black lucky bag containing enhanced running ability. Stage 2, 2 hidden multicolored black lucky bags, physical fitness enhancement. Stage 3, 1 hidden multicolored white lucky bag, 1 super universal fragment. And a private island. Mission failure, system shutdown for 10 years. Countdown, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Upon hearing that the mission rewards included a private island, Jiāng Mu jumped up in excitement. But the next second, his spirits deflated. A private island was great, but this mission was ridiculously difficult. Not only were women scoring 90 points or above hard to find, but there was an additional condition: they had to be the ones to invite him over. That requirement was nothing short of impossible. Ah, forget it. Jiāng Mu sighed and muttered to himself, I've got 3 whole years, so no rush. Knock knock knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Su Rulin rushed in, her face flushed with panic. It's bad, Chairman Jiang. The girl who came with you is in trouble. What? Jiāng Mu sprang to his feet and urgently demanded, what happened? I don't know the details, but the security guard said she got into a fight with someone on the first floor. Take me there immediately. Right away. The three moved swiftly and soon reached the first floor lobby. The place was packed with people, a sea of heads, easily numbering in the hundreds. The chatter was deafening, making one's head ache. The girl who came with you is inside. Su Rulin gave a quick explanation before leading Jiāng Mu and Meng Meng toward the center of the crowd. But the crowd was simply too dense. It took them a full 5 or 6 minutes to push their way to the center. Smack! The moment they entered, Jiāng Mu saw a broad-shouldered, sturdy woman delivering one slap after another to Lěng Qīngyán's small face. Meanwhile, a woman in green stood beside her, relentlessly pulling at Lěng Qīngyán's clothes. Cold Qīngyán's face was streaked with tears as she struggled desperately. Rip! At that moment, the short-sleeved top on Lěng Qīngyán's body was torn to shreds by the woman in green. Large patches of pale skin were instantly exposed. The crowd gasped in shock. But their first reaction wasn't to help Lěng Qīngyán stop the assault, nor was it to turn away like gentlemen. Instead, they reached for their phones to take pictures. Their ugly, disgusting faces were revolting. Enraged, Jiāng Mu swatted a man's phone away with one hand while bellowing, "Stop taking pictures. And you too, stop this right now." Jiāng Mu's roar drained him of nearly all his strength. Amplified by the echoing hall, it reverberated deafeningly. It instantly drew everyone's attention. But this crowd only froze for a second before resuming their filming. Some even started live streaming, shouting in muffled voices, "Hey, everyone in the live stream! Look quick!" The famous internet celebrity and national sweetheart, Lěng Qīngyán, seems to have been caught cheating by her husband's wife. Look at her. Her clothes are torn off, and she's beaten like this. Others posted updates on their social media feeds. The accompanying captions were utterly absurd. Jiāng Mu was so furious he wanted to smash every single one of their phones. But he knew controlling one person was easy, controlling a mob was impossible. So he had to swallow his anger for now and focus on dealing with these two attackers. Give me your clothes. Right. Taking Su Rulin's suit jacket, Jiāng Mu walked step by step to Lěng Qīngyán's side. Without glancing at the two women, he draped the jacket over her shoulders. Covering her sudden exposure, he murmured softly, "It's okay, I'm here. Don't be scared, okay? The moment she saw Jiāng Mu, Lěng Qīngyán, who had been gritting her teeth and holding on, completely broke down. Like a child, she threw herself into Jiāng Mu's arms and began sobbing uncontrollably. It tugged at Jiāng Mu's heartstrings. "You little punk, who the hell are you?" The plump woman pointed at Jiāng Mu, who had suddenly appeared, and snapped irritably, "Let me tell you, this has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll beat the crap out of you too." "Sis." The woman in green chimed in from the side, "Why waste your breath on him? If you ask me, we should just take him down together. We've got the numbers on him anyway." Clatter. No sooner had the green-clad woman finished speaking than two more women burst from the crowd, hauling a middle-aged bald man behind them. Their fierce expressions made it clear they weren't here to play nice. "Meng Meng, take care of your sister Qīngyán." Jiāng Mu gave Meng Meng a quick reminder before rising to his feet. His tone remained calm as he stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jiāng Mu, a friend of Lěng Qīngyán. May I ask why you're attacking her?" The girl in green stuck out her neck and shouted, "Because because she deserves it." "Right." The two women who had just emerged chimed in, "She's got that Thai vibe all over her. Who knows how many men she's seduced behind closed doors? A whore like that, if we don't beat her, why should we keep her around?" "Stop. Stop. Stop." Jiāng Mu was speechless. "Are you guys brain dead or just plain confused? I asked why you beat her, not what you think of her. Can't you understand Mandarin? Chapter 30. It sounds pretty loud, doesn't it? Fourth update. Who the hell are you calling a?" The green-clad woman, hearing Jiāng Mu curse at her, instantly grew displeased. She raised her hand to slap Jiāng Mu across the face. But before her hand could land, another hand struck her face first. The slaps rang out sharply. The blows made her see stars. The one responsible for all this was none other than Su Rulin, who had been by Jiāng Mu's side the entire time. Her eyes narrowed in fury as she glared at the green-clad woman, her words deliberate and sharp. Listen to me. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't you dare touch my boss's face with those filthy hands of yours. Or else, I won't let you off the hook. As the executive president of Times Group, Su Rulin radiated an overwhelming aura of authority. A single glare was enough to silence the green-clad woman. She silently retreated to the back. Can you speak now? Jiāng Mu swept a cold gaze over the people before him and barked. She seduced my husband. The plump woman spoke up, pointing her finger at the balding middle-aged man with a lipstick smudge on her face. And this is the proof. I didn't. Lěng Qīngyán retorted, her voice trembling with tears. It was your husband who harassed me. When did I ever seduce him? Well, it must be because you look like a... The plump woman argued unreasonably, or you were flirting with my husband. Otherwise, why would he single you out to harass among all the women in this hall? And besides, the plump woman continued, you say my husband harassed you, but what about this lipstick mark? If you didn't consent, how could it be so perfectly intact? That's not my lipstick mark at all. Lěng Qīngyán retorted with a pout, I wore rose red today, it's nothing like that color. Just because you say it's different doesn't make it so. The plump woman scoffed. Come on, everyone, take a look. How exactly is this lipstick color different? Everyone shook their heads, unable to tell the difference. Jiāng Mu glanced over and realized there really wasn't much difference. But he believed Lěng Qīngyán would never flirt with a balding man in his 30s. Unless she'd lost her mind. It's fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand, cutting off the plump woman. This mall has surveillance. Just pull up the footage and we'll see what happened. Check the surveillance? Check the surveillance. The moment she heard about the footage, the woman in green perked right back up, chattering away, but the evidence is right here. That woman reeks of seduction, she must have seduced my brother-in-law. Smack. This time, it wasn't Su Rulin who acted, it was Jiāng Mu. He slapped the green-clad woman across the face, his words deliberate and sharp. I warn you, if you dare utter another word of this nonsense, I'll tear your mouth right off. You? The green-clad woman glared defiantly at Jiāng Mu. In the end, she chose to shut up. Qīngyán, where exactly did he harass you? Jiāng Mu turned to ask Lěng Qīngyán. Lěng Qīngyán recalled, at the entrance to the women's restroom on the 3rd floor. I was washing my hands when he lunged at me. Got it. Jiāng Mu turned back to Su Rulin and said, have the security office copy the surveillance footage from near the 3rd floor women's restroom for the past hour and send it to my phone. Got it. Su Rulin nodded slightly. I'll take care of it right away. After Su Rulin left, Jiāng Mu turned to the women and said, just wait. The truth will come out soon enough. Got it. The plump woman stiffened her neck and nodded. I'll see today exactly how this vixen seduced my husband. Sis. Seeing everyone was serious about checking the surveillance footage, the woman in green suddenly paled. Clutching her stomach, she said to the plump woman, my stomach suddenly feels a bit off. I'll head back first, okay? What's wrong? The plump woman, oblivious to the change in the green-clad woman's expression, asked with concern, should we go to the hospital? No, it's just an old problem. The woman in green gave an awkward smile. Well, I'll head back now. Let's reschedule another time. Alright, take care on your way home. Hold on. Just as the green-clad woman was about to leave, Jiāng Mu took 2 steps in one stride and blocked her path. You seemed pretty lively when you were ripping my friend's clothes off just now, huh? Why'd you suddenly get stomach cramps when I asked to see the surveillance footage? Could it be, you've got something to hide? Jiāng Mu had hit the nail on the head, and the green-clad woman panicked, stammering out a defense. You're talking nonsense. I have nothing to hide. Then why are you so nervous? I really did have a stomachache. Is that not acceptable? The green-clad woman stubbornly retorted, move aside. Don't block my way home. Ding. Just then, Jiāng Mu's phone buzzed with a WeChat message. Opening it, he saw the surveillance video sent by Su Rulin. It clearly showed the woman in green passionately kissing the bald man, and the lipstick mark on his face was left by her. As for why Lěng Qīngyán got dragged into this mess, it all started when the bald man's wife suddenly showed up. Terrified and with nowhere to hide, he grabbed Lěng Qīngyán, intending to use her as a scapegoat to escape trouble. Well done, Li Qingqing. After watching the footage, the overweight woman flew into a rage. Pointing at the woman in green, she screamed, I fed you, clothed you, treated you like my own sister. And you steal my man? I'll kill you. With that, the plump woman charged at the woman in green, and the two began wrestling. The petite green-clad woman was no match for the burly, broad-shouldered fat woman. Within moments, she was beaten black and blue, her clothes torn off by the fat woman. She lay sprawled on the ground, wailing pitifully. And you? After finishing with the green-clad woman, the plump woman turned and glared fiercely at her husband, snarling, just wait till I get home. You'll see what I do to you. Stop right there. Seeing the fat woman about to leave, Jiāng Mu immediately stepped forward to block her path. You hit my friend and don't even apologize before walking away? That's not how it works, is it? Apologize for what? The fat woman was already irritated and had no intention of giving Jiāng Mu a friendly look. She stuck out her neck and shouted, "It takes two to tango. If she didn't look so Thai, why would my husband use her as a shield? So I deserve to get hit? Move aside, you're blocking my way." Smack! Jiāng Mu didn't waste words. He swung his arm in a wide arc and landed a solid slap across the plump woman's face. Then, enunciating each word deliberately, he said, "Who says it takes two to tango? Doesn't that sound loud enough?" Chapter 31, I'll give you a chance. You dare hit me? The fat woman was stunned with rage. Covering her face, she hissed, "Let me tell you, I'm the marketing director of Yichuan Winery. I'm a millionaire. Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant." Whoa! At her words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Clearly, they were stunned by the fat woman's staggering income. Meanwhile, everyone was secretly sweating bullets for Jiāng Mu, thinking he'd really messed with a rich guy and was probably in for a world of trouble. "What did you say?" Jiāng Mu smiled. "You're the marketing director of Yichuan Winery?" "That's right." The plump woman sneered. "Scared? If you're scared, then get down on your knees and call me mom right now. Say something nice, and maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you off. Otherwise." At this point, the plump woman gave a cold laugh. "By this time tomorrow, I can't guarantee what body parts you'll be missing." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu snorted in derision, finding this plump woman's blind confidence rather endearing. Momo and Su Rulan beside him also snorted in derision. Jiāng Mu was the major shareholder of Times Group, a walking billionaire. Why would he fear a mere white-collar worker earning a measly $1 million salary? How laughable. "That's right." The plump woman grew impatient. "Are you going to kneel or not? If you don't, I'm leaving. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." "Hold on." Jiāng Mu fought back a laugh as he pulled out his phone. "Let me make a call first. Beep beep beep. Hello, Mr. Jiang? Are you coming over?" "No." Jiāng Mu shook his head with a smile. "I just wanted to ask, is our winery's marketing director a plump woman?" "Huh?" The other person sounded surprised at first, then replied, "That's right. Her name is Li Mei. She's a veteran employee at our company, having worked here for nearly 20 years. "Oh, really?" Jiāng Mu chuckled softly, then looked up at the plump woman and asked, "Is your name Li Mei?" The woman froze when Jiāng Mu addressed her by name. "How did you know?" Jiāng Mu didn't answer her. After confirming the identity information was accurate, he told Sun Yulan on the phone, "Fire her. I don't want to see her in the company anymore." Ah! Sun Yulan was so shocked she could barely speak. Could this be what they call the new boss's first act? Firing 2 employees in a single day, one of them a veteran staffer. This was terrifying. No, I absolutely must address this properly in a meeting later. I can't let Chairman Jiang, who's coming for an inspection tomorrow, discover any chaos. With that thought, Sun Yulan forced a smile and said, "Alright, I'll take care of it." "Alright, hurry up." With that, Jiāng Mu hung up. "Who were you calling?" Li Mei stared at Jiāng Mu with a puzzled expression, her tone sharp as she demanded, "How did you know my name?" "You'll find out soon enough." Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to explain. He replied indifferently, "Didn't you just say you'd give me a chance? That if I knelt down and apologized, you'd forgive me?" "Yeah." Li Mei nodded, her face brimming with arrogance. "Well, have you come to your senses? If you have, then get down on your knees right now." No. Jiāng Mu shook his head with a smile. "You misunderstood. What I meant was, I'll give you a chance too. If you kneel down and kowtow 10 times to my friend, then slap yourself 10 times, I'll forgive you. How about it?" "Me?" Li Mei laughed a wild, uncontrollable laugh. Her expression was as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. "Are you kidding me?" "No." Jiāng Mu shook his head. "I'm serious." "Serious?" Li Mei laughed until her stomach hurt. Waving her hand dismissively, she said, Alright. I don't have time to play games with you. Be careful tomorrow at this time. If anything goes missing, don't blame me." With that, Li Mei turned and walked away. But just a few steps later, her phone rang. She pulled it out to see it was Sun Yulan calling. She jumped in surprise, a sudden sense of foreboding settling in her heart. "Hello? Ms. Sun." Her voice trembled with nervousness. "Li Mei, you're fired. Don't come in tomorrow. I'll have the finance department transfer your severance pay and wages to you." "Huh?" Li Mei froze, about to ask questions when the call abruptly ended. Then a WeChat message arrived. "You have been removed from the Yichuan Winery family group. You have been removed from the Yichuan Winery marketing department group. You have been removed from." Staring at the endless stream of removal notifications, Li Mei was dumbfounded. Had she really been fired? But why? The next moment, it dawned on her. She rushed to Jiāng Mu's side, her face filled with remorse. I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize your importance and offended you. I truly apologize. I'll make amends right now. With that, Li Mei dropped to her knees with a thud and began banging her head against the floor in a series of thuds. The onlookers around them were stunned. They wondered, how could that arrogant, domineering woman suddenly become so submissive? And who exactly was this unassuming, ordinary-looking man? What was his background that he could be so formidable? Sorry, I gave you a chance. You didn't take it. Goodbye. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to respond, turning to leave with Lěng Qīngyán and the others. Li Mei, still refusing to give up, rushed forward again and clung to Jiāng Mu's leg, sobbing and snibbling. I beg you. Please, just give me one more chance. I have elderly parents and young children to support. My whole family depends on me for food and shelter. Plus, I just bought a new place and am drowning in a mortgage. I can't afford to lose this job. Fine. Jiāng Mu gave a mocking smile. Since you're begging me so earnestly, I'll grant you a chance. If you kneel here until tomorrow morning and keep kowtowing the whole time, I'll reinstate you to your old position at the Iraq branch. This. Li Mei, who had been smiling moments ago, froze in shock at the mention of Iraq. That place was a war zone. She certainly didn't want to risk her life there. After dealing with Li Mei, Jiāng Mu took Lěng Qīngyán to several nearby women's clothing stores. After buying a few new outfits and a new phone, they were ready to leave. But then Su Rulan spoke up. Mr. Jiang, the opening ceremony will begin in 5 minutes. Why not stay for the ribbon cutting before you go? Well. Jiāng Mu turned to look at Lěng Qīngyán. What do you think? Sure. Lěng Qīngyán resumed her usual smile. We don't have anything else to do back home anyway. Let's stay and watch the show. Alright, then go get ready. Alright. I'll get started right away. Su Rulan responded before turning to leave. But after taking just a few steps, she turned back and asked Jiāng Mu, Mr. Jiang, how old are you? Jiāng Mu, 18 centimeters. What about it? Chapter 32. No need to be so touched. Su Rulan's pretty face flushed red, speechless. I meant your age. Well then, you should have made that clear. Now I've exposed my measurements. Ugh. Su Rulan was speechless once more. Wasn't it you who jumped to conclusions? My apologies, Chairman Jiang. Let me rephrase, what is your age? 18. Su Rulan covered her face and pressed her forehead. Mr. Jiang, I asked about your age this time, not that. I'm talking about age. Huh? Su Rulan's pretty face flushed crimson, so embarrassed she wished she could sink through the floor. The next second, she fled the scene. Lěng Qīngyán and Meng Meng, meanwhile, giggled uncontrollably at the side. I really need to head back. After Su Rulan left, Meng Meng said to Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán, otherwise, my mom will definitely start calling me non-stop again. Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded. Then we'll meet again when fate allows. What do you mean, meet again when fate allows? Meng Meng pouted in displeasure. We may have only known each other for a short time, but we're practically half friends, right? Can't we exchange contact info and hang out sometime? Hang out for what? Jiāng Mu frowned, eyeing Meng Meng warily. Listen, I'm a virgin. I never do that sort of thing. Don't try to corrupt me. Get lost. Meng Meng flushed and shot Jiāng Mu a glare before turning to Lěng Qīngyán. Sis Qīngyán, let's just add each other. He's way too sleazy. I'm afraid I'd lose my virtue if I added him. Sure. Lěng Qīngyán smiled softly and added Meng Meng on WeChat. Let's go. After Meng Meng left, Jiāng Mu pointed toward the stage. Let's go wait over there. Alright. Hey, big brother, what are you doing here? Just as the two were walking toward the stage, a familiar voice rang out from behind them. Turning around, they saw none other than. It was none other than Su Su, the female streamer they'd encountered in the neighborhood 2 days prior. Now she wore a studded performance outfit, her face caked in thick foundation. Her swaying hips and hip-shaking walk radiated an undeniable allure. Jiāng Mu ignored her and continued walking forward with Lěng Qīngyán. But Su Su wasn't giving up. She quickened her pace to catch up, hooked her arm through Jiāng Mu's, and fluttered her eyelashes sweetly. Hey, big bro, did you come all this way just to see my show? You're imagining things. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have come at all. Jiāng Mu shot Su Su a withering look and pulled his arm free. Besides, I'm not your dad. Stop tugging at me. Su Su froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Big bro, so you like that kind of thing? How about I call you daddy from now on? Ha? Jiāng Mu froze. Damn it, city folks sure know how to have fun. Bang! 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 As 12 ceremonial cannons blasted into the sky, the grand opening ceremony officially commenced. As one of the ribbon cutters, Jiāng Mu was invited onto the stage. Joining him was Su Rulan. Standing side by side, they held scissors in hand, snip, snip, cutting through the red ribbon. Suddenly, Jiāng Mu paused. He turned back and whispered to Su Rulan, Miss Su, why are these scissors so white? Why are these scissors so round? Damn it, why do these scissors have grooves? Su Rulan covered her face and pressed her forehead. Mr. Jiang, could you please not stare at my chest while you're talking? Oh, okay, got it. Jiāng Mu gave an awkward chuckle and pulled his gaze away. I meant, why aren't these scissors working properly? Then use mine. Su Rulin handed him the scissors. Alright. Snip, snip. No good. Jiāng Mu tried a couple of times but still couldn't cut through it. Do you have any other scissors? No. Su Rulin shook her head. These are brand new scissors, they shouldn't be dull. Let me try. Saying this, Su Rulin took the scissors and prepared to try. But the next second, she froze. Mr. Jiang, aren't we cutting red fabric? Why are you cutting black fabric? Yeah. Jiāng Mu nodded. I'm puzzled too. How could there be black fabric underneath the red? Su Rulin was baffled. Then what's the deal with this black fabric? As she spoke, the two followed the edge of the black fabric, eventually discovering it was part of the host's tuxedo jacket. This left them both dumbfounded. Jiang. Chairman Jiang, what should we do? No problem, watch me. Jiāng Mu calmly took the tailcoat with 2 holes, patted the host on the shoulder, and said, Bro, you like wearing beggar clothes? Huh? The host froze. Well, I guess so. What's up? Ah. Hearing it was okay, Jiāng Mu's heart sank a little. Nothing much. I just thought your tuxedo was missing some sole, so I used scissors to turn it into a beggar's outfit. Hope you like it. Holy. The host was devastated. I spent 30 grand on this tuxedo, and you just go ahead and alter it? Like it? Like it my ass. Like it my ass. Bro. Jiāng Mu looked at the host, tears welling in his eyes, and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. It was no big deal. No need to get so emotional. Next time you need alterations, remember to come find me. Host. Which eye of yours saw me being moved? This is clearly heartbreak, okay? Next up was the performance segment. As a conglomerate worth tens of billions, Times Group invited commercial performers. Though not big names, they were still well-known singers and internet celebrities. So the show was still pretty lively. Especially that female internet celebrity named Susu. Despite her questionable character, she had a truly beautiful singing voice. After her song ended, the entire venue erupted in chants of one more. One more. The atmosphere in the venue was pushed to a fever pitch. Ahem. Susu flashed a beaming smile and cleared her throat. Everyone, please quiet down. Since I have other commitments, I won't be singing anymore. But I can recommend someone to you. That would be my good friend, the nation's sweetheart with over 30 million fans online, Lěng Qīngyán. Whoosh. In an instant, every pair of eyes in the venue turned toward Lěng Qīngyán, murmurs erupting instantly. Who's Lěng Qīngyán? She's that female influencer whose top donor suddenly appeared in her livestream. Oh. So she's the one everyone's been talking about. You know what? This little chick's got some serious fire. Pretty face, but she's trash. I wouldn't touch her even if she gave herself to me for free. Talk big all you want, give her to me for free, and I'll take her. Watch out, she'll give you all her diseases. Ha? Guess I'll pass then. Listening to everyone's filthy remarks, Susu couldn't stop grinning. She muttered to herself, Lěng Qīngyán, you've always kept me down. You stole my beloved brother, I'll make sure you pay for it. Chapter 33, She's a Patient. Third update. The moment those vulgar words rang out, Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face darkened instantly. She turned to leave. But Jiāng Mu pulled her back. Running away won't solve the problem, it'll only solve you. I know. Lěng Qīngyán pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. But I can't help it. Can you? Me? Jiāng Mu froze. I was just playing too much with Ake and blurted out a line from the script. What do I have to do with it? Lěng Qīngyán, go to hell. After angrily punching Jiāng Mu, Lěng Qīngyán turned to walk away. But Jiāng Mu pulled her back again. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Leave this to me. Fine. For some reason, Jiāng Mu seemed to possess a kind of magic. Whenever he said he could handle it, Lěng Qīngyán felt an overwhelming sense of peace. No more fear. But there's one condition. What condition? If I help you with this, you have to let me kiss you on the lips. This time, Jiāng Mu was sharp. He deliberately limited it to the lips, to prevent Lěng Qīngyán from reneging again. Lěng Qīngyán hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to still be dwelling on this. Her pretty face flushed. No way. You're not even my boyfriend. Why should I let you kiss me? Then there's no choice. Jiāng Mu shrugged his shoulders. Just endure their insults. It won't hurt you anyway. You. Fuming with frustration, Lěng Qīngyán shot Jiāng Mu a fierce glare, pouting as she declared, Fine, I'll endure it. Who's afraid of who? Oomph. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán stubbornly refuse his request, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll give it to you for free this time. But next time, I'll charge double. With that, Jiāng Mu strode purposefully toward the stage. Hey! Snatching the microphone from Susu's hands, Jiāng Mu tested the sound before speaking slowly, Everyone, please quiet down. I have a few words to say. Seeing the largest shareholder of Times Group take the stage, the crowd graciously fell silent. The venue instantly fell silent. Good evening, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Jiāng Mu, and I am the largest shareholder of Times Group. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, speaking deliberately. Additionally, I hold another identity. I am Lěng Qīngyán's cousin. Cousin? Lěng Qīngyán froze. What the hell is this Jiāng Mu playing at? How did he suddenly become her cousin? To be honest, I didn't want to get involved with those rumors about my sister online at first. Jiāng Mu continued, but, just now, seeing my sister in such agony, I resolved to step forward and clarify things for everyone. I also hope that after hearing my explanation, people will stop cyberbullying my sister. Because she's a patient. Her body is fragile and simply can't withstand such a heavy blow. A patient? Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. This Jiāng Mu, how could he keep making things more and more absurd? Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. What Jiāng Mu said next was truly beyond belief. My sister's mother passed away early, and her father was too busy with work to care for her. Jiāng Mu bluffed without batting an eye, so she grew up in my home, raised alongside me. As a child, she was lively and adorable, confident and sunny but. At this point, Jiāng Mu widened his eyes and stared fixedly at the overhead light bulb. Only after tears streamed down his face did he continue. When she was 6, she was playing recklessly and got impaled by a steel pipe. It caused severe deformation of her genitals, leaving her unable to engage in sexual relations for life. After that, she became deeply depressed and extremely insecure. It wasn't until she started using the internet later that she gradually began to recover. So I'm appealing to everyone here, stop spreading those national bus or whore remarks. Because she could never do that sort of thing. Lěng Qīngyán. This is the solution you came up with for me? I really appreciate it. No. I should thank your ancestors for 8 generations. I know you might not believe me just based on my word alone, but I have evidence right here. Jiāng Mu pulled up the fake report photo he just had Shinshouchen fabricate and displayed it for everyone. This is the hospital's official medical report. It clearly states genital damage. Now you should believe me, right? Shinshouchen, a doctor at New Oxygen Cosmetic Hospital, had crafted a fake report so convincing it could fool anyone. Combined with Jiāng Mu's Oscar-worthy performance, it instantly fooled everyone, leaving them dumbfounded. No one dared to doubt it. I'm sorry. I apologize to Miss Lěng for my previous words and actions. I hope you can forgive me. I'm sorry too. I apologize. I apologize to you as well. As the first person stepped forward to apologize, more and more people followed suit. Meanwhile, many others opened their live streams, spontaneously speaking up to vouch for Lěng Qīngyán. And so it spread. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, 100 told 1,000. The trending topic that had dominated Douyin and Weibo's hot search rankings, top spender surprises national sweetheart in livestream, was swiftly replaced by trending topics like heartbroken for Lěng Qīngyán in an instant, stay strong, Lěng Qīngyán, and we wronged you, Lěng Qīngyán. The overwhelming wave of negative news gradually subsided. Instead, heartwarming messages of encouragement and love flooded in. It all became too much for Lěng Qīngyán. Inside, she kept screaming, this isn't the truth. I'm not sick. But she dared not say it aloud. Su, who had been looking forward to seeing Lěng Qīngyán humiliated, was now so furious her nose was practically crooked. She thought to herself, just you wait, Lěng Qīngyán. Someday, I'll have you under my feet. 8 p.m., Lěng Qīngyán's residence. Thud. The moment she got home, Lěng Qīngyán punched Jiāng Mu hard without a word, her voice trembling with tears. Saying I'm sick is the solution you came up with for me? What else could I do? Jiāng Mu shrugged and grinned. You wouldn't pay me, so I could only offer the cheapest solution. You? Lěng Qīngyán was furious, pounding her tiny fists wildly against Jiāng Mu's chest. Only when she'd vented enough did she pause, muttering under her breath, so, if I had agreed to pay you, what solution would you have offered? This one. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán froze, then erupted in fury. Jiāng Mu, I'll kill you. With that, the girl grabbed the fruit knife from the table and charged at him. Seeing she was serious, Jiāng Mu panicked and dashed back to his room, slamming the door shut. The next morning, Jiāng Mu was still asleep when a phone call jolted him awake. Hello? Who is this? Good morning, Mr. Jiāng. This is Manager Zhao from the Lamborghini dealership. Your car has arrived. When would you like to come pick it up? I'll be right over. After hanging up, Jiāng Mu prepared to catch a few more minutes of sleep. Suddenly, a shrill, hysterical scream pierced the air outside the door. The voice sounded like Lěng Qīngyán. Chapter 34, Locked in a Standoff. 4th update. Clack. What's wrong? What happened? Jiāng Mu feared Lěng Qīngyán had been injured, so the moment the scream rang out, rushed out in a flurry, his face etched with urgency. There's a cockroach. At that moment, Lěng Qīngyán stood trembling on the coffee table, a frying pan clutched in her hands. Her eyes tightly shut, she trembled violently. Meanwhile, a small cockroach stood not far from her feet, busily cleaning its wings. No way. Jiāng Mu was speechless. He grabbed the cockroach, tossed it onto the floor, and stomped it flat. It's just a little cockroach. You're screaming like you've been raped. Is it really that bad? You're the one screaming like you're being raped. Lěng Qīngyán pouted and retorted, I was clearly singing a high note. Oomph. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Then your singing must have been taught by watching you. Why's that? Because it sounds like you're performing a ritual. Lěng Qīngyán. After Lěng Qīngyán's little outburst, Jiāng Mu was suddenly wide awake. He decided not to sleep after all. After a quick wash, he headed out to retrieve his car. As for Lěng Qīngyán, she insisted on staying behind to do laundry and tidy up the house, choosing not to accompany Jiāng Mu. In the ride-hailing car. Damn it, some crappy AA trying to squeeze in? Think I won't ram you? Damn it, driving a crappy Lexus doesn't know how to show off, does he? Still ing straddling the lane. A fancy Rolls-Royce Phantom and it almost stalls over a speed bump? Think it's some kind of luxury car? Jiāng Mu, feeling a bit tired, was about to lean back in his seat for a quick nap. But the driver was a chatterbox, talking non-stop from the start. The noise was giving him a headache, so he gave up on sleeping. He forced his eyelids open and began observing the scenery around him. Hey, buddy. Just then, the driver tapped his shoulder and smiled slightly. You're heading to the Lamborghini dealership, are you going to work there? Jiāng Mu didn't want to engage, so he remained silent. But the driver didn't seem to mind and continued, bro, no offense, but I'm actually a rich kid. I drive for Didi just to experience life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be driving a Magotan for this. Jiāng Mu. Has the bar for being a rich kid gotten this low? Driving a Magotan worth over 300,000 yuan makes you a rich kid? But don't judge my car by its price, it's only over 300 grand. The driver continued, actually, my family has 3 sports cars. You know the GTR? I've got one. But the best one is the Lamborghini Aventador, the thing cost over 9 million yuan all told. With modifications, I spent close to 15 million. It's absolutely stunning. Next time I get the chance, I'll bring it out and show you. Really? Jiāng Mu couldn't take it anymore. He grinned and said, I have one of those too. Put. The driver burst out laughing. Bro, you're just a salesman at a dealership. How much do you make a month? And you say you have one too? Can we not exaggerate a bit? I really do have one. Enough, enough. The driver couldn't take it anymore. Fine, I'll just assume you have one, okay? What do you mean pretend? Jiāng Mu laughed, pulling out the Lamborghini keys from his pocket. I really do have one. And when did I ever say I was a salesman there? The driver stared at the Lamborghini keys in Jiāng Mu's hand. The driver chuckled. Bro, could you stop trying to fool me with your client's car keys? If you're so confident, bring the real thing over here. Fine. Jiāng Mu took the bait. I'm heading there to pick up the car anyway. Come inside with me, and you'll see for yourself. Alright. The driver was now in for the challenge too. He intended to see just how long Jiāng Mu could keep up this bluff. A few minutes later, the car pulled up outside the Lamborghini dealership. The 2 men got out, one after the other. Hey, hey, hey! What's going on here? As soon as they stepped out, a burly security guard approached. This is a luxury car dealership, not your average 4S store. No appointment, no entry. Also, move your junk car out of the way. Can't you see the cars behind us waiting to get in? Jiāng Mu and the driver instinctively turned around. Sure enough, a car was parked behind them. It was a black Honda GTR, its imposing silhouette catching their eyes. Bro, you haven't even gotten through the door yet. How's your big talk holding up now? The driver shot Jiāng Mu a dismissive look before heading off to move the car. Hold on. Jiāng Mu stopped him. I have an appointment. Let me talk to him, and he'll let us both in. Yeah, right. The driver was speechless, thinking, is this guy mentally challenged? Did he really think that just by blowing his own horn, anything could come true? Beep beep. Just then, the car behind honked twice, clearly impatient. Simultaneously, a head popped out of the window, shouting at the security guard, hey, what's going on here? Don't you know my time is precious? The security guard recognized the man and hurried over, bowing respectfully. Sorry, brother Zhe. I'll get these 2 out of here right away. Turning back, the guard glared at Jiāng Mu and barked, hey, hey, hey. Why aren't you 2 leaving? Let me tell you, if you don't get out of here now, I won't be polite anymore. I'm here to pick up my car. I haven't gotten it yet. Why should I leave? Jiāng Mu argued back. Pick up your car? The security guard laughed, sizing Jiāng Mu up from head to toe. Cut the crap. This is a luxury car, not a toy. You country bumpkin, get the hell out of here. Jiāng Mu frowned. You sure you want me to leave? Yes. The security guard nodded emphatically. I'm sure. Then don't regret it. I do. The security guard laughed. I regret you, you bastard. Now get the hell out of here. Jiāng Mu saw the other party was determined to make him leave. He stopped wasting words and pulled out his phone to call that manager Zhao. Bang! Before he could even dial, the security guard smashed the phone to pieces. What the hell are you calling for? The security guard shoved Jiāng Mu hard, cursing, if you want to call, go somewhere else. Get the hell out of my way. Ha! Staring at the shattered phone on the ground, Jiāng Mu smiled, enunciating each word deliberately. Fine. Just you wait. Soon enough, I'll make you kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. With that, Jiāng Mu strode straight toward the 4S store. Damn it! Driven mad, the security guard yanked Jiāng Mu by the collar, screaming, "You idiot! Can't you understand a word I say? I told you to get the hell out. I didn't say you could go inside." Alright. Just then, Brother Zhe, the guy driving the GTR, walked over. "I think this guy's just dying to see what's inside. I'll take him in." He then turned back to the ride-hailing driver and called out, "You should bring your car in too. Let's all take a look." "Sure thing. Thanks, Brother Zhe. Thanks a million." The driver had never set foot inside a luxury car dealership before in his life. Hearing he could go in too made him grin from ear to ear. Chapter 35. Honestly, nobody believed him. Jiāng Mu wasn't keen on using someone else's name to get in, but with his phone broken, he couldn't reach manager Zhao. He had no choice but to go in first and figure it out later. "Hey, everyone." The moment Brother Zhe stepped inside, he pulled out his camera and over a dozen other devices to start streaming live. "I'm your man, Brother Zhe. Today I'm taking you all on a tour of the Lamborghini dealership to experience the allure of luxury cars. As everyone knows, Lamborghini 4S stores are extremely limited. Currently, in our country, they're only found in major first-tier cities like Zhenghai, Linhai, Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Shangmen. And not every store agrees to filming, so this opportunity is truly rare. Oh, and by the way, let me introduce these two gentlemen behind me." Brother Zhe pointed the camera at Jiāng Mu and the ride-hailing driver. "These two fans just happened to be waiting outside when I arrived. They mentioned how much they wanted to come in and see the place, so I gave them this chance. Wow. Those fans are so lucky not only to tour the dealership, but to meet the handsome Brother Zhe too. Yeah. I'm so jealous of them. Man, if only I were in Linhai City too, then I could tag along with Brother Zhe. Brother Zhe is so kind-hearted. He's really great to his fans. Way to go, Brother Zhe. The Zhao family army will always support you." Zhao Zhe felt quite satisfied reading the comments flooding the screen. Truthfully, the reason he had Jiāng Mu and the driver tag along was to project an image of cherishing his fans in front of them. Otherwise, he couldn't be bothered with nobodies like Jiāng Mu and a ride-hailing driver. "Bro." Just as Zhao Zhe was basking in the praise from netizens, Jiāng Mu spoke up. "When did I ever say I was your fan? I just came to pick up the car I reserved a while back, okay? Put." At that remark, not only did Zhao Zhe burst out laughing, but the viewers in the livestream chat did too. What kind of country bumpkin is this guy? Dressed head to toe in knockoffs, and he actually dares to say he's here to pick up a car? What a clown. Gotta hand it to him, he's got a knack for spouting nonsense with deadpan seriousness. Almost bought it myself. Directly from Yunhai City Mental Health Center. "Hello, given the severity of your condition, please come to our hospital for treatment immediately." The ride-hailing driver couldn't help but snicker repeatedly. He thought Jiāng Mu was a complete moron. "Bro, no offense, but..." Zhao Zhe chuckled. "The cheapest cars around here cost 3 or 4 million. The good ones go for tens of millions. Even I can't afford one driving my GTR. So cut the crap, okay?" Jiāng Mu was speechless. Why was it so hard to believe the truth these days? Squeak. As they spoke, the group entered the dealership. A Lamborghini dealership wasn't much different from an ordinary one. The only difference was that every car here was a luxury model. Any one of them could catch your eye. It was the ride-hailing driver's first time seeing so many luxury cars at once, and he felt like his eyes couldn't take it all in. Like a curious child, he darted his eyes around the showroom, his gaze brimming with astonishment and envy. Jiāng Mu, however, wore an indifferent expression. He'd already made up his mind. Once he had enough cash, he'd buy one of these cars. He'd make collecting luxury cars his hobby. So there was no rush to look now. For the moment, finding manager Zhao and retrieving the car was the priority. After all, he still had to head to the Yunchuan winery soon and couldn't afford to waste too much time. Holy crap, a Lamborghini Reventon. At that moment, Zhao Zhe's gaze was instantly drawn to the Lamborghini Reventon parked at the center of the showroom. He hurried over, circling the car and admiring it endlessly. His face lit up with excitement as he shouted to his viewers in the livestream, "Folks, I never dreamed I'd see this car in a small first-tier city like Linhai. It's just too damn cool. Is this car that good?" The ride-hailing driver leaned in to ask. "It's not just good, it's exceptionally good," Zhao Zhe exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. "This is a limited edition Lamborghini sports car released in 2007. Only 20 were made worldwide, and in our country, there was just one sales slot. You tell me, isn't that amazing? Holy crap!" The ride-hailing driver was stunned. He never imagined that this seemingly unremarkable car before him was actually a limited edition sports car. Truly, you can't judge a car by its cover, nor measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. So how much is this car? The ride-hailing driver pressed on. Zhao Zhe pondered for a moment before replying. "Market value is around 15 million yuan. But with this car, people value its collectible worth more. So measuring it purely by money isn't right after all. You can't just buy this car with money alone. You need powerful connections too. Holy cow! The ride-hailing driver was secretly amazed. He thought bragging about his Aventador was already pretty impressive. But he never imagined there could be a car this expensive in the world. Poverty really does limit one's imagination. With that thought, the ride-hailing driver made up his mind. From now on, he'd use this car to brag about how awesome he was. Don't touch it. Just as the ride-hailing driver was lost in his fantasies, Zhao swatted Jiāng Mu's hand away with a slap, his face cold. I told you this is a limited edition sports car. If you touch it and break it, can you even afford to pay for the damage? Jiāng Mu laughed in exasperation. It's my own car. If I break it, I'll pay for it if I want to, okay? Your car? Both the ride-hailing driver and Zhao nearly burst out laughing at this remark. Zhao patted Jiāng Mu on the shoulder. Bro, I'm seriously starting to wonder if you've got some kind of mental illness. Maybe we should make an appointment at the hospital and get you checked out. No worries, bro. The ride-hailing driver chimed in from the side. If you're really broke, I'll cover the consultation fee. Meanwhile, viewers in Zhao's livestream were also laughing their heads off. Ha 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 ha, is this guy an actor hired by Brother Zhe? So hilarious, claiming that 15 million yuan Leviton is his. I know him, he's an extra from Hongdian. We got our start together. Dude, what's up? You're wasted. Eat some peanuts. Guys, is there any chance he's actually telling the truth? Ha, if it's true, I'll do a headstand and eat my own poop on stream. I'll live stream myself drinking piss upside down. I'll do a somersault and take a dump live. Tap tap tap. Just as netizens were joking away, a middle-aged man in a business suit with a slick-back pompadour rushed breathlessly to Jiāng Mu. Bowing respectfully, he said, Mr. Jiang, I never expected you to arrive so quickly. My apologies for not greeting you properly. Mr. Jiang? Hearing this title, the ride-hailing driver, Zhao, and the entire live-stream audience froze in shock. The smiles on their faces froze. They couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 36 hit. Bro, what did you just call him? After the initial shock, Zhao seriously doubted he'd misheard. He hurried over to ask Manager Zhao. Oh, Zhao. Manager Zhao spotted Zhao and hurriedly pulled him over. Quick, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Jiang, the owner who paid cash for this Raventon. Come on. Greet Mr. Jiang. He's the Leventon owner? Zhao was dumbfounded, his face frozen in utter disbelief. After a moment, he frowned and said, Bro, you must be mistaken. He's just a country bumpkin who can't even get past security. How could he possibly afford a Ravenstone? Smack! No sooner had Zhao finished speaking than Manager Zhao swung a slap across his face. He roared in frustration, What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Mr. Jiang immediately. Turning back to Jiāng Mu, he offered a forced smile. Mr. Jiang, my sincerest apologies. My subordinate has a tendency to speak without thinking. I'll have him apologize to you immediately. No need. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. I have business to attend to. Hand over the car keys, I'm leaving. Oh, right. Manager Zhao hurriedly pulled the keys and a stack of documents from his pocket, handing them respectfully to Jiāng Mu. Mr. Jiang, these are all the necessary papers. If you need anything else, just let me know. MHM. Jiāng Mu nodded, took the keys, and walked straight to the Leventon V room. The moment the engine roared to life, Zhao's livestream exploded with activity. Comments flew up and down the screen. Holy crap! Who knew he was the real owner? Who just said they'd livestream eating upside down? Step right up at San Mao's sister Wu Mao. And that guy who said he'd drink piss upside down, come on out. Wow! The way he drives the Raventon with one hand is so cool. Blushing emoji. Disdainful emoji. Dude upstairs, all you can do is gush about how handsome he is while he drives his fancy car? Can you get some shame? Why would I have no shame? He is handsome. Ching, alright, everyone, stop arguing. He already has a girlfriend. I think her name is Ching. Fong, at Ching, you're the shameless one. His girlfriend is clearly me. Excuse me, owner, could you be a bit more flexible about gender? Of course. I'd be happy to be your son. In an instant, the netizens who had been looking down on Jiāng Mu convinced he was mentally challenged. Some even started getting jealous over Jiāng Mu. This had Jiāng Mu chuckling away. He thought to himself, that saying is absolutely true. As long as you have money, you can have a connection with anyone. Meanwhile, Zhao and the ride-hailing driver looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Standing aside, their faces flushed with shame. Especially when they recalled the words they'd just spoken. Their faces burned with embarrassment, wishing they could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Beep! The security guard, who had been puffing on a cigarette and bragging with a colleague by the entrance, jumped at the sudden honking from behind. Turning around, he recognized the approaching figure as Manager Zhao and instantly fell silent, rushing forward to greet him. Good afternoon, Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao ignored him, instead turning to Jiāng Mu with a broad smile. Mr. Jiang, drive safely. If you need any assistance going forward, just give me a call. I'll do everything in my power to help you. Really? Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. That's very kind of you, Manager Zhao. Unfortunately, my phone was smashed by this security guard when I first arrived, so I won't be able to contact you in the future. What? Smashed by the security guard? Manager Zhao was startled. He whipped his head around to glare at the security guard behind him and demanded sharply, what happened? The security guard was frozen in shock. He'd assumed Jiāng Mu was just a nobody, someone he could curse at, hit, or even smash things over. He never imagined it would have any consequences. But, he never imagined the man was actually here to buy a car. And it was the very same limited edition Raventon that had just been shipped in from the port this morning. For a moment, the security guard wished he were dead. He scrambled to apologize. I'm so sorry, Manager Zhao. I thought he was here to cause trouble, so I smashed his phone. I'm truly sorry. I'll cover all the damages. Compensation? Manager Zhao laughed. Mr. Jiang is a billionaire CEO. His phone contains contracts worth hundreds of thousands. Can you even afford to pay for that? Boom. The security guard froze. He was just a lowly security guard making 5K a month. He could manage 10 or 20,000. But hundreds of thousands? Where on earth would he get that kind of money? The thought made him collapse to his knees before Jiāng Mu, his voice breaking. Mr. Jiang, I judged you by appearances and offended you. I'm truly sorry. Please be magnanimous and let this blow over. I'm begging you. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with such a snob. He turned to Manager Zhao and said, Manager Zhao, I have other matters to attend to. I'll leave this to you. I expect a satisfactory resolution. Yes. Manager Zhao immediately plastered on a smile. Rest assured. I'll fire him immediately. As for compensation, I'll apply to the company right away and guarantee it'll be transferred to your account as quickly as possible. Jiāng Mu nodded, then floored the gas pedal and sped away, leaving only the security guard sprawled on the ground, his face ashen. After leaving the Lamborghini dealership, Jiāng Mu headed straight for the Yuzhuan winery. But just as he was about to reach the winery, a yellow Ferrari suddenly came speeding toward him from the opposite lane and slammed head-on into his car. Crash! After the deafening thud, Jiāng Mu's car spun a full 3 times before finally grinding to a halt. Holy! Jiāng Mu rubbed his throbbing temple, speechless. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! Did this reckless driver learn to drive in bumper cars? He didn't even try to dodge, just rammed straight in. What a ing moron. Knock knock knock. Just as Jiāng Mu was about to get out to see what the hell was going on, a series of urgent knocks came from the passenger side window. Simultaneously, a deathly pale face appeared against the glass, startling Jiāng Mu. It took him a moment to realize it wasn't a ghost, the person just had way too much makeup on. Squeak. Phew. Jiāng Mu exhaled deeply, rolling down the window. Ma'am, you. Before he could finish, the woman who depainted herself like a paper doll shouted first, Can you even drive? Look what you did to my car. I'm telling you, you're not leaving without $1 million today. Get out of the car now, you idiot. Poof. Jiāng Mu laughed in exasperation. It seemed like you were the one who couldn't drive, and I was the one who got hit, right? Chapter 37, Unreasonably Demanding. Bang bang bang. I said get out of the car. Are you deaf? Seeing Jiāng Mu still not getting out after a long while, the woman kicked his car door several times in anger. Her flailing arms and legs made her look like a complete shrew. It made Jiāng Mu's head spin. He couldn't help but wonder why he always seemed to run into such idiots. Click. The door opened, and Jiāng Mu slowly stepped out of the car. He spoke slowly and deliberately, Ma'am, let's get one thing straight, you hit me, not the other way around. If anyone owes compensation, it's you, okay? Bull. The woman frowned and yelled at the top of her lungs, You were driving the wrong way. You're 100% at fault. Don't think I don't know the law. Put. Jiāng Mu nearly burst out laughing, pointing at the cars that had just passed. Please look carefully. Every single car here is traveling northbound, while you were driving southbound. You were the one driving the wrong way, okay? Bull. The woman remained stubbornly convinced she was right, her neck stiff with defiance. I drive this road almost every day. How could I possibly be wrong? It's clearly all of you who are driving the wrong way. Put. Watching the woman act so righteous, Jiāng Mu laughed until his stomach hurt. He waved his hand dismissively. Alright, I'm not going to argue with you. I'll call the police right now, let's have them handle this. No way. The moment she heard about calling the police, the woman grew frantic. Her face turned cold as she snapped, calling the police is a waste of time. I'm rushing to close $1 million deal, I don't have time to waste here with you. Besides, what's the point of calling the police over something like this? The woman continued, You were driving the wrong way, so you're fully at fault. Just pay up and get it over with. All this fussing about doesn't make you look like a real man at all. And another thing. The woman grew more animated, pointing at her lane. My car is a Ferrari, worth far more than your piece of junk. Since we collided, it's entirely your fault. You must pay. Put. In all his years, Jiāng Mu had never heard of such a ridiculous notion that the owner of the cheaper car should pay for the damage. How ridiculous. Well, by your logic. You should be paying me, because my car is more expensive than yours. More expensive than mine? The woman froze for a moment before bursting out laughing. Stop messing around. Mine's a Ferrari Roma base price over 2.4 million yuan. How could your beat-up car possibly cost more than mine? Jiāng Mu laughed too. Mine's a Lamborghini Reventon. You can look it up yourself. Fine, I'll look it up. The woman was now locked in a bet with Jiāng Mu. She pulled out her phone and started searching. The next second, she froze, her face frozen in disbelief. 15 million? This can't be. My husband told me mine was the most expensive car in all of Linhai. How could yours possibly be more expensive than mine? You actually believe your husband when he lies to you? What a fool. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with her nonsense. His face hardened as he said coldly, enough. Pay up now. With my car wrecked like this, you're not going anywhere today without 5 million. Bull. The woman frowned. You were driving the wrong way, it's your fault. Why should I pay? Jiāng Mu smiled. Just as expected. There was no reasoning with this dim-witted woman. Best to call the police. Thinking this, Jiāng Mu reached for his phone to call the police. But after fumbling around for ages, he couldn't find it. Then it hit him his phone had been smashed by that security guard, and he hadn't had time to buy a new one yet. He couldn't make a call at all. Squeak! Just as Jiāng Mu was at a loss, a patrol car pulled up in front of him. Simultaneously, a poised and professional female traffic officer stepped out of the vehicle. Hello, I'm Officer Bai Lu from the Nanshan District Traffic Police Brigade of Linhai City. How can I assist you? Officer, you're just in time. The woman rushed over upon seeing the officer. This man hit me and won't pay for the damage. Please present your driver's licenses and vehicle registration certificates. Sure. The woman responded with a smile, then turned back to Jiāng Mu and declared triumphantly, now the police are on my side. You'd better pay up, oomph. Jiāng Mu smiled too. He thought to himself, you'll be crying soon enough. A few minutes later. Alright, I've got the gist of the situation. After returning the driver's license and vehicle registration to Jiāng Mu and the woman respectively, Bai Lu turned to the woman and said, Ma'am, since you were driving against traffic, you must compensate this gentleman for all his damages. Additionally, I must issue you a traffic violation penalty. With that, he used his device to print a ticket and handed it to her. Per Article 90 of the Road Traffic Safety Law, you'll pay a 200 yuan fine and lose 6 points. Remember to pay the fine at the traffic police station by next Monday. Bull. The woman exploded upon seeing the ticket. She tore the ticket to shreds and flung the pieces at Bai Lu's face, screaming, he was driving the wrong way. How dare you say I was driving the wrong way? You're framing me. You're framing me. Ma'am, please calm down. Bai Lu hadn't expected such an intense reaction and was startled. He hurriedly tried to reassure her, as a law enforcement officer, I would never frame you. Bull. The woman sneered, her face twisted in anger. Ever since you arrived, you've been staring at this kid's face like you're head over heels for him. You must have your eye on him, that's why you're framing me. Bai Lu's face flushed. Ma'am, please control yourself. When did I stare at his face? Stop talking nonsense. Put. The woman spat on the ground. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? You shameless. You just see a handsome guy and start acting all horny. You're disgusting. Bai Lu frowned, her tone sharp. Madam, please show some respect, or else. Or else what? The woman stiffened her neck and sneered coldly, let me tell you this, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're wearing that uniform. If you dare touch me, I'll file a complaint. You? Bai Lu was stunned into silence. She hadn't expected this woman to be so unreasonable. She was so furious she wanted to slap the woman hard across the face to vent her anger. But in the end, she held back. She had no choice as a law enforcement officer, she couldn't let her emotions get the better of her. What do you mean, what? The woman scowled and snapped, you reek of vulgarity. Shut your filthy mouth, you disgust me. Smack. Just as the woman was in the midst of her tirade, Jiāng Mu's hand came down hard across her face. He spoke slowly, emphasizing each word, I'm warning you. If you dare insult a law enforcement officer again, spouting filthy nonsense, I'll beat you so badly even your mother won't recognize you. You dare hit me? The woman clutched her stinging right cheek, staring at Jiāng Mu in disbelief. The next second, she screamed at the top of her lungs, just you wait. I'm calling my husband right now. When he gets here, he'll kill you. Chapter 38, throwing herself at him. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with this crazy woman. He turned back to Bai Lu and asked, are you okay? Bai Lu hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to step in and defend her. A faint flicker of emotion stirred within her. I'm fine. A few insults don't hurt. But you were a bit too impulsive. You really didn't need to slap him for my sake. I couldn't help it. Jiāng Mu declared bluntly, I can't stand it when she slanders law enforcement officers. Especially when it's a beautiful officer like you, I can't stand it at all. Bai Lu's cheeks flushed crimson at the compliment. Shy and at a loss for words. Her 2 small feet tapped nervously back and forth. Beep. Squeak. Just then, a black Bentley Mulsanne pulled up in front of the crowd. A middle-aged man in a business suit emerged, his stern face radiating fury as he stormed forward. Who the hell was bullying my wife just now? Man up and show yourself. Seeing her husband arrive, the woman instantly found her backbone. Her arrogance returned as she pointed at Jiāng Mu and shouted at the man, honey, it's him. That little punk. He crashed into my car, refused to pay for the damage, and even hit me. Look at my face. He hit me so hard it's all swollen. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked utterly wronged, as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice in the world. The sight tugged at the middle-aged man's heartstrings. He hurriedly wiped her tears away. It's okay, honey. Daddy's here. For every slap he gave you, Daddy will give him 10. I'll make sure you get your revenge. Honey, you're so good to me. I love you to bits. Mwah. I love you too, sweetie. Ugh. Watching the 2 of them being so disgustingly lovey-dovey. Jiāng Mu was so disgusted he nearly vomited on the spot. Bai Lu also wore a look of utter disgust. Tsk tisk. After a moment, Jiāng Mu grinned. This guy must never get hungry. He probably feels full without even eating. Bai Lu was puzzled. Why? Because kissing her once is like eating a pound of makeup. It'd be weird if he could still eat after that. Put. The white deer giggled with amusement. Honestly, if you scraped all the powder off that woman's face, it'd weigh at least 2 pounds. Bull. The woman was displeased. After cursing under her breath, she turned to the middle-aged man and said, honey, look at him, he's resorting to personal attacks. It's fine. The middle-aged man smiled indulgently. Honey, I'll take care of him. With that, the man lifted his head and shouted arrogantly at Jiāng Mu, you little punk, I'll give you one chance just. Mid-sentence, the man froze. He then secretly pulled out his phone, pulled up a photo, and compared it repeatedly with Jiāng Mu. Slowly. The middle-aged man lost his composure. He shoved the woman beside him aside and strode quickly to Jiāng Mu's front, tentatively asking, Are you Mr. Jiang, the one who acquired the entire Yunchuan winery? Jiāng Mu froze. You know me? Boom. The arrogance vanished instantly from the middle-aged man's face. Replaced by fear and unease, he respectfully replied to Jiāng Mu, Mr. Jiang, my name is Luo Quanan. I'm the general manager of the product department at Yunchuan Winery. I'm truly sorry for speaking out of turn just now. Jiāng Mu frowned at his words. He thought to himself, is this Yunchuan Winery a den of scoundrels? First Hu Yu, then Li Mei, and now this Luo Quanan. It seemed he'd have to have a serious talk with Yunchuan Winery's HR department once he got there. Husband. Seeing Luo Quanan hesitating to act, the woman grew impatient and shouted at the top of her lungs, what's there to talk about with this little punk? Just beat the crap out of him already. At those words, Luo Quanan's face darkened. He thought to himself, this woman is retarded. This man was his boss, how could he possibly beat him up? Luo Quanan. Seeing Luo Quanan neither speak nor act, the woman exploded. Your wife's being beaten and you're just standing there like a coward? What kind of man are you? Smack. Luo Quanan couldn't take it anymore. He slapped the woman hard across the face. Shut up. This isn't your business. Turning back to Jiāng Mu, Luo Quanan said, Mr. Jiang, my wife has some mental issues. She tends to spout nonsense. Please don't take it personally. Also, I'll take full responsibility for any losses she caused you. Out of nowhere, she'd been slapped by her own husband again. The woman felt utterly humiliated. But she also understood that this young man before her was someone even her husband couldn't afford to offend. So she could only swallow her anger silently. Fine. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to argue further. He nodded. But I'll need to borrow your car for a while. It's too inconvenient without one. No problem. Luo Quanan dared not refuse, smiling broadly as he handed over the keys with both hands. Jiāng Mu took the keys and said to Bai Lu, Officer, since everything's settled, you should go too. Maybe we'll cross paths again someday. Oh, okay. Bai Lu had expected a major confrontation between the two sides. Instead, not only did no fight break out, but the situation was resolved with surprising ease. She was so stunned she could only nod blankly. We'll meet again someday. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Before departing, Luo Quanan hurried over to Jiāng Mu's side and chuckled, Are you heading to the Yunchuan Winery? Jiāng Mu nodded. Yes. Luo Quanan's eyes lit up. Could you give me a ride too? No. Jiāng Mu refused without hesitation. There's no room. Run back on foot. And let me remind you, if I don't see you at the meeting in an hour, pack your things and get out. With that, Jiāng Mu floored the gas pedal and sped away. Watching the car fade into the distance, Luo Quanan stood dumbfounded. The distance from here to Yuzhuan Winery was nearly 20 kilometers. Running back would kill him. Yuzhuan Winery, as the largest wine production base in Linhai City and even Dongyang Province. Spanning an impressive 5,000 mu, its vineyards alone covered a full 3,000 mu. From afar, the emerald trellises and purple grapes create a breathtakingly beautiful sight. If you have some free time, gathering a few friends to come here for a stroll and relax is definitely a great choice. Squeak! After parking the car, Jiāng Mu didn't head straight for the office building. Instead, he planned to explore the vicinity first, checking for any potential issues. Before he had taken more than a few steps, a wave of fragrance swept over him first, followed by a wave of softness and warmth that made Jiāng Mu feel like he was floating on air. Was his luck with women suddenly skyrocketing today? How could such a stunning beauty throw herself at him the moment he stepped out of the car? Chapter 39, My Boyfriend's Here. Just as Jiāng Mu was puzzling over this, the stunning beauty spoke. Her embroidered brows slightly furrowed as she turned to a man nearby and said, Li Rui, you've always wanted to meet my boyfriend, right? This is him. Oomph. Li Rui eyed Jiāng Mu up and down with a dismissive sneer. Sun Yuqing, you think I'd believe this is him just because you dragged some random junior employee over? Believe it or not. Sun Yuqing retorted irritably, listen, Li Rui, it's over between us, completely over. From now on, I'll be with him. Don't bother me anymore. Hearing this, Jiāng Mu laughed. So after all this time, it wasn't that I was suddenly popular with the ladies, she just wanted to use me as a shield. Well, sorry, but I've no obligation to play that role. With that thought, Jiāng Mu pushed the stunning beauty away. Miss, I'm not your boyfriend. Please behave yourself. Ha? Sun Yuqing froze. Li Rui froze too. The next second, Li Rui chuckled, Sun Yuqing, if you wanted to lie, why didn't you find a better actor? Now that you've been rejected, isn't this a bit embarrassing? Mind your own business. Exposed by Jiāng Mu in front of everyone, Sun Yuqing felt her face burn with embarrassment. After snapping at Li Rui, she turned to Jiāng Mu and yelled, Hey! What department are you from? How dare you undermine me? You think I won't fire you right now? Fire me? Jiāng Mu laughed. I doubt you have the authority. You? Sun Yuqing never dreamed this would happen. The second princess of the prestigious Yuzhuan Winery was actually being defied by a lowly junior employee. Furious beyond belief, she screamed at the top of her lungs, Prove it! Tell me which department you're in and your full name. Let's see if I can fire you or not. My name is Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. As for which department, I'm afraid I don't know. Jiāng Mu? Sun Yuqing froze for a second, then her eyes widened in disbelief. You're Mr. Jiāng Mu, the one who acquired my family's winery outright? That's right. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Now do you still think you can fire me? You're kidding me. Sun Yuqing hadn't attended yesterday's meeting, so unlike Luo Quanan, she hadn't seen Jiāng Mu's photo. Want to know if it's a lie? Just call your sister, Sun Yulan, and have her come over to see for herself. Jiāng Mu answered with an expression as calm as ever, his tone utterly unruffled. It didn't seem like he was trying to deceive her at all, which only made Sun Yuqing, who was already lacking in confidence, feel even more insecure. After hesitating for a long time, she finally called her sister. Hey, sis, there's someone at the main building entrance claiming to be Mr. Jiang, the one buying our winery. Do you want to come down and take a look? Oh, okay. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Sun Yuqing scrutinized Jiāng Mu from head to toe. She thought to herself, this man looked nothing like the Mr. Jiang she had imagined. In her mind, the Mr. Jiang who could fully acquire her family's winery should be a well-fed, middle-aged man. After all, Yuzhuan Winery was valued at around 3 billion yuan. Anyone capable of producing that much money at once would be at least 35 years old. But the Jiāng Mu before her looked about her age. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't seem like someone who could suddenly produce billions. Li Rui's thoughts mirrored Sun Yuqing's. He suspected Jiāng Mu was bragging. He stepped forward with a chuckle. Brother, might I ask your father's distinguished surname? Jiang Dongshan. Why? Li Rui paused, carefully searching his memory for billionaire tycoons he knew. He concluded there was no such person named Jiang Dongshan. This only solidified his suspicion. With a cold smile, he retorted, Bro, you're blowing your own horn a bit too hard here. You're neither a second-generation rich kid nor a self-made tycoon. Where did you get the money to buy such a massive winery? Jiāng Mu chuckled. You're neither a cop nor a government official. I don't need to report my funding sources to you, do I? True enough. Li Rui smiled faintly. But if you won't explain, I can only suspect you're bragging. What if I'm not bragging? Jiāng Mu countered. If you're not, I'll call you Dad. Li Rui gave a devilish grin. But if you are bluffing, you'll have to call me Dad. Dare you? Jiāng Mu laughed. In all his years, he'd never encountered someone so eager to be his son. Well, if that was the case, he could only reluctantly grant the other's wish. Fine. Jiāng Mu nodded. This eldest son of yours, I'll take him. Ha! Li Ruwei sneered disdainfully, that line should be mine to say to you. Tap tap tap. Just as the two men were locked in argument, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from inside the building. Sun Yulan then strode swiftly toward them, flanked by two men. Spotting Jiāng Mu, she immediately broke into a jog, calling out, Mr. Jiāng. I didn't know you were coming. My apologies for not greeting you properly. No problem. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Don't sweat the small stuff. Phew. Sun Yulan had expected Jiāng Mu to be angry, especially since he'd fired two people in one go yesterday. But thankfully, he hadn't. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's head up. Everyone's waiting for you in the conference room. Sun Yulan continued. Hold on. Jiāng Mu waved his hand and turned back to Li Ruwei with a playful smile. Big son, your old man's leaving. Aren't you going to see me off? At this remark, Li Ruwei's face darkened. He grabbed Sun Yulan's arm and demanded, Sis Yulan, you must be mistaken. This guy's just a braggart and a fraud. How could he possibly be the one who bought the winery? Sun Yulan, unaware of the situation, was left a bit bewildered. Just as she was about to speak, Sun Yuqing piped up first. Li Ruwei, as they say, you win some, you lose some. Are you even a man? This. Li Ruwei's face flushed red, then drained white. Finally, he ground out a single word through clenched teeth. Dad. Hey. Jiāng Mu grinned, patting Li Ruwei's cheek. Big boy, wait here. Dad's going to buy you some oranges, okay? Get lost. Li Ruwei felt his face burning with embarrassment. How could he possibly stay? He shoved Jiāng Mu's hand away and fled the winery. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After hours of meetings, Jiāng Mu stretched lazily. He drove away from Yuchuan Winery and encountered Luo Quanan sprinting down the road. He realized the guy was surprisingly honest. He'd actually run all the way back instead of hailing a cab. Jiāng Mu decided to give him a chance and let him stay at Yuchuan Winery for now. Beep beep beep. Once he reached the bustling downtown area, the traffic jam was brutal. Bored, Jiāng Mu tapped the steering wheel rhythmically, humming Alan Chow's Friends to pass the time. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. He recognized her immediately. It was Lin Xiaoyu, who worked at Times Square. What's more, she was surrounded by 4 or 5 people, all looking fierce and clearly up to no good. Chapter 40 Serious or Not Serious Third Update. Stop it. Without a second thought, Jiāng Mu yelled through the car window before jumping out. He strode quickly toward where Lin Xiaoyu stood. At the same time, the thugs spotted Jiāng Mu. One of them frowned and snapped, Who the hell are you, kid? I'm her brother. Jiāng Mu yanked Lin Xiaoyu behind him, shielding her. Brother? The thugs flashed lecherous grins. The proper kind of brother, or the improper kind? Ha 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 ha. You, shameless scum. Lin Xiaoyu was so enraged she was speechless, her pretty face flushed with fury. Yet, somehow, she looked strangely adorable. Enough, cut the crap. The leader of the thugs raised his hand to cut off the laughter, addressing Jiāng Mu. I don't care if you're her real brother or her stepbrother. She owes us money. If she can't pay, she's coming with us. Bull. Furious, Lin Xiaoyu let loose with a curse, shouting back, It's old deadbeat Lin who owes you money, not me. If you want it, go after him. What does it have to do with me? Hey, lady, that's not how it works. The leader frowned. Is old Scrooge Lin your dad? As the saying goes, the son pays the father's debts. His money? You gotta pay it back. I won't pay. If not, we'll have no choice but to send you to a nightclub to serve drinks. The leader's expression hardened as he barked at his men, Guys, get her. Tie her up and throw her in the truck. Yes. Clatter. In an instant, the gangsters swarmed forward, one after another. Lin Xiaoyu was terrified, her face drained of color. Tears streamed down her face. Jiāng Mu, seeing this, urgently shouted, Hold on. How much does she owe you? I'll pay it back for her. Not much. The gang leader sneered coldly, holding up one finger. 100,000. Once we get the money, we're out of here. Fine. Jiāng Mu knew these thugs were the type who wouldn't let go until they got what they wanted. Even if he drove them away now, they'd only return. Better to just pay up and be done with it. This way, Lin Xiaoyu can finally have some peace. Mr. Jiāng. Mr. Jiāng, this debt isn't mine to repay. You really don't need to cover it for me. Lin Xiaoyu still wasn't entirely willing to repay it, stubbornly insisting to Jiāng Mu. It's fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry about it. But? Lin Xiaoyu tried to say more, but seeing Jiāng Mu was adamant, she swallowed her words. 10 minutes later. Jiāng Mu handed the 100,000 yuan he'd just withdrawn from the ATM to the leader of the thugs. Where's the IOU? Here. The thug waved his hand dismissively, handing Jiāng Mu a promissory note. Without even glancing at it, Jiāng Mu tore it to shreds. Simultaneously, he asked the leader, Brother, did you put up the money yourself, or are you just handling the collection? I'm only in charge of collecting. Then who's the lender? What's their name? Jiāng Mu pressed further. His name is Li Laoba, nicknamed Eighth Brother. Parrot? Jiāng Mu laughed. What a bloody parrot. Tell that Li Laoba back that he's not to lend money to old deadbeat Lin anymore. Otherwise, next time, you won't get a single penny back. Ha! The thug laughed, looking at Jiāng Mu with pity. Bro, Parrot's a big shot in this game. Why'd you think he'd listen to you? Because I'm the largest shareholder of Times Group Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu enunciated each word deliberately, and I'm also the owner of New Oxygen Beauty Hospital and Yuchuan Winery. Ask him if that's enough clout. Boom. Though Jiāng Mu listed only his business identities. Each company was a household name in Linhai City. Their combined market value far exceeded 10 billion. Such a top-tier tycoon was truly not someone a petty loan shark could afford to cross. Alright. I understand. Upon learning Jiāng Mu's true identity, the gang leader's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He bowed respectfully to Jiāng Mu. Rest assured, sir. I will deliver your message personally and make sure everyone else knows no loans to that deadbeat Lin. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively, then turned and pulled Lin Xiaoyu away. In the car. As Jiāng Mu drove forward, he asked Lin Xiaoyu, "Where's your place? I'll drop you off directly." No need. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly waved her hands. I'm already so embarrassed that you paid back my debt. How could I possibly ask you to drive me home too? It's fine. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Forgot I'm your big bro? No need to be formal with your own brother. Having grown up with a gambling-addicted father. Having never experienced a shred of familial affection, the moment Jiāng Mu declared himself her brother, her defenses crumbled instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you, Chairman Jiang. I told you I'm your brother. Why are you still calling me Chairman Jiang? Jiāng Mu feigned annoyance. Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed red as she softly replied, Brother. Jiāng Mu smiled contentedly, reaching out to ruffle Lin Xiaoyu's hair. That's more like it. By the way, why does your dad owe them money? Lin Xiaoyu sighed. What else could it be? Gambling, of course. From the day I was born, there hasn't been a single day he didn't gamble. He's gambled away our house, our money, everything. Do you want him to stop gambling? Of course I do. I dream about it every night. Lin Xiaoyu gave a bitter smile. But he's addicted to gambling. How could he possibly stop? I have a solution for that. Jiāng Mu smiled confidently. When I get the chance, I'll have a talk with your father. I'll make sure he stops gambling. Really? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't quite believe it. I'm serious. Jiāng Mu nodded. But not these next few days, it'll take a while. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. If you can help him quit gambling, you'll be like my own brother. Just a brother. Jiāng Mu feigned displeasure. Couldn't it be my real husband? Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as she shyly smiled. Mr. Jiang, with all the beautiful women around you, please don't tease me. I'm nowhere near your league. Ha! Jiāng Mu chuckled. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Where do you live? I'll drive you home. Building 2, Shunyu Residential Complex. Ha! Jiāng Mu froze, his face filled with surprise. We actually live in the same neighborhood? Is that right? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't quite believe it. Really? Perfect timing, I'm heading back too. It's on my way. Great. An hour later, the two were stuck at a traffic light a kilometer away from Shunyu residential area, unable to move forward. Knock knock knock. Just as they were getting annoyed by the situation, a familiar figure knocked on the passenger side window. They looked up and were stunned to see Lin Xiaoyu's scumbag ex-boyfriend, Hu Yu. Chapter 41. That's just too mean. Jiāng Mu was taken aback by Hu Yu's sudden appearance. He turned to ask Lin Xiaoyu, what's he doing here? Looking for me, I guess. Lin Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. Ever since he found out you're the largest shareholder of Times Group and also my brother, he came over in the middle of the night trying to get back together. I refused, so he's been waiting here ever since. Put. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Who knew this jerk was so clueless with women? He's quite devoted to money, though. So what do you think? Me? Lin Xiaoyu furrowed her delicate brows, her tone firm. I'd never get back together with that scumbag who cheats for money and sex. Good. After clarifying Lin Xiaoyu's stance, Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Leave this matter to me to handle. With that, he slowly rolled down the window, feigning unfamiliarity with Hu Yu. What's up, buddy? Need something? Today's Hu Yu was unshaven, disheveled, and filthy. He was a stark contrast to yesterday's sharp-dressed young man. Clearly, losing his job had hit him hard. Bro! Hu Yu gave an awkward smile. You really are a busy man with a forgetting mind. I'm Hu Yu, Xiaoyu's boyfriend. We met yesterday at Times Square. Is that so? Jiāng Mu feigned forgetfulness, turning to ask Lin Xiaoyu, little sister, do you know him? Lin Xiaoyu shook her head decisively. No, I don't. Did you hear that? Jiāng Mu sneered coldly. My sister says she doesn't know you. Now get lost. No. Yu panicked, clutching the car door tightly as he shouted at Lin Xiaoyu sitting in the passenger seat. Xiaoyu, I was wrong about what happened before, but I truly love you. Can't you just give me one more chance? Xiaoyu, say something, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I swear I'll never betray you again. Let's make up. Please, I'm begging you. By the end, Yu was nearly in tears. This amused Jiāng Mu, who chuckled and patted his shoulder. Alright, since you're being so sincere, I'll give you one more chance. But you have to pass my test. Alright. At the mention of a chance, Yu grinned from ear to ear. Just tell me what it is. No matter what the test is, I can pass it. Brother! Lin Xiaoyu panicked. Why are you giving him a chance? There's no way I'm getting back together with him. Shut up. Jiāng Mu frowned. Yu is being so sincere. Why can't we give him a chance? But? No buts about it. Jiāng Mu declared decisively, this matter is settled. I've made my decision. You don't need to get involved. But? Lin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. What the hell is Jiāng Mu playing at? She couldn't possibly get back together with Yu, could she? Bro! Jiāng Mu ignored Lin Xiaoyu and turned to Yu. Don't listen to her. If you can pass the test I set for you, I'll settle this for you. Thanks, bro. Yu was so thrilled he felt like he could fly. He thought to himself, all his efforts just now hadn't been wasted after all. You're welcome. Jiāng Mu chuckled. See that Panamera over there? Yu nodded. I see it. Go. Jiāng Mu slapped Yu on the shoulder. Smash it. If you smash it, I'll consider your trial complete. Bro. Yu hesitated. That's not right. Besides, it's such an expensive car I couldn't afford to pay for it if I wrecked it. What's there to fear? Jiāng Mu frowned. Brother here is the major shareholder of Times Group, worth billions. A single Panamera? You think I can't afford to pay for it? Yu's eyes lit up. Got it, bro. I'll go smash it right now. With that, Yu grabbed a curb stone and strode boldly toward the Panamera. Then came a loud clang as the Panamera's hood caved in instantly. The owner inside, who'd been getting some action, nearly went limp with fright. He pulled up his pants and stormed out. You! Who the hell are you? Smashing my car? Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, Yu spat viciously and shouted back, You! My brother told me to smash it. So what? The owner froze, furrowing his brow. Who the hell is your brother? That powerful? Him. Yu whipped his head around and pointed, then froze in shock. The Bentley Mulsanne that had been parked there moments ago was now nothing but a fleeting glimpse of its taillights. Jiāng Mu and Lin Xiaoyu had already driven off. Hell. Realizing he'd been played, Yu exploded with rage. He charged after Jiāng Mu like a madman. But before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by the owner of the Panamera and beaten senseless. His hysterical screams echoed across the entire traffic light intersection. Put. Upon learning the truth, Lin Xiaoyu burst out laughing. Bro, that was way too mean. What's the big deal? Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. You feel sorry for him getting beaten up? No way. Lin Xiaoyu retorted, her cheeks flushing red. He deserved every punch. I don't feel sorry for him at all. Oomph. Jiāng Mu chuckled. That's the right attitude. If he comes looking for you again, just ignore him. A few minutes later. The car pulled up at the entrance of Building 2, Unit 3 in Shunyu Residential Complex. Brother. Before getting out, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for a long moment before saying, 100,000 you paid back for me, consider it a loan. Once I have the money, I'll definitely pay you back. Alright. Jiāng Mu knew Lin Xiaoyu had a strong sense of pride, so he didn't insist on refusing the repayment. Besides, he wouldn't collect it anyway. Lin Xiaoyu flashed a sweet smile. Alright then, bro, I'm heading upstairs now. Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded. I should head back too. I've been running around all day and haven't even had time to eat. Huh? Lin Xiaoyu froze. Then maybe, why don't you come over to my place for a bit? I can cook some noodles for you. Jiāng Mu looked surprised. You know how to cook noodles? Of course. Lin Xiaoyu flashed a confident smile. I'm a noodle-making whiz, you know. Cut the crap. Jiāng Mu still couldn't quite believe it, shaking his head. I'm afraid I'll get food poisoning. No way. Lin Xiaoyu's pretty face tightened as she pouted, I don't care. Today, you're eating whether you like it or not. Saying this, Lin Xiaoyu grabbed Jiāng Mu's arm and started pulling him upstairs. Seeing her persistence, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. He looked at her warily and said, Lin Xiaoyu, you're insisting I go upstairs. You're not planning to take advantage of me while I'm eating noodles, are you? Lin Xiaoyu was speechless. She shot him a disapproving look. Trying to do something to you? Like hell. I'm not that kind of girl, okay? Then why didn't you make that clear? Jiāng Mu frowned. You had me thinking you were after my body. Fine, let's go already. I'm starving. Lin Xiaoyu. It's your own dirty mind, okay? What does that have to do with me? Chapter 42 Surprise turns to shock. Squeak. Come on in. Pushing open the door, Lin Xiaoyu fetched slippers for Jiāng Mu while explaining, this place is rented by me and a senior from university. Since we're all girls, we don't have men's slippers. Just use mine for now. Sure. Jiāng Mu didn't fuss about it. He slipped them on and walked inside, collapsing onto the sofa. This place seems a bit small, huh? That's right. Lin Xiaoyu replied while pouring him water, it's only 54 square meters with 2 bedrooms and a living room. It is a bit small, but since it's just the 2 of us, it's not too cramped. Oh, right. Lin Xiaoyu pointed to her bedroom and continued, that's my room. If you're tired, go rest inside for a bit. I'll call you when the noodles are ready. Alright. After a long, tiring day, Jiāng Mu was actually feeling quite sleepy. He stretched lazily and walked straight in. But the next second, he froze in shock. Lin Xiaoyu, I never would have guessed you're into lace. Huh? Lin Xiaoyu froze. The next second, her pretty face flushed crimson as she rushed in to gather up the scattered lace lingerie on the bed. She mumbled in defense, no, it's not mine. It belongs to my classmate. Don't get the wrong idea. Is that so? Jiāng Mu chuckled, then why am I seeing you wearing lace right now? Huh? Lin Xiaoyu gasped in shock, hastily covering her chest with her hands. But the next second, she regretted it. Because she wasn't wearing any lace at all today. You're messing with me. Overcome with shame and anger, Lin Xiaoyu grabbed a pillow and smacked it hard against Jiāng Mu's head. Jiāng Mu, his scheme having succeeded, grinned from ear to ear. He waved his hand dismissively. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Go cook some noodles quickly. I'll lie down for a bit. Lin Xiaoyu worked quickly, and the noodles were ready in under 10 minutes. As for the flavor? Beef stew flavor. That's right. The girl had cooked instant noodles. But she did show some consideration, at least she made a fried egg to go with Jiāng Mu's portion. Phew, that hit the spot. After finishing his meal, Jiāng Mu wiped his mouth and let out a satisfied sigh. Glad you're full. Lin Xiaoyu was also satisfied. After clearing away the bowls, she said to Jiāng Mu, bro, you sit tight. I'm going to take a shower and come back to keep you company. Okay. Jiāng Mu didn't think much of it and nodded instinctively. But when he heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Jiāng Mu froze. If a woman says she's going to take a shower, doesn't that mean? With that thought, Jiāng Mu stripped off his clothes without another word and crawled into the bed. At the same time, he muttered to himself, I'm not the type to be so casual, but repeatedly rejecting a girl's feelings would only hurt her. So, to spare her the pain, I'll reluctantly go along with it just this once. Half an hour later. Having waited in vain for Lin Xiaoyu, Jiāng Mu silently grumbled that women taking showers were such a hassle. He began rummaging through his system backpack to pass the time. Lake Island Villa 84? After scanning through the items, Jiāng Mu suddenly realized he was only 4 fragments short of completing the Lake Island Villa. And he just happened to have 4 universal fragments. That meant. With that thought, Jiāng Mu wasted no time and used the universal fragments to complete the Lake Island Villa fragments. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Lake Island Villa. Someone will arrive within the hour to hand over the keys. Please remain in place to avoid missing them. Jiāng Mu froze. Usually, it would be either a business card or a contract. Why the sudden switch to an in-person handover this time? Could it be because his phone was broken and he hadn't had time to buy a new one yet? He didn't dwell on it. As long as he got the villa, the rest of the details didn't matter. Tap tap tap. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the door. Jiāng Mu quickly pulled the blanket over his head and pretended to be asleep, planning to give Lin Xiaoyu a big surprise once she came in. Clack! Thump, thump, thump! As the footsteps grew closer, Jiāng Mu shot upright and shouted, surprise! Then, silence fell for 3 seconds. Then came 2 shrieks of sheer terror. One belonged to Jiāng Mu. The other belonged to a woman Jiāng Mu didn't recognize at all. That's right. The one who returned wasn't Lin Xiaoyu. Instead, it was a girl who appeared to be around Lin Xiaoyu's age. Who are you? After regaining her composure, the girl demanded of Jiāng Mu with a look of caution. I was wondering the same thing. Jiāng Mu snapped irritably, damn it, you've seen every inch of my body. What's wrong? What's wrong? 2 consecutive screams echoed through the room, and Lin Xiaoyu lost all interest in bathing. Wrapping herself in a towel, she rushed into the room. Xiaoyu! The girl giggled upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu. Who knew the usually reserved you would be so wild behind closed doors? Anyway, I'm just here to grab my stuff. You two carry on, don't mind me. Lin Xiaoyu froze. Continue what? Stop pretending. The girl gave a mischievous smile. Your little boyfriend's already stripped down to surprise you. Go on, hurry up. Lin Xiaoyu froze, glancing at Jiāng Mu sprawled on the bed. Her pretty face flushed crimson. Sis Lin, it's not what you think. He's not my boyfriend. Oh, I get it. The girl chuckled. You just haven't decided whether to make it official yet, right? Sis gets it. No, it's not. Stop. Cut it out. The girl cut Lin Xiaoyu off before she could continue. I've got to move. No time for explanations. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Lin Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. She turned and glared fiercely at Jiāng Mu, her eyes seeming to say, "It's all your fault. You ruined my reputation." Jiāng Mu was equally speechless. He'd intended to pull off a surprise, but ended up getting a shock instead. Sis Lin. Lin Xiaoyu ignored Jiāng Mu and hurried after Wang Lin. Out of the blue, why are you suddenly moving? Wang Lin flashed a triumphant smile, pulling a set of keys from her pocket. Your brother-in-law bought me a house Golden Sea waterfront, 245 square meters, duplex. Really? Lin Xiaoyu genuinely felt happy for Wang Lin. But the next moment, her joy vanished. Sis Lin, if you move out, what about the rent for this place? Right. Wang Lin placed her bag on the sofa. I was just about to tell you this. Remember how we split the rent for this place, paying a year's worth up front? There's still nearly 8 months left. You should give me back my share of the rent. Ah. Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. But 8 months' rent is over 10,000 yuan. I can't come up with that much right now. No problem. Wang Lin smiled reassuringly. You can ask your boyfriend for it. You can't let him sleep with you for free, right? And I don't need it right away. Just give it to me before 8 p.m. tonight. No, Lin. Lin Xiaoyu frowned and explained, he's really not my boyfriend, and you're rushing this way too. At the very least, I should wait until I find my next roommate before giving you the money. At those words, Wang Lin's face darkened instantly. Chapter 43, The Big Sucker Third Update. Lin Xiaoyu. Wang Lin's brows knitted tightly, her face dark and grim as she spoke each word deliberately. Do you even have a conscience saying that? Don't forget when you were down and out on the streets, it was me who pulled you out. No, Sister Lin. Lin Xiaoyu jumped in surprise and hurriedly explained, I'll never forget what you did for me, but where am I supposed to get that much money all at once? That's none of my concern. With the mask off, Wang Lin dropped all pretense. Her face hardened as she declared, you must return the money to me by 8 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, I'll contact the landlord, and you won't be staying here anymore. But Lin Xiaoyu felt helpless. She had already spent every last penny of her savings to rent this place. If she really got kicked out, she'd end up homeless. At this thought, Lin Xiaoyu sighed helplessly and pleaded with Wang Lin, Sis Lin, I'm begging you, can you just give me a few more days? Xiaoyu. Wang Lin's face darkened, her tone cold and distant. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I can't. You'll have to fend for yourself. But enough. Wang Lin snapped, shoving Lin Xiaoyu away and bellowing at the top of her lungs, I'm not your damn mother. Why should I always bail you out? Get the hell out of my way. Stop getting in my way. Sis Lin, you weren't always like this. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. The Wang Lin before her seemed like a completely different person. Before? Wang Lin laughed, looking at Lin Xiaoyu with an expression reserved for the mentally challenged. Honestly, you're stupid. Let me set the record straight, this place isn't 4,000 a month, it's 2,000. Thanks for covering my rent all this past year. Boom. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. She never dreamed that senior Wang Lin, who had always been so kind and gentle to her, had been deceiving her all along. She'd been using her as a sucker. And she had actually been blissfully unaware, thinking the other person was being kind to her. This was utterly ridiculous. In an instant, Lin Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming pang of heartache and tears streamed down her cheeks. Enough. Wang Lin sneered coldly. Stop playing the victim with me. You're just trying to squeeze me for money. 16,000 yuan. Not a penny less by 8 o'clock or you'll be sleeping on the street. You're shameless. Blinded by rage, Lin Xiaoyu screamed at the top of her lungs, I won't give a single penny to a shameless scoundrel like you. Did you just insult me? Wang Lin flew into a rage, raising her hand to strike Lin Xiaoyu. Terrified, Lin Xiaoyu quickly closed her eyes. Smack! The next second, a sharp, crisp slap echoed beside Lin Xiaoyu's ear. Startled, Lin Xiaoyu flinched, yet she felt no pain. Opening her eyes, she saw 5 vivid red handprints now etched across Wang Lin's face. Glancing to the side, she saw Jiāng Mu had appeared beside her like a towering mountain, shielding her from harm. It filled her with an overwhelming sense of security. Damn it! After being struck, Wang Lin erupted in fury. Clutching her right cheek, she cursed, You think you're the only one with a man, Lin Xiaoyu? Just you wait. I'll have him come up right now and teach you both a lesson. With that, Wang Lin began dialing a number. Jiāng Mu paid her no mind whatsoever. He turned back to Lin Xiaoyu with concern. How are you? I saw you bumped your arm on the sofa just now. Are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head with a pout, then threw herself into Jiāng Mu's arms like a child, sniffling softly. Clearly, Wang Lin's deception had hit her hard. After all, this was someone she had once trusted most deeply. There, don't cry. Jiāng Mu patted Lin Xiaoyu's head comfortingly. With me here, no one will ever bully you again. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in his arms and whispered a quiet thank you. Squeak! Just then, the door creaked open. A middle-aged man in a trench coat walked in. Honey, look at this. The moment the man entered, Wang Lin rushed over to complain, my face was perfectly fine, but now it's all swollen from being hit. You absolutely must avenge me. The middle-aged man paid no heed to Wang Lin's words. His eyes darted around Lin Xiaoyu's body, lingering especially on her pair of perfectly straight, beautiful legs. He nearly drooled, his lecherous nature fully exposed. Li Kai, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Seeing the middle-aged man completely ignore her, Wang Lin grew angry. She pinched him hard and shouted. Oh, I heard you. Li Kai shoved Wang Lin away impatiently. Stop nagging. You never stop. You. Though Wang Lin was a bit angry, she dared not truly lose her temper. After all, she'd need to rely on this middle-aged man as her long-term breadwinner in the future. Hey, buddy, you hit my wife. Don't you want to explain yourself? Explain what? Jiāng Mu sneered coldly, forget hitting your wife if you come near me, I'll beat the crap out of you too. As he spoke, Jiāng Mu made a threatening gesture. Li Kai, terrified, scrambled backward. There was no way around it. Jiāng Mu was built like a tank, while Li Kai was out of shape from lack of exercise. How could he possibly go toe-to-toe with Jiāng Mu? Brother! Feeling humiliated after being pushed aside, Li Kai retorted irritably, biting and killing? Those are the methods of the crude and uncultured. A man of letters like myself wouldn't stoop to such things. Is that so? Jiāng Mu chuckled. Well, I happen to be a cultured man too. Oomph. Li Kai laughed too. Then let's settle this the cultured way. Have you heard of Tian Hai International? I know it. Jiāng Mu nodded. The largest international trading company in Donyang province, with a market value of 30 billion. Li Kai smiled, his tone brimming with pride. I work at that very company as the general manager of their public relations department. So what? Jiāng Mu frowned. Don't expect me to play along with your act, I'm not interested in men. Put. Li Kai was so furious he nearly spat blood. I'm the PR manager, not some club gigolo. This guy's a ing moron. Brother. Li Kai forced himself to suppress his rage. You've got a great sense of humor. I'm a legitimate PR professional. Is that so? Jiāng Mu smirked. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have guessed. You. Li Kai was speechless. He realized this kid was genuinely skilled at pushing people's buttons. He decided to cut the pleasantries and stated bluntly, brother, I'm giving you a chance. Get down on your knees, apologize to my wife, and I'll forgive you. Otherwise. At this point, Li Kai gave a cold laugh. With my connections, kicking you out of Linhai City is more than within my power. Stop bragging about how tough you are. Jiāng Mu retorted, prove it when you can actually do it. Li Kai froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Good for you, kid. You've got guts. Just you wait, by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I'll have you kicked out of Linhai City. Chapter 44 Tips. Fine. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to engage him, dismissively replying, whatever you say goes. Blowing your own horn doesn't cost a penny anyway. Put. Li Kai was furious. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, fine. Hope you don't regret it later. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Your old man here? I'll definitely not regret it. Fine. After gritting his teeth and uttering that single word, Li Kai ignored Jiāng Mu completely. Turning to Lin Xiaoyu, he said, Xiaoyu, your sister Lin must have told you I bought her a new apartment. It's a 245 square meter duplex at Golden Seashore. Why don't you move in too? I won't charge you rent. Li Kai had originally set his sights on Lin Xiaoyu. But back then, Lin Xiaoyu had a boyfriend and treated him coldly. That's why he reluctantly chose Wang Lin instead. But he was certain that once Lin Xiaoyu saw that over 200 square meter, fully furnished duplex, and especially after he promised to give it to her, she would definitely throw herself at him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to spend over 3 million on a house for Wang Lin. Honey, didn't you promise we'd have our own little world together? Upon hearing that Lin Xiaoyu would also be moving in, Wang Lin immediately grew anxious. She'll just disturb us. Shut up. Li Kai gave Wang Lin no quarter, snapping coldly, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. You. Wang Lin gritted her teeth in fury, but ultimately swallowed her words. There was nothing she could do. The property deed was in someone else's name. To move in, she had no choice but to swallow her pride. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Want to move in together? Li Kai asked again. No thanks. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head decisively. I'm perfectly fine here. This is no good at all. Li Kai laughed, gesturing around him. It's tiny and run down, old and decrepit. The sewer stinks, the hallway lights don't work, and the power keeps cutting out. Compared to that spacious apartment I just bought, it's nowhere near as good, okay? Take my advice, come with me. I've got a room ready for you. It's 100 times better than your tiny dump. No thanks. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head again. This place might be run down, but at least I'm not living off someone else. I don't have her thick skin. Who do you think has thick skin? Wang Lin wouldn't dare confront Li Kai, but she wasn't about to let others off easy. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "Say that again, you bastard, and I'll rip your mouth off." Enough. Li Kai yanked Wang Lin back. Stop acting like a shrew. We're educated people, show some class. Oomph. Wang Lin snorted in defiance, saying no more. Stow you. Li Kai continued to persuade her, staying at my place isn't like being a burden. And if you ever want it, just say the word, I'll give you that house. No thanks. Before Lin Xiaoyu could respond, Jiāng Mu interjected, I'm her boyfriend. If she wants a house, I can buy her one. No need for you to offer your favors. You buy it? Li Kai burst into laughter, a wild, mocking laugh. With what money? Selling your kidney? Or selling your blood? Wang Lin laughed too. A house in Golden Seashore costs over 12,000 yuan per square meter. His blood wouldn't even cover the cost of 1 square meter. Exactly. Li Kai continued, I pay 3.29 million for that place. You'd struggle to earn that much in a lifetime. So, buddy, be realistic. Stop shooting your mouth off. Jiāng Mu laughed, and Lin Xiaoyu laughed too. To them, Li Kai and Wang Lin now looked like nothing more than two clowns, utterly insignificant. Because with Jiāng Mu's capabilities, forget 3.29 million, even 30 million yuan was practically nothing to him. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Li Kai, jumping to conclusions, smirked confidently, it's probably the moving company downstairs getting impatient. I'll go check. You guys hurry up and pack. Alright. Wang Lin couldn't help but smile at the thought of soon moving into that bright, sunny house. She couldn't stop smiling. She hurried off to pack her things. Squeak. The door creaked open. Li Kai didn't even look up. Didn't I tell you to wait downstairs? Why the rush? The visitor froze. Sir, you. Enough, enough. Before the visitor could finish, Li Kai cut him off. So you want more money? I'm not short on cash. Here, take 1,000. Now shut up and wait. If you keep nagging, I'll replace you guys outright. With that, Li Kai flung the 1,000 yuan bill toward the visitor with a feigned air of nonchalance. He chuckled to himself, Lin Xiaoyu, see that? I'm rolling in cash. Hanging with me is way better than sticking with that broke loser, right? No, sir. The man stared blankly at the 1,000 yuan note in his hand and stammered, I wasn't here to. No ing way. Li Kai exploded. What the hell are you still doing here? Take your $1,000 and get the hell out of my sight. This. The man sighed with obvious distress, then tossed the package he was holding onto the ground. Grab the money and take off running. This. Staring at the package on the ground, Li Kai froze. He shouted after the fleeing figure, hey, what are you doing? I'm the delivery guy. Put. Li Kai felt like he was going to spit blood. Damn it, you should have made that clear sooner. Now I've wasted $1,000 for nothing. The delivery guy never imagined that just delivering a package would net him $1,000. This money sure feels damn good. Ahem. After closing the door, Li Kai cleared his throat awkwardly. No big deal, bro, money's no object. Consider it a tip. Jiāng Mu and Lin Xiaoyu nodded. In the end, they couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Li Kai was so annoyed he wanted to rush over and slap them both. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door was knocked on again. Li Kai opened the door again, but this time he was wiser. He asked first, are you the delivery guy? The visitor shook his head. No. Oh. Upon hearing it wasn't a delivery, Li Kai instantly grew arrogant again. Then take 1,000 yuan and get the hell out of here. Stop nagging me endlessly. Well, that doesn't seem right. The visitor was taken aback, staring at the 1,000 yuan note in his hand. Cut the crap. Li Kai regained his earlier intensity. Get out of here. We'll be down shortly. Wait. Just then, Jiāng Mu spoke up. He hurried over and said, bro, you're a staff member at Lake Heart Island, right? That's right. The man nodded hastily. You must be Mr. Jiāng Mu, right? That's right. Jiāng Mu nodded. Come in. Take that 1,000 yuan. He's not short on cash, consider it a tip for you. Put. Li Kai nearly choked on his own blood again. Damn it, I'm not short on cash. But shelling out 2,000 yuan in tips all at once? I can't handle that either. Chapter 45. I really wasn't acting. But asking him to get that money back? He absolutely couldn't bring himself to do it, so he could only swallow this silent loss. You came alone? Jiāng Mu was a bit surprised. As the most expensive real estate development in Linhai City, the Lake Heart Island Villa should have better service standards than this. No. The visitor shook his head. Besides me, there are 22 colleagues waiting downstairs, along with 22 Bentleys Flying Spurs and 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom. Put. Li Kai laughed. He burst out laughing, slapping the man on the shoulder. Bro, I've heard big talk before, but never anything like this. I doubt there are even 22 Bentleys in the whole city of Linhai. That's true. The visitor replied calmly, there are only 12 identical top-of-the-line flying spirits in Linhai City. The rest I borrowed from neighboring cities and provinces. It was precisely because of borrowing these cars that it took some time. My sincere apologies. Put. Li Kai laughed again. Bro, you put on quite the convincing act. You almost had me believing it. Acting? The man froze, I wasn't acting. Stop. Li Kai couldn't take it anymore. Don't go bragging about how great you are in front of me, it's giving me a stomachache. It's fine, don't mind him. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Just tell me what we're doing next. It's like this, Mr. Jiang. The visitor smiled faintly. Allow me to introduce myself first. As he spoke, the man rose slowly, adjusting his suit. Then, with great formality, he bowed deeply to Jiāng Mu. My name is Lu Weier. I graduated from the Holland International Butler Academy and served as a butler for 12 years to the renowned American tycoon, Avadon, and the British royal family. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to managing every aspect of your household. Put. Li Kai burst out laughing. Slumped on the sofa, clutching his stomach, he gasped, Bro, you gotta tell me where'd you find this actor? He's got the part down pat. Must have cost a fortune, right? Wang Lin leaned against the door, her cold laughter echoing. Is this some kind of farewell performance you've staged to send us off happily? Lin Xiaoyu didn't laugh. She was a bit bewildered. What the hell is going on here? Carry on. Jiāng Mu ignored them, raising a hand to Lu Weier. Don't mind them. Got it. Lu Wei nodded, pulled a contract from the file folder, and handed it to Jiāng Mu. Mr. Jiang, these 6 contracts are identical except for the floor plans and square footage. I've reviewed them beforehand and found no issues whatsoever. You can double-check them. If everything looks good, just sign below. Jiāng Mu nodded. He then began reviewing them one by one. After reviewing all 6 contracts, his expression remained unchanged, but inside, he was in a state of utter shock. No wonder who wouldn't be shaken by suddenly owning 6 of Linhai City's most luxurious villas? That's right. 6. Jiāng Mu had initially assumed the fragments represented just one villa on the Lake Island. After all, a single villa already carried a price tag of 60 million yuan. That's no small sum. But to his utter surprise, it turned out to be 6 villas. A total value of 360 million. How could Jiāng Mu not be thrilled? How could he not be thrilled? Alright. Suppressing his excitement as much as possible, Jiāng Mu signed each of the 6 contracts in turn. Alright. Lu Wei carefully collected each contract, placed them in a sealed file folder, and secured it. Mr. Jiang, the property deeds will be ready the day after tomorrow. I'll deliver them to you then. Please don't worry. No rush. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. By the way, do you offer moving services? Of course. Lu Wei smiled faintly. That's precisely why we've dispatched so many vehicles and staff to assist with your move. Okay. Jiāng Mu chuckled, then turned back and patted Lin Xiaoyu, who was still in a daze. Go ahead. Pack up the things you consider most important, grab some clothes, and let's move. Ha? Lin Xiaoyu was a bit dazed. Move where? The Lake Island villas. Jiāng Mu stated bluntly, I bought every house there in one go. Pick whichever one you like best to live in for now. If you don't want to stay there later, you can move out. Put. At that, Li Kai and Wang Lin burst into uncontrollable laughter. After a moment, Li Kai slapped Jiāng Mu on the shoulder. Bro, gotta say, you sure know how to brag. Lake Island Villas is the most exclusive villa complex in all of Linhai City. Any random one costs over 60 million yuan. Rumor has it there's even a penthouse that goes for 200 million. If you want to buy the whole place, you'd need at least 500 million. Who the hell do you think you are? 500 million just like that? Cut the bull, okay? Wang Lin chimed in, that's 500 million, not $5. A broke guy like you will never have that kind of money in your lifetime. Talking about buying Lake Heart Island? Ridiculous. To their mockery, Jiāng Mu shrugged it off with a chuckle. Whether it's bragging or not, you'll find out soon enough when you come downstairs with me. Besides, 500 million is nothing but a drop in the bucket for me. For you, it's a sum you'll never even come close to in your lifetime. Oomph. Wang Lin and Li Kai were speechless. Shaking their heads, they signaled they had no desire to continue this exchange with Jiāng Mu, who was clearly beyond reason. Half an hour later. Lin Xiaoyu, have you gone completely broke? Jiāng Mu stared at Lin Xiaoyu's dazzling array of bizarre luggage, speechless. There's a pot over there. Besides, look at how badly embroidered it is. Cooking with this thing will poison you, okay? And the soles are completely worn off. Why on earth would you keep them? I just can't bear to part with them. Lin Xiaoyu pouted. Seriously. Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. Fine. If you want to bring them, bring them. There's plenty of space anyway. Oomph. Just as Jiāng Mu and Lin Xiaoyu were chatting away, Wang Lin glided over with graceful steps. You're right to let her bring them. Because before long, you two will have to come back. Without these essentials, you'll be left eating literally northwest wind, meaning starving. Exactly. Li Kai chimed in, once the bluff runs out, you'll be relying on this junk to survive. Throwing it away would be a waste. Oh, right. Li Kai continued, didn't you say there was a fleet of Bentley flying spurs parked downstairs? I didn't see any. Yeah. Wang Lin sneered coldly too, and where's the Rolls-Royce Phantom? Neither of us saw a single trace of it. V-room. 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 No sooner had they spoken than a convoy of brand new luxury cars began rolling toward them. Leading the procession was none other than the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chapter 46, Catastrophe Third Update. Squeak. When the road was completely filled with neatly parked vehicles, Li Kai and Wang Lin were stunned. Their brains seemed to freeze, leaving them rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Their expressions were as if they'd seen a ghost. Not a single difference. Click. The car door opened. Lu Weier stood respectfully by the entrance and addressed Jiāng Mu, Mr. Jiang, Miss Lin, please. Jiāng Mu nodded to Lu Wei, then turned back and patted Li Kai on the shoulder with a faint smile. Bro, still think I'm just blowing smoke? Gulp. Li Kai swallowed hard. His eyes were filled with fear and dread as he looked at Jiāng Mu. No wonder the man standing before him was someone who could casually pull out 500 million yuan without batting an eye. As a lowly employee at a trading company, how could he dare to cross someone like that? No. Wait. He'd already crossed him. The realization sent a chill through Li Kai's heart. The next second, he dropped to his knees with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing to Jiāng Mu. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. I offended you. Please forgive me, sir. Just let it go. Oh. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Weren't you acting all cocky just now? Threatening to kick me out of Linhai City? Why the sudden cowardice now? Put. Hearing this, Li Kai wished he were dead. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face several times. As he did so, he stammered, I'm sorry. All that earlier was just my big mouth talking nonsense. I'm a fool. I deserve this. Smack. 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 Li Kai didn't hold back at all. So after a few slaps, his face instantly swelled up. A few drops of blood even trickled from his mouth. The sight was horrifying. Husband. Wang Lin was scared too, but she was the type who wouldn't cry until she saw the coffin. She grabbed Li Kai's hand. You don't have to do this. He's just got a little money, right? I don't believe he could actually kill us. At those words, Li Kai's face darkened. He thought, you want to die? Don't drag me down with you. Exactly. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. I may have money, but I can't control whether you live or die. However, I can make your lives a living hell. Turning to Lu Weier, he asked, do you know the CEO of Tianhai International? Lu Wei nodded. Yes, we were high school classmates. Good. Jiāng Mu gave a wicked grin. Then give him a call for me and have him fire Li Kai from the PR department. Consider it a favor I owe him. Mr. Jiang, you're joking. Lu Wei smiled faintly. A minor figure like him isn't worth Mr. Jiang owing a favor. My word alone will suffice. With that, he walked aside to make the call. Mr. Jiang. After Lu Wei left, Li Kai panicked. He'd started climbing the ladder at 22, drinking with clients until his stomach perforated and bled. It took him 15 grueling years to build what he had today. He truly didn't want everything to be wiped out. You, don't listen to her nonsense. Li Kai clung to Jiāng Mu's leg, his voice breaking with tears. I know I was wrong. I beg you, please spare me. I swear I'll go out of my way to avoid you from now on. Husband. Wang Lin pulled Li Kai back, her face filled with confusion. Why are you groveling like that? I don't believe he can actually fire you. Smack. Li Kai was enraged. A hard slap landed on Wang Lin's face as he cursed, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out now. Otherwise, I'll end up ruined by you, you damn. I won't leave. Wang Lin stuck out her neck, looking utterly wronged. I'm carrying your child. I'm not going anywhere. Besides, just trust me this once. He was just putting on a show. There's no way he'll do anything to us. You. Li Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, this woman is retarded. Alright, bro. Jiāng Mu grinned. Since your wife won't take the hint, don't bother begging me anymore. Maybe we'll cross paths again someday, though by then, it'll probably be in a different city. With that, Jiāng Mu turned and walked away without looking back. Li Kai tried to chase after him, but Wang Lin clung tightly to his leg. He was so furious he wanted to kick her a few times. But in the end, for the sake of the child, he held back. It's okay, honey. Wang Lin watched Jiāng Mu's receding figure and grinned. He's just bragging. Don't mind him. Let's hurry home. Ring ring. Just then, Li Kai's phone rang. He picked it up to see an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? This is Shui Tianhai, CEO of Tianhai International. You must be Li Kai? Boom! Upon hearing the name Shui Tianhai, Li Kai was struck as if by lightning. He froze solid. After a long moment, he finally snapped back to reality. Mr. Shui, how did you suddenly get my number? Don't call me Mr. Shui anymore. Call me the plaintiff. Shui Tianhai's voice was icy over the phone. The accountant has confessed to embezzling company funds with your collusion to buy property. Prepare to go to jail. And let me remind you, you've crossed someone you shouldn't have. No one can save you now. Boom! If being struck by lightning felt like this, then now, for Li Kai, it felt like the sky had fallen. He collapsed onto the floor, his heart as cold as ashes. Honey, what's wrong? Wang Lin cried anxiously from beside him. Don't scare me like this. What happened? I got fired, and now I'm being sued. I'm going to jail. What? Wang Lin was stunned. She never dreamed that offending the boyfriend of a junior classmate would bring down such a catastrophe. Over an hour later, Jiāng Mu and Lin Xiaoyu arrived at the lakeside villa. Gazing at the luxurious villa before her, Lin Xiaoyu felt as though everything were unreal. Even when her feet touched the ground, she felt as if she were floating. It made her feel lightheaded. Bro, am I dreaming? After a long moment, Lin Xiaoyu asked Jiāng Mu with a dazed expression. Jiāng Mu pinched her cheek hard, leaving a red mark, before speaking slowly. Does it hurt? It hurts. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes welled up with tears from the pinch. She rubbed her cheeks and said, it really hurts. It hurts, so it's not a dream. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Alright, go put your stuff down, then come to the cafeteria in Building 1. Let's grab lunch together. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu nodded obediently, then scampered off to stow her luggage. Jiāng Mu watched her retreating figure from afar, grinning. Even though she's graduated from college, she's still as childish as ever. During dinner. You should live in Building 3 from now on. The view there is great, it'll lift your spirits. Jiāng Mu said to Lin Xiaoyu while looking at the floor plan. Sure. Lin Xiaoyu felt that being able to live in such a nice place was entirely due to Jiāng Mu's generosity. How could she dare to push her luck and pick a specific unit? Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. I live in Building 1. If you feel lonely at night, come find me. If you feel lonely during the day, that's fine too, but not too often, or my back won't be able to handle it. Lin Xiaoyu understood perfectly what Jiāng Mu was implying, her face flushing crimson. She silently cursed him under her breath. Men really were all perverts. Chapter 47. Let the law punish me. Oh, right. Jiāng Mu suddenly remembered something and looked up at Lin Xiaoyu. Can you drive? Lake Heart Island was located near the northern suburbs of Linhai City, directly opposite the north-south axis of Times Square, where Lin Xiaoyu worked. 2 directions. The distance was considerable. Without a car, Lin Xiaoyu would likely be late every single day. Yes. Lin Xiaoyu swallowed the food in her mouth and replied somewhat guiltily, it's just, my skills aren't very good. No problem. Jiāng Mu flashed a confident smile. I'm a seasoned driver with 10 years under my belt. I'll definitely teach you well. Half an hour later. With his belly full and satisfied, Jiāng Mu wiped his mouth, stretched lazily, and said, let's go. Drive me back to Chunyu residential area. Perfect, I'll get to test your driving skills. Originally, Jiāng Mu had planned to return to Lěng Qīngyán's place tomorrow to collect his luggage. But upon realizing he hadn't informed Lěng Qīngyán about his absence, he decided to return home after all. He'd officially move in tomorrow. Oh. The moment she heard she'd be driving, Lin Xiaoyu instantly grew incredibly nervous. Her hand clutching the car keys trembled uncontrollably. Jiāng Mu saw this and chuckled reassuringly, it's fine, no need to be nervous. We're just driving, not heading to the execution ground. Oh. Lin Xiaoyu nodded timidly, but her heart remained pounding with anxiety. Hey! Standing in front of the car, Jiāng Mu froze, furrowing his brow. So, who's driving? I'll drive. Lin Xiaoyu replied earnestly. Jiāng Mu was speechless, struggling to suppress his rising irritation. Then let me ask you, does the passenger seat have a steering wheel? Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed red as she hurriedly waved her hands. Sorry. I'll switch back right now. She got out of the car and scrambled back into the driver's seat. In her haste, her head bumped hard against the roof lining. The pain brought tears to her eyes. Jiāng Mu watched the scene unfold, his face etched with exasperation. He sighed and said, no need to panic. Once it's calibrated, we'll be on our way. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu nodded obediently, then sat there deep in thought. Muttering to herself, she recited, 1. Adjust the seat. 2. Recline the backrest. 3. Press the brake. 4. Start the engine. 5. Wait a minute. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was muttering earnestly, Jiāng Mu couldn't stand it anymore. He patted her shoulder and asked, excuse me, but did you move the seat all the way forward so you could breastfeed the steering wheel? Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed red as she shook her head hastily. No way. Don't say that. Then move your seat back a bit. I know. Stop nagging me. Already nervous, Lin Xiaoyu was nearly scared to tears by Jiāng Mu's outburst. Her tear-streaked face looked truly heartbreaking. Hey! Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly, slumped back into his seat, and said no more. 10 minutes later. Lin Xiaoyu tentatively tapped Jiāng Mu's shoulder and whispered, Bro, could you tell me which one is the first episode? Jiāng Mu. Good grief. You're not here to learn how to drive. You're clearly here to learn how to drive. On the road. Bro. Lin Xiaoyu shouted at Jiāng Mu with a panicked look on her face while driving. Is this car about to explode? Ha? Jiāng Mu jumped in surprise. Why? Listen. It sounds like someone planted a timer bomb in our car. Lin Xiaoyu looked dead serious. It keeps beeping like it's counting down. Jiāng Mu froze, then glanced up at the dashboard and silently pulled the electronic handbrake. Ha! When the sound abruptly stopped, Lin Xiaoyu froze in fright. Bro, it suddenly stopped. Does that mean the countdown ended and it's about to explode? It's fine. Jiāng Mu was utterly speechless. I've already defused the bomb. Just keep driving. Oh. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in complete belief, grinning widely. Bro, I never would have guessed you could defuse bombs. Did you serve in the military before? Jiāng Mu. Good heavens. If I'm guilty, let the law punish me. But please don't make me ride in her car. 2 hours later. Jiāng Mu finally made it back to Qingyu Residential Complex, safe and sound. Before stepping out of the car, Jiāng Mu patted Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder encouragingly. Good job. Drive carefully back. I'll take another car tomorrow, so you won't need to pick me up. Got it. After being praised, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't stop smiling. Nodding, she said, I'll head back now. Good night, big brother. Jiāng Mu nodded and then hurried upstairs. Before he reached the second floor, however, a loud thud echoed through the air. Then came the beeping of a car alarm. He stepped outside to find that the person involved in the collision was indeed Lin Xiaoyu. She was currently locked in a struggle with a tree as thick as a water barrel, the roar of the engine deafening. If not for the front wheels spinning wildly, Jiāng Mu was certain the tree wouldn't survive the day. Clunk! The door swung open, and Jiāng Mu pulled Lin Xiaoyu out of the car. How are you? Are you okay? Lin Xiaoyu was so scared she froze. Seeing Jiāng Mu, she burst into tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Brother! I'm so sorry. I wrecked your car. It's okay. Jiāng Mu patted Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder reassuringly. As long as you're okay, the car doesn't matter. Come on, stop crying. Lin Xiaoyu wiped her tears guiltily. Brother, maybe you should just hit me. No way. Jiāng Mu gave a mischievous grin. There are too many people around. We'll do it tomorrow after I get back to the villa. Lin Xiaoyu was an adult. She understood Jiāng Mu's veiled meaning perfectly well. Her pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she pouted. What time is it now, and you're still joking around? Ha! Jiāng Mu chuckled softly, ruffling Lin Xiaoyu's hair affectionately. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Grab a cab and get some rest. Leave this place to me. Okay. Knowing she was only causing trouble by staying, Lin Xiaoyu hailed a taxi and left. By the time Jiāng Mu finished dealing with that Bentley Mulsanne, it was already midnight. Exhaustion made him yawn constantly. He thought to himself that once he got home, he absolutely had to get some good sleep. Squeak! Pushing open the door, Jiāng Mu found both the bedroom and living room lights in Lěng Qīngyán's apartment turned off. He assumed Lěng Qīngyán had already gone to bed. So he didn't turn on the lights either, tiptoeing into his own room. Click! The instant he closed the door, an icy touch brushed against his neck. The shock froze him solid. He yelped, Who's there? Chapter 48, straightforward but tongue-tied. Me! Cold Qīngyán's voice echoed in the darkness. Well done, Jiāng Mu. Now that you've got some money, you've started staying out all night, huh? Phew! Realizing it was Lěng Qīngyán behind him, Jiāng Mu's heart instantly settled. He flopped onto the bed and grumbled, Lěng Qīngyán, are you crazy? Don't you know scaring someone can kill them? I'd love to scare you to death. Lěng Qīngyán flipped on the light, pouting. Who told you to stay out this late? You didn't even answer my calls. Oh my. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán's puffed-up face before him, warmth filled Jiāng Mu's heart. He grinned and teased, Miss Lěng, may I interpret your current behavior as concern for me? Who cares about you? Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face flushed red as she retorted hastily, I don't care about you at all. Jiāng Mu pursed his lips. You're a woman whose heart speaks but her mouth doesn't. Who's being blunt and tactless? Lěng Qīngyán retorted coldly, I said I don't care, and I don't care. Fine. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to argue. He waved his hand dismissively. Whatever you say. Alright, get out now. If I catch you watching any more of this, I'll charge you. Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face flushed crimson. She spat out, pervert. She grabbed the baseball bat and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. The next morning. Jiāng Mu, still half asleep, faintly heard voices arguing with Lěng Qīngyán. At first, he paid no mind and rolled over to sleep again. But Lěng Qīngyán's shouting grew louder and louder, making sleep impossible. Finally, he pushed open the door and stepped out. Qīngyán. Shielding his eyes from the glare with one hand, Jiāng Mu asked Lěng Qīngyán, "Who are you arguing with this early in the morning?" Lěng Qīngyán was too busy trading insults to acknowledge Jiāng Mu. Clutching her phone, she raged to herself, "Uing. Your whole family are s. Phone, Uing gave birth to a son without an asshole. Lěng Qīngyán, ha. That's still better than you. Not only did you give birth to a son without an asshole, but your grandson doesn't have one either. Phone, Uing. Give me your address if you've got the guts. I'll tear your mouth off." Lěng Qīngyán took the bait. "Fine, come on then. I'm at Building 17, Shunyu Community, Linhai City. If you've got the guts, come find me. Phone, fine, Uing, just you wait. Today I'll make you kneel and sing Conquest." Lěng Qīngyán gave a cold laugh. "We'll see who ends up singing Conquest. Phone, we'll see about that, oomph. Lěng Qīngyán, we'll see about that, we'll see." With that, Lěng Qīngyán flung her phone onto the sofa and stormed into her room to change clothes, fuming. Jiāng Mu, bewildered, picked up the phone and saw that Lěng Qīngyán had actually gotten into an argument over playing Honor of Kings. He couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, so even the nation's sweetheart, this top-tier goddess, can lose her temper over a game. He didn't dwell on it further. After changing clothes in his room, Jiāng Mu called out to Lěng Qīngyán, "Qīngyán, there's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" Lěng Qīngyán was still fuming, her tone icy. Jiāng Mu flopped onto the sofa casually and said leisurely, "My leg is almost fully healed, so I won't be staying here any longer. I'm moving out today." "Ha?" Lěng Qīngyán snapped her head up, her face filled with confusion. "But, where are you going to live?" The moment the words left her mouth, Lěng Qīngyán realized something was off. He was the largest shareholder of Times Group, a billionaire tycoon. Buying a house was as easy as buying a cabbage for him. She was really worrying about nothing. With that thought, she changed her tone and said again, "Oh. Fine, move in then. That way, I won't have to worry about people misunderstanding." Jiāng Mu nodded. "I came back yesterday just to say goodbye. See you when school starts." "Oh." Lěng Qīngyán felt puzzled. When Jiāng Mu had wanted to move in before, she'd been utterly unwilling. Now that he was moving out, it should be a good thing. Why couldn't she feel happy about it? Why did she feel a bit down instead? Could it be? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lěng Qīngyán dared not dwell on the thought any longer. She shook her head urgently, banishing the notion that she might have feelings for Jiāng Mu to the farthest reaches of her mind. "Then I'll be going?" Jiāng Mu had very little luggage, just a backpack. So he was packed up in no time. "Yeah, go ahead." Lěng Qīngyán waved her hand impatiently, feigning annoyance. "Don't bother me here." Jiāng Mu chuckled softly, saying nothing more as he pushed open the door and walked out. Bang! Staring at the tightly shut door before her, at the empty room, Lěng Qīngyán suddenly felt as if something was missing inside her. She took a deep breath and tried to console herself. Forget it. He's gone, so he's gone. If he were still here, you'd have to wait on him hand and foot. Leaving is actually a relief. Downstairs, Jiāng Mu tossed his backpack into the luggage compartment and whistled as he got into the car. He decided to stop by a nearby mall to buy a phone before heading back. Otherwise, everything would be inconvenient. With that thought, Jiāng Mu started up his Avento and headed toward the nearest Spring Rain Mall. "Sis Rome, I think this is the place." Shortly after Jiāng Mu left, a young delinquent girl, accompanied by 4 or 5 thugs, stormed up to the entrance of Lěng Qīngyán's building. Although the Spring Rain Mall was originally built as a supporting facility for the Spring Rain residential complex, after over 2 decades of development, coupled with the high occupancy rate of Spring Rain community, it had grown into the second largest shopping mall in Linhai City. Its scale was immense. Even the exterior decoration looks a bit worn. Wow, it's an Aventador. That thing must cost over 9 million yuan off the lot. Wow. There sure are a lot of wealthy people in Linhai. Damn, I wish I could own an Aventador someday. Bro, keep dreaming. Anything's possible in dreams. Screw you. Jiāng Mu's Aventador truly lived up to its reputation as the king of the streets. The moment it pulled up, it instantly became the center of attention. Several self-proclaimed beauties, upon spotting the Avento, rushed over like mad, ready to strike up a conversation with Jiāng Mu. "Hey, handsome, driving alone must be lonely. Want me to take you for a spin?" "Honey, ignore her, she's obviously up to no good. Take me instead. I'm still a virgin." "Talking like that? A virgin? That's ridiculous." "Well, I'm better than you anyway." "Enough. Enough." Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. "You two are 2 peas in a pod, neither of you is any good. Stop trying to outdo each other right here." Poof. The 2 beauties, flushed with embarrassment, slunk away. "Holy crap. Zhao Lucy? It's actually Zhao Lucy. Yi Haoran? It's actually Yi Haoran. Oh my gosh. Zhao Lucy in person is even slimmer than on TV, so adorable. Yi Haoran is so handsome too. Mom, I'm in love again. Just as Jiāng Mu was about to enter, a commotion erupted nearby. It seemed like some popular actress and actor had arrived. Jiāng Mu had no interest in celebrities, so he ignored it and turned to keep walking. But after taking just a few steps, he was suddenly shoved hard, slamming straight into the glass door. Chapter 49, The Confrontation, Third Update. Crack. The impact from Jiāng Mu's collision sent the already crack-tempered glass shattering into a shower of shards across the floor. Several shards sliced into Jiāng Mu's arm. The searing pain made Jiāng Mu suck in several sharp breaths. His expression darkened. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you have eyes? Before Jiāng Mu could recover from the shock, a middle-aged man in a blue suit with a receding hairline rushed over. Pointing at Jiāng Mu, he yelled, "You smashed perfectly good glass. Pay up now." "Me pay?" Jiāng Mu laughed. "I got injured in your mall. Not only did you fail to send me to the hospital promptly, but now you want me to pay for the damage? What kind of logic is that?" And Jiāng Mu pointed at the burly man who had shoved him earlier and continued, "He pushed me, causing me to crash into the glass. If anyone should pay, it's him, not me." "What's that supposed to mean?" The middle-aged man frowned, his tone haughty. "Are you telling me how to do my job?" "No." Jiāng Mu laughed. "I'm teaching you how to be a decent human being. You." The middle-aged man lost his temper, cursing, "Stop trying to out-argue me. Pay up now, 50,000 for one pane of glass. If you don't pay, I'm sending you straight to the police station." "Whoa." At the mention of 50,000, the crowd gasped in unison. Clearly, they were stunned by the exorbitant price tag. "Fine." Jiāng Mu couldn't wait for him to call the police. He chuckled, "Go ahead then. I'll be right here waiting for the cops." "You?" The middle-aged man hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to be so unafraid. His face flushed red, and he stood there feeling rather humiliated. The man's name was Xing Dachuan, general manager of logistics at Chunyu Mall. 3 nights prior, Xing Dachuan had secretly transported some goods out of the mall, intending to resell them for profit. But he accidentally cracked the glass. Too scared to come clean, he'd been standing guard at the entrance every day. He planned to find some unlucky soul who accidentally hit the glass and make them pay for the damage. But he never imagined. A sucker did show up, but it turned out to be a tough nut to crack. This left him in a bit of a bind. "Kid, you know what? If I call the cops, this changes everything." After a long moment of contemplation, Xing Dachuan decided to intimidate Jiāng Mu a little longer. His face darkened as he said, "I don't want you to get a criminal record at your age, that's why I'm not calling the police." Before Xing Dachuan could finish, Jiāng Mu cut him off. "Stop, stop, stop. Don't worry about me. Call the cops if you need to. I'm not afraid of trouble." Xing Dachuan dared not call the police. He was momentarily speechless. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with him. He turned to the man who had shoved him. "Hey, buddy. You shoved me half an hour ago and haven't said a damn thing. Are you Newt?" The burly man hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to dare curse at him. He froze for a second, then snapped back, "Sorry, is that okay?" Smack! The moment the words left his mouth, Jiāng Mu's palm came crashing down, sending stars dancing before the burly man's eyes. Then, in a lazy tone, he added, "Sorry about that. My bad too." "You?" The burly man was furious. Since becoming the agent for top male star Yi Haoran, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Jutting his chin defiantly, he snarled, "Kid, do you even know who the hell I am? You dare hit me?" Jiāng Mu showed him no mercy. "Even if you were my own son, I'd still beat the out of you if you deserved it. Get the hell out of my way." Jiāng Mu shoved him aside and strode purposefully into the mall. The entire scene could be summed up in one word. That word was, insanely cool and utterly breathtaking. Many girls present couldn't help but gaze at him with hearts in their eyes, utterly mesmerized. "You bastard." The burly man who'd been shoved back was still seething with indignation, his neck stiff as he prepared to retort. Zhao Lucy spoke up first, cutting him off. "Enough. Getting put in your place like that isn't that embarrassing enough? Let's go. We still have to get to the show after shopping." "Alright, fine." The burly man, flushed crimson with embarrassment, reluctantly agreed before resuming his lead. But deep down, he never forgot about Jiāng Mu. Upon entering the mall, Jiāng Mu casually picked a domestic mobile phone store and walked in. "Hello, welcome to Xiaomi Home. May I assist you with purchasing a phone?" The salesperson was quite enthusiastic, smiling as they approached Jiāng Mu immediately upon his arrival. "Yeah." Jiāng Mu nodded. "You're most. Hey, isn't this Jiāng Mu?" Before Jiāng Mu could finish his sentence, a shrill voice cut in from behind. Turning around, he saw a short, chubby guy with his arms wrapped around a heavily made-up young delinquent girl. However, the young delinquent girl was quite tall, easily around 5 feet 7 inches. The little chubby guy was only about 5 feet 7 inches, so the way they were clinging together looked utterly ridiculous. Like a damn gourd kid hugging a snake spirit. The waitress nearby couldn't hold back her laughter, tears streaming down her face. Jiāng Mu, on the other hand, had no such reservations and burst out laughing. Ha! Zheng Lei, thank God you're only 5 feet 10 inches. If you were 4 feet 3 inches, standing next to her, I'd swear it was a dwarf trying to force a kiss on a snake spirit. Put. At that, the waitress couldn't hold it in any longer. She burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down her face. You're the damn dwarf. Your whole family are dwarves. Zheng Lei shot Jiāng Mu an annoyed glare before grinning. Hey, Jiāng Mu, I never got around to thanking you for all this time. Jiāng Mu ignored him. Zheng Lei didn't seem embarrassed at all and continued, if you hadn't held back with Su Cheng, I wouldn't have gotten her first time. And let me tell you, that feeling? Damn, it was smooth as hell, ha ha ha. That's right. Zheng Lei was the rich kid who had stolen Su Cheng away from Jiāng Mu. But Jiāng Mu never expected this guy would actually leave Yuansu County and end up in Linhai City. And that they'd run into each other here. Could this be what they call enemies meeting by chance? What a coincidence. Jiāng Mu chuckled. I've actually been meaning to thank you. If you hadn't snatched that piece of trash away from me, I never would have found someone better. You. Zheng Lei scowled, snorting derisively. Stop blowing your own horn. With your family background, and I'm not exaggerating, sniffing your own underwear would be like celebrating New Year's for you. Better? That's ridiculous. Whether I'm bragging or not, you'll see soon enough. Jiāng Mu ignored him and turned to the saleswoman. Which one is your newest model? That depends on your budget. The saleswoman smiled as she explained to Jiāng Mu, we have new arrivals in every price range, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands. Asking him is a waste of time. Before Jiāng Mu could respond, Zheng Lei piped up from the side, someone like him will definitely go for the cheapest option. Just recommend the cheapest one straight away. Jiāng Mu frowned. Who said I'm buying the cheapest one? Chapter 50. Damn, that's bold. Then what? Zheng Lei sneered. Or are you saying you don't even want the cheapest one? You want to buy a feature phone instead? Ha ha ha. The snake-like woman chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Actually, I think a senior phone would suit his style perfectly. Ha 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 ha. Zheng Lei laughed until tears streamed down his face. Patting Jiāng Mu's shoulder, he said, Jiāng Mu, here's the deal, we're high school alumni after all. If you really want that senior phone, I'll cover it for you. With that, Zheng Lei pulled 20 yuan from his wallet and flung it at Jiāng Mu's face. The sarcasm was thick in the air. Put. The snake-like woman giggled behind her hand. Honey, even if it's a basic phone, you should get him a decent one. Isn't $20 a bit too cheap? No need. Zheng Lei chuckled. With his status, a 20 yuan basic phone is all he deserves. Not a penny more, ha ha ha. Is that so? Jiāng Mu chuckled. If I were only allowed a 20 yuan phone, you'd probably have to use a negative value one. Zheng Lei frowned, then declared haughtily, I'm the richest man in Yuansu County, worth tens of millions. Why should I be stuck with a negative number? Because you're too poor. I'm too poor? Zheng Lei laughed a wild, uncontrollable laugh. He looked at Jiāng Mu as if he were mentally challenged. Honey, did you hear that? He actually called me, the richest man in Yuan County, too poor. That's hilarious. The snake-like woman laughed until her stomach ached. Husband, it's such a shame you went to school with this moron. Facing their scornful remarks, Jiāng Mu remained unfazed. He turned back to the waitress. Ignore them. Just show me your most expensive phone. Oh, sure. The waitress was a bit bewildered. She wondered if this man, unable to bear their mockery, was just putting on airs. This is our most expensive model. The saleswoman walked over to a phone displayed under a glass case and introduced it to Jiāng Mu. This is the Mix Alpha, featuring a wraparound screen. It's priced at 19,999 yuan. Alright, I'll take it. Jiāng Mu didn't know much about phones, but buying the most expensive one couldn't be wrong. What did you say? The saleswoman was a bit doubtful, wondering if her ears were playing tricks on her. She asked in astonishment. I said I'll take it. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Just activate the card for me right away. I need to use it immediately. The female attendant was dumbfounded. She had been working here for nearly a year. But in that entire year, she had never seen anyone purchase this particular phone. No wonder it was ridiculously expensive, costing 20,000 yuan. It was a full 7,000 yuan pricier than the latest Apple model. Only a real darling would pass up an Apple to buy a domestic brand. Sir? After a long pause, the saleswoman looked troubled. I'm not sure if I should say this. Go ahead. Well, if you're buying this to impress them, to put on airs, I honestly think you shouldn't buy this phone. The saleswoman looked at him earnestly. Because this phone is so expensive, it's simply not worth spending that much money just to prove a point. Jiāng Mu smiled. He hadn't expected this girl to be so kind-hearted. She wasn't just after the commission, disregarding his needs. She's a good girl. Did you hear that? Zheng Lei, who had been silent all along, suddenly sprang back to life. He stepped forward and said, "There's no point in pretending to be something you're not." "Of course. I'd still love it if you bought this phone just to rub it in my face." Then, shifting gears, he added, "Too bad, you can't afford it anyway, haha." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu chuckled. He hadn't intended to stoop to the level of a clown like Zhang Lei. But this guy was practically begging to be humiliated. So he'd reluctantly oblige and teach him a lesson. "And you call yourself a dad?" Zhang Lei retorted sarcastically, "If you can actually buy this phone today, I'll damn well call you dad right here." "You sure know how to talk big." "Fine." Jiāng Mu chuckled. "Then get ready now. If you can't come up with the money soon, don't blame me for punching you." "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Zhang Lei nearly laughed himself silly. Deep down, he found Jiāng Mu's foolishness rather endearing. "Little sister, don't mind what he says, just swipe the card." Saying this, Jiāng Mu handed over his bank card. "Alright, fine." Seeing Jiāng Mu insist, the server didn't try to persuade her further. She took the card and walked to the register. Ding! When the successful transaction alert sounded, Zhang Lei was stunned. His mouth twitched repeatedly. He thought to himself, "This is crazy. This guy actually had 20,000 yuan. Zhang Lei." Just as Zhang Lei was reeling from the shock, Jiāng Mu walked over holding the new phone. "Why aren't you calling Dad? What are you standing there for? Call your mother." Zhang Lei refused to budge, snarling, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You must have taken the tuition your parents gave you and spent it already. You want to trick me into calling you Dad, then return the phone once I do, right? Way to go, Jiāng Mu." Zhang Lei continued, "Now you're resorting to such low-life tactics just to show off, huh?" Jiāng Mu knew Zhang Lei would never call him that. So when he approached just now, he'd already assumed a ready stance. No sooner had Zhang Lei finished speaking than Jiāng Mu swung a vicious slap. The blow sent Zhang Lei spinning in a circle on the spot, stars bursting before his eyes. The sharp crack drew the attention of several customers browsing inside the store, who turned to look. What the hell? Why did they suddenly start fighting? No idea, probably some grudge. What grudge? It's clearly over that girl. Put. Hearing the onlookers' speculation, Jiāng Mu felt so frustrated he nearly spat blood. He stepped forward to explain, "Stop guessing wildly. That kind of trash? I wouldn't touch her even if she gave herself to me for free. And I'm not interested in you either." The snake-like woman retorted defiantly, then helped Zhang Lei, who was seeing stars, to his feet. "Honey, are you okay?" I'm fine." Zhang Lei shook his head, then his expression hardened. "You bastard, Jiāng Mu. You actually hit me? You. Stop it. Stop it." Before Zhang Lei could finish his threat, Jiāng Mu cut him off. "I hit you because you asked for it." "What?" Zhang Lei snapped. "Am I crazy? I asked you to hit me?" Jiāng Mu chuckled softly, explaining calmly, "Didn't you just say you hoped I'd buy this phone so I could use it to slap you in the face?" Zhang Lei was speechless. He really had said that. But that wasn't what he meant at all. Bull. The snake-like woman was displeased and stepped forward to protest. "My husband said to hit with the phone, but you used your hand instead." "I didn't use my hands." Jiāng Mu held his phone open in his palm. "I did use my phone, but I gotta say, you've got some nerve. You smashed the screen right off it." Everyone stared at the shattered new phone in Jiāng Mu's palm. The entire crowd was stunned. They wondered, is this guy crazy? Using a 20,000 yuan phone to slap someone in the face? What a show of wealth. Chapter 51. Give me 10 more. Chapter 51. Give me 10 more. Staring at the phone with its shattered screen, the waitress's face was etched with pain. She thought Jiāng Mu was being way too impulsive. Spending 20 grand just to slap someone in the face? Not worth it at all. Zhang Lei and the snake-like woman were stunned. The next second, they both burst out laughing. They gloated, "Jiāng Mu, now that your phone's shattered, you can't back out. Let's see how you'll pay tuition then." "Honey, that's not fair, he could always wait tables at a restaurant." "Yeah, right." Zhang Lei chuckled mockingly, "Actually, I think he could even clean out cesspools, he'd make more than waiting tables, ha ha ha." Listening to their sarcastic remarks, Jiāng Mu chuckled, "A measly 20,000? You think that'll stop me from studying?" "Oh, really?" Zhang Lei curled his lip. "Talk's cheap. A mere 20 grand? If you're so confident, why don't you pull out 20 grand and show me?" "Exactly." The snake-like woman chimed in from the side, "Go ahead and pull it out. I can talk big too." "Fine." Jiāng Mu smiled. "Since you're so eager, I'll grant your wish today." With that, Jiāng Mu flung his phone toward Zhang Lei's face with a flourish. Turning back to the waitress, he ordered, "Get me 10 more phones just like that one. Today, I'm going to beat his face until it's swollen." "WH? What?" The waitress froze. She froze, her face frozen in utter shock. You mean you want to buy 10 more of this phone?" "Yes." Jiāng Mu nodded casually. "Charge it to my card." "Oh, okay, sir. Please hold on a moment." The flustered attendant took the card and walked toward the register, her mind elsewhere. Honey. The snake-like woman, who had been wearing a cold sneer moments ago. Her smile vanished instantly. She nervously tugged at Zhang Lei's arm and whispered, he's not actually going to do it, is he? Zhang Lei was also sweating coldly with anxiety. He muttered under his breath, it's fake. He's just a broke loser who couldn't even afford tuition back in school. How could he possibly have 200,000 yuan? Right. The snake-like woman nodded, repeating the words to herself for reassurance. He's a loser. He's just a loser. There's no way he has 200,000 yuan. Absolutely impossible. Ding. SSSSH. Boom. When the swipe-through confirmation beep sounded, the entire crowd sucked in a collective gasp. The gazes directed at Jiāng Mu shifted and shifted again. They were filled with utter astonishment and shock. Zhang Lei and the snake-like woman were struck as if by 5 bolts of lightning. Their legs buckled and they collapsed to the floor. Their faces were frozen in utter bewilderment and disbelief. Holy, this guy actually bought 10 phones in one go. Holy. That's 200,000 yuan, not 20. This kid just spends like water. How rich is he, anyway? No idea. But someone who can drop 200 grand on 10 phones definitely has way more than just 200 grand. This guy, he's not exactly handsome, but the way he swiped that card? So charming and effortless. Ha! Those two were just saying he couldn't even afford 20 grand, and now he drops 200,000? Their faces must be burning with embarrassment. If someone who spends 200 grand on phones is a broke ass, what does that make you too? The elite of the broke asses? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhang Lei and the gold digger felt utterly ridiculous. They were so ashamed they wanted to crawl into a hole. But more than anything, they were baffled. How did this broke guy, Jiāng Mu, suddenly come up with so much cash? The waitress was also stunned. Her initial thoughts mirrored Zhang Lei and the gold digger. She'd assumed Jiāng Mu was just an ordinary guy with no money. Little did she know he was a hidden tycoon. This truly proved the saying, never judge a book by its cover, nor the depth of the sea by a bucket. Jiāng Mu, what are you doing? Zhang Lei, who had been puzzling over Jiāng Mu's sudden wealth, saw him approaching with his phone in hand. His mouth went slack with fright as he stammered, I'm warning you. If you dare hit me again, I won't let you off when we get back to Uncouth County. Is that so? Jiāng Mu chuckled. Well, I'm absolutely terrified then. Smack. With that, Jiāng Mu swung his phone like a bat and smacked it right across Zhang Lei's face. A rectangular red mark instantly appeared on Zhang Lei's face. The searing pain made him scream in agony. 20 minutes later. Jiāng Mu stared at Zhang Lei's face, now swollen like a pig's head, and smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Lei, I'm a man who keeps his word. I said I'd beat your face until it was swollen, and that's exactly what I did. Not one more punch. So put your face away and stop shoving it in my face like a cheap whore. Put. Zhang Lei was so furious he felt like he was about to spit blood. Damn it. So according to you, I got beaten like this because I deserved it? Furrowing his brow at the thought, Zhang Lei cursed under his breath, Jiāng Mu, you just wait. When you get back to Uncouth County, I'll make you beg me on your knees. With that, Zhang Lei dragged the snake-like woman away in a hurry. Sir. After Zhang Lei left, the waitress hurried over, pointing at the shattered phones scattered on the floor. These phones can still be repaired. Should I take them to the after-sales service for you? No need. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Just get me a new one. You can keep all these. Whoa. The entire crowd gasped again. They wondered, is this how the wealthy view spending? Throwing away a 200,000 yuan item as if it were nothing, buying a 20,000 yuan phone on a whim. Damn it. When will I ever be as rich as him? The waitress was utterly flattered. Even though these phones were broken, selling their motherboards and parts on the black market would still bring in a tidy sum. Not to mention, selling 20,000 yuan phones in one go meant her commission alone was already a fortune. 5 minutes later. Jiāng Mu walked toward the 3rd floor of Qīngyán Mall with his new phone, intending to buy a few higher-priced outfits to spruce up his appearance. He didn't want to be mistaken for a broke bum and attract a bunch of unnecessary trouble. But the moment he stepped into the elevator, someone yanked him back out. He turned to see who had pulled him out, none other than Xing Dachuan, the logistics manager who had just threatened to call the police at the entrance. Xing Dachuan was now flanked by 2 burly security guards. Their aggressive demeanor made it clear they meant business. Hey, kid, see these 2 brothers behind me? Xing Dachuan crossed his arms over his chest and sneered coldly. They said if you're willing to pay for that broken glass, they'll treat you like family. Otherwise. At this point, Xing Dachuan gave a sinister grin, flexing his fists as big as sandbags, and threatened, they'll just have to take you to the back room for a little chat. Chapter 52, The Funniest Joke, 3rd update. Ever since Jiāng Mu had shut him up, Xing Dachuan had been stewing in anger. So he rounded up 2 security guards he usually got along with and stormed over. He planned to intimidate Jiāng Mu and restore his pride. Upon recognizing Xing Dachuan, Jiāng Mu's brow immediately furrowed. He snapped, are you crazy? I already let you off easy at the gate and you still come looking for trouble? You really think I'm some kind of pushover? You're the ing asshole. Your whole family are assholes. Xing Dachuan was furious. He hadn't expected this kid, who looked barely 18 or 19, to have such nerve. Even with 3 of his men present, the kid dared to talk back. It seemed he needed to teach this kid a lesson. A ruthless glint flashed in Xing Dachuan's eyes as he coldly sneered, "Kid, since you refused to pay up willingly, don't blame me for being rude." "Guys." Xing Dachuan waved to the 2 security guards behind him and continued, "Get him. Let this kid experience the joy of the little black room." Clatter. Though the 2 security guards knew this was wrong, they dared not offend Xing Dachuan. They had no choice but to act, closing in on Jiāng Mu from both sides. "Kid," they said brazenly, "know when you're beat and come with us now." "You." Jiāng Mu didn't hold back, firing back with a curse before turning to stare intently at Xing Dachuan. "You sure you want to take me to the black room?" "Absolutely." Fury boiling over, Xing Dachuan paid no heed to Jiāng Mu's threat. He spat out each word deliberately, "Absolutely sure. 100% sure." "Fine." Jiāng Mu smiled. "Then don't blame me for not giving you a chance." "Give me a chance?" Xing Dachuan laughed to a wild, maniacal laugh. "Kid, I know you've got plenty of shady buddies. One call and you can drum up a crowd. But, in this world, it's all about status. The people you can gather? They're nothing. Is that so?" Jiāng Mu smiled. "Then take a look at the person I've called. See if they measure up." With that, Jiāng Mu pulled out his phone and dialed Su Roland's number. "Hello, Chairman Jiang. What can I do for you?" Su Roland answered almost instantly. This pleased Jiāng Mu greatly. "Do you know the CEO of Chunyu Mall?" "Yes, I do." Su Roland replied directly, "But we're not exactly close. What if you asked him for a favor? Just tell me what it is. If it's within my power, I'll do everything I can to make it happen. It's no big deal." Jiāng Mu gave a faint smile. "It's just that at Chunyu Mall, there's this guy named." Jiāng Mu glanced at Xing Dachuan's employee badge and continued, "Xing Dachuan, to be precise. He falsely accused me of breaking their store window, demanded compensation, and even called security to beat me up and drag me into a backroom." Bang! Su Roland slammed her fist on the table in fury on the other end of the line, replying coldly, "Chairman Jiang, rest assured. Within 5 minutes, I will absolutely give you a satisfactory response. Just you wait." After hanging up, Jiāng Mu sprawled lazily on a nearby bench, crossing his legs and declaring, "In 5 minutes, I'll have you on your knees apologizing to me." "Me? Kneel?" Xing Dachuan burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. "Kid, that line you just dropped is the funniest joke I've heard in my entire life. You're wasting your talent not becoming a comedian. Is that so?" Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. "I think I have a knack for comedy too. But I think you have a knack for tragedy." "Why?" "Because when you laugh, it looks like you're crying. You'd be wasting your talent if you didn't play tragic roles." "You?" Xing Dachuan gritted his teeth in anger, snorting coldly, "You little brat, don't try to joke around with me. Just you wait. I'll make you cry so hard you won't even know which tune to cry in." "Don't worry." Jiāng Mu chuckled. "The one who'll be crying later? That'll definitely be you." 5 minutes later. Xing Dachuan glanced at his watch, then scanned the surroundings. He gave a cold chuckle. "Kid, your 5 minutes are up. Where's the person you're supposed to be shaking?" "I don't see anyone." "Don't worry." Jiāng Mu pointed at the wall calendar. "It's still 1 second short." "You." Xing Dachuan, having lost his patience, wasn't about to wait any longer. He cursed, "Get moving, you bastard. Today I'll make sure." Xing Dachuan. Just as Xing Dachuan reached out to grab Jiāng Mu, a thunderous shout erupted from the elevator entrance. The imposing presence startled Xing Dachuan, who whipped his head around. "Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei, what brings you here?" Smack! The man approached without a word, delivering a sharp slap across Xing Dachuan's face. Only then did he draw out his words, Xing Dachuan. I've always turned a blind eye to your theft of company supplies and bullying of new hires, considering you're a veteran employee of this mall. But now you've grown so bold you're bullying customers? You're something else. No, Mr. Wei. Xing Dachuan clutched his stinging cheek and protested, he smashed the glass at our entrance first. And I wasn't bullying him, I was just having a friendly chat about compensation. Shut your mouth. Mr. Wei's embroidered brows furrowed as he barked, I just reviewed the surveillance footage. That glass was shattered when you were stealing, it had nothing to do with Mr. Jiang. So stop making excuses. Pack your things and get out. Oh, and one more thing. Ms. Wei continued, regarding your theft of mall supplies and threatening female colleagues under the guise of your manager position, I have all the evidence. You can expect a court summons soon. Boom. Wei's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Xing Dachuan stunned and speechless. He stood frozen, speechless. Thud. Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei. After a long moment, Xing Dachuan regained his composure and knelt before Wei Zong with a thud. His voice trembled with tears as he pleaded, I was just momentarily confused and did those wrong things. I beg you, please give me one more chance, okay? I swear I'll never do it again. Mr. Wei, please just give me one more chance. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I truly can't lose this job, Mr. Wei. Now you regret it? What were you thinking back then? Mr. Wei's embroidered brows furrowed as he kicked Xing Datsuan aside like a pile of stinking dog. His face remained cold as he said, one last warning, always leave yourself a way out. You never know when you might cross paths again, especially with those you can't afford to offend. People I can't afford to offend? Xing Dachuan had risen from a lowly clerk to his current position as manager. He was no ordinary man. After a moment's thought, Xing Dachuan suddenly understood. He scrambled frantically toward Jiāng Mu's position. Chapter 53, Sewer Attributes. Mr. Jiāng. Mr. Jiāng. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive my ignorance and let this blow over. I really can't afford to lose this job. Xing Dachuan spoke with snot and tears streaming down his face. His face was etched with regret. I'm not the one firing you. Begging me won't help. Jiāng Mu chuckled dryly before rising to leave. Xing Dachuan was left sprawled on the floor, his face ashen. Mr. Jiāng. Jiāng Mu hadn't taken a few steps before Mr. Wei caught up, blocking his path. Is there something? Well, it's like this. Mr. Wei offered an apologetic smile. I heard you injured yourself after hitting the glass, so I thought I'd take you to the hospital for a checkup. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly and waved his hand. I'm fine. Just a little scrape. No need for the hospital. Then could you please give me your payment code? Mr. Wei continued, I'll transfer 10,000 yuan to you as compensation for emotional distress. Put. Jiāng Mu couldn't hold back his laughter and waved his hand emphatically. Mr. Wei, you really don't need to do this. I'm genuinely fine. Well, fine then. Seeing Jiāng Mu genuinely refuse, Wei Bingyi relented with an apologetic smile. Mr. Jiāng, here's my business card. Should you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Alright. This time, Jiāng Mu didn't refuse and took the card directly. If there's nothing else, Ms. Wei, I'll head upstairs now. Very well. Wei Bingyi smiled faintly and gestured invitingly. Please go ahead. After bidding farewell to Wei Bingyi, Jiāng Mu headed straight for the third floor. Here, they sold only premium men's clothing branded items like 7 wolves and 8 deer. You wouldn't find them here. Instead, international luxury brands like Louis Vuitton, Zegna, and Armani were commonplace here. So the prices here were genuinely steep. Even a plain, ordinary hoodie or short-sleeved shirt could cost thousands, even tens of thousands of yuan. The average person simply can't afford it. Hello, welcome to Louis Vuitton. As soon as Jiāng Mu stepped inside, a salesperson who looked to be 18 or 19 approached him with a warm smile. Jiāng Mu felt quite at ease. Could you recommend a few short-sleeved shirts and hoodies that would suit me? Certainly. The attendant nodded and pointed to a royal blue-printed short-sleeve shirt. Sir, this is our Louis Vuitton brand's latest design. Made of pure cotton, it offers excellent breathability. Would you like to try it on? Sure. Jiāng Mu didn't have strong opinions about clothes as long as they weren't ugly, he was fine with them. He nodded and decided to give it a try. But just as he reached for the shirt, a slender hand swatted his away. The stinging pain left Jiāng Mu feeling rather annoyed. Frowning at the owner of the hand, he coldly demanded, Excuse me, ma'am. What's the meaning of hitting me like that? My apologies, sir. The female store manager stared expressionlessly at Jiāng Mu. Our clothing here is quite expensive, so we don't offer a try-on service. Is that so? Jiāng Mu wouldn't be caught dead believing such a made-up rule. He gave a cold laugh. But when I visited another Louis Vuitton store a few days ago, they didn't seem to have such a rule. I can't control other stores. The female store manager remained expressionless. In any case, it's not allowed in this store. Sister Wang. The girl who had first attended to Jiāng Mu nudged the store manager discreetly in the side and whispered, Our store never had such a rule. Shut up. The female manager frowned and snapped coldly, This isn't your place to speak, you intern. And I'm warning you, if any more of his kind walk in here, you'd better get them out fast. Otherwise, you can pack your bags and leave. I understood. The waitress nodded dejectedly before retreating to the side, casting a helpless glance at Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu finally understood. He'd been mistaken for a cheapskate again. Oh well. Looks like he really needed to start dressing himself properly from now on. Otherwise, constantly being misunderstood was such a hassle. With that thought, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly and said to the female shopkeeper, Ma'am, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not a country bumpkin, and I can afford this shirt. Can afford it? The shopkeeper laughed. This dress features a print personally sewn by the renowned French designer, Madame Avon. It retails for a whopping 21,000 yuan. You can't afford it. Stop pretending to be something you're not and get out of here. How dare you speak to me like that? Jiāng Mu was furious. He was a potential customer, after all. Not only was she refusing to serve him warmly, but she was also insulting him. This was downright sewer-level behavior, way too much. I'll speak however I damn well please. The female manager declared haughtily, if you don't like it, you can leave. I never said you had to listen. Fine. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered arguing with such an idiot. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He planned to check out another store. But before he took a few steps, he heard the female shopkeeper muttering curses behind him. Pfft. What a piece of trash. Dressed worse than the beggars at the crossroads, pretending to be some rich bastard, you stinking piece of. Smack. Jiāng Mu couldn't take it anymore. He spun around and slapped the shopkeeper hard across the face. He said, enunciating each word clearly, 1 curse from you, 1 slap from me. 10 curses, 1 kick. If you don't like it, let's settle this properly. You. The female shopkeeper, struck, was furious. But when she saw the terrifying glint in Jiāng Mu's eyes, she backed down. She swallowed the words she had been about to say. A nearby waitress, witnessing the scene, hurried over to mediate. Sir, my sister's words may have been a bit harsh, but please don't take it personally. I apologize on her behalf. The waitress then bowed deeply to Jiāng Mu. Her pretty face was filled with sincerity. Fine then. Looking at the obedient, sensible girl before him, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. For your sake, I won't hold it against her. Also. Jiāng Mu pointed at the garment from earlier. That dress too, wrap it up for me. I'll take it. Certainly. I'll go pack it up for you right away. The saleswoman responded with a smile before hurrying off to pack the clothes. The female store manager watched the scene, feeling a bit dazed. Could it be she really had misjudged him? Was this kid actually loaded? Tap tap tap. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Then a shrill voice rang out from behind them, hey! I thought coming to the high-end 3rd floor would mean no more of those cheapskates. But look at this standing right outside a Louis Vuitton store, of all places. Disgusting. Chapter 54, Shameless. Jiāng Mu recognized the voice. He turned around and recognized the speaker. It was the celebrity assistant who had shoved him at the entrance earlier. Beside him were the 2 celebrities, Zhao Lucy and Yi Haoran. And of course, a whole entourage of assistants. Forget it. Yi Haoran glanced at Jiāng Mu and said, seeing him makes me instantly lose interest in buying clothes from this brand. Let's go check out another store instead. No, please don't. Seeing the big fish about to leave, the female store manager panicked and rushed forward, pleading, if you find him disgusting, I'll have this bumpkin kicked out immediately. He won't bother you anymore. Turning back to Jiāng Mu, she snapped coldly, you filthy beggar. Know your place and get out of here. You think you can force me to call security? Watching the shop manager, who seemed to have forgotten the sting of her recent humiliation, Jiāng Mu shook his head and smiled bitterly. This world certainly had no shortage of idiots. I haven't finished shopping yet. Why should I leave? And I'm warning you, dare to insult me again, and I'll make you cry so hard you won't even know which tune to cry in. What are you gonna do about it? Fearing Jiāng Mu might strike her again, the female store manager hastily took a step back. She stammered nervously, you want to hit me again? No. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. I'll make you wish you were dead. With that, Jiāng Mu ignored her and turned back into the shop. Hey, this guy. The female shopkeeper was so enraged she was speechless. Muttering curses under her breath, she declared, fine. Since you're so shameless, don't blame me for being rude. She pulled out her phone and called security. Mr. Yi, after that man went inside, the entire shop feels polluted. Why don't we go to Armani? That store looks much quieter. The agent pointed to the nearby Armani boutique and asked Yi Haoran. You're absolutely right. Yi Haoran nodded. Poor people carry a certain stench of poverty. Going in there would only taint us. Let's stick with Armani. Hold on. Zhao Lucy, who had remained silent, frowned in displeasure. What's wrong with poor people? Did they eat your rice or drink your soup? I can't stand how you two act like you're so superior. You're nothing special. With that, Zhao Lucy strode straight into the Louis Vuitton store, ignoring the 2 of them completely. After being rebuked, Yi Haoran and his agent both wore visibly displeased expressions. Both wore obvious displeasure on their faces. But since it was Zhao Lucy who had spoken, neither dared to truly retaliate. They could only swallow their anger. They silently entered the Louis Vuitton boutique. Mr. Yi, right? The female store manager, having finished her call, hurried back and flattered Yi Haoran with a smile. Rest assured, I've already notified security. That bumpkin will be escorted out shortly. MHM. Yi Haoran nodded, then pointed to a brown casual blazer. This suit looks good. Find me a size L to try on. Oh my. The female store manager flattered him with a smile. No wonder you're a star, your taste is truly exceptional. This suit is our brand's crown jewel. With your good looks, it'll look absolutely stunning on you. Yi Haoran felt a bit flattered by the praise and smiled confidently. No offense, but with my figure, I'm practically a clothes hanger. It'd be weird if I didn't look good in it. You're absolutely right. The female store manager chimed in with flattery. You'll look absolutely stunning in it. Here, this is the size L, try it on. Alright. Yi Haoran took the suit, slipped it on, then stood before the mirror, admiring himself. The female store manager stood by, showering him with flattery. Yi Haoran was grinning from ear to ear. Wow, Mr. Jiang, you look so handsome in this shirt. It's like you're a whole new person. Just as Yi Haoran was lost in the female manager's flattery, a voice nearby caught his attention. He turned to look and saw that Jiāng Mu, the penniless loser he'd once looked down upon, had somehow managed to get his hands on a suit identical to his own. And the kicker was, he actually looked a few notches more handsome than Yi Haoran. The smile on Yi Haoran's face froze instantly, replaced instead by pure rage. Yeah, he really is quite handsome. Zhao Lucy, who was closest to Jiāng Mu, couldn't help but praise him upon seeing him. She smiled and said, "You look like a completely different person compared to just a moment ago." Thanks. Jiāng Mu had a fairly good impression of Zhao Lucy. He smiled and said, "That dress looks beautiful on you too. It really suits your style." Thank you. Zhao Lucy smiled faintly, then picked out a black bow tie from a pile nearby. This bow tie should go perfectly with your outfit. Let me help you try it on. Sure. Jiāng Mu nodded. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Zhao Lucy flashed a sweet smile, then, like a doting wife tending to her husband, carefully tied the bow tie for Jiāng Mu. This sweet gesture made Yi Haoran, who secretly harbored feelings for Zhao Lucy, seethe with jealousy. He hurried over and said, "Lucy, I think I'd look better in that bow tie than he does. Why don't you tie it for me instead?" Zhao Lucy heard her name and turned to look at Yi Haoran. The next second, she burst out laughing, covering her mouth. Wait, Yi Haoran, why does this suit make you look like you're wearing a bedsheet? Seriously, that's just awful. Ugly, ugly? Yi Haoran asked, sounding a bit unsure. Utterly hideous. Zhao Lu didn't hold back as she patted Jiāng Mu's shoulder. Look at him, it fits him perfectly, so natural. Now look at you, like you're just messing around. You crack me up. Yi Haoran's face flushed red, then drained pale. He was so embarrassed he wished the ground would swallow him whole. The female store manager's face was flushed crimson. She silently cursed herself for not noticing that Country Bumpkin was wearing it too before she started praising him. This whole situation was just too embarrassing. Mr. Yi. After a long pause, the female store manager seemed to think there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. She tentatively said to Yi Haoran, "Actually, I think everyone has different tastes. I personally think you look really handsome in this one." Handsome my ass. Yi Haoran, who'd been looking for an outlet for his frustration, seized the opportunity to vent his anger on the store manager. He erupted, "Get this damn thing off me right now. I never want to see it again." With that, Yi Haoran began yanking at the garment. But he pulled too hard, and with a sharp rip, the fabric tore. In an instant, the entire store fell silent. Chapter 55, What the hell are celebrities? Third update. It's fine. Realizing his momentary lapse, Yi Haoran cleared his throat awkwardly and forced a calm tone. This outfit, how much is it? I'll just buy it outright. Great. The female store manager couldn't have been happier that Yi Haoran was buying the dress, as it meant she'd earn a full 10,000 yuan commission. Without another word, she began packing it up for him, muttering, "This dress is our store's crown jewel. Even though it's damaged now, it can still be worn after a quick mending." No need. Yi Haoran put on airs. Yi Haoran, am not so broke that I have to wear rags. Just throw it away. But? The female store manager hesitated, but upon seeing Yi Haoran's resolute gaze, she tossed the garment into the nearby trash bin. Watching the clothes vanish into the trash, Yi Haoran felt like the dignity he'd just thrown away had somehow been restored. He continued to show off. "How much was that shirt? I'll pay with my card." "Well, sir." The female store manager took Yi Haoran's bank card with a smile. "That suit is by the renowned French designer Henri, handcrafted entirely by hand. It's quite expensive, even after the discount, 198,000 yuan. What? Hearing that price, Yi Haoran's face darkened like a rusty iron pot from the countryside. He thought, you want 200,000 yuan for a piece of clothing? Why the hell are you even selling clothes? Might as well just rob people outright. Ding. Mr. Yi. After swiping the card, the female store manager handed the receipt and bank card to Yi Haoran. Here's your receipt and bank card. Please keep them safe. Alright. Staring at the string of numbers on the receipt, Yi Haoran felt his heart bleeding. The next second, he yanked the discarded garment back out of the trash bin, clearing his throat awkwardly. I'm currently serving as an ambassador for an environmental campaign, so I think this shirt isn't too damaged. Let's not toss it, it'll pollute the environment. Besides, the fabric is soft. It'd make a great face towel, absorbs oil too. Fearing they wouldn't believe him, Yi Haoran even wiped his own face with it to demonstrate. This shirt feels sticky and has a weird smell? Midway through wiping, Yi Haoran sensed something was off. He pulled the fabric away from his face, sniffed the damp spot, and remarked. That. The female shop manager scratched her head awkwardly. I'm terribly sorry. I've been coughing a lot today, so I coughed up quite a bit of sticky phlegm into the trash can. I guess it must have gotten on the fabric. What? Sticky phlegm? Ugh. Yi Haoran's reaction was to vomit violently from sheer disgust. But since he hadn't eaten much, he only managed dry heaves. The discomfort made tears stream down his face. Seeing his pitiful state, the others couldn't help but want to laugh. Yet they felt awkward about laughing outright, so they kept it bottled up. It was killing them all. Put. Finally, Jiāng Mu couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. He patted Yi Haoran on the shoulder and consoled him. Sorry, bro. I've actually had professional training. I usually don't laugh unless. Ha ha ha. Unless I get stuck. Put. The others couldn't hold back either. They all burst out laughing. Yi Haoran was so furious he nearly spat blood. 10 minutes later. Having finally suppressed his urge to vomit, Yi Haoran angrily tossed his clothes into the trash bin. He then said to Zhao Lucy, Lucy, let's go. I never want to set foot in this place again. Alright. Zhao Lucy nodded. Wait here, I'll go take off this dress. Why? Yi Haoran looked utterly perplexed. You look great in that dress. Why take it off? It's too expensive. Zhao Lucy stated bluntly, it costs 500,000 yuan. I don't have that much money in my bank account. Yi Haoran knew this was his best chance to step up. If he stepped forward and said, I'll cover it, his relationship with Zhao Lucy would undoubtedly deepen. But he couldn't. This time when he went out, he only brought 500,000 yuan, and he's already spent 200,000 yuan. So it was nowhere near enough. What should he do? What should he do? Just as Yi Haoran was at a loss, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. He said to Zhao Lucy, Lucy, don't take off that dress. I'll buy it for you. No need. Zhao Lucy smiled and shook her head. This dress is too expensive. It's not worth it. Besides, we're just business partners. You don't need to spend so much money on me. It's fine. Yi Haoran smiled generously. We might be just business partners now, but who knows? We could become friends, or even lovers in the future. So it's no big deal. Well. Zhao Lucy hesitated. She really did want to buy this dress. But if she let Yi Haoran pay, it would indirectly mean admitting she liked him too. And she genuinely didn't feel that way about him. What should she do? How about this? After a moment, Zhao Lucy came up with a compromise. Consider this 500,000 as a loan. I'll pay you back once I get my announcement fee. No need. Yi Haoran said magnanimously, we're close friends. You don't need to pay me back. No way. Zhao Lucy shook her head stubbornly. I have to pay you back. And you have to agree it's a loan. Otherwise, I'd rather not buy this dress. Well. Yi Haoran sighed helplessly. Fine. Consider it a loan then. Zhao Lucy nodded, then told the female store manager, just swipe my card. Wait. Yi Haoran quickly stopped the store manager from fetching the POS machine, smiling as he said, hear me out first. There's only 300,000 yuan on this card right now, so could you give me a discount and just charge 300,000? No way. The female store manager shook her head decisively. Mr. Yi, I can offer you a discount, but cutting the price by 200,000 yuan in one go? That's practically breaking my back. I know. Yi Haoran smiled faintly. I understand you're reluctant to give such a deep discount, but do you know who I am? No idea. Yi Haoran sighed in exasperation. I'm a celebrity. I starred in the recently popular drama 4 Lives, 4 Worlds, Stealing Melons. Could you just give a celebrity some face? A celebrity? The female manager burst out laughing, a wild, unrestrained laugh. Celebrity my ass. 500,000 yuan, not a penny less. With his pride crushed, Yi Haoran felt so embarrassed he wanted to sink into a hole. His shame deepened when he saw Zhao Lucy staring at him with such disappointment he felt utterly humiliated. He froze in place, utterly speechless. It's only 500,000 yuan. I'll lend it to you. Just as Zhao Lucy was about to take off the dress, Jiāng Mu suddenly spoke up. He gave a faint smile and said, just swipe the card. Chapter 56. Is that the truth? Staring at the bank card Jiāng Mu handed her, the saleswoman was momentarily flustered. Truthfully, from the moment Jiāng Mu entered the store until now, she hadn't looked down on him like the female store manager had. She certainly didn't think he was wealthy. His attire was simply too ordinary, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the image of a wealthy individual. Yet, she never imagined that this very person would agree to lend 500,000 yuan without batting an eye. This left the waitress utterly stunned. The female store manager who had previously looked down on Jiāng Mu was startled when she saw him pull out his bank card with such confidence. Was also startled. Could it be she'd misjudged him? Was this young man actually a hidden tycoon? Put. Yi Haoran burst into laughter, a hearty, booming laugh. Patting Jiāng Mu on the shoulder, he said earnestly, bro, I totally get wanting to impress a girl, but, no offense, but you've probably never even seen what 50 grand looks like, have you? Who says? Jiāng Mu smirked mockingly. When your mom passed away a few days ago, didn't I burn a stack of 50,000 yuan bills for her? You. Yi Haoren's face darkened with rage. Without a second thought, he retorted, your mother just died. Your whole damn family is dead. Jiāng Mu chuckled at this, countering calmly, cursing your own grandmother like that you're truly unfilial. You. Yi Haoren was furious, about to retort when Zhao Lucy spoke first, enough. Stop arguing. How childish. Turning to Jiāng Mu, she added, sir, we've never met before, and 500,000 isn't a small sum. I truly can't accept this money. Thank you for your kindness. Is 500,000 really that much? Jiāng Mu furrowed his brow, delivering a subtle dig, I don't think it is. Besides, I'm lending it to you, not giving it away. There's no need to feel awkward. Put. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Yi Haoren's agent, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but interject, 50,000 is a lot? You talk like you're loaded. What a load of bull. Not bad, I guess. Jiāng Mu smiled modestly. Not exactly rolling in it, but 500,000 yuan really doesn't faze me. Enough. The agent couldn't take it anymore and waved his hand dismissively. Fine, let's just say you're loaded, okay? What do you mean just assume? Jiāng Mu was speechless. It was like this yesterday when he went to pick up the car. And now it was happening again. Why was it so hard for people to believe the truth these days? Tap. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. 2 uniformed security guards strode over. They shouted aggressively, who's causing trouble here? Him, it's him. The female store manager rushed forward upon seeing the security guards, pointing at Jiāng Mu and shouting, this deadbeat. No matter how many times we try to kick him out, he just won't leave. He's seriously disrupting our business now. You two, take him away immediately. After Jiāng Mu pulled out his bank card, the female store manager began to feel uneasy. She feared he might actually be wealthy, which would leave her utterly humiliated. So she'd already made up her mind, even if she was wrong about Jiāng Mu, she'd kick him out. Better to save face. Got it. The security guard nodded, then addressed Jiāng Mu bluntly, kid, come with us. Mr. Jiang? Mid-sentence, the security guard froze. The troublemaker and penniless loser the female manager had mentioned was actually Mr. Jiang, the man even Mr. Wei feared. What the hell was going on? Jiāng Mu recognized them too. The 2 security guards before him were the very ones who had been following Xing Dachuan on the first floor earlier. Well, what a coincidence. Are you here to arrest me? No. The 2 security guards feared Jiāng Mu might take offense and fire them too, just like Xing Dachuan. They waved their hands frantically, grinning apologetically. We wouldn't dare arrest you. It's all her. She insisted you were causing trouble here, that's why we came. This has nothing to do with us. No, he's just a broke loser. Why are you afraid of him? The female store manager still hadn't grasped the situation. She yelled at the security guards, get him out of here immediately, or I'll file a complaint against you with security. Smack! The female store manager had barely finished speaking when the security guard slapped her across the face. He cursed furiously, you. This Mr. Jiang is someone even Weibingi, the CEO, fears. You want to die? Don't drag me down with you. WH. What? The female store manager was stunned. Weibingi was the executive president of Spring Rain Mall, the most powerful figure there, second only to the few CEOs on the board. Even someone of her stature held this youth before her in fear. Then what was his identity? Whoa! The thought sent a chill down the female store manager's spine. Her gaze toward Jiāng Mu was filled with sheer terror. The next moment, she knelt before Jiāng Mu with a thud, her voice trembling with tears as she begged, I'm sorry. I judged you wrongly. I apologize. Please, don't hold it against me. Could you just let it go? Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to respond. Turning to Yi Haoren's agent, he said, you said I couldn't come up with $500,000? Today, I'll show you exactly what I can do. With that, Jiāng Mu shoved his bank card into the stunned waitress's hand and ordered, go ahead. Pay for everything she's wearing, her dress, my jacket, and this short-sleeved shirt. Oh, okay. The waitress nodded blankly before heading off to process the payment. Ding! When the successful payment notification chimed, not only the agent but even Yi Haoren was stunned. They had assumed Jiāng Mu was a pushover, someone they could push around and trample at will. But who knew he was a hidden tycoon? He just dropped over 70,000 in a heartbeat. This was awkwardness on steroids, utterly mortifying. Zhao Lucy was also somewhat shocked. But what dominated her feelings was sheer curiosity. Just how wealthy was Jiāng Mu? He splurged over 700,000 yuan without even batting an eye. The female store manager was now kicking herself. She couldn't help but think how much better things would have been if she hadn't judged him by his looks and had served him properly. Nearly 50,000 yuan in commission. All gone. Well. Jiāng Mu flung the bill at the agent and Yi Haoren's faces, demanding coldly, was what I just said not the truth? Put. Yi Haoren snorted indignantly. A mere few 100,000? Does that make him rich? If I hadn't been traveling on business and carrying so much cash, I could have afforded it too. Exactly. The agent chimed in, according to surveys, the average savings per person in Longwei is around 500,000. A few 100,000 is nothing. That's nothing compared to someone worth over 100 million now. That's impressive. Mr. Jiāng? Chapter 57, Troubles Brewing. Hey, some people think having a few million makes them rich. They get so arrogant they don't know their place. Little do they realize, there's always someone richer, and the sky's the limit. Exactly. Yi Haoren gave a cold chuckle and chimed in, I have plenty of friends worth over 100 million. They're the real wealthy elite. So keep a low profile from now on. Don't get carried away just because you've got a little cash. Listening to the two men trading barbs back and forth, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but giggle. He thought to himself, contradictors really do have thick skin. A single slap wouldn't even sting them. Tap tap tap. Just then, a middle-aged woman in a business suit hurried over. Mr. Jiāng, I searched the entire third floor and finally found you. Ms. Wei? Jiāng Mu was a bit surprised. What brings you here? Well, it's like this. Wei Bingyi smiled faintly, speaking calmly, the chairman of Spring Rain Group would like to befriend you. He sent me to ask if you'd be willing to grace us with your presence for a meal? Boom! Wei Bingyi's words exploded like a bombshell in Yi Haoren and his agent's ears. The shock left them both dumbstruck. They couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person was Jiāng Mu? How could he possibly be someone who could prompt the chairman of Spring Rain Group, a company worth billions, to actively seek friendship and beg for the honor of sharing a meal? To receive Chairman Zhou's favor. I'm truly flattered. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. It's just, my status probably isn't quite enough to qualify as Chairman Zhou's friend, is it? Put. Wei Bingyi chuckled, Mr. Jiāng, you have such a wonderful sense of humor. As the largest shareholder of Times Group and a billionaire tycoon, it's actually Chairman Zhou who's reaching too high. Boom. If Wei Bingyi's earlier words were a bombshell, then what she said now was an atomic bomb. The blast nearly killed Yi Haoren and his agent on the spot. Their legs buckled and they collapsed flat on the floor. Especially when they realized they'd just been arguing with a billionaire tycoon. Cold sweat poured down their backs as they trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Lucy was stunned too. She had assumed Jiāng Mu was just a bit wealthy. But it turned out he was a billionaire tycoon. No wonder he'd lent them $500,000 without a second thought. 50,000 was nothing to him. The female store manager, meanwhile, was secretly relieved. Thankful that Jiāng Mu hadn't called her out. Otherwise, she'd truly wish she were dead. Ah, Mr. Wei, you're joking. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Jiāng Mu gave Wei Bingyi a faint smile. I'm just an ordinary person. All this talk of billions is just empty fame. Put. Hearing this, Yi Haoren nearly choked on his own words. What had he just said? He'd told the guy to keep a low profile. Damn it. 100 billionaire calling himself an ordinary person? That's pretty low-key, isn't it? And Mr. Jiāng? Wei Bingyi asked with a smile, would you be willing to grace us with your presence for a simple meal? Sure. Jiāng Mu thought about it. He hadn't eaten breakfast anyway and readily agreed. Great. Wei Bingyi smiled faintly and led the way ahead. Mr. Jiāng, this way, please. Sure. Wait. Just as Jiāng Mu started to walk away, Zhao Lucy hurried up to catch up. Mr. Jiāng, thank you for lending me the 500,000 yuan. Could you give me your contact information? I'll repay you once I receive the announcement fee. Sure. Jiāng Mu had lent her the money purely to help out, not because he harbored any feelings for Zhao Lucy. Therefore, he intended to reclaim the money. After exchanging WeChat contacts with Zhao Lucy, Jiāng Mu followed Wei Bingyi out. Only Yi Haoren and his agent remained, sprawled on the ground, utterly devastated. They silently regretted having offended a major power player. Ding dong! Just as Jiāng Mu and Wei Bingyi stepped out of the elevator, Jiāng Mu's phone rang. He picked it up to see the caller was Lěng Qīngyán. Jiāng Mu didn't hesitate, pressing the answer button immediately. He chuckled playfully, hey, Qīngyán, I've barely been gone half a day and you're already missing me? You! A woman's curse erupted from the other end of the line. I'm not some Qīngyán, I'm your mother. Jiāng Mu froze for a moment, then frowned. Who are you? Where's Lěng Qīngyán? That little cursed me, so I beat her up. The woman on the line spoke arrogantly, I stripped her naked and dumped her on Yunding Mountain. If you've got the guts, come get her now. But I'll only give you half an hour. If you're not here by then, we're leaving. With that, the woman gave a sinister chuckle. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Fine. Jiāng Mu fought to suppress his rage, speaking slowly and deliberately, half an hour. I'll be there. If you leave before then, you're a coward. With that, Jiāng Mu hung up the phone and turned to leave. Mr. Jiāng, is something wrong? The Wei Bingyi hadn't overheard the conversation. Jiāng Mu's expression made her sense trouble brewing. She hurriedly asked. MHM. Jiāng Mu nodded. A friend of mine is in some danger. I need to go handle it. Please tell Director Zhou that once I'm done with this, I'll host a meal to apologize to him. No problem. Wei Bingyi smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Rescuing people comes first. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Alright. Jiāng Mu didn't hesitate. Lend me 2 security guards. I'm worried things might get physical. No problem. Wei Bingyi nodded firmly. I'll arrange it right away. Have them wait for you at the main entrance of the mall. Alright. Jiāng Mu moved swiftly. Within minutes, he reached the first floor. The security guards Wei Bingyi had dispatched were even faster, already waiting for him there. Upon closer inspection, these 2 security guards were none other than the same pair who had previously followed Xing Dachuan. This left Jiāng Mu feeling rather bewildered. He wondered, in a mall as vast as Spring Rain, were there really only these 2 security guards? Good day, Mr. Jiang. The 2 security guards hurriedly greeted him upon seeing Jiāng Mu. MHM. Jiāng Mu nodded. Do you have a car? The car Jiāng Mu drove today was a 2-seater Avento. There simply wasn't room for 3 people. Plus, the road conditions near Yunding Mountain were poor, impossible for a sports car. So Jiāng Mu planned to take their car instead. No, we don't. The 2 security guards shook their heads in unison. Should we call Ms. Wei and ask her to send a car over? No need. Jiāng Mu turned around and noticed a Mercedes-Benz G65 AMG on display in the mall's first-floor showroom. The best off-road vehicle available, perfectly suited for mountain roads like those of Yunding Mountain. Without another word, he strode straight toward the vehicle, intending to buy it and drive it there. Chapter 58, I'll just buy a 3rd update. Sir, this car is for viewing only, no touching. The moment Jiāng Mu's hand touched the Mercedes-Benz G65 AMG's door handle, a girl in a low-cut, form-fitting skirt hurried over and stopped him. Did you hear that? Zheng Lei, whose face was still swollen like a pig's head from Jiāng Mu's earlier punch, had appeared behind him at some point. He sneered coldly. She said you can only look, not touch. Don't think having a little cash means you can touch anything you want. And this car costs a whopping 3.8 million yuan. Zhang Lei's snake-like girlfriend chimed in, if you damage it, can you even afford to pay for it? Facing the persistent pair, Jiāng Mu's brows furrowed deeply. He was incredibly annoyed. If he hadn't been rushing to save Lěng Qīngyán, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. He absolutely intended to make their faces swell even more. I won't test drive it, I'll buy it outright. Without further ado, Jiāng Mu shoved his bank card into the girl's hand, yanked open the car door, and slid into the driver's seat. Hurry up and swipe it. I'm in a hurry. Oh, okay. The girl was stunned. She'd been promoting this Mercedes-Benz G65 AMG at the mall for nearly half a year. During that time, she had managed to sell 1, maybe 2 units. But someone like Jiāng Mu who pulled out his bank card without a word and was ready to drive off immediately. She'd never seen anyone like Jiāng Mu before, someone who'd pull out his card without hesitation and drive off. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Sir, this is the Mercedes-Benz G65 AMG, priced at 3.8 million yuan. Perhaps I should explain its features and specifications before you make your decision? No need. Jiāng Mu frowned. Just swipe the card and get me a temporary license plate. But, sir. The girl still felt uneasy. How about I tell you about the discounts? This car comes with a discount of. Thud. Jiāng Mu punched the steering wheel in frustration. He thought to himself, all he wanted was a car for transportation. Why was this so difficult? I'll say this one last time. After calming down, Jiāng Mu exhaled deeply and said slowly, emphasizing each word, I want to buy this car. Just swipe my card and get it done. I'm in a hurry. Got it? Keep dragging your feet and I'll file a complaint. Okay. Seeing Jiāng Mu lose his temper, the girl dared not argue further. She grabbed his bank card and ID and hurried off to process the transaction. 5 minutes later. Zheng Lei and the snake-like woman, who had been planning to mock Jiāng Mu to vent their frustration, stared in stunned silence at the receding silhouette of Jiāng Mu driving away in his Mercedes-Benz G65 AMG. They stood speechless for a long while. On the road. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. The 2 security guards clung to the overhead handles in the back seat. Their faces twisted with fear. Maybe we should slow down a bit? This is the city center. Going this fast isn't safe. Exactly, Mr. Jiang. The other security guard chimed in, you're practically racing at 180 km/h. This is a car, not a plane. Mr. Jiang, I have elderly parents and young children to support. My whole family depends on me. Mr. Jiang, my wife just got pregnant. My child can't grow up without a father. Mr. Jiang. Shut up. Jiāng Mu, irritated by their clamor, turned and snapped, if any of you dare say another word, I'll floor it to 240. Security guard. Forget it. I think 180 is actually pretty good, it's not that fast. Yunding Mountain. It's a semi-mountainous park in Linhai City, not particularly high at just over 500 meters. But the road up the mountain is extremely steep. If not for Jiāng Mu's championship-level driving skills, I wouldn't dare drive up there. Even so, there was one section of the road that remained impassable. The group had no choice but to abandon their vehicle by the roadside and continue on foot. Wait, didn't you two claim earlier that you had professional training and could take on 10 guys at once? Halfway up the hill, Jiāng Mu turned back and sneered at the two security guards retching violently by the roadside. How can riding in a car make you throw up like that? Sorry, Mr. Jiang. The two guards waved their hands apologetically. We honestly didn't expect riding in a car could feel like riding a roller coaster. We're just young and inexperienced. We apologize. Enough. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Let's hurry. If we don't leave now, we'll be too late. Yes, sir. The two responded and hurried to catch up with Jiāng Mu. Boss lady, it's been 25 minutes and this guy still hasn't shown up. I don't think he's coming. Should we just leave? On a clearing atop the mountain, 10 small-time thugs sat cross-legged on the ground. Cigarettes dangled from their lips as they puffed away. 6 of them were girls. They all wore blue tank tops, their arms covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, with nose rings and nose studs. Classic delinquent girl style. The other 4 guys sported punk hairstyles. Their faces were heavily smudged with smoky makeup, and from a distance, they looked like zombies from TV. They were downright terrifying. Wait a moment. The girl dubbed the leader blew a smoke ring and said casually, in our line of work, it's all about keeping your word. We promised him half an hour, so we'll give him half an hour. Fine. The guy who'd spoken first nodded reluctantly, then pointed to Lěng Qīngyán, who was curled up trembling in a corner nearby. Boss lady, this is boring. How about I take her over there for some exercise? Yeah, boss. Another guy chimed in, just let us take her out for some exercise. Otherwise, we're all bored out of our minds. Is that what you call boredom? The leader frowned. You're clearly just lusting after her body. I can't even bring myself to call you out on it. Ha. Caught out by the boss lady, the two boys chuckled awkwardly. They pressed on, sis, this chick's got killer looks. Not taking advantage of that would be a damn shame. Yeah, boss lady, let us have some fun with her. Fine. Fed up with their nagging, the leader nodded. Hurry up and come back. We have to leave by midnight. Got it. The two guys were overjoyed at the boss lady's approval. They scampered toward Lěng Qīngyán's location, their eyes gleaming with excitement and lechery. You two, don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll call the police. Lěng Qīngyán watched the two men, who clearly had ulterior motives toward her, closing in. She took off running. But this place was filled with their people. Plus, she was already beaten to a pulp, her legs throbbing with pain. After only a few steps, they caught up, pinning her to the ground. No, please don't. I beg you, don't. Realizing escape was impossible, Lěng Qīngyán broke down completely. Tears streamed down her face like a flood. Her voice choked with sobs as she pleaded, I beg you, let me go. I can give you money however much you want, I'll give it. Oomph. The two boys sneered coldly. Sorry, but we like you better than money. With that, the two boys lunged toward Lěng Qīngyán. Chapter 59, Jiāng Mu's Rage. Get the hell away from me. Get away. Feeling their rough hands groping her body, Lěng Qīngyán panicked. She screamed in anger, her voice cracking with tears, struggling desperately. But she was just a girl, how could she possibly match the strength of two men? Within moments, she was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Damn. This girl's skin is so smooth. Yeah, so smooth. She'll be so wet when we play with her. Damn it. I can't hold back anymore, I'm going first. With that, the guy with the blonde hair ripped off his belt and lunged at Lěng Qīngyán with desperate urgency. Lěng Qīngyán was frozen in terror. Tears gushed forth like a burst dam, cascading down her cheeks and splattering onto the floor. Her body shook violently from overwhelming anger. Her mind went blank as she muttered, Jiāng Mu, where are you? Why haven't you come yet? You. The blonde-haired thug cursed as he prepared to charge, your little boyfriend hasn't shown up yet? He clearly doesn't dare come. Don't count on him to save you. Exactly. The redhead chimed in, you might as well enjoy this. Don't worry, we'll be nice to you. Whoosh. Crack. At that moment, a blade over a meter long plunged straight into the space between Yellow Hair's legs. The icy intent to kill froze the yellow-haired man on the spot, causing him to go limp. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Red Hair also jumped in fright, instinctively glancing toward where the blade had been hurled. His brow furrowed as he cursed, you. Who the hell are you? How dare you ruin our fun? I'm your ancestor. The intruder roared, then delivered a kick straight to the redhead's face. A solid Thai-style massage was delivered. The blow sent blood gushing from Redhead's nose. He let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his nose as he rolled around on the ground. You're asking for it. Seeing his buddy get hit, the yellow-haired guy flew into a rage, swinging his fists as he charged at the attacker. But before he could close the distance, a kick struck him from behind. The immense force knocked him off balance, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. His front teeth shattered. The pain made him clasp his mouth and wail, his cries of agony echoing. Jiāng Mu. Wah! That's right. The one who arrived was none other than Jiāng Mu. After getting off the car, Jiāng Mu had rushed to the mountaintop with 2 security guards. Little did he expect that upon arriving, he would witness such an infuriating scene. Without a word, he charged forward with his 2 security guards. "Are you all right?" Jiāng Mu slowly approached Lěng Qīngyán, his voice soft with concern. "Jiāng Mu, woo." Upon seeing Jiāng Mu, Lěng Qīngyán's tears, which she had barely managed to hold back, burst forth once more. She then threw herself into his arms like a madwoman, clinging to him as she sobbed uncontrollably. Jiāng Mu knew she was genuinely terrified. He immediately began gently patting her back, soothing her with soft words, "I'm here now. No one can bully you anymore. It's okay, don't be afraid." Lěng Qīngyán nestled into Jiāng Mu's embrace like a delicate little bride. She nodded her head, looking utterly wronged. Her tear-streaked face melted Jiāng Mu's heart completely. He quickly wiped away the tears on her face with his thumb. There. Come on, get up now." "No. I won't get up." What had just happened had truly terrified Lěng Qīngyán. Now that she'd finally found a safe haven to lean on, she wasn't about to leave so easily. "Fine, stay down then." Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. "But could we at least put some clothes on? You look like this, it's tempting me to commit a crime." Only then did Lěng Qīngyán realize she was practically naked. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly pulled away from Jiāng Mu's embrace. "Here, these are the new clothes I just bought at the mall. Put these on for now. Once we get back, I'll take you shopping." Jiāng Mu shoved the newly purchased clothes into Lěng Qīngyán's arms. He then turned his head and walked toward the 2 thugs. The 2 punks lay sprawled on the ground, beaten to a pulp by the security guards, unable to move. Spotting Jiāng Mu, they trembled violently, curling into a ball. "Brother, it's not our fault. It was all Li1. She forced us to do it. If you want revenge, go after her. Not us." "Yeah, boss." Red hair chimed in, "This was all Li1's doing. We had nothing to do with it. If you want to settle this, go after her. Don't make things hard for us. Where is she?" Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with their nonsense, his voice icy. "She's on the other side of the hill." The blonde-haired guy pointed toward the back of the hill. Jiāng Mu ignored them completely, turning back to the 2 security guards. "Take them with you. We're going to have a little chat with that Li1. "Yes, sir." The 2 security guards responded in unison, then grabbed the blonde and redhead by the collars like they were carrying chicks, following Jiāng Mu as they headed toward the other side of the hill. After changing her clothes, Lěng Qīngyán hurried to catch up. "Big sis, those 2 jerks, number 5 and number 6, have been gone for ages. Why aren't they back yet?" A young delinquent girl with curly hair puffed on her cigarette as she asked Li1. "What do you think?" Li1 sneered dismissively. "They're probably having too much fun. So should we keep waiting or go find them?" "Let's go find them." Li1 frowned. "Otherwise, who knows how long those 2 will keep at it before they're satisfied." "All right." The young delinquent nodded and turned to head toward the other side of the hillside. "No need." Just then, Jiāng Mu appeared at the top of the slope. Hands in his pockets, he gave everyone a quick glance. "I've brought your companion back for you." With that, Jiāng Mu gestured behind him. 2 security guards understood immediately, giving the 2 punks a hard shove forward. The 2 punks immediately rolled down the hillside like 2 soccer balls. Their bruised and battered faces startled the young gang leader, who shrieked, "Boss lady, it's bad. Number 5 and number 6 got beaten up." Swish! At those words, Li1's face darkened instantly. She shot a vicious glare at Jiāng Mu and roared, "You! Who the hell do you think you are? You dare hit my guys? You wanna die? I'm your ancestor." Jiāng Mu smirked mockingly, then pointed at Lěng Qīngyán beside him. "Since you're a girl, I'll give you a chance. Just apologize to my friend voluntarily. And delete every single video you just recorded. I'll let you off. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." "You!" Li1 frowned, cursing under her breath. "That woman deserved to be hit for insulting me. Why should I apologize? But you hit my brother. You must apologize. Otherwise, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu laughed. "Then let's see who makes whom wish they were dead." Chapter 60, let's get down to business. "Mr. Jiāng." As Jiāng Mu and Li1 faced off, a security guard crouched beside Jiāng Mu and whispered into his ear, "I know this Li1. She's the daughter of Li Tanshu, the richest man in Yunhai City, Dongyang Province. If we actually fight her, it'll be like taking on Li Tanshu's sworn enemy. He won't let us off the hook then, so..." "Yunhai City? Li Tanshu?" Jiāng Mu frowned. He had heard of this Li Tanshu, a renowned feed tycoon in Dongyang Province. Countless companies were under his control. His net worth was estimated to far exceed 50 billion. He was a bona fide top-tier tycoon. If he'd beaten up his daughter, that would be a real problem. But if he let it slide, the videos of Lěng Qīngyán would undoubtedly be leaked. At that point, Lěng Qīngyán's entire life would be ruined. At this thought, Jiāng Mu's brows furrowed deeply as he found himself in a dilemma. Damn it! Li Wen frowned, pointing at Jiāng Mu as she cursed, two guys whispering non-stop like they're ing each other. Disgusting. If you're gonna do it, just do it already. Don't ing waste my time when I'm trying to dance. Hearing this, Jiāng Mu frowned and replied calmly, "You're Li Tanchu's daughter?" Oh. Li Wen grinned. Who knew my reputation had reached Linhai City? So what are you waiting for? Get down on your knees and apologize to my brother. Think again. Jiāng Mu frowned, his tone flat. I'm just saying, for the sake of you being Li Tanchu's daughter, I'm giving you one last chance. Delete that video, and we'll call it even. You. Li Wen scowled, cursing under her breath. You beat up my brother and expect it to be over with just an apology? Think I'm some pushover? Mark my words, if you don't kowtow to my brother today, this isn't over. Right. Apologize. Apologize. No apology, no end to this. Li Wen's gang of underlings joined in the clamor. The noise was deafening. Seeing Li Wen's unyielding stance, Jiāng Mu abandoned further persuasion. He turned to the two security guards and said, since she refuses to listen, beat her until she submits. Get moving. But the two security guards looked troubled. Mr. Jiang, Li Tanchu is notorious in the industry for his ruthlessness. If we beat up his daughter, he'll skin us alive. That's right, Mr. Jiang. The other security guard chimed in, we're just ordinary people. We can't afford to cross Li Tanchu. It's fine. Jiāng Mu patted their shoulders reassuringly. If anything happens, I'll take the fall. It won't touch you guys. Just do your job. But the two guards still looked uneasy. After all, she was the daughter of Yunhai City's wealthiest man, the cherished daughter of a 50 billion yuan tycoon. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán spoke up, her voice tight with resolve. Why don't we just drop it? You're wealthy, but you're still no match for Li Tanchu. Besides, that man isn't exactly a saint. It's not worth it for you to antagonize him over me. Jiāng Mu hadn't expected Lěng Qīngyán to still be thinking of him at a time like this. His heart warmed, and he gently ruffled her hair. Don't worry. If I'm willing to do this, it means I'm not afraid of that Li Tanchu. And I absolutely won't allow anyone to bully or defile you. Jiāng Mu's words deeply moved Lěng Qīngyán, and tears welled up in her eyes without her realizing it. The next moment, Lěng Qīngyán threw herself into Jiāng Mu's arms, her voice choked with emotion. Jiāng Mu, thank you. Thank you for coming to save me. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Just thanks? Jiāng Mu frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. Can't you show your gratitude in a more tangible way? Lěng Qīngyán froze, asking doubtfully, then what do you want? Jiāng Mu grinned mischievously, tapping his own lips with his finger. Kiss me. Lěng Qīngyán refused outright, her face flushing as she protested, no way. Just as I thought. Jiāng Mu sighed, feigned helplessness. You're not being sincere at all. I am. Lěng Qīngyán protested with a pout, if you ask for something else, I'll definitely do it. Then I'll kiss you. Lěng Qīngyán. Me kissing you kissing me, what's the difference, really? No way. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head again. Anything but a kiss, I'll do anything else. Then that's it. Jiāng Mu feigned hurt. Fine. I guess I deserve it for being such a fool, willing to help you when you won't even give me a sincere thank you. This. Seeing Jiāng Mu's dejected expression, Lěng Qīngyán's face was filled with helplessness. She silently pondered, should she just grant Jiāng Mu his wish and kiss him? But this was her first kiss. To just give it away like that felt so unfair. But Jiāng Mu had been so genuinely kind to her. He'd driven away her stepmother, helped her deal with online bullying, come to her rescue, and even risked offending a top-tier big shot to destroy that video for her. Kissing him would be only fair, right? With that thought, Lěng Qīngyán steeled her resolve, clenched her teeth, and gently pressed her lips to Jiāng Mu's mouth with her eyes closed. Her face flushed crimson as if on fire, she fled the scene in a hurry. Jiāng Mu never dreamed Lěng Qīngyán would launch such a surprise attack. Before he could even react, the kiss was over. Otherwise, he would have definitely held her little head and kissed her properly. Damn it, I wonder if that kiss even lasted 3 seconds. Jiāng Mu muttered to himself before immediately opening the task interface. Only to discover the prompt stating that the kiss had lasted a mere second, failing to meet the mission requirements. He nearly died of frustration on the spot. He muttered under his breath, damn it. If I'd known it'd be like this, I should have insisted on kissing for a full minute. This is bloody awful. About that. After calming down, Jiāng Mu, still clinging to hope, approached Lěng Qīngyán again, his face thick with audacity. You kissed me too quickly just now. I didn't even feel what was happening before you ran off. It doesn't count. You have to kiss me again. No way. That single kiss had nearly drained all of Lěng Qīngyán's courage. Kissing him again? No way. She stiffened her neck and retorted, besides, I did kiss you just now. If you didn't feel it, what does that have to do with me? No, it's not. Jiāng Mu spun a tale, look, we agreed you'd kiss me once. Right. Lěng Qīngyán nodded, tilting her fair neck. I did kiss you. You did kiss me, but I didn't feel it. What does that have to do with me? Lěng Qīngyán replied with a defiant attitude, as if she had nothing to lose. Jiāng Mu. Forget it. I'll just have to find another chance to kiss her. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Jiāng Mu's Ruthlessness Third Update. Damn it! As the two spoke, Liwen exploded with rage. Pointing at Jiāng Mu, she cursed, I came here to fight, not to watch you two show off your love. Get over here and die. What's it gonna be? Jiāng Mu chuckled. You're unloved, so now you're jealous and resentful? You're the one nobody loves. Liwen was furious. The guys chasing me could line up all the way to Yunhai City. How could I possibly be unloved? Then you better take them to get their eyes checked. Jiāng Mu grinned. Going blind at such a young age, how pitiful. You. Liwen exploded. I'm gorgeous. They're chasing me because they have good taste. You're the one who's blind. What's so beautiful about you? Jiāng Mu chuckled. Is it your bucket waist that's so captivating, or your greasy, shiny face that looks like it could be used for stir-frying? You. Liwen was furious. Staring at Jiāng Mu speechless for a moment. Finally, she stomped her foot and shouted furiously, You little brat, don't waste your breath trying to outweak me. Girls, attack. Take them down. Clatter. At Li Wen's command, a mob of thugs armed with assorted weapons charged toward Jiāng Mu. Seeing this, Jiāng Mu calmly addressed the two security guards, Go ahead. Take care of them all. 10,000 each. Seriously? At the mention of 100,000 yuan, the two security guards' eyes lit up instantly. They were thrilled. Of course. Jiāng Mu nodded earnestly. Oh, and whoever takes care of Li Wen gets an extra 100,000. Clatter. As the saying goes, where there's great reward, there's bound to be a brave soul. Driven by the prospect of 200,000 yuan, the two security guards suddenly charged at the group of thugs as if injected with adrenaline. They began beating them mercilessly. Especially that Li Wen, she took the worst beating. Clearly. Compared to 20,000 yuan, her identity seemed utterly insignificant. 20 minutes later. Jiāng Mu kicked Li Wen, who lay sprawled on the ground, her face covered in blood, and demanded, enunciating each word deliberately, Where's the video? Though beaten badly, Li Wen refused to yield. Gritting her teeth, she snarled, You. I won't hand it over. See what you can do to me. And. At this point, Li Wen flashed a savage grin. Once you're gone, I'll call my dad. Then you'll be waiting for death. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? Jiāng Mu chuckled coldly. That truly terrifies me. But. I suspect you'll be the one dying first. His eyes turned icy as he spoke. He grabbed a large knife nearby and strode menacingly toward one of the thugs, pressing the blade against his throat. I'll ask this once. You'd better answer honestly, or else, this blade doesn't have eyes. The thug sneered contemptuously, stiffening his neck and bellowing, You. Stop trying to scare me. If you've got the balls, go ahead and kill me. Swish. The moment the thug finished speaking, Jiāng Mu moved. The half-meter-long blade shot through the air, then came crashing down, aimed straight for the back of the punk's neck. At first, no one paid much attention, assuming Jiāng Mu was just bluffing and wouldn't actually kill him. But to everyone's utter shock, when the blade was less than 2 inches from the punk's throat, Jiāng Mu didn't stop. The hearts of those present nearly stopped. The timid ones closed their eyes in terror, dreading the sight of the thug's blood splattering everywhere. Lěng Qīngyán and the two security guards were also startled. He couldn't help but wonder if Jiāng Mu was really going to kill this little punk. Buzz. Just as the broadsword was about to cleave the thug's head clean off, the blade finally halted. Even so, everyone was drenched in cold sweat. The thug was so terrified he wet himself. His earlier arrogance vanished completely. At that moment, everyone's perception of Jiāng Mu was completely redefined. He was a madman. A complete and utter madman. I'm asking you, did you record the video? The punk was so terrified by Jiāng Mu he couldn't even think straight. There was no way he'd dare resist now. He just nodded. I did. Where is it? Jiāng Mu pressed further, Did you send it to anyone else? The thug shook his head frantically. No, it's on my phone. Good. Jiāng Mu took the phone, smashed it clean in half, and tossed it into the abyss below. What about you? After dealing with the first one, Jiāng Mu repeated the process, pressing the knife against a young delinquent girl's neck. And no. I don't have it. Having witnessed Jiāng Mu's ruthlessness, the young delinquent dared not play dumb. Without hesitation, she answered. Jiāng Mu nodded in satisfaction, then swept a cold gaze over the entire group. Do I need to ask each of you individually? No need. The rest of them promptly handed over their phones. Not a moment's delay. After Jiāng Mu finished handling the phones, he strode over to Li Wen and asked coldly, What about you? Are you going to talk or not? Li Wen sneered coldly. Put. They fear you, but I don't. I don't believe you'd actually dare kill me. Jiāng Mu smiled. I certainly wouldn't dare kill you, but crippling one of your hands or legs? That's no problem at all. You dare. Li Wen's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Jiāng Mu, enunciating each word deliberately. If you dare break my leg, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life wishing you were dead. Thud. As soon as she finished, Jiāng Mu kicked Li Wen squarely in the stomach. His voice was deliberate and measured. Stop threatening me. Last time. Where's the video recording? You. Li Wen remained defiant. Even if you beat me to death, I won't give you that damn video. Fine. Jiāng Mu laughed, then grabbed a wooden stick nearby. Without another word, he swung it hard at Li Wen's leg. Thud. Ah. Snap. The three sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Li Wen let out a blood-curdling scream as her leg snapped. The excruciating pain made her break out in a cold sweat, instantly soaking through her shirt. Talk. Jiāng Mu stared at her coldly, his voice icy. If you don't talk, I won't mind doing it again. Li Wen froze. She could see in Jiāng Mu's eyes that he was absolutely not joking. For the first time in her life, this woman who had always been arrogant and reckless, who never knew her own limits, felt genuine fear. The next second, she nodded. I'll tell you. The video is on my phone and in the car's dashcam. Take me there. Seeing her capitulate, Jiāng Mu tossed the wooden stick aside and ordered in an icy tone. 20 minutes later. Jiāng Mu led Lěng Qīngyán and two security guards away from Yunding Mountain without looking back. Only Li Wen and the others remained, staring at his retreating figure, trembling in fear. After a long moment, Li Wen gritted her teeth. You little bastard, just you wait. This debt. I will absolutely repay. Chapter 62 Misunderstanding. Outside Yunding Mountain People's Hospital. Jiāng Mu glanced at the two security guards, their faces full of expectation, and smiled faintly. Bring up your WeChat payment codes. I'll transfer the money to you. Right away. The two security guards beamed with delight at the prospect of receiving money. They hastily displayed their payment codes. Ding. When the 150,000 yuan each landed in their accounts, the two security guards were so overwhelmed they nearly fainted. They thought, could happiness really come so suddenly? Alright, I need to accompany her to get her wounds treated. You two just take a taxi back on your own. After completing the transfer, Jiāng Mu patted both men on the shoulder and advised, be careful on the way home. And remember, even though this money came easily, don't go splurging. Otherwise, this little bit won't last long. Yes. The two security guards nodded with smiles. Alright, Mr. Jiang, we'll be on our way. If you need anything else, just give us a call. Jiāng Mu nodded before leading Lěng Qīngyán into the hospital. On the way, Lěng Qīngyán nudged Jiāng Mu's arm. Actually, these injuries aren't serious. I really didn't need to come to the hospital. No way. Jiāng Mu refused without hesitation. Even if the surface looks fine, there could be internal issues. We need to get checked. Besides. He grinned at this point. It's not costing you a dime. What are you afraid of? Lěng Qīngyán pouted and muttered under her breath, that's exactly why I don't want to get checked, because it'll cost you money. Why? Jiāng Mu looked utterly perplexed. Because you've already spent so much to save me. If you spend more, I'll feel like I owe you too much. Lěng Qīngyán pouted as she answered. Jiāng Mu chuckled, alright then, if you really feel like you owe me too much, just give me a kiss. As he spoke, Jiāng Mu gave Lěng Qīngyán a cheeky wink and leaned in toward her lips. This sent a blush racing across Lěng Qīngyán's cheeks. She pushed him away hastily. Stop fooling around. You're neither my boyfriend nor my husband. We're not even officially together, what's the point of kissing? Who said we don't have a status? Jiāng Mu frowned in displeasure. Haven't we always been father and daughter? Lěng Qīngyán froze, then erupted in fury, gritting her teeth. Jiāng Mu, I'll kill you. With that, she swung her tiny fists and charged toward Jiāng Mu. Seeing this, Jiāng Mu took off running. Mumbling under his breath, he cried, good girl, Daddy was wrong. Daddy won't ever do it again. Please forgive Daddy. Lěng Qīngyán, go to hell. And so, the two began chasing each other through the hospital lobby, playfully wrestling about. 10 minutes later. Exhausted from running, Jiāng Mu collapsed onto a chair, panting heavily. He waved his hand. Alright, no more messing around. Let's get this checkup over with. Lěng Qīngyán angrily punched Jiāng Mu several times until her fury subsided. She gave a cold snort. I'll let you off this time. But if you dare do it again, I'll bite you to death. Fine. Jiāng Mu affectionately ruffled Lěng Qīngyán's hair and led her toward the surgical clinic. Which one of you is the patient? The surgeon in the surgical consultation room was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her mid-20s. A pair of black-rimmed glasses sat atop her delicate nose. Her entire demeanor radiated an air of refined elegance. She gave off an intellectual vibe. As for her figure, it was hidden by her white coat, so Jiāng Mu couldn't get a clear look. But judging by her slender waist and impressive cleavage, her figure was undoubtedly nothing to sneeze at. I am. Lěng Qīngyán sat obediently in the chair and replied. Where does it hurt? The female doctor asked without looking up. I was beaten. Lěng Qīngyán glanced at Jiāng Mu beside her before answering. I came to have my wounds treated and to check if any bones or internal organs were damaged. Beaten up? The female doctor snapped her head up, urgently asking, who hit you? Did you report it to the police? No. Lěng Qīngyán answered truthfully, besides, it's already over. I don't want to pursue it. Please just examine me. Bang. How can you not pursue it? The female doctor slammed her fist on the desk, her voice filled with righteous indignation. Listen to me. Domestic violence is either a one-time thing or it happens over and over. You absolutely cannot believe his lies. Trust me, call the police immediately to gather evidence, then divorce him. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán was stunned. Jiāng Mu was stunned too. What's with this doctor? All Qīngyán had said was that she'd been hit, and the doctor had already imagined a full-blown domestic violence scenario. Her imagination was running wild. You're afraid, aren't you? Seeing Lěng Qīngyán remain silent for so long, the female doctor assumed she was too intimidated by Jiāng Mu to report it. Her face flushed with indignation. Fine, I'll call the police for you. If he dares lay a finger on you, I'll summon security myself. With that, she picked up the phone on her desk, ready to dial 110. Lěng Qīngyán, seeing this, was startled. She hurriedly hung up the phone and explained, Doctor, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. He's not my husband. What? The female doctor gasped. He hasn't even made it official yet, and he already dares to hit you? If you two get married, won't he end up killing you? No way. The female doctor shuddered and continued, I have to call the police for you. You must break up with him. Otherwise, you'll die. This. Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. How could this be so hard to explain? Doctor. Lěng Qīngyán furrowed her embroidered brows and continued explaining, it's really not what you think. He didn't abuse me, and I'm not his girlfriend either. You've misunderstood. Young lady. Before Lěng Qīngyán could finish, the female doctor grabbed her hand firmly. Don't be afraid, she declared resolutely. As long as I, Song Rui, am here, no one will dare harm you. Without waiting for Lěng Qīngyán's response, she whipped her head around and barked at Jiāng Mu, you deadbeat. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're big and burly. Mark my words, as long as Song Rui is here today, you'll face the full force of the law. And, Song Rui added, her neck stiff with defiance, I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on her here, I'll cripple you. I've trained in Taekwondo. Staring at Song Rui, who stood with her fists clenched and a fierce glare on her face, Jiāng Mu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He thought to himself, is this woman crazy? He was so handsome and had such a good character, how could he possibly be some useless pervert who abused women? Lěng Qīngyán was utterly baffled. She couldn't help but wonder, why won't this female doctor listen to reason? Chapter 63, Drink more Mrs. Oral Liquid. Ahem. Jiāng Mu saw the misunderstanding deepening. He knew he had to say something now or it would be too late. He cleared his throat and said, Dr. Song, you've truly misunderstood. I didn't abuse her at all. It was someone else who hit her, not me. Besides. At this point, Jiāng Mu flicked his hair back and struck his most dashing pose. He flashed a confident smile. Ever seen a domestic abuser as handsome as me? Ugh. Song Rui feigned disgust, gagging audibly before shooting Jiāng Mu a withering look. Stop trying to wriggle out of this. Save your energy for explaining yourself to the police. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán. Both fell silent. They both thought silently, this woman is definitely a little crazy. Bang. Clatter. Seeing Song Rui about to call the police again, Jiāng Mu angrily shoved the phone to the floor. His face darkened as he snapped, enough? We're here for medical treatment, not to watch you play vigilante. If you keep causing trouble, I'll file a complaint against you. Startled by Jiāng Mu's outburst, Song Rui stumbled back. She scrambled backward, then sneered coldly, can't keep up the act anymore, huh? Starting to show your true colors? Fine, I'm not afraid of you. Turning back to Lěng Qīngyán, she added, now you see this man's true colors, don't you? Mark my words, a man's mouth is a deceitful devil. Never trust him. Now listen to me. I'll hold her off here. You run and call the police. Lěng Qīngyán. Jiāng Mu. At this moment, both of them were nearly driven mad by Song Rui's bizarre antics. After a long pause, Jiāng Mu sighed and said, forget it, Qīngyán. I'll take you to another clinic instead. All right. Lěng Qīngyán had had enough too. She nodded and prepared to follow Jiāng Mu out. No way. Seeing them about to leave, Song Rui hurriedly blocked the doorway. Then, with disappointment in her voice, she turned to Lěng Qīngyán, young lady, you're so beautiful, yet why are you so foolish? A man like this isn't worth your trust at all. Why are you so stubbornly clinging to him? I'm not stubborn. Lěng Qīngyán sighed helplessly. I'll say this one last time, he's neither my husband nor my boyfriend. He's just a friend. And he absolutely did not abuse me. The injuries on my body are from getting into a fight with someone while playing a game. They have nothing to do with him. Do you understand now? Song Rui stubbornly shook her head. I don't believe you. What you believe? Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with her. He shoved her aside and pulled Lěng Qīngyán away. Wait. In the hallway, Song Rui doggedly followed after them. How about this? I'll treat your injuries first. We'll talk about the domestic violence later. Is that okay? This. Lěng Qīngyán hesitated, glancing back at Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before replying, fine. Going to another department means we'd have to queue up again for registration. It's a hassle. Let her examine you. Alright. Lěng Qīngyán didn't want any more trouble either. She nodded and followed Song Rui back into the examination room. Jiāng Mu had intended to enter too, but Song Rui abruptly slammed the door shut, leaving him no choice but to sit on the corridor bench and wait patiently. 20 minutes later. Lěng Qīngyán emerged and told Jiāng Mu, all done. Her bones and internal organs are fine, just some pretty bad abrasions. She prescribed some medicine for me. Let's go pick it up together. Okay. Jiāng Mu nodded and rose to follow Lěng Qīngyán to fetch the medicine. But after just a few steps, that Song Rui was already trailing after them like a persistent ghost. You need something else? Jiāng Mu, harboring no fondness for Song Rui, asked coldly. Oomph. Song Rui snorted coldly, her teeth gritted. If it weren't for your girlfriend's kindness or not wanting you to go to jail, I'd have called the police long ago and sent you, this domestic abuser, straight to prison. One last thing. I'm warning you. If you ever dare to abuse her again, I won't let you off the hook. Jiāng Mu laughed. Then let me remind you too, you'd better fix that tendency to overthink things. After all, not everyone is as easygoing as me. If you end up crippled, no one will want you. Oomph. Song Rui snorted coldly again, her face brimming with defiance. Don't worry. Even if no one wants me, you certainly won't get me. Ha! Jiāng Mu chuckled. Someone like you? I wouldn't want you even if you weren't crippled. You? Seeing she couldn't out-argue Jiāng Mu, she turned and strode toward her office with a cold snort. Oh, right. Jiāng Mu watched Song Rui's retreating figure and teased with a playful grin, with a temper like yours, you're probably going through early menopause. Remember to drink more Mrs. Oral liquid. Clack. Walking away, Song Rui heard the remark. She nearly stumbled and fell flat on her face. Spinning around, she snapped, you. I'm only 24, how could I possibly be going through menopause? You're only 24? Jiāng Mu feigned surprise. If you hadn't said anything, I'd have guessed you were 34. Song Rui was furious. She shot Jiāng Mu a fierce glare before turning and storming into the examination room. She ignored Jiāng Mu completely. After leaving the hospital, Jiāng Mu drove Lěng Qīngyán straight to Spring Rain Mall, ready to continue their shopping spree. He also planned to buy a few outfits for Lěng Qīngyán. Squeak! Watch out! Just as Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán entered Spring Rain Mall, a girl around Jiāng Mu's age suddenly darted out from the right. She charged straight toward Lěng Qīngyán, startling her into a daze. Fortunately, Jiāng Mu reacted swiftly, pulling Lěng Qīngyán into his arms just in time to prevent her from getting hurt. The girl, however, wasn't so fortunate. Her foot caught on Jiāng Mu's, sending her sprawling face first onto the floor. Her chin stung from the impact. The documents in her hands scattered like feathers across the ground. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? Jiāng Mu rushed over to help her up after seeing her fall. Of course I'm not okay. Rubbing her jaw, the girl snapped irritably, it's all swollen and killing me. Then why were you rushing around not watching where you were going? Jiāng Mu asked as he helped her pick up the documents scattered on the ground. What do you mean I wasn't watching where I was going? The girl snapped. You're the one who's blind. You could have walked down the wide road, but you chose to trip me instead. Apologize to me right now. What? I tripped you? Jiāng Mu laughed in exasperation. Miss, I never believed it when people said big breasts meant no brains. But seeing you today, I'm convinced. Why? Because you're both big-breasted and brainless. How else could you possibly blame someone else's blindness for your own mistake? You? The girl's pretty face flushed crimson. She hastily covered her chest with her hands and snorted coldly, you scoundrel. If it weren't for this lady having urgent business today and no time to waste on your nonsense, I'd never let you off the hook. With that, she waved her delicate fist angrily and stormed out of the mall. Chapter 64, This is so hard. Third update. Jiāng Mu, however, found the whole situation utterly baffling. He muttered to himself, these days, telling the truth can get you mistaken for a pervert? I'm having a rough time. Since men's clothing was on the third floor and women's on the second. So Jiāng Mu planned to accompany Lěng Qīngyán to finish her shopping before buying his own clothes. But everyone knows how women shop. Once they start picking things out, it never ends, it takes forever to wrap up. So bored, Jiāng Mu decided to use this time to clear out today's lucky bags. He didn't want to risk running out of time later or forgetting, only to miss out on a fortune like yesterday. Ding! The moment he opened Douyin, over 30 private message notifications popped up. They popped up immediately. Without a second thought, Jiāng Mu clicked to view them. Meng, Mr. Jiang, you haven't visited my livestream in days. care to drop by and hang out? Meng, Mr. Jiāng, are you there? Meng, Mr. Jiāng, if you don't come, no one will help me complete my tasks. Meng, Mr. Jiāng, please reply when you see this. Don't play dead on me. A dozen more messages followed, all sent by Meng with similar content, all urging Jiāng Mu to visit her livestream. So Jiāng Mu tapped her profile picture and was instantly transported into her livestream. Wow! Meng recognized Jiāng Mu's ID. Seeing him enter, she lit up instantly and exclaimed cheerfully, Mr. Jiāng, you finally made it. I've been missing you for days. Jiāng Mu, you miss me? You clearly just want my money. I can't even bring myself to call you out on it. Oh my! Meng refused to admit it, shaking her head. I really did miss you. I wasn't thinking about your money at all. Alright then. Jiāng Mu chuckled, in that case, I won't spend a single penny. Ha! Hearing he wouldn't spend a dime, Meng panicked instantly. No, Boss Jiāng, dear brother. I work so hard streaming to bring you joy, just tip me a little, anything at all. Jiāng Mu, I'm not having fun. Meng. Then what should I do to make you happy, big brother? Meng wasn't giving up, persistently coaxing Jiāng Mu. Here's the deal. Jiāng Mu grinned mischievously, tomorrow night, you come with me to see a late-night movie, and I'll be happy. Okay. Meng agreed without hesitation. Just send me a private message with the address and exact time. Jiāng Mu, got it. After making plans with Meng, Jiāng Mu sent her another 5,000 yuan. Then he headed to another livestream to tip for lucky bags. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've become the top spender in streamer Jiāng's livestream and received a black lucky bag. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've become the top spender in Changya's livestream and received a colorful lucky bag. 5 minutes later, Jiāng Mu successfully exchanged 2 lucky bags for 10,000 yuan worth of gifts. Without hesitation, he opened them both immediately. Swish! After 2 flashes of light, 6 items were placed into the system backpack one after another. Jiāng Mu examined them from left to right. First, as per the lucky bag tradition, fragments. The 2 lucky bags yielded 1 green master level culinary fragment and 2 5-tier luxury yacht fragments respectively. With this, Jiāng Mu could now directly utilize his master level culinary skill. The yacht, however, still required 4 more fragments. However, at the current pace, the yacht would definitely be secured within a week. So there's no need to rush. Moving on, the third item was a shopping receipt from Mutai Plaza. It listed an Onkyo H900M closed-back headphone. The purchase amount was 700,000 yuan. This meant the headphones were worth 700,000 yuan. Jiāng Mu was completely dumbfounded. He wondered, are these headphones encrusted with diamonds? How could they be so expensive? That's enough to buy an apartment. The next second, the search results left Jiāng Mu speechless. These headphones were actually encrusted with diamonds. And they were genuine 20-carat South African diamonds. Poverty really does limit one's imagination. I wonder how the sound quality is on these diamond-encrusted headphones. Scrolling further down, the fourth item was an exquisitely crafted black card. It bears only 3 characters, Black Swan. Nothing else. Jiāng Mu was completely baffled. Even stranger, Baidu couldn't find any information about this card either. This left Jiāng Mu even more bewildered. He decided to show it to Lěng Qīngyán later and see if she knew anything about it. The fifth item was also a shopping receipt. This time, however, the purchase location was not Yada Plaza, but a store called the Lini City Steinway Authorized Dealer. The item purchased was a Steinway piano. The price tag read 1.58 million yuan. Jiāng Mu didn't know much about pianos, but a piano costing over 1 million yuan must be quite something. Yet this item held little practical use for Jiāng Mu at present. The final item, like the colorful lucky bags before it, revealed itself. It was a parchment scroll. This meant a new quest was on its way. Swish! With a light touch, the parchment scroll crumbled into fragments and slipped into Jiāng Mu's mind. Then, as expected, the system's notification sound chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a hidden quest. Mission requirement, have dinner with 10 beauties rated 90 or above in appearance. Time limit, 1 year. The mission will automatically disappear upon expiration. Rewards, 1 hidden multicolored mystery bag, 2 universal fragments, and a perfect physique. Failure penalty, system shutdown for 1 year. Countdown, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. After hearing the task requirements, Jiāng Mu chuckled. This time, the mission wasn't quite as insane. Even if he didn't know whether this multicolored black lucky bag could still yield blueprints for a 2nm lithography machine. If it could, that would be fantastic. After all, becoming a national hero and becoming a wealthy tycoon were fundamentally different things. Jiāng Mu. Just as Jiāng Mu was basking in the joy of unearthing so many treasures, Lěng Qīngyán nudged his shoulder. There's someone over there staring at us. Could it be someone Li Wen sent? Where? The moment he heard Li Wen's name, Jiāng Mu tensed up and asked urgently. Over there. Lěng Qīngyán pointed at a woman not far away. Her. She's been watching us for ages. Jiāng Mu followed the direction of Lěng Qīngyán's finger and finally let out a sigh of relief. Because he recognized this person. None other than Wei Bingyi, the mall's executive president. Ms. Wei, what brings you here? Jiāng Mu stood up and approached Wei Bingyi to ask. Wei Bingyi smiled faintly. Well, Mr. Jiang, our chairman Zhou would still like to extend an invitation for dinner. Would you happen to be available now? Chapter 65 Asking for Trouble. Chairman Zhou again? Jiāng Mu was puzzled. Why was this Mr. Zhou, a complete stranger, so persistent about befriending him? Logically speaking, his modest assets should be insignificant in Mr. Zhou's eyes. Fine. After a moment's hesitation, Jiāng Mu nodded. Mr. Zhou invited me earlier and I didn't go. If I don't go now, it would be like turning down a favor. Mr. Jiang, you're joking. Wei Bingyi smiled faintly. Mr. Zhou understands that someone of your stature is always busy. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Zhou. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile, then turned to Lěng Qīngyán and asked, what are your plans? Going home or coming with me? Home. Lěng Qīngyán, who disliked crowded gatherings, answered without hesitation. All right. Jiāng Mu didn't press the issue. He tossed the Avanta key from his pocket to Lěng Qīngyán and gently reminded her, drive carefully on your way back. Text me when you get home. Lěng Qīngyán nodded obediently before leaving first with her belongings. After Lěng Qīngyán departed, Jiāng Mu drove the Mercedes toward the Shangri-La Hotel with Wei Bingyi aboard. Along the way, Jiāng Mu and Wei Bingyi exchanged occasional small talk. Soon they arrived at the underground parking garage of the Shangri-La Hotel. Hey, be careful parking. Don't scratch my car. Just as Jiāng Mu was about to park the car, a woman suddenly slammed her hand on the hood, startling him. Jiāng Mu rolled down the window and leaned out, saying, relax, my skills are top-notch. I won't scratch a thing. Well, you better be careful anyway. The woman crossed her arms, her tone haughty. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, over 9 million yuan. If you damage it, you won't be able to afford the repairs. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Driving a beat-up Phantom and still acting all high and mighty? Had people become this impatient nowadays? Relax. A mere Phantom? I can afford to replace it if it gets wrecked. And let me remind you, don't get too full of yourself. When I drove my Lamborghini Reventon, I sure didn't act as pretentious as you. Put. The woman roared with laughter. Her gaze toward Jiāng Mu was like looking at a moron. You? A Lamborghini Raven? What does a Raven even look like? You've probably never seen one. Stinking beggar, you sure can talk big. Who's the beggar? Before Jiāng Mu could respond, Wei Bingyi, standing beside him, piped up indignantly, her voice rising. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is Mr. Jiāng Mu, the largest shareholder of Times Group, a billionaire tycoon, got it? Oh my. The woman laughed until her stomach hurt, then sneered, you two are putting on a show for me? Times Group? 100 billion fortune? And you drive a crappy Mercedes worth just over 3.6 million? Before you start bragging, why not get yourself a decent car first? You're nothing. With that, the woman stomped off in her sky-high stilettos, swaying her hips as she walked away. Stop right there. Wei Bingyi, unable to contain her anger, was about to yell back when Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. If a dog bites you, you don't have to bite it back. Let her go. With that, Jiāng Mu parked the car and took Wei Bingyi to the elevator, heading toward the private room. Shangri-La Hotel, 5th floor, private room. Is everyone here? The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table glanced at the row of young, beautiful women sitting on the sofa and asked his male secretary beside him. Only you man is missing. I'll call her right now to hurry her along. The secretary replied respectfully before pulling out his phone to make the call. Squeak. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. A woman wearing sky-high stilettos then strode in with a provocative gait. Had Jiāng Mu and Wei Bingyi been present, they would have recognized her immediately. For the woman who entered was none other than the one who had just argued with them in the parking lot. You man, why are you so late? The male secretary rushed over upon seeing her, his expression turning serious. Did you know Mr. Zhou's distinguished guest is about to arrive? Don't even mention it. You man frowned, her tone irritated. I ran into some jerk in the parking lot who was driving recklessly. I was worried he'd scratch your car, so I had to keep an extra eye on things. Enough. The male secretary waved her off, clearly uninterested in the details. Hurry up and sit on the sofa. Otherwise, Mr. Zhou will get angry again. Got it. You man nodded and obediently sat down on the sofa. However, the moment she arrived, the other girls immediately shifted their seats to the side, their faces clearly showing their distaste. Clearly, her relationship with the others was also extremely strained. Yet you man couldn't care less. Sitting on the sofa, she looked as proud as a rooster that could lay eggs. Her face radiated arrogance. Squeak. Just then, the door to the private room swung open again. A man and a woman entered one after the other. The man appeared to be 18 or 19, tall and lanky. The woman looked around 30, but she was exceptionally well preserved. Her exquisite face showed no trace of age whatsoever. Upon closer inspection, the pair turned out to be Jiāng Mu and Wei Bingyi. Clatter! Upon seeing Jiāng Mu, Zhou Dong, who had been seated composedly at the head of the table, instantly lost his composure. He abruptly stood up and strode over. His male secretary followed closely behind, his face brimming with deference. Hey! What's going on with you two? Just as Director Zhou was about to speak, Yuman beat him to it. Like a proud rooster, she looked down her nose at Jiāng Mu with a cold expression. I merely stated the truth. Was it really necessary for you two to chase me all the way here? It's you? Jiāng Mu and Wei Bingyi recognized Yuman at that moment and froze in surprise. You know each other? Zhou Dong was a bit bewildered. In his view, Jiāng Mu was a billionaire. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have any connection with someone like Yuman, who was beneath his notice. The male secretary was also a bit bewildered. He wondered silently, when had Yuman managed to connect with a big shot like Jiāng Mu? We're not exactly acquainted, just crossed paths briefly in the parking lot downstairs. Yuman declared haughtily, they nearly scratched Secretary Wang's prized car, so I gave them a piece of my mind. Never expected them to chase me all the way here. But rest assured, I'll have these two beggars kicked out immediately. Scratched his beloved car? Beggars? Secretary Wang was dumbfounded. So the beggars Yuman mentioned earlier were actually Jiāng Mu, Mr. Jiang? This was like looking for trouble in a dark alley asking for it. Zhou Dong was also dumbfounded. How could Jiāng Mu, a billionaire tycoon, become a beggar in Yuman's eyes? Chapter 66. The dog bites the hand that feeds it. Why are you two still standing there? Get out of here. Yuman was displeased to see Jiāng Mu and Wei Bingyi hadn't taken the hint and left. Her face darkened as she snapped, do I have to call security to throw you out? Shut your mouth. Wei Bingyi had been seething with pent-up anger since the parking lot incident, with nowhere to vent it. Now, provoked by Yuman, she exploded. Her face cold, she snapped, besides, the one who should be leaving is you. Me? Yuman laughed. This private room was booked by Director Zhou, not you. Why should I leave just because you tell me to? Do you really think you're God himself? Wei Bingyi sneered back, since you know this private room was booked by Director Zhou, not you, stop acting like a bully. You. Who the hell do you think you're calling a dog? You. Got a problem? Think you can fight me? Let's do it. Who's afraid of who? Enough. Just as the two women were locked in a tense standoff, ready to come to blows, Zhou Dong roared at them, do you think this is a damn market? You have no manners whatsoever. Get the hell out of here. Mr. Zhou. Yuman tried to say something, but before she could finish, Director Zhou cut her off. Can't you understand me? Or do you have chicken feathers stuffed in your ears? Staring into Director Zhou's murderous glare, Yuman flinched in fright. She immediately shut up and backed away. Wei Bingyi also gave a cold snort and took a step back. Mr. Jiang, I'm terribly sorry to have made you witness this spectacle. After dealing with the two women, Chairman Zhou gave an awkward smile, his face full of apology. I apologize on their behalf. I hope you won't hold it against them, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Zhou. Yuman couldn't understand why Chairman Zhou was being so polite to Jiāng Mu. Furrowing her brow, she retorted, that kid's just a bragging beggar. Why are you being so polite to him? Just kick him out already. Smack. Zhou Dong was furious. He slapped Yuman across the face and barked, Mr. Jiang is my honored guest. How dare you call him a stinking beggar? What are your intentions? Distinguished guest? Yuman was stunned. He's just driving a beat-up Mercedes. How could he possibly be the distinguished guest you're hosting? Have you got it wrong? A beat-up Mercedes? Zhou Dong laughed. Mr. Jiang drives a Mercedes because he prefers to keep a low profile. Do you think everyone is like you, obsessed with flaunting luxury cars? Besides, that Mercedes he drives? I doubt you could afford one yourself. Do you really think borrowing Secretary Wang's Rolls-Royce makes you an rich person? After saying this, Chairman Zhou turned his attention to Secretary Wang, his face cold as he barked, and you. I don't care about the nonsense you pull off your high horse day in and day out. But you need to know what kind of person you're dealing with. Don't bring every random person into the company, I can't afford the embarrassment. Yes. Secretary Wang, scolded like a child, hurriedly replied, I'll send her away immediately and guarantee it won't happen again. With that, Secretary Wang grabbed Yuman and dragged her toward the exit. Yuman finally understood. The man before her was truly a top-tier tycoon. Back in the parking lot, he hadn't been bragging at all. It was all her own arrogance and self-importance. Thud. At this thought, Yuman, filled with such regret she could have kicked herself, suddenly knelt before Jiāng Mu. Her voice trembled with tears as she pleaded, Mr. Jiang. I'm so sorry. Everything that just happened was my fault. I apologize. I beg you, please don't make me leave, okay? Jiāng Mu smiled. Didn't you just call me a stinking beggar? Why are you begging me now? No. Yuman shook her head frantically. I was just talking nonsense. Please forgive me, you're so magnanimous. You'll have to ask Director Joe about that. He's the one who wants you gone, not me. With that, Jiāng Mu turned and walked away without another glance at Yuman. Yuman was left sprawled on the floor, her heart as cold as ashes. In the end, she was forcibly dragged out the door by Secretary Wang. Mr. Jiang, I'm truly sorry about what just happened. Please, have a seat. Have a seat. Zhou Chunyu, fearing Jiāng Mu might harbor resentment toward him over the incident, hurriedly apologized again. It's fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. I'm not the petty type. Please sit down, Chairman Zhou. Alright. After taking his seat, Zhou Chunyu gestured toward the dishes on the table. Mr. Jiang, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I just ordered some local specialties. Please try them. If they don't suit your taste, we can change them. Alright. Having gone nearly a day without food, Jiāng Mu was genuinely hungry. So he didn't hesitate, picking up his chopsticks and digging right in. Zhou Chunyu sat beside him, watching with a mischievous grin. It made Jiāng Mu feel uneasy, prompting him to ask suspiciously, Mr. Zhou, did you call me here for a reason? Zhou Chunyu chuckled. Mr. Jiang, you're sharp, nothing gets past you. Actually, it's nothing major. I just wanted to offer you a chance to strike it rich. Oh? Jiāng Mu froze. What kind of opportunity? Ha! Zhou Chunyu didn't elaborate, teasingly clapped his hands, and said, Mr. Jiang, take a look. Clap. Clap. Clatter. The beautiful women who had been seated on the sofa rose to their feet in unison at Zhou Chunyu's clap. They then formed a line before Jiāng Mu, standing at attention as he surveyed them. These are all signed female streamers under my company, UU Media. Their figures and looks are top tier, and singing and dancing are no problem for them either. Of course. At this point, Zhou Chunyu flashed a lecherous grin, patted Jiāng Mu on the shoulder, and added, the key point is, you can play with any of these girls however you like. They offer every position imaginable and moan in the sweetest voices guaranteed to blow your mind. Ahem. After that remark, Zhou Chunyu cleared his throat and continued, you girls, hurry up and show Mr. Jiang your special talents. Yes, sir. A dozen beauties responded in unison. They then lined up in a row, each taking turns to perform for Jiāng Mu. Some sang, others danced. Others even began stripping, leaving Jiāng Mu utterly dumbfounded. He wondered, do these streamers really party this hard in private? He was utterly shocked. Stop. 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 Just as the girl was about to strip completely naked, Jiāng Mu shouted urgently, turning to ask Zhou Chunyu beside him, Mr. Zhou, what exactly are you trying to pull here? I don't get it at all. He. Zhou Chunyu chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Well, in this day and age, live streaming is arguably the most lucrative industry. So I've decided to bite the bullet and hand over this lucrative live streaming pie to Mr. Jiang. What do you think? Chapter 67 Taking over UU Media Third Update. To me? Jiāng Mu laughed. He didn't buy that nonsense for a second. Even if you dragged someone off the street and asked them, they probably wouldn't buy it. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Mr. Zhou, if you have something to say, just say it plainly. No need to beat around the bush. Jiāng Mu took a bite of shrimp and smiled faintly. I'm not one for beating around the bush. Ha. Zhou Chunyu chuckled. Since Mr. Jiang puts it that way, it would be downright rude of me to beat around the bush. Here's the thing. Zhou Chunyu lit a cigar, puffing leisurely as he spoke. This UU Media venture was actually my daughter, Zhou Lingma's idea. I never expected her to make money from it, I just wanted her to gain some hands-on experience. But from start to finish, it's been less than a month in operation, and it's already cost me over 30 million. At this point, Zhou Chunyu's weathered face twisted with pain. He took a sip of wine to steady his nerves before continuing, and if it keeps running like this, it'll lose at least another 30 million. So, I've decided to sell the company. Jiāng Mu nodded. That sounded like the truth. So how much are you planning to sell it for? And why did you come to me? Zhou Chunyu paused for a moment before answering, the price is up to your conscience, Mr. Jiang. As for why I approached you, there are two reasons. First, you're relatively young and open to emerging industries. Second, you happened to shop at my mall today, what a coincidence. Ha! Jiāng Mu chuckled. Well, Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid your plans won't pan out. I have no interest in the live streaming industry, so I won't be taking it over. Don't! Zhou Chunyu grew anxious upon hearing Jiāng Mu's refusal. My research shows the live streaming industry is bound to boom in the future. Taking it over now would be a surefire win. And, just look at these girls, each one is gorgeous, with amazing figures. Buy them and you can use them however you like. Isn't that better than going out on the town and picking up used goods? Put. Cough. Hearing this, Jiāng Mu nearly choked to death, utterly speechless. He thought to himself, I've never even partied hard in my life, okay? Besides, these second-rate girls? They couldn't hold a candle to Lěng Qīngyán or Lin Xiaoyu. He had zero interest in them, okay? Mr. Zhou, it's like this. Jiāng Mu wiped his mouth. I genuinely have no interest in the live streaming industry. If you don't have anything else for me, I'll take my leave. No, wait. Seeing Jiāng Mu about to leave, Zhou Chunyu grew even more anxious. He grabbed Jiāng Mu's arm and said, Mr. Jiang, if you think the acquisition price is too high, we can discuss it further. There's no need to rush off. Alright then. Seeing Jiāng Mu genuinely had no intention of staying, Zhou Chunyu hurriedly offered 10 million. 10 million, and this media company is yours. I'll take the loss. I'll take the loss. Jiāng Mu shook his head. Sorry, I'm genuinely not interested. No way. Zhou Chunyu sighed helplessly. Mr. Jiang, offering you 10 million means I'm already taking a 20 million loss. You can't expect me to lose everything, can you? Jiāng Mu shook his head again. Sorry, I'm genuinely not interested. Why don't you ask someone else? How about this? Seeing Jiāng Mu still unwilling to agree, Zhou Chunyu sighed helplessly. I'll knock off another 2 million. 8 million, is that acceptable? Jiāng Mu shook his head again. Mr. Zhou, it's not about the money. I genuinely have no interest in this item. You'd better find someone else. With that, Jiāng Mu turned and walked away without looking back. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Zhou Chunyu grew anxious. This media company was bleeding nearly 200,000 yuan a day under his stewardship. He genuinely couldn't afford to lose any more. Rushing after Jiāng Mu, he pleaded tearfully, please, just help me out. Take it for 5 million. Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. Sighing, he said, alright, how about 2 million? If you think that's acceptable, I'll buy it. If not, I'll leave immediately. What? The moment he heard the figure of 2 million, Zhou Chunyu felt like dying. From start to finish, he'd poured a full 50 million into this media venture. Selling it for 2 million? That's a bit too much of a loss, isn't it? With that thought, Zhou Chunyu tentatively asked, Mr. Jiang, how about you add a bit more? Would 4 million be acceptable? I said 2 million. Jiāng Mu snapped impatiently, take it or leave it. Well. Zhou Chunyu felt helpless. After wrestling with the decision for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, 2 million it is. I'll sell. 30 minutes later. Jiāng Mu descended the stairs with the keys and the freshly signed contract, accompanied by a dozen girls. On the way, he called Lěng Qīngyán. Hey, Qīngyán, drive to the 11th floor of Binhai International Tower and wait for me. I'll be right there. Okay. Lěng Qīngyán seemed to be asleep. After a sleepy okay, she hung up. Jiāng Mu tucked his phone away and led the group of girls toward the underground parking garage. Holy, look at that guy. He's got a whole entourage of beauties following him. Damn, did this guy hit the jackpot? How'd he land so many girls at once? After seeing those long, white legs, I'm officially jealous. That. Trying to juggle all those girls? That bastard's gonna wear himself out. Damn it, I'm way better looking than him, so why don't I have a single girl? It's true some people have none, while others have too many. Jiāng Mu walked from upstairs to downstairs. Along the way, he heard similar complaints dozens of times. There was nothing he could do about it. These dozen or so beauties were simply too eye-catching. It made Jiāng Mu want to keep a low profile, but he simply couldn't. Ghost. Who here can drive? Upon arriving at the parking lot, Jiāng Mu asked the group of girls. Me. A girl in a yellow dress raised her hand. Then you drive. Jiāng Mu tossed the keys to the Audi A8 Zhou Dong had lent him to the girl in the yellow dress and said, drive carefully on the road, stay safe. Now, those of you who need to get in the car, get in. The rest of you, come with me. Clatter. The girls scrambled into the Audi and Mercedes. Then they sped off. After Jiāng Mu left, the owner of a Ferrari parked beside his car stared at the prancing horse emblem on the steering wheel, his face a mask of utter despair. Damn it! I drive a Ferrari supercar, yet I still can't pick up as many girls as some crappy Mercedes owner? Chapter 68. Thick as a load-bearing wall. Binhai International Tower stood in the heart of Linhai City. Office space here was incredibly expensive. The annual rent per square meter was nearly 200,000 yuan. Ordinary companies couldn't afford it. Therefore, companies that have established themselves in this building are mostly among Linhai City's top-tier enterprises, including some renowned Fortune 500 corporations. Those who come and go are stylishly dressed white-collar professionals and social elites. Squeak! After parking his car, Jiāng Mu led a group of girls toward the office building. Before they even reached the entrance, a familiar figure caught Jiāng Mu's eye. Little Lian? Jiāng Mu? The other recognized him too, halting his steps before approaching with a smile. When did you arrive in Linhai? Why didn't you give your brother a call? The speaker was Zhang Liang, 8 years older than Jiāng Mu and now 26. He was the son of Jiāng Mu's great-uncle. Having graduated from Linhai University of Science and Technology, a prestigious 211-985 institution, he had always been the pride of the Jiang family. As a child, Jiāng Mu had often lived in his shadow, enduring his aunt's backstabbing and Zhang Liang's bullying. But he was still his own brother, and proper greetings were in order upon meeting. I'd been here for a while, but I didn't call you because I thought you'd be busy with work. Jiāng Mu replied with a smile. Oh. Zhang Liang sighed. You're right to think that way. I've been swamped lately, so busy I can barely catch my breath. But being busy is good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it to engineering manager at HP. Is that so? Jiāng Mu knew perfectly well he was taking the chance to show off, but he still smiled and said, well, you've really brought honor to the Jiāng family. When I get a chance, I'll definitely treat you to a meal to celebrate properly. No need, no need. Zhang Liang was flattered and a bit giddy. He puffed himself up and said, my co-workers already celebrated for me. Besides, how could I let my little brother treat me? I'll treat you another time. Oh, right. Zhang Liang continued, your college entrance exam results should be out by now, right? They're out. Jiāng Mu stated bluntly, 310 points. I applied to Linhai University. Oh my. Zhang Liang feigned deep regret on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. That's such a shame. I remember you were a top student when you were little. How did you score so low? Nothing I could do. Jiāng Mu knew asking about his scores would never end well, but he shrugged it off with a laugh. This is what I got. Can't compare to a prestigious university student like you. Exactly. Zhang Liang smugly adjusted his suit, curling his lips. Linhai Polytechnic is a 211,985 institution, while Linhai University is just a third-tier college. There's really no comparison. Still, don't get discouraged. It's still a bachelor's degree. Study hard, and you'll be fine. Besides, I'm here. I'll hook you up with a job at HP when I get back. No problem at all. Really? Jiāng Mu smiled. Then I'll really have something to be thankful for. No need to thank me. Zhang Liang didn't catch the edge in Jiāng Mu's tone. He chuckled, we're family here, no need for formalities. By the way, are you here at Binhai International looking for someone? No. Jiāng Mu shook his head. I'm here to escort them back to the company. Themselves? Only now did Zhang Liang notice the group of beauties behind Jiāng Mu. His face filled with confusion. If I remember correctly, they should be the female anchors from UU Media on the 11th floor, right? Do you work there? Jiāng Mu hesitated for a moment before nodding. You could say that. Jiāng Mu figured that since he was the owner of UU Media, saying he worked there wasn't exactly wrong. So you're just moonlighting there. Zhang Liang wore an expression of self-satisfied insight as he chuckled smugly, not bad. Getting some experience out there is good. Though that company's not much to write home about, it's practically going under. When I get a chance, I'll hook you up with a better one. No need. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. This place is actually pretty good. Plus, UU Media just got a new owner, so it won't be going under anytime soon. Changed owners? Zhang Liang froze. How come I haven't heard about a new owner? You haven't been scammed, have you? No way. Jiāng Mu didn't want to explain further and changed the subject. Alright, bro, if there's nothing else, I'll take them back now. We can catch up later when we have time. Wait. Zhang Liang grabbed Jiāng Mu's arm as he turned to leave, pointing to a woman in white nearby. Hold on a second. Come meet your sister-in-law first. Oh. Though reluctant, Jiāng Mu followed along. Honey. Zhang Liang approached the woman cautiously and addressed her gently before pointing to Jiāng Mu. This is my cousin from my uncle's family, Jiāng Mu. After saying that, Zhang Liang patted Jiāng Mu's shoulder and grinned smugly. Your sister-in-law, she works at our company too. Tao Yinin. Pretty, huh? Nice to meet you, sister-in-law. Jiāng Mu took a look at the woman in front of him and realized she was actually a bit plain. Her figure, however, was quite decent, curvy in all the right places, quite alluring. But compared to Lěng Qīngyán, Su Ruolin, and Shinshouchen, she was in a completely different league. Oh, hello. Tao Yinin couldn't be bothered to shake hands, snapping back before turning to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, are you coming or not? Michelin will be fully booked soon. Let's go, let's go. Zhang Liang seemed genuinely afraid of Tao Yinin. Seeing her anger, he hurried over to placate her. I was just chatting with my brother. Don't get so worked up. He's just some country bumpkin from the sticks, and he's ugly as sin. What's there to talk about? Tao Yinin grumbled, honestly, you should just give him a few dimes and send him on his way like you're getting rid of a beggar. He's such a nuisance. Seeing his brother humiliated, Zhang Liang didn't get angry, he actually seemed a bit amused. But outwardly, he played dumb. Don't mind her, okay? Your sister-in-law just speaks her mind. She's not a bad person. Is that so? Jiāng Mu chuckled. Then my sister-in-law and I must share similar personalities. I'm pretty blunt myself. With that, Jiāng Mu grinned widely and addressed Tao Yinin, sis-in-law, you look damn awful. That makeup on your face is as thick as my load-bearing wall. You must go through a whole box of powder every time you put it on, right? Jiāng Mu ignored Zhang Liang because he was his older brother and he had to give him some face. But for someone like Tao Yinin, who looked down on people like a dog, he saw no need to indulge her. What did you say? Tao Yinin exploded, eyes wide with fury. Say that again, you bastard. I said you're ugly. Facing Tao Yinin's threats, Jiāng Mu showed no fear. He grinned and repeated his earlier words. This time, Tao Yinin completely lost it. She screamed at the top of her lungs, you little bastard. Who the hell do you think you're talking about? You think I won't rip your mouth off? Chapter 69, My girlfriend's here. Zhang Liang also grew furious, his face hardening as he snapped, Jiāng Mu, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to your sister-in-law this instant. I'm not talking nonsense. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, speaking slowly and deliberately, I'm telling the truth. She really is ugly. You? Tao Yinin was furious. She grabbed her handbag and hurled it at Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu dodged effortlessly with a quick sidestep, then grinned. I need to revise my earlier statement. Not only is my sister-in-law ugly, but her eyesight seems pretty bad too. Go to hell. Tao Yinin was furious. She rolled up her sleeves and charged toward Jiāng Mu. Zhang Liang quickly stepped in to restrain her, whispering in her ear, Yinin, we're at the company. Mind your image, or you'll get disciplined. At the mention of disciplinary action, Tao Yinin instantly backed down. There was no way around it. If she wanted to keep her job, she had to follow the rules. Otherwise, she'd lose her job. You little jerk, you're lucky today. Next time I see you, I'll tear your mouth to shreds. Zhang Liang retorted, Jiāng Mu, you don't have to keep calling me ugly and unattractive. Just wait until you get a girlfriend someday. I'll be curious to see how pretty she is. No need to wait. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, pointing at a Lamborghini Aventador slowly pulling up. My girlfriend's here. She's here? Zhang Liang and Tao Yinin froze, then burst into laughter. Jiāng Mu, I remember you being pretty honest before. How come after just a little while you've learned to brag? I'm not bragging. Jiāng Mu shrugged his shoulders. The girl driving the car really is my girlfriend. Yeah, right. Zhang Liang couldn't possibly believe it. He scoffed, that car is a Lamborghini Aventador, priced at over 9 million yuan. Only rich second-generation kids or beautiful, wealthy women could afford something like that. How could she possibly be interested in you? Exactly. Tao Yinin chimed in, a rich, beautiful woman like her? She'd never go for a stinking beggar like you. It's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Jiāng Mu chuckled, narrowing his eyes. What if she really is my girlfriend? If she's your girlfriend, I'll kneel down and call you dad. Fine by me. Jiāng Mu grinned teasingly. Then I'll gladly take you as my eldest son. With that, Jiāng Mu strode straight toward the blue-green Avento. Zhang Liang and Tao Yinin watched him, their faces twisted with scorn. Tao Yinin, in particular, spat on the ground with even greater scorn. Put. All show. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Zhang Liang sneered coldly, I bet it won't be long before he gets cursed out and comes crawling back. Squeak. As the two spoke, the Avento came to a halt. Lěng Qīngyán, seated in the driver's seat, slowly rolled down the window. Her beautifully arched brows knitted together as she complained to Jiāng Mu, I was sleeping soundly when you called. You woke me up and ruined my sleep. Couldn't you have waited until I woke up to talk? Well, you're awake now, aren't you? Jiāng Mu teased with a smile. Alright, get out quickly. I have a gift to give you. For me? Lěng Qīngyán froze. She thought to herself, it's not a holiday, nor is it my birthday, so why is he giving me a gift? Click. Without further thought, Lěng Qīngyán opened the door and stepped out. But the moment she stepped out, she felt a sudden weight on her waist. Glancing down, she discovered it was Jiāng Mu's hand, which had crept up unnoticed. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she hurriedly tried to pull away. What are you doing? Everyone's watching. Don't move. Jiāng Mu whispered, just play along with the act. Oh. Although Lěng Qīngyán found this intimate posture utterly embarrassing, she still gave Jiāng Mu the courtesy of staying still. Tap tap tap. As Jiāng Mu embraced Lěng Qīngyán's slender, exquisite waist barely a hand's width and slowly approached Zhang Liang and Tao Yinin. The pair froze in shock. Their faces bore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. They stood frozen, speechless. Little Liang, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Lěng Qīngyán. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Isn't she much prettier than your sister-in-law? Yeah. Zhang Liang was already completely mesmerized by Lěng Qīngyán. Wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, he gushed, yeah, beautiful, so beautiful. No. Not beautiful. Your sister-in-law is still prettier. Smack. Zhang Liang. Despite Zhang Liang's quick retraction, Tao Yinin was still furious. She slapped him hard across the face and screamed, if you think she's beautiful, then go live with her. We're done. Without another word, Tao Yinin turned and stormed off. Zhang Liang rushed to chase after her, but Jiāng Mu stopped him. Bro, she's so ugly. Breaking up is fine. Later, I'll have Qīngyán introduce you to her best friend. She's definitely prettier than her. Really? At the mention of meeting a friend, Zhang Liang's eyes lit up. He couldn't care less about Tao Yinin anymore. Not true. Jiāng Mu chuckled teasingly. The thing is, Qīngyán doesn't have any girlfriends. Zhang Liang. Fing kidding me? You're messing with me? Jiāng Liang exploded, bellowing at the top of his lungs, you bastard, Jiāng Mu. Just you wait, I'll show you when we get home. With that, Jiāng Liang took off running, chasing after the direction Tao Yinyin had disappeared. But after only a few steps, Jiāng Mu stopped him again. Didn't you forget something? What? Jiāng Liang feigned ignorance. Look, I'm in a hurry to catch up with your sister-in-law. Once I'm done with this, we can chat properly. No way. Jiāng Mu knew he'd try to back out, so he was ready. He yanked Jiāng Liang back. You're not going anywhere until you fulfill that promise. You. Jiāng Liang snapped. Jiāng Mu, are you out of your mind? I was just joking around. You think I'd actually kneel down and call you dad? Smack. Before Jiāng Liang could finish his sentence, Jiāng Mu's hand came down hard. Pointing his finger at Jiāng Liang's nose, he said slowly and deliberately, don't joke with me anymore. I'm not in the mood to play along with your nonsense. You hit me? Jiāng Liang was stunned. All his life, he had been the one bullying Jiāng Mu. Today, he'd actually been struck by Jiāng Mu. The humiliation was unbearable. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, apologize to me right now, or I'll make sure you can't survive in this building. Whatever. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with this brother who only picked on his own family. With that, he turned and walked away with Lěng Qīngyán. You wait, Jiāng Mu. I'll make you pay for this. Jiāng Liang, furious that Jiāng Mu had walked away like that, spat out a threat before turning to chase after Tao Yinyin. Chapter 70, Can your waist handle it? Third update. Enough. He's long gone, and you're still taking advantage of me. Lěng Qīngyán pouted and pushed Jiāng Mu's hand away from her waist. Jiāng Mu chuckled softly, sniffing his hand playfully. Not bad, pretty fragrant and soft. Lěng Qīngyán couldn't stand such words, her lovely face flushing crimson in an instant. She playfully punched Jiāng Mu and pouted, are you crazy? Everyone's watching. Stop talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Jiāng Mu grinned widely. Really, Before he could finish, Lěng Qīngyán promptly covered his mouth with her hand, refusing to let him continue. After a moment, she changed the subject. By the way, you still haven't told me who was that guy just now? My uncle's kid. His name is Jiāng Liang. Jiāng Mu replied casually, don't mind him. He's just a clown who'll shine bright if you give him a little sunshine, but lay eggs if you feed him chicken feed. Oh. Lěng Qīngyán nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping the full meaning. So why did you call me over? What's really going on? To give you a gift. Jiāng Mu gave a mysterious smile, then waved at the girls standing nearby. Come on over. Clatter. Before long, a group of girls stood in unison before Lěng Qīngyán. Lěng Qīngyán stared at them, feeling a bit dazed. She leaned close to Jiāng Mu's ear and whispered, did you really have to gather so many girls at once? Can your waist handle it? Jiāng Mu rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? They're all proper. Jiāng Mu started to say proper girls, but remembering Zhou Chunyu's earlier words, he quickly corrected himself. Well, they might not be proper, but it's none of my business. They're all yours. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán jumped in surprise, waving her hands frantically. I don't grind tofu either. Thud. Ouch. Jiāng Mu flicked Lěng Qīngyán's forehead and rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I meant that starting today, they're all your employees. Pointing at Lěng Qīngyán, Jiāng Mu addressed the group of girls, call her Ms. Lang. Hello, Ms. Lang. The girls chorused in unison. Their sweet, high-pitched voices drew the attention of many. All eyes turned this way. Several men, upon catching sight of the girls' slender legs and pretty faces, could barely walk straight. They were finally dragged away by their girlfriends and co-workers. This clearly demonstrated the girls' exceptional beauty. It was just that Lěng Qīngyán outshone them. Hello, everyone. Caught off guard by the sudden scene, Lěng Qīngyán was flustered. Jiāng Mu, what on earth is going on here? Jiāng Mu gave a faint smile and explained, didn't I just meet with the owner of Chunyu Mall, Mr. Zhou Chunyu? He insisted on transferring his UU Media Company to me, which is how this group of girls came to be. But what does this have to do with me? Lěng Qīngyán pressed. Of course it concerns you. Jiāng Mu grinned. You're a veteran in the live streaming world and a renowned female influencer. Handing this company over to you to run couldn't be more fitting. As for me, I'll just be a hands-off owner. Don't worry. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán remain silent, Jiāng Mu feared she thought she was getting the short end of the deal. He hurriedly added, I only want 51% of the company's shares. The rest is all yours. No. Lěng Qīngyán waved her hands repeatedly. That's not what I meant. I'm just saying I'm an 18-year-old girl who hasn't even been through the rough and tumble of society yet. How could I possibly run a company? You should find someone professional for that. It's fine. Jiāng Mu ruffled Lěng Qīngyán's hair reassuringly. Honestly, I never intended to keep this company anyway. Even if you run it into the ground, it's fine. Think of it as practice for you. Ha? Despite his words, Lěng Qīngyán still felt the pressure mounting. She shook her head. I still don't think I can do it. You should find a professional. Find a professional? My ass. Jiāng Mu frowned, his tone leaving no room for debate. It's settled. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. She genuinely didn't want to do this. They arrived at the 11th floor. Jiāng Mu quickly located room 1108 using the floor plan posted on the wall. But the moment he stepped inside, Jiāng Mu was stunned. The spacious office contained nothing but a few broken boxes and trash scattered everywhere. It looked like it had been completely ransacked. What the hell is this? Jiāng Mu pointed at the scene before him and asked the group of girls behind him. I know. The girl in the yellow dress stepped forward. Everything here was taken by the former boss, Zhou Lingma, to settle debts. Ha? Jiāng Mu was speechless. So after all that, he'd spent 2 million just to buy an empty shell company? That's a huge loss. What about the rent? How much longer do we have? Jiāng Mu thought to himself, if even the rent was gone, then he'd truly be out of luck. 3 months left. The girl in the yellow skirt replied, but it seems like there's quite a bit owed on the utilities. Phew. Jiāng Mu exhaled deeply. Thankfully, at least the rent was covered for 3 more months, not too bad a loss. Utilities will check how much we owe and pay it later. Jiāng Mu instructed the girl in the yellow skirt, then turned to the others and said, you guys shouldn't just stand around either. Clean up this place. Got it. The women responded in unison and began cleaning. Jiāng Mu intended to find a chair to sit down for a moment, only to discover that this room had no chairs at all. There wasn't even a spot to sit down. So he had no choice but to find a cardboard box to lay on the floor and rest. You sit too. Jiāng Mu patted the empty spot beside him, gesturing for Lěng Qīngyán to sit down. Lěng Qīngyán didn't seem to mind and sat down beside him, though her face remained etched with worry. After a long moment, she furrowed her delicate brows and said, Jiāng Mu, I still don't think I can do this. Why don't you find someone else to handle it? Who said you couldn't handle it? Jiāng Mu frowned. I believe you can do it. But? Enough. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. No buts about it. This is settled. Go ahead and tally up what we need to buy, then make a list for me. Okay. Lěng Qīngyán nodded helplessly before getting to work. Jiāng Mu sat there bored, watching the group of beauties work. Honestly, it felt pretty damn good. Especially when some girls wore loose collars. Every sweep of the broom offered a glimpse of something rather revealing, which was downright delightful. The sight left Jiāng Mu utterly delighted. Ring ring. Just then, Jiāng Mu's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see the caller was none other than his mother, Yao Guifeng. Hey, Mom, what brings you to call me? Jiāng Mu answered the call, grinning as he teased her. Why else would I call you? Yao Guifeng sounded furious on the other end, shouting angrily, because you slapped Zhang Liang. Your grandmother even hit your father. Chapter 71. Come over, girls. What? Jiāng Mu was furious. I hit her son, and instead of hitting me, she hits my dad? What kind of logic is that? What's reasonable or unreasonable about it? Yao Guilan sighed. You know your aunt, she's stubborn and unreasonable. Since you weren't home, she took it out on your dad instead. What about my dad? Didn't he fight back? Your father? Yao Guilan snorted coldly, her tone sharp. He's a spineless coward. He wouldn't dare fight back. Otherwise, all these years, you wouldn't have been bullied so badly by your younger brother, Xiaoliang. Hearing this, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. How is my dad? Is he badly hurt? Nothing serious. I'm tough as nails. One blow won't faze me. This time, it was Jiāng Mu's father, Jiāng Dongshan, who answered, his tone tinged with impatience. If it weren't for your mother's insistence, I wouldn't have even bothered calling you. Alright, I get it. Jiāng Mu understood that Jiāng Dongshan was deliberately speaking this way to prevent him from going after Wei Pingfang. Frowning, he said, I'll come home to see you guys sometime in the next couple days. No need, no need. Jiāng Dongshan flatly refused. It's nothing serious. Coming back would just cost you travel expenses. It's not worth it. But I need to go home to get some things. School starts soon. Jiāng Mu knew that if he didn't come up with an excuse, Jiāng Dongshan would never agree. So he lied. Besides, I've been gone so long, Mom must be missing me. Jiāng Dongshan fell silent for a moment before replying, alright then. But you can come back, just don't get into another fight with your aunt. Okay. Jiāng Mu agreed casually, chatted with Jiāng Dongshan for a few more moments, then hung up. 8 o'clock in the evening. Surveying the freshly tidied room before him, Jiāng Mu smiled with satisfaction. Clapping his hands, he called out, come on, girls, gather round. Clatter. In an instant, everyone gathered around. Jiāng Mu scanned the group with a faint smile. From the start until now, I haven't formally introduced myself. So before I begin, let me properly state my name. My surname is Jiāng, and I am Jiāng Mu. You can just call me Brother Jiāng from now on. No need for formalities like boss or manager, that's too cliché and keeps us distant. But I'd like to make a special introduction for the person beside me. Lěng Qīngyán flushed slightly when she realized Jiāng Mu was about to introduce her. She looked flustered, clearly feeling a bit nervous in this kind of setting. After all, she was only 18, with very little social experience. Unlike Jiāng Mu, a seasoned veteran who'd lived through 2 lifetimes and possessed a thicker skin. The person beside me, some of you might recognize her. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, speaking at a leisurely pace. That's right. She is the nation's beloved first love, elevated to idol status by millions of netizens, the top streamer with 32 million followers across all platforms. Please welcome Lěng Qīngyán with a round of applause. Clap clap clap. The women applauded enthusiastically, thunderous applause echoing relentlessly through the empty room. It made Lěng Qīngyán feel a bit embarrassed. Additionally, Lěng Qīngyán holds 2 other identities. Ha! Lěng Qīngyán froze. When did she acquire so many identities? The first identity is Chief Executive Officer of UU Media. Jiāng Mu held up one finger and smiled faintly. That's right. Starting today, Lěng Qīngyán will serve as the Chief President of UU Media. Within the company, she holds the highest position next to me. You must unconditionally obey all her arrangements. Otherwise, she has the authority to fire you on the spot. Got it? Understood. The women answered in unison. Good. Jiāng Mu nodded with satisfaction. Her second role is as my girlfriend. My greatest virtue is spoiling my wife. If any of you dare to bully her when I'm not around, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Lěng Qīngyán hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to declare her his girlfriend. Her lovely face flushed crimson with embarrassment. But she understood that his words were meant to protect her, so she didn't protest. She simply accepted it. Still, she felt a bit embarrassed deep down. Oh! The girls gasped in surprise, as if they'd just heard the latest gossip about a major celebrity in the entertainment industry. Their pretty faces were filled with knowing, mysterious smiles. This made Lěng Qīngyán even more embarrassed, lowering her head and avoiding everyone's gaze. Jiāng Mu, however, shrugged it off with a wave of his hand. Alright, that's all I have to say. Everyone's been busy all day and must be hungry. It's on me, let's all go grab a big meal. Oh! The women's oh grew even louder. After muttering a quick thanks, Brother Jiāng, they hurried out. They looked as if they'd miss out if they were even a minute late. This amused Jiāng Mu, who chuckled and turned to Lěng Qīngyán. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just think of it as practice. Alright. Lěng Qīngyán nodded slightly, but inwardly she vowed to run this company well. She would absolutely not betray Jiāng Mu's trust. Since it was already 8 p.m., everyone decided not to venture too far. They casually picked a hot pot restaurant across from the company and walked inside. Good evening, welcome. As soon as they entered, a hostess in a cheongsam, her legs beautifully exposed, hurried over with a slight smile. How many guests will be dining? Jiāng Mu glanced at the girls behind him. About 16 or 17. Could you help us find a larger private room? Certainly. The hostess nodded with a smile. However, all our private rooms have a minimum spending requirement. With your group size, only the Lotus room can accommodate you, and that room has a minimum spend of 50,000. Would that be acceptable? 50,000? Upon hearing the figure, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán both gasped in surprise. They couldn't help but inwardly gasp. No wonder this was a restaurant across from the prime real estate of Binhai International Plaza. The cost of living here is truly sky high. No problem. Jiāng Mu had considered dining elsewhere. After all, spending 50,000 on a meal felt downright extravagant for someone from the countryside like him. But not wanting to cause trouble, he nodded and said, Lotus flower it is. Money's no object. At this, the dozen or so girls nearly jumped for joy. They raised their hands high and shouted, Brother Jiāng, you're awesome. Brother Jiāng, you're so cool. The excitement rivaled that of a celebrity concert. Soon, a crowd gathered, eyes drawn to their direction. But the ones who lingered the longest were mostly men. No wonder, with a dozen gorgeous girls flashing their bare legs, who could resist taking more than a glance? Jiāng Mu? Just then, a familiar figure strode quickly over. He gave a cold smile. Never imagined we'd meet again so soon. Chapter 72, Living Off the Fat Lady. Yeah. Jiāng Mu returned the cold smile. What a coincidence. Never thought I'd run into you while just grabbing a bite. It's so disgusting it's making me sick. Put. Zhang Liang's face darkened like a rusty iron pot from the countryside. He pointed at Jiāng Mu, his voice dripping with venom. Jiāng Mu, don't think you're hot stuff just because you hooked up with some rich, pretty babe and got to live off her for a few days. You think I can't make one phone call and have you kicked out of Binhai International Tower? Living off someone else? Jiāng Mu laughed. He was the largest shareholder of Times Group, chairman of Yuchuan Winery, and the behind-the-scenes owner of New Oxygen Cosmetic Hospital. A walking billionaire, did he need to live off someone else? How laughable. But Jiāng Mu didn't plan to explain. Even if he did, Zhang Liang would never believe him. Let him figure it out on his own. Scared? Seeing Jiāng Mu silent for so long, Zhang Liang assumed he was scared. Smirking smugly, he said, if you're scared, then get down on your knees like you did when we were kids and say, Little Liang, I was wrong. Otherwise, not only will you lose your job, but you won't get a single penny of your wages. Put. Jiāng Mu was so amused by Zhang Liang's absurd confidence that he nearly choked on his drink. He slapped Zhang Liang on the shoulder. Zhang Liang, did a donkey kick you in the head when you were a kid? Zhang Liang froze. How did you know? I've never told anyone about that. Put. This time, it wasn't just Jiāng Mu laughing. The entire room was laughing. Meanwhile, they all thought to themselves, this guy's got no clue. He didn't even realize he was being insulted. What a ing moron. Exactly. Jiāng Mu fought back the urge to laugh, replying coolly, no wonder you're not the sharpest tool in the shed. For starters, we're not even from the same unit. And even if we were, it's not like you can just tell me to get lost and I'll actually leave, is it? Bull. Zhang Liang exploded, cursing, you're the one who's not all there. I can make you leave because of my connections. You're just a little punk who doesn't know anything. Oh, really? Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile. Well then, I'll be watching to see just how powerful your connections are if they really can reach into our company. Fine. Zhang Liang was furious. He was determined to teach Jiāng Mu a lesson today. Just wait. I'll make the call right now. He randomly dialed a number. Hey, brother Wang, it's Zhang Liang. Do you know the owner of UU Media? Huh? No, I don't. Zhang Liang hung up, disappointed but still unwilling to give up. He randomly dialed another number. To his surprise, the person on the other end didn't know him either. Like this, Zhang Liang dialed over a dozen numbers in a row, but not a single one knew him. Well. Jiāng Mu looked at Zhang Liang, who looked as dejected as an eggplant hit by frost, and said, still trying to show off. Just you wait. Zhang Liang couldn't bear to lose face in front of so many people. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I'm calling one last person. He'll definitely work. Fine. Jiāng Mu stared at Zhang Liang as if he were a clown, grinning widely. I'll be waiting. Beep beep beep. The other party answered quickly, and Zhang Liang got straight to the point. But once again, the result left him disappointed. The other party also claimed not to know. Well. Jiāng Mu took a sip of hot tea, watching Zhang Liang with keen interest as he teased, anyone else? If there is, keep calling. I'll be waiting. Zhang Liang's face darkened like a cast iron skillet. He felt utterly frustrated. But to save face, he gritted his teeth and declared, there are plenty. Your brother here may not have much, but I know a lot of people. Just wait today, I'll make you kneel and call me dad. Cut the crap. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to watch him put on a show any longer and cut him off. Here's the deal, I'll make a call. After I'm done, you can make yours. You're making the call? Zhang Liang froze. Who are you calling? Someone who can make you get lost. Jiāng Mu hadn't intended to argue with Zhang Liang any further. They were blood relatives after all, and since he'd already managed to scare off Zhang Liang's girlfriend, there was no need to push him over the edge. But this Zhang Liang didn't know when to quit, repeatedly making things difficult for him. This was something Jiāng Mu simply couldn't tolerate anymore. He had to teach this Zhang Liang a lesson. Me get lost? Zhang Liang burst out laughing as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Fine, go ahead and hit me. I'd love to see how those two half-wits manage to make me leave. How ridiculous. Jiāng Mu ignored him, pulling out his phone to call Zhou Qinyu. As for why he called him instead of Su Ruolin. First, it was too late, and he feared Su Ruolin might already be asleep. Second, since Zhou Qinyu had chosen to establish his company in Binhai International Tower, it suggested he was well acquainted with the people within the building. Handling this matter through him would be twice the result with half the effort. Hello, Mr. Jiang. What brings you to call me out of the blue? Zhou Qinyu answered promptly, his cheerful tone suggesting he was in a good mood. What do you think? Jiāng Mu retorted irritably, I shelled out 2 million only to get a shell company. You really screwed me over big time. I've got to vent to you about this. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qinyu laughed heartily. Mr. Jiang, you can't say that. Didn't I provide you with 15 employees? And during the initial operations, I lost tens of millions. Enough. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to listen to his complaints and cut him off. Anyway, paying 2 million for this company really leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So you have to do me a favor. Alright, go ahead. Zhou Qinyu agreed readily, replying immediately, anything old Zhou can handle, I'll definitely take care of it for you. Seeing Zhou Qinyu's agreement, Jiāng Mu got straight to the point. Do you know the head of HP's Linhai City office? I do. Zhou Qinyu replied with a laugh, we were drinking together just yesterday. Are you looking to buy computers, Mr. Jiang? If so, I can give you the inside price. Jiāng Mu was speechless. Wasn't it a bit of an overkill to contact the head of HP in Linhai City just to buy a few computers? No. I want you to call the head honcho at HP and get them to fire this guy named Zhang Liang. Oh? Zhou Qinyu froze. This Zhang Liang, did he cross you? Jiāng Mu didn't want to explain further and brushed it off casually, just some clown. Will you do it or not? Help, help, help. Seeing Jiāng Mu getting impatient, Zhou Chunyu quickly replied, I never said I wouldn't help. Zhou Chunyu's reasoning was straightforward. Jiāng Mu was a billionaire just like him. Making friends was far better than becoming enemies. Alright then. Jiāng Mu cut to the chase. Call them now. I'll be waiting for your update. With that, Jiāng Mu hung up. He turned back and shot Jiang Liang a cold, dismissive glance before saying flatly, just wait. Within 10 minutes, you'll get a call from your company's HR department. Fine. Jiang Liang thought Jiāng Mu was just bragging. So he wasn't afraid. He stiffened his neck and retorted, I'll wait. But what if I don't get a call after 10 minutes? Chapter 73, Utterly Humiliated. Third update. What else can you do? Jiāng Mu shrugged with a laugh. Keep waiting, I guess. Jiang Liang was speechless. He shot Jiāng Mu a fierce glare before folding his arms. Here's the deal, we make a bet. If I don't get a call, you kowtow and apologize to me. How's that? No way. Jiāng Mu refused without hesitation. I'm not wasting my time playing games with someone as untrustworthy as you. Oomph. Jiang Liang shot back coldly. You don't want to play with me? You're just scared. Jiāng Mu wasn't falling for his provocation. Ignoring him completely, he turned to Lěng Qīngyán and said, Are you hungry? If you are, take the others upstairs to eat first. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. Not hungry. I'll stay here with you. We'll stay here with you too. The other girls chimed in unison. Their sweet, girlish voices made Jiāng Mu's bones go weak. He thought to himself, damn, being rich feels amazing. Back then, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of a beauty. Now, a whole group of beauties were swarming around him. It felt like pure bliss. Seeing Jiāng Mu's blissful expression, Jiang Liang felt unbearably jealous. Standing nearby, he muttered under his breath, damn it, these women are blind. How could they possibly choose that piece of Jiāng Mu? Aren't I way better than him? Jiang Liang's thoughts echoed the sentiments of every other man present. What man in the world wouldn't want a harem of beauties at his side? 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing his phone hadn't rung, Jiang Liang beamed with delight. He waved his phone in front of Jiāng Mu's face triumphantly, boasting, see? No call. Ha! Rying. Just as Jiang Liang was gloating triumphantly, the phone suddenly rang. Startled, he nearly dropped the phone. He picked it up and froze. The caller ID displayed none other than their company's HR department. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Liang quickly pushed that terrifying thought out of his mind and pressed the answer button. Hello, Brother Zhao? Still working this late? Brother Zhao fumed, thanks to your ing blessing. My wife and I were in the middle of getting busy when the boss called. He scared the out of me, almost gave me a ing boner. You bastard, you really know how to screw people over. Jiang Liang was speechless. The boss scared you. Why take it out on me? Enough. I'm not wasting my breath on you. After venting his fury, Brother Zhao continued, the boss told me to inform you, you're fired. Your severance pay will be ready tomorrow when you come in. I'll transfer it to you then. Boom. The word fired hit him like a bolt from the blue. It left Jiang Liang completely stunned. It took him a long moment to recover. He hurriedly asked into the phone, Brother Zhao, wait, why would I get fired out of the blue? Did you get the wrong person? You think I'm mistaken? Brother Zhao cursed furiously, the boss repeated your name at least 20 times. How the hell could I have misheard? As for why you got fired, the boss wants you to think hard about whether you've offended anyone lately. Beep beep beep. The line went dead. Jiang Liang clutched the phone, unable to calm down for a long time. After a long while, he turned to Jiāng Mu, his eyes blazing with fury. Jiāng Mu, you bastard. You better explain this to me. What kind of black magic did you use to get my boss to fire me? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to become this manager? I pulled all-nighters coding and programming non-stop, I even lost all my damn hair. With that, Jiang Liang yanked off the wig on his head, revealing a completely bald spot. This had Jiāng Mu and everyone else bursting out laughing. They couldn't stop laughing. You for laughing. Jiang Liang snapped, pointing at Jiāng Mu and growling, Jiāng Mu, you just wait. This isn't over between us. With that, Jiang Liang stormed out of the hot pot restaurant. Today, he'd made a complete fool of himself. After all, he was the one who had initially demanded Jiāng Mu get out of Binhai International Tower, yet it was he who ended up being kicked out first. Alright, let's head upstairs too. Jiāng Mu paid no heed to Jiang Liang's threats. He gave a nod to the group of beauties and followed the female hostess upstairs. The Lotus Suite exceeded Jiāng Mu's expectations. The entire private room covered nearly 100 square meters. Beyond the standard dining table, the interior featured European-style sofas, an oversized rosewood coffee table, wooden screens, and so on. But the most captivating feature was undoubtedly the enormous calligraphy scroll hanging on the wall. This painting was Zhang Daqian's Jiaku figure. The twin leaves depicted in the painting were exquisitely rendered, a sight of unparalleled beauty. It was said that at an auction years ago, this very painting fetched a staggering price of over 150 million yuan. What Jiāng Mu never dreamed would happen was that this very Jiāku painting would appear here. And it was hanging so brazenly in the private room. Could it be a counterfeit? The thought crossed his mind, and he turned to ask the female hostess, "Excuse me, could you tell me if this painting is genuine or a fake?" The hostess shook her head. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm just a lowly waitress who didn't even finish junior high. How could I possibly know about such things? But I once heard a guest mention that it's a fake." Oh. If it was a fake, then it made sense. Jiāng Mu didn't press the matter further. He sat down and addressed the group. "Everyone, stop spacing out. Hurry up in order. And make sure to pick the priciest items. We have a 50,000 minimum spend. We can't let that go to waste." The women perked up at the mention of splurging. Were instantly thrilled and began ordering like mad. Jiāng Mu, however, kept glancing at the painting, secretly wondering if it was genuine. "You seem quite interested in that painting. Do you know anything about art?" Lěng Qīngyán asked with genuine curiosity. Jiāng Mu gave a wry smile. "When I was young, I picked up a few basics from an artist who came to our village to sketch. I wouldn't call myself knowledgeable, but when I saw it, I just couldn't help but want to look a little longer. How about I buy this painting and give it to you?" A while back, Lěng Qīngyán had wanted to give Jiāng Mu a gift, but things didn't work out in the end. Seeing how much Jiāng Mu loved this painting today, the idea of giving him a gift suddenly came to mind again. "No need." Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not really into paintings, and besides, this one actually costs over 150 million yuan. You couldn't afford it anyway." "What? That expensive?" Lěng Qīngyán was stunned. She assumed it was just an ordinary lotus painting. But to find out it costs 100 million? That was truly beyond her means. Knock knock knock. "Sir, this room is occupied. You can't go in." "Sir, please don't make this difficult for me, okay? Get lost." Just then, a commotion erupted at the door, followed by the private room door being violently shoved open. A middle-aged man with long hair and a scruffy beard stormed in. Behind him followed a group of menacing-looking henchmen. Clearly, these men were no pushovers. Chapter 74, Seizing the Private Room. The moment they entered and saw the room filled with beautiful women, their eyes widened in shock. A few lecherous men with weak self-control drooled uncontrollably, their faces contorted into lecherous expressions. Their unblinking stares made the women extremely uncomfortable. Lěng Qīngyán, in particular, felt thoroughly uneasy. She instinctively moved closer to Jiāng Mu, as if using him to block their gaze. "Who are you?" After confirming he didn't recognize them, Jiāng Mu looked up and asked. "Kid." The bearded man at the front frowned, speaking bluntly, "I'm Li Dachao, owner of Songyun Media. Our company dinner was booked for this private room hours ago. Now we're here, get out." Jiāng Mu frowned, clearly displeased with the bearded man's attitude. But he didn't dwell on it. Turning back to the hostess, he asked, "Excuse me, is what he said true?" The hostess shook her head without hesitation. "No, they never made a reservation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you here." Smack! The moment the hostess finished speaking, Li Dachao slapped her across the face. 5 bright red handprints instantly appeared on her fair, pretty face. The sharp crack startled the girls, who huddled closer to Jiāng Mu, terrified that they might be next. "You!" Li Dachao pointed his finger right at the hostess's nose, cursing furiously. "I said I made a reservation. I made a reservation. What the hell are you babbling about? Get thee out of here." The hostess never imagined that simply stating the truth would earn her a beating. Overwhelmed with injustice, hot tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. Her tear-streaked face looked heartbreakingly pitiful. Cold Qīngyán, seeing this as a fellow woman, was deeply moved. She stood up and shouted, "She didn't hit you or curse at you. What gives you the right to hit someone?" Li Dachao sneered coldly, hands on his hips, his tone brash and unreasonable. "I've got money. I can hit whoever the hell I want. What the hell business is it of yours? Keep talking, and I'll hit you too." "You?" Lěng Qīngyán was furious, wanting to say more, but fearing Li Dachao might actually attack her. In the end, she swallowed her words back down. Tap tap tap. Just then, the crisp click-clack of high heels echoed from outside the door. A middle-aged woman in a business suit, dressed a bit too provocatively, swayed her way into the room. Her ample figure and wide strides made each step noticeable. With every step, that expanse of snow-white flesh trembled, truly eye-catching. Li Dachao's heart fluttered wildly at the sight. The next second, he grabbed her slender waist and teased with a lecherous grin, "My little darling, haven't seen you in days, and you're even more enchanting. After dinner, I'll definitely reward you with a good time. Are you crazy?" The middle-aged woman shot Li Dachao a withering look and pouted, "Don't talk nonsense in front of all these people." "Ha ha!" Li Dachao chuckled, slapping her but playfully before turning his attention elsewhere. The woman didn't seem bothered. She scanned the room, then fixed her gaze on Jiāng Mu. "Sir," she said coldly, "I'm the manager here. I'm terribly sorry, but this private room was reserved by Mr. Li earlier today. I must ask you to leave." They'd just been all over each other like that. As if Jiāng Mu would believe her nonsense. Taking a sip of hot tea, he replied coldly, then show me the reservation record. If his name is on it, I'll leave immediately. You. Li Dachao, with his hot-tempered nature, erupted in curses. I say it's reserved, so it's reserved. You damn well better pack our stuff and get the hell out of here. Off yourself. If anyone's leaving, it's you. Stop waving your arms around at me. Jiāng Mu was furious too. He wasn't one to start trouble, but he certainly didn't back down from it. Besides, Li Dachao had insulted him twice already, and now he'd insulted Lěng Qīngyán too. There was no way he was going to let this slide. You little punk, you dare curse at me? Li Dachao exploded. He'd been carving out his niche in Binhai International Tower for years. Anyone who saw him would address him as Brother Chow or Mr. Li. But today, some greenhorn had the nerve to insult him, something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. He grabbed a chair nearby, ready to smash it into Jiāng Mu. Seeing the situation escalate, a group of girls pulled out their phones, ready to call the police. They also backed away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Li Dachao, stop right there. At the critical moment, the female store manager intervened. She grabbed Li Dachao's wrist and shouted angrily, the trouble you caused the other day already got me yelled at by the boss. If you cause more trouble today, how am I supposed to keep my job? Li Dachao clearly still feared the female store manager. After being scolded by her, he immediately put the chair down. But to save face, he retorted, what's there to be afraid of? If it comes to it, I'll just support you. Like hell, I'll let you support me. The female store manager shot Li Dachao a disdainful look and snapped, get out of my way. I'll handle this. Li Dachao didn't want to let it go. Yet he hesitated to openly defy her authority. After a long moment of indecision, he reluctantly stepped aside. The female manager stepped forward, her face cold as she addressed Jiāng Mu, Sir. Our reservation records are confidential to this restaurant. They cannot be shown to guests without permission. Jiāng Mu laughed. He burst into laughter. If it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist. What the hell are you talking about with this confidential nonsense? Alright, get lost already. Stop disturbing our meal. You. Li Dachao was already seething with anger. Hearing Jiāng Mu curse at him, he flew into a rage, snatched a chair, and charged toward Jiāng Mu. But once again, the female manager stepped in. Sir, let me be honest with you. Even though Mr. Li didn't make a reservation, I decided to give them this private room because... Before the manager could finish, Jiāng Mu cut her off, his face darkening as he barked, because she made you happy? Or is he your dad? You? The female manager's face darkened instantly with fury. Her eyes widened in anger as she snapped, Sir, please mind your manners. What I meant to say is that Mr. Li has greater spending power than you. As the manager of this establishment, I must prioritize the restaurant's profits. Therefore, please leave. Spending power? Jiāng Mu laughed. So basically, it's about who's got more money, right? Exactly. Li Dachao grinned triumphantly. I'm richer than you, so what? Got a problem? Come bite me. Fine. Jiāng Mu stared at Li Dachao as if he were a clown, his voice calm. Then let's settle it today, who's got more money. Chapter 75. Not many indeed. Put. At this remark, Li Dachao chuckled. His henchman and the female store manager all laughed too. They looked at Jiāng Mu as if he were mentally challenged. After a moment, Li Dachao casually pulled up a chair and sat down. Kid, you're the first one in this Binhai International area to challenge me. Hope you don't disappoint me too much. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. You won't be disappointed. Good. Li Dachao perked up, laughing heartily. So how do we settle this? Whatever you want. Jiāng Mu shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter how we do it, you're going to lose either way. Put. Li Dachao laughed himself silly, lighting a manhwa cigarette. He puffed on it as he said, Kid, gotta hand it to you, your bolting skills are legit. You almost had me buying it. Ha ha ha. Li Dachao's crew burst into raucous laughter behind him. The female shop manager was also laughing so hard she was shaking, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath. Several of the henchmen couldn't help but feel envious. How about this? Li Dachao thought for a moment and said, let's play best of 3. First round, everything we're wearing. Second round, our companies. Third round, our cars. How about it? Deal. Jiāng Mu nodded with a grin. But betting like this is kinda boring. How about we add some stakes? Sure thing. Li Dachao was more than happy to add stakes, he was certain he'd win anyway. Here's what we'll do. Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment. Let's wager 10 million. Whoever loses pays the other 10 million. How about it? Jiāng Mu had already spent most of the 10 million he'd won earlier on a car, clothes, and a phone. He was in dire need of cash right now. And this Li Dachao? He was a total blockhead. How could he not take him down a peg? Deal. Li Dachao grinned from ear to ear. He thought to himself that this 10 million would be perfect for plugging the company's financial hole. It was like someone handed him a pillow the moment he yawned. And so, both men eyed each other warily, neither willing to back down. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. She leaned close to Jiāng Mu's ear and whispered, "This Li Dachao is decked out in luxury brands, and that watch on his wrist is no cheap piece. He doesn't look like an ordinary guy. Maybe you shouldn't bet against him." Jiāng Mu knew Lěng Qīngyán was worried about him. A wave of warmth washed over him. He patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'll win for sure." But before Lěng Qīngyán could say more, Li Dachao interrupted. "What are you two whispering about? Listen, kid, the bet's on. No backing out now. No worries." Jiāng Mu grinned. "Even if your ancestors' graves started smoking, I'd never back out." Li Dachao was a bit dumbfounded. Ancestral graves spewing green smoke? What kind of metaphor was that? But he didn't dwell on it. Raising his hand, he said, "Let's get started." "Hold on." Jiāng Mu interrupted. "You haven't shown the 10 million. What if you lose and can't pay up?" "Me lose?" Li Dachao snorted as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. "Relax," he sneered. "There's no way I'll lose." "That won't do." Jiāng Mu leaned back strategically, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Either you put 10 million down right now, or we're not gambling." "Damn it." Li Dachao was getting annoyed. Honestly, 10 million yuan was nothing to him. But these days, everyone carries a phone who carries that much cash when they go out. Slam. After a moment, Li Dachao slammed his car keys down on the table and declared boldly, "I'll put up my brand new top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Cullinan as collateral." "Is that good enough?" Jiāng Mu shook his head. "The Cullinan's original price was only 7.8 million. Yours is used, so it's worth no more than 7 million. That leaves a 3 million shortfall." "Damn it." Li Dachao was on the verge of exploding with frustration. He turned to the female manager and snapped, "Damn it, put your keys for that Continental convertible down too. If I win, I'll give you 1 million. 1 million? The female manager rolled her eyes in disgust and sneered, "You'd give me 1 million out of 10 million? That's pretty stingy, don't you think? 2 million. Is that better?" Li Dachao was an impatient man. The game still hadn't started, and he was getting so impatient it was driving him crazy. He muttered under his breath, "You money grubbing, all you ever think about is money, money, money. Tonight, just you wait and see what I'll do to you." The female shopkeeper's attention was entirely on that 2 million. She paid no heed to his rant, smiling as she pressed the car keys onto the table. Then, she placed her hand on Li Dachao's shoulder and warned him in a playful, teasing tone, "I'm warning you, if you don't give me the 2 million yuan tonight, don't even think about touching a single hair on my head." "Fine, fine, fine. What's the hold up?" Li Dachao snapped irritably, then turned to Jiāng Mu. "What about you? My 10 million is right here. Where's yours?" Smack. Smack. Jiāng Mu didn't waste words either. He slammed 2 car keys onto the table and declared with authority, "My 2 cars, one Lamborghini Aventador originally priced at over 9 million, now worth at least 8 million, and another Mercedes-Benz G65 worth over 3 million. Together, that should be enough, right?" Clunk. Li Dachao's heart sank. He had agreed to the bet earlier because Jiāng Mu looked so ordinary, no fancy clothes, no watch. Plus, his friends were all wearing knockoffs. He'd assumed Jiāng Mu couldn't be that wealthy. But, he never imagined Jiāng Mu could afford such a high-end car as a Lamborghini Aventador. This realization made him feel a bit uneasy. But it was only a momentary flicker before he regained his composure. He figured Jiāng Mu was definitely a second-generation rich kid with no real business of his own. Therefore, the odds were still in his favor. "All right." After regaining his composure, Li Dachao nodded. "Let's begin this round. This outfit of mine is..." "Hold on." Jiāng Mu interrupted again. "Since we've already shown our car keys, why not just skip straight to the third round? It'll save us the trouble later." "All right." Li Dachao didn't object, nodding. "No problem. Besides that car, I own 6 more vehicles, 3 Toyota Alphard minivans, 1 Cadillac GT5, 1 McLaren Artura, and 1 imported Ferrari Roma. All these cars can be verified on the 12123 website. The total value of the 6 vehicles is around 15 million yuan, not exactly a huge amount." "Not much indeed." "Put." When Li Dachao said it wasn't that much, he was actually trying to pull off a classy bluff. Little did he expect Jiāng Mu would immediately agree, saying, "It really isn't that much." Li Dachao nearly spat blood in anger. Forcing down his rage, he retorted, "What about you? Your 2 cars combined are only worth a little over 13 million, right?" Chapter 76, A Devastating Loss, third update. "Who said I only have 2 cars?" Jiāng Mu gave a playful chuckle, then pulled another set of keys from his pocket and slammed them down on the table. "Take a good look. These keys are also for a Lamborghini, but they're marked 2008. Clearly different from the one before. As for the model, you should be able to guess, right?" Boom. Li Dachao froze. His expression turned ghostly as he stammered out a few words. "Al Leventon? You know your stuff." Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. "I bought this one a few days ago for 15 million. The combined value of all 3 cars should be higher than yours, right?" Li Daqiao was speechless. This isn't just higher, it's ridiculously higher. And it blows mine out of the water by a mile. The female store manager and her entourage were also stunned into silence. They never dreamed that an ordinary-looking teenager of 18 or 19 could be a hidden tycoon. And not just any rich guy, a tycoon whose cars alone were worth over 28 million yuan. Truly proving the saying, never judge a book by its cover, nor the depth of the sea by its surface. Smack! After a long moment, Li Daqiao slammed his hand on the table, shouting defiantly, I'll concede this round. Let's play again. Fine. Jiāng Mu wasn't the least bit intimidated, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Li Daqiao gulped down a mouthful of water, gritted his teeth, and said, we started from the third round just now, so let's keep going backwards. How about we jump straight to the second round? At that moment, Li Daqiao was convinced Jiāng Mu was definitely a rich kid. And most rich kids were into fancy cars, beautiful women, celebrity brands, luxury goods, and the like. They don't value industry. That's why he wanted to use industry to take down Jiāng Mu. That was precisely why he was so eager to jump straight to the second round. Because in this round, his odds of winning were highest. Fine. Jiāng Mu spread his hands, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Fine by me. You're bound to lose no matter what we bet on. Oomph. Li Daqiao snorted disdainfully, his voice icy. Prove you can beat me first. With that, Li Daqiao pulled a stack of business cards from his pocket and tossed them casually onto the table. He picked them up one by one, explaining to Jiāng Mu, Songyun Media, my top company. It's not publicly listed yet, but it brings in about 100 million yuan daily. Tianqing Finance, my second best company, brings in around 50 million yuan daily. Stop. Stop. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to listen further. Waving his hand to interrupt, he said, your companies are small and numerous. If I listened to you finish, it'd be midnight. I don't have time to sit here listening to your ramblings. I'll go first. Li Daqiao felt a bit resentful but nodded anyway. Fine, you go first. I'll see just how big you think you are. Jiāng Mu chuckled, speaking slowly and deliberately, you wanna bet I can crush you with just 2 companies? Oomph. Li Daqiao laughed, sneering, bro, you'd die without bragging? 2 companies can beat me? Talk about blowing your own horn. Jiāng Mu offered no explanation. He pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, then slid the screen toward Li Daqiao. Yunchuan Winery, the largest winery in all of Dongyan, valued at around 3 billion yuan. Times Group valued at 10 billion yuan. Either one of these could easily crush you, let alone both combined. Li Daqiao was stunned. The owner of Yunchuan Winery and Times Group was actually an 18 or 19-year-old kid. This was too far-fetched. The female manager and Li Daqiao's crew were all stunned. Cold sweat poured down their backs in a steady stream. They were so terrified they were nearly in tears. After all, they'd just crossed a billionaire tycoon. A terrifying presence who could crush them with a mere flick of his finger. How could they not be terrified? Best of 3. You lost. These 2 cars are mine now. Jiāng Mu ignored their reactions entirely, simply taking the keys. Hold on. Just then, the female store manager beside Li Daqiao seemed to suddenly notice something. Gathering her courage, she grabbed her phone and shouted, you're lying. Times Group is a Fortune 500 company, a household name in China with a market cap nearing 30 billion. If you're really the boss there, how could their official website not even have your photo? Bang! At those words, Li Daqiao's face, which had been frozen in fear moments before, twisted in anger. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, you little punk. You actually dare to play me for a fool? You think I won't smash you with this chair? And another thing. The female manager suddenly interjected, the official website of Yunchuan Winery shows that the chairman is named Sun Jun, who is nearly 60 years old. It's definitely not you. Fine. Li Daqiao was furious. Gritting his teeth and glaring, he spat out each word, so you're the fraud. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. With that, Li Daqiao grabbed the chair beneath him and hurled it at Jiāng Mu. Everyone, stop right now. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from the doorway. A stunning beauty, over 5 feet 9 inches tall and dressed in a light blue business suit, strode in with commanding presence, her red high heels clicking sharply. She stood beside Li Daqiao. This woman was truly stunningly beautiful. Especially that icy, captivating aura, utterly mesmerizing. The lecherous henchmen behind Li Daqiao were nearly mesmerized. They drooled uncontrollably, their lecherous nature fully exposed. Jiāng Mu, however, froze in place, silently wondering, how did she end up here? Who the hell are you? Li Daqiao, already seething with rage, saw his revenge plan interrupted. His rage flared instantly. He snarled at the intruder, don't think I won't hit you just cause you're pretty. Get the hell out of my way, don't push me. Smack! Before Li Daqiao could finish his sentence, the female store manager raised her hand and slapped him across the face. The blow stunned Li Daqiao. Staring blankly at her, he snapped, what the hell is your problem? Ignoring him, the female manager turned back to the newcomer, bowed deeply, and greeted respectfully, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, good day. Smack! Her face darkening, she raised her hand and slapped the female store manager across the face. Her words came out sharp and deliberate. Well done, Wang Shui. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've gotten pretty bold. Bringing people to cause trouble in your own store? You're quite the piece of work, aren't you? Wang Shui clutched her stinging right cheek, standing bowed before the visitor. Her voice trembled with tears. No, Mr. Su, I didn't bring anyone here to cause trouble. It's all his fault. Wang Shui pointed at Jiāng Mu. It's all him. This private room was clearly reserved by Mr. Li, but he insisted on occupying it and wouldn't budge. That's why we almost came to blows. Jiāng Mu heard this and shook his head with a cold laugh. He thought to himself, Wang Shui wasn't much of a manager, but she sure was skilled at twisting the truth. Chapter 77, How did he back down? No, that's not it. Just as Wang Shui thought she had the upper hand, the female hostess suddenly stepped forward. Mr. Su, this Mr. Li never booked this private room. He barged in, and, when I tried to stop him, he slapped me across the face. Mentioning the slap, the hostess immediately began crying again, her eyes filled with tears. Her tear-streaked face looked utterly pitiful. Mr. Su, don't listen to her nonsense. Mr. Li hit me. Wang Shui tried to argue back, but before she could finish her sentence, the newcomer cut her off. Enough. You don't need to say another word. Just pack your things and leave. Boom. The visitor's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Wang Shui was completely stunned, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to say. After a long moment, she snapped back to reality, grabbing the man's arm and pleading, Mr. Su. I know I was wrong. Please, I beg you, just give me one more chance. I just got into a top university, I can't lose this job. The man frowned, his voice icy. Give you another chance? How many times have I already spared you? Now get out of my sight. Wang Shui was dumbfounded. She collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, her face ashen. Li Daqiao, however, wore an expression of utter indifference. He sneered arrogantly, Wang Shui, what the hell are you scared of? It's just a crappy job. Come work for my company instead. I guarantee you'll make way more than this. Really? Li Daqiao's words felt like a lifeline, offering Wang Shui a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Her tear-stained face suddenly broke into a faint smile. For real? Li Daqiao nodded emphatically, then grinned as he gave Wang Shui's but a playful pat. As long as you take good care of me, whatever you want, you'll get it. You're so annoying. Wang Shui pouted coquettishly, pressing her entire body against Li Daqiao. Li Daqiao was so thrilled he nearly floated away, grinning triumphantly. The others watched the two of them being all lovey-dovey and felt a wave of disgust wash over them. They all sneered in disgust. Kid. Li Daqiao, still holding Wang Shui's waist, shouted at Jiāng Mu, since you're still a kid, I'll give you a chance. Just hand over the keys to my 2 cars and kneel down to kowtow 3 times. Then shout Grandpa Li, I was wrong, 3 times loud and clear. I'll let you off. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of this door tonight. Is that so? Jiāng Mu laughed, then turned to the newcomer. What do you think about him demanding I kneel? The visitor's embroidered brows furrowed. His icy gaze fixed on Li Daqiao as he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. Li Daqiao, I've always respected you as a guest. When you caused trouble before, I turned a blind eye and let it slide. But today, you've insulted my honored guest. I absolutely cannot let this slide. You won't forgive me? Li Daqiao grinned, his sly little eyes leering at the woman as he appraised her. He grinned widely. My dear sister, you wouldn't be planning to drain me dry with your body, would you? If that's the case, let's get started already. I'm practically bursting with anticipation. Ha 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 ha. Li Daqiao's gang of henchmen joined in his raucous laughter, their eyes fixed on the newcomer with blatant lechery. Wang Shui's face darkened like a cast iron pot. Leaning close to Li Daqiao's ear, she whispered, Dacha, I never told you before, but our CEO Su isn't just the owner of this place, he's also the chief executive officer of Times Group. Boom! Wang Shui's words exploded in Li Daqiao's ears like a heavy bomb. It left him completely dumbfounded. His weathered face twitched like he was constipated. It took him a long while to snap back to reality. He muttered reproachfully to Wang Shui, why didn't you tell me sooner? I can't afford to offend someone like that. Wang Shui looked equally aggrieved, pouting, I didn't have time to say anything earlier. Damn it! Li Daqiao cursed under his breath, then abruptly shed his earlier arrogance, flashing a fawning smile at the newcomer. Oh my! Never imagined the lovely lady here is the CEO of Times Group. My apologies for any offense just now, please forgive my rudeness. The woman was furious at Li Daqiao's earlier vulgar remarks. Furrowing her embroidered brows, she retorted coldly, you were acting so tough just now. Why are you backing down now? Li Daqiao gave an awkward smile. He thought to himself, damn it. You're the CEO of a $100 billion conglomerate, while I'm just the owner of a small company. Our statuses are worlds apart, how could I not back down? Ha ha! Li Daqiao chuckled ingratiatingly. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it earlier. How could I dare challenge someone as important as you? So, I'll leave. I'll leave immediately. Is that alright? Without waiting for a response, Li Dachao turned to Jiāng Mu and spat, "You little punk, you got lucky today. I won't make things hard for you. Now hand over those keys. I'm outta here." Jiāng Mu shook his head with a cold smile. "I won these 2 cars fair and square. Why should I give them back? Damn it." Li Dachao was already irritated after getting rebuffed by the newcomer. Hearing Jiāng Mu's defiance only fueled his irritation further. He stiffened his neck and bellowed, "Why should you? Because your old man here is better than you, got it? Li Dachao." Before Jiāng Mu could speak, the woman who had arrived earlier lost her temper. Pointing at Li Dachao, she glared furiously. "If you dare speak disrespectfully to our chairman Jiang again, do you think I won't have someone rip your mouth off?" Jiang. Chairman Jiang? Hearing this title, Li Dachao froze in shock. Wang Shui was equally stunned. She thought to herself, could this guy really be the chairman of Times Group? But there's no information about him on the official website? Confused, Li Dachao swallowed hard and asked, Mr. Su, who exactly is this person?" The man gave a cold laugh and pointed at Jiāng Mu, introducing him. "This gentleman is Jiāng Mu, the largest shareholder of our Times Group." Boom! Li Dachao was dumbfounded. Wang Shui was dumbfounded. Li Dachao's henchmen were even more dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, their faces frozen in expressions of utter disbelief. A wave of fear surged from the depths of their souls, instantly washing over their entire bodies. Cold sweat broke out involuntarily. Thud! Thud! The next second, Li Dachao and Wang Shui dropped to their knees before Jiāng Mu. They begged relentlessly, "We're sorry, Mr. Jiang. We were blind and offended you. Please forgive us for our ignorance." "Yes. Mr. Jiang." Wang Shui chimed in, "We truly didn't know your identity. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to offend you. Please, spare us." "Spare you?" Jiāng Mu laughed. His gaze toward Li Dachao and Wang Shui brimmed with disgust as he coldly retorted, "If it weren't for Mr. Su arriving today and revealing my identity, would you have spared me?" This. Li Dachao and Wang Shui opened their mouths. Then, overcome with shame, they lowered their heads, no longer daring to argue. Chapter 78, Quite the Temper. Enough. After a moment, Jiāng Mu frowned and said flatly, "Leave the 3 Toyota Alphas registered under your name, and you can go." "But..." Li Dachao looked troubled. He'd already lost 2 cars in the bet, costing him 10 million yuan. If he had to hand over these 3 Alphards too, tonight, he'd be losing over 13 million yuan. The thought made him wince. "What? You don't want to?" Jiāng Mu frowned. "Fine. Since you don't want to keep the cars, keep the people instead. I recall you have a top streamer under your banner named Little Sha Z, right? Hand her over and you can leave." No. Li Dachao panicked the moment he heard Jiāng Mu wanted Elizaya Shazi. She was his top-tier streamer, the crown jewel of Songyun Media. Far more valuable than any car. There was no way he'd willingly hand her over. The car is fine." With that, he beckoned to his henchmen behind him. One of the henchmen got the hint and left the private room to fetch the keys. Jiāng Mu gave a cold chuckle. He then instructed the newcomer, "Mr. Su, go prepare a transfer contract as well. After all, we're business people, not bandits. Some things still need to be done legally." "Understood." The man nodded and left the private room to make preparations. Upon hearing they still needed to sign a contract, Li Dachao's face instantly fell into utter despair. Kneeling there, he looked as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost. 30 minutes later. Li Dachao signed the contract and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'll have someone deliver the car tomorrow. Can we leave now?" Jiāng Mu nodded and gestured toward Lěng Qīngyán. "Just hand the car over to her tomorrow, then you can go." Yes. Li Dachao nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain. Then, accompanied by his henchmen, he slunk away. This formed a stark contrast to their earlier swaggering, arrogant, and utterly presumptuous demeanor. "Mr. Jiang." After Li Dachao left, the man approached Jiāng Mu, bowed deeply, and said apologetically, "I deeply regret that such an incident occurred in my establishment. I'm truly sorry." Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. "This isn't your fault. Blame it on that arrogant bastard Li Dachao. Enough about that. Let's eat first." "All right." The man nodded. "I'll go instruct the head chef to prepare some fine dishes." "All right." During the meal, Jiāng Mu asked Su Roland, "I never would have guessed you opened a hot pot restaurant too." "That's right." The person who just arrived was none other than Su Roland, the CEO of Times Group. With so much going on at Times Square, Su Roland finished work much later than usual today. Plus, she couldn't be bothered to cook for herself, so she decided to grab a bite at her own hot pot restaurant. But as soon as she arrived, a server informed her there was a disturbance upstairs. So she came upstairs to investigate. Little did she expect that the troublemaker would be none other than Chairman Jiāng Mu. What a coincidence. Su Roland nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Ever since I was a kid, I've loved hot pot, especially Sichuan-style hot pot. But since Linhai City is in the northeast, there are very few authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurants here. So I opened this place. At the time, I just wanted somewhere to satisfy my cravings when I had free time and also provide a venue for company gatherings and team building events. But unexpectedly, business took off like crazy. So I expanded into a chain. This is our third location, and we're opening a fourth in just a few days. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, raised his wineglass, and said, "Then I'll toast in advance to the huge success of your fourth location, Mr. Su." Su Rulin quickly raised her glass to clink with Jiāng Mu's, smiling faintly. "Thank you for your blessings, Chairman Jiang." And so, everyone ate and drank until midnight before finally dispersing. Linhai City couldn't compare to the big cities in the south. Its nightlife was rather sparse. By midnight, the streets were mostly dark. Those with timid dispositions wouldn't dare wander the streets at this hour. "Brother Jiang, we'll be heading out now." "Alright, go ahead. Be careful on your way home, and don't forget to let us know when you arrive." "Got it, Brother Jiang." After seeing the girls off, Jiāng Mu stood at the shop entrance and said to Su Rulin, "I should head back too. We'll catch up another day." Hearing Jiāng Mu was leaving, Su Rulin quickly interjected, "You've been drinking, you can't drive. Why don't I have a staff member escort you?" "No need." Jiāng Mu waved his hand with a smile, then turned to point at Lěng Qīngyán. "Don't I have a dedicated driver right here?" At this remark, Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face instantly fell. She shot Jiāng Mu a fierce glare and muttered, "Like you're a driver." "Oomph." Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with her verbal sparring. He waved at Su Rulin and slid into the passenger seat of the Evento. As the window rolled down, he added, "Oh, and when your fourth store opens, don't forget to let me know. I'll be sure to show up and support you." Su Rulin hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to offer such a gesture voluntarily. Overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness, she hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you so much, Chairman Jiang. I'll definitely notify you when it opens." Jiāng Mu nodded. "When that day comes, I'll make sure to give you a big gift." "Oh my." Su Rulin waved her hands hastily. "No need, no need. Your presence alone is already such an honor." As the two chatted cheerfully, Lěng Qīngyán, seated in the driver's seat, grew displeased. Her face darkened as she glared at Jiāng Mu. "Why don't you get out and take her to a nearby hotel? That way, you two can chat all night." "Huh?" Jiāng Mu, who had just been about to say something to Su Rulin, froze upon hearing this. He froze for a moment, then chuckled, "What's the matter? Jealous that I'm having a chat with a beautiful lady? Like hell I am." Lěng Qīngyán refused to admit it, muttering irritably under her breath as she released the parking brake. She slammed her foot on the gas pedal, speeding off with Jiāng Mu in tow. Su Rulin was left standing there, feeling a bit awkward. She muttered to herself, "Mr. Jiang's girlfriend sure has a temper. Looks like I'd better keep my distance from Mr. Jiang from now on." Although Lěng Qīngyán's driving skills weren't as polished as Jiāng Mu's championship-level technique, but it was far superior to Lin Xiaoyu's. Moreover, Lěng Qīngyán drove with remarkable smoothness and comfort. This made Jiāng Mu quite content. He smiled faintly and said, "Qīngyán, how about I hire you as my driver? How does 100,000 a month sound? Get lost." Without a second thought, Lěng Qīngyán flatly refused, rolling her eyes. "Do you really think I'm the type to need that 100 grand? You're not short on that 100 grand. Jiāng Mu knew that Lěng Qīngyán could easily earn 100,000 to 200,000 yuan from a single livestream. She certainly didn't need that kind of money. So he changed his tune, "But think about it, if you became my driver, you'd get to see this handsome guy every day. How great is that? Not everyone gets that chance." Chapter 79 Face Swiping Third Update. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Lěng Qīngyán was driven mad by Jiāng Mu's baffling self-admiration. She punched him hard several times, muttering under her breath, "You shameless jerk." He. Jiāng Mu shrugged it off and pressed on, "How about this? I'll bump up your salary. 1 million. That should do it, right? 1 million? Hearing that figure, Lěng Qīngyán actually felt a flicker of temptation. Though she earned around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan daily from her live streams, sometimes even raking in over 1 million in a single day. But those were rare occurrences and far from reliable. Being a driver, on the other hand, offered stability, a steady million every month. Maybe. Forget it. Lěng Qīngyán ultimately decided to give up, because she really didn't want to see Jiāng Mu's sour face every single day. No way. With that thought, Lěng Qīngyán refused again. Forget about it. Besides, I'm busy running UU Media. I don't have time to be your driver. Jiāng Mu's suggestion had been a spur-of-the-moment idea. He hadn't thought it through. Now that he considered it, it really wasn't feasible. Nodding, he conceded, "Alright, I'll find someone else. Oh, and you need to go to the Administration for Industry and Commerce tomorrow." "Huh?" Lěng Qīngyán froze. "What's that about?" "Yeah." Jiāng Mu nodded. "Go change the legal representative's name to yours, then rename UU Media to Qīngyán Media." UU Media sounds way too tacky. But isn't Qīngyán Media a bit too self-indulgent? Lěng Qīngyán looked awkward. "No problem." Jiāng Mu grinned teasingly. You've got thick skin, nothing to worry about. Lěng Qīngyán, go die, go die, go die. Ha! Just then, Lěng Qīngyán was suddenly drawn to the colorful lights nearby. Pointing in that direction, she called out to Jiāng Mu, Jiāng Mu, look over there. What is that place? The lights are so beautiful. Jiāng Mu saw it too. At the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. He had been in Linhai City for over a month. He had walked this road before, yet he had never noticed these colorful lights here. Why don't we go take a look? Girls love romance. Lěng Qīngyán was no exception. The moment she saw the colorful lights, her feet felt like lead. Sure. Jiāng Mu shrugged indifferently and nodded. Let's go take a look. Lěng Qīngyán picked up her pace, turning a corner toward the source of the colorful lights. As they walked, Jiāng Mu finally realized where the lights were coming from. The villa on the lake island. That's right. It was Jiāng Mu's current home. Previously, the Lake Island villa had remained unsold, so it was pitch black at night. Now that he'd bought it, it was all lit up. As for how much electricity such a massive light show consumes in a single night, Jiāng Mu had no idea, but it must be substantial. However, such an expense was now but a drop in the bucket for him. So it didn't matter. Lěng Qīngyán recognized it now too, exclaiming in surprise, wow, it's the Lake Island villa. But, weren't the houses here supposed to be unsold? Why did it suddenly light up today? Probably sold, I guess. Jiāng Mu casually bluffed, come on, drive closer. Let's take a good look. That might not be appropriate. Lěng Qīngyán's small face showed hesitation. This is private property after all. It might be a bit intrusive for us to go in. It's fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. We're just going to take a look. What's there to be afraid of? Oh. Lěng Qīngyán relented. Because she wanted to see it too. So she drove the car forward a bit more. But judging by the noticeably slower pace, the girl was genuinely scared. Squeak! When they were about 50 meters from the entrance, Lěng Qīngyán suddenly slammed on the brakes. The force nearly sent Jiāng Mu, who wasn't wearing a seatbelt, flying forward. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, he snapped, Lěng Qīngyán, why the hell did you slam on the brakes? What, did you want to kill me off so you could inherit my manhwa credit? Lěng Qīngyán rolled her eyes and pointed at the two security guards standing at the entrance. I was just worried about those two guards. After all, we're on private property. Getting yelled at by them would be such a hassle. Put. Jiāng Mu couldn't help but laugh at the girl's timidity. He ruffled her hair. Don't worry. With your brother Jiāng here, nothing bad will happen. Just drive in. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the fall. Really? Lěng Qīngyán doubted Jiāng Mu could be that confident and asked skeptically. Really? Jiāng Mu nodded emphatically. Just drive in. When we get there, I'll just flash my face, it'll work for sure. You're just bragging. Lěng Qīngyán was even more skeptical. She rolled her eyes and said, when we get there, forget about facial recognition, I bet they'll beat you up so badly your face will be swollen. You don't believe me? Jiāng Mu grinned, determined to tease this silly girl. How about this, let's make a bet. Fine. Lěng Qīngyán was ready to take him on. You name it. Let's bet on whether my charm works. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. If it works, you let me kiss you. If it doesn't, you kiss me. How about it? Pervert. Lěng Qīngyán shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving glare, pouting as she retorted, behave yourself, or I'm turning around right now and we're both going home. Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment. How about this, if I lose, you can make any demand as long as it doesn't involve murder or arson. If you lose, you let me kiss you. Lěng Qīngyán pondered for a moment before nodding. Fine. Anyway, there's no way I'll lose. Great. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán agree, Jiāng Mu rubbed his hands together excitedly. He thought to himself, damn it. Finally, I can complete the first task. Squeak. Releasing the brake, the car slowly rolled toward the entrance. Along the way, Lěng Qīngyán kept pouting, thinking to herself, Jiāng Mu, just wait until you get your face slapped later. Hello, welcome. The two security guards spotted Jiāng Mu and were about to say welcome home, but mid-sentence, Jiāng Mu's glare silenced them. Though puzzled, the guards obediently shut up and said nothing more. At that moment, Jiāng Mu launched into his acting performance. Hello, my name is Jiāng Mu. I'd like to go inside and take a look. I wonder if my face alone is enough to get me in. Ha! The two guards were even more baffled. What on earth is this homeowner playing at? It's his own place, why would he need facial recognition? Still, despite their confusion, they played along with Jiāng Mu. Sir, with your handsome looks, of course you can. Please come right in. Ha! This time, Lěng Qīngyán was the one left dumbfounded. What's with these two security guards? Just because he's handsome, they let him in? This is way too unprofessional. Besides, Jiāng Mu is just an ordinary guy. He's not even that handsome, is he? Chapter 80, Sneaking Through Doors and Picking Locks. At that very moment, Lěng Qīngyán felt her entire worldview built up since childhood crumble. She stared blankly at Jiāng Mu, speechless. The questions swirling in her mind were more numerous than the stars in the sky. Good eye, kid. I'll bump your pay later. Jiāng Mu was thoroughly pleased with the security guard's performance, patting him on the shoulder with a broad grin. Thank you. Thank you. The security guard, thrilled at the prospect of a raise, became so excited he could barely form coherent sentences, repeatedly thanking Jiāng Mu. His mouth stretched into a wide grin. Jiāng Mu ignored him, turning back with a cocky grin to Lěng Qīngyán. See? Told you my face would get us in, right? Lěng Qīngyán rolled her eyes, pressed the gas pedal, and drove inside. She muttered under her breath, that security guard must be blind. How else would he let you in? Jiāng Mu smirked triumphantly. That's none of your concern. I won, so just prepare to be kissed by me. The thought of kissing Jiāng Mu in a moment sent a wave of heat rushing to Lěng Qīngyán's delicate face, turning it bright red like it was on fire. Too shy to look at Jiāng Mu anymore. Squeak! Parking the car in a nearby spot, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán both stepped out. Today was the 15th day of the lunar month. The moon hung bright and full in the sky, radiantly beautiful. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán strolled beneath the silvery moonlight, admiring the scenery before them. When Jiāng Mu had come yesterday, he had driven directly to Villa Number 1 without stopping along the way. Therefore, he hadn't noticed the scenery here. Now, taking a moment to observe, he found the landscaping here to be exceptionally beautiful. A winding path of pebbles snaked through the grounds. Towering oak trees stood majestic and upright. The chirping of insects and birds filled the air. If I close my eyes and ignore the dim streetlights and cold warning signs around me, I could almost imagine I'm strolling through a forest. It was truly refreshing. Lěng Qīngyán was also stunned by the exquisite scenery here, muttering to herself, oh, if only I could afford to buy such a wonderful house in this lifetime. Just buy one. Jiāng Mu shrugged indifferently, it's not like it costs much anyway. Lěng Qīngyán rolled her eyes. It might not cost you much, but for me, it's a dream I could never afford in a lifetime, okay? Jiāng Mu scratched his nose and nodded in agreement. Indeed. A random apartment here costs over 60 million. Ordinary people really couldn't afford it. Wow. What a huge swimming pool. As they walked along, Lěng Qīngyán was drawn to a massive swimming pool not far away and immediately dashed over like a child. Her wide, sparkling eyes brimmed with astonishment and curiosity. Indeed. This pool was enormous, nearly half the size of a basketball court. Wall sconces adorned the surrounding walls. Golden light spilled across the crystal-clear water, creating a truly breathtaking scene. Jiāng Mu had never seen such a large swimming pool before. Standing at the edge, he felt an urge to jump in and swim a lap immediately. But in the end, he resisted. He couldn't swim at all. Jumping in recklessly would probably mean swallowing a lot of water. Would you like to go for a few laps? Jiāng Mu asked with a smile, noticing Lěng Qīngyán's keen interest in the pool. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. This is private property. We're lucky to be allowed to walk around here. Swimming? No way. It's fine. Jiāng Mu chuckled. With your stunning looks and amazing figure, the sight of you swimming would be pure bliss for any guy. If the owner is a man, he definitely wouldn't mind. Still not swimming. Lěng Qīngyán frowned and flatly refused. I don't want you pervert ogling me. Hey! Jiāng Mu frowned. That's not fair. Who said you have to go skinny dipping? You could just wear a swimsuit. But I don't have a swimsuit. Lěng Qīngyán shrugged her shoulders and smiled faintly. We'll see about swimming when I have a swimsuit. Fine. Jiāng Mu nodded. I'll take you shopping for a swimsuit tomorrow when I have time. Lěng Qīngyán. Pervert. So, the two of them wandered around the villa again, chatting about some funny childhood stories. Before they knew it, it was 1 a.m. Lěng Qīngyán hadn't been streaming lately, so she went to bed early. At this hour, she was already exhausted. Yawning, she said, Jiāng Mu, it's really late. Why don't we head back? Sure. Jiāng Mu nodded, feeling a bit sleepy himself. But since it's so late, let's not go back to Chunyu Residential Complex. Huh? Lěng Qīngyán froze, then took a sharp step back. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously as she stared at Jiāng Mu. You're not planning to take me to a hotel room, are you? Thud. Ouch. Jiāng Mu smacked Lěng Qīngyán lightly on the head. What nonsense are you thinking? Do I look like the type to throw myself into a fire pit? Lěng Qīngyán. If we go to a hotel, wouldn't I be the one walking into the fire pit? Then where are we going to stay if we're not going back to Chunyu Residential Complex? Lěng Qīngyán rubbed her head, batting her big, watery eyes at Jiāng Mu. We'll just stay right here. Jiāng Mu turned around, pointed at the houses behind them, and declared confidently, there are so many houses here. How could we not have room for you? Huh? Lěng Qīngyán was startled. Jiāng Mu, we're a billionaire heiress and a super tycoon worth hundreds of billions. We wouldn't stoop to burglary, would we? If you really don't have money, I have some. It's not a huge amount, but it should cover 2 rooms. Jiāng Mu was speechless. He thought to himself, Lěng Qīngyán's little brain was truly bizarre. She could twist anything into a criminal act. Seriously, who else could think like this? With my status and looks, there's no way I'd stoop to petty thievery, okay? Jiāng Mu frowned, his tone sharp with irritation. Then why did you say you wanted to stay here? Lěng Qīngyán looked utterly perplexed. Ha ha. Jiāng Mu chuckled, rubbing his face. You forgot I can use my looks. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán froze, then watched as Jiāng Mu actually started walking toward the villa. She was completely dumbfounded. The next second, she hurried after him, grabbing his arm. Jiāng Mu, stop messing around. The reason we got through facial recognition just now probably has something to do with the car you drove. The security guard mistook you for a friend of the owner. But the owners are different, they wouldn't make that mistake. That's why we still couldn't get in. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu gave her a reassuring look. My face? That's always a sure thing. Then go by yourself. Lěng Qīngyán was furious. She yanked her arm away from Jiāng Mu and pouted, if you get beaten up or end up in jail, don't say I didn't offer to find you a lawyer, humph. Jiāng Mu chuckled at Lěng Qīngyán's pouting expression. Without another glance at Lěng Qīngyán, he strode off toward villa number 1. Chapter 81. You're trying to pull a fast one on me. Though Lěng Qīngyán claimed she wouldn't follow Jiāng Mu, her body betrayed her intentions. The moment he walked away, she quickened her pace to catch up. She muttered under her breath, Jiāng Mu, don't say I didn't warn you. What you're doing is called trespassing, and it's illegal. Plus, according to the law, if someone gets beaten to death for trespassing, the other party doesn't have to pay with their life. So, if you won't think of yourself, at least consider your family. You wouldn't want them burying their own children, would you? Jiāng Mu paid no heed to Lěng Qīngyán's nagging and walked to the door. He placed his thumb on the fingerprint scanner above the door handle, and it swung open instantly. Simultaneously, a mechanical female voice chimed in, Welcome home, master. This. Lěng Qīngyán froze, her rosy little mouth gaping wide. Her large, watery eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiāng Mu. What's going on? You actually know how to pick locks? Jiāng Mu was speechless once more. Covering his face with his hands, he groaned, What skill? I'm just going home. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán froze, taking a moment to process before exclaiming in surprise, This is your place? Yep. Jiāng Mu nodded. I just bought it yesterday. Otherwise, how could I have told you I'm moving? Great. Upon learning the truth, Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face turned cold as she pounded Jiāng Mu's chest with a flurry of tiny fists. You tricked me. I'll beat you to death. Jiāng Mu caught both her hands and chuckled. When did I ever trick you? You just never asked, did you? Even if I didn't ask, you could have told me. Lěng Qīngyán retorted angrily, then shoved Jiāng Mu aside and strode inside first. Wow. Surrounded by exquisite, elegant decor, dazzling chandeliers, opulent sofas, and an oversized screen TV. And the expensive, rare rosewood flooring, Lěng Qīngyán was utterly astonished, inwardly gasping. The life of the wealthy is truly wonderful, so extravagant. Like it? Jiāng Mu casually poured 2 glasses of warm water and handed one to Lěng Qīngyán. If you like it, stay a few more days. There are plenty of rooms here anyway. Nah. My little room is just fine. Lěng Qīngyán actually wanted to stay for a few days after all, who wouldn't want to experience such a refined, classic lifestyle? But this was someone else's home after all. Staying too long would inevitably make her feel like a guest in someone else's house. After all, it wouldn't be as comfortable as her own home. Fine. Jiāng Mu didn't press further. Taking a sip of warm water, he said, You know your way here anyway. If you ever want to come back, just drive over. The door code is 0902 my birthday. Got it. Lěng Qīngyán hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to just hand over the code like that. It genuinely touched her. The bathroom is over there. It's getting late. Take a shower and get some rest. I'm tired, I'm going to bed first. Jiāng Mu stretched lazily, gave her a final reminder, then headed upstairs first. Lěng Qīngyán watched his retreating figure, her curiosity quietly stirring. What was Jiāng Mu's background? When they first met, he was penniless. How had he suddenly come into money now? Could it be, as he claimed, that he was actually a rich kid? The night passed without incident, and dawn began to break in the east. Jiāng Mu had stayed up late the previous night. So this time, he slept straight through until noon the next day. After waking, he stretched lazily and wandered around the room, loosening his joints. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. A piercing scream then echoed throughout the entire room. It startled the birds in the tree outside the window into flight. All right, stop screaming. Jiāng Mu casually pulled the quilt over himself to shield his private parts, then snapped at Lěng Qīngyán, Young lady, how could you barge into a guy's room without knocking first? Lěng Qīngyán peeked through 2 slits between her fingers, still covering her eyes. Her face flushed as she stammered, I was just touring the rooms, touring. Who knew you were in here, and sleeping naked? Pervert. Jiāng Mu was speechless. He shot Lěng Qīngyán a withering look and snapped, You caught me naked and you're calling me a pervert? You're the pervert here, okay? I'm not. Lěng Qīngyán pouted in protest, then added, I'll wait for you downstairs, before closing the door and leaving. Jiāng Mu seized the moment to quickly pull his clothes back on. He was terrified Lěng Qīngyán might make a surprise return. Downstairs. Hey, Lu Weier, bring me 2 breakfasts. Right. Villa number 1. Yeah, hurry up, I'm starving. After arranging the delivery, Jiāng Mu flopped onto the sofa. He then beckoned to Lěng Qīngyán with a mischievous grin. Hey, bookworm, isn't it time you kept your promise? Lěng Qīngyán had completely forgotten about it until Jiāng Mu reminded her, suddenly recalling she still owed him a kiss. Her face flushed crimson instantly. She nodded coyly, alright, fine. But you can't stick out your tongue. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Even if you asked me to, I wouldn't. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. She silently grumbled to herself, this Jiāng Mu. He's the one who insisted on kissing me, yet he acts like he's the one who got the raw deal. How infuriating. Ahem. Jiāng Mu slowly walked over to Lěng Qīngyán's side, grinning widely. Let's get started, huh? Alright. Though Lěng Qīngyán had mentally prepared herself, nerves inevitably surfaced, causing her voice to tremble slightly. Especially when she felt Jiāng Mu's breath growing closer and closer, her nerves made even her eyelashes flutter slightly. Smack! The moment their lips touched, Lěng Qīngyán's mind went completely blank. She instinctively pushed Jiāng Mu away, wiping her mouth as she did so. She acted as if she found Jiāng Mu utterly repulsive. But really, she was just nervous. What are you doing? From the moment Jiāng Mu kissed Lěng Qīngyán, he silently started counting in his mind. But he'd only counted to 2 before Lěng Qīngyán shoved him away. This failure made him furious enough to spit blood. Suppressing his frustration, he asked, why did you push me away? Just a kiss. Lěng Qīngyán's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, it could go on forever. But Jiāng Mu was speechless. I barely touched your lips. You could at least let me kiss you for 3 seconds, right? Why 3 seconds? Lěng Qīngyán looked utterly bewildered. Don't ask why. Just hurry up and let me kiss you again. No way. Lěng Qīngyán shook her little head like a rattle drum, declaring with righteous indignation, you didn't specify 3 seconds yesterday. You just said kiss me once, and that was already once. So you can't kiss me again. Ha? Jiāng Mu was utterly defeated. How did this girl manage to nitpick every single time? Chapter 82 One More Kiss Third Update. I don't care. After a long pause, Jiāng Mu said with a dark expression, anyway, that last one doesn't count. I have to kiss you again. No way, absolutely not. Lěng Qīngyán refused coldly. Fine, then I'll just have to take it by force, ha. Jiāng Mu let out a wicked grin and lunged toward Lěng Qīngyán. Lěng Qīngyán was startled and quickly covered her mouth with one hand while pushing Jiāng Mu away with the other. But she was no match for his strength and was pinned down in moments. Jiāng Mu, if you're forcing this, I'll never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Seeing she couldn't break free, Lěng Qīngyán resorted to verbal pleas. But Jiāng Mu paid her no mind, continuing his plan as he slowly closed in on Lěng Qīngyán. Clink. Click. Just as Jiāng Mu was about to kiss Lěng Qīngyán, the door suddenly swung open. Lu Wei then cleared his throat awkwardly and politely announced, Mr. Jiāng, I've brought the breakfast you requested. Whoosh. As he spoke, Lěng Qīngyán, who had been held by Jiāng Mu, swiftly slipped away. Damn it, Jiāng Mu, I really want to curse you out. Why the hell did you have to show up now of all times? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey, or did water get into your brain? Hey. After a long pause, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly and muttered, forget it. I'll just wait for another chance. There's still plenty of time anyway. After finishing her meal, Lěng Qīngyán packed her things and left. Before leaving, she shot Jiāng Mu a reproachful glare, as if to say, just you wait, you pervert. Oomph. Jiāng Mu slumped back in his chair, silently regretting his carelessness. Ring ring. Jiāng Mu's phone rang. He picked it up to see the caller was Meng Meng. Jiāng Mu had made plans with her yesterday to watch a movie together today. He figured she was calling about that. So Jiāng Mu answered right away. Hey. Brother Jiang, what are you up to? The moment the call connected, Meng Meng's sweet voice came through. Her voice was so cute and sweet. Even over a voice call, Jiāng Mu could picture Meng Meng's adorable expression as she spoke. Just hanging out. Did you finish your stream? Jiāng Mu replied lazily. Not yet. Meng Meng's tone suddenly turned a bit dejected. Without you, Jiang Gu, there's no one to help me complete my tasks, QAQ. Jiāng Mu was speechless. Turns out this little girl called just to try and scam him out of money again. Jiang Gu, are you still there? Seeing Jiāng Mu hadn't spoken for ages, Meng Meng panicked, thinking he'd hung up. She hurriedly checked her phone. Upon realizing the call was still connected, she added, why aren't you saying anything? Because talking to you is too expensive, I can't afford it. Jiāng Mu feigned anger. Fine. If there's nothing else, I'll call you back when we watch the movie tonight. No, don't. Meng Meng panicked and cried out, I don't want you to spend money on me, okay? Now we're talking. Jiāng Mu saw his tactic working. He grinned. Then get yourself ready. Meet me at Chunyu Mall at 3 p.m. We'll hang out there for a bit before heading to the movies. Okay. Meng Meng replied cheerfully, then added, Brother Jiang, maybe you could just transfer me a little bit. Beep beep beep. Before Meng Meng could finish her sentence, Jiāng Mu hung up the phone. Truthfully, he wasn't short on money. But if he topped up her account every time she acted cute, she'd start seeing him as a gullible big brother, easy to take advantage of. Then she'd inevitably start asking him for money every day, eventually creating a bottomless pit that could never be filled. So he had to refuse when he needed to. Otherwise, he'd be the one suffering. 2 p.m. Jiāng Mu drove his newly purchased Mercedes-Benz G63 to the Linhai City Vehicle Management Office to register the license plates. He could have easily delegated this task to Lu Weier. But since that Avento was being driven by Lěng Qīngyán and he needed a car himself, he had no choice but to handle it himself. Squeak! After parking the car, Jiāng Mu stepped out with a flourish. Fiddling with the keys, he strolled toward the office hall. But after taking only a few steps, he heard a commotion erupting nearby. It was incredibly jarring. It instinctively drew Jiāng Mu's gaze in that direction. Then, a familiar figure came into view. Shen Qiuqian? Jiāng Mu quickened his pace and approached. Upon closer inspection, the girl before him was indeed Shen Qiuqian. Today, she wore a vertical striped shirt, her slender waist exposed. Her flawless skin was strikingly beautiful. She paired it with dark blue denim shorts, radiating youthful energy and vitality from afar. Jiāng Mu? Shen Qiuqian was both surprised and delighted to see Jiāng Mu. She hurriedly said, Jiāng Mu, you're just in time. Quick, help me out. I scratched someone's car and they want me to pay 500,000 yuan in compensation. What am I supposed to do? This was the first time in her life Shen Qiuqian had encountered such a situation. She was completely flustered, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her pretty face was etched with anxiety. 50,000? Jiāng Mu was also startled by the figure. But he quickly recovered, patting Shen Qiuqian's delicate shoulder and saying, Don't worry, leave this to me. All right. Shen Qiuqian nodded, then pointed to a parked Mercedes-Benz E-Class nearby. It's this car. I didn't feel like I hit it, but he insists I did. You. No sooner had Shen Qiuqian finished speaking than a burly, bald man leapt to his feet, shouting, You didn't hit it? My brand new car just magically got wrecked? And look at the damage. You didn't even feel it? If you had felt it, I'd be dead by now. Hey, buddy. Jiāng Mu glanced back at the car, then at the bald man. Look, I get it, your car's wrecked and you're upset. But we're civilized people. Can we keep the insults to a minimum? You. The bald guy didn't back down, jutting his neck and yelling, I'll curse if I want to. What are you gonna do about it? Keep talking, and I'll curse you too. Jiāng Mu was speechless. He tried to reason with him, but ended up facing a rabid dog. Hey! Who the hell are you, kid? The bald guy suddenly snapped out of it, pointing at Jiāng Mu and cursing, We're dealing with our car here. What the hell business is it of yours? I'm her boyfriend. Jiāng Mu gave a faint smile. She's just a girl. When she couldn't handle it, she called me over. Hearing Jiāng Mu claim to be her boyfriend, Shen Qiuqian's face flushed instantly. A faint blush spread across her cheeks. But she knew Jiāng Mu was helping her, so she didn't step forward to defend herself. Boyfriend? The bald man looked suspicious for a moment, then ran his hand over his shaved head and declared bluntly, I don't care if you're her boyfriend or girlfriend. She scratched my car. Without 50,000, neither of you is leaving today. Chapter 83 set up. 50,000? Jiāng Mu chuckled, patting the Mercedes-Benz E-Class's body. Buddy, I don't think even the dealership sells this car for 500,000 yuan, right? According to Jiāng Mu's knowledge, the Mercedes-Benz E-Class retailed between 410,000 and 530,000 yuan. And the bald guy's Mercedes E-Class was actually a low-end model, so its price couldn't exceed 420,000 yuan at most. Demanding $500,000 just for a scratch was laughably absurd. You! The bald man's face darkened as he snapped, this car just rolled off the dealer lot. Final price, 450,000 yuan. It's all right there in black and white. As for the extra 50 grand, isn't that compensation for emotional distress and lost wages? Jiāng Mu burst out laughing. In all his years, he'd never heard of demanding compensation for emotional distress after a car accident. What a ridiculous stretch of the truth. No problem. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered arguing with this mad dog. He gave a faint smile and said, My car's insured. I'll call the insurance company right now and have them handle the negotiations with you. No way. Those words weren't from the bald man, but from Shen Qiuqian. She looked at Jiāng Mu uneasily, timidly saying, I just picked up my car. The insurance hasn't taken effect yet. Ha? Jiāng Mu was dumbfounded. He silently cursed under his breath, Sis, you dared hit the road without active insurance? You're something else. Did you hear that? For some reason, the moment he heard no insurance, the bald man perked up. Grinning widely, he said, No insurance? Better pay up fast. Though Jiāng Mu found the bald man's reaction peculiar, he didn't dwell on it. Sighing, he turned to Shen Qiuqian and asked, So how much cash do you have on you right now? Xiaochen pondered for a moment before answering. I just settled the payment for the goods this morning. I should have about 50,000 left. Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded, then turned to the bald man. Here's the deal. From what I can see, the damage to your car isn't that bad. It won't take 50,000 to fix. I'll give you 100,000. Let's call it even, okay? Of course, Jiāng Mu wouldn't agree to pay 500,000 yuan in compensation. But ultimately, Xiaochen was at fault in this incident. So the compensation that should be paid had to be paid. Besides, when dealing with such an unreasonable mad dog, paying to avoid trouble seemed the only sensible solution. No way. The bald man ran his hand over his shaved head, pointing at the dented spot as he cursed, my car's totaled now. It'll depreciate at least 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. You think 100,000 will buy me off? No way. Then how much do you want? Jiāng Mu's expression turned slightly angry. He was growing increasingly annoyed with this bald man. The bald man stroked his chin, pondered briefly, then replied, alright, I won't ask for 500,000 anymore. I'll knock off 100,000, 400,000. Give it to me now, and I'll leave immediately. No deal. Jiāng Mu shook his head coldly. 12,000 is the absolute maximum. Fine, I'll transfer the money to you now. If you refuse, we'll just call the police to settle this. The police. At the mention of the police, the bald man grew frantic. His neck bulged with veins as he snarled, I've got business to attend to later. I don't have time to wait around for you to call the cops. Pay up now. Or else. At this point, the bald man gave a cold laugh, clenching his fist until it cracked. His face twisted with viciousness as he said, my fists are as big as sandbags and don't have eyes. And the brothers behind me won't let you off either. Clatter. The moment the bald man finished speaking, the surrounding crowd suddenly grew restless. Then, 4 or 5 men, each as imposing as the bald man, burst forward, glaring menacingly at Jiāng Mu and Xiaochen. Their icy stares sent shivers down the spine. Jiāng Mu, what should we do? Seeing the men about to attack, Xiaochen's face drained of color. Her delicate hands trembled slightly as she clutched Jiāng Mu's arm tightly. She clung to him to suppress her own fear. Jiāng Mu remained silent. He stared intently at the bald man before him, a nagging sense of unease gnawing at his gut. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. After a long while, it dawned on him. Xiaochen had probably been set up. For reasons led Jiāng Mu to this conclusion. First, the parking spaces in front of the DMV were all standard-sized and quite spacious. Yet the bald man's car was parked right up against Xiaochen's. The other car next to Xiaochen was also parked very close to his vehicle. That was just too coincidental to be believable. Second, the bald man laughed when Xiaochen mentioned his car wasn't insured. At the time, Jiāng Mu assumed the bald man was trying to extort more money, so he didn't think much of it. But considering his furious reaction earlier at the mention of calling the police, it became clear the bald man actually didn't want to deal with insurance companies or law enforcement. The third point was what puzzled Jiāng Mu the most. Xiaochen was backing out of the parking space. Even if he accidentally scraped the bald man's car due to the tight space on both sides, it shouldn't have resulted in the bald man's entire headlight shattering and a large dent in the fender. Meanwhile, Xiaochen's car only had a tiny chip in the paint. Fourth, and the key point that made Jiāng Mu suspicious. Why were the people behind the bald man hiding in the crowd? Why didn't they stand united with him to resolve the matter? This was highly peculiar. Based on these 4 points, Jiāng Mu could confirm that Xiaochen had been set up. As for the motive? Simple to extort that 500,000. Once he figured it out, Jiāng Mu feigned fear and said to the bald man, bro, don't get angry. I won't call the cops, okay? Ha! The bald man hadn't expected Jiāng Mu, who'd been so defiant moments ago, to back down so quickly. He paused in surprise, but didn't dwell on it. Grinning, he said, kid, since you're being so cooperative, I won't make things hard for you. Hurry up and transfer the money. Saying this, the bald man pulled out his phone and displayed his payment QR code. Jiāng Mu shook his head. No way, bro. My girlfriend and I didn't bring that much cash with us. How about this, can I make a call and have my friend bring the money over? This. The bald man hesitated. He feared Jiāng Mu might try something shady. After a moment's thought, he turned to the men behind him and asked, Number 2, Number 3, Number 4, what do you think? Boss. Third spoke up first. 40,000 isn't exactly pocket change. It makes sense for him to call someone to bring it over. Third brother's right. Fourth chimed in, 400,000 is a lot. It's only natural to let him call and raise the money. Though second brother remained silent, he gave a slight nod of agreement. Fine then. Seeing his brothers all agree, the bald man reluctantly conceded. He turned back to Jiāng Mu and said, fine, make the call. But don't even think about pulling any tricks. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Chapter 84 I'm your brother. Don't worry, big brother. Jiāng Mu feigned alarm, nodding with a smile. With all of you watching, how could I dare? I'm just calling a friend to raise some money. Oomph. The bald man snorted coldly, his face stiff with arrogance. I doubt you'd dare try any tricks anyway. Beep, beep, beep. After several rings, the call finally connected. Before the other person could speak, Jiāng Mu blurted out, "Little sis, it's your big bro, Jiāng Mu." "Ha?" The other party clearly froze, her voice filled with confusion. "Did you dial the wrong number? I'm not your sister." Ignoring her, Jiāng Mu continued, "I'm at the entrance of the vehicle management office in the East District of Linhai City. Your sister-in-law scratched someone's car, and they're demanding 400,000 yuan. Go get it from my safe and bring it over to me." "Ha?" The other person grew even more bewildered, looking utterly confused. "Wait, did you dial the wrong number? I'm not your sister, and I don't have a sister-in-law either." Jiāng Mu still ignored her, continuing to speak to himself, "Alright, that's it. Hurry over. I'm in a rush." With that, Jiāng Mu hung up. Whether the other person understood or not was entirely up to their comprehension skills. "Sir, hold on a moment." Jiāng Mu tucked his phone away and flashed a charming smile at the bald man. "My sister says she'll be right over. No need to worry, okay?" The bald man gave a faint grunt without opening his eyes, then said coldly, "Hand over your phone. I want to see exactly who you were calling just now." "Ha?" Jiāng Mu froze. He hadn't expected this bald man to be so suspicious, demanding to inspect his phone. But since the man had spoken, he dared not refuse. He handed over his phone with a forced smile. Shinshouchen didn't know exactly who Jiāng Mu had called, but she could vaguely guess that he must have just called the police. Now that his phone had been confiscated, if the man saw the call log, wouldn't he fly into a rage and attack? The thought sent a chill through Shinshouchen's heart. The hand clutching Jiāng Mu's arm tightened unconsciously. The squeeze made Jiāng Mu involuntarily gasp sharply. He turned his head and complained to Shinshouchen, "Honey, you look so delicate, but how come you have such a strong grip? You're strangling me. Let go." "Oh, okay." Under the strain of tension, Shinshouchen forgot all about shyness. She hastily released her grip, only to clasp his arm again the very next second. Only this way could she feel at ease. However, her grip was noticeably weaker than before. Otherwise, Jiāng Mu would definitely be driven to a rage. The bald man took Jiāng Mu's phone, glanced at the first number in the call log, and murmured, "Bai Lu?" "Yep." Jiāng Mu replied with a smile, "My cousin's younger sister. She just graduated from college this year and is interning at my company." "Oh." The bald man gave a non-committal "oh" before handing the phone back to Jiāng Mu. The tension on his face eased considerably. The few henchmen behind him also let out a collective sigh of relief. "Bai Lu?" Shinshouchen muttered the name under his breath. He felt a bit dazed. Hadn't Jiāng Mu just called the police? Why did he call Bai Lu instead of 110? Could it be he'd truly been scared out of his wits and was planning to pay that 400,000 yuan after all? At that thought, Shinshouchen couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for dragging Jiāng Mu into this whirlwind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to fork over so much money. Jiāng Mu. After a long moment, having steeled herself mentally, Shinshouchen clenched her jaw and spoke slowly, "This mess is ultimately my doing. I deserve to be punished. So you should go. I can handle this alone." Seeing the unwavering resolve in Shinshouchen's almond-shaped eyes, Jiāng Mu knew she wasn't just paying lip service. She truly intended to face this alone. Jiāng Mu couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. After all, women like Shinshouchen who, despite being terrified, gritted their teeth and pushed through, refusing to burden others, were rare. In today's society, such individuals were few and far between. Perfect wife material. "Jiāng Mu, did you hear me?" Seeing Jiāng Mu didn't respond, Shinshouchen thought he hadn't heard her and continued, "About this matter. What nonsense are you spouting?" Fearing Shinshouchen's rambling might arouse the bald man's suspicion, Jiāng Mu cut her off before she finished. "You may be my girlfriend now, but someday you'll be my wife and the mother of my children. So your business is my business. Stop overthinking things. Besides, haven't you forgotten what I once told you? Anything money can fix isn't a problem to me." Jiāng Mu's words were heartwarming, one by one. Especially when paired with his gentle voice and loving tone. Moved to tears, Shinshouchen's eyes glistened with emotion. For a fleeting moment, she almost believed the gentleman before her was truly her boyfriend. A desire welled up inside her to embrace Jiāng Mu and never let go. But she held back in the end, because after all, Jiāng Mu wasn't her real boyfriend. How embarrassing would that be? Even so, when Jiāng Mu declared she would be his wife and the mother of his children someday, Shinshouchen's face burned like fire. Her cheeks burned fiercely. "You bastard, Jiāng!" The bald man, fed a bellyful of lovey-dovey talk by Jiāng Mu, couldn't help but get annoyed. He grumbled, "Hurry up and call your sister. Tell her to hurry up. She's driving me crazy with all this dawdling." Woo, woo, woo. Just then, sirens blared as a white patrol motorcycle sped toward them at lightning speed. Behind it followed a white police car. Also heading this way. "Bro, cops are here." That guy must have called the police. Old 3 panicked upon seeing the police car and urgently shouted at the bald man. "You!" The bald man glared viciously at Jiāng Mu, cursing, "You bastard, you dare play tricks on your old man? I'll kill you. With that, the bald man swung his right fist straight at Jiāng Mu. Freeze! Just as the bald man's fist was less than half a meter from Jiāng Mu's face, a poised and commanding female police officer appeared beside the bald man, her gun barrel pointed squarely at his head. A bone-chilling coldness pierced the bald man's heart. Terrified, he froze in place, immediately raising both hands and daring not to move. The other henchmen crouched on the ground, hands clasped over their heads. All traces of their earlier arrogance vanished. Mr. Jiang, are you all right? After subduing the bald man, the poised policewoman turned back, her expression softening as she asked Jiāng Mu with genuine concern. Chapter 85, Very Third Update. I'm fine. Jiāng Mu smiled and waved his hand. Thank you so much for today, Officer Bai Lu, the most beautiful fairy in the world. That's right. Jiāng Mu had indeed called the police just now. But he hadn't dialed the emergency number directly. Instead, he called Officer Bai Lu, the female traffic cop he'd met recently while heading to the Yuchuan winery. Back then, he had told Bai Lu, "We'll meet again someday." Little did he expect that just a few days later, he'd be the one calling her first. Bai Lu had been praised for her beauty by many people since childhood. But the only person who had ever called her an angel was Jiāng Mu. This made her feel a little shy, her lovely face flushing crimson. You're welcome. Bai Lu smiled and waved her hand dismissively. It's the least I could do. Tap tap tap. As the two chatted, a tall, handsome male officer approached. He first glanced at the bald man crouched on the ground, then turned to a colleague beside him and asked, "That's right, those fraudsters who staged car accidents in Nangguan district recently. Take them all back to the station for questioning." Yes, sir. Several officers responded in unison, swiftly moving forward to cuff the bald man and his accomplices. They escorted them toward the police vehicle. Before leaving, the bald man turned back and glared viciously at Jiāng Mu, enunciating each word, "You little punk, I'll swallow my pride for today. But don't you ever let me catch you again. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Fine by me." Unfazed by the threat, Jiāng Mu offered a faint smile. "I'll be waiting for you." Oomph. The bald man snorted coldly, about to say something more, when the male officer cut him off first. "You're already under arrest, what's there to be arrogant about? Shut your mouth right now, or I'll charge you with obstructing justice." The bald man dared not argue with the officer. He glared angrily at Jiāng Mu before climbing into the police car. "You too." After scolding the bald man, the male officer turned to reprimand Jiāng Mu. "Why were you talking to him? Showing off your smarts? Think I won't take you to the station for questioning too?" Ha! Jiāng Mu was speechless. Was this officer on a rampage? Why was he being so aggressive? But Jiāng Mu didn't retaliate. Instead, he chose to ignore him and turned to Bai Lu, saying, "Well, Officer Bai, if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Thank you so much for everything today." "Hold on." Bai Lu called out to Jiāng Mu, flashing a slight smile. "Your car got scratched too, didn't it? Just fill out this form. After the interrogation, we'll handle the compensation uniformly." "Thank you, Officer Bai." Jiāng Mu took the form and handed it to Shinshouchen. "You fill this out." "Sure." Shinshouchen was a bit dazed at the moment. She nodded blankly before starting to fill it out. Bored with nothing to do, Jiāng Mu struck up a conversation with Bai Lu, exchanging small talk one sentence at a time. At first, everything seemed normal, but gradually, Jiāng Mu noticed that the male officer kept staring at him from time to time. His gaze was almost predatory. This left Jiāng Mu feeling a bit bewildered. He turned to Bai Lu and asked suspiciously, "That officer, is he your boyfriend?" "Ha?" Bai Lu froze for a moment, then shook her head decisively. "No, he's a classmate. We went to the same police academy." "Oh." Jiāng Mu nodded. "Well, he must really like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be treating me like a rival and giving me that look." Bai Lu felt a bit awkward. She sighed helplessly. "You guessed right. He did like me, and we even tried dating for a while. But his family was so well off that he always acted all high and mighty around me. It felt suffocating, so we broke up. But he wouldn't accept it. He kept showing up every other day, and it was starting to get on my nerves. Then you need to learn how to say no." Jiāng Mu gave a faint smile. "Otherwise, you'll only keep making yourself miserable. Alright, I've got things to do. Maybe we'll cross paths again someday." Bai Lu nodded, watching Jiāng Mu and Shinshouchen walk away. She turned and walked away too. "Jiāng Mu, thank you so much for today," Shinshouchen said to Jiāng Mu as they walked toward the service hall of the vehicle management office. "It was no trouble at all." Jiāng Mu laughed generously and teased, "But if you insist on thanking me, treat me to a meal." "Ha?" Shinshouchen froze. Then she chuckled, "Alright, what do you want to eat? We'll go right after this." "Not today." Jiāng Mu waved his hand. "Another time. I'll call you later." "Alright." Shinshouchen nodded without hesitation, then added, "By the way, I still don't get it, how did that bald guy get arrested? And why did they compensate me when I was the one who hit the car?" Jiāng Mu chuckled. This girl was adorably clueless. "Because you were set up." Set up? Shinshochen's pretty face was filled with confusion as she asked doubtfully, what do you mean, set up? Jiāng Mu smiled and recounted the entire incident from start to finish. Only then did Shinshochen have an epiphany. Fuming, she declared, that bald bastard actually tricked me. It makes me so mad. Next time I see him, I'm going to slap him a few times to let off some steam. Jiāng Mu chuckled and shook his head. You won't be seeing him anytime soon. Why? Because judging by how he tried to extort me just now, I'd guess he'll get at least 10 or 8 years. Though the number of people registering license plates in the afternoon wasn't particularly high. The lobby was still bustling with noise and activity. Jiāng Mu and Shinshochen each took a number and waited in line, occasionally chatting idly to pass the time. Soon it was Jiāng Mu's turn. Hey buddy, wanna buy a lucky number? Just add 3,000. The moment Jiāng Mu approached the window, a middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle stepped forward, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Let me tell you, the regular lottery numbers are all letters hard to remember. But for just 3,000 more, you might even get a triple-digit plate. Why not? Jiāng Mu didn't care much about whether a license plate was good or bad. So he declined without hesitation, no thanks. Without another glance at the man, he called out to the female clerk behind the counter, random selection, please. The clerk nodded lazily, yawned, and pointed at the display. Press start, and the numbers will appear. You have 5 minutes to choose. Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded and pressed the start button. Swish. In an instant, 50 numbers neatly arranged themselves on the screen. Jiāng Mu casually scanned them, then his expression froze in shock. Among those 50 numbers was one, Lin A88888. The guy with the center part was stunned too, inwardly gasping. This kid's luck was off the charts. How did he manage to hit such a once-in-a-century jackpot? The female clerk was no longer sleepy. She stared at the screen in utter shock, her mind going blank. Chapter 86, Money-Hungry Madness. Holy, it's Lin A with 5 8s. That number is incredible. Damn it, I bought 10 cars and drew 10 times. Not only did I not get 5 8s, I didn't even get 2. This kid's luck is off the charts. After seeing those 5 8s, suddenly spending 100 grand on 3 1s doesn't seem so sweet anymore. The crowd buzzed with chatter, transforming the once quiet DMV lobby into a bustling hub of excitement. Shinshochen was drawn by the commotion and stepped closer. Then, overcome with excitement, he grabbed Jiāng Mu's arm and exclaimed, holy crap, 5 8s. Jiāng Mu, that was such a brilliant idea. Jiāng Mu didn't really care about the license plate number itself. But landing such a once-in-a-century super number on his first try made him incredibly happy. Hey, buddy. Just then, the guy with the center part spoke up. He patted Jiāng Mu's arm with a smile, his face beaming with enthusiasm. I'll give you 50 grand. Sell me this number. 50,000? Jiāng Mu chuckled. He didn't know the exact value of this license plate, but he estimated it could easily fetch $1 million. So the offer of 50 grand, to him, it was practically a joke. It made no difference. Bro, don't listen to his nonsense. Before Jiāng Mu could respond, a middle-aged man with a briefcase and slick-back hair interjected, this guy's just trying to rip you off. A plate this good should fetch at least 100,000. Fine. I'll give you 150,000. Sell me this plate. You, Zhao Rat. The man with the center part, seeing someone trying to steal his deal, instantly flew into a rage and cursed, I spotted this number first. Get lost. Don't make me slap you. Brother. After berating the slicked-back guy, the center-parted man turned back to Jiāng Mu. Don't listen to his nonsense. This number's worth at least 500,000. Here's the deal. I'll give you 510,000. Sell it to me. Sleek-haired guy, I'll give you 520,000. Center-parted guy, I'll give you 530,000. Sleek-haired guy, I'll give you 531,000. Ha ha. Center-parted guy, you damn rat, you're deliberately trying to screw me over, aren't you? I'll pay 550,000. Sleek-haired guy, you're something else. Fine, I'll let you win. Put. The center-parted guy was so furious he felt like he was about to spit blood. He silently cursed the slick-back guy's ancestors 18 generations back, 1,000 times over. He turned to Jiāng Mu and said, bro, 550,000 is seriously not bad. Go anywhere else, and you'll get 500,000 tops. Trust me, just sell it. Jiāng Mu shook his head indifferently. Sorry, but I really don't plan on selling this license plate. Don't waste your time here. No, bro. The center-parted guy, refusing to give up, grabbed Jiāng Mu's arm as he turned to leave. Think about it. That thing in your hands is just a piece of metal. It can't be eaten or drunk. What good is it to keep it? You'd be better off selling it and turning it into cash. The guy with the middle part had a point. Jiāng Mu actually wanted to cash it in too. After all, this thing was, frankly speaking, just a string of numbers. Its practical value was practically non-existent. But selling something worth $1 million for 550,000? That kind of foolishness was beneath Jiāng Mu. Here's the deal. Jiāng Mu chuckled. If you're genuinely interested, take it for 800,000. Otherwise, forget it. Whoa. The moment Jiāng Mu finished speaking, the entire crowd sucked in a collective breath. Clearly, everyone was stunned by his asking price. But upon reflection, an 88888 license plate selling for 800,000 yuan wasn't unreasonable at all. But who would actually shell out that much money for a string of numbers? Kid. The man with the center parting frowned, his tone sharp. Offering you 550,000 is already doing you a favor. And you have the nerve to ask for 800,000? Have you lost your mind chasing money? If you can't afford it, just say so. Stop spouting nonsense. Jiāng Mu shot back with a frown, pulling Shinshouchen away as they turned to leave. Stop right there. The man with the center part seemed enraged by Jiāng Mu's words. He strode quickly to block his path, his neck straining as he yelled, "Who said I can't afford it? It's clearly your worthless license plate that's not worth the money, okay? Fine, fine." Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to argue. He waved his hand dismissively. Fine, whatever. You're the idiot. I won't fight you on this. Whatever you say goes, okay? You. The man with the middle part flew into a rage, adopting a fighting stance as he cursed, "You little punk. Got the guts to repeat what you just said?" Jiāng Mu sneered, looking at the guy with a parted hairstyle as if he were mentally challenged. He said flatly, "I said you're an idiot. I'm not going to argue with you. Got that this time? You." The guy with the middle part had only intended to scare Jiāng Mu a little, hoping to salvage some of his own dignity. But to his shock, not only was Jiāng Mu unfazed, he actually repeated it. The humiliation made the man's face flush crimson. He swung his fist and charged toward Jiāng Mu. Seeing the situation turn ugly, bystanders scrambled backward, terrified they might get caught in the crossfire. Shinshouchen, terrified, clutched Jiāng Mu's arm tightly, trembling. Ironically, Jiāng Mu, the target of the threat, remained utterly still, a faint smile still playing on his lips. This left everyone utterly bewildered. They all wondered, what's wrong with this kid? If he wasn't going to fight back, he should at least dodge. Could he have been scared out of his wits? The answer, of course, was no. Jiāng Mu didn't dodge because he was certain the guy with the middle part wouldn't actually lay a hand on him. The reason was simple, this was the DMV lobby. If he dared to make a move, he'd be heading straight to the station. "You old bastard, what do you think you're doing?" Just as the man with the center-parted hair's fist was about to connect with Jiāng Mu's face, the slicked-back guy roared, grabbing the center-parted guy and pinning him down. He cursed, "This isn't the place for you to act like a thug. Stop it right now." Without anyone stopping him, it was one thing. But the moment someone intervened, the center-parted man suddenly lunged at Jiāng Mu like a mad dog freed from its leash. He kept yelling, "Let go of me. I'm gonna teach this kid a lesson today, or he'll never understand why the flowers are so red." The slicked-back guy wasn't about to let go. He held the center-parted man tightly while shouting at Jiāng Mu, "Bro, why are you still standing there? Get out of here. Yeah, get out of here. If you don't leave now, you won't get another chance. Bro, cut your losses. Getting beaten up isn't worth it." The others chimed in with their own pleas. The chatter grew louder, creating quite a commotion. Shinshouchen glanced at Jiāng Mu and chimed in, "Why don't we just leave? It's not worth getting into a fight with people like this." "No." Jiāng Mu shook his head firmly, grinning. "Not only am I not leaving today, but I want to see exactly how he plans to hit me." Chapter 87 Backing Down. He's lost his mind. Absolutely insane. At this very moment, everyone thought Jiāng Mu had lost his mind. How else could he spout such nonsense? Jiāng Mu. Shinshouchen thought Jiāng Mu was just sulking. She coaxed him gently, "I know you're upset, but now isn't the time for sulking. This guy is a mad dog. It's not worth getting angry with him. So, let's just leave." By the end of her sentence, Shinshouchen's tone had become almost pleading. Clearly, she truly didn't want to see Jiāng Mu get hurt. "Fine." Jiāng Mu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I'll give you face today. Let's go." With that, he grabbed Shinshouchen's arm, ready to leave. But as they turned to go, the guy with the middle part thought he'd back down. Suddenly cocky, he shouted, "You little punk. If you're a real man, you'll stop right there. I swear to God, I'll beat the crap out of you today, or my name isn't Wang. You coward. You better stop right there. If you've got the guts, just stand your ground." Clack. Jiāng Mu, who had intended to let it go, frowned at the words. He stopped, turned back, and addressed the slick-back guy, "Come on, let him go. I'll see how he hits me." Seeing Jiāng Mu return, the slicked-back guy was furious enough to go mad. But he was genuinely exhausted. Releasing the guy with the middle-parted hair, he snapped, "You. Whoever gives a about this, let them deal with it. I'm done." With that, the slicked-back guy stepped aside, ready to watch the show. "Kid, you've got some guts. I'll." Now free from restraint, the center-parted guy didn't immediately attack. Instead, he pointed at Jiāng Mu, cursing and posturing. Jiāng Mu was so annoyed he cut him off. "Cut the crap. You wanna fight me? Come on, hit me. If you don't hit me today, you're a ing coward. You." The man with the center part didn't expect Jiāng Mu to be so defiant. Enraged, he hurled an expletive and swung his fist at Jiāng Mu. But Jiāng Mu stood completely still, not moving an inch. He'd already made up his mind, if the guy with the middle part dared to throw that punch, he'd make sure the guy couldn't even put his underwear back on. Stop it. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from the doorway. Immediately, 4 or 5 men stormed toward them, their expressions fierce. Mr. Zhou! Mr. Zhou! Recognizing the newcomers, the man with the center part, who had been seething with anger moments before, instantly switched to a fawning smile. He bowed obsequiously and asked, "Are you here to handle vehicle registration? Why don't you hand over all your documents? I'll take care of it for you. I guarantee it'll be handled perfectly. Get out of the way." Ignoring the man with the center part, the newcomer shoved him aside like trash. Approaching Jiāng Mu, he chuckled, "Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence to run into you here. Fate has brought us together again." "Mr. Jiang?" The guy with the center part was a bit dazed. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person Jiāng Mu really was. How could he command such deference from the chairman of Xunyu Mall, who addressed him as Mr. Jiang? That's right. The man who had just arrived was none other than Zhou Chunyu, the chairman of Xunyu Mall. Just last night, Jiāng Mu had dined with him. Indeed. Jiāng Mu didn't think much of Zhou Chunyu, but he still greeted him. What a coincidence. "Chairman Zhou, are you here to pick up your new car?" "MHM." At the mention of a new car, Zhou Chunyu's face lit up with a warm, spring-like smile. "Just picked up a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantom, cost over 10 million. Mr. Jiang, are you here to pick up a new car too?" "Yeah." Jiāng Mu nodded casually. "I was in a hurry to get to Yunding Mountain yesterday, and the road there isn't suitable for the Avanta. So I picked up a Mercedes-Benz G63 from your mall's first-floor showroom. Today I'm here to handle the registration." "Avento. Just casually bought a G63. Hearing such casual phrasing and seeing Jiāng Mu's utterly unfazed expression, the entire crowd was stunned. They had assumed he was just a young, penniless guy. But who knew he was actually a super-rich second-generation heir? A Mercedes-Benz G63, the kind of car every man dreams of, priced at nearly 4 million yuan, and he just casually bought one. How outrageously extravagant was that? The guy with the middle part was completely dumbfounded. He never dreamed that just because he cared about saving face, had inadvertently offended a top-tier rich kid. Now, he'd be lucky to walk away alive. Forget it, I'd better slip away quietly. With that thought, the guy with the middle parting stole a glance at Jiāng Mu and Zhou Chunyu, noticing their eyes weren't on him. He immediately turned on his heel, ready to make his escape. But the moment he took a step, a massive hand slammed onto his shoulder. He nearly jumped out of his skin. "Weren't you just bragging about beating me up? Why are you trying to leave now?" Jiāng Mu patted the man's shoulder with a playful smile. "Mr. Jiang, you really have a sense of humor." At that moment, the man with the center part felt like dying. He forced an awkward smile. I wouldn't dare fight you. I was just joking with you earlier." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu chuckled. "But even if it was a joke, you didn't insult me, did you?" Thud. At those words, the man with the center part knelt down in terror. He kept banging his head against the ground, begging for mercy. I'm so sorry, Mr. Jiang. I completely lost my mind just now. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare insult you. I'm begging you. Please forgive me. Forgive me." Watching the man with the middle part, who had been strutting around arrogantly moments ago. Now he was cowering on his knees, kowtowing. The entire crowd erupted in an uproar. The gazes directed at Jiāng Mu shifted and shifted. Wang Seat sigh. Zhou Chunyu slowly approached, his brow furrowed. "You're something else, aren't you? Daring to offend even Mr. Jiang? Looks like you've got a death wish." Without waiting for the man's reaction, Zhou Chunyu shouted behind him, "Someone take him away. Let him learn his lesson." "Yes, sir." 2 bodyguards behind Zhou Chunyu responded in unison, then dragged the man with the center part out like a dead dog. The man begged for mercy all the way out, but Zhou Chunyu paid him no mind. Because in Zhou Chunyu's mind, Jiāng Mu was far more important than him. "Mr. Jiang." After the man with the center part was completely dragged out, Zhou Chunyu turned to Jiāng Mu with a chuckle. "Once you're done with your business, how about grabbing a bite to eat together?" Jiāng Mu shook his head. "Another time. I'm spending the evening with my girlfriend." The girlfriend he referred to was, of course, Shinxiuchen. This made Shinxiuchen's lovely face flush with a touch of shyness. "Ha ha ha." Zhou Chunyu laughed heartily, then gave Jiāng Mu a knowing look as he patted his shoulder. "A beauty is fine and all, but Jiang, you gotta watch your waistline too." "Ha?" Jiāng Mu froze. "I clearly meant girlfriend as a shortened term for female friend, okay? You dirty old man." Chapter 88 Just Average Third Update. Stepping out of the DMV office, Jiāng Mu looked up and saw a creature with a face swollen like a pig's head sprawled on the empty ground beside the flower bed, wailing pitifully. He jumped in fright. He squinted and recognized the man, none other than the guy with the middle part. Judging by his current state, Zhou Chunyu's 2 henchmen hadn't exactly gone easy on him. But none of this concerned Jiāng Mu anymore. So he merely gave it a cold glance before heading to the small blue house nearby to retrieve the license plate. "Hey buddy, lend me a screwdriver." Jiāng Mu had rushed out without preparing one, so he asked a man nearby who was installing a license plate. The man gave Jiāng Mu a cold glance before turning his head back. But in the blink of an eye, he whipped his head back around, fixing his gaze on Shinshouchen beside Jiāng Mu. Then he froze. Shinshouchen felt a bit shy under his stare, a faint blush creeping onto her pretty face. "Hey, buddy." Jiāng Mu called out to him with a laugh, "It's fine to look, but could you please not drool all over the place?" The man awkwardly wiped the drool from his mouth and retorted irritably, "This isn't drool. It's just water I drank too much of earlier, pulled in my mouth, and then spilled out." "Put." Jiāng Mu and Shinshouchen burst into giggles at his explanation. They thought, this guy sure knows how to talk his way out of anything. "Here." The man turned around and handed the screwdriver to Jiāng Mu, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, are all the good girls blind these days? How could she pick such an ugly guy as her boyfriend?" Jiāng Mu knew the man was mocking him. But he didn't care. After all, he was using the guy's screwdriver. He figured he should at least give the guy some face. Oomph. Seeing Jiāng Mu didn't retort, the man thought he'd back down, too scared to argue. His boldness grew. He patted the hood of his car and said to Shinshouchen, "Hey, beautiful, someone as gorgeous as you deserves a nice ride. This is my brand new BMW X5. Genuine leather seats so comfortable to sit in. Plus, the back seat has plenty of room, making it even cozier." As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Shinshouchen, flashing a knowing look. Though Shinshouchen was inexperienced, she was an adult after all. Having been exposed to life and media, she understood the man's veiled meaning perfectly well. Her pretty face immediately fell. Crossing her arms, she retorted irritably, "You're absolutely right. A beauty like me deserves a top-notch ride. That's why I prefer Mercedes-Benz." "Ha?" The man froze. Then he watched as Jiāng Mu, who had just been arranging license plates for a Honda Civic, quickly walked over to the nearby Mercedes-Benz G63 and began installing the plates. "Hey, buddy." Jiāng Mu also heard the man's words. While installing the license plate, he replied, "This car not only has a spacious back seat that's comfortable to sit in, but the front seats are roomy and comfortable too. The best part is there's nothing blocking the space between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, even more comfortable." As he finished, Jiāng Mu raised an eyebrow at the man, giving him a knowing look. The man's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. But he refused to concede defeat. Wiping the license plate as he worked, he feigned nonchalance. "Oh dear, this new plate is already dirty. Temporary ABE 666. This plate number is just average. I should have splurged another 50 grand to get that temporary AQZ 888 plate." Jiāng Mu saw him trying to show off again and again. No longer indulged him. He grinned and said, "You're right, this plate is pretty ordinary. It doesn't have the same presence as my temporary A88888. Now that's a plate with real swagger." "What?" The man froze. He hurried over to Jiāng Mu to verify. When he saw that Jiāng Mu's license plate was indeed Lin A88888, he was struck dumb as if struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. It took him a long while to recover before he asked Jiāng Mu, "Bro, you must have spent a fortune on that license plate, right?" The man's arrogance had completely vanished. There was no way around it. He couldn't compete with the car. He couldn't compete on license plates either. What was there left to be tough about? "I didn't pay a dime for it." Jiāng Mu gave a faint smile and casually replied, "Just picked it randomly. Why would you pay for something like that?" Boom! If the earlier revelation had struck the man like 5 bolts of lightning, this moment felt like a heavenly tribulation. He'd shelled out a full 100,000 yuan for that temporary plate ABE 666. Meanwhile, Jiāng Mu's Lin A88888 had cost him not a single penny. The sense of disparity was immense. The man was stunned, his mind reeling. He stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. "Thanks, bro. We're outta here." After installing the license plate, Jiāng Mu shoved the screwdriver into the man's hand and called out to Shinshouchen, "Honey, let's go home." With the bald guy gone, Jiāng Mu really had no reason to call Shinshouchen wife. But despite the pretentious jerk, he did it anyway. Shinshouchen, who also disliked the man, played along. "Honey, let's not go home. The back seat has plenty of room, let's just stay in the car." "Put." Hearing this, the show-off felt so frustrated he could spit blood. He thought to himself, "Damn it, why couldn't such a beautiful and understanding girlfriend? Why couldn't she be mine?" After leaving the DMV, Jiāng Mu accompanied Shinshouchen to take her Honda Civic to the dealership for repairs. Then he drove her toward the new Oxygen Cosmetic Hospital. Along the way, they chatted about some amusing anecdotes and the situation at Linhai University. Shinshouchen mentioned Jiāng Mu's ex-girlfriend, Su Qing, several times. She said that ever since Jiāng Mu left that day, Su Qing had been coming by frequently to look for him, sometimes waiting for an entire day. It seemed she still harbored unresolved feelings for him. But Jiāng Mu didn't seem to care. For him now, Su Qing had become a thing of the past. She was utterly insignificant. But the money for the watch? He had to get it back. Squeak. Pulling up outside the Xinyang Beauty Hospital, Jiāng Mu said to Shinshouchen, "You go back. I've got something to take care of. I won't be coming up." "Alright." Shinshouchen nodded, said goodbye, and got out of the car. Watching Shinshouchen's receding figure, Jiāng Mu murmured to himself, "This girl really is a rare beauty, even her back view is stunning." Ring ring. Just then, Jiāng Mu's phone rang. He assumed it was Meng Meng getting impatient, but to his surprise, the caller was Lěng Qīngyán. "Hey, Qīngyán, we've only been apart for a little while, already missing me?" Jiāng Mu answered the call and teased her with a laugh. "Jiāng Mu." Lěng Qīngyán on the other end ignored his teasing and stammered nervously, My house seems to have been burglarized. Can you come over right now? I'm so scared." Chapter 89 Severed Hand. "What? Burglars?" Jiāng Mu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately replied, "Alright, don't stay at home. Go wait for me somewhere crowded. I'll be right over." "Okay." Lěng Qīngyán nodded, her voice slightly panicked. "Then, hurry up, okay? Got it." After hanging up, Jiāng Mu flipped on his left turn signal and floored the gas pedal, shooting straight out of the driveway. He headed straight for Chunyu Residential Complex. On the way, he got a call from Meng Meng. She said she'd already arrived and was currently browsing the first floor of Spring Rain Mall. Jiāng Mu didn't tell her about the theft. He simply said he had something to take care of and asked her to keep browsing inside for a bit while he caught up. Meng Meng didn't think much of it, gave a quick reply, and hung up. Squeak. Chunyu Residential Complex, a long-established neighborhood in Linhai City. Most residents here were retired seniors, and this particular time of day happened to be when the sunlight was at its best. So many seniors had gathered at the community square, basking in the evening breeze and sunshine, chatting, playing chess, or just shooting the breeze. From afar, it looked quite lively. Qīngyán. Jiāng Mu spotted Lěng Qīngyán standing out among a group of elderly gentlemen from a distance, intently fiddling with her phone. He stopped his car and called out to her. Jiāng Mu. Already teetering on the edge of a breakdown, Lěng Qīngyán burst into tears the moment she saw Jiāng Mu. She ran over crying, her voice full of hurt, "You finally came. You nearly scared the life out of me just now." Jiāng Mu knew this girl was genuinely terrified. He gently patted her head and soothed her softly, "It's okay, I'm here now. Don't be afraid, okay? Get in the car first." "Okay." Lěng Qīngyán obediently nodded and pulled open the car door to climb in. Jiāng Mu drove swiftly, and soon they arrived at Lěng Qīngyán's home. They got out, went upstairs all in one smooth motion. But the moment Jiāng Mu stepped out of the elevator, the scene before him stunned him. The once clean hallway was splattered with blood-red paint. Under the dim, yellowish light, it looked like real human blood. The sight was horrifying, sending a chill down one's spine. The white walls were also covered in blood-red paint scrawls, "Die a horrible death. If you've got the guts, don't hide. Blood debt must be repaid with blood," and similar threats plastered across the entire surface. Jiāng Mu was momentarily dazed. He turned to Lěng Qīngyán beside him, his face full of confusion. "Are you sure they were thieves and not people seeking revenge?" Lěng Qīngyán pursed her lips, indicating she had no idea either. Squeak. Pushing open the door, chaos met their eyes. Paint had been splattered across numerous spots in the room. Tables, chairs, benches, even the walls were smashed to pieces. Not a single thing was left intact. Turning to the bedroom, all the valuable items, computers, cash, jewelry, and the like had vanished without a trace. The blankets and floor were also splattered with paint everywhere. From a distance, it looked utterly terrifying. Drip, drip. Just as Jiāng Mu stared in fascination, a drop of blood-red liquid fell onto his face. At first, he thought it was just more paint and paid it no mind. But when he looked up, he froze in shock. Hanging from the pristine white ceiling was a blood-soaked hand. And that crimson drop had fallen directly from that bloody hand. Ah! Lěng Qīngyán also noticed the bloody hand, screaming in terror as her body trembled involuntarily. Jiāng Mu, seeing this, quickly covered Lěng Qīngyán's eyes with his hand while softly reassuring her, "It's okay, it's fake. It's a silicone prosthetic. Don't be afraid, okay?" In truth, it was a real hand. Jiāng Mu had claimed it was silicone purely to deceive Lěng Qīngyán. After all, such a bloody and gruesome sight would haunt anyone with nightmares, not just a girl, but even him. "Ah, really?" Lěng Qīngyán looked doubtful. "It's real." Jiāng Mu looked determined. "If you don't believe me, I'll take it off. You can feel it yourself." At the mention of touching it, every cell in Lěng Qīngyán's body recoiled. She shuddered and quickly refused. "No way am I touching that. It's disgusting. I'll wait for you in the living room." With that, Lěng Qīngyán turned and stormed out of the bedroom without looking back. Clearly, she truly didn't want to see that hand again. One hand. Blood for blood. Jiāng Mu stared at the hand above his head, meticulously piecing together the events unfolding before him, trying to uncover the true mastermind behind it all. Finally, a name surfaced in his mind: Li Tanshu. Li Tanshu was the renowned feed king of Dongyang province and Yunhai city's wealthiest man. But more importantly, he was Li Wen's father. A few days prior, Lěng Qīngyán had gotten into a heated argument with Li Wen, Li Tanxiu's daughter, while playing a game. The two had even come to blows over it. At the time, Jiāng Mu had broken one of Li Wen's legs to force her to hand over the compromising video files of Lěng Qīngyán. Therefore, today's events were most likely orchestrated by Li Wen and her father, Li Tanxiu. Of course, besides Li Wen and Li Tanxiu, Jiāng Mu had also offended many others such as Jiang Liang, the scumbag Hu Yu, as well as former marketing manager of Yuthuan Winery, Li Mei, and product manager Luo Quanan. But none of them seemed capable of pulling off something like this, as their influence wasn't strong enough to break someone's arm and still cover it up. Li Tanxiu was different. He was wealthy and powerful, a business tycoon in Yunhai City. Severing someone's hand was a trifling matter he could easily accomplish. This was precisely why Jiāng Mu was convinced that Li Tanxiu had ordered today's attack. But whose hand was it? Ah! Just as Jiāng Mu was analyzing the situation, a hysterical scream erupted from the living room. Startled, he rushed out. What's wrong? What happened? Look! Standing on one foot atop a relatively intact cabinet, Lěng Qīngyán pointed at the floor and shouted, There's a snake! Holy SHT! Jiāng Mu was startled when he saw the snake. He instinctively took a step back. Two red and yellow pattern cobras were coiled there, necks arched, eyes fixed on Jiāng Mu like predatory beasts. Their fierce demeanor suggested that if Jiāng Mu dared to make a move, they would strike without hesitation. Terrified, Jiāng Mu dared not make a single move. And so, one man and two snakes stood frozen in place, locked in a tense standoff. On the surface, it appeared evenly matched, but Jiāng Mu knew he was no match for these two deadly cobras. What should he do? What should he do? Jiāng Mu racked his brain for a solution. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he came up with a brilliant idea. Slowly, he shifted his arm, then grabbed the mop handle nearby. With a swift motion, he swung it hard toward the cobra. Whoosh! The whistling sound of the wind cutting through the air became strikingly clear in the deathly quiet room. Cold Qīngyán stood atop the cabinet, watching the scene unfold with bated breath. She silently prayed for Jiāng Mu may this strike hit true. But just as Jiāng Mu's mop was about to strike the cobra's neck, the cobra suddenly slithered down, simultaneously darting toward Jiāng Mu's position. Chapter 90, Feigning Death. This sudden turn of events sent Lěng Qīngyán's soul flying. She screamed at the top of her lungs, Jiāng Mu! Run! Jiāng Mu paid no heed to Lěng Qīngyán's words. His eyes widened with fury as he fixed his gaze on the cobra charging toward him. The moment the cobra sprang upward, Jiāng Mu's left hand clamped down like a steel vise, seizing the snake's head as he sidestepped. He effortlessly dodged the venom the cobra spewed. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant, leaving Lěng Qīngyán utterly bewildered. All she saw was the cobra now firmly clamped in Jiāng Mu's grip. Die! Jiāng Mu clamped down on the cobra's head with all his might, shaking it violently. The snake's tail slammed against the wall repeatedly, producing sharp, cracking sounds. Before he knew it, Jiāng Mu had whipped it 70 or 80 times. A distinct crimson-green-brown trail of blood was whipped into the pale wall. After a few final convulsions, the cobra lay utterly still. Clearly, it was dead. Whoosh! Just then, another cobra stirred. Like a fully drawn arrow, it shot toward Jiāng Mu with a sharp whistling sound. Its icy fangs hissed as they sprayed a jet of venom, striking Jiāng Mu's eyes with deadly precision. Jiāng Mu, watch out! Lěng Qīngyán screamed, then, summoning courage from somewhere, grabbed nearby debris and hurled it wildly at the cobra. But thrown in her panic, her aim was wildly off. She didn't actually hit the snake. Furious, she grabbed a wooden plank and charged straight at the snake. She was ready to engage in close combat with the venomous snake. Meanwhile, Jiāng Mu, having dodged the venom sprayed by one cobra, flung the snake in his hand with a sharp flick, hurling it straight toward another cobra. Thud! Being so close, Jiāng Mu's strike landed with ease. But the limp corpse not only failed to inflict any real damage on the cobra, it actually enraged the snake. The cobra became wildly agitated. Its approach suddenly doubled in speed. Jiāng Mu nearly lost his mind in fright. He scrambled to grab a wooden plank and held it in front of him. Simultaneously, he shouted to Lěng Qīngyán, quick! Hit its head! Upon receiving the command, Lěng Qīngyán raised the plank high above her head and brought it down with all her might toward the cobra's skull. But Lěng Qīngyán, overcome by fear, closed her eyes as she swung. This caused the blow to miss its mark. Only the edge of the plank made contact with the cobra. Even so, the blow caused the cobra's body to stagger. Die! Jiāng Mu, quick as lightning, seized the moment the cobra staggered. He swung the wooden plank in his hand, delivering a series of fierce blows directly at the cobra's head. The blow knocked the cobra unconscious. Sprawled on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Watch this, yee-haw! That girl Lěng Qīngyán had somehow produced a kitchen knife. She swung it straight at the cobra's neck. Splatter! A dull thud echoed as the cobra was severed in two. The snake's body thrashed wildly, rolling and twisting on the ground. The severed head continued to bite wildly. Cold Qīngyán's pretty face turned deathly pale as she scrambled backward, stammering, It's come back to life. Jiāng Mu chuckled at her adorably flustered expression. He waved his hand dismissively. It's not a zombie. Its neurons aren't dead yet. It's just reacting to the stimulus. With that, Jiāng Mu grabbed a wooden plank and smashed it hard onto the snake's head, rendering it completely motionless. Its body, however, remained eerily animated, writhing and twisting violently. It was utterly terrifying. Phew! After dealing with everything, Jiāng Mu exhaled deeply, staring at the blackened patch on the wall where the snake venom had corroded the paint. He felt a chill run down his spine. He muttered to himself, "Damn, thank goodness I reacted fast enough. Otherwise, I might have lost my life right here. How are you? Are you okay?" Jiāng Mu casually tossed aside the wooden plank in his hand, brushed the dust off his hands, and asked Lěng Qīngyán. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. "I'm fine. Just startled. My heart's racing a bit." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu grinned and teased, "I don't buy it unless you let me check." Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed crimson. She shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving glare and pouted, "What kind of time is this for jokes?" "Ha ha." Jiāng Mu chuckled. "I was just trying to lighten the mood. By the way, did you check the room I was staying in before? Did anything go missing?" Jiāng Mu gestured toward the spare bedroom he'd occupied and asked Lěng Qīngyán. "No." Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. "Ever since you moved out, I've been using that room as a storage closet. It's just filled with odds and ends, nothing valuable, so I didn't bother checking." "Oh." Jiāng Mu nodded, then patted Lěng Qīngyán's fragrant shoulder. "Step aside. I'll go in and see what's inside." "Sure." Lěng Qīngyán was thoroughly shaken by the sudden appearance of those two cobras. So when Jiāng Mu asked her to step aside, she moved out of the way without hesitation. She was terrified that two more cobras might dart out from within the room. Bang! Jiāng Mu also feared such a thing might happen again. So after pressing the door handle, he didn't push it open with his hand. Instead, he kicked the door open with his foot. But halfway open, it stopped. It seemed as though something was blocking it. Simultaneously, a muffled wailing sound echoed from within the room. It sounded like someone was crying. Lěng Qīngyán's heart sank in terror. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she whispered to Jiāng Mu, Jiāng Mu, is there a ghost in there?" Jiāng Mu rolled his eyes. "Ghosts are just stuff to scare kids. You actually believe that? Someone's definitely playing tricks. Wait here, I'll go check it out." With that, Jiāng Mu grabbed a wooden plank and stepped inside. The next second, the scene before him stunned him once more. The small room, not particularly large, was covered in bloodstains. Some were splattered, others pooled in large patches, a sight that was truly horrifying. A thick, foul stench hung heavy in the air. It was enough to make one retch. Behind the door, two men, beaten until they looked like blood-soaked gourds, were bound together with ropes. The muffled sobs came from one of the burly men. You're the two security guards from Spring Rain Mall?" Jiāng Mu recognized the two men. He hurried forward and pulled the stinking sock stuffed into the guard's mouth. "Mr. Jiāng." The moment the security guard saw Jiāng Mu, his emotions completely broke down. Sniffling and tearfully, he pleaded, You must help us." Jiāng Mu patted the security guard on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry. Take your time." What exactly happened? Chapter 91, Lights Out, I'm Out, third update. The guard sniffled a few times before speaking slowly. "At noon today, while the Jian and I were resting in the break room, a group of men in black suddenly burst in. Without a word, they started beating De Jian and me. They knocked us both unconscious. When we woke up, we were here. They demanded, 'Where is he?' We said we didn't know, and that made them furious. They chopped off one hand each from De Jian and me. The pain was so intense we both passed out again. When we came to, we saw you. So, Mr. Jiang, I beg you must help us seek justice." After hearing security guard Dawe's account, Jiāng Mu felt overwhelming guilt. He patted Dawe's shoulder, his eyes filled with resolve. "Dawe, you and Daejian were targeted because you helped me. I swear by the lamp if I, Jiāng Mu, fail to get justice for you too, may the lamp burn me to ashes." Snap. The moment Jiāng Mu finished speaking, the lights truly went out. Jiāng Mu was stunned. He wondered what was going on. Could it be that the heavens were telling him he couldn't get justice? Sorry. Just as Jiāng Mu was puzzled, Lěng Qīngyán looked utterly embarrassed. I accidentally leaned on the switch just now. You guys continue. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán, are you deliberately messing with me? After the little incident. Jiāng Mu patted Dawe's shoulder again. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you guys justice on this. Right now, the priority is getting you both to the hospital ASAP. With any luck, maybe we can still reattach the hand. Thank you, Mr. Jiāng. At that moment, Jiāng Mu was like a ray of light in the darkness for Dawe. He chose to trust him unconditionally. 4 p.m. Linhai 3rd People's Hospital. Jiāng Mu called Meng. "Two friends of mine got injured and are in the hospital, so I can't take you to the movies today." "Sorry." Meng was stood up, and she was still pretty upset. But upon hearing about Jiāng Mu's friends being hospitalized, she didn't dwell on it. She simply said they could reschedule another time and hung up. Qīngyán, you can't go back to that place. Starting today, you'll stay at my place for now. Okay. After what had happened, Lěng Qīngyán dared not stay there. She nodded without hesitation. So what should we do now? Should we call the police? Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No. We can't call the police. Why not? Qīngyán had been taught that when in trouble, you call the police. So she was puzzled why Jiāng Mu wouldn't choose to report it. While both you and I know the real masterminds are Li Wan and her father Li Tanqiu, do we have any evidence? Jiāng Mu answered his own question, no. Because from start to finish, Li Wan and Li Tanqiu never showed up. Only some small-time thugs working for them appeared. So even if we report it, the ones arrested would only be those henchmen, not Li Wan and Li Tanqiu, the two big bosses pulling the strings. But Lěng Qīngyán looked utterly unwilling. So we're just going to let it go like that? Absolutely not. Jiāng Mu shook his head decisively. They injured Dawei and Dajian, even severing their hands. We must avenge this. And you must understand their ultimate targets are you and me. Until we're punished, even if we wanted to let it go and swallow our pride, they'd never leave us alone. So we have to fight them until they're completely defeated. Ha! Hearing this, Lěng Qīngyán was filled with regret. Tears welling in her eyes, she blamed herself. Jiāng Mu, it's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on playing that game that day, if I hadn't argued with Li Wan in the game, none of this would have happened. None of this trouble would have been caused. It's all my fault. By the end, Lěng Qīngyán broke down completely. Her tear-streaked face looked truly heartbreaking. All right. Jiāng Mu gently rubbed her small head, soothing her with a soft voice. Playing games wasn't your fault, and neither was arguing. The fault lies with that Li Wan. Her personality is just too domineering. She thinks her dad's powerful gives her free rein to do whatever she wants. So, even if it hadn't been you, there'd be a Hu Qīngyán, a Zhao Qīngyán, or even a Li Qīngyán arguing with her. So don't blame yourself too much. Besides, this matter. I can handle it completely. You don't need to worry. Jiāng Mu said this with his words. But deep down, he still felt uneasy. After all, Li Tanqiu wielded immense influence. Shaking that foundation? Not so easy. Squeak. Just then, the operating room door swung open. A male doctor emerged from inside, smiling as he addressed Jiāng Mu. The surgery was successful. We managed to save their hands. As for how much function they'll regain in the future, it's hard to say. Conservative estimates suggest maybe 2 or 3 layers of sensation at best, possibly even less, and they'll likely lose all feeling. All right. Jiāng Mu nodded. Thank you so much, Dr. Wang. I'll definitely come by to properly thank you when I have the chance. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. Dr. Wang chuckled. I've received more than enough kindness from Mr. Su in my daily life. Doing what little I can is nothing special. You really needn't be so formal. It's only right. Jiāng Mu exchanged a few more polite words with Dr. Wang before following the nurse to the ward. Both were still unconscious at that moment. So after a brief visit, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán left first. As for their care, Jiāng Mu hired nursing aides for them. This was his way of offering them some compensation. Outside the hospital, Jiāng Mu noticed Lěng Qīngyán looking gloomy. He knew she was still blaming herself for Dawei and Dajian's injuries. So he suggested taking her to the amusement park to lighten her mood. Lěng Qīngyán naturally didn't want to go. But Jiāng Mu didn't give her a chance to refuse. He simply grabbed her hand and headed straight for the amusement park. Linhai City had several amusement parks. But the largest and most exciting one was undoubtedly Xianjiang Joyland. This was precisely where Jiāng Mu intended to take Lěng Qīngyán. Squeak! It was Friday, and the amusement park was packed. The ticket booth area, in particular, was packed with people. The serpentine queue stretched over a kilometer. Jiāng Mu was bored stiff waiting in line, so he opened Douyin and started swiping through lucky bags. Just to kill time. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've successfully become the top spender in the Glowing Lobster livestream and won a black lucky bag. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've become the top spender in 989's livestream and won a black lucky bag. Damn it! 2 black lucky bags in a row turned Jiāng Mu's face dark. He thought his luck today was just terrible. Both were low-tier lucky bags? What a bloody joke. Ding! Just as Jiāng Mu was complaining, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. You've successfully become the top spender in 10 live streams and have obtained the hidden lucky bag, Rainbow Black. Chapter 92 Crazy Calls. Jiāng Mu was stunned. The hidden lucky bag he'd been longing for had unexpectedly fallen into his lap. This feeling was just too damn satisfying. Open the lucky bag. Without hesitation, Jiāng Mu clicked the open button. Swish! A burst of dazzling black light flashed, and 4 items automatically stored themselves in his system backpack. Jiāng Mu eagerly checked them one by one. First up, as was customary with lucky bags, were fragments. This time, Jiāng Mu obtained a total of 12 fragments. 1 colored, 2 gold, 4 blue, and 5 green. The colored one was the blueprint for a 2 nanometers lithography machine, currently at 3.2 progress. The gold fragment was for a 5-story super luxury yacht, with current progress at 8.6. The blue fragments included 1 advanced mathematics, 3 master-level painting techniques. Current progress, advanced mathematics at 431 fragment short, while master-level painting techniques is complete and has automatically synthesized ready for mastery at any time. The final green fragments are 2 top-tier voice acting techniques and 3 100% evasion. The top-tier voice acting technique is currently at 3.2, also needing 1 more fragment like advanced math. Perfect evasion is already at 3.3 completion and can be used immediately. Without hesitation, Jiāng Mu activated both the master-level painting technique and perfect evasion. Swish! A pure white radiance shot from Jiāng Mu's forehead, burrowing deep into his mind. Immediately, his understanding of painting and evasion techniques deepened significantly. Moving on to the third item, a shopping receipt from Mutai Plaza. It listed the Patek Philippe 6104 R001 watch. Purchase price, 3.41 million. Whoa! Seeing that price, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but gasp. He muttered to himself, I'd only heard that Patek Philippe watches were expensive, but I never imagined they could be this pricey. I really have no idea what makes this watch so special that it can command such a fortune. Without dwelling on it further, he continued scanning the list. The final item was a business card. It read, Chairman of Jiangjiang Joy City, Su Lei. Phone, 178XXXX. By past convention, obtaining a business card meant acquiring the company itself. The only question was whether this time he'd acquired shares or the entire company. But either way, it was cause for celebration. After all, Jiangjiang Joyland is Linhai City's most profitable amusement park. Annual revenue soars to 15.7 billion. Even just a stake would be enough for Jiāng Mu to pocket hundreds of millions in dividends annually. Of course, acquiring the entire company would be even better. After all, whoever complains about having too much money these days? Rying. Just as Jiāng Mu was lost in his blissful daydream, his phone rang. He picked it up to see an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? Jiāng Mu answered the call with a neutral tone. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Jiāng Mu? A woman's voice came through, sweet and syrupy. Yes. Who is this? I'm the manager of the Onkyo Yada Plaza store. The Onkyo H900M closed-back headphones you ordered from us recently have arrived. Would you be able to come pick them up now? The moment he heard headphones, Jiāng Mu suddenly realized. A few days ago, while opening a lucky bag, he had received a shopping receipt for a diamond-encrusted headset worth 700,000 yuan. However, the store hadn't called him, and he'd been busy. He had simply forgotten about it. It turned out these headphones were ordered items that had just arrived. No wonder the seller had only just called him now. Ah, okay. Jiāng Mu responded, but I'm tied up right now. Let's make it tomorrow, I'll swing by tomorrow. Alright. The female manager didn't linger on the call. She responded briefly before hanging up. Ring ring. Almost as soon as the call ended, another call came in. The caller was also an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, may I speak with Mr. Jiāng Mu? I'm Zhu, the store manager of Patek Philippe at Asia Plaza. You can call me Little Zhu. The moment he heard Patek Philippe, Jiāng Mu immediately thought of that 3.4 million yuan watch. He hurriedly asked, has the watch arrived? That's correct. Xiao Zhu smiled slightly and replied, it arrived at our store just 10 minutes ago. Are you available now, Mr. Jiang? If you are, I can have someone deliver the watch to you immediately. Sure. Jiāng Mu glanced at the long queue, at least another half-hour wait, and replied, I'm at the ticket office by the east gate of Jiangjiang Amusement Park. Come over now. I'll wait here for you. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Zhu responded cheerfully, rest assured, we'll definitely be there within 20 minutes. With that, the other party hung up. Ring ring. It was the same experience as before. The moment the call ended, another call came in. Jiāng Mu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the thought of suddenly becoming such a busy person. Hello? Who is this? This time, Jiāng Mu didn't check the caller ID and answered directly. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the secretary to Mr. Su Lei, the former chairman of Jiangjiang Happy City. My name is Haoji Lei. You can just call me Xiao Lei. The girl's voice on the phone was sweet without being cloying, humble without being obsequious. Jiāng Mu found her pleasant to listen to and smiled as he asked, Xiao Lei, hello. What brings you to call me? Well, Mr. Jiang. Hao Jilai replied calmly, since you acquired Jiangjiang Happy City in full, you haven't visited the premises yet. I was wondering when you might find time to come by? So I can hand over the company documents and financial reports to you for the handover, allowing me to resign as soon as possible. Oh. Jiāng Mu nodded. Alright, I'm currently at the ticket booth by the east gate of the amusement park. Just come straight over to find me. Ha? Hao Jilai was startled. After a moment's pause, she hurriedly replied, okay, I'll be right over. Please hold on. With that, Hao Jilai hurriedly hung up the phone. Jiāng Mu also tucked his phone back into his pocket after the call ended. But when he looked up, he was startled by Lěng Qīngyán's fierce glare. Confused, he asked, "Why are you giving me that murderous look?" "Nothing." Lěng Qīngyán's face remained stern as she retorted irritably, "I just wanted to see which vixen called you. That one has you grinning from ear to ear, showing all 24 teeth." "Ha!" Jiāng Mu chuckled at Lěng Qīngyán's words, waving his hand dismissively. "What nonsense! I'm happy because I made money. What does that have to do with any fox spirit? Keep pretending." Lěng Qīngyán didn't believe a word of it. She snorted coldly, "We'll see how long you can keep this up, humph." "It's not." Jiāng Mu was speechless. "What am I pretending? I'm telling the truth. Besides, you're not my girlfriend. Even if I did call a fox spirit, what business is it of yours? Or, are you jealous?" Chapter 93 Uninvited Guest. Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face flushed. "Right. Jiāng Mu isn't even my boyfriend. Even if he's talking to that vixen on the phone, it's none of my business." Then why was she getting angry? Could it be she was actually jealous? The thought made Lěng Qīngyán shake her head vigorously, banishing the dreadful notion from her mind. She stammered out a defense, "And no way. I was just worried that seductress would trick you into being sold to northern Myanmar to have your kidneys harvested, humph." "Ha!" Jiāng Mu saw through her words but chose not to call her out. He chuckled, "Well then, I'll take that as Miss Leng's kind concern. You're welcome." Humph. Lěng Qīngyán proudly tilted her fair neck, her playful demeanor radiating an especially captivating beauty in the fading glow of the sunset. Squeak! Just then, a modified Maserati Urus sped toward them from the distance, slamming on its brakes to a halt right before Jiāng Mu. The front bumper came within inches of Jiāng Mu's legs. It was a hair's breadth away. Lěng Qīngyán's face drained of color as she angrily yelled at the driver, "Hey! What kind of driving is that? Did you know you almost hit someone?" Everyone had been focused on waiting in line, but Lěng Qīngyán's outburst. Everyone turned to look this way. However, everyone's attention was clearly focused on the car. After all, a German-tuned Maserati Urus was a rare sight in China. Now that they'd seen one, how could they not take a second look? Damn, that front end looks like a freaking Transformers robot, so damn sleek. It costs over 6 million yuan off the lot, of course it's cool. Damn, that thing's crazy expensive. For that kind of money, you might as well buy a Rolls-Royce. What do you know? Young people these days love cool cars like this. Rolls-Royces are way too old-fashioned for them. True. Rolls-Royces suit successful middle-aged folks. Cars like this are what young people want. Wow, the owner is so handsome too. If he were that good-looking, I'd gladly let him take advantage of me. Yeah, right. With your figure, he wouldn't even want you for free, he'd be afraid you'd crack his pelvis. Shut up. As the crowd grew larger, the murmurs grew louder. The once quiet ticket booth became unusually lively. Clunk. The doors opened, and 4 boys around Jiāng Mu's age stepped out. Leading the group was the driver who had nearly collided with Jiāng Mu. The 4 of them strode over to Jiāng Mu with an air of swagger, chatting and laughing among themselves. Their eyes were filled with contempt as they looked at Jiāng Mu. "You guys, what's with this loser?" He saw the car coming right at him and didn't even budge. The leader lit a Zhou Zhizun cigarette, puffing smoke as he asked his companion beside him. "What else could it be?" A guy with a buzzcut chuckled. "He's probably scared stiff by young Master Tian, ha ha ha." "Kid." A tall guy with a pompadour blew smoke in Jiāng Mu's direction. "If you gotta pee, go pee. You're a grown man, wetting your pants won't look good. Ha 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 ha." The crowd burst into laughter, their voices brimming with amusement. Jiāng Mu glanced at the few people, feeling a bit puzzled. He didn't recognize any of these people? Zhao Tian. Just as Jiāng Mu was puzzled, Lěng Qīngyán shouted at the leader of the group, "If you're here for me, take it out on me. Don't insult my friends." Zhao Tian? Jiāng Mu had heard that name before. It was the day he and Lěng Qīngyán went to the hospital to remove her cast, when a girl named Lěng Qīngyán mentioned it. He'd learned then that Lěng Qīngyán and this Zhao Tian didn't get along. But since Lěng Qīngyán hadn't mentioned it, he hadn't pressed for details. Little did he expect to run into him here today. Talk about enemies meeting by chance. Zhao Tian shot Lěng Qīngyán a glance, let out a wicked chuckle, then spread his arms wide as he strode toward her, calling out in a mockingly cheerful tone, "Oh my little darling. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've gotten even prettier. Come on, let your husband give you a hug." Smack! There was no way Lěng Qīngyán would let him hug her. The moment Zhao Tian approached, she swung a palm straight across his face. A bloody trail instantly appeared on Zhao Tian's handsome, fair face. The pain made Zhao Tian suck in a sharp breath. The once noisy scene fell deathly silent after that slap. You could hear a pin drop. You. As one of Linhai City's most prominent super-rich second-generation tycoons, when had Zhao Tian ever endured such humiliation? Especially being slapped in the face by a woman in front of so many people. It felt like his dignity had been utterly shattered. Rage surged through him. He cursed viciously and raised his hand to strike Lěng Qīngyán's fair, delicate face. Startled, Lěng Qīngyán quickly closed her eyes. Smack! Just as Zhao Tian's hand was about to strike Lěng Qīngyán, Jiāng Mu moved, raising his arm to block the blow. Then he swung his hand back, delivering a sharp counter slap to Zhao Tian's other cheek. He declared, enunciating each word with deliberate force, "Want to fight? I'll oblige. But if you try to bully my girlfriend, you won't get away with it." Jiāng Mu's words rang out with force and authority. The few young girls present were utterly captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Though Lěng Qīngyán didn't display the same giddy enthusiasm as the girls, she too was captivated by Jiāng Mu's commanding presence. Her pretty face flushed crimson. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Especially when she heard the words girlfriend, her heartbeat quickened even more. Her gaze toward Jiāng Mu rippled with emotion. You! Zhao Tian's buddies, seeing their friend get hit, flared up in rage. Swearing furiously, they swung their fists and charged toward Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán, seeing this, urgently shouted, "Jiāng Mu, watch out!" Jiāng Mu nodded, then effortlessly dodged their punches using his newly acquired 100% evasion skill. He then counterattacked. Thud! 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 After several muffled thuds, two of the three were beaten into the shape of national first-class protected animals, giant pandas. The third one was bent over double, spitting out sour stomach acid, tears streaming down his face. He looked utterly miserable. The onlookers were stunned. Lěng Qīngyán was stunned. Zhao Tian and his three buddies were even more stunned. They never dreamed Jiāng Mu was actually a martial arts master. This was just beyond belief. So, still wanna fight? Jiāng Mu, having tested his skills, realized that this 100% evasion was truly a valuable asset. With this skill, mom would never have to worry about her son getting beaten to a pulp again. Put. Hearing this, Zhao Tian and the others were so frustrated they felt like spitting blood. You're so damn good, why would we even fight you? We'd be idiots. Kid. But letting Jiāng Mu off like this? Zhao Tian was dead set against it. He clenched his teeth hard on the cigarette but in his mouth and snarled, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you know a few tricks. This society values money and power. You better believe it, one phone call from me, and you won't set foot in Jiāng amusement park again. You'll be kicked out of here with your tail between your legs." Chapter 94, It Really Is My Family's Place, third update. Jiāng Mu froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. What? You mean this Jiāng amusement park is run by your Zhao family? You think you can just bar me from entering and kick me out whenever you please? Oomph. Zhao Tian sneered, then waved over the buzz-cut guy beside him with an air of superiority. Mengzi, give this kid a proper lesson on who I am, so he knows exactly who he's talking to. The buzz-cut man sneered, stepping forward with a swaying gait. Listen up, kid. The gentleman beside me is the renowned Zhao Tian, young Master Tian. While Jiāng Amusement City isn't his family's business, the most famous club in Linhai City, Heaven on Earth, is owned by young Master Tian's family. Beyond that, chains like Glimmer Convenience Stores, Golden Summit Racing Club, and Sunrise Murder Mystery, all those are young Master Tian's family businesses too. Let me put it this way, once Uncle Zhao retires, young Master Tian's net worth will easily hit 100 billion. Across the entire Donyang province, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who can rival him. Put. Jiāng Mu chuckled at the buzzcut guy's ignorance, grinning as he retorted, "A mere 100 billion, and you dare claim unrivaled? You clearly haven't given Wank Real Estate or Yatai International a second thought." The buzzcut guy was speechless. His face flushed alternately red and white, looking utterly miserable. Finally, the tall guy spoke up, his face brimming with arrogance. Kid, cut the crap. If you're so great, why don't you try surpassing 100 billion in net worth yourself? You're just full of hot air. Exactly. Prompted by the tall guy, the buzzcut guy found his retort and fired back, if you're so great, why don't you have that kind of money? You're nothing. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He turned to Lěng Qīngyán and said, "Qīngyán, it's almost our turn. Let's go buy tickets." Saying this, Jiāng Mu took Lěng Qīngyán's delicate hand and headed toward the ticket counter. Stop right there. Seeing the girl he liked being led away by someone else. Zhao Tian's heart felt like it was being sliced open, the pain unbearable. His face hardened as he roared, "You little punk, get your filthy hands off Qīngyán right now." Why? Jiāng Mu held up the hand he was holding with Lěng Qīngyán's and said to Zhao Tian, "My girlfriend likes me holding her hand. Why should I let go?" Exactly. Lěng Qīngyán knew Jiāng Mu was deliberately provoking Zhao Tian, so she joined in defiantly, "I like it when he holds my hand." So what? You, both of you. Zhao Tian was furious. He whipped his head around and bellowed toward the nearby security booth, "Hey, Li. Are you dead or something? Get your ass over here now." Zhao Tian's words had no effect on Jiāng Mu. But they worked wonders on others. At his roar, a middle-aged man with a beer belly scrambled out of the security booth, practically crawling over himself. "Young Master Tian, what are your orders? Get this piece of trash out of here." Zhao Tian pointed at Jiāng Mu and bellowed hoarsely. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, then flashed a confident smile. Rest assured, young Master Tian, I'll make sure he's sent packing for good. With that, the man beckoned to the 2 security guards behind him. He barked sharply, "What are you 2 standing around for? Get him out of here now." "Yes, sir." The 2 young security guards dared not disobey. Nodding, they immediately charged toward Jiāng Mu. "Kid," they snapped irritably, "if you don't want to get hurt, you'd better leave now." Jiāng Mu ignored the 2 guards and turned his gaze to the middle-aged man nearby. His voice was cold as he demanded, "What's your name? What's your position? Who pays your salary?" "Ha?" The middle-aged man froze, then furrowed his brow. "What the hell do you call me? What position? Who pays my salary? I told you to get lost. Now get the hell out of here. Don't push your luck." "Oomph." Jiāng Mu laughed bitterly at the absurdity. He muttered, "A lowly security captain dares tell me to get lost? You're quite the big shot, aren't you? You think I can't fire you on the spot? Fire me?" The middle-aged man chuckled, folding his arms with an air of arrogance. "Who do you think you are? Firing me? Do you really believe you're the CEO of Happy City, treating this place like your own private domain?" "That's right." Jiāng Mu nodded indifferently. "You're right. This amusement park really is my family's business." "Put." The middle-aged man laughed. The 2 young security guards chuckled too. Then the entire crowd burst into laughter, staring at Jiāng Mu as if he were mentally challenged. Zhao Tian, in particular, was laughing hysterically. Gasping for breath, he said, "Kid, gotta hand it to you, your bull is truly top-notch. If it weren't for the fact that the boss of Happy City is friends with my dad, and I knew his last name was Su, not Jiang, I'd have fallen for your scam." The buzzcut guy sneered with a laugh. "Kid, bragging's fine, but when you take it too far, that's just wrong." The tall guy joined in, laughing, "Damn it, if I follow your logic, I could claim this Happy City is my family's business." "Ha ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." The crowd's laughter grew even louder. Lěng Qīngyán, irritated by the harsh laughter, shouted back, "My boyfriend says he owns it, so he owns it. What's so funny? What's so hilarious about that?" Truthfully, Lěng Qīngyán wasn't entirely sure herself. But after spending so much time with Jiāng Mu, she had never seen him brag, nor did he seem the type to. So she chose to believe him. "Qīngyán, my dear." Zhao Tian chuckled. "You've definitely been duped by this big liar. Trust me, you should leave him immediately and come into my arms. Rest assured, as long as you change your mind, I'll still treat you well." Young Master Tian is absolutely right. The others chimed in, "This guy's a fraud. Young Master Tian just said this amusement park belongs to his dad's friend, it's not his. Wake up, girl. Don't fall for his tricks anymore. Shut up, all of you." Lěng Qīngyán couldn't be bothered with their nonsense. She stiffened her neck and declared, "I believe him, and that's final. Stop talking, I won't listen anyway. And Zhao Tian, let me make this clear, even if every man on this planet were to die out, I would never be with you. You." Zhao Tian was furious at Lěng Qīngyán's words. Gritting his teeth viciously, he snarled, "Fine. Fine, Lěng Qīngyán. You don't want to be with me? Damn it, I'll take you to the bridal chamber tonight. I'll see if you're still so stubborn in bed." Thud. With that, Zhao Tian kicked the middle-aged man hard. "Li Dashan, what the hell are you standing around for? Get moving. Get that kid out of here. And this woman, get her into the car." Chapter 95, Deep Affection. "Yes." Li Dashan dared not disobey Zhao Tian. After responding with a sharp yes, he rushed toward Jiāng Mu. The other 2 security guards stood ready. The moment Li Dashan gave the order, they would act without hesitation. "Li Dashan." Jiāng Mu watched Li Dashan approach with a look of suppressed anger. His face darkened as he barked, "You need to understand you work for Xianjiang Happy City, not Zhao Tian." "So what?" Li Dashan sneered contemptuously, puffing out his chest. "I'll listen to whoever I damn well please. What the hell business is it of yours? Fine. Very well." Jiāng Mu nodded coldly with a sneer. "Remember what you just said. Don't come crying to me later. Regret." Li Dashan couldn't be bothered with Jiāng Mu's nonsense. After hurling an angry curse, he barked at the 2 security guards standing nearby, "Stop standing around. Get moving." "Yes." The 2 security guards responded in unison, charging at Jiāng Mu from both sides. They pinned both of Jiāng Mu's arms down hard behind his back. The intense pain contorted Jiāng Mu's face. His face flushed bright red. Just watching was agonizing. "Zhao Tian, tell them to let go. Let go." Lěng Qīngyán frantically pushed against the 2 security guards' arms, but as a petite girl, she couldn't possibly match their strength. After pushing for ages, she couldn't budge them at all. She was so upset she was on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Zhao Tian's heart burned with jealousy. Fury boiling within him, he gritted his teeth and snarled, "How touching. Such deep affection. Since you care so much about him, I'll do this for your sake, make him suffer a little more." His expression turned icy as he barked at Li Dashan, "Li Dashan, I've changed my mind. Not only will he be kicked out, but he'll kneel before me and kowtow an apology." "Very well." Li Dashan flashed a sycophantic grin. Then, strutting arrogantly before Jiāng Mu, he waved his massive fist and declared with brazen insolence, "Kid, I'll give you two choices. Either you kneel down willingly and kowtow to young Master Tian, or I'll use this iron fist to knock you to your knees. Take your pick." Put. Jiāng Mu spat right in Li Daqiang's face, chuckling coldly. "I choose the third option, both of you get down on your knees." "You." Feeling the sticky spit on his face, Li Daqiang flew into a rage. He swung his fist toward Jiāng Mu's stomach, cursing furiously, "My ass. Today, I'll beat you to death." "No, no." Lěng Qīngyán tried to intervene, but Zhao Tian gripped her wrist so tightly she couldn't move an inch. All she could do was watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy in their eyes. They felt a pang of sorrow for Jiāng Mu. "Stop." Just as the situation reached a critical point, a commanding female voice rang out from nearby. A stunning woman in a business suit, her hair pulled into a sleek bun, strode purposefully into view, her presence commanding attention. Behind her followed several colleagues in matching suits and over a dozen security guards. Her overwhelming presence struck fear into hearts before any battle had even begun. "Secretary. Secretary Hao, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the woman as Hao Jilai, the personal secretary to Su Lei, chairman of Jiangjiang Happy City, Li Daqiang, who had been strutting about arrogantly, acting as if he owned the place, suddenly cringed like a mouse seeing a cat. He scurried over to Hao Jilai's side, his face plastered with obsequiousness. "Get lost." Hao Jilai didn't even glance at him. With a gentle push of her jade-like hand, she shoved Li Daqiang aside like a pile of trash. She strode straight toward Jiāng Mu and barked impatiently at the two security guards holding his arms, "Get your hands off him this instant." The two security guards dared not disobey Hao Jilai's command. They immediately released their grip and slunk aside, frozen like frightened quails, not daring to move an inch. Li Daqiang's face drained of color. His heart pounded wildly. He thought to himself, "Damn it. What the hell is this guy's status? How could he get the CEO's personal secretary to come rescue him personally?" Zhao Tian and the others were stunned. They stood frozen in place, brows furrowed. Speculation about Jiāng Mu's identity ran wild in people's minds. The onlookers were utterly stunned. They never dreamed that such a one-sided situation could possibly turn around. "Mr. Jiang, I'm truly sorry I'm late." Just as everyone was puzzled, Hao Jilai spoke up. She gently smoothed out the wrinkles in Jiāng Mu's clothes with one hand while saying, "I'm truly sorry you had to endure such treatment. I apologize to you." Jiāng Mu flexed his aching shoulders and shook his head. "This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize. Because, the one who should be apologizing is him." Finishing his sentence, Jiāng Mu pointed at Li Daqiang with a cold expression. "Jilai, tell him. Tell him whether this Jiangjiang Joyland is owned by my family and who pays his salary." "Got it." Hao Jilai nodded, her expression turning stern as she fixed Li Daqiang with a cold stare. She enunciated each word deliberately. "Li Daqiang, listen carefully. The man standing beside me is the new chairman of our Jiangjiang Joyland. Jiāng Mu, Chairman Jiang. Jiangjiang Amusement Park is his family's business. Your salary comes from Chairman Jiang. Do you understand now?" "WH? What?" In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in commotion. "Holy crap! This kid is actually the owner of this amusement park? He looks barely 18 or 19, yet he's rich enough to acquire Jiangjiang Amusement City, which cost over 20 billion to build. It's not about his age, he's got a wealthy father. I was wondering earlier why such a beautiful girl would date someone like him. Turns out it's because he's loaded. Mom, I'm in love. This guy is so handsome." "Me too. Mr. Jiang, could you maybe not be so rigid about gender roles?" The crowd chattered away, filling the entire East Gate with an unusual buzz of excitement. Zhao Tian's face darkened. He had assumed Jiāng Mu was merely a slightly wealthy second-generation rich kid. Given his family's resources, he figured he could easily manipulate him at will. But now, it turned out the guy could even fully acquire an amusement park worth tens of billions. This was truly hitting a brick wall. Li Daqiang was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. His legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. The other two security guards followed suit, kneeling beside him. Their entire bodies trembled uncontrollably. "Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang." Li Daqiang stammered to Jiāng Mu, I didn't recognize your true identity. I'm so sorry for offending you. Please spare me since I didn't know who you really were." "Can you? Spare you?" Jiāng Mu laughed. "Did you ever think of sparing me just now?" Boom! At those words, Li Daqiang froze in shock. He collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen as death. Chapter 96 Kneel. "Fire them." Jiāng Mu gestured toward the two security guards nearby, then turned back to Hao Jilai with a dismissive tone. "Fire them too. Deduct this month's wages and their previous deposits every last cent." "Ha!" Upon hearing they too would be fired, with both their deposits and wages deducted, both security guards turned green in the face. They frantically pleaded with Jiāng Mu, "Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, you know the saying debt has its debtor, wrong has its wrongdoer. Li Daxiang forced us into this. You can't fire us too. That's right, Director Jiang. The other security guard chimed in, we're just lowly guards, but Li Daxiang is the security captain. We had no choice but to obey him. Please spare us, sir. We were forced into this. Oomph. Jiāng Mu gave them a cold glance and sneered, I don't care if you were forced. All I know is you neglected your duties and abused your authority. You deserve to be fired. Of course, if you're not satisfied, come find me. I'll be happy to discuss it any time. Boom. The two security guards froze in shock. They were mere nobodies, not even worthy of tying Jiāng Mu's shoes. How could they possibly challenge him? But they might not dare confront Jiāng Mu, but that didn't mean they couldn't take it out on Li Daxiang. And sure enough, seeing Jiāng Mu was determined to fire them, they stormed over to Li Daxiang, shouting angrily, Li Daxiang, because of you, we've both been fired. What do you suggest we do about this? What should we do? Li Daxiang froze for a moment, then snapped irritably, get the hell out of here. You two got fired, and I got fired too. Now get the hell out of my way and stop blocking my path. With that, Li Daxiang stood up to leave. But as soon as he lifted his foot, a security guard kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Fists rained down on Li Daxiang's chubby face as the guard cursed, Li Daxiang, if you weren't the security captain and a senior to us, we'd have beaten the crap out of you ages ago. Right. Another security guard stomped hard on Li Daxiang's face twice, cursing, stop acting tough with us. Hand over the money now. That's 2 months' wages plus the deposit for us 15,000 yuan total. Give us every last cent, or I'll kill you. He stomped on Li Daxiang's face twice more. He stomped on Li Daxiang's nose until it bled. The intense pain made Li Daxiang scream like a pig being slaughtered. He rolled around on the ground, writhing in agony. Damn it. I said pay up. You hear me? I heard you. I'll pay. Terrified by the beating, Li Daxiang fumbled for his bank card and handed it over. The pin is 189723. There's exactly 15,000 yuan in there. You're smart. The two young security guards grinned ear to ear after getting the money. Li Daxiang, however, felt so miserable he wanted to cry. His hatred for Zhao Tian boiled over, yet he dared not truly confront him. The pent-up rage nearly made him spit blood. He collapsed onto the ground, sobbing and wailing. Jiāng Mu ignored him, striding straight toward Zhao Tian. Let go. The thunderous command roared like a tiger's howl through the mountains. It shook Zhao Tian into a daze. His hand, which had instinctively gripped Lěng Qīngyán's wrist, released its hold. Only when he came to his senses did he realize something was amiss. But Lěng Qīngyán had already dashed to Jiāng Mu's side. How are you? Are you okay? Jiāng Mu took Lěng Qīngyán's hand, rubbing her wrist with concern. I'm fine. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head gently. Just a little sore from being squeezed. It's fine. Jiāng Mu smiled softly, his face full of affection. I'll rub it for you, and it'll feel better. Enough. Watching the two of them so deeply in love, Zhao Tianxin felt her heart shatter. An unquenchable rage burned within his chest. Gritting his teeth, he snarled at Jiāng Mu, kid, don't you dare act cocky around me. Just you wait, sooner or later, I'll take Lěng Qīngyán back. His voice trailing off, Zhao Tian's expression darkened as he beckoned to his companions. Let's go. Hold on. Just as Zhao Tian lifted his foot to leave, Jiāng Mu spoke up. His face darkened as he coldly snapped, did I give you permission to leave? Oh. Zhao Tian laughed bitterly at the provocation, turning back to Jiāng Mu with a sneer. What? You think you can beat me up? Jiāng Mu shook his head. Hitting you? I wouldn't dirty my hands. Put. The buzzcut guy sneered contemptuously, curling his lips. Talks cheap, big shot. Got the guts to hit young Master Tian? Go ahead, try it. Smack. The moment the buzzcut guy finished speaking, Jiāng Mu slapped him across the face. His face darkened as he snapped coldly, this is between us, you don't get to butt in. You son of a. The buzzcut guy flew into a rage, cursing as he swung his fist at Jiāng Mu. But the moment his fist began to swing, the dozen or so security guards nearby swiftly surrounded him. Their fierce stares locked onto the buzzcut guy's fist. Their meaning was clear, if you dare throw that punch, we'll move. The buzzcut guy had no choice but to grudgingly pull his fist back. But his face still screamed defiance. Enough, monkey. I'll handle this. Seeing this, Zhao Tian stepped forward, pulling the buzzcut guy behind him. He then turned to Jiāng Mu with a cold expression and demanded, speak. What must I do for you to let us leave? Jiāng Mu didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Hao Jilai and asked softly, do you have any glass bottles? Yes. Hao Jilai immediately replied, upon learning you were coming, I had someone prepare champagne. Would this bottle work? Saying this, Hao Jilai handed a delicate white champagne bottle to Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu nodded. Perfect. He took the bottle and smashed it with a loud crash onto the empty ground. Then, pointing at the shards on the ground, he ordered Zhao Tian, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to the ground. Then you can leave. You. As one of Linhai City's top-tier rich second generation, Zhao Tian had always been high and mighty, revered by others since childhood. How could he possibly kneel before anyone, especially on shards of glass? You really think you've got me cornered? You think I can't make your life hell with one phone call? Cut the crap. Jiāng Mu paid no heed to his threats, his face cold as ice. I'll give you 5 counts to decide. After 5 counts, either you kneel and kowtow, or I'll have them beat you into submission. You. Zhao Tian was furious. His face darkened as he snarled, just you wait. I'm calling my dad right now. You're finished. I'm telling you. You're absolutely finished. Chapter 97. You've screwed me over. Third update. Zhao Tian pulled out his phone, ready to dial. But Jiāng Mu acted as if he hadn't noticed, calmly counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2. With each number Jiāng Mu counted, the security guards closed in on Zhao Tian another inch. By the time he reached 2, several guards were practically pressed against Zhao Tian's body. The suffocating pressure made Zhao Tian's body tremble involuntarily. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. 1. Thud. As Jiāng Mu finished counting down to 1, Zhao Tian completely broke down. He collapsed onto the floor, knees hitting the ground with a thud amidst the scattered glass shards. Shards of glass, sharp as steel blades, instantly sliced through his skin. Blood trickled out, staining his pants crimson in an instant. The excruciating pain sent shockwaves through every nerve in his body. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed across the land. Jiāng Mu, is it? After a long moment, Zhao Tian, drenched in cold sweat, clenched his teeth and uttered each word with deliberate force. You just wait. If I, Zhao Tian, don't avenge this today, may I never be human again. With that, Zhao Tian banged his head 3 times on the ground in a loud thud. Then, supported by several companions, he turned and left. Clunk. Before getting into the car, Zhao Tian gripped the door handle with both hands and turned back to Lěng Qīngyán. Oh, and one more thing. For tomorrow's class reunion, I hope you don't show up late. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you won't get into a car accident. And you, Jiāng Mu. I hope you'll be there too. With that, Zhao Tian climbed into the car and drove off. Watching Zhao Tian's car disappear from sight, Lěng Qīngyán's face was filled with helplessness. But Jiāng Mu wore a look of utter indifference. To him, Zhao Tian was nothing more than a mere clown. He wasn't worth mentioning. Xiao Lei, find someone to clean this up. Jiāng Mu instructed Hao Jilei, let's go. Yes. Hao Jilei responded before leading Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán into the Jiāng Amusement Park. Jiāng Amusement Park, as Linhai City's largest amusement complex. Its sheer size was nothing short of enormous. Just walking from the east gate to the central office building took them nearly 30 minutes. Hao Jilei had actually wanted Jiāng Mu to take the shuttle bus. But Jiāng Mu insisted they walk the entire route. He figured walking would allow them to explore the scenery along the way. He also wanted to observe how the staff were handling their duties. Sis. Just as they reached the office building entrance, a mischievous girl in a purple floral dress skipped over. She suddenly grabbed Hao Jilei in a tight hug, pouting as she complained, "Where'd you go? I've been waiting here forever." Hao Jilei jumped at the sudden embrace. She quickly glanced sideways at Jiāng Mu. Seeing he didn't seem upset, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she abruptly pushed the girl away, her face cold as she snapped, "Hao Jitong, there are people here. Act properly." "Why?" Hao Jitong looked utterly confused. "After that jerk Su Lei got fired, you're the highest-ranking person in the whole Jiāng Amusement Park. If they dare say anything, you can just fire them, right?" Hao Jilei was speechless. Her pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could sink through the floor. She silently cursed under her breath, "Hao Jitong, you really are my dear sister. You've really screwed me over today. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, you." Hao Jilei was about to explain. But Jiāng Mu cut her off. "Hao Jitong, right? So if I say something, does that mean your sister would have to fire me too?" "Of course." Hao Jitong shot back without hesitation. She then turned her head slightly, her face aloof as she addressed Jiāng Mu. "My sister is." "Wait. You jerk. What are you doing here?" "Oh." Jiāng Mu grinned, teasing her, "Who knew? You may be all tits and no brains, but your memory's pretty sharp." "You?" Hao Jitong's face turned green with anger. She snorted coldly, then turned back to complain to Hao Jilei, "Sis, that creep I ran into at Chinyu Mall was him. You gotta teach him a lesson for me, make him pay for this." Hao Jilei was utterly speechless. She thought to herself, "Sis, asking me to teach him a lesson would be less satisfying than just stabbing me to death." Ahem. The situation was visibly awkward, so awkward that Hao Jilei wanted to escape even in her dreams. She gritted her teeth and faced it head-on. Clearing her throat, she snapped coldly at Hao Jitong, "Shut your mouth. Say another word and I'll sew it shut." "Ha?" Hao Jitong froze. Not only was her sister refusing to help her, but she was also acting furious and telling her to shut up. What on earth was going on here? Cough cough, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. After scolding her younger sister, Hao Zhilai turned to Jiāng Mu and said, "My sister has a blunt nature and doesn't filter her words. If she offended you, I sincerely apologize on her behalf." "I'm so sorry." "What? Chairman Jiang?" Hao Zhitong stared in disbelief, her wide, watery eyes bulging. "Sis, that scoundrel. No. He's the one who bought Happy City? My future boss?" Hao Zhilai covered her face and pressed her forehead. "You keep calling him a scoundrel, and now you want him to be your boss? Get ready to be fired." "Yes." Jiāng Mu chuckled, teasing Hao Zhitong, "I am the one who bought Jiāng Amusement Park. I am your boss. Remember that day at the mall when you bumped into me and called me a stinking scoundrel? From now on, I'll show you what a scoundrel really is." Turning to Hao Zhilai, he added, "Go to the nearby store and buy her a low-cut, backless mini skirt. Also get a low-cut crop top and a pair of super short denim hot pants. From now on, these two outfits will be her work uniform. She must wear them whenever she's at the company. Failure to do so will result in a deduction from her pay 100 yuan per offense." "You?" Hao Zhitong stomped her feet in fury. Flaring her little fangs, she fumed, "This is settling a personal score. This is bringing your personal feelings to work. This is blatant harassment." No matter what she said, Jiāng Mu stubbornly pretended not to hear, leading everyone inside. Hao Zhitong was left standing alone, fuming with suppressed anger. Fifth floor conference room. Jiāng Mu sat in the main seat, with Lěng Qīngyán beside him. As for Hao Zhitong, she now stood beside Jiāng Mu, dressed in a low-cut, crop-top outfit and ultra-short denim hot pants, her face flushed with anger. Her pretty face was etched with resentment. "What's wrong?" Jiāng Mu glanced at Hao Zhitong. "Judging by your expression, you don't seem too pleased." Hao Zhitong rolled her eyes but said nothing. But her defiant attitude spoke volumes. "Fine." Jiāng Mu stroked his chin. "Since you're unhappy wearing this, I'll get you something else. Xiaolei, go to the lingerie store right now and buy one of those lace dresses. Change her into it." "Ha?" Hao Zhitong was dumbfounded. She scrambled to beg for mercy. "Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. I'll never call you a filthy pervert again." Chapter 98, Jiāng Mu's Ambition. Watching Hao Zhitong's pouty, defeated expression as she backed down, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but chuckle. He then turned to glance at the others and murmured, "Xiaolei, everyone should be here now, right?" "Yes." Hao Zhilai glanced at the sign-in sheet in her hand and nodded. "Everyone's here. Good." Jiāng Mu nodded. "Then let's get started." As soon as Jiāng Mu gave the signal, the once bustling conference room fell silent. Everyone's expression grew solemn without a word. After all, the new boss's first major initiatives hadn't even begun yet. How could anyone not tread carefully? "Ha!" Jiāng Mu gave the assembly a brief, indifferent glance before nodding with satisfaction. He spoke slowly and deliberately, "I assume everyone here is already familiar with me, so I'll skip the introductions. Let's get straight to business." On my way from the entrance to the office building, I took a quick look around and noticed that quite a few pieces of equipment are outdated and worn out. Therefore, I intend to implement improvements at Jiāng Happy City. I expect you to submit a complete renovation plan to me within 1 week. Any issues? The group exchanged nervous glances. No one dared to speak up. Finally, Hao Zhilai spoke up. She pulled out a document and handed it to Jiāng Mu. "Chairman Jiang, our Jiāng Amusement Park is already the industry leader in Linhai City. All the equipment is still functional. Is it really necessary to spend money on upgrades and renovations?" Hao Zhilai was correct. Jiāng Amusement Park had only been in operation for 5 years. It certainly wasn't time for an overhaul yet. Moreover, Jiāng Amusement Park was already number 1 in Linhai City. Even if we upgraded it, it wouldn't make much difference. And it would be a waste of money. No way. Jiāng Mu rejected Hao Zhilai's idea without hesitation. While Jiāng Amusement Park is number 1 in Linhai City, what about in Dongyang Province? 3rd. And in all of Longhua? Around 30th. And globally? Around 300th. The more Hao Zhilai answered, the less confident she sounded. Finally, she lowered her head completely, unable to meet Jiāng Mu's gaze. Slap. There you have it. Jiāng Mu clapped his hands sharply, speaking earnestly, "Xiaolei, I know you're thinking of me, trying to save me money. But you don't understand my vision. My vision is to make Jiāng Joyland the world's number 1 amusement park. We'll leave Disney and Legoland in the dust. We'll give the people of Dragon Nation a theme park that carries our cultural heritage, a place that truly belongs to us." Jiāng Mu's words rang out with force and conviction. The assembled executives were swept up in a wave of fervor, their blood boiling with excitement. Even Lěng Qīngyán, observing from the sidelines, found herself swept up by Jiāng Mu's bold declaration. Her face lit up with genuine delight. But Hao Zhilai secretly hoped Jiāng Mu could create such an amusement park, for the vision he held transcended mere profit. It was a vision, a grand monument that would make the people of Longhua proud. But as his secretary, she had a duty to consider Jiāng Mu's interests, so she spoke up, "Chairman Jiang, let's not look too far ahead. Just to make Jiāng Happyland the top theme park in Dongyang province, you'd need to invest a whopping 1 billion yuan. And the returns might not be proportional. Is this really worth it? Whoa! At the mention of 10 billion, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Clearly, the sheer magnitude of the figure had stunned them. Jiāng Mu was startled too. Building an amusement park really was a money pit. But Jiāng Mu still wanted to do it. He intended to use Jiāng Happy City as a springboard to build a massive commercial empire. No problem. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about the money. Just focus on getting it done, but make it happen fast. Before winter sets in, we need to see some changes at Jiāng Joyland. Yes, sir. This time, there was no silence. Instead, everyone responded with a resounding yes. After all, if this plan succeeded, their salaries would rise accordingly. After discussing the specific implementation details with the team for a while, he then took Lěng Qīngyán for a stroll around the amusement park. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that night that the two of them drove back to the Lake Heart Island villa. Phew! I'm exhausted. The moment they entered the house, Lěng Qīngyán collapsed onto the sofa, sighing and complaining, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on dragging me to see that ocean world, my legs wouldn't be this sore. You're responsible for this." Fine. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to bicker with Lěng Qīngyán. He scooped up her slender legs and placed them on his lap, smiling as he offered, "How about I give you a massage instead?" Lěng Qīngyán said this precisely to get Jiāng Mu to massage her legs. So why wouldn't I be willing? After responding, she lay down on the sofa, closed her eyes, and began to relax and enjoy the moment. But gradually, she sensed something was off. Because Jiāng Mu's hands, which had started out kneading, gradually turned into caresses. This was clearly him taking liberties with her. Cold Qīngyán quickly pulled her legs back and demanded coldly, "What are you doing?" Jiāng Mu looked puzzled. "Giving you a massage, what else?" Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows shot up. "Is that what you call a massage? You're clearly taking liberties with me. I'm embarrassed to even call you out on it." "Hey, don't go around saying things like that." Jiāng Mu bristled, his eyebrows arching. "This is the Jiāng family's ancestral massage technique. What advantage? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand." Seeing Jiāng Mu's earnest expression, Lěng Qīngyán felt a bit dazed. Could she have truly misunderstood him? Was he really just giving her a massage? The thought made Lěng Qīngyán feel like a child who'd done something wrong. She lowered her head and whispered to Jiāng Mu, "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Since I didn't know any better, please don't be angry anymore, okay?" "Fine." Jiāng Mu feigned reluctance, sighing dramatically. "Considering your legs are so slender and fair, and feel so incredibly smooth to the touch, I suppose I can reluctantly forgive you." "Ha!" Lěng Qīngyán froze, then erupted in fury. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Jiāng Mu, I'll kill you." With that, Lěng Qīngyán grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Jiāng Mu. But Jiāng Mu possessed 100% evasion. Unable to land a single blow, Lěng Qīngyán was so enraged she had no choice but to chase after him and engage in close combat. 20 minutes later. All right, enough already." Jiāng Mu waved his hand breathlessly. "Aren't you going to your class reunion tomorrow? You should get some sleep." The moment those 4 words "class reunion" were uttered, the anger on Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face instantly turned to irritation. Clearly, she really didn't want to attend this reunion. Chapter 99 Pink is too eye-catching. Thud. After a moment, Lěng Qīngyán hurled the sofa cushion in her hand against the wall. She declared angrily, "I refuse to believe it. I'm not going to this reunion. Does Zhao Tian really think he can run me over and kill me? Well, you never know." Although Jiāng Mu had only met Zhao Tian today, he knew. A spoiled rich kid like Zhao Tian, after suffering such a humiliating defeat today, would never let it go easily. So ramming someone with a car? He might just pull it off. Then, does that mean I have no choice but to dance to his tune? Lěng Qīngyán felt utterly wronged. Crystal clear hot tears kept welling up in her eyes. Her voice trembled with the edge of tears. Jiāng Mu felt a pang of pity. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm still here for you, aren't I?" Lěng Qīngyán wasn't some little cutie. She knew perfectly well that Jiāng Mu could help her. But because of that previous incident, she had already caused Jiāng Mu and Li Tanqiu to become enemies. So she genuinely didn't want Jiāng Mu to become enemies with Zhao Tian because of her. Plunged into a difficult situation. "No." Lěng Qīngyán shook her head firmly, her expression resolute. "I can't drag you into this mess again. This matter I'll handle it myself." "How will you handle it?" Jiāng Mu frowned. "Are you going to risk your life and take Zhao Tian down with you, or strip naked and climb into his bed to seduce him?" Lěng Qīngyán scratched her head awkwardly. After a long pause, she replied, maybe there's a better way?" "A better way? That's where I come in." Jiāng Mu poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and added, "Of course, if you feel burdened by troubling me, you can pay me a little compensation." "Payment?" Lěng Qīngyán froze, her face filled with helplessness. I haven't streamed in ages. With only 5 or 6,000 in my bank account, I couldn't possibly afford to pay you. Who said I wanted money? Jiāng Mu gave a sly smile, his gaze lingering over Lěng Qīngyán's figure. What I want is you. Ha! Before Jiāng Mu could finish, Lěng Qīngyán shrieked, clutching her chest. If your condition for helping me is sleeping with you, then what makes you any different from Zhao Tian? You're both perverts. Oomph. Jiāng Mu was speechless, shooting Lěng Qīngyán a disapproving glare. What are you thinking? Do I look like the type to jump into a pit of fire? All I want in return is a kiss from you, okay? Ah. Realizing her misunderstanding, Lěng Qīngyán flushed with embarrassment. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. So many men would kill to have her. Why did it become a pit of fire when it came to Jiāng Mu, who looked at her with such disgust? Could it be? Did she truly hold no attraction for him at all? Oh, right. Just as Lěng Qīngyán was lost in her thoughts, Jiāng Mu spoke again. This kiss must last exactly 1 minute. It has to be a French kiss, wet and lingering, and it must be on the lips. No arms or feet allowed. This time, Jiāng Mu had dug up all the pits he'd stepped into before. To ensure nothing went wrong. Just to make sure Lěng Qīngyán didn't pull any more stunts. Ha! At the mention of a French kiss, Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed crimson, nearly reaching her ears. She hastily waved her hands. No, no way. I refuse wet kisses. Shy as she was, when she uttered those last 2 words, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, barely audible unless one strained to hear. Well, there's nothing I can do about it then. Good luck to you. Jiāng Mu chuckled as he rose from the sofa and headed toward his room. As he passed Lěng Qīngyán, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Oh, and let me tell you something. I've heard that not everyone hit by a car actually dies. Instead, they become disabled, disfigured, or split in two." Boom! With each detail Jiāng Mu described, Lěng Qīngyán vividly imagined it. But when she imagined being split in two, she couldn't take it anymore. Clutching Jiāng Mu's arm, her voice trembling with tears, she pouted, I'm already like this, and you still scare me? I'll bite you to death." And with that, the girl actually lunged at Jiāng Mu's arm and started biting down. The pain made Jiāng Mu urgently push her head away, shouting, "Lěng Qīngyán, are you a dog? Let go. Let go. I'm not backing down." Lěng Qīngyán shook her head fiercely, her tone unyielding. All right. I'll help you, I swear." Seeing he couldn't win against Lěng Qīngyán, Jiāng Mu relented. "Just let go with your mouth, or if you bite me until I bleed, I'll have to go get vaccinated against rabies." "You're the dog." Lěng Qīngyán released her grip, muttering indignantly. "Ugh, this saliva tastes awful." "It doesn't stink." Lěng Qīngyán protested, her face flushing red. "You're lying. If you don't believe me, smell it yourself." Jiāng Mu held out his arm. Lěng Qīngyán's mind went completely blank at that moment. In the end, she actually obeyed Jiāng Mu and leaned in to sniff. Just then, Jiāng Mu moved his arm, accidentally bumping it right into her nose. The impact stung her nose, and tears immediately welled up. "Jiāng Mu, you tricked me." Realizing she'd been tricked, Lěng Qīngyán's anger flared instantly. She charged straight at Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu darted into his room in a flash. Through the crack in the door, he called out, "It's late. Go to sleep. We've got the class reunion tomorrow. Good night." "I'm not sleeping. Open the door." "Open it." "No way. I won't open it. Just let you stew in your own anger. You put." Cold Qīngyán laughed bitterly through her anger, wiping away tears. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm heading back too. Good night." Jiāng Mu opened the door a crack. "Good night. Oh, and remember to wear leggings to tomorrow's class reunion. Otherwise, that pink will be too flashy. Bye." With that, Jiāng Mu slammed the door shut. He even locked it from the inside. Lěng Qīngyán stood at the doorway, momentarily dazed. She muttered to herself, "Pink? What pink? Ha?" After a moment, Lěng Qīngyán finally caught on, her face flushing crimson. She pounded on the door and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Jiāng Mu, you pervert. You actually peeked at me while giving me a massage. Open this door. I'll fight you to the death today." The night passed without incident, and the eastern sky began to lighten. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Jiāng Mu groggily climbed out of bed. He went to open the door to wash up, only to find it stubbornly stuck shut. Just as he was puzzling over it, Lěng Qīngyán's wicked voice came from outside the door. "Ha! I've blocked your door shut. If you want out, just call out Sis Yen 3 times. How about this? Shout 3 times, 'Sis Yen, I was wrong,' and I'll let you out." Silence inside. "Hey! Did you hear me?" Still no response. "Hey, say something. Are you dead?" Still no sound. Just as Lěng Qīngyán felt something was off and was about to open the door to investigate, a hand landed on her shoulder first. Chapter 100 Crazy Lucky Bag Giveaway 3rd Update. Lěng Qīngyán, who had been intently studying why Jiāng Mu wasn't speaking, was startled out of her wits by this sudden touch. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed throughout the entire room. The shock made Jiāng Mu quickly cover his ears with his hands, grumbling, "Sis, with that voice of yours, you'd be wasting your talent if you didn't become a soprano." Jiāng Mu? Recognizing Jiāng Mu, Lěng Qīngyán's heart finally settled. Confusion spread across her face. "I clearly blocked the door. How did you get out?" Jiāng Mu pointed to the adjacent door. "Forgot to mention I booked a suite with 2 connected rooms last night. That door works too." "Ha?" Lěng Qīngyán sighed in exasperation. Why did every solution she racked her brain to come up with end up being useless? After dinner, Jiāng Mu said to Lěng Qīngyán, "Miss Lěng, you're already so beautiful. Why must you wear makeup? Can't you spare those less fortunate than you a little breathing room?" Put. As a streamer, Lěng Qīngyán naturally recognized this line as an internet meme. But hearing a guy say it to her in person still made her incredibly happy. She laughed and replied, "Just wait a moment. I'll apply some lipstick and be ready soon. Besides, you don't know, but in my class, besides me, there are actually several other girls who are also very pretty. If I don't wear makeup, I'd definitely be overshadowed by them." Ha! Jiāng Mu gave a helpless chuckle. Women! That damn competitive spirit. 10 minutes later. Jiāng Mu sprawled on the sofa, bored out of his mind. Lěng Qīngyán, 10 minutes have passed. "Is that lipstick you're wearing made on the spot?" "No." Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. It's my zipper. I can't pull it up. Could you help me zip it?" Jiāng Mu turned to look and saw Lěng Qīngyán standing there, struggling to pull the zipper on her back. But the zipper seemed stuck, not budging an inch. Jiāng Mu hurried over and zipped it up for her. "Should be good to go now, right? It still won't budge." "Ha?" Jiāng Mu was speechless. "What else is wrong?" I feel like I can't breathe." "Ha?" Jiāng Mu froze for a moment before realizing. Turns out the dress was a bit too small, and Lěng Qīngyán's bust was rather ample. Leaving the zipper undone was fine, but once she zipped it up, it suddenly felt a bit constricting. "Who knew you were so well endowed?" Jiāng Mu chuckled. "How about this? The restaurant we're heading to pass is right by Spring Rain Mall, right? We can stop by and buy a new set then and maybe grab a swimsuit while we're at it." The mention of swimsuits. Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed instantly. She punched Jiāng Mu hard and pouted, "You pervert, humph." Jiāng Mu rubbed his nose, feeling a bit speechless. If looking at girls in swimsuits made you a pervert, then wouldn't everyone at the swimming pool be one too? Ring ring. The moment they stepped outside, Jiāng Mu's phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Manager Zhao from the Lamborghini dealership calling. "Hello, Manager Zhao? Is my car fixed yet?" "That's correct, Mr. Jiāng." Manager Zhao replied cheerfully, "It's currently parked right here at our dealership. Would you like to come pick it up, or should I deliver it to you?" "Just deliver it over." Jiāng Mu had a lot on his plate today, so he answered without hesitation, "Just deliver it to the villa on Lake Heart Island and hand it over to someone named Lu Wei." "That won't work, Mr. Jiāng." Manager Zhao declined outright. "Once your car is repaired, we must brief you on the maintenance details. Plus, the repair order requires your personal signature, so..." "I see." Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before saying, "Then have it delivered to Green Willow Villa. I should be able to get there in about an hour." "Understood, Mr. Jiāng. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the car to you immediately." Manager Zhao hung up after that. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán then got into the Aventador. On the road. Since Lěng Qīngyán was driving, Jiāng Mu sat back in the passenger seat, leisurely watching live streams and snagging lucky bags. Ding! Congratulations, host, on becoming the top spender in Shower 00's livestream room and receiving a golden lucky bag. Ding! Congratulations, host, on becoming the top spender in E.G. Ying's livestream and receiving a golden lucky bag. Thank goodness. Today's luck wasn't as bad as yesterday's. Instead, he'd snagged 2 intermediate lucky bags. Open the lucky bags. Swish. 2 flashes of golden light and 2 flashes of black light flickered. Yesterday and today combined, for lucky bags and 12 items automatically entered Jiāng Mu's system backpack. First up were the ever-present fragments. 4 lucky bags yielded a total of 8 fragments. Among them, 4 blue fragments, 1 advanced mathematics, 3 Japanese conversation. All currently at a stage where they can be used directly. The green fragments also numbered 4, 1 top-tier voice acting technique and 3 master-level piano skills. All were currently at a stage where they could be used immediately. Without hesitation, Jiāng Mu immediately mastered all 4 abilities. Swish! As a white light entered Jiāng Mu's crown chakra, his mind instantly filled with new knowledge. It felt as if he had been born with this knowledge utterly unforgettable. The remaining 8 items. 4 were shopping receipts, Quadri Cristallo Tributo Modigliani Mineral Water X 10 bottles, purchase price 4.8 million. Lacune Fuchin Mountain Cigarettes X 100 cartons, purchase price 2 million yuan. Bashiji Yunara Bicycle, purchase price 1.3 million yuan. A jade lighter, purchased for 1.6 million yuan. The other 4 items. 2 car keys, one for a BMW, one for a Yamaha. The BMW key was made of Jiāng Mu wood, but I didn't examine it closely. The Yamaha one, however, caught his attention. Because as far as he knew, Yamaha only sold motorcycles. Could it be that this key belonged to a motorcycle? With that thought, Jiāng Mu resolved to head back to the villa after the gathering to take a closer look. The last 2 items. 2 business cards, one for Wang Dahai, executive president of Zhuahai Pictures. And the other was for Huang Zheng, general manager of Green Willow Villa. Seeing these 2 cards, Jiāng Mu smiled smugly. 2 more properties had been added to his portfolio. What he hadn't expected was that Green Willow Manor, the very place he'd been planning to visit, was also included. This was truly like a straw falling into a needle's eye. What a coincidence. Ding-a-ling. After reviewing all 12 items, the phone began ringing incessantly. By the time he answered the last one, Jiāng Mu was already annoyed. He simply said, "Send the items to Green Willow Villa," and hung up. Squeak. Just then, the car pulled up outside Spring Rain Mall. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán stepped out one after the other and walked inside. Chapter 101. Honey, she called me names. Since they were in a hurry to get to Green Willow Villa, they didn't linger. They took the escalator straight to the 2nd floor, heading for a Gucci boutique. Hello, welcome to Gucci. Perhaps the sales assistant treated everyone equally, or perhaps she recognized the high price tags on Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán's clothes. The moment they entered, the saleswoman hurried over with her signature smile. Hello, could you recommend a few of your new dresses? Lěng Qīngyán glanced at the dresses hanging on the wall and addressed the saleswoman. Certainly. The attendant nodded with a smile, then pointed to a short cream-colored floral dress on the 3rd rack. Ma'am, this is a new arrival that just came in today. It complements your style perfectly, so, would you like to try it on? Lěng Qīngyán didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Jiāng Mu and asked, "What do you think?" Jiāng Mu glanced at it. "It really does suit you. You'd look beautiful in it." "Alright." Pleased by Jiāng Mu's compliment, Lěng Qīngyán smiled brightly, took the dress, and headed to the fitting room. With nothing else to do, Jiāng Mu sat down on a sofa chair and started fiddling with his phone. Clickety-clack. Hello, welcome to Gucci. Just then, a man and a woman walked in. The man looked to be around 40, sporting a beer belly and a scruffy beard, giving off a rugged vibe. The woman was in her early 20s, with a great figure curvy in all the right places, and ample breasts that were probably a D-cup. She wasn't particularly attractive, though, and her makeup looked like it had been smeared on with an oil-covered gearbox. Jiāng Mu merely glanced at them before losing all interest, returning to scrolling through his phone. Honey, these clothes are so ugly. They don't suit me at all. The woman scanned the clothes on the wall, clinging to the middle-aged man's arm as she pouted. Ha ha. The middle-aged man chuckled, his face full of indulgence. Then let's go check out another store. Sure. The couple started to leave. Just then, Lěng Qīngyán emerged, freshly dressed. She skipped over to Jiāng Mu, twirled once, and asked, "Do I look pretty?" "Beautiful. But honestly, when someone's as pretty as you, anything looks good on you." Lěng Qīngyán belonged to that pure and innocent type of beauty. No wonder netizens dubbed her the nation's first love. And this particular outfit happened to be clean and neat in style. On Lěng Qīngyán, it couldn't have been more perfect. From afar, she resembled a fairy descended from heaven, so breathtakingly beautiful it was hard to look away. Even that middle-aged man found himself captivated. He stared at Lěng Qīngyán intently, unable to look away. The waitress was also stunned. She hurried over to Lěng Qīngyán and said, "Miss, this dress suits you perfectly. It looks like it was tailor-made just for you. You look absolutely stunning in it." "Thank you." Lěng Qīngyán blushed slightly, flustered by the compliment. To sell a dress, they'd say so many insincere things. How disgusting. The woman listened to everyone's praise for Lěng Qīngyán, glaring at her beauty that far surpassed her own. Her jealousy flared, and she shot a sarcastic remark before pouting at the middle-aged man. "Honey, that dress looks perfect on me. Why don't you buy me one too?" "Sure." The middle-aged man nodded without hesitation, gave her a playful pat on the butt, and said with indulgent affection, "If you like it, I'll buy it for you. Honey, you're so good to me. I love you to bits, you sweetheart." Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man was so swept off his feet by her coaxing that he felt like he was floating on air. He burst into hearty laughter, then turned to the waitress and declared, "Get me the exact same dress that little girl is wearing. Charge it to my card." "I'm sorry, sir." The waitress disliked the couple's behavior intensely. But money was money, so she replied with a smile, "The dress is a limited edition. We only have one in the entire country. Perhaps you'd like to look at something else?" "This." The middle-aged man sighed in resignation, turning to whisper to the woman beside him, "Honey, it's the only one. Maybe we should look at something else?" "No." The woman pouted, adopting the aggrieved expression of a child denied a toy, shaking her head emphatically. "I just want this one. Besides, she hasn't decided to buy the one she's wearing yet, has she? Just sell it to us, okay? Who said we weren't buying it?" Jiāng Mu had long been fed up with her childish behavior. His face hardened as he said, "We're buying this dress. Just swipe the card." "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." The saleswoman nodded and walked toward the counter with the credit card. "Stop right there." The woman, refusing to give up, snapped, "Didn't you hear me? I want this dress. How dare you sell it to him?" The saleswoman looked utterly exasperated. "Ma'am, it's first come, first served. This gentleman arrived first, so I have to sell it to him." "No way." The woman adopted an air of supreme self-importance. Her face turned cold as she declared, "You must sell this dress to me, or I'll file a complaint against you." "Put." Jiāng Mu couldn't help but laugh at the woman's sheer stupidity. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "Could you please bring some common sense with you next time you go out? Don't even think about complaining. Calling the police wouldn't help either, okay? Who do you call brainless?" The woman instantly grew flustered, glaring fiercely at Jiāng Mu. Then she burrowed into the middle-aged man's arms and whined, "Honey, he called me names, wha?" The middle-aged man had initially thought the woman was in the wrong. But the moment she started crying, he lost his temper and couldn't be bothered with who was right or wrong anymore. He turned coldly to the waitress and demanded, "How much is this dress?" 80,000. The saleswoman replied, her face full of confusion. "I'll pay 90,000. That should be enough for you to sell me the dress, right?" The middle-aged man spoke, shooting Jiāng Mu a defiant look. His gaze seemed to say, "Kid, I'm loaded. Got a problem? Come bite me." "Forget it, Jiāng Mu. Let's go. We're not buying this dress." Lěng Qīngyán had already felt the dress was a bit pricey and wasn't keen on buying it. With the seller making such a scene, she suddenly felt even less inclined to buy it. She turned toward the fitting room, intending to take off the dress and leave with Jiāng Mu. But the moment she lifted her foot, Jiāng Mu pulled her back. "If you like it, why wouldn't we buy it? And don't worry about the money, the last thing I lack is cash." Without waiting for Lěng Qīngyán's reaction, Jiāng Mu turned to the saleswoman and declared, "He offered 90,000? I'll give you 100,000. Chapter 102 Played for Fools. 100,000? The saleswoman froze for a moment before breaking into a wide grin that stretched from ear to ear. Her mood was brighter than New Year's Day. After all, the extra 20,000 yuan she'd just earned could go straight into her own pocket. How could she not be thrilled? "Right away, sir. Just a moment while I process your card." "Hold on." Just as the saleswoman was about to swipe the card, the middle-aged man spoke up. He glared fiercely at Jiāng Mu and said in a low voice, "Kid, it's just a piece of clothing. There's no need to fight to the death over it, is there?" "Yes, it is." Jiāng Mu declared with unyielding resolve, "If it's something my girlfriend wants, I won't let anyone take it from her." Lěng Qīngyán was so dazzled by Jiāng Mu's commanding presence that she felt a bit dizzy. Her lovely face flushed crimson and her admiration for Jiāng Mu surged even higher. "You?" The middle-aged man was thoroughly infuriated by Jiāng Mu's unyielding stance. After a long pause, he said, "All right, I'll give you 10,000 yuan as compensation. Just hand over this shirt. Is that acceptable?" 10,000? Jiāng Mu scoffed. "Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Fine. I'll give you 20,000. Now get your giant baby girlfriend and get lost." Smack! With that, Jiāng Mu pulled 2,000 yuan in cash from his wallet and slammed it hard against the middle-aged man's face. His domineering demeanor made Lěng Qīngyán and the waitress's eyes sparkle with admiration. "Husband." The woman nestled in the middle-aged man's arms was caught in the crossfire, her forehead taking the brunt of the impact. Instantly enraged, she screamed at the man, "That penniless jerk dared to throw money at us. Quick, get some cash and smash him. Smash him to death." "Right." The middle-aged man was consumed by rage. Without a second thought, he emptied his wallet, flinging the money hard onto Jiāng Mu's head as he roared, "Here's 50 grand. Take the money and get the hell out of my sight." Smack! Without a word, Jiāng Mu pulled out a bank card from his pocket and slammed it hard onto the middle-aged man's head. "There's 100,000 in this card. Take the money and get the hell out of here." "You?" The middle-aged man was stunned with rage. He never dreamed that as the chairman of the Heaven and Earth Club, a top-tier tycoon on Linhai City's wealth list, would be humiliated by a young upstart throwing money at him. This left him with a sense of humiliation so profound it felt like a crushing insult. His rage surged like a raging torrent. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Kid, do you know who I am? I'm Zhao Ping'an, chairman of the Heaven and Earth Club. You think I can't make you disappear from Linhai City with a single phone call?" "Zhao Ping'an?" Lěng Qīngyán gasped in shock. She tugged quietly at Jiāng Mu's sleeve and whispered into his ear, "He's Zhao Tian's father, a renowned business tycoon and super wealthy magnate in Linhai City. Maybe we should just leave? I didn't really have my heart set on this dress anyway." "Zhao Tian's father?" Jiāng Mu froze. Then he chuckled. "No wonder I always thought this middle-aged man seemed a bit off. So he's Zhao Tian's dad. No wonder." With that thought, Jiāng Mu shook his head at Lěng Qīngyán, then turned to Zhao Ping'an and snapped, "I don't give a damn if you're Zhao Ping'an or the one who caused this mess. Stop trying to scare me with your bull. Grab your damn money and get the hell out of here." You. Zhao Pingyan hadn't expected that even revealing his identity wouldn't work. This greenhorn actually dared to talk back to him. His rage surged to an unbearable peak. His face darkened as he snarled, "Fine, fine, fine. You think you're tough, kid? Zhao Pingyan, remember this day. You just wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees." "Enough, enough." Jiāng Mu said impatiently, "If you don't have money, stop pretending to be tough. Get lost already. What's the point of all this nonsense? I have no money?" Zhao Pingyan was furious, gritting his teeth. "You little punk, today I'll show you what it means to have money." With that, Zhao Pingyan pulled a gold card from his wallet and flung it hard at Jiāng Mu's face. He declared brazenly, "This card has a pin of 6 sixes. There's 1,000,000 yuan inside. Take the money and get the hell out of here." "Alright." Jiāng Mu gave a sinister grin, snatched the card, and stuffed it into his pocket. The entire crowd was stunned by this move. They stood frozen, speechless for a long moment. Zhao Pingyan, in particular, was utterly dumbfounded. He thought to himself, what the hell just happened? Following your earlier logic, shouldn't you have pulled out a credit card with more money than mine, flung it in my face, and yelled at me to get lost? Why did you suddenly change your mind and put the money away? You're not going to yell anymore? After a long pause, Zhao Pingyan asked Jiāng Mu with a puzzled look. Yep. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile. Mr. Zhao, you've offered 1,000,000. If you're letting me go, why should I keep arguing? I'll take this money and buy 10 different dresses, doesn't that sound sweet? Zhao Pingyan. Damn it. Realizing he'd been played, Zhao Pingyan was so furious he felt like he might spit blood. He silently cursed Jiāng Mu's entire lineage to vent his fury. Let's go. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered with Zhao Pingyan. After Lěng Qīngyán took off the dress, he grabbed her wrist and strode toward the store exit. As they passed Zhao Pingyan, Jiāng Mu deliberately shouted loudly, "Honey, isn't this guy a total asshole? A dress worth 80,000, and he insists on paying 1.08 million for it. Only a little cutie like you would do something like that. Put." The remark sent Zhao Pingyan flying into a rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed onto the floor, coughing dryly as he muttered, You little brat, just you wait. I'll make sure you pay for this." To prevent that old fart Zhao Pingyan from using methods like reporting the card lost and getting a replacement to get the money back from the bank account, Jiāng Mu dragged Lěng Qīngyán on a shopping spree through the mall. By the time they emerged, the card held only a few cents in interest. Jiāng Mu tossed it straight into the trash bin. Then the two drove off toward Green Willow Villa. Green Willow Villa parking lot. A brand new black McLaren Senna was surrounded by a crowd. "June, this car is so sleek. Must be super comfy in the passenger seat, can I give it a try?" June grinned, lifting the beauty's chin playfully. "The back seat's even comfier. Wanna hop in back?" "Stop it." The woman pouted playfully before asking, "June, how much did you pay for this car?" June grinned smugly, his face brimming with arrogance. "Not much. Just around 700 grand all in." "What? That expensive?" Everyone was startled by the price, their eyes brimming with envy. Renbo, however, sneered disdainfully and muttered under his breath, "What's he trying to prove? Just 7 million? Wait till Lěng Qīngyán shows up in her Aventador. See if he still acts so cocky then." Chapter 103 Confession Third Update. Renbo's voice was barely audible, and with everyone's attention focused entirely on the McLaren Senna and June. No one noticed. Everyone continued to surround June, showering him with endless praise. June beamed with delight. He thought to himself, "Zhao Tian, Renbo, what do you two have to compete with me? Just wait. Lěng Qīngyán can only belong to me. June, you've been abroad for 2 months, you seem to have gotten a lot more handsome." June grinned widely, feigning modesty. "Maybe it's the water and soil in Massachusetts, they're good for you. You guys should go stay there for a while sometime." "Cut it out. We didn't get into Harvard, we wouldn't even have a place to stay. Unlike you, who can live in the dorms? Ha ha." At the mention of Harvard's Massachusetts, June instantly adopted an air of superiority, his face beaming with smugness. "Honestly, this school is nothing special. If my mom hadn't insisted I stay in the States, I wouldn't have wanted to go. June, cut the pretentious crap and give us a break." "Ha ha." June grinned smugly. "I'm telling the truth that school really is nothing special. But the scenery is amazing. If any of you ever visit Massachusetts, remember to look me up. I bought a 3-story mansion, they're super spacious. Even if all of you came, there'd be plenty of room. Wow." At this, the group instantly lit up with envy. They chimed in with flattering compliments. "Thanks a ton, June. I'll definitely hit you up when I'm in Massachusetts. June really is the richest second-generation kid in our class. Just graduated high school and already bought a car and a house, so jealous. We should be jealous, that's a 3-story mansion and a luxury car worth over 7 million yuan. In our class, only Tian Xiao, Renbo, and you, June, have bought cars. We're absolutely green with envy over this honor. I'm not jealous of Renwo's car though. A Panamera worth over 1 million? It's nothing special. Tianxiao's is okay, but compared to Jun's, it kinda falls short. Renbo. Zhao Tian. You guys can chat all you want, but why the hell bring us into it? Ha ha. Listening to everyone's flattery and adulation, my young Jun was so proud he could barely contain himself. He shot a dismissive glance at Renbo and Zhao Tian, patted the hood of his McLaren Senna, and declared with utter arrogance, "Don't take this as me bragging, but among all our classmates, if anyone has a car more expensive than mine, I'd call them my ancestor." Roar. Just then, a thunderous roar of engines erupted nearby. Then, a blue-green Aventador came into view. Holy crap, it's an Aventador. If I remember correctly, that thing costs over 10 million yuan off the lot. Ha? Doesn't that mean it's over 300 grand more expensive than Jun's car? You bet. There sure are a lot of rich folks in Linhai City. Ha? It's actually heading this way. Could it be one of our classmates too? No way. That car is so expensive, even Tian Xiao and Jun Gu couldn't afford it. Who else could possibly buy it? I know. As the crowd speculated wildly, Renbo strode over with an air of superiority. With a smug look on his face, he addressed Ma Yangjun. "Hey, Ma Yangjun, didn't you say you'd bow down to anyone with a fancier car than yours? Well, here comes your godfather. Ready to pay your respects?" Ma Yangjun's face darkened. The driver isn't even our classmate. Why should I call him Grandmaster? Who says it isn't? Renbo smirked triumphantly, enunciating each word deliberately. This car belongs to our class beauty, the school beauty, the nation's sweetheart with 35 million followers online, Lěng Qīngyán. What? Lěng Qīngyán's? Hearing this, everyone froze in shock. Then they craned their necks to look at the driver's seat inside the car, desperately wanting to confirm whether it was indeed Lěng Qīngyán behind the wheel. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder, are female streamers making that much money now? That she could even afford a car worth over 10 million? Zhao Tian also jumped up to look. He wondered silently if the car might belong to Jiāng Mu. He knew that with Jiāng Mu's financial standing, buying a 10 million yuan car would be a piece of cake. Roar! Another wave of noise swept over them. The Aventador pulled into a nearby parking spot with an incredibly stylish flourish. The doors swung open, and Lěng Qīngyán and Jiāng Mu stepped out, one on each side. Holy! The crowd erupted when they realized the owner was indeed Lěng Qīngyán. A cacophony of chatter erupted, rising and falling in waves, refusing to subside for a long time. The owner of that car is actually Lěng Qīngyán. Wow, Lěng Qīngyán looks absolutely stunning today. She truly is my dream goddess, so incredibly beautiful. Damn it. Back in school, I wasted so many tissues over her. Thinking about it now, it was totally worth it. You guys are so gross, it's disgusting. What's so gross about it? I was talking about tissues, the kind you use to wipe away tears after getting rejected. Is that a problem? I have nothing to say. So, before my young Jun arrived, everyone was fawning over Zhao Tian and Renbo, showering them with praise. Renbo was thoroughly enjoying it. But the moment my young Jun arrived, Renbo's standing plummeted. He even ended up being belittled as a nobody. This left Renbo feeling deeply resentful. Now that Renbo had finally caught a chance to put my young Jun in his place, he wasn't about to let it slip away. No sooner had Lěng Qīngyán stepped out of the car than Renbo scurried over to my young Jun, his voice dripping with petty triumph. "My young Jun, what do you have to say now? Better start groveling to your ancestors." Ma Yangjun's face darkened like a rusty iron pot. He shot Renbo a vicious glare before striding over to Lěng Qīngyán. "Qīngyán, it's been ages. You've gotten even more beautiful." Ma young Jun? Lěng Qīngyán froze. "Didn't you go abroad to study at Harvard?" "That's right." Ma young Jun smiled faintly. "I took a special leave just to come back this time, mainly to see you, and also to catch up with my classmates." "Oh." The moment my young Jun finished speaking, a chorus of teasing voices erupted. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward and charged with innuendo. Lěng Qīngyán felt so embarrassed she wanted to sink into a hole. She hurriedly waved her hands. Don't say that. I'm not worthy of the top student Ma coming back just to see me. Why wouldn't you be worth it?" Ma Yangjun smiled faintly, feigning deep emotion. "Qīngyán, the truth is, the moment I first saw you in freshman year, I fell for you. But I never said anything because I wanted this beautiful secret crush to stay hidden deep within my heart. To keep it for secret memories later. But, after I went abroad, I realized I couldn't forget you. So I took special leave to come back, planning to confess to you and take you to America. That way we could be together every day. I could open my eyes and see you first thing. So..." At this point, my young Jun took a deep breath. With hands hidden behind his back, he pulled out a bouquet of vibrant roses and presented them before Lěng Qīngyán. "Lěng Qīngyán, will you be my girlfriend? My young Jun, swear I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Chapter 104 already mine. Ha hoo 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 hoo. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes." This time, the crowd's cheers grew even louder. Uncontrollable smiles spread across their faces. Renbo scowled in displeasure. Zhao Tian, meanwhile, remained silent with a dark expression. Lěng Qīngyán was caught off guard by Ma Yangjuan's sudden confession. She froze, stammering, snap. Just as Lěng Qīngyán pondered how to refuse, Jiāng Mu snatched the rose from Ma Yangjuan's hand, held it under her nose, and sniffed. Smiling, she remarked, "Oh my, I didn't expect this flower to be quite fragrant. Who are you?" Ma Yangjuan's attention had been fixed entirely on Lěng Qīngyán the entire time, so he hadn't noticed Jiāng Mu at all. It wasn't until the rose was snatched that he realized there was actually a boy about his age standing beside Lěng Qīngyán. Well, his looks were, honestly, a bit average. But his aura was impressive. He had that domineering CEO vibe. "Sorry, buddy." Jiāng Mu tossed the roses into the trash bin without a second thought, then naturally wrapped his arm around Lěng Qīngyán's slender waist. With a faint smile, he said, "Before you could confess, Qīngyán was already mine. So you might want to find someone else to confess to." Boom! Jiāng Mu's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Boom! Ma Yangjun froze completely. He stood frozen, speechless for a long moment. Among the others present, aside from Renbo, Lin Xian, and Zhao Tian, everyone else wore expressions of utter shock. They couldn't help but wonder, how could someone as stunning as Lěng Qīngyán possibly choose such an ordinary-looking guy as her boyfriend? "Qīngyán, this can't be real, right?" Ma Yangjun, refusing to give up hope, asked Lěng Qīngyán excitedly. No. Lěng Qīngyán had originally intended to deny it. After all, her relationship with Jiāng Mu was fake to begin with. But to make Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian give up hope completely, she nodded without hesitation. "It is real. He is my boyfriend. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce him to everyone. His name is Jiāng Mu, and like me, he is a student at Linhai University." The moment the words left her mouth, the entire room erupted in commotion. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Oh man. I was actually planning to confess to Lěng Qīngyán when school started. Looks like I'm completely out of luck now. Give it a rest. With your awkward self, you never had a chance anyway. Damn you, man. Give me back my goddess. Wah! Damn, this is so awkward." Feeling bad for June for a second. Ma Yangjuan's face was as dark as a rusty wok used for stir-frying in the countryside. This time, he'd rushed back from abroad specifically for the class reunion, aiming to win Lěng Qīngyán's heart. But he never imagined she already had a boyfriend. This instantly made him feel utterly screwed. He was so furious he wanted to curse. But to maintain the image of a polite gentleman in front of Lěng Qīngyán, he forced himself to hold back. He gave Lěng Qīngyán a faint smile and said, "Is that so? Then my earlier actions were truly abrupt. I apologize to you both. It's fine." Lěng Qīngyán hadn't expected Ma Yangjun to be so magnanimous and was a bit taken aback. After a quick reply, she changed the subject. Didn't we reserve a private room? Why are we all still standing here?" "Why?" Renbo snorted derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Because someone here just had to show off his new car to us, didn't he? Otherwise, who in their right mind would stand out in this heat?" Ma Yangjun could easily tell Renbo was mocking him. But he ignored it, turning to Lěng Qīngyán with a faint smile. "Well, the reason I didn't go inside was actually to give you this car. I didn't expect you'd already bought one." "A car?" In an instant, the entire crowd gasped in shock. After all, this wasn't just any car, it was a super luxury vehicle with a sticker price of 7 million yuan. Lěng Qīngyán was startled too. She hastily waved her hands. No. I didn't buy a car, this one belongs to my boyfriend, not me. But, even so, I can't accept your car. It's far too valuable." Her boyfriend's? Hearing those words, Ma Yangjun felt like a new world had opened up before him. A surge of delight filled his heart. He shot Jiāng Mu a smug glance and sneered sarcastically, "Some people, driving around in a 10 million yuan luxury car themselves, yet they won't even buy their girlfriend a basic commuter car. What a cheapskate. But, never mind." Ma Yangjun continued, "If he won't buy you one, I will. This car is yours." With that, Ma Yangjun held his head high with pride and handed the keys to the McLaren Senna into Lěng Qīngyán's hands. He muttered under his breath, "Qīngyán, when looking for a boyfriend, don't just go for someone rich. Find someone who's rich and willing to spend on you. Otherwise, what good is all that money if he won't share it?" Exactly. Jun Ji is right. A man who has money but won't let you spend it? Forget about him. Exactly. And I've heard from plenty of people that these rich kids often use their fancy cars to trick young girls. They'll even make the girls pay for the hotel room. You've got to be careful not to get fooled. Yeah. Qīngyán, we're old classmates who know each other inside out. But him? What if he's a con artist? You'll be crying your eyes out with no one to turn to. Qīngyán, take our advice, dump this guy ASAP. Otherwise, well, you don't want to end up losing both your heart and your money. Everyone chimed in, launching a verbal assault on Jiāng Mu. The once quiet scene suddenly became exceptionally lively. Ma Junyang listened to the crowd's mockery while smiling at Jiāng Mu. His face was filled with smug satisfaction. No, that's not it. Just as Lěng Qīngyán was about to explain, Jiāng Mu, who had remained silent all along, stepped forward first, taking the car keys from Ma Juanyang's hand and saying, "Bro, Qīngyán's always been a bit timid, so she finds it hard to speak her mind directly. Actually, when she said she couldn't accept your car because it's too valuable, she was just being polite. What she really meant to say is that your car is too beat up to be worthy of her. Because only $1 million luxury car like an Avanta can truly match her." Jiāng Mu ignored Ma Yangjuan's reaction as he finished speaking. He retrieved a document from the car and handed it to Lěng Qīngyán, his face brimming with affection. "Qīngyán, haven't you always loved this Avanta? All you need to do is sign this transfer agreement and the car is yours." Boom! Jiāng Mu's words exploded like a heavy bomb. The entire crowd was stunned into silence. The looks they cast at Lěng Qīngyán were filled with envy and jealousy. After all, this was a luxury car worth over 10 million yuan, something ordinary people could never afford even after a lifetime of hard work. Chapter 105 are limited editions, just everyday finds? Oh. If only I could be as beautiful as Lěng Qīngyán, then I could receive a luxury car too. Yeah. Too bad we don't have that kind of looks or that kind of luck. A 10 million yuan luxury car. I've never ridden in anything this fancy in my entire life. I can't even imagine what it would feel like. I thought the McLaren Senna was pretty impressive just now, but compared to the Aventador, the Senna looks totally weak. Exactly. If I were Lěng Qīngyán, I'd never choose a piece of junk like the Senna either. Ma Yangjun said he'd give the car to Lěng Qīngyán, but all he handed over was a set of keys, no contract whatsoever. Look at Jiāng Mu, who had the contract prepared in advance. That's the difference in attention to detail. What gap? I bet Ma Yangjun never intended to give it to her in the first place. Why else wouldn't he prepare a contract? Ma Yangjun, who had hoped to use this incident to undermine Jiāng Mu. After hearing everyone's comments, his face turned as dark as sludge in a foul-smelling ditch. He was so frustrated he felt like he might spit blood. How could a Senna worth over 7 million be called a junk car? And if I didn't want to give it? If I didn't want to give it, would I have said those words? Alright, it's getting late. Let's head inside. Just then, Zhao Tian, who had remained silent the entire time, spoke up. He said cheerfully to the group, "Hold on." Renbo shook his head, crossed his arms, and strode over to Ma Yangjun with an air of superiority. A mischievous grin spread across his face. "Ma Yangjun, haven't you forgotten something?" Ma Yangjun froze for a moment, then feigned surprise. What? Didn't you just say that if any of our classmates had a car more expensive than yours, you'd call him grandpa? Renbo grinned. How could you forget so quickly? How could Ma Yangjun possibly forget? He just didn't want to admit it. After all, having to call Lěng Qīngyán ancestor in front of so many people would be utterly humiliating. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Yeah. Jun, we heard every word you said just now. You're not going back on your word, are you? Jun, you're a Harvard graduate. If you back out of such a small bet, that'd be pretty lame. It's just calling her ancestor, not mom. What's there to be scared of? Ha ha ha. Listening to everyone's words, Ma Yangjuan's face darkened so much it looked like it could rain. Gritting his teeth, he forced a laugh. A man of my word would never renege. It's just that Qīngyán's car still isn't as expensive as mine, so I didn't call her ancestor. Ha? The crowd was dumbfounded. Bro, your car is 7 million. Qīngyán's car is 10 million. 10 million minus 7 million equals 3 million. Even elementary school kids can do that math. Do you take us for idiots? Just as everyone was puzzled, Ma Yangjun continued, because I have another car, a Lamborghini Reventon. That one, with modifications and all, cost over 15 million. But Qīngyán's car is only worth 10 million, so mine is still more expensive. Talk about bragging rights. Renbo curled his lips in disdain. The Lamborghini Reventon? That's a limited edition Lambo released in 2007. Only 20 were ever made globally, and China has just one. And as far as I know, that one belongs to some rich kid in Shanghai. He's even bragged he'd never sell it for any price. Where the hell did you even get yours? Renbo is absolutely right. Zhao Tian chimed in, I know about this. Renbo and I personally visited that rich kid in Shanghai. Ma Yangjun, seeing his lie exposed, felt so embarrassed he wanted to sink into a hole. But outwardly, he gritted his teeth and forced a calm demeanor, chuckling, just because you couldn't buy it doesn't mean I can't. Anyway, I have that car. Then prove it, drive that car over here. Renbo sneered in displeasure. What good is all this talk? Oomph. Ma Yangjun had anticipated Renbo's challenge and smoothly delivered his prepared line, what a coincidence my brother took that car out. Otherwise, I wouldn't be driving this Sienna. But when the chance comes, I'll definitely bring it out for everyone to see. You can count on that. Ha ha. Renbo gave a strange smile and sneered at Ma Yangjun, all that talk, but you can't even drive it out. You're nothing. You. Ma Yangjuan's face flushed red, then drained white with anger. He glared at Renbo with hatred, grinding his teeth and snarling, if you don't believe me, come home with me tonight. I'll show you then. Fine. Renbo was determined to prove him wrong. He gave a cold laugh. I'll be damned if I don't see how long you can keep up this bull. Boom. 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 Just as the two were arguing fiercely over this matter, a roar of engines approached from the distance. Then, a glossy black Lamborghini Reventon appeared in everyone's line of sight. Holy, 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 a Reventon. Damn right. I've only seen pictures and videos of this car online. This is my first time seeing it in real life. This thing is so damn sleek, it looks like a freaking transformer. Bro, it costs 15 million. Of course it's gorgeous. Wait. Didn't Renbo just say there's only one of these in China? And June said his was taken by his brother. So what's up with this one? Yeah? What's going on here? As everyone looked puzzled, a guy turned to Ma Young-jun and asked, June, is this your car? Could the driver be your brother? Ma Young-jun was dumbfounded. He'd just been trying to brag to cover up that whole calling me ancestor incident. Little did he expect that right after he finished bragging, a Ravenstone would show up. How the hell coincidental was that? And, wasn't this supposed to be a limited edition model? Are limited editions just casually visible like this? Renbo was stunned. He wondered silently, could it be? Ma Young-jun wasn't bragging? Did he really buy a Raventon? Zhao Tian was also a bit stunned. When Ma Young-jun drove over in his Sienna earlier, he hadn't been worried. After all, he could pester his dad for a few days and get that car bought for him. But if Ma Young-jun really bought the Reventon, then the gap between him and Ma Young-jun would be completely widened. After all, a 1,500 yuan car and a 7 million yuan car are worlds apart. June, say something. The boy from earlier, seeing Ma Young-jun remain silent, urged him impatiently with a look of anxiety. Ah. Ma Young-jun wanted to deny it, but the car bore a Lin and a license plate. He gritted his teeth and conceded, alright, it is my car. Hold on, I'll go ask my brother what's going on. How did he end up driving my car here? Chapter 106, The Price of Bragging. Third update. Ma Young-jun strode purposefully toward the Ravenstone. At this moment, he could only hope the owner would give him some face. Hope they'd play along with his bluff, or else everything would be exposed. Squeak! After covering about 17 or 18 meters, Ma Young-jun stopped the Leventon. Leaning against the window, he whispered to the driver, Bro, I know you're loaded and money's no object, but I still gotta ask. How about I give you 50 grand? Do me a favor? Huh? The driver looked taken aback. What kind of favor? Ahem. Ma Young-jun glanced back at the others. Seeing no one was approaching, he continued, just pretend to be my brother and help me show off. Say this car is mine, okay? Get lost. The driver rolled his eyes and cursed under his breath. Stomped on the gas and sped off. Ma Young-jun was left standing there dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion. Deep down, he secretly hoped the other guy wouldn't stop but just keep driving. Only then could he cover up his lie. But things rarely go as planned. Just as he was hoping the car would speed off, it came to a smooth stop right in the middle of the crowd. This maneuver nearly killed Ma Young-jun on the spot. He desperately wanted to flee the scene. The others were all a bit stunned. They couldn't help but wonder, could this car really belong to Ma Young-jun? If that were the case, Ma Young-jun's family must be incredibly wealthy. A 15 million yuan car, bought on a whim. How extravagant. Renbo and Zhao Tian were also a bit stunned. They stood silently by, not daring to breathe a word. Especially Renbo, after all, he'd been the loudest just moments ago. If this car really belonged to Ma Young-jun, his face would be slapped so hard it would ring. Click. Just as everyone was harboring their own thoughts, the car door slowly rose. The driver inside, dressed in a professional uniform, approached Jiāng Mu with a smile and respectfully said, Mr. Jiang, I've delivered your car. Here are the repair and maintenance receipts. Please take a look and sign if everything is in order. Indeed. This driver was none other than Manager Zhao, sent specifically to deliver the car to Jiāng Mu. To avoid revealing that Jiāng Mu's car had undergone repairs, he deliberately added the word maintenance after repair. This small detail preserved Jiāng Mu's dignity. This small detail pleased Jiāng Mu greatly. He smiled and patted Manager Zhao on the shoulder, saying, Alright, you've really gone out of your way. Thanks for bringing the car over specially. It's nothing, it's nothing. Listening to their exchange, everyone present felt their heads spinning. They were utterly baffled. Wasn't this car Ma Young-jun's? Why did Jiāng Mu need to sign off on the delivery? And isn't this guy supposed to be Ma Young-jun's older brother? How did he become the sales manager at the dealership? What the hell is going on here? Ma Young-jun, who had just rushed over, was also baffled. He cursed under his breath, damn it, if I'd known this Reventon was his, why did I go running over like a fool? I should have just said it wasn't mine. No. My biggest mistake was bragging about the Reventon. I should have gone with the Bugatti Veyron instead. Mr. Jiang. Manager Zhao glanced at Ma Young-jun beside him and asked Jiāng Mu, do you know this person? Jiāng Mu shook his head. Hardly. Just met him. Why? Oh. After gauging Jiāng Mu's attitude toward Ma Yangjun, manager Zhao knew exactly how to proceed. He chuckled and explained, well, when I came over just now, this gentleman insisted on giving me 50,000 yuan to pretend to be his brother. He even insisted I claim this car was his. I refused. That's why I suspect something's off about him. You'd better be careful, don't let him trick you. Boom. Manager Zhao's words struck like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. It struck Ma Yangjun like a bolt of lightning. Boom. Ma Yangjun was left scorched on the outside but raw on the inside. If he hadn't been gritting his teeth to hold himself up, he might have collapsed right then and there. His face was flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, so he really was bragging. The other students around him, upon learning the truth. The others around him were instantly furious. Especially Rinbo, who had been the most enthusiastic earlier, to now being fully recharged and bursting with energy. He jumped in front of Ma Yangjun, sneering triumphantly, so you were bragging, huh? Keep bragging. Didn't you say this car was yours? Why stop now? You're like a toad on your foot, you don't bite, but you're disgusting. The rest of the classmates joined in the verbal assault. Oh my, I actually thought Jun was an honest guy. Who knew he was just another lying blowhard? I really overestimated him. He got caught. Who knows how long he'd have kept fooling us if he hadn't been exposed. Do you think it's possible that Sienna was rented too? Probably not. If that were the case, this bastard would be a total con artist. Their words stung like slaps. They landed hard on Ma Yangjun's face. They left his face swollen and red. The searing, stinging pain made him unable to lift his head. If it weren't for his lingering hope of winning over Lěng Qīngyán, he would have slunk away in shame by now. Brother Jiang. After mocking Ma Yangjun, Rinbo scurried over to Jiāng Mu and asked, haven't seen you in a few days, and look at you, you've bought another Leventon? You're rolling in it, aren't you? Not bad. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Truthfully, I'm not particularly interested in money. To me, it's just a string of numbers. Damn impressive. Damn impressive. Everyone knew Jiāng Mu was just showing off. But given how loaded he was, no one dared say a word. They just silently muttered to themselves, damn, he sure knows how to show off. Then they fell silent. So, do you need any sidekicks? I've studied Taekwondo. If I stick by your side, I guarantee no one will dare mess with you. Rinbo was the worst off rich kid in the entire class. So in everyday life, he always hung around with Zhao Tian to highlight his own status. But now, it was clear that Jiāng Mu offered a much more substantial connection, so he wasted no time in starting to curry favor with him. Brother Jiang, I know Taekwondo too. Brother Jiang, I know Jeet Kune Do. Brother Jiang, I know Jiu-Jitsu. Brother Jiang, I can do the splits any position you want, I can do it. Jiāng Mu? Hey, the splits thing, isn't that a bit random? Watching his spotlight and the women being stolen by Jiāng Mu, Ma Yangjun was seething inside. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath, Jiāng Mu, huh? Just you wait. Think you're hot stuff just cause you've got a little cash? Today, I'll show you what a real gap looks like. Lěng Qīngyán belongs only to me. Chapter 107. So what if you drive a luxury car? Ahem. After calming down, Ma Yangjun cleared his throat and slowly walked up to Lěng Qīngyán. Qīngyán, it's fine if you don't like this car. I've prepared another gift for you. With that, Ma Yangjun lifted his head proudly and clapped his hands. Several green Willow Villa attendants immediately understood. They approached with trays draped in red cloth, their steps graceful and measured. This unexpected scene instantly captured everyone's attention. All eyes fell upon the group of tall, leggy attendants. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Qīngyán, I noticed during your live stream a while back that you complained about your headphones being super heavy and having a harsh sound. Ma Yangjun pointed to the item on the first waitress's tray as he explained to Lěng Qīngyán, so I splurged and had a vendor custom make this lighter version just for you. This way, you won't feel weighed down and it won't hurt your ears. I hope you like them. Ma Yangjun spoke as he removed the headphones from their packaging. They were gleaming gold, remarkably compact in design. Their design was exquisite, clearly costing a fortune. Many girls couldn't help but show envious expressions upon seeing the headphones. They couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Jun is so thoughtful. He even had these little earbuds custom made by a vendor. Yeah. Lěng Qīngyán is so lucky. If a guy cared about me like that, I'd be head over heels for him. Jun, these headphones are so shiny, could they be made of gold? No way. If they were made of gold, how much would they cost? Listening to the chatter, Ma Yangjun couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. With a look of satisfaction, he said, you guessed right. These headphones are indeed made of gold. However, considering the need for lightweight design, we only used a gold plating process. Gold plated? Everyone was taken aback. But gold plating must cost a fortune, right? Ma Yangjun chuckled smugly, waving his hand dismissively. Not that expensive, just over 200,000 yuan. Honestly, the cost doesn't matter. What matters is that Qīngyán finds them comfortable. Wow. Whoa. The crowd erupted in cheers, their faces breaking into genuine, heartfelt smiles. Jun, that's so sweet. What do you mean so sweet? June Ge is a sweetheart by nature, okay? Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember, didn't June buy Qingyan's breakfast every single day throughout her 3 years of high school? Just a small thing, yet brother June quietly kept it up for 3 whole years. A man like that is probably the best you can hope for, right? Why, if a guy treated me that well, I'd marry him in a heartbeat. Seeing the public opinion shifting in his favor, Jiāng June was so pleased with himself he could barely contain his excitement. His gaze toward Jiāng Mu seemed to say, so what if you drive a fancy car? Do you have my level of thoughtfulness? Do you treat Lěng Qīngyán as well as I do? Qīngyán. Jiāng June pointed at the items on the second waitress's tray and continued, during your live streams, you always lose track of time without realizing it, ending up burning the midnight oil until 2 or 3 in the morning every single day. That's incredibly bad for your health. So I specially bought you a watch, hoping it'll help you cut down on those late nights. As he spoke, Jiāng June slowly opened the elegant watch box. A rectangular black and gold lady's watch then revealed itself to everyone. Holy crap! This is a Richard Mille rose gold watch covered in diamonds. The moment the box opened, a watch-savvy guy gasped in astonishment. His exaggerated expression made it seem like he'd witnessed something extraordinary. Is this watch really that good? Yeah. We don't really know much about it, tell us about it. Everyone chimed in, urging him on. Their faces were filled with impatience. The guy nodded and said slowly, the highlight of this watch is the dial, which is encrusted with genuine diamonds set in 18K rose gold. And it's not cheap either, it costs around 1.1 million. Whoa! Among those present, aside from the wealthy second-generation types like Zhao Tian and Rinbo, for most of them, coming from ordinary working-class families, a watch costing 10 or 20,000 yuan was already considered expensive. 2 or 300,000 yuan was simply astronomical. Yet here was this watch, priced at over 1.1 million yuan. This wasn't just wearing a watch, it was practically wearing an apartment. For a moment, the looks everyone gave Lěng Qīngyán were once again filled with envy. Ha! Jiāng June relished the sense of superiority that came with flaunting his wealth. With a smug smile, he repeated, I'll say it again, price doesn't matter. What's important is that Qīngyán likes it and finds it comfortable to wear. Oh, right. Jiāng June continued, besides the gift for Qīngyán, I've also prepared welcome gifts for everyone. Oh. The moment they heard they'd get gifts too, the entire room erupted in excitement. Everyone scrambled to flatter Jiāng June. Brother June, you're amazing. Brother June, you're the man. Who would have thought Brother June would still remember us old classmates? We're all a bit overwhelmed by the honor. Back in school, I always knew Brother June was the kind of person who values loyalty and friendship. I never imagined I'd be so right about him. June, you're so cool. Listening to everyone's flattery, Jiāng June felt so happy he could barely contain himself. He chuckled and announced, everyone, take a look. I've specially prepared cigarettes for all the gentlemen here, 1 pack per person, everyone gets 1. Wow, big China. If I remember correctly, that's 100 yuan a pack, right? 100 yuan per pack? 10 packs would be 1,000. Bro, this gift is a bit pricey. You bet. With so many classmates in our class, Brother June's spending must be in the tens of thousands. Brother June, you've really gone all out. Brother June, you're so thoughtful. You're too kind, too kind. Jiāng June was so pleased with himself he could barely contain his excitement. He laughed heartily and said, we're all classmates. Let's skip the formalities from now on. A mere few tens of thousands? I really don't think much of it. What about us? A girl couldn't wait to ask. Right here. Jiāng June chuckled, pointing to the items on the 4th waitress's tray. This is white wine I bought at Verly Estate in the States. It's sweet and aromatic with an endless finish, perfect for you ladies. Verly Estate? Isn't that the 3rd-ranked winery in the States? 3rd place? Then this white wine must be pretty pricey, right? Not at all, not at all. Jiāng June waved his hand with a smile. Just over 3,000 yuan a bottle. And I'll say it again, as long as everyone enjoys the wine and has a good time, the price doesn't matter. The moment they heard a bottle cost 3,000 yuan, the girls went wild with excitement. The guys, meanwhile, looked on with envy. After all, their cigarettes were far cheaper than wine. Qīngyán, what do you think? Do you like these 2 gifts I gave you? After introducing all the gifts, Jiāng June walked up to Lěng Qīngyán with a smug look on his face and asked. Chapter 108, way too cheap. They're fine, but I can't accept these things. Lěng Qīngyán didn't like Jiāng June at all, in fact, she even disliked his pretentious personality. Otherwise, just based on Jiāng June persistently bringing her breakfast for 3 years in high school, Lěng Qīngyán should have agreed to him. So when Jiāng June approached her, Lěng Qīngyán refused without hesitation. Why? Jiāng June froze. Shouldn't girls generally love all these shiny things? Because what you gave me is too cheap and tacky, that's why. Before Lěng Qīngyán could respond, Jiāng Mu stepped forward first. You don't know, my Qīngyán has sensitive skin. Wearing a cheap watch would cause an allergic reaction. My gifts are too cheap? Jiāng June burst out laughing. Bro, forget about the two things I gave her together, they cost nearly 1.4 million yuan. Just tell me, what did you give Qīngyán? Besides that Aventador you just gave her, haven't you ever given her anything worth even 10 bucks? Squeak. Just then, 4 black Magotan sedans pulled up in unison before the crowd. 2 people emerged from each vehicle, carrying or holding items as they approached Jiāng Mu. Didn't you want to know what I've given Qīngyán? Jiāng Mu glanced at the newcomers and smiled faintly. Well, here they are. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Ha! Ma Yangjun was stunned. His face flushed red, then drained pale. His earlier arrogance stemmed from the fact that he'd given more gifts and was certain Jiāng Mu wouldn't have prepared anything for Lěng Qīngyán. But, he never imagined Jiāng Mu had prepared something. And it had been delivered by a fleet of cars. This was awkward as hell. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm the store manager of the Patek Philippe boutique at Yatai Plaza. The first man and woman to step out of the convoy approached Jiāng Mu slowly, holding an exquisitely crafted box. With a slight smile, they said, "This is the Patek Philippe 6104 or 001 watch you ordered from our boutique, along with the invoice. Please accept it." Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded, took the watch without even glancing at it, and shoved it into Lěng Qīngyán's hand. "I bought this for you. Take a look. If it's okay, just wear it." "Oh, okay." Lěng Qīngyán was a bit dazed. She wondered silently, what's gotten into Jiāng Mu today? First a car, now a watch? Could it be, he wants to turn this fake relationship into the real thing? Does he actually want me to be his girlfriend? No. He's probably just using this to put pressure on Ma Yangjun. Make Ma Yangjun give up on me for good. After all, he's a wealthy heir from a prominent family. How could he possibly fancy a Cinderella like me from a working-class family? At this thought, Lěng Qīngyán felt inexplicably melancholy. It made her feel terribly uncomfortable. Click. Lěng Qīngyán gently lifted the lid of the watchbox. A dazzling black wristwatch caught everyone's eye. Upon its dial, a starry sky shimmered, and a bright moon gleamed. Set amidst sparkling diamonds, it radiated extraordinary beauty. A single glance was enough to make one reluctant to look away. Wow, this watch is gorgeous. Yeah. Even though it has fewer diamonds than the last one, it looks way more elegant. And the pattern on the dial makes you feel like you're floating through the stars. It's absolutely breathtaking. How could it not be beautiful? This is the Patek Philippe 6104 or 001, priced at over 3.4 million. What? Over 3.4 million? The entire crowd was stunned. When Ma Yangjun pulled out that Richard Mille earlier, everyone already thought 1.1 million was steep enough. But who would have guessed this watch before them would be even pricier than that one? And it was 3 times as expensive as the previous one. How extravagant could it get? In an instant, the looks everyone gave Lěng Qīngyán were filled with envy. As for the Richard Mille that had just been elevated to godlike status, it now lay ignored. No wonder a 1.1 million watch and a 3.4 million watch? They weren't even in the same league. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm the manager of the Onkyo store at Yatai Plaza. Here are the Onkyo H900M closed-back headphones you reserved at our store a few days ago, along with your receipt. Please inspect them. The Patek Philippe store manager stepped back as another female manager slowly approached. She presented a pristine, star-studded pair of headphones before Jiāng Mu's eyes. These headphones, along with that watch from earlier. Yesterday's original plan was for Jiāng Mu to pick up the headphones in person today. The watch was supposed to be delivered to Xianjiang Joy City yesterday. However, because Jiāng Mu had turned off his phone during a meeting yesterday, he missed the call from the other party. And he didn't have time to go to Yatai Plaza today. So he had them all delivered here instead. Wow, these headphones are gorgeous too. So pristine. Look at those sparkling crystals, could they be diamonds? Now that you mention it, they really do look like it. But probably not, it'd be way too extravagant to put diamonds on headphones. Just as everyone was debating whether those crystals were diamonds, the female manager spoke up. With a gentle smile, she said calmly, "You guessed correctly. These are diamonds, natural South African diamonds, totaling 20 carats. 20 carats? The crowd fell silent in shock. Current diamond prices range roughly from 10,000 to 30,000 yuan per carat. 20 carats, even at the lowest estimate, would easily cost 200,000 yuan. And if priced at 30,000 per carat, that would be a whopping 600,000. A diamond worth 600,000 yuan was simply set into a pair of headphones. This move is just way too extravagant. Qīngyán, these gold-plated headphones are so tacky. Jiāng Mu snatched the headphones Ma Yangjun had given her from Lěng Qīngyán's hands, then tossed them into Ma Yangjun's arms like they were trash. He declared to Lěng Qīngyán, "Only diamond-encrusted ones are worthy of you, because in my heart, you shine as brilliantly as diamonds." Ooh. Everyone was so overwhelmed by Jiāng Mu's sweet words that they felt tingly all over. They all started cheering and jeering. The atmosphere in the room grew distinctly flirtatious. Lěng Qīngyán, too, was swept away by Jiāng Mu's words. Her face glowed with a blissful smile, her heart filled with warmth. As for Jun, he felt so miserable he almost wanted to cry. I thought to myself, damn it, if I'd known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have acted like such a jerk earlier. Oh, and I've got gifts for everyone too. After handing the headphones to Lěng Qīngyán, Jiāng Mu turned to the group and announced, each girl gets a 5,000 yuan red envelope. Boom! The moment Jiāng Mu announced he'd be handing out 5,000 yuan red envelopes to everyone, the entire room erupted in excitement. Every girl beamed with joy, unable to stop smiling, dancing excitedly with their hands. Chapter 109, Don't even think about fighting me for the family fortune. Third update. After all, real cash was way better than some crappy white wine. Especially since that wine was only worth about 3,000 yuan a bottle. But Jiāng Mu gave 5,000 renminbi. Renbo, this crappy Zhanghua tastes like some damn old country tobacco. It's choking my throat. Throw it away. After handing out 5,000 yuan red envelopes to each girl, Jiāng Mu walked over to Renbo, patted his shoulder, and said, if you're gonna smoke, smoke this. Now that's real tobacco. Saying this, Jiāng Mu took a carton of cigarettes from the Yada Plaza store clerk and pressed it into Renbo's hands. Renbo took it and gasped in shock, exclaiming, holy, Lakun's Fuchin Mountain residence. Renbo's exclamation drew the attention of several seasoned smokers nearby. Several seasoned smokers hurried over, craning their necks to see what the commotion was about. They craned their necks to get a look. Then they all shouted in shock, holy, it really is Lakun's Fuchin Mountain retreat. If I remember correctly, a carton of these costs 20,000 yuan, right? Nope, $200 a pack, $100 a stick. Smoking this stuff? It's not smoking, it's smoking money. Whoa! Those unfamiliar with cigarettes hadn't paid much attention at first. But upon hearing that a single stick cost $100, they all sucked in their breath. They couldn't help but inwardly marvel, this Jiāng Mu guy must be filthy rich. The cost of a single cigarette is almost as much as my dad makes in a day. Jiāng. Brother Jiang, if I remember correctly, this cigarette is practically impossible to find on the market, right? Where did you even get it? If Renbo had merely wanted to curry favor with Jiāng Mu earlier, he was now utterly convinced by him. After all, 100 yuan cigarette wasn't something just anyone could afford. You tell him. Jiāng Mu obviously couldn't say it came from the system, so he passed the hot potato to the male clerk who delivered the cigarettes. Well, it's like this. The clerk nodded slightly before explaining with a smile, Mr. Jiang asked me to start collecting these cigarettes for him a year ago. He even bought them at a premium multiple times during that period, which is how we ended up with the 100 cartons you see today. What? 100 cartons? The entire room erupted in astonishment. They had assumed Jiāng Mu had only bought 1 or 2 cartons. After all, this cigarette costs 20,000 yuan per carton, extremely expensive. But to everyone's utter surprise, Jiāng Mu bought 100 cartons in one go. And he'd even paid a premium for some of them. This move was nothing short of outrageously extravagant. Consider this, over 2 million yuan. That's enough to buy a villa in the outskirts of Linhai City. Brother Jiang, from this day forward, you're my real brother. I'm sticking with you for life. At that moment, Renbo's admiration for Jiāng Mu flowed like an endless river. He swore to be Jiāng Mu's loyal subordinate for life. Get lost. My mom only has one son, me. Don't even think about competing for the inheritance. Jiāng Mu chuckled at the jest, then turned to the group and announced, every guy here gets 1 copy of Fuchin Mountain Retreat. Help yourselves. Whoa! At Jiāng Mu's command, the boys went wild with excitement. They rushed to the trunk of the Magotan to grab the cigarettes. Their smiles stretched from ear to ear. Everyone. Once everyone had grabbed their cigarettes, Renbo held aloft the Zhanghua pack Jun had given him and shouted, now we've got the Fuchin Mountain Retreat Jiāng Gu gave us. Throw these crappy Zhanghua packs in the trash, they just burn your throat anyway. Right on. Some didn't really want to throw theirs away. But to show loyalty to Jiāng Mu, they reluctantly parted with them. They tossed the Zhanghua into the trash can. Thud. 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 Watching the cigarettes he had given away being tossed into the trash like garbage, Jun was furious. After all, such behavior was a blatant slap in the face. How could he not be furious at such a blow to his dignity? After a long moment, Jun gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, Jiāng Mu, you've humiliated me. This isn't over between us. After stowing the remaining cigarettes in the luggage compartments of the Evento and Reventon, Jiāng Mu then led Lěng Qīngyán toward the private compartment they had reserved earlier. The rest of the group followed in a large procession. To an outsider, the scene might have suggested Jiāng Mu was some gang boss. Young Master Tian. Young Master Tian. At the rear of the group, Jun discreetly tugged at Zhao Tian beside him and whispered, Young Master Tian, this kid's got some serious skills. Should we team up and take him down? Zhao Tian frowned at the suggestion. Ever since getting humiliated and injured at Xianjiang amusement park yesterday, Zhao Tian had harbored a deep hatred for Jiāng Mu, wishing he could kill him. But after calmly analyzing the situation, he knew, with his current strength, he was no match for Jiāng Mu. So he dismissed the idea. Still, if he teamed up with Jun, it might just work. With that thought, Zhao Tian nodded. Alright, but what's your plan? Ma Yangjun gave a cold chuckle, pulling a transparent glass vial filled with tiny pills from his pocket. He replied to Zhao Tian, this drug is something I brought back specially from the States, a sleeping potion. When we drink later, we just slip one pill into each of his and Lěng Qīngyán's glasses. Guaranteed they'll sleep for 3 days and nights straight. By then. As he spoke, a sinister grin spread across Ma Yangjun's lips. Zhao Tian understood perfectly, mirroring the wicked grin before his eyes hardened. Then. I'll make him wish he were dead. Green Willow Manor was built nestled against the mountainside. It comprised 5 main buildings and 3 auxiliary structures. Jiāng Mu and the others were currently in main building number 1, located at the mountaintop. It was also the largest and most luxurious building in the entire Green Willow Manor. The 3-story building features a grand hall and 4 banquet halls on the first floor. On ordinary days, it accommodates individual guests. The second floor houses smaller private rooms, primarily used for family gatherings and intimate banquets. The third floor, however, houses ultra-luxurious VIP suites. There were 3 in total. Zhao Tian had reserved one of them, named Starsea. True to its name, the entire suite's decor and layout resembled the vast, mysterious, and dazzling cosmos. Absolutely stunning. Since the teachers haven't arrived yet, everyone can sit down for a bit, have some drinks, sing some songs, and chat. As soon as Zhao Tian entered the private room, he grabbed the microphone and began hosting the gathering. Everyone obliged him graciously, gathering in small groups to find seats, chat, and sing. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán also found a sofa against the wall and sat down. Joining them were Renbo and Lin Xin. The 4 of them chatted and laughed casually. Just then, Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun approached, each carrying 6 glasses of white wine. Chapter 110, Dominating the Universe. Brother Jiang. Zhao Tian plopped down on the sofa next to Jiāng Mu, picked up a glass of white wine, and held it out to him. As they say, no fight, no friendship. After yesterday's incident, we're practically buddies now. Let's have a drink together. No thanks. Jiāng Mu wasn't stupid. He didn't believe Zhao Tian genuinely wanted to be friends. Without hesitation, he coldly refused. I'm not one for making friends, especially with the wrong crowd. You? Zhao Tian, his face saved, was furious. But to ensure his and Ma Yangjun's plan proceeded smoothly, he forced himself to swallow his anger. He gave a hollow chuckle and said, Brother Jiang, as the saying goes, more friends mean more paths, while more enemies mean fewer doors. We're both top-tier rich second generation in Linhai City. Why not turn swords into plowshares, join forces as powerful allies, and dominate Linhai? Wrong. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Wrong on every level. First, I'm the top dog, while you're barely a beginner. Second, our partnership wouldn't be a powerhouse alliance, it'd be me carrying a pig to the sky. As for dominating Linhai, that's child's play. You can work on that slowly by yourself. My goal is to dominate the world, to dominate aliens and the primordial chaos of the universe. Put. Zhao Tian, who had been furious moments ago, burst out laughing upon hearing Jiāng Mu's final remark. He looked at Jiāng Mu as if he were mentally challenged, chuckling, alright. When you run into aliens, remember to give me a shout. Ma Yangjun was also tickled into giggles, openly mocking, dominating the primordial chaos of the universe? That's got me laughing my ass off. Faced with their mockery and ridicule, Jiāng Mu merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. He knew that such words would indeed be met with disbelief. But he believed that as long as he kept pulling cutting-edge tech from his lucky bag, dominating the universe was only a matter of time. Brother Jiang, have a smoke. Renbo, who had just joined their conversation, lit a Fuchin Mountain cigarette for himself and offered one to Jiāng Mu. He pulled out a lighter and offered to light it for him. But just as the flame was about to touch the cigarette in Jiāng Mu's mouth, Jiāng Mu suddenly pushed Renbo's hand away. He grinned and said, sorry, I forgot I don't smoke cigarettes lit by lighters worth less than 1 million. What? 1 million yuan lighter? Everyone was startled at first. Then they burst out laughing. They looked at Jiāng Mu as if he were mentally challenged. Brother Jiang, I know you're loaded. Zhao Tian teased with a smirk, but lighting up with a lighter worth less than 1 million? If you're not pulling that kind of stunt, isn't your act a bit too polished? Bro! Ma Yangjun stood nearby, snorting derisively. You didn't make this lighter yourself, did you? Or, is the brand name actually 1 million? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter at Ma Yangjun's remark. Clearly, no one believed a mere lighter could command such an astronomical price tag of 1 million. What? You don't believe me? Jiāng Mu casually tossed his cigarette onto the dining table and asked the group. Everyone shook their heads. Especially Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun, who shook their heads most vigorously. Ha! 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 Right. Ma Yangjun chimed in, if you can pull it out, Zhao Tian and I will split it and eat it. Watching Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun look so earnest and confident, Jiāng Mu thought the two were adorably foolish. He waved his hand dismissively, teasing, forget it. A lighter this expensive would be a waste feeding it to you two pigs. Besides, if something happened to you after eating it, I'd have to pay for it. Not worth the risk. Bang! You! Zhao Tian couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand on the table in irritation. If you've got the guts, just pull out the lighter. If you don't, then shut the hell up and stop bragging. Exactly. All talk, no action. What kind of skill is that? Fine. Jiāng Mu saw these two practically begging him to hit them. He might as well grant their wish. He chuckled, today I'll show you what $1 million lighter looks like. But let's make one thing clear, if I pull this lighter out, I won't make you two eat it. Just hand over your two cars, and that'll be that. The moment cars were mentioned, both men looked troubled. After a long pause, Zhao Tian steeled himself and gritted his teeth, damn it, I'll take your bet. But, if you can't produce it, those two Lamborghinis of yours are ours. The moment Jiāng Mu's two Lamborghinis were mentioned, Ma Yangjun's crafty little eyes lit up instantly. The corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. Young Master Tian is absolutely right. If you can't come up with the money, those two cars are ours. Jiāng Mu feigned distress on the surface. But inside, he was laughing hysterically. He silently murmured to himself, this feeling of people handing over money is truly delightful, another 10 million in the bank. Speak up. Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun, seeing Jiāng Mu hadn't responded for ages. Their hearts were bursting with joy. The more hesitant Jiāng Mu appeared, the more it proved he'd been bluffing them earlier. He simply couldn't produce a lighter worth $1 million. Forget it, forget it. In the end, Jiāng Mu waved his hand and shook his head. I'm not betting anymore. No way. Hearing Jiāng Mu back out, Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun, thinking he'd back down, burst into even louder laughter. They hurriedly retorted, you decide to bet, then you decide not to? Are you just messing with us? But Jiāng Mu feigned helplessness. This bet is just a verbal agreement. What if one of us loses and refuses to honor it? That's easy to fix. Zhao Tian, already dazzled by Jiāng Mu's two luxury cars. Without hesitation, he pulled out his car keys. Let's hand all our keys over to Lěng Qīngyán for safekeeping. After the bet ends, she'll give them to the winner. That should work, right? No, no way. Jiāng Mu waved his hands again. What if the other side has spare keys? What if they call the police? Damn it. Zhao Tian roared in anger, then what do you want to do? Here's what we'll do. Jiāng Mu had deliberately delayed agreeing to the wager precisely for this moment. He grinned mischievously. I have a ready-made vehicle transfer contract here. We sign it, then hand over the registration book and car keys to Lěng Qīngyán together. How does that sound? These transfer contracts were prepared earlier when Jiāng Mu had won them from Li Dachao during a meal at the hot pot restaurant owned by Su Rolan. And used at the time, he'd casually tossed them into the luggage compartment of the Evento. Who would have thought they'd come in handy now? Deal. Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun had already been blinded by greed. How could they refuse? Without a word, they signed the contract. Along with the car keys and the title, they handed everything over to Lěng Qīngyán. Chapter 111, The Whims of the Wealthy. Clack. Zhao Tian flung the pan onto the table and glared at Jiāng Mu. Now you can hand over the lighter, right? Hold on. Jiāng Mu chuckled, pulling out his phone. Let me make a call first to see where it is. Damn it. Zhao Tian flared up, snapping, I'm warning you, no last-minute purchases. Right. Ma Yangjun chimed in, buying it now doesn't count. Relax. Jiāng Mu waved his hand reassuringly. It absolutely won't be bought on the spot. Then, ignoring what the two were saying, Jiāng Mu made a call on his own. Hello, where are you? Great. Hurry up, I need it ASAP. Got it. How'd it go? As soon as Jiāng Mu hung up, Zhao Tian rushed over, eager to know. 2 minutes. Jiāng Mu held up 2 fingers. We'll definitely make it. Alright. Zhao Tian gave a cold laugh. I'll give you 2 minutes. But, let me make this clear, if that lighter isn't here in 2 minutes, your car belongs to us. Fine. Jiāng Mu smiled confidently, shrugging his shoulders. No problem. Ha? Seeing the confident look on Jiāng Mu's face, Zhao Tian's heart sank suddenly. He sensed something was terribly wrong. Ma Yangjun's heart was also racing with anxiety. After all, this concerned his own car. Over 7 million yuan. How could he possibly stay calm? But as time ticked by, the 2-minute deadline was fast approaching. Both men's hearts gradually calmed. Then, with a smug look on his face, he declared, 2 minutes are up and your lighter still hasn't arrived. By our agreement, your car is now ours. As Zhao Tian reached out to take something from Lěng Qīngyán, but Jiāng Mu grabbed his arm to stop him. What do you think you're doing? Zhao Tian's eyes narrowed with fury as he glared at Jiāng Mu, his words deliberate and venomous. Trying to renege on the deal? Jiāng Mu shook his head, then pointed at the phone on the table. There are still 15 seconds left, aren't there? Put. Zhao Tian sneered with utter contempt, his cold smile dripping with scorn. Last-ditch effort. Knock knock knock. Just as Zhao Tian finished speaking, the door to the private room was suddenly pounded upon. The dull thuds echoed like the footsteps of death itself. Zhao Tian nearly lost his soul in fright. Ma Yangjuan's heart leapt into his throat. He thought to himself, could it be the lighter has really arrived? The others all turned toward the doorway in unison. Their hearts were equally pounding with tension. Only Jiāng Mu remained utterly composed. He didn't even glance toward the doorway, instead lying back on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Squeak! The next moment, the door slowly creaked open. 2 women in business attire strode in. In their hands, they held a small, exquisite box. It's over. Everything's over. Seeing this, Ma Yangjun completely broke down. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. Zhao Tian wasn't faring much better. He slumped onto the sofa, his face etched with utter despair. Mr. Jiang. The 2 girls entered and hurried straight to Jiāng Mu. They respectfully announced, here is the jadeite lighter worth 1.65 million yuan you ordered from our store 5 days ago, along with the receipt. Please take a look. Whoa! The moment the words 1.65 million yuan were uttered, everyone gasped in unison. Their expressions turned as if they'd seen a ghost. Clearly, they were all stunned by the exorbitant price. Lěng Qīngyán was equally startled. Deep down, she had always trusted Jiāng Mu. She knew he wasn't the type to brag, nor would he ever fight unprepared battles. But she never imagined a mere lighter could be worth 1.65 million yuan. This wasn't a lighter, it was practically a pocket-sized house. Ren Bo and Lin Xian were also stunned. They knew Jiāng Mu was wealthy, but they never dreamed he was this rich or this extravagant. He'd spend millions on a mere lighter. Could this be the whims of the wealthy? Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian. At that moment, they were kicking themselves. They sat there, too stunned to cry. Their hatred for Jiāng Mu had reached an unimaginable depth. Thank you for your trouble. Jiāng Mu tucked the lighter into his pocket and offered a polite thank you to the 2 women who had given it to him. He turned back to Lěng Qīngyán and instructed, Qīngyán, go put the contract and car keys in Evento's trunk, then come back. Got it. Lěng Qīngyán nodded and immediately got up to carry out the task. During this time, Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun hesitated to intervene. But remembering their names were still signed on the contract, they had no choice but to give up. After this interlude, the atmosphere in the room gradually returned to its previous calm. Only Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian now regarded Jiāng Mu with eyes that had shifted from indifference to anger. Brother Jiang, you can't drive all these cars back by yourself. How about I call a tow truck for you? After witnessing the recent chain of events, Ren Bo had fully embraced Jiāng Mu as his savior. Seizing the chance, he immediately stepped forward to offer his assistance. Sure thing. Jiāng Mu had been fretting over this very problem. Hearing Ren Bo's suggestion, he instantly smiled and nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll send you the address via WeChat later. Brother Jiang, you're too kind. Ren Bo, delighted that his attentions had been well received, couldn't stop grinning. Just let me know if you need anything in the future, he said cheerfully. No need to stand on ceremony. Come on. Let's drink. Saying this, Ren Bo picked up 2 of the 6 glasses of white wine prepared by Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian. He handed them to Jiāng Mu. That's right, let's drink. Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian, seeing the wine they'd spiked being offered to Jiāng Mu, couldn't stop grinning either. They raised their hands and distributed the remaining wine. Of course, the spiked glass naturally found its way to Lěng Qīngyán. Brother Jiang, I'm so thrilled to see you today. Ren Bo raised a cup and laughed heartily. This toast is for you. May you conquer the universe soon. Right on. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile and teased, then I wish you and Lin Xing a healthy baby boy soon. Lin Xing's pretty face flushed at the remark. She pouted playfully, then I wish you and Qīngyán a plump little girl soon too. That way our families can arrange a marriage alliance. Qīngyán's face flushed, and she felt a bit awkward. She thought to herself, why drag me into your spat with Jiāng Mu? Here, cheers. Cheers. Everyone laughed and made a clinking gesture. Then they raised their glasses to their lips, ready to down them in one gulp. Watching this scene, Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian couldn't stop laughing. They silently thought to themselves, drink up, drink up. Once you're done, just wait and see how we'll deal with you. Chapter 112, I'll drink 480,000 third update. Wait. Just as everyone prepared to down their drinks, Jiāng Mu suddenly interrupted them, shouting loudly, "There's something wrong with this wine." Boom! Jiāng Mu's words exploded like a heavy bomb. Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian nearly lost their minds in fright. They thought to themselves, damn it, did Jiāng Mu discover that something was added to the wine? Brother Jiang, what's wrong with the wine? Yeah. What's wrong with it? Rainbow and Lin Xian were also startled, their faces filled with confusion. This wine. Jiāng Mu frowned, then slammed his glass onto the floor with a loud clatter. Pointing at Ma Yangjun, he demanded, "Tell me the truth. This wine." Facing Jiāng Mu's fierce glare, Ma Yangjun's heart nearly leapt into his throat. His body trembled slightly, beyond his control. He silently cursed to himself, damn it. The guy who sold me this stuff said it would be colorless and odorless in wine, impossible to detect. So how the hell did he find it? Zhao Tian was also nervous as hell. After all, this was something he and Ma Yangjun had carried out together. If Ma Yangjun confessed, he wouldn't escape either. What should he do? What should he do? Just as Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian were both drenched in cold sweat, Jiāng Mu spoke again, slowly finishing his earlier question. Are you certain this wine was purchased at the Verliu winery? The moment Jiāng Mu finished speaking, Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian cursed inwardly in fury. Then Ma Yangjun snarled viciously, Jiāng Mu, you ing bastard. Next time you speak, could you not take such a ing deep breath? It nearly made me think this wine was poisoned. You almost killed me. Poisoned? Jiāng Mu froze, asking suspiciously, why would you say that? Realizing he'd let something slip, Ma Yangjun quickly covered up. Back in the States, I often ran into some mess who'd spike the liquor. Just slipped out. Enough. Fearing Jiāng Mu would keep dwelling on it, Ma Yangjun cut in again, stop overreacting. I did buy this wine at the Verel winery. What's the problem? Then this is strange. Jiāng Mu casually picked up a glass, bringing it to his nose. Wine from Verli winery shouldn't have this distinct smell of mixed alcohol. Could it be that this wine is just too cheap? Exactly. Jiāng Mu continued, that must be it. After all, this wine only costs 3,000 yuan. It can't compare to the ones I usually drink that cost hundreds of thousands. Put. Ma Yangjun nearly choked on his own blood at this remark. He cursed silently, damn it, if you want to show off, just ing do it. Trying to scare me? That. You know what? I'll just stick to mineral water. Jiāng Mu waved at the waiter. Could you bring me a bottle of Quattro Cristallo Tributo Modigliani mineral water, please? Thanks. What? The waitress was dumbfounded. She'd worked at Green Willow Manor for 3 years and encountered plenty of wealthy patrons. She'd heard all sorts of bizarre names for mineral waters and alcoholic beverages. But a long, jumbled string of names like the one Jiāng Mu just rattled off? She'd never heard anything like it. The others were equally bewildered. They thought to themselves, are you sure this is the name of a mineral water and not some guy from Africa? Alright then. Seeing the confusion, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. Just tell me straight up what's the name and price of the most expensive mineral water you carry? Sure. The waitress nodded. The most expensive mineral water we currently carry is Felicio Kobe natural mineral water, imported from Little Days. It costs 1,000 yuan per bottle. Whoa! The entire room gasped at the price. In their minds, a bottle of mineral water was usually just 1 or 2 yuan. At most, the pricier ones might cost 10 or 20 yuan. But who could have imagined mineral water here would cost 1,000 yuan per bottle? This wasn't drinking water, it was drinking money. Forget it. Jiāng Mu waved at the female attendant. Your water is too cheap. I'm not used to it. I'll just call someone to bring me some. What? 1,000 yuan bottle of mineral water is too cheap? You're really pulling out all the stops to show off, aren't you? In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Jiāng Mu was filled with contempt. Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian sneered with utter disdain. Then Ma Yangjun sneered sarcastically, oh my, some people. Just a little money, and this guy's already showing off. 1,000 yuan bottle of mineral water, and he actually thinks it's too cheap. Well then, if you're so damn capable, go drink a bottle that costs 100,000 yuan. Zhao Tian chimed in with a cold laugh, not even 100,000 will do. He's got money, so he'd have to drink something costing 200,000 a bottle. Listening to their mockery, Jiāng Mu chuckled softly. Truthfully, he wasn't the type to show off. He didn't bother flaunting his wealth in front of ordinary people. The reason he kept flaunting his wealth and showing off repeatedly today was primarily to put Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian in their place. He wanted those two arrogant rich kids to learn a lesson that there's always someone better out there, and the sky's the limit. My apologies. Jiāng Mu chuckled at Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian. I do drink mineral water, but not the 200,000 yuan kind. I drink the 480,000 yuan kind. What? Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun were dumbfounded. They'd been hoping to take this chance to mock Jiāng Mu. Little did they know that poverty had truly limited their imagination. The guy was actually drinking 480,000 yuan bottles. ING hell. The rest of the group was equally stunned. They quietly pondered, drinking 480,000 yuan a bottle mineral water, smoking 100 yuan a stick cigarettes, using a 1.6 million yuan lighter, driving a 15 million yuan luxury car. Is this what the truly wealthy life looks like? What? Judging by your expressions, you don't seem to believe it? Jiāng Mu repeated his old trick, grinning mockingly. No. Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun weren't fools, they weren't about to fall for the same trick twice. They hurriedly waved their hands, chiming in unison, we believe you. We totally believe you. Oh. Believing is all that matters. Jiāng Mu chuckled softly before pulling out his phone and making a call. Moments later, a young man in a business suit entered the private room carrying a case of mineral water. He approached Jiāng Mu respectfully and said, Mr. Jiang, here are the 10 bottles of Quadricristallo Tributo Modigliani mineral water you purchased from our store. Please check them over. Alright, thank you. Jiāng Mu casually pulled out a bottle. Its golden-hued body instantly captured everyone's attention. The girls chattered excitedly. The bottle design is so unique. It looks like there's a person painted on it. Do you think it's made of gold since it's so shiny? Nah, if it were gold, just the bottle alone would cost a fortune. Chapter 113, Little Kitten. The delivery clerk overheard their chatter and smiled faintly. He replied calmly, you're both correct. This bottle is indeed made of gold. The painting on it was created by the artist who shares the same name as this water brand. Furthermore, each bottle contains 23 grams of gold dust. Of course, there's no need to worry, this gold dust actually aids the body's absorption of minerals. Ha! The crowd was stunned. They had assumed that a 480,000 yuan per bottle mineral water was simply about superior water quality. Little did they expect the bottle itself to be so elaborate. And the water actually contained gold dust to aid mineral absorption in the human body. Holy crap! Poverty really does limit my imagination. Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian stared at the mineral water bottle in Jiāng Mu's hand. A mix of emotions swirled within them. They had assumed Jiāng Mu was only slightly wealthier than them. Once they inherited their family businesses, they'd be on equal footing with Jiāng Mu. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Even if they did inherit their family businesses, they still couldn't afford mineral water that cost 480,000 yuan a bottle, water that would set them back tens of thousands with just one sip. Brother Jiang, my cat can do somersaults. Want to come over tonight and see? Your cat doing somersaults is nothing special, my cat can even do the splits. My dog can speak human language. If I'm lying, you can do whatever you want with me. Brother Jiang, my parents are both out of town on business. I'm home alone these days and I'm so scared. Could you stay with me for a few nights? After the male clerk left, 4 or 5 girls immediately swarmed around Jiāng Mu, vying to bat their eyelashes at him. They were determined to lure this big spender into their clutches. Alas! Jiāng Mu had zero interest in these shallow, money-hungry gold diggers. He flatly refused. Sorry, I still prefer my little kitten Qīngyán at home, so you girls shouldn't waste your time on me. Little kitten? In all her years, Lěng Qīngyán had never heard anyone describe her that way. Her lovely face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She pinched Jiāng Mu's arm playfully and pouted, who says I'm your little kitten? I'm clearly a little tiger. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll bite you to death. Then go ahead and bite me. Jiāng Mu grinned mischievously, tapping his own lips. Here, bite me here. Are you crazy? Lěng Qīngyán's cheeks flushed even redder as she hurriedly pushed Jiāng Mu away. But Jiāng Mu persisted, leaning in closer. The two of them playfully wrestled together, the atmosphere in the room growing decidedly flirtatious. Several gold diggers who had been eyeing Jiāng Mu, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Upon witnessing the couple's affectionate display, they realized their chances were gone. Sighed and turned to leave. Damn it! Watching Lěng Qīngyán and Jiāng Mu flirt and banter, Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian felt their hearts tear apart. Their eyes narrowed with fury, their hatred for Jiāng Mu intensifying. Young Master Ma. After a long moment, Zhao Tian whispered to Ma Yangjun, now that Jiāng Mu refuses to drink alcohol and only takes water, what should we do? Ma Yangjun frowned deeply. After a moment's thought, he said, I've got it. We can use reverse psychology. With a smug grin, Ma Yangjun strode toward Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, everyone else is drinking. You're the only one sipping water. Doesn't that seem a bit out of place? It's perfectly appropriate. Jiāng Mu smiled with a hint of amusement, pointing at the crowd. Ask them if it is or not. It is. Ma Yangjun was dumbfounded. Why wasn't this Jiāng Mu playing by the rules? Ahem. Clearing his throat, Ma Yangjun continued, that's not what I meant. I was just saying, since everyone's drinking, shouldn't you at least take a symbolic sip? Otherwise, you'd be the odd one out, right? Is that so? Jiāng Mu furrowed his brow and turned to ask the others, do you think I'm not fitting in? No. Put. Twice in a row, he defied all expectations. Ma Yangjun was so furious he nearly spat blood. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, Jiāng Mu, you're not drinking, you're not afraid of getting out drunk by us and embarrassing yourself, are you? Having a low tolerance doesn't necessarily mean you'll embarrass yourself, does it? Jiāng Mu frowned. Besides, this is a class reunion, not a drinking contest. Why must we pit our tolerance against each other? Put. Ma Yongjun was speechless. He thought to himself, why won't this Jiāng Mu take the bait? Could it be he saw right through my scheme? The truth was, Jiāng Mu refused to drink for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to deliberately provoke Ma Yongjun. Second, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about this situation was off. By all logic, Ma Yongjun, who hated him to the core, would never have approached him to drink voluntarily. And not just once, but repeatedly urging him to drink. So Jiāng Mu deeply suspected there was a trick involved. He absolutely must not drink it. Jiāng Mu. After Ma Yongjun backed down, Zhao Tian spoke up. He chuckled and said, "You're right, we don't necessarily have to compete over drinking capacity. But everyone wants to toast you, and you're trying to brush us off with a glass of water. Doesn't that come across as a bit disrespectful? Or is it that, deep down, you don't think much of us at all? That you don't consider us worthy of drinking with you?" Jiāng Mu smiled. If his earlier suspicions were mere conjecture, he was now 100% certain. There was definitely something fishy going on here. He gave a cold chuckle. "Zhao Tian, Ma Yongjun, you two have been urging me to drink non-stop. Could it be you've slipped something into this liquor?" Clunk. At those words, Ma Yongjun and Zhao Tian's hearts sank. They scrambled to defend themselves. You're talking nonsense. We're decent people, how could we possibly do something like that? If you don't want to drink, just say so. Stop making such outrageous accusations. Fine. The fleeting panic on their faces only strengthened Jiāng Mu's suspicion. He chuckled, "Then I won't drink. And I suggest the rest of you skip it too. Forget whether they spiked it, just look at this wine. It reeks of industrial alcohol. Drink too much of this, and you'll definitely get a nasty buzz. If you must drink, stick to something decent. I hear the local Yuchuan winery's Yuchuan classic white wine is quite good. If anyone wants some, I can get you all some." Ha! At the mention of Jiāng Mu offering Yuchuan classic white wine, Ma Yongjun perked up instantly. He scoffed, "Jiāng Mu, I admit you're loaded and powerful, but you can't buy this Yuchuan classic white wine." "Why not?" Jiāng Mu was puzzled. Why couldn't he buy wine from his own family's estate? Ma Yongjun smirked triumphantly, his voice brimming with arrogance. "Because Luo Quanan, the general manager of Yuchuan Winery's product department, is my own uncle, and even I couldn't buy this wine. Is that reason good enough? Luo Quanan is your uncle?" Jiāng Mu laughed. He silently marveled at how small the world really was. Chapter 114, Another Gamble. "Then tell me." Jiāng Mu stared at Ma Yongjun across from him, his tone teasing. "Could it be that your uncle didn't sell it to you because he dislikes you?" "Bull." Ma Yongjun snapped back irritably. "My uncle dotes on me the most, how could he dislike me? He didn't sell it to me because there were only 20 bottles left of the Yuchuan Qīngyán white wine. The company's keeping them for internal collection, not for public sale. Otherwise, why wouldn't he sell to me? Here's what we'll do." Jiāng Mu grinned slyly. "Let's make a bet. Want to wager whether I can buy the Yuchuan Qīngyán white wine from your uncle?" "Sure." Ma Yongjun laughed a wild, uncontrollable laugh. He looked at Jiāng Mu as if he were mentally challenged. He muttered to himself, "You damn fool, daring to bet me on this? I'll make you lose big time." "Fine." Jiāng Mu saw his plan had succeeded. He couldn't contain his joy and chuckled, "Alright, what are we betting on this time?" "Bet the car." Ever since losing his car to Jiāng Mu, Ma Yongjun had been obsessed with the idea. Determined to win it back, he declared without hesitation, "If you can't buy the Yuchuan classic white wine, you give me the 2 cars you just won, plus your own car." "And what if you lose?" Jiāng Mu countered. "Lose?" Ma Yongjun laughed. Given that Luo Quanan was his own uncle, there was no way he could lose. But he still said symbolically, "If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me." Yeah. Jiāng Mu waved his hand impatiently. "I'm not ing, so what the hell would I do with you?" Ma Yongjun was speechless. "As if I were." "Then tell me, what do you want to do?" Ma Yongjun asked doubtfully. "How about this?" Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before saying, "I like that watch on your wrist. How about we bet that watch?" "Whoa!" Ma Yongjun was taken aback. "I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. You actually recognized my watch, it's quite valuable. You've got some skills." Jiāng Mu knew nothing about watches. He merely recognized the brand on it and knew it was also a Patek Philippe. Thud. Without further ado, Ma Yongjun slipped the watch off his wrist and slammed it onto the table. "Let's begin." "Hold on." Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. "How much is this watch of yours?" Ma Yongjun rolled his eyes, his face brimming with impatience. "This is a Patek Philippe 5002P platinum watch. I paid 1.7 million for it." "No way." Jiāng Mu shook his head. "If I lose, I'm looking at nearly 30 million yuan in losses. If you lose, you're only down 1.7 million. That's way too much of a loss for me. I'm out of this bet. Seeing Jiāng Mu refuse to gamble, Ma Yongjun grew desperate, slamming the watch he'd intended for Lěng Qīngyán onto the table. I'll throw this one in too. Is that acceptable now? Jiāng Mu shook his head. No, I'm still losing out. You. Ma Yongjun was furious but helpless. Finally, he ripped the necklace from his own neck and slammed it onto the table. This necklace. It's Swarovski's latest release this year, the Blue Eye, a sapphire, white gold, and diamond necklace priced at 1.2 million. I'll add this too. Is that acceptable now? By the end, Ma Yongjun was practically shouting. It was clear Ma Yongjun was truly furious. 1.7 million plus 1.1 million plus another 1.2 million. Jiāng Mu muttered to himself as he calculated, then sighed helplessly. Fine. 4 million. I'll take a bit of a loss, but since you don't have much else to wager, let's settle for that. But let's be clear, since your stakes are so low, I'll adjust mine too. If I lose, I'll only give you one car. Choose one, Zhao Tian's Maserati Urus or your McLaren Senna. This. Ma Yongjun felt somewhat helpless. His original plan was to win back all his previous losses with this one bet. And make some extra profit while he was at it. But now, it seemed like a tall order. He sighed and said, fine. If I win, just give me back my Sienna. Deal. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile. Deep down, she felt more and more that Ma Yongjun was like a foolish money-giving fairy. Meanwhile, Lěng Qīngyán, sitting beside them, felt uneasy and anxious. Her heart was racing with anxiety. Of course, she wasn't worried that Jiāng Mu couldn't procure the Yúchuan classic white wine. After all, she knew Jiāng Mu was the owner of the Yúchuan winery. Rather, she feared that after Jiāng Mu won this time, Ma Yongjun might retaliate out of anger. After all, over the course of 2 wagers, Ma Yongjun had lost a full 10 million yuan. With that much money at stake, given Ma Yongjun's vindictive nature, how could he possibly let it go so easily? At this thought, Lěng Qīngyán secretly nudged Jiāng Mu's waist with her finger. Whispering into his ear, she urged softly, Jiāng Mu, maybe we shouldn't gamble after all. I'm afraid that if we win, this Ma Yongjun might turn on us. It'll be fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively with a smile, reassuring her, I've already thought this through and made thorough preparations. Don't worry. But Lěng Qīngyán still felt uneasy. Seeing Jiāng Mu so determined, she could only hold her tongue. Click. Once the transfer contract was signed and all the items handed over to Lěng Qīngyán, Ma Yongjun placed his phone on the table, his face brimming with confidence. Before we make the official call, let me make this clear, you only get one chance, and the call can't exceed 10 minutes. Otherwise, you lose. Fine, no problem. Seeing Jiāng Mu agree, Ma Yongjun nodded, dialed Luo Quan'an's number, and activated speakerphone. Hey, big nephew, done with the class reunion? If you're free, just drive straight over to my place. Tonight, we're gonna have a proper drink. Luo Quan'an's lazy voice came through the phone. Not yet, uncle. Ma Yongjun chuckled smugly, keeping his eyes on Jiāng Mu as he said, I'm calling you because the boyfriend of one of my high school classmates asked me to. He wants to buy a few bottles of Yúchuan classic white wine from you. I was wondering if you sell it? Sell my ass. Luo Quan'an snapped irritably. I told you before you left the country that wine isn't for sale. The company's keeping it for its collection. You're calling now? That's just pointless. Uncle, you've got it all wrong. Ma Yongjun hurriedly explained. My classmate's boyfriend insisted on asking. He even said that as long as you heard his name, you'd definitely sell it. Sell my ass. Luo Quan'an cursed under his breath, then snapped, does he think he's got himself? That just hearing his name would make me sell? What a load of bull. Fine, I'm hanging up. Don't bother me with this crap again. Chapter 115, Retiring Early Third Update. Got it, uncle. Although Ma Yongjun had long anticipated this outcome, hearing Luo Quan'an's response with his own ears still made him grin from ear to ear. He couldn't stop grinning. Turning to Jiāng Mu, he said triumphantly, alright, Jiāng Mu, you lose, so hand over the car keys. Ah. The sigh came from Lěng Qīngyán. She had been terrified that Jiāng Mu would win, because then Ma Yongjun might fly into a rage and beat them both up. But she also didn't want Jiāng Mu to lose. So upon seeing this outcome, she couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder silently, why had Jiāng Mu remained completely silent just now? Could it be, he had intended to lose this game all along, to return the card to Ma Yongjun? Rin Bo and Lin Xian were equally bewildered. They couldn't quite grasp what Jiāng Mu was thinking. Zhao Tian, meanwhile, was kicking himself. He silently wondered, when Ma Yongjun hadn't placed a bet earlier, why hadn't he stepped in and intervened? If he had, wouldn't he have gotten his car back too? Hey! Nephew! Nephew! Just then, Luo Quan'an's shouts came through the still-connected call, are you even listening? Are you listening? Ha! Uncle, I'm here. I'm listening. Ma Yongjun hurriedly replied, his voice tinged with confusion. Why haven't you hung up yet? Is something wrong? Yeah. Luo Quan'an replied. I just thought about it, you should tell me the name of that classmate boyfriend of yours. Let me see if I know him. Ah, okay. Though somewhat surprised, Ma Young-jun complied with Luo Quan'in's request. His name is Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu? Luo Quan'in murmured to himself, pondering for a moment before saying, that name sounds familiar, but I just can't place it. Maybe because he's just a minor character. Ma Young-jun, who had been slightly worried moments ago, felt his unease vanish instantly upon hearing this. He chuckled smugly. After all, he's just a recent high school graduate. It's only natural that someone as important as you wouldn't remember him. Damn it! Luo Quan'in exclaimed over the phone. I remember now. I remember. Quickly, hand the phone to him. Ha! This sudden reversal sent a chill through Ma Young-jun's heart. He frowned and said, Uncle, did you mistake him for someone else? This Jiāng Mu isn't the one you're thinking of at all, is he? At that moment, Ma Young-jun still clung to a sliver of hope. He hoped Luo Quan'in had made a mistake. But alas, reality wouldn't bend to his wishes. I told you to hand over your phone, so hand it over. Luo Quan'in snapped, his voice thick with irritation. Stop wasting my breath. Hurry up. Alright, fine. Though extremely reluctant, Ma Young-jun complied with Luo Quan'in's order and handed the phone to Jiāng Mu. Hello? Luo Quan'in. Jiāng Mu answered the call, turned off speakerphone, and chuckled. Seems like making you run back to Yuchuan Winery last time didn't leave much of an impression on you. Otherwise, how could you not even remember my name? Mr. Jiang. Luo Quan'in was so startled he stammered, it's just that I'm getting older, my memory's fading a bit. But, rest assured, from now on I'll remember your name like it's engraved in stone. I'll never forget it. Oh. Jiāng Mu chuckled teasingly. It's fine. When you get older, retire early. Our company has plenty of outstanding young talent who'll take over. No, Mr. Jiang. Luo Quan'in was nearly in tears with fear. I have elderly parents and young children to support. If you fire me, how am I supposed to survive? I don't have to fire you. Jiāng Mu had only intended to scare Luo Quan'in. Seeing him calm down, he chuckled, take 20 bottles of Yuchuan classic white wine to Green Willow Villa. Remember, you must hurry. Half an hour. Must be there. Otherwise, you'll be running back. Ha! Luo Quan'in was stunned. The distance from Green Willow Villa to Yuchuan Winery was a full 30 kilometers. Running back would leave him exhausted to the point of amputation. The thought made Luo Quan'in scramble to respond, rest assured, Chairman Jiang. I'll be there in half an hour, no question. Click. After hanging up, Jiāng Mu slid the phone toward Ma Young-jun with a faint smile. Just wait. That wine will be delivered within half an hour, guaranteed. Impossible. Ma Young-jun hadn't heard the conversation on the phone. So he didn't believe a word Jiāng Mu said. He stiffened his neck and shouted, he wouldn't even sell it to me, his own nephew. Why would he sell it to you, an outsider? An outsider? Jiāng Mu smiled and replied calmly, perhaps because this outsider happens to be the chairman of Yuchuan Winery, his direct superior. WH? What? You're the chairman of Yuchuan Winery? This time, it wasn't just Ma Young-jun who was stunned. Everyone in the room, except Lěng Qīngyán, was stunned. Then it dawned on them. No wonder Jiāng Mu dared to bet against Ma Young-jun after learning Luo Quan'in was his uncle. No wonder he dared to address Luo Quan'in by his full name over the phone back then. No wonder he demanded Luo Quan'in retire early over the phone. Turns out he's the chairman of Yuchuan Winery. Ma Young-jun had truly hit a brick wall this time. You lied to me. This bet is off, it doesn't count. Ma Young-jun screamed like a madman, knocking over several bottles of white wine on the table. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Several timid girls jumped in fright and scrambled backward. Ma Young-jun. Jiāng Mu looked at Ma Young-jun before him and grinned. As they say, you win some, you lose some. You're a grown man, surely you can accept this much? Besides, you're wrong. I didn't deceive you, you simply didn't ask. If you'd asked, how could I possibly not tell you? Ma Young-jun was furious. His eyes bulged with rage as he gritted his teeth. Fine, Jiāng Mu. I'll take the fall for this. But you better watch your back from now on. Don't ever fall into my hands, or I'll make sure you pay. With that, Ma Young-jun turned and walked to another table, drowning his sorrows in silence. Jiāng Mu watched him and chuckled softly. He muttered to himself, who'd have thought Ma Young-jun could take a beating like this? He's taken so many hits since earlier, yet he still hasn't left. Impressive, really impressive. Enough. Lěng Qīngyán shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving look, pulling him back and murmuring reproachfully, stop gloating. If you really push him too far, what if he snaps and goes after you? Jiāng Mu knew Lěng Qīngyán was worried about him. He patted her fragrant shoulder reassuringly. Relax. With his puny frame, I could take him down in 2 rounds with one hand. No big deal. Put. Lěng Qīngyán giggled uncontrollably. Yet an inexplicable worry lingered in her heart. Chapter 116, The Little Old Lady. As the commotion from earlier gradually subsided, everyone returned to their previous state. Only my young Jun remained sullenly seated on the sofa drinking in silence. His face was so sour it looked like someone owed him 8 million yuan, utterly miserable. Young Master Ma. Zhao Tian slowly approached my young Jun, patting his shoulder consolingly. Why don't we just drop it? That guy, he's way too tough. Going up against him is like hitting a stone with an egg. Forget it? My young Jun looked at Zhao Tian in surprise, his voice tinged with doubt. Young Master Tian, backing down isn't really your style, is it? Ah. Zhao Tian sighed helplessly, his face clouded with frustration. I don't want to back down either, but what choice do we have? We can't outspend him, and our schemes don't work on him. What else can we do? We can't exactly go all out and fight him, can we? Fight? My young Jun, who had been listless moments ago, perked up at the suggestion. He slammed his hand on the table, grinning wickedly. Exactly. Let's fight. Just wait. I'll call my men right now and have them ambush Jiāng Mu on his way down the mountain. Today, we'll break his leg. With that, my young Jun excitedly pulled out his phone and began making calls. Zhao Tian watched the scene unfold, his face twisted into a cold sneer. Truthfully, he'd been itching to do this for a while, but lacking sufficient manpower, he'd hesitated to commit. But now, with my Yang Juan's help, he was confident. Jiāng Mu would be crippled today. With that thought, Zhao Tian flashed a vindictive grin and said to my young Jun, Young Master Ma, count me in. I should be able to bring 10 brothers. Great. Hearing Zhao Tianlu wanted in, my young Jun grinned from ear to ear. His cold, menacing gaze fixed intently on Jiāng Mu in the distance as he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, Jiāng Mu, you just wait. Before long, I'll make you beg me on your knees. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door to the private room was knocked upon. A white-haired yet remarkably spry elderly woman entered, head held high and chest thrust out, guided by a waiter. Her icy cold face bore 2 words written all over it, haughty. Her first impression was that she was extremely difficult to deal with. Good afternoon, Principal Gao. Good afternoon, Principal Gao. Principal Gao, hello. The moment the old lady appeared, she instantly captured everyone's attention. Many people rushed forward to greet her. But the old lady acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, paying no attention whatsoever. She continued walking forward with an air of haughty pride. The atmosphere in the room grew rather awkward. Hello, Principal Gao. Lěng Qīngyán, Rinbo, and Lin Xian hurriedly rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to greet the old lady. Yet the old lady maintained her haughty demeanor, not acknowledging them at all. It was downright unpleasant. Click. Just then, the old lady abruptly halted, her piercing gaze sweeping over Jiāng Mu. She coldly remarked, Young man, everyone else stood to greet me. Why did you remain seated? Me? Jiāng Mu froze for a moment, then chuckled. They greet you because they're your students, they fear you and respect you. I'm not one of them. Why should I greet you? Oh? The old woman hadn't expected this response and seemed taken aback. She then turned to Zhao Tian, her tone icy. Zhao Tian, didn't you tell me this was a class reunion? How is there an outsider here? Get him out of here immediately. Zhao Tian saw the old lady's displeasure toward Jiāng Mu. He couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. Deliberately stirring the pot, he retorted, Principal Gao, this gentleman is one of Linhai City's top second-generation tycoons, with a net worth exceeding 10 billion. I wouldn't dare offend him, so... Useless. The old lady shot Zhao Tian a disapproving glare, scolding him with disappointment. A little stinking money scares you like this? You're utterly useless. With that, she strode directly to Jiāng Mu and said coldly, Young man, I don't care how much money you have. Now, please leave. Don't disturb our class reunion for Class 5, Senior 3 at Linhai No. 10 High School. Hearing this, my young Jun and Zhao Tian were nearly beside themselves. They silently taunted, Jiāng Mu, you think you're so tough? Keep acting tough then. Let's see how Principal Gao deals with you. Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows knitted tightly. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. If only she'd known, she would have pulled Jiāng Mu up to greet them earlier. Principal Gao. After a moment's hesitation, Lěng Qīngyán resolved to plead for Jiāng Mu. Stepping forward decisively, she declared, This is Jiāng Mu, my boyfriend. He came here specifically to accompany me. So, could you please spare him for my sake? My favor? Principal Gao laughed a loud, booming laugh. It was as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. Turning back to the crowd, he declared, Everyone, listen to this. What does she say? That I should spare her boyfriend because of her? She actually has face now? Tell me, isn't this utterly ridiculous? Ha 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 ha. The crowd roared with laughter. The shrill laughter felt like countless invisible hands. They stung cold Qīngyán's face, making it burn with pain. She stood there, feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles, like thorns were piercing her back, like a fishbone was stuck in her throat. It was unbearable. If I recall correctly, your name is Lěng Qīngyán, right? Principal Gao sneered, his venomous gaze sweeping over every inch of Lěng Qīngyán's skin as he sneered. Who'd have thought that you, who always dragged everyone down academically back in school, would be so quick to find a partner? When's the wedding? Should I offer my congratulations in advance? Principal Gao's words pierced Lěng Qīngyán's fragile nerves like steel needles. Ashamed, she felt utterly humiliated. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was on the verge of bursting into tears. And this was precisely Principal Gao's cruelty. She always used vicious words to torment you mentally, torturing you until you're utterly broken. This was a major reason everyone feared her. Just say congratulations. Jiāng Mu had no intention of engaging with this stubborn little old lady. After all, she was the principal of the school, and he should show her some respect. But now it seemed, some people simply weren't worthy of respect. So he changed his mind. He was going to teach this little old lady a lesson in how to behave. Because people like you aren't worthy of our blessings. And I'm not leaving. If you don't like it, either keep it to yourself or leave yourself. Stop waving your arms around at me. Boom! Jiāng Mu's words exploded like a heavy bomb in the room. The shock left everyone present stunned. Their faces were frozen in disbelief. Clearly, no one had expected Jiāng Mu to openly challenge Gao Yuanyuan, the notorious tyrant of high school number 10, Principal Gao himself. Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun were equally stunned. But the next second, both of them burst into uncontrollable laughter. They thought to themselves, Jiāng Mu, you're dead meat this time. Chapter 117. Thanks for the compliment. Oh, right. Jiāng Mu suddenly remembered something and spoke up again. You just mocked Lěng Qīngyán for having no face. What? Are you the only one with face? Are you the only one who's great? Just being a little high school principal has made you so full of yourself. Do you need me to give you a little back rub to help you relax? If Jiāng Mu's previous remark had been a heavy bomb, this one was an atomic bomb. The entire room was stunned into silence. They silently marveled. Jiāng Mu was truly something else. He actually dared to say something like that. You. Gao Yuanyuan was so furious she was speechless. In her 35 years in the industry, she'd always been the one criticizing others. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine she'd be the one being criticized today. And the person criticizing her was a mere 18 or 19-year-old kid. This was utterly intolerable. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, fine. Very well. In my 35 years in this profession, you're the first person who dares speak to me like this. Well done. Thanks for the compliment. Put. Gao Yuanyuan choked so hard she nearly spat blood. She thought, did I just give you a damn compliment? And you're thanking me? Young man. After calming down, Gao Yuanyuan said slowly, do you really think just because you're a billionaire with all that money, you can do whatever you want and speak rudely to anyone? Honestly, I never thought that. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, replying calmly and confidently, it's you who's abusing your petty authority to act however you please and speak rudely to others. What nonsense are you spouting? Gao Yuanyuan frowned. I've never been that kind of person. As for what I said about Lěng Qīngyán earlier, that was criticism. That was guidance. It wasn't being rude. Is that so? Jiāng Mu chuckled. Then why have you been walking around with your nose in the air since you got here? Why ignore people when they greet you? And just now why couldn't you give Lěng Qīngyán a little face? Well. Gao Yuanyuan was at a loss for words, frozen in place, unable to respond. Oomph. Jiāng Mu sneered contemptuously, speaking slowly and deliberately, let me spell it out for you. It's because you think you're the principal and their students, so you consider yourself superior to them, right? You're talking nonsense. Caught out, Gao Yuanyuan snapped, I don't think that way at all. You know exactly what you think. No need to argue with me about it. With that, Jiāng Mu ignored her and sat back down on the sofa. You. With her mask of innocence torn away, Gao Yuanyuan was furious with Jiāng Mu. Gritting her teeth for a long moment, she spat, all right then, kid. You wanna make a bet? If you win, I leave. But if you lose, you leave. How about it? Compete at what? Jiāng Mu countered. I'm a highly educated scholar. Naturally, we'll compete on knowledge. Gao Yuanyuan flashed a proud smile, then swept her gaze across the assembled crowd and pointed at Ma Yangjun. Ma Yangjun, come here. Oh. Ma Yangjun was still quite afraid of Gao Yuanyuan. Hearing the summons, he hurried over. Principal, what do you need? You'll compete against him in English-speaking skills. Ha! In an instant, the entire crowd murmured with disdain. Several people gathered in a huddle, whispering and gossiping. Ma Yangjun is a top student who got into Harvard and even lived in the States for a while. Having Principal Gao pit him against Jiāng Mu in spoken English, isn't that just blatant cheating? You bet. That Gao Yuanyuan, she's got some nerve. I used to think Principal Gao was decent, a bit arrogant, but upright and incorruptible. Turns out I was mistaken. Though their voices were hushed, they still reached Gao Yuanyuan's ears. But she didn't care anymore. Compared to others' opinions, she cared more about how to beat Jiāng Mu and redeem herself. Alright. No problem. Ma Yangjun had long wanted to put Jiāng Mu in his place and get revenge. So he agreed without hesitation. Gao Yuanyuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Jiāng Mu. What about you? Any objections? Sure. Jiāng Mu smiled. Just moments ago, when Gao Yuanyuan suggested comparing knowledge, Jiāng Mu had actually felt a bit apprehensive. His high school grades hadn't been particularly strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up at Linhai University, a third-tier institution. But when he heard it was about English-speaking skills, he instantly perked up. After all, he was the guy who maxed out his English-speaking skills. Compared to this, he was 100% confident he'd win. Jiāng Mu, maybe, we should just call it off. Although Lěng Qīngyán didn't know exactly how good Jiāng Mu's English was, but Ma Yangjun had studied abroad and was a top student at Harvard. How could he possibly win against such a cheat in spoken English? It's fine. Jiāng Mu patted Lěng Qīngyán's shoulder reassuringly with a smile. Don't worry. I've got this little upstart Ma Yangjun covered. Me? A nobody? Just as Ma Yangjun was about to mock Jiāng Mu, he found himself mocked first. His eyes blazed with fury as he snarled, Jiāng Mu, save your cockiness for someone else. Just you wait, I'll show you what it means to be outclassed. Jiāng Mu chuckled. I just hope you won't cry when you lose later. 10 minutes later. Gao Yuanyuan pulled out a phone and placed it on the table. She addressed Jiāng Mu and Ma Yangjun. Once the competition begins, I'll call our school's foreign teacher, Adele. Each of you gets 1 minute to communicate. Adele will judge your performance, and whoever scores higher wins. Ha! The moment she said this, the room erupted in disdain once more. Several people stepped forward to speak up for Jiāng Mu. Principal Gao, I think this rule is unfair to Jiāng Mu. Right. I think it's unfair too. Adele is a teacher at our school. She'll definitely listen to you. What if you tell her in advance to give Ma Yangjun a high score? Exactly. What if you secretly instructed Adele to give Ma Yangjun a high score? Just as everyone suspected. The reason Gao Yuanyuan brought Adele on as a judge was precisely to pull strings behind the scenes and secretly give Ma Yangjun high marks. This ensured Ma Yangjun would absolutely win the competition. But Gao Yuanyuan would never admit it. Her face turned icy as she snapped coldly, shut up, all of you. As the esteemed principal of this school, with over 30 years of teaching experience, how could I possibly do such a thing? Stop projecting your petty minds onto a noble person. But, before anyone could finish, Jiāng Mu cut them off. It's fine. Even if they cheat, I'll still win. You don't need to worry about me. Oomph. Jiāng Mu's arrogance made Gao Yuanyuan and Ma Yangjun burst into laughter. Deep down, they felt even more certain that Jiāng Mu was a complete jerk. Chapter 118 shocked the entire audience. Third update. Jiāng Mu. Ma Yangjun crossed his arms over his chest and sneered coldly, since you're so confident you'll win, why don't we add some weight? Sure thing. Jiāng Mu agreed without hesitation. After all, someone offering to hand over money voluntarily was a blessing. Ha 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 ha. Ma Yangjun's laughter grew even louder. He hurriedly said, since you agree, how about we bet on your Raventon? Sure, why not? But what are you putting up as the stakes? Well, Ma Yangjun desperately wanted to say, I'm going to win 100%, so why do I need to put up a stake? But reality demanded he put something on the line, otherwise, Jiāng Mu would never agree. After racking his brains for a while, he pulled a bank card from his wallet and slammed it on the table. This is the bet. This card holds a year's worth of tuition and living expenses my dad pre-deposited for me, plus all the red envelopes from my relatives. Totals about 5 million yuan. How about it? Jiāng Mu laughed. Ma Yangjun, trying to leverage 5 million to pry out 15 million from me? Your math is so off the charts, the abacus beads would bounce right off my face. That's just shameless, isn't it? I know. Ma Yangjun frowned, his face full of resignation. The gap between us is indeed huge, but this is all I have right now. Can you give me some face? Alright then. Jiāng Mu wasn't stupid, he wouldn't make a losing deal. He grinned. I'll knock 5 million off. You find someone to finance the rest. As long as you hit 10 million, I'll take your bet. That should be enough to save your face, right? Deal. Ma Yangjun was now completely consumed by the conviction that he would win. Without a second thought, he agreed. Turning to Zhao Tian, he asked, Young Master Tian, how much cash do you have left? Lend me some to tide me over. I'll pay you back once I win. Zhao Tian really didn't want to lend him the money. But then he thought about it, Ma Yangjun's spoken English was indeed impressive. Plus, Principal Gao was secretly covering for him. So he nodded in agreement. I don't have much on me, just 2 million. But this watch and necklace should be worth over 3 million. Together, that should cover 5 million. But let me make this clear, if you win later, you have to split the car with me. This. Ma Yangjun knew full well that Zhao Tian was taking advantage of the situation. But to make this bet happen, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Fine. Since you're willing to help me, I'll take your offer. Swish, swish, swish. After signing the vehicle transfer contract and submitting his bank card password? After handing everything over to Lěng Qīngyán for safekeeping, the wager officially began. Ma Yangjun was the first to interact with the foreign instructor. It must be said, this Ma Yangjun was quite skilled. His pronunciation was impeccable, but his sentence structure had a slight kindergarten vibe to them. Not, hello, how are you? He was just chatting about the weather, using basic vocabulary and everyday small talk phrases. Nothing particularly challenging or complex. Even a middle schooler with decent English could probably pull it off. Yet through Gao Yuanyuan's underhanded maneuvering, Ma Yongjun still received a perfect score 10 points. This made most people present feel it was unfair. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done about it. Jiāng Mu. After receiving his perfect score, Ma Yongjun smirked triumphantly and declared arrogantly, I've already gotten full marks. Do you really think we need to continue this contest? Why not? Jiāng Mu smiled. What if I also get a perfect score? Then we'd be tied, wouldn't we? Ha ha ha. Ma Yongjun burst into laughter at Jiāng Mu's innocence. He thought to himself, with Principal Gao here, you think you can get full marks? You'll be lucky if you don't get 0. How naive. The other students, though not mocking him like Ma Yongjun, they all felt Jiāng Mu had no chance of winning. They all cast sympathetic glances at Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán sighed deeply. She silently regretted not stepping in to stop Jiāng Mu when he insisted on adding weight. Zhao Tian, however, was so thrilled he nearly jumped for joy. He silently rejoiced that his bet had paid off. Gao Yuanyuan sat there, her face twisted in a cold sneer. She silently muttered to herself, kid, you're still too green to mess with me. Click. Just as everyone thought Jiāng Mu was certain to lose, he picked up his phone and started chatting with the foreign teacher. Hi, girl. Boom. The words sent shockwaves through the entire room. Everyone was stunned by Jiāng Mu's distinctly Western-sounding pronunciation. Had they not been staring at his distinctly Asian features, they would have instantly assumed that English had come from a foreigner's mouth. His pronunciation was so flawless it even carried a hint of a Midwestern accent. At that moment, everyone was consumed by one burning question. Had Jiāng Mu grown up abroad? After all, such an accent was absolutely impossible to master in China. In reality, however, Jiāng Mu had merely activated the English-speaking ability fragment he'd obtained from the lucky bag. Gao Yuanyuan, Ma Yongjun, and Zhao Tian were stunned. They had assumed Jiāng Mu could only manage a little spoken English. Little did they know he not only spoke it, but spoke it exceptionally well. They'd really hit a brick wall. The foreign teacher was stunned by Jiāng Mu's accent and blurted out, "Are you American?" Jiāng Mu smiled and replied in English, "No, I'm Chinese. But I really love America, it's a land of freedom. What draws me most, though, are American girls. Because they're incredibly sexy, fiery, and unapologetically passionate. Dating them would definitely be an exciting adventure." Jiāng Mu delivered this lengthy monologue with casual ease. It sounded as natural as if he were speaking Chinese, not English. Many present couldn't help but feel envious. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. The foreign teacher smiled faintly, "So is your girlfriend American?" Impressed by Jiāng Mu's excellent spoken English, the foreign teacher completely forgot this was an assessment. He thought he was chatting with a newly met American friend. So he simply started chatting casually with Jiāng Mu. "No." Jiāng Mu replied with a smile, "Because I'm waiting for someone with a beautiful voice and sweet words, someone who could make me fall head over heels with just one sentence." "Oh?" Intrigued by Jiāng Mu's words, the foreign teacher hurriedly asked, "Did you find her? What's her name?" "I have." Jiāng Mu chuckled playfully, "Her name is Adele. She's a foreign teacher at Linhai No. 10 Middle School, and we're having a long chat on the phone right now." "Ha! Giggle giggle giggle." The foreign teacher burst into laughter at Jiāng Mu's joke, sounding like a goose honking. After a moment, she finally caught her breath and replied with a smile, "So, shall we meet up now and go shopping together?" "Sure thing." Jiāng Mu had only intended to settle the bet. He hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. His face lit up instantly. "But not today, I'm at a class reunion. Once I have some free time in the next few days, I'll come find you at school." "Okay." The foreign teacher replied with a smile, "Then it's settled. You absolutely mustn't skip out on it." "Enough." Watching her foreign teacher about to be lured away by this kid, Gao Yuanyuan grew anxious. Her sharp command cut through their casual conversation. She snapped at Adele, "Adele, how's his speaking ability? What score are you planning to give him?" Chapter 119, Unreasonably Demanding. Adele, who had been busy daydreaming about her date with Jiāng Mu, was startled by Gao Yuanyuan's sudden outburst. After instinctively exclaiming, "Oh my god," she slowly replied, "I think Mr. Zhang's English is excellent, the best I've encountered since arriving in Longwa. I mean, it's as good as having a pleasant weekend, so I believe I must give Mr. Jiang a perfect." "Hold on." Just as Adele was about to announce the score, Gao Yuanyuan snapped sharply, "Adele, as your supervisor, I feel obligated to remind you that integrity is essential, you must not lie. Therefore, I hope you can uphold your sincerity, speak honestly, and deliver a fair judgment for this competition." "Fair?" The entire room snorted at the word coming from Gao Yuanyuan's mouth. "It seemed unfair from the moment you suggested having Jiāng Mu and Ma Yongjun compete in spoken English, didn't it? This Adele isn't a little cutie. It was obvious Gao Yuanyuan wanted her to give Jiāng Mu a low score and declare him the loser. But she couldn't bring herself to lie against her conscience. Thus she was plunged into an endless state of conflict. She couldn't make a decision for ages. Adele. After a long pause, Gao Yuanyuan couldn't wait any longer and slowly spoke up. I just remembered you haven't been officially promoted yet, have you? Ah, right. Adele answered, startled. Then what are you waiting for? Make up your mind already. Shame on you. Shame on you. Seeing Gao Yuanyuan actually use the promotion as leverage against Adele, the entire room erupted in indignation. Principal Gao, as the head of this institution, don't you find your actions utterly despicable and shameless? Principal Gao, we may not be as professional as teacher Adele, but we can clearly tell that Jiāng Mu's spoken English is superior. Exactly. Jiāng Mu is clearly superior. Even if you won't declare him the winner, you shouldn't declare him the loser. Exactly. You can't use your position as Adele's superior to coerce her into an unfair ruling. Shut up, all of you. Someone as proud as Gao Yuanyuan would never admit she was wrong. Her face darkening, she barked at the group. I merely inquired about Adele's probationary status. How is that underhanded? How is that shameless? How does that constitute a threat? You must be precise in your words and present evidence. Otherwise, you're making baseless accusations. The others were rendered speechless by Gao Yuanyuan's retort, exchanging bewildered glances. Finally, they reluctantly backed away, saying no more. It's fine. Jiāng Mu spoke up then, flashing a faint smile at everyone. I trust Adele. She's a new generation woman who stands up to authority and speaks the truth. So there's no need for concern. This contest, I'm certain I'll win, because I trust Adele. I trust she will deliver a fair judgment. On the surface, Jiāng Mu seemed to be explaining this to everyone. But in truth, they were meant for Adele. Because only if Adele spoke the truth could he win. As for whether these words would truly make a difference, Jiāng Mu didn't know. For now, he could only pin his hopes on Adele, praying she would prove to be an upright person. Adele. Having seen countless people, Gao Yuanyuan could easily see through the intent behind Jiāng Mu's words. So immediately after Jiāng Mu finished speaking, she turned her pressure toward Adele. Regarding your permanent position, I'll make a decision tonight based on your performance over the past period. I hope you've been doing well lately. No. Adele shook her head firmly. Principal Gao, though I deeply desire this permanent position and wish to continue working at number 10 high school, I must follow my conscience. Therefore, I give Mr. Jiang a score of 11. That's 1 point above perfect, because his level. Enough. Gao Yuanyuan was furious, her face darkening as she gritted her teeth. Adele, I'm formally notifying you, you're fired. Pack your things and leave the school. All right. Though Adele had mentally prepared herself, hearing the dismissal still stung. She still felt a pang of sadness. Yet she had no regrets. Because in her eyes, following her heart and speaking the truth was far more important than any job. Jiāng Mu had also guessed this might happen. He hadn't anticipated that Gao Yuanyuan would fire Adele so bluntly and without hesitation. It seemed he had truly underestimated the ruthlessness of this little old lady. With that thought, Jiāng Mu addressed the phone. Adele. I bear some responsibility for your dismissal, so I'll find you a new job as soon as possible. And if you face any difficulties in your daily life, don't hesitate to tell me. Really? Adele's face lit up with excitement. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang. You're welcome. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Add me on WeChat. We'll communicate through there later. Sure. With that, Adele hung up the phone. Gao Yuanyuan was already furious with Jiāng Mu. Now Jiāng Mu had openly stepped forward again, proactively offering Adele whom she had fired a job. This only infuriated him further. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, Kid, if you really want to help Adele, stand up, bow respectfully, and say you're sorry. Otherwise, I guarantee you, without my permission, not a single school in Linhai City will dare hire her. Put. Jiāng Mu laughed a wild, booming laugh. Gao Yuanyuan, have you really started thinking of yourself as an emperor after being principal for so long? No school in Linhai City would dare hire her without your permission? That's some bold claim. You. Gao Yuanyuan's face flushed red, then drained white with fury. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, whether I'm bragging or not, you'll find out soon enough. But, let me make this clear, when that time comes, if you come looking for me, it won't be as simple as bowing and apologizing. You'll have to kneel. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu chuckled. That day will never come. Besides, shouldn't you be honoring your promise and leaving now? Why? Gao Yuanyuan sneered coldly, I didn't lose. Why should I leave? How did you not lose? Ren Bo protested, stepping forward to argue his case. Ma Yangjun scored 10 points, while brother Jiang got 11. Did that extra point just get eaten by the dog? Oomph. Gao Yuanyuan gave a cold laugh, speaking slowly and deliberately, we agreed on the rules beforehand, the maximum score is 10 points. Where did this 11th point come from? So this round, at most, can only be considered a draw. It can't count as a loss. You're being unreasonable. Renbo flared up, about to unleash a tirade at Gao Yuanyuan, when Jiāng Mu stepped in, smiling. Forget it. Reasoning with that is pointless. Don't waste your breath. Bang! Gao Yuanyuan exploded, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up. You little brat, you better make yourself clear. Who the hell did you call a? Chapter 120 The Rematch. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Whoever picks up the thread is the one. You. Gao Yuanyuan was so furious she nearly spat blood. Clutching her chest, she took several deep breaths before snapping, You little brat. If you've got the guts, let's have another round. You dare? Another round? Jiāng Mu was speechless. Today he'd finally seen what it meant to be both terrible and addicted to playing. But he wasn't afraid. So he smiled and nodded. Alright, what do you want to play this time? Gao Yuanyuan scanned the room, finally fixing her gaze on Zhao Tian. She addressed Zhao Tian, what grade are you at with your piano now? The moment piano was mentioned, Zhao Tian's confidence soared. I just passed level 9 at the Dragon Nation Conservatory of Music. Boom! The room erupted in shock. The once quiet private room instantly erupted into a buzz of excitement. Young Master Tian is truly amazing. He hasn't even officially enrolled yet, and he's already completed the piano grading exams. You wouldn't know, but though young Master Tian isn't the strongest academically, his musical talent is truly master level. Exactly. I heard young Master Tian pass the amateur piano grading exam at age 8 and he even has perfect pitch. Good heavens. Doesn't that mean young Master Tian is a musical prodigy? Wrong. Someone like young Master Tian should be described as a prodigy. Listening to the group's discussion, Jiāng Mu gained a whole new perspective on Zhao Tian. Before, he'd only seen Zhao Tian as a spoiled rich kid who wasted his days in bars, living a life of luxury and excess. But now it seemed Zhao Tian actually had some skills. At least in one area, he possessed a special talent. But with that carefree attitude of his, he just didn't seem like the type destined to become a piano virtuoso. Impressive. Seeing that Zhao Tian had passed the grading exams at the Longwa Conservatory of Music, Gao Yuanyuan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. She patted Zhao Tian's shoulder and said, Then you'll compete against him for me in piano. Alright. When it came to piano technique, Zhao Tian had absolute confidence. Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. Hold on. Just then, Jiāng Mu spoke up, a knowing smile on his face. Principal Gao, during the English-speaking contest just now, you cheated multiple times, first by sending Ma Youngjun, who has the best English-speaking skills, to compete. You bribed the judges beforehand and pressured them with your tenure. Now you're pulling this stunt? Don't you have any shame? You. Gao Yuanyuan's face flushed red, then drained pale. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, So what do you want? Do we compete or not? We can compete. Jiāng Mu frowned. But I have one demand. Speak. If I win this contest, besides what we just agreed on, there's one more thing added. What? Jiāng Mu chuckled, rising to his feet. You must kneel before my girlfriend, Lěng Qīngyán, apologize to her, and slap yourself 3 times across the face. Otherwise, I refuse to fight. You. Jiāng Mu's demand. Not only was it hard for Gao Yuanyuan, a high school principal accustomed to pride and arrogance, to accept, but it would be equally difficult for any ordinary person. After all, kneeling to apologize meant sacrificing one's dignity. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán spoke up. She slowly walked over to Jiāng Mu's side and whispered, What happened to me is in the past. There's no need to dwell on it. Make Principal Gao apologize to me. Besides, I don't want you to compete anymore. Let's go. Let's go back. I never wanted to come to this gathering in the first place, and now I definitely don't want to stay any longer. No. Jiāng Mu shook his head stubbornly. Qīngyán, remember this, as long as I'm by your side, no one will ever bully you. Not even the King of Kings himself. So don't try to talk me out of it. I won't leave until I've restored your honor. Lěng Qīngyán hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to care so deeply about her feelings. A wave of warmth washed over her heart. Her fondness for Jiāng Mu shot up like a rocket. If only there weren't so many people around. She might have thrown herself into his arms for a cuddle. As for Jiāng Mu, his words were merely an excuse to keep the competition going. After all, winning meant bagging 10 million yuan. With that much money, what wouldn't she buy? It all sounded so tempting. Poor Lěng Qīngyán, she thought Jiāng Mu genuinely cared for her. So, what do you say? Jiāng Mu ignored Lěng Qīngyán and turned to Gao Yuanyuan. Are you in or out? Gao Yuanyuan was still wrestling with her decision. Deep down, she still wanted to agree. But she feared losing in losing face. So she hesitated, unable to commit. Principal Gao. Ma Youngjun spoke up from beside her, leaning close to whisper in Gao Yuanyuan's ear, We can totally agree to it. From what I know, people who play piano tend to have fairer, more delicate hands. But look at his hands, they don't fit that description at all. So I'm certain he can't play the piano, or even if he can, there's no way he could possibly play as well as young Master Tian. Gao Yuanyuan nodded instinctively upon hearing this. She then turned to Zhao Tian and asked, Zhao Tian, how confident are you that you can beat him? Zhao Tian bit his lip. After a moment's thought, he replied, about 70%. Mainly because I haven't seen him play and have no idea what his actual skill level is. But, Zhao Tian continued, my suggestion aligns with young Master Ma's. You could easily agree to his terms. After all, it's just a verbal agreement. Even if you lose and refuse to honor it, what can he really do to you? He wouldn't dare lay a finger on you, forcing you to kneel and apologize, would he? Gao Yuanyuan nodded again. Then she shook her head. Still no. I could break my promise, but where would that leave my credibility? What if he goes out and makes a big fuss about this? My reputation would be ruined. Well. For a moment, Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian both found themselves at a loss. They had no idea what to do. Got it. After a moment, Zhao Tian had a sudden flash of inspiration. His face lit up with excitement. I can go over and chat with him first. Gauge his expertise in piano. That way, we'll know exactly what he's capable of, right? Great idea. Go do it. Gao Yuanyuan couldn't stop grinning and gave Zhao Tian a gentle push. Without further ado, Zhao Tian strode straight toward Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, before we officially decide on the match, I'd like to ask if we do compete, which piece would you prefer to play? Whatever. Jiāng Mu shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter. No matter which piece we play, it all comes down to the keys on the piano anyway. Oomph. Zhao Tian chuckled at Jiāng Mu's arrogance, sneering, how about Beethoven's Minuet in G major? Fine, whatever. Jiāng Mu replied dismissively, whatever you say goes. I'll follow your lead. Chapter 121 The Outsider Third Update. No way. Zhao Tian chuckled. If you find this piece too challenging, we can always switch to another one. After all, a contest should be fair and impartial, right? Ha? Jiāng Mu froze, puzzled by Zhao Tian's sudden change of subject. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Nodding, he replied, you're right. A contest should be fair and impartial. But I don't know much about music. I'm not sure how difficult this dance piece you mentioned is. So it doesn't matter, whatever you like is fine. Jiāng Mu was speaking the truth. When he acquired master-level piano skills, the system only taught him how to play the piano and read sheet music. It hadn't implanted piano scores or those dry, tedious music history lessons into his mind. So, he genuinely didn't know whether Zhao Tian's Minuet in G major was difficult or not. And he didn't want to know. With his master-level piano skills, even the most difficult pieces would be effortless for him. So there was no need to fret over such trivial details. Alright. Zhao Tian's expression remained calm on the surface. But inside, he was nearly laughing himself silly. Through his earlier probing, Zhao Tian had discovered that Jiāng Mu was a complete novice when it came to piano. This contest was already in the bag for him. So, what do you think? The moment Zhao Tian returned, Gao Yuanyuan and Ma Yangjun immediately craned their necks, eager to ask, is his piano skill better than yours? Zhao Tian smiled. His smile was confident and slightly dismissive. Principal Gao, I deliberately tested him with the Minuet in G major, a piece every beginner must play. Guess what happened? Smack! Gao Yuanyuan slapped Zhao Tian's arm in exasperation, shooting him a reproachful glare. You brat! Stop teasing me, spill it already. Oh! Zhao Tian immediately sobered up and replied with a smile, he didn't even know this piece. He's clearly a complete amateur. Ha! This outcome left Ma Yangjun and Gao Yuanyuan quite surprised. They couldn't help but wonder privately, Jiāng Mu clearly didn't know anything about piano. Why did he act so confident he'd win when he was just now demanding Principal Gao himself kneel? Could it be he was bluffing? Was he trying to scare Principal Gao himself into backing down? Principal Gao! Zhao Tian spoke again, patting his chest with a confident expression. Rest assured, I've got this round in the bag. Just agree to it. If I lose, I'll kneel and apologize for you. This. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Yuanyuan said, alright then, it's settled. Great. Seeing Gao Yuanyuan agree, Zhao Tian was overjoyed. He murmured to himself, Jiāng Mu, this battle. I'll repay you tenfold for all the harm you've caused me. Tap tap tap. Thinking of Zhao Tian, he hurried over to Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, the university president, has agreed. But, since you made a request, shouldn't we also make one? No way. Love it or leave it, if we don't match, then forget it. Zhao Tian was stunned. He never dreamed Jiāng Mu would take such an attitude. All the words he'd prepared just moments ago were choked back. He nearly choked to death. This was unbearably painful. Jiāng Mu. Zhao Tian, refusing to give up, pressed on, this contest is all about fairness and impartiality. You can add conditions, but we can't? That doesn't seem fair, does it? Fair? Jiāng Mu laughed. When we were competing in English speaking, you guys were cheating left and right. Why didn't you talk about fairness back then? How ridiculous. Zhao Tian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He scratched his head awkwardly. Different times, different circumstances. We can't keep bringing up past issues, can we? Jiāng Mu was getting annoyed by Zhao Tian's rambling. He tapped Rinbo beside him. Rinbo immediately got the hint, stood up, and shot back, one thing, love it or leave it. If you don't like it, get lost. Stop droning on isn't this annoying? You. Zhao Tian was dumbfounded with anger. He'd been hoping to use this chance to get back at Rinbo for yesterday when he'd been forced to kneel on broken glass. But now, it seemed that chance was gone. Fine. I'll compete. What are the rules? After a long pause, Zhao Tian clenched his teeth and said. Simple. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, gesturing toward the group. There are 52 people in your class. Subtract you, my Yangjun, my girlfriend Lěng Qīngyán, and Rinbo Lingxin, that leaves 47. It's an odd number. After we finish our performances, they'll vote. Whoever gets the most votes wins. How does that sound? Agreed. Zhao Tian nodded. Agreed. What about the song? Anything. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. You pick it. You're bound to lose anyway, so it won't hurt to let you have this one. Me lose? Zhao Tian laughed. Jiāng Mu, I don't think you've grasped the situation yet. I passed grade 9 piano at Longboy Conservatory of Music, while you're just a noob who can't even read basic sheet music. How could I possibly lose to you? Jiāng Mu smiled too. Between us, there really was someone who hadn't grasped the situation. How about this? Let's compete on Balakarev's piano piece The Lark. What do you say? Balakarev's piano piece The Lark is a grade 9 piece in the Longboy Conservatory piano grading system. It was also the piece Zhao Tian had played most frequently and felt most comfortable with lately. So with this piece, he was absolutely certain he could completely outplay Jiāng Mu. This was also a key reason why he chose this particular piece. Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded indifferently. But just so you know, I've never played this piece before. I'll need the piano sheet music for it. No problem. Hearing Jiāng Mu admit he hadn't played it, Zhao Tian's smile widened even more. He murmured to himself, this round is mine for the taking. There was no piano in the private room. So the group moved from the private room to the first floor lobby. A grand Steinway piano stood there. Occasionally, someone might be seized by a sudden whim and run up to play a few notes. But most of the time, it was treated like a decorative vase. Thus, the entire piano looked remarkably new. What's going on? Why are so many people gathered here? Yeah. It's pretty lively. A contest. They're competing to see who plays the piano best. Oh. That sounds interesting. I'll stick around and watch for a bit. The people of Longwa have a penchant for watching the spectacle. Before long, the entire hall was packed to the rafters. The chatter and buzz of conversation filled the air. The scene was quite lively. Ding! As Zhao Tian struck the first note, the once noisy hall fell instantly silent. Everyone held their breath, listening intently to Zhao Tian's performance. It must be said, Zhao Tian was truly remarkable. His technique was polished, his intonation precise, and the entire piece was performed flawlessly. Yet there was an inexplicable sense that something felt slightly off. Yet it was impossible to pinpoint exactly what it was. Chapter 122, Men Are Fine. Splash, splash, splash. The piece ended. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Zhao Tian strode down from the stage, proud as a peacock displaying its feathers. He shot Jiāng Mu a haughty glance and sneered coldly, your turn. Go ahead. Jiāng Mu nodded, striding forward with leisurely steps. Whistling softly, he strolled up the stage. Then, under the gaze of the entire crowd, he began his performance. Ding! As Jiāng Mu's fingers pressed down, a jarring note abruptly pierced everyone's ears. It made everyone frown. Instinctively, they shot suspicious glances at Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán's heart sank. She muttered to herself, oh no, oh no. Could it be that Jiāng Mu doesn't actually know how to play the piano? Rinbo and Lěng Qīngyán also frowned deeply. They silently held their breath for Jiāng Mu. Yuan, Zhao Tian, and Ma Yangjun, however, were nearly laughing themselves silly. They felt more and more certain they had this round in the bag. Ding ding ding. Jiāng Mu struck the keys a few more times. The notes that came out of the piano were still extremely jarring. So irritating. Hey, kid, can you even play this thing? One of the older guys couldn't take it anymore and snapped at Jiāng Mu. Exactly. Can you play or not? If you can't, get off the piano and stop making noise. Exactly. If you can't play, get off. This piano's expensive. If you break it, can you even afford to pay for it? Man, listening to others play is pure bliss, but listening to this guy? It's torture. The others joined in, shouting in unison, demanding Jiāng Mu stop playing. Get off the stage now. Who says I can't play? Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. I was just tuning it. The real performance is about to begin. You don't understand, so don't talk nonsense. Ha! In an instant, the entire venue erupted in derisive laughter. Everyone was convinced Jiāng Mu was nothing but a clown seeking attention. Even Rinbo and Lěng Qīngyán shared the belief that he couldn't play the piano at all. Jiāng Mu was bound to lose this contest. Ding! Ding ding ding! Just as everyone had written him off, Jiāng Mu moved. His fingertips danced gracefully across the keys. And the tempo grew faster and faster. The melodious notes flowed like mountain streams, like gentle breezes, like a long, winding river. Like dancing butterflies, like surging rivers. Beautiful and enchanting, captivating and mesmerizing. This can't be possible. Zhao Tian was stunned. The onlookers were stunned too. Disbelief filled every pair of eyes. Lěng Qīngyán was stunned too. In her memory, Jiāng Mu couldn't even sing a tune without going off key. How could he possibly be someone who played the piano this well? Ding ding ding! As Jiāng Mu's fingers danced across the keys, melodious notes like musical fairies drifted into everyone's ears. It was utterly refreshing. Slowly. Everyone closed their eyes involuntarily, quietly savoring the exquisite music. A faint smile of pure enjoyment touched their lips. I get it. Just as everyone was lost in the music, a guy suddenly shouted, I finally figured out what was missing in that guy's playing earlier. What? Everyone turned toward him, instinctively asking. It lacked emotion. The guy grinned smugly. Did you notice? That young man played beautifully, but it felt like a robot was playing utterly stiff. But this guy? Not only does he play well, but the emotion is spot on. Exactly. The crowd suddenly understood. I knew it. They played the same piece, yet it sounded like two different songs. That's the difference. Wow, this is what it means to play well, it's truly different. Exactly. Exactly. That's why some are hailed as masters while others never make it. That kid earlier? I don't see him becoming a master. This guy here is the real deal. Listening to the crowd's discussion. Zhao Tian's face was so dark it could practically drip water. He was furious inside. Gao Yuanyuan and Ma Yangjun, meanwhile, wore worried expressions. They were silently strategizing in their minds about what to do next. Thud. As the final key fell, the beautiful melody abruptly came to an end. Everyone's faces showed a look of lingering disappointment. Handsome guy, play us another one. A pretty girl winked and called out to Jiāng Mu. Yeah. Handsome guy, play one more. We haven't had enough yet. Yeah. One more. One more. Seeing the crowd's fiery enthusiasm, Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Thanks for your passionate support, but I've got things to do. So just one more is enough. As for those who haven't had enough. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every face in the room. Grinning widely, he added, the ladies can come to my place, I'll play for you in bed. As for the guys, nah, I'm not into that. Put. The crowd burst into giggles, thoroughly charmed by Jiāng Mu's humor. Back in the private room. Jiāng Mu glanced at Gao Yuanyuan and offered a faint smile. Principal Gao, since you've heard the opinions of those downstairs, is there really any need for us to continue counting the votes? Count them. Gao Yuanyuan's eyebrows furrowed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She raised her voice and shouted, why shouldn't we count them? What if all the students in class 5 think Zhao Tian played beautifully? Fine. Seeing Gao Yuanyuan wouldn't relent until she got her way, Jiāng Mu nodded in agreement. Now we'll begin counting votes. Those supporting Zhao Tian, please raise your hands. Looking around, not a single hand went up. This outcome infuriated Zhao Tian to no end. He bellowed, Renbo, have you forgotten who stood up for you when you were bullied by students from other classes? Renbo sneered coldly, sorry, but I only remember that you were the one who brought those people in. Zhao Tian. Ma Kai, remember when you were caught reading that dirty book by the dean? Who was it who pleaded for mercy on your behalf? Have you forgotten? Ma Kai sneered coldly, sorry, I only remember you shoved that book into my hands. Zhao Tian. Xiaoyu, you've always liked me, right? Just cast a vote, just one vote, and I'll agree to anything you ask. Xiaoyu sneered repeatedly. I was immature back then. Now I don't like you anymore. Zhao Tian. Sonny, we're best buds. Aren't you gonna back me up? Sonny sneered, now you remember we're buddies? Why didn't you think of that when you were stealing my girlfriend? Zhao Tian. After this exchange, Zhao Tian was so thoroughly rebuffed he felt like shutting himself off from the world. His weathered face flushed bright red. He was so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. Now we'll begin the vote. Those supporting Jiāng Mu, please raise your hands. Hold on. Just as everyone was about to raise their hands in support of Jiāng Mu, Gao Yuanyuan barked sharply, the previous votes haven't even been counted yet. What's the rush? Chapter 123, I don't recall saying that. With that, Gao Yuanyuan walked straight toward the girl named Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I heard you wanted to apply to Linhai Maritime University but fell 1 point short, right? Huh? Xiaoyu paused, then nodded. Then you know what you need to do, right? I know. Xiaoyu flashed a grin. I'm backing Zhao Tian. Gao Yuanyuan nodded with satisfaction, then moved on to another student, repeating the same approach. Before they knew it, over a dozen classmates had been persuaded by Gao Yuanyuan's mix of threats and inducements to cast their votes for Zhao Tian. Renbo, Lin Xian, and Lěng Qīngyán were furious. They stood up and shouted, "Principal Gao! As the head of this school, you're resorting to underhanded tactics just to win. How can you possibly be worthy of such a position?" "Exactly." Lěng Qīngyán chimed in, "Don't you feel ashamed of yourself?" "Shame?" Gao Yuan laughed. "Compared to this, kneeling down to kowtow and apologize to a student should be far more shameful, shouldn't it?" "Forget it." Jiāng Mu waved his hand, signaling Rinbo and Lěng Qīngyán to stop arguing. "Let her drag it out. I've already recorded everything that just happened. I'll send it to the Education Bureau's complaint email later. Someone will deal with her for us." Boom! At those words, Gao Yuan instantly flew into a rage. She rushed toward Jiāng Mu, snarling viciously, "You little brat. Delete that video right now. Who do you think you are?" Jiāng Mu sneered coldly. "Just because you say delete it, does that mean I have to?" "You." Gao Yuan was furious, gritting her teeth. Fine, you win. I won't pull it. Is that good enough now?" "Fine, no more pulling. Then get down on your knees and apologize." Jiāng Mu smirked triumphantly. "Everyone's busy. Let's not waste time here." A proud woman like Gao Yuan would never kneel before a student. But in this situation, she had no choice but to kneel. What to do? What should she do? For a moment, Gao Yuan was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, her mind racing. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She flashed Jiāng Mu a sly smile. Jiāng Mu, right? How about this? I'll pull some strings and get you into the school you want. How does that sound?" Jiāng Mu chuckled. "Do you really think a degree matters to someone as wealthy as me?" Gao Yuan. "I'll give you 3 seconds to decide." Jiāng Mu grew impatient, snapping, "After I count to 3, you either kneel and apologize, fulfilling your promise, or I'll send this video to the Education Bureau's complaint email. I'll even pay for some advertising to make sure you become famous. Pick one. Your choice." Boom! Gao Yuan froze. Either choice would inflict immense damage on her. She didn't want either. Wait. The next second, Gao Yuan suddenly remembered something and grabbed Zhao Tian's arm. "Zhao Tian, before the contest, didn't you say that if you lost, you'd be the one to kick me into kneeling? Now hurry up and keep your promise." Zhao Tian laughed, abruptly pushing Gao Yuan's hand away. "Sorry, Principal Gao, I don't recall ever saying such a thing." Boom! Gao Yuan was stunned. She never dreamed that after pouring her heart into helping him win votes, only to be stabbed in the back. The feeling made her wish she were dead. The agony was unbearable. Fine. Great. After a long moment, Gao Yuan seemed to have come to terms with it. A strangely eerie smile spread across her face as she knelt before Lěng Qīngyán, speaking with sincere humility. "Lěng Qīngyán, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mocked you like that. I'm sorry. I'm not human. I shouldn't have mocked you like that, saying you've lost face." Smack. As she spoke, Gao Yuan slapped her own face repeatedly. Her disheveled appearance bore no resemblance to the arrogant, haughty expression she'd worn upon entering the one that seemed to find fault with everyone. Smack! After the third slap, Gao Yuan rose to her feet. She shot a cold glance at Jiāng Mu and Zhao Tian before gritting her teeth and snarling, "Jiāng Mu, Zhao Tian, you two just wait. This humiliation won't be easily forgotten by Gao Yuan." With that, Gao Yuan turned and stormed out of the private room. Zhao Tian watched her retreating figure. Recalling her words, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "Looks like I'm in for a beating tonight." Jiāng Mu, however, wore a look of utter indifference. After all, he'd offended so many people already, one more like Gao Yuan hardly mattered. "Jiāng Mu, let's head home too." With the reunion turning out like this, Lěng Qīngyán had no desire to stay any longer. Besides, she was now filled with questions she wanted Jiāng Mu to answer. So she suggested they leave. Alright. Jiāng Mu had only come to accompany Lěng Qīngyán. Now that she wanted to leave, neither of them felt like staying any longer. He nodded. "Let's go. Oh, and leave the bottles Luo Quanan brought. Give them to Lěng Qīngyán and Rinbo." Alright. Lěng Qīngyán's mind was in turmoil. She had no energy to deal with such matters. After responding, she followed Jiāng Mu out of the private room. Rinbo and Lěng Qīngyán had intended to linger a bit longer. But seeing everyone else leaving, they followed suit. Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun exchanged a knowing smile. Silently, they pulled out their phones and dialed a number. They too hurried out. Parking lot. "Brother Jiang, I've arranged the tow truck for you. Which car should we tow?" Rinbo acted swiftly, arranging the tow truck company in no time. "Just these 3. Jiāng Mu pointed to the Avanta plus Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian's lanes. "I'll drive the remaining Ravenstone back myself." "Got it." Rinbo nodded. "Drive carefully on the way back, please." Jiāng Mu didn't waste any more words. He nodded and climbed into the Raventon. Before he could start the engine, however, a man in a business suit approached briskly. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Huang Zhang, General Manager of Green Willow Manor." "Oh. Hello. Jiāng Mu paused for a moment before recalling he'd obtained this man's business card when opening a lucky bag. Can I help you? Well, Mr. Jiang. Huang Zheng smiled as he explained, since you've acquired full ownership of our hotel, I'd like to report on the financial status and company operations. Would you happen to have time? Well. Jiāng Mu turned to look at Lěng Qīngyán, seeking her opinion. Lěng Qīngyán nodded. Sure. We don't have anything else to do back at the office anyway. Alright. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán's approval, Jiāng Mu stepped out of the car. You lead the way. Oh, and have them prepare some signature dishes for us, I want to try them. Chapter 124, The Call from Yunhai City. Third update. Green Willow Manor Office Building. Chairman's Office. Mr. Jiang, no, I should now address you as Chairman Jiang. Please take a seat and rest here for a moment. I'll instruct the head chef to prepare several dishes and report back to you shortly. Huang Zheng addressed Jiāng Mu with utmost respect. Alright, go ahead. Jiāng Mu nodded, then slumped into the executive chair and let out a long sigh. Phew, this exhausting class reunion is finally over. Yeah. Lěng Qīngyán, seated on the nearby sofa, also exhaled deeply. It's finally over. I just wonder if this Zhao Tian will come looking for trouble again. No worries. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. As the saying goes, meet force with force, water with earth. Even if he does come after us, we're not afraid. Hey. Lěng Qīngyán pouted, looking displeased. But I don't want to trouble you anymore. No problem. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. As long as you're willing to pay the fee, I don't mind the trouble. The mention of payment instantly reminded Lěng Qīngyán of last night's wet kiss agreement. Her pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She shot Jiāng Mu a glare and pouted, You pervert, humph. Oh, right. Lěng Qīngyán spoke up again, You're such a strange person. I remember when we first met, you clearly said you were just a country boy, no money, no house, no car. How did you suddenly end up with a house, a car, and all this money? And. Lěng Qīngyán rattled off questions non-stop. Why is your spoken English so good? When did you learn to play the piano? And your technique is just incredible. I studied piano for 6 whole years, yet I can't even match half of your skill. Ha! Seeing Lěng Qīngyán's anxious expression, Jiāng Mu smiled faintly and replied calmly, To be honest, I'm actually the young master of the Jiang family from the capital. Our family fortune was worth hundreds of billions. But when I was 6, my brother suddenly went mad. He slaughtered everyone in our household and forced me to look into his eyes. What? Lěng Qīngyán paled in shock, covering her mouth with her hand. That's so cruel. What about now? Where is he? Eating peanuts? Jiāng Mu shook his head. No. He defected. Using our family's unique secret technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan ability, he joined an organization of outsiders called Akatsuki. My reason for coming to Linhai this time is to find him, kill him, and avenge my parents. Thud. The moment Jiāng Mu finished speaking, Lěng Qīngyán slammed a fist into his head, snapping irritably, You big liar. You really think I haven't watched Naruto, huh? Ha. Jiāng Mu gave an awkward chuckle, rubbing his head. I was just trying to liven things up a bit. Alright, I'll tell you the truth this time. I'm actually from a pirate family. My great-great-grandfather was Jiāng Mingqi Deroji. Thud. Before Jiāng Mu could finish, Lěng Qīngyán landed another punch, snarling, I've seen One Piece too, okay? Jiāng Mu scratched his head awkwardly. Then tell me, what anime haven't you watched? Thud. Lěng Qīngyán delivered another punch and snorted coldly, Humph. I'm not talking to you anymore. Ha! Jiāng Mu looked at Lěng Qīngyán, pouting cutely before him, and chuckled, Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I really am from the countryside, but my dad said that once I turn 18, I can inherit the fortune my grandfather left me. So, I suddenly became rich overnight. As for my spoken English and piano skills, I learned them while studying abroad. Really? Lěng Qīngyán still seemed skeptical. It's true. Jiāng Mu spread his hands with a smile. I'm not lying. That's more like it. The tension on Lěng Qīngyán's face gradually eased. Knock knock knock. Just then, the office door was knocked upon. Huang Zheng entered with 2 waiters in tow. Chairman Jiang, I specifically requested the chef to prepare 2 Wellington steaks for you, along with foie gras and caviar. Please try them. Alright. At the recent class reunion, Jiāng Mu was too busy gambling with Zhao Tian and the others to eat anything. Now he was so hungry his stomach was practically sticking to his back. He grabbed the steak and started eating. Lěng Qīngyán was hungry too. Without a word, she dove right in, devouring it like there was no tomorrow. Mr. Jiang. Huang Zheng spoke up again, I just saw your 2 classmates downstairs making a phone call. The conversation sounded like they were plotting against you. I secretly recorded it. Would you like to take a look? Jiāng Mu froze for a moment, then beckoned with a wave. Quick, bring it over for me to see. Right away. Huang Zheng nodded and carefully handed the phone to Jiāng Mu. Curiosity piqued, Lěng Qīngyán leaned in to take a look. Then she exclaimed in surprise, It's my Yangjun and Zhao Tian. That's right. The two figures in the video were indeed Ma Yongjun and Zhao Tian. Ma Yongjun, young Master Tian, I assume all our classmates have already descended the mountain? MHM. Zhao Tian nodded. Everyone's down the mountain, but it's strange, where did Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán go? No idea. Ma Yongjun shook his head. But their car is still parked in the lot, so they must not have left yet. Call your guys and tell them to wait a bit longer. Got it. Zhao Tian nodded, his tone hardening. No matter what, we're crippling that Zhang brat's 3 legs today. Ha! Reading this, Lěng Qīngyán froze. She looked Jiāng Mu up and down, her face full of confusion. Jiāng Mu, you only have 2 legs. Where did you get a third one? Put. Jiāng Mu hadn't expected Lěng Qīngyán to be so naive. He chuckled softly, leaning close to whisper in her ear, the third leg they're talking about is actually Mum. Upon learning the truth, Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed crimson as she fumed, you guys are so dirty. Mr. Jiang, how will you handle this? Huang Zhang tucked his phone away and asked Jiāng Mu with utmost respect, should I make some preparations in advance for you? Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment, about to speak, when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see an unfamiliar number from Yunhai City. Li Wan. The moment Lěng Qīngyán saw the words Yunhai City, the namely one slipped out of her mouth. Jiāng Mu guessed as much and made a shushing gesture. Quiet, everyone. Look at each other. What do you want? Got it. Lěng Qīngyán and Huang Zhang nodded. Hello? Who is this? Ha! Jiāng Mu, right? Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Yunhai City's wealthiest man, Li Tanqiu. Chapter 125, playing by his own rules. Though Li Tanqiu spoke with a smile, his tone was utterly sinister. The listener felt a chill run down their spine. Oh? So it's you, Mr. Li. Jiāng Mu feigned surprise. I've heard a lot about you. What brings you here? Ha! Li Tanqiu sneered coldly. Kid, don't play dumb with me. Breaking my daughter's leg, it hasn't even been a few days since that happened. So you're calling to confront me about it? No. Li Tanqiu burst out laughing. How could I dare confront a billionaire like you? I just want to discuss something with you, see if you could offer some compensation for what happened to my daughter. Of course I can. Jiāng Mu chuckled, replying calmly and confidently, as long as you first compensate each of those 2 security guards who lost their hands with 100 million yuan each, I'll compensate her. Security guards with severed hands? Li Tanqiu gave a wicked grin. What do you mean? I don't understand. Jiāng Mu sneered coldly. He had long suspected that Li Tanqiu, that old fox, wouldn't admit it. He cut straight to the point. Well, since Mr. Li doesn't understand, there's nothing more to discuss. We'll talk again when you get it. Hold on. Seeing Jiāng Mu about to hang up, Li Tanqiu panicked, his face darkening. Kid, I know you've got some clout in Linhai, but compared to me, you're still green. So? I advise you to play nice. Just hand over 200 million in cash as compensation, and this matter is settled. Otherwise. At this point, Li Tanqiu gave a cold laugh, his tone vicious. In 5 minutes, someone will storm into Green Willow Villa and cripple your legs. Think it over. One last thing, don't lose the forest for the trees. Beep beep beep. With that, Li Tanqiu hung up. The atmosphere in the room grew incredibly tense in that instant. Jiāng Mu. After a long pause, Lěng Qīngyán bit her exquisite red lips and whispered, this matter started because of me. I have a responsibility to step forward and resolve it. So, he wants a leg? I'll give him mine. With that, Lěng Qīngyán turned and walked away. But when she reached the doorway, she froze. She looked at Jiāng Mu and Huang Zhang, who remained motionless, her face filled with astonishment. She asked softly, Jiāng Mu, aren't you going to stop me? You're going to resolve the issue, that's a good thing. Jiāng Mu shrugged, a playful smile on his face. So why should I stop you? But, if I go, I'll lose my leg. Don't you feel sorry for me? It's your leg that's getting cut off, not mine. Why should I feel sorry? Lěng Qīngyán. Why won't you play by the rules? Alright, cut it out. Jiāng Mu knew she didn't have the guts. Waving his hand to signal her to calm down, he turned back to ask Huang Zhang, Manager Huang, our hotel has security, right? Of course. Huang Zhang nodded. Our hotel has 4 zones, with a total of 20 security personnel. They're all former military personnel, their skills are absolutely top-notch. Great. Jiāng Mu grinned. Gather 10 of them and come with me now. Yes, sir. Huang Zhang responded before following Jiāng Mu out of the office. Lěng Qīngyán stood frozen in place, feeling awkward. She silently regretted her harsh words. If she'd known this would happen, she never would have said them. Once Huang Zhang had assembled the security team, they began their descent down the mountain. Green Willow Villa was built nestled against the mountainside. Thus, the scenery along the way was naturally splendid. Emerald willow branches hung gracefully downward. Colorful wildflowers vied for attention. Bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, it was breathtakingly beautiful. If not for the matters Jiāng Mu needed to attend to, he would have gladly pulled Lěng Qīngyán out of the car for a stroll, to fully appreciate the breathtaking scenery here. Qīngyán. After a moment, Jiāng Mu said to Lěng Qīngyán while driving, once we arrive, lock the doors and stay inside the car. Under no circumstances should you get out, understand? Okay. After what just happened, Lěng Qīngyán dared not act cool anymore. She was terrified she'd embarrass herself to death. Well, be careful then. Jiāng Mu nodded. Don't worry. I've got everything covered. Nothing will go wrong. Alright. Squeak. Just then, the two cars ahead of Jiāng Mu slammed on their brakes. Startled, Jiāng Mu slammed on his brakes too. His car finally came to a halt less than an inch away from the vehicle in front. What a close call. Get out. Get out of the car right now. Where's Jiāng Mu? Tell that kid to get his ass out here. The moment the car stopped, Jiāng Mu heard Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjuan shouts and curses coming from the front. Clearly, it wasn't Li Tanshu's men who had stopped the car, it was Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun. Stay in the car and don't move. I'll be right back. Alright. After giving Lěng Qīngyán one last reminder, Jiāng Mu opened the car door and slowly walked forward. Well. If it isn't young Master Tian and young Master Ma. Jiāng Mu approached Huang Zhang, glancing at Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun before laughing heartily. What's this? Tired of being spoiled rich kids? Decided to switch careers and become highway robbers? You. Ma Yangjun spat a thick lob of phlegm on the ground, pointing at Jiāng Mu and cursing, stop messing with me. Hand over my car and money, now. Yeah. And mine too. Zhao Tian chimed in, or else, we'll break all three of your legs and teach you a lesson you won't forget. Is that so? Jiāng Mu smirked mockingly. Well, I'm absolutely terrified. Scared? Good. Zhao Tian didn't catch the sarcasm in Jiāng Mu's words. He sneered, see these brothers behind me? Every single one's a top-tier free fighting expert. Taking down a small fry like you would be as easy as slicing through butter. So, I advise you to be reasonable. Hand over what you won from us brothers right now. Otherwise, when my crew gets rough, they don't hold back. That's right. The men behind Zhao Tian roared in unison, hand over the goods now, or our fists as big as sandbags won't be so careful about where they land. With that, the group took a menacing step forward. Seeing this, Huang Zhang hurriedly led his security guards forward to confront them. Tension flared instantly between the two sides, as if a single command would ignite a fight at any moment. Everyone back off. Jiāng Mu patted Huang Zhang on the shoulder, signaling him to step back. Then, turning to Zhao Tian with a smirk, he asked, Zhao Tian, let me ask you, what makes you think you've got me cornered? Zhao Tian smirked triumphantly, gesturing toward his followers. Because I have more men than you. Is that reason enough? Chapter 126. Still think numbers matter? Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun had indeed gathered a large group. After Jiāng Mu arrived, he counted them carefully. Excluding Zhao Tian and Ma Yangjun, there were 35 in total. They stood densely packed together, their sheer numbers creating an intimidating presence. Jiāng Mu. Ma Yangjun spoke up, sneering coldly. At this point, what are you still trying to pull? Do you really think you can take us on with just a dozen or so lousy security guards? Ridiculous. Zhao Tian also chuckled. Jiāng Mu, you're a smart guy. I'm sure you know which side to choose. Hold on. Jiāng Mu smiled, pointing behind Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian. You guys got it wrong. When did I ever say I only brought this many people? Ha! Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian froze. They whipped their heads around to see a large group marching toward them in the distance. Roughly 40 or more. They were all dressed in black short-sleeved shirts, sporting slicked-back hair, and wielding steel batons. Their menacing demeanor made it clear they weren't here for anything good. Did you bring them? Ma Yangjun stared in disbelief, his face frozen in shock as he asked Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Yep, these are the enforcers I hired. Still think you outnumber us now? In truth, these men weren't hired by Jiāng Mu. They were the enforcers Li Tanshu had sent to cripple his legs. But there was no way he could reveal that truth. After all, he was counting on the two sides fighting each other off so he could escape. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian felt their hearts sink. Their bodies trembled like sieves. Jiāng Mu, we're all educated people. There's no need for violence, right? Exactly. Zhao Tian chimed in, we're educated people. We can discuss anything peacefully. Gathering to fight is so uncultured. Besides, smashing flowers and plants isn't good either. Seeing their faces change so quickly, Jiāng Mu laughed until his stomach hurt. Grinning, he said, just a moment ago, you were the ones pushing for a violent solution. Now you're the ones backing down. This makes my job incredibly difficult. Ma Yangjun and Zhao Tian's faces darkened. Damn it. If it weren't for your numbers, do you think we'd want to do this? Alright then, hold on a moment. I'll go talk to those enforcers and persuade them to head back first. We can discuss things properly later, how about that? Jiāng Mu proposed earnestly. Alright. Ma Yongjun and Zhao Tian were surprised Jiāng Mu was so easy to deal with. Overjoyed, they nodded eagerly. Alright. Hold on, I'll be right back. With that, Jiāng Mu strode purposefully toward the group of black-clad thugs. Jiāng Mu. The leader of the thugs had seen Jiāng Mu's photo, so he recognized him the moment he appeared. He roared angrily, the 5 minutes are up. If you still want your legs intact, hurry up and transfer the money to Mr. Li. Otherwise, I'll use the steel pipe in my hand to break your legs bone by bone, shattering them into comminuted fractures until you're writhing in agony. Jiāng Mu kept his hands in his pockets. He looked at the thug with a smug expression and said, Bro, if your eyesight's failing, you should go get it checked out. Can't you see all my brothers standing behind me? What a joke. Ha! The thug in black paused, glancing at the people behind Jiāng Mu. He sneered coldly, Kid, you really think this bunch of nobodies you brought can take me on? Or my crew? Then let's see you try. Jiāng Mu puffed himself up with bravado. I don't see myself losing anyway. Fine. Seeing Jiāng Mu refuse to back down, the black-clad thug gritted his teeth viciously. He gritted his teeth viciously. Brothers, charge. Take these men down and capture Jiāng Mu. Yes. The thugs roared in unison, snatching steel clubs and charging toward the group Zhao Tian and Ma Yongjun had brought. Meanwhile, Jiāng Mu slipped away like grease on his feet. He ran up to Ma Yongjun and Zhao Tian and said, after thinking it over, I still think violence is the way to go. Enjoy yourselves. I'll wait for you in the car. You. Zhao Tian and Ma Yongjun were furious. Didn't we agree not to fight? Why are we fighting now? You think you can toy with me like this? At that very moment, Zhao Tian and Ma Yongjun were seething with rage, itching to pin Jiāng Mu to the ground and beat the crap out of him. But before that, they had to deal with these black-clad men first. Otherwise, everything else is just empty talk. Manager Huang, this part is yours. Take care of the brothers, don't let them get hurt. Don't worry, Chairman Jiang, I've trained in karate. With that, Wang Zhang charged into the fray like a man possessed, eager to prove himself before his superiors. Jiāng Mu, meanwhile, slipped back into the car, distancing himself from the chaos. Jiāng Mu, are you okay? As soon as Jiāng Mu returned, Lěng Qīngyán rushed over with concern. I'm fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. Phew. Lěng Qīngyán exhaled deeply, her heart slowly settling. That's good. Oh, right. Lěng Qīngyán suddenly remembered something. Pointing toward the nearby battlefield, she asked, aren't those men in black sent by Li Tanchu? Why are they fighting Zhao Tian and his men? Jiāng Mu chuckled mysteriously. Want to know? Lěng Qīngyán nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Jiāng Mu flashed a mischievous grin and teased, let me kiss you, and I'll tell you. No way. Lěng Qīngyán refused without hesitation. Just tell me already. Ha! Jiāng Mu stopped teasing her and chuckled, well, they both mistook the other for my person, so they ended up fighting. Ha! Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face flushed with astonishment before she burst into laughter. Jiāng Mu, you're so wicked. How could you even come up with such a rotten idea? 10 minutes later. The battlefield gradually quieted down. Huang Zhang, panting heavily, approached the car and tapped on the window. Chairman Jiang, it's all taken care of. The leader of the thugs has confessed he's the one who cut off the security guard's hand. What do you plan to do? Very good. Jiāng Mu nodded. Gather all the evidence and send it to the police station. Let him learn a lesson he won't forget. Understood, Chairman Jiang. I'll handle it immediately. Jiāng Mu's actions weren't merely about avenging those two security guards. It was more about making an example to strike fear into others. He wanted to strike fear into the hearts of Linhai City's petty thugs. Otherwise, even if he beat this thug leader into submission, Li Tanchu would just find another one. It would be endless and utterly infuriating. Wait. Just as Huang was about to leave, Jiāng Mu called him back. Take Ma Yongjun and Zhao Tian to the police station too. Charge them with gang fighting. Let them learn a lesson. Understood, Chairman Jiang. Rest assured, I'll handle it perfectly. 7 o'clock in the evening. After returning home, Jiāng Mu flopped onto the sofa and beckoned to Lěng Qīngyán with a flick of his finger. Come on, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Chapter 127, New Mission 3rd Update. At the mention of fulfilling her promise, Lěng Qīngyán's lovely face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Then, pretending not to hear, she stretched lazily and feigned a yawn. Oh my. Today was so exhausting. I'm dead tired. I'm going to take a shower and then straight to bed. Good night. With that, Lěng Qīngyán turned to dash away. But before she could take more than a few steps, Jiāng Mu grabbed her sleeve tightly, pulling her to a halt. Hey, you think you can just run off? Jiāng Mu chuckled, teasing her. Oh no. Realizing escape was impossible, Lěng Qīngyán switched tactics. She pouted at Jiāng Mu, Big brother Jiāng Mu, I'm really exhausted today. Can't you just let me off? At the end, Lěng Qīngyán feigned innocence and batted her eyelashes at Jiāng Mu. Her pure and adorable expression nearly made Jiāng Mu lose his senses. His heart skipped a beat involuntarily. His body instinctively leaned closer to Lěng Qīngyán. Mum. As Jiāng Mu's large hands firmly encircled Lěng Qīngyán's slender waist, Lěng Qīngyán's body trembled slightly, and she instinctively let out a soft moan. Her lovely face flushed crimson as she hurriedly said, "Jiāng Mu, don't do this." Mum. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiāng Mu's lips pressed directly against hers. The icy cold sensation sent her mind into a complete shutdown. A blank void. The entire world seemed to freeze in that moment. Dead silence. Is that it? After a long moment, Lěng Qīngyán gently pushed Jiāng Mu away and asked softly, head bowed. Why yes. In truth, Jiāng Mu had already received the task completion notification, but the sensation was simply too exquisite. So he lingered a little longer with the kiss. Then, I'm going to take a shower. With that, Lěng Qīngyán darted into the bathroom like a startled little rabbit. Clearly, she was genuinely embarrassed. As for Jiāng Mu, not only was he not embarrassed, he smacked his lips with obvious enjoyment and grinned mischievously. You know what? That was pretty sweet. Open the lucky bag. Swish. A burst of multicolored black light flashed. 6 items were deposited into the system backpack. First up were the fragments. This time, Jiāng Mu obtained a total of 12 fragments. 5 green fragments, Master Level Dance Ability 5-2, Champion Level Sprinting Ability 5-3. 4 blue fragments, Written English 4-3, Spoken French 3-1. 1 gold fragment, Shanghai Housing Building 13-8-1. 2 multicolored fragments, Controlled Nuclear Fusion Formula 5-2. Jiāng Mu wasn't surprised by the first few fragments. What astonished him were the gold and multicolored fragments. One was literally a building, and the other was cutting-edge technology Earth hadn't even mastered yet. How incredible was that? Too bad, he didn't get the blueprint fragment for the 2 nanometers lithography machine. Otherwise, Jiāng Mu could have been hailed as Academician Jiang. Continue reading below. The third and fourth items were a sapphire necklace. Jiāng Mu looked it up online. It was called the Heart of the Ocean, priced at $1.5 million, roughly over 9 million renminbi. The other was a pair of old, worn-out sneakers. Seeing this, Jiāng Mu began to wonder if the system had malfunctioned. How could it possibly offer him such a worn-out item? Turns out, after looking it up online, these shoes are actually Balenciaga's latest release, priced at a whopping 12,000 yuan, and limited to just 100 pairs. What a shocker! Clunk! Tossing the worn-out shoes onto the sofa, Jiāng Mu immediately turned his attention to the 5th item. The 5th item was a sealed file folder bearing the words Top Secret. Jiāng Mu thought it might be some classified document. He handled it with extreme caution. But when he opened it, it turned out to be the script and drafts for the movie Nezha, the Demon Boy's Descent into the World. Damn it all to hell. Clunk. He tossed the script aside and turned his attention to the last item. The last item was a parchment, clearly another mission. Swish. The parchment shattered into fragments. The system notification sounded slowly, ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden quest. Mission requirement, spend 1 night sharing a bed with renowned streamer national sweetheart Lěng Qīngyán, but time limit, 3 months. The task will automatically disappear upon expiration. Reward, a multicolored black lucky bag containing god tier looks. Failure consequence, system shutdown for 1 year. Countdown, 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. After hearing the system's mission requirements, Jiāng Mu was stunned. Deep down, he felt more and more certain that this system was a sidekick designed by Lěng Qīngyán. Otherwise, why would it specifically target her for a romance quest instead of someone else? No way. At that thought, Jiāng Mu silently resolved to confront Lěng Qīngyán properly later. He had to find out if she knew about the system. Girls taking showers always take forever. Jiāng Mu had sprawled on the sofa and watched an entire episode of a TV show before Lěng Qīngyán finally emerged. It had to be said, Lěng Qīngyán was truly beautiful. Fresh from her bath, she resembled a peerless beauty stepping straight out of a painting. Her skin was as smooth as jade, fair and lovely. Her features were exquisitely delicate, like a living painting. Drops of water clung to her fragrant shoulders, creating an irresistibly alluring beauty. Her 2 long, straight legs, as white as snow, seemed carved from jade. From afar, her entire presence radiated an almost criminal allure. What are you staring at? Cold Qīngyán blushed shyly under Jiāng Mu's gaze, pouting, stop staring. Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out. I've never seen a beauty like you before. Can't I admire you a little longer? Jiāng Mu retorted. Put. Flattered to the point of blushing, Lěng Qīngyán sat on the sofa drying her hair with a towel. Jiāng Mu, do you have a hairdryer here? My hair's too long, it just won't dry. Sure. Jiāng Mu grinned. I am. With that, Jiāng Mu blew air toward Lěng Qīngyán. Put. Lěng Qīngyán giggled, no way, your hairdryer's too weak and it's cold air. Everyone else uses hot air. I have hot ones too. Jiāng Mu switched to blowing warm air. Lěng Qīngyán laughed until her stomach hurt, waving her hands urgently. Stop it. Your breath fills the whole room with biochemical weapons, it stinks to high heaven. It stinks? Jiāng Mu grinned mischievously. When I kissed you just now, you didn't complain about bad breath. Lěng Qīngyán's cheeks flushed crimson. She shot him a playful glare, pouting, "Don't ever bring that up again, or I'll turn on you." Damn it! Lěng Qīngyán suddenly spotted the pair of beat-up shoes Jiāng Mu had pulled from the lucky bag. Her face twisted in disgust. Jiāng Mu, you're so messy. Those shoes are falling apart. How dirty is it to just toss them on the couch like that? You know nothing. Jiāng Mu snatched the shoes back, snapping irritably, "These are the latest release from Balenciaga. What tattered shoes? You know nothing about fashion." Chapter 128. You're robbing me. Ha! Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. Even beggars on the street wouldn't want these worn-out shoes. How are they fashionable? Jiāng Mu chuckled. See? That's exactly why you know nothing about fashion. Well, fine. Lěng Qīngyán shrugged her shoulders, admitting defeat. Ha! What's this? The next moment, Lěng Qīngyán spotted the script Jiāng Mu had tossed on the sofa. Her face filled with confusion as she asked, "Naja, the Demon Boy's Descent. What movie is this? Why haven't I seen it?" What? Jiāng Mu gasped, staring at Lěng Qīngyán in utter shock. This movie is so popular, and you haven't seen it? Yeah. Lěng Qīngyán nodded earnestly, fiddling with her phone as she asked Jiāng Mu, "Can I watch it online?" "Let me search." Of course. It raked in 5 billion yuan at the box office back then. As Jiāng Mu rambled on, Lěng Qīngyán handed her phone back. Nope. Maybe you could search for it for me. Nothing? Jiāng Mu froze for a moment before snatching the phone and searching himself. No matter how he changed the search terms, the results kept saying, "No results found for your search." This was highly unusual. Could it be? Had the system altered the film's original release date? The thought made Jiāng Mu's breathing grow ragged. In the back of his mind, he could almost see the 5 billion yuan box office waving at him, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up in a slight smile. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and find it. Lěng Qīngyán saw Jiāng Mu standing there, staring blankly and grinning like an idiot. She nudged his arm impatiently. Oh, nothing. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively with a laugh, offering a casual excuse. I forgot this script was just finished not long ago. It hasn't been officially greenlit for production yet. Ha! Hearing it hadn't started filming yet, Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face instantly clouded with disappointment. She pouted and grumbled, "I was planning to finish reading it tonight." Seriously? But seriously, where did you even get this script? You didn't write it yourself, did you? Jiāng Mu wasn't the type to be overly sensitive. Besides, the script had been given to him by the system. He hadn't stolen or snatched it. So he saw no reason to feel embarrassed about admitting it. As for the original creator of this animation, all Jiāng Mu could do was offer an apology. Wow! Lěng Qīngyán was stunned, showering him with unreserved praise. You can play the piano and write scripts too? You're just too amazing. Nothing special, just ranked third nationally. Jiāng Mu bragged a little before tucking the script away. He planned to visit Zhuhai Pictures tomorrow to see if he could get this film project on the production schedule. Oh, right. Jiāng Mu suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask Lěng Qīngyán, "The stuff I won from the bet today, it should all be with you, right?" Lěng Qīngyán nodded. "I've put them all in my bag. Do you need them?" Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. "No need. With all the money I have, why would I use second-hand stuff? I just want you to tally them up. Tomorrow, come with me to the pawnshop and sell them all. Plus those 2 cars, and the ones we won earlier. Keep the alpha for your daily use, but sell the rest, turn them all into cash." Ha! Lěng Qīngyán looked puzzled. "Are you short on cash now? If we pawn these, they'll be worth at least half as much." "Of course I'm not short on cash." Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. He was expanding Jiangjiang amusement park and investing in a movie production. The over 5 million in cash he currently held was nowhere near enough. So even if it meant taking a loss, he had to sell these things. Besides, they were all second-hand anyway. Keeping them for his own use just felt a bit off. Better to sell them. All right. Seeing Jiāng Mu was determined, Lěng Qīngyán didn't try to dissuade him. She nodded and said, "Then I'll call my best friend later. Her family runs a pawn shop, so she should be able to get us a better price." Your best friend? Jiāng Mu's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Is she pretty? Does she have a good figure? How old is she? Does she have a boyfriend?" Lěng Qīngyán. Shouldn't the focus be on the money? Why is it about her best friend? Men, they're all scum. Early the next morning, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán finished breakfast and headed out. "Mr. Jiang." As they neared the parking lot, Lu Wei hurried to catch up and said to Jiāng Mu, "A delivery truck has arrived at the entrance, claiming to have goods for you. Would you like to go take a look?" "Oh?" Jiāng Mu furrowed his brow. "What is it?" "2 motorcycles and a bicycle." Lu Wei replied respectfully, "and a Steinway piano." "Oh, I see. Have them come right in." Jiāng Mu snapped to attention, pointing toward Building 2's garage. Have them park the motorcycles in Building 2's garage. As for the bicycle, I'll be using it immediately. As for the piano, place it in Building 1. You decide the exact location. Understood. Lu Wei bowed respectfully and went to attend to the task. After Lu Wei left, Lěng Qīngyán tugged at Jiāng Mu's sleeve and whispered, Jiāng Mu, didn't you say you're short on cash right now? Why buy so many motorcycles and bicycles? And autumn is almost here, writing these will be freezing. Jiāng Mu couldn't possibly reveal these were all free gifts from the system, so he casually brushed it off. You just don't get it. Riding a motorcycle is a whole different experience from driving a car. Besides, isn't low-carbon travel being promoted now? We should support the national initiative. From now on, for shorter trips, we'll just ride bikes. Fine. Seeing she couldn't win the argument, Lěng Qīngyán gave up and followed Jiāng Mu toward the approaching transport truck. When the workers unloaded the bicycle from the transport truck, Lěng Qīngyán gasped in surprise. Wow, this bike is so adorable. It looks like it stepped right out of a comic book. You like it? Jiāng Mu flashed a mischievous grin and teased, if you like it, hand over 1.3 million. It's yours. What? Lěng Qīngyán was furious. You want 1.3 million for a bicycle? Are you robbing me? Miss Lung. Lu Wei stepped forward, smiling as he explained, this bicycle is called the Bashengjiyo Nara. It was designed by Japanese artist Yo-Omo Nara, and its actual retail price is 1.3 million. So Mr. Jiang isn't robbing you. Huh? Lěng Qīngyán was dumbfounded. In her mind, a bicycle was only worth a few hundred yuan. At most, the priciest ones might cost a few thousand yuan. But she never imagined the one before her eyes would cost 1.3 million. This wasn't a bicycle at all, it was clearly a mid-range Audi A8L. The delivery guy was also startled. At the same time, he silently thanked his lucky stars that he'd handled it with care just now. Otherwise, 1.3 million? He couldn't afford to pay for that. Chapter 129. She's your girlfriend? Let's go. Jiāng Mu stepped onto the bicycle pedal, patted the back seat, and said to Lěng Qīngyán, Big brother will take you for a ride. Sure. It had been ages since Lěng Qīngyán had ridden a bicycle, and she couldn't help but feel a bit of novelty. She smiled as she sat sideways on the back seat and said to Jiāng Mu, alright, let's go. No way. Jiāng Mu shook his head. I ride pretty fast, so you have to buckle up first. Seatbelt? Lěng Qīngyán murmured in confusion, where on this bike would there even be a seatbelt? Give me your hands. Jiāng Mu flashed a devilish grin, pulling Lěng Qīngyán's hands around his waist. Hold on tight, I'm taking off. Lěng Qīngyán hadn't expected that, in a moment of carelessness, she'd fallen right into Jiāng Mu's trap. Her pretty face flushed crimson. But to ensure her own safety, she had no choice but to cling tightly to Jiāng Mu's waist. The weather was absolutely perfect today. The sun shone brightly, yet a gentle breeze blew. Not a hint of heat. The two rode their bicycles through the streets, occasionally admiring the scenery along the way. How delightful and joyful. At the traffic lights, the driver of a convertible Ferrari, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel, chatted with the Cadillac owner beside him. Cadillac owner, bro, how much did you shell out for this ride? The Ferrari owner ran his hand over his shiny bald head and chuckled smugly, not much, just over 130 grand. Oh? The Cadillac owner froze. That's about the same as mine. Mine cost just over 100 grand. Well, you wanna bet that if we both pull up to a nightclub, I'll get the girls while you don't? The Ferrari owner said with a smug look on his face. You bet. The Cadillac owner sighed regretfully, don't even mention it. I regretted buying this car the moment I drove it off the lot. Not only does it depreciate like crazy, but the girls don't even recognize it. I haven't picked up a single girl. See what I mean? The Ferrari owner chuckled smugly. My advice? Dump that piece of junk and get yourself one of these. Girls only recognize this stuff now. I've hooked up with 4 hot chicks lately, my kidneys are about to give out from overuse. And haven't you heard the saying? Better to cry in a Ferrari than laugh on a bicycle. Girls these days are so materialistic. Squeak. Just as the Ferrari owner was boasting triumphantly, Jiāng Mu rode his bicycle and stopped between the two cars. The two owners, seeing this, were about to yell at Jiāng Mu to get lost and stop interrupting their chat. When they saw Lěng Qīngyán sitting on the back of the bicycle, both of them froze in shock. They thought to themselves, isn't it said that you'd rather cry in a Ferrari than laugh on a bicycle? How could such a gorgeous girl be riding on a bicycle? And smiling so happily? Dude, is she your girlfriend? After a long pause, the Ferrari owner finally spoke up, turning to ask Jiāng Mu. Ah. Jiāng Mu froze, then pointed at Lěng Qīngyán's arm wrapped around his waist. Not my girlfriend? How dare she take advantage of me so brazenly? The Ferrari owner was speechless. The Cadillac owner was speechless too. Damn it. A girl this gorgeous wrapping her arms around your waist? You're the one getting the hell of a deal here, okay? Lěng Qīngyán was speechless too, but she didn't say anything. Because she knew that at a time like this, it was best to give Jiāng Mu the respect he deserved. Hey, buddy. The The Cadillac owner licked his dry lips and asked Jiāng Mu, I used to ride bikes too. Why did I never meet a girl as gorgeous as your girlfriend? Yeah. The Ferrari owner chimed in, why is that? Well, you see. Jiāng Mu grinned teasingly, maybe it's because I'm so handsome, right, honey? Lěng Qīngyán rolled her eyes but still nodded along. That single MHM left both car owners utterly dumbfounded. Damn it! When did the world's standards of beauty change? Nowadays, even beauties are starting to like ordinary guys? Then why not me? Ahem. After a moment, the Ferrari owner forced himself to calm down, cleared his throat, and addressed Lěng Qīngyán, hey, beautiful, where are you headed? Why not hop in my ride? My car has genuine leather seats, spacious and comfortable. Plus, it costs hundreds of times more than that beat-up bike he's riding. Riding in this would really boost your status. No thanks. Lěng Qīngyán shot the Ferrari owner a vicious glare and said coldly, I prefer riding a bicycle. And, just so you know, this bike costs over 1.3 million yuan. It's way more expensive than your piece of junk. What? The Ferrari owner froze, then burst out laughing. Sis, you're something else. If that bike really costs over 1.3 million, I'll eat it right here. Jiāng Mu chimed in with a grin. Forget eating it, I'm worried you'd chip your teeth. Then your big tot would just be full of hot air. With that, Jiāng Mu pedaled hard, carrying Lěng Qīngyán away as they sped off. Bang! The Ferrari owner watched as Lěng Qīngyán, who looked like a goddess descending from heaven, rode away on that bicycle. Furiously punched the steering wheel and cursed, damn it! What the hell good are you to me? The Cadillac owner silently took a deep drag on his cigarette, then turned to the guy in the passenger seat and said, bro, when we get home, get your bike out. From now on, I'm riding that thing. No, bro. The passenger shook his head. The point isn't about cars versus bikes. It's that the bike that guy was riding just now? It's actually worth 1.3 million. What? Staring at the information pulled up on his phone. The Cadillac owner was stunned. The Ferrari owner was stunned too. Both silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Jiāng Mu hadn't actually made him eat the car just now, otherwise, his teeth would have been gone for real. Lěng Qīngyán's best friend ran a pawnshop near the lakeside villa. So the two of them arrived in less than 20 minutes. Golden Matchmaking Pawnshop. Jiāng Mu glanced at the sign and chuckled to Lěng Qīngyán, your bestie's pawnshop has quite the name. If it weren't for the pawnshop at the end, I'd have thought it was a wedding planning company. Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed slightly as she shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving look. What nonsense! If it were a wedding planning company, I wouldn't have come with you in the first place. Wrong. Jiāng Mu shook his head. If it were a wedding planning company, I wouldn't have come with you either. Because you're so ugly, I'd never marry you. You're the ugly one. Lěng Qīngyán glared at Jiāng Mu in exasperation before following him into the pawnshop. Beep. 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 Just then, a shrill honking sound pierced the air from behind them. A young man who looked about 22 or 23 leaned halfway out of his car window and shouted impatiently, hey, hey, hey. You two, move that damn bike out of the way. One crappy bike, and it's ing taking up a whole parking spot? What a ing asshole. Chapter 130, Republican-era beauty third update. Jiāng Mu frowned at the remark. Hey, buddy, a bicycle is still a vehicle. Why can't I take up a parking spot? Besides, this spot isn't even yours. What business is it of yours? With that, Jiāng Mu pulled Lěng Qīngyán away. Hey, you bastard. The guy flew into a rage, yanked open the car door, and leaped out. That's right. He literally jumped out. Because this guy was genuinely on the short side, standing at just over 5 feet tall. And the car was a Toyota Prado with an exceptionally high chassis, meaning he had to jump out, otherwise his feet wouldn't even touch the ground. It looked utterly ridiculous. Hey, you little punk, you better stop right there. The guy wouldn't let it go, slowly snarling, I'm warning you, move that damn bike out of the way right now, or you think I won't smash it to pieces? Jiāng Mu was getting annoyed by the commotion. Furrowing his brow, he retorted, fine, go ahead and smash it. Just be prepared to pay me 1.3 million yuan in damages. Go ahead and smash it. What the hell? The guy froze. 1.3 million? Are you kidding me? That piece of junk bike of yours is worth 130 bucks tops. 1.3 million? You're full of. Huh? Just then, the boy narrowed his eyes, took a good look at Lěng Qīngyán, and exclaimed in surprise, Qīngyán? Oh my god, it's been years since we last saw each other. Never thought I'd run into you here. Are you here to see Ning Xin? Lěng Qīngyán recognized him too and tentatively called out, Wang Jinguang? That's me. Wang Jinguang laughed heartily. It's me. Haven't seen you in 5 or 6 years. I never imagined you'd become so beautiful. Heh. Thanks. Lěng Qīngyán gave an awkward chuckle, then turned to Jiāng Mu and whispered, he's my bestie's old neighbor. She says he's been pestering her for years, so annoying. I couldn't care less about neighbors. Jiāng Mu replied under his breath, I just want to ask him if he's got some issues with his IQ. How could he be so thick-headed? Ha! Lěng Qīngyán burst out laughing at the joke and explained, no, when he was a kid, he insisted on holding firecrackers between his eyelids to light them. One eye got blown out by a firecracker, so he got a dog eye instead. So now one eye looks big and the other looks small. Put. Jiāng Mu laughed so hard his stomach hurt. He muttered, and you say he's not stupid? Any sane person would do something as idiotic as holding firecrackers between their eyelids? Lěng Qīngyán, now that you mention it, that actually makes a bit of sense. What are you two whispering about over there? Wang Jingguan, seeing Lěng Qīngyán and Jiāng Mu whispering constantly, snapped irritably, if you want to talk, can't you speak up a bit? There's no one else around. Ha ha. Nothing much. Jiāng Mu casually brushed it off. Qīngyán just wanted to compliment how handsome you are, but she was too shy to say it outright. Is that so? Wang Jinggang took it at face value, ran his fingers through the few strands of hair on his head, and grinned smugly, I feel like I've gotten way more handsome over the years. Put. Lěng Qīngyán and Jiāng Mu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then Jiāng Mu grabbed Lěng Qīngyán's wrist and said, come on, let's go. If we keep chatting, I'm afraid I'll laugh myself to death right here. Lěng Qīngyán nodded and followed Jiāng Mu into the pawnshop. Wang Jingguan, still basking in the glow of his praise, watched Lěng Qīngyán's slender silhouette retreat. He grinned foolishly to himself, actually, Lěng Qīngyán is pretty attractive. Maybe I should give her a chance to pursue me? From the outside, the Golden Jade matchmaking pawnshop appeared to be nothing more than a small storefront. It wasn't particularly large. But stepping inside revealed a whole different world. The first floor alone covered over 500 square meters, enormous. Moreover, the interior decoration was lavish and exquisitely refined. It radiated sheer opulence. What caught Jiāng Mu's attention most was the wall standing right in the center. Hanging on this wall were countless antique artifacts roughly estimated to number in the thousands. It was dazzling and overwhelming to behold. Welcome. May I ask if you're here to pawn, redeem, or perhaps purchase some antique pieces? Just as Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán were admiring the displays on their own, a voice soft, seductive, and hauntingly alluring drifted down from the upper floor. It instantly captured Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán's attention. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew clearer. A pair of fair, jade-like feet clad in black high heels first caught Jiāng Mu's eye. Next came a peach blossom-colored qipao. With each step down the stairs, the beautiful legs concealed beneath the qipao would reveal themselves for a fleeting moment. But they were quickly concealed again, creating an air of mysterious, hazy beauty. Then came the face. A stunningly beautiful face, flushed with a faint blush, radiated charm with every smile and frown. From afar, she resembled an otherworldly beauty stepping straight out of a Republican-era film. It was impossible to look away. Oh my! It's Qīngyán. You came without telling me beforehand? I could have met you at the shop in trance. The beauty recognized Lěng Qīngyán and giggled. She swayed a peach blossom embroidered folding fan as she hurried over. Ning Xing. Lěng Qīngyán hurried over too. The two girls linked arms and chatted casually. You're becoming more and more feminine these days. Unlike me, still acting like a kid. Cut it out. Tang Ningxin smiled wryly. What femininity? I'd rather be like you, looking young and full of energy. Oh. After saying that, Tang Ningxin fixed her gaze on Jiāng Mu, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. This must be the little boyfriend you told me about on the phone. He looks quite unique, doesn't he? Unique? Jiāng Mu frowned. What kind of adjective was that? I'm clearly handsome, okay? Don't you dare say that. Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed crimson at the remark. She shoved Tang Ningxin playfully. What boyfriend? He's just a regular friend. Just friends? Then why are you staying at his place? Tang Ningxin giggled. Do you really think I'm that naive? Oh, come on, I'm just staying over, nothing else. Lěng Qīngyán pouted as she explained, stop imagining things. Just help us with the appraisal already. Oh my. Tang Ningxin laughed even harder. Listen to her, us this, us that. And she dares say there's nothing going on between you two? Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. How could this still be misunderstood? Forget it. Whatever. Squeak. Just then, the shop door swung open. Wang Jinggang, who had just parked his car, strode in with a swagger. Tang Ningxin's pretty face darkened the moment she saw him. Her expression darkened as she snapped, Wang Jinggang, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't like you at all. What are you doing here? Wang Jinggang sneered, his face brimming with arrogance. Tang Ningxin, I came here today to tell you this, from now on, even if you were to get down on your knees and beg me, I won't be with you anymore. Because, starting today, I'm giving Lěng Qīngyán a chance to pursue me. I'm with her now. Chapter 131, What a Freak. When she heard the first half of his sentence, Tang Ningxin felt overjoyed, secretly relieved that this nuisance had finally been shaken off and wouldn't be bothering her anymore. But she never expected the next sentence to be even more shocking. It made her spit out her drink in laughter. Covering her mouth, she teased Lěng Qīngyán, Qīngyán, haven't seen you in a few days, but when did your taste get so intense? Ah ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Get lost. Lěng Qīngyán's face turned green with fury. She shot Tang Ningxin a fierce glare, signaling her to stop laughing, then turned back with a cold expression. Wang Jingguang, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say I wanted to pursue you or be with you? Just now. Wang Jingguang tossed his head confidently, pointing at Jiāng Mu with a smug grin. When you were chatting with him just now, weren't you constantly complimenting how handsome I am? Isn't that proof you like me? Ha! Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. She never dreamed Jiāng Mu's offhand, joking remark would be taken so seriously by Wang Jingguang. Put. Jiāng Mu was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Dude, can you tell me where you get this crazy confidence? Seriously, you're just asking for laughs. Tang Ningxin giggled too, covering her mouth as she asked Lěng Qīngyán, Qīngyán, tell me honestly, when exactly did your taste change? Lěng Qīngyán's face darkened with anger. Her face icy, she snapped, both of you stop laughing, especially you, Jiāng Mu. You caused this mess and you have the nerve to laugh? Believe me or not, I'll bite you to death. No, it's not. Jiāng Mu waved his hands. You don't get it. I genuinely don't want to laugh, it's just. I'm speechless. Tang Ningxin nodded her head like a chick pecking at grain, chiming in, yeah, exactly, it's just so awkward, ha. Lěng Qīngyán was furious. She shot them a vicious glare, pouting as she declared, fine, laugh all you want. I'll just leave, okay? With that, Lěng Qīngyán started to walk away. Seeing this, Tang Ningxin quickly grabbed Lěng Qīngyán's arm, smiling as she tried to placate her. Qīngyán, I'm sorry. I won't laugh anymore. Is that okay? Right. Jiāng Mu chimed in, I won't laugh either. Don't be mad anymore, okay? Oomph. Lěng Qīngyán pouted and gave a cold snort, pointing at Wang Jingguang. What about him? Don't worry. Jiāng Mu shot her a reassuring glance. I'll handle it. With that, Jiāng Mu strode up to Wang Jingguang and declared earnestly, hey buddy, let me introduce myself, I'm Qīngyán's boyfriend, Jiāng Mu. Boyfriend? Wang Jingguang shot Jiāng Mu a surprised look before bursting into laughter. Dude, you're something else. Qīngyán is gorgeous, how could she possibly choose you? And in my opinion, no one in this world deserves her except a handsome guy like me. Put. Jiāng Mu nearly died laughing at Wang Jingguang's absurd confidence. Waving his hand helplessly, he said, bro, I'm not lying. I really am Qīngyán's boyfriend. If you don't believe me, ask Lěng Qīngyán herself. Right. To put Wang Jingguang out of his misery before he could speak, Lěng Qīngyán stepped forward first and admitted, Wang Jingguang, he really is my boyfriend. I'm not lying to you. So, you'd better not give me a chance to pursue you. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán say this too, Wang Jingguang sighed helplessly. He shook his head, his face etched with pain. Qīngyán, it's all my fault. I showed up too late, so you had to find someone else to replace me. I don't blame you. And I've decided starting today, not only will I not take back your chance to pursue me, but I'll actively pursue you myself. Until you agree. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán was utterly speechless. Covering her face with her hands, she froze in place, utterly at a loss. Jiāng Mu, however, was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. He thought to himself, what kind of eccentric is this Wang Jingguang, and from which mountain did he come down? Wang Jingguang. Tang Ningxin suddenly spoke up, her face cold as she snapped, Lěng Qīngyán doesn't like you at all. Stop deluding yourself and get out of my house right now. Shut your mouth. Wang Jingguang roared back, his voice thick with irritation. Tang Ningxin, you can be jealous all you want, but you can't try to drive a wedge between me and Qīngyán just to get what you want. Me, jealous? Want you? Tang Ningxin was furious. Her face icy, she snapped, Wang Jingguang, do me a favor and open your dog eyes wide. I clearly look down on you with both eyes, okay? You're delusional. Get the hell out of my house now, or I'll call security. Ningxin. Wang Jingguang seemed oblivious to Tang Ningxin's words, his face contorted in anguish. I never imagined you'd still remember my eyes, one of them being dog-like. It proves you still care about me after all. But, I'm sorry. I've already promised Qīngyán I'll spend the rest of my life with her. So, please understand. Put. Tang Ningxin was so furious she felt like she might spit blood. She thought to herself, this Wang Jingguang is a weirdo. Jiāng Mu was equally stunned. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he muttered, young people these days, if only they had a thick skin like Wang Jingguang's, they'd never have trouble finding a partner. Ningxin. Seeing Tang Ningxin hadn't responded for ages, Wang Jingguang asked suspiciously, are you reminiscing about our glorious past together, that's why you haven't answered me? I know. Wang Jingguang continued, those beautiful moments are hard to forget, but what's lost is lost. In our next life, let's be lovers again. Tang Ningxin. You. Tang Ningxin was furious, cursing under her breath as she yelled at the top of her lungs, security. Security. Get this guy out of here right now. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Tang Ningxin finished speaking, 4 burly security guards rushed over and surrounded Wang Jingguang. Hold on. Just as the security guards were about to move, Wang Jingguang roared, let me say one more thing. After I finish, I'll leave. Spit it out already. Tang Ningxin was so furious her breathing quickened. She shot Wang Jinggang a cold, dismissive glance and snapped. Ningxin. Wang Jinggang gazed at Tang Ningxin with tender eyes, his expression resigned. I know you're kicking me out because what I said earlier hurt you deeply. But I had no choice. My heart simply has no room for you anymore. So I truly feel. Shut up. Tang Ningxin couldn't bear to listen anymore. She screamed at the top of her lungs, what are you all standing around for? Get him out of here now. Yes. The 4 security guards responded in unison, then tossed Wang Jinggang out the door like a little chick. Phew. After Wang Jinggang left, Tang Ningxin and Lěng Qīngyán both let out a long sigh of relief. Clearly, Wang Jinggang had infuriated them both. Jiāng Mu, meanwhile, rubbed his nose and chuckled. Deep down, he found this country bumpkin Wang Jinggang rather endearing. Chapter 132 You're here to deliver goods, right? Ningxin. After Wang Jinggang left, Lěng Qīngyán linked arms with Tang Ningxin as they walked toward the tea room. Is Wang Jinggang always like this? She asked. Oh, don't even get me started. Tang Ningxin sighed helplessly. These past few years, he nearly drove me crazy. But it's fine now. He's set his sights on you. From now on, you'll be the one sharing the burden with me. Ha! The thought of enduring Wang Jingang's relentless torment made Lěng Qīngyán feel like crying. Her face twisted in despair as she wailed, heavens above, earth below. Is there any goddess who can save me from this freak? Me. Jiāng Mu grinned smugly. Just agree to one request of mine, and I'll handle him for you right away. Like hell I will. Lěng Qīngyán thought Jiāng Mu was about to kiss her. Her face flushed crimson as she shot him a withering glare. If you hadn't insisted on saying that if I hadn't complimented his looks would any of this have happened? Therefore, you must take full responsibility and resolve this matter immediately. Ha! Jiāng Mu sighed in exasperation. He had actually hoped to use this situation to complete the task he'd just received yesterday. Now it seemed hopeless. Since coastal residents typically drink more alcohol than tea, it was quite rare to see a home like Tang Ningxin's, where they had specifically designed a tea room. At any rate, this was the first time Jiāng Mu had ever seen such a thing in his life. He found it quite novel. The entire tea room was about 30 square meters in size. The floor was covered with a straw mat, and elegant landscape paintings adorned the walls. A low tea table stood in the center, piled high with various tea utensils. Jiāng Mu rarely drank tea and knew little about such things. But the movements involved in brewing tea appeared remarkably graceful. This is pu'er tea grown by my grandfather this year's new harvest. Try some. Tang Ningxin said as she poured full cups for Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán. Tea your grandfather grew? Jiāng Mu exclaimed in surprise, you wouldn't happen to be one of those tea-selling ladies scamming people on WeChat, would you? Thud. No sooner had Jiāng Mu finished speaking than Lěng Qīngyán landed a little pink fist on his arm, snapping irritably, what nonsense are you spouting? Ningxin might not be as wealthy as you, but she's still got billions in assets, okay? I was just trying to lighten the mood with a joke. Jiāng Mu shot Lěng Qīngyán a disapproving look. You don't understand anything. Put. Tang Ningxin giggled, so if I really were a con artist selling tea, would Mr. Jiāng buy it? Buy? Absolutely buy. Jiāng Mu laughed heartily. A pretty lady like you? Forget tea leaves, I'd buy the tea tree itself. Tang Ningxin giggled at the compliment, her face lighting up with delight. Lěng Qīngyán, however, grew displeased. Her embroidered brows furrowed as she retorted, what about me? You? Jiāng Mu chuckled. If you tried selling tea, I'd give you 2 big slaps. You? Lěng Qīngyán puffed out her lips in anger, grabbed Jiāng Mu's ear, and snarled, say that again if you dare. Ouch, that hurts. Jiāng Mu quickly pushed Lěng Qīngyán's hand away, then chuckled, just messing with you. If you sold it, I'd definitely buy it. Oomph. Lěng Qīngyán snorted coldly with a smug look on her face, muttering, now that's more like it. Ha! Tang Ningxin chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow at Lěng Qīngyán. Qīngyán, do you realize what you're starting to resemble more and more? What? Lěng Qīngyán looked utterly perplexed. More and more like a little wife. Tang Ningxin giggled. And a jealous little wife at that. Hearing Tang Ningxin's words, Lěng Qīngyán finally realized she had indeed acted like a jealous little wife just now. Her pretty face flushed instantly, and she stammered in protest, no way. Stop. Stop talking nonsense. Just hurry up and appraise it. Fine. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán genuinely embarrassed, Tang Ningxin stopped teasing her. She nodded and said, bring out the items. Let me see what they are first. All right. Lěng Qīngyán responded before pulling items out of her bag one by one. First, there are 4 cars, a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a convertible Bentley Continental, a McLaren Senna, and a Maserati Urus. Next are 2 necklaces, 4 watches, and a pair of headphones. That's all. Take a look and tell me how much they're worth. Tang Ningxin stared at the items spread across the tea table, completely dumbfounded. Her face flushed with astonishment. Qīngyán, are you planning to go all out? Or did you come here to deliver goods? This is way too much stuff to pawn. Tang Ningxin's family pawnshop had been in business since she was 6 years old. This was the first time she'd ever seen someone bring in so many items at once. How could she not be shocked? No. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. None of this is mine. It's his. He's short on cash lately and decided to sell everything off permanently, no redemption. So I'll need you to give me a bit extra, okay? Don't worry. We know each other well. I'll definitely give you the highest price in all of Linhai City. Tang Ningxin smiled faintly, then turned to look at Jiāng Mu. Mr. Jiang, if you're short on cash, I can actually offer you a bridge loan. There's no need to pawn all these items. A bridge loan is a short-term loan with relatively high interest rates. It's typically used by big bosses who need urgent cash or are facing liquidity issues. Though Jiāng Mu was short on cash, he wasn't in immediate need. Plus, he knew he'd be using the funds for an extended period, so he declined Tang Ningxin without hesitation. No thanks. I only need a small amount. Pawn these items and that should cover it. Oh, right. Jiāng Mu continued, we won't pawn these headphones or this Patek Philippe watch. Saying this, Jiāng Mu retrieved the uncouth headphones and the Patek Philippe 6104 or 001 wristwatch. He handed them to Lěng Qīngyán and asked, what? Don't you like these two items? No. Lěng Qīngyán waved her hand. I just thought you might need the money. Plus, these things are so expensive, I figured we could pawn them to help you out, and... At this point, Lěng Qīngyán seemed afraid Jiāng Mu would scold her and hurriedly added, I'm just an ordinary person. Wearing such expensive watches and headphones is a waste, so it's better to pawn them and get cash instead. Silly girl. Jiāng Mu hadn't expected Lěng Qīngyán to be thinking of him when she planned to pawn these items too. His heart warmed involuntarily. He gently rubbed her head and said softly, even if I'm broke, I don't need your pennies. Keep them safe. And... I'm warning you. At this point, Jiāng Mu feigned anger, his expression turning stern. Don't you ever say things like using expensive things is a waste again. Otherwise, I'll spank your bottom until it's split into 8 pieces. Okay. Lěng Qīngyán pouted her little mouth and replied. Taking the watch and headphones, she felt an overwhelming warmth and happiness fill her heart. Chapter 133, That Girl Third Update. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder silently. Why was Jiāng Mu being so kind to her? He was clearly so short on money, yet he still bought her such expensive headphones and a watch? Could it be? Could he really like me? Is he just too shy to say it outright? Yes. It must be that. Otherwise, why would he keep trying to kiss me over and over? But what if he confesses to me? What should I do then? Knock knock knock. Enough, enough. Just as Lěng Qīngyán was deep in thought, Tang Ningxin tapped the tea table and said, you two need to tone down the PDA. I'm getting sick of seeing it. Lěng Qīngyán's cheeks flushed as she whispered back, we weren't showing off at all. Tang Ningxin's appraisal skills were quite profound. Before long, she had finished evaluating all the items. The total estimated value of all items combined was 24.8 million. The overall value depreciation was approximately 15%. Not excessive. After all, other pawnshops would have deducted at least 34% from the price. Thank you so much for today, Tang Ningxin. Before leaving, Jiāng Mu turned back to Tang Ningxin and said, when you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. Tang Ningxin smiled gently. Qīngyán is my friend, and you're her boyfriend. Helping out is only natural, no need to thank me. No. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. I still owe you one. After all, if I ever need anything else, I'll be sure to bother the lovely Tang Ningxin again. Jiāng Mu could currently open 2 lucky bags each day. Each lucky bag contained 3 items, so 2 bags meant 6 items. Over a week, that adds up to 42 items. Among them, there's bound to be some useless stuff, so he'll definitely be visiting the pawnshop more often. Put. Tang Ningxin giggled and teased, Mr. Jiang, you're not treating me like a friend, you're treating me like an ATM machine. Ha ha ha. Jiāng Mu laughed heartily. Even if Tang Ningxin were an ATM, she'd be the most beautiful and sweet-voiced one around. After exchanging a few more polite words with Tang Ningxin, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán hopped on their bicycles and rode away from the pawnshop. On the road. Jiāng Mu, you wouldn't happen to have your eye on my bestie, would you? Lěng Qīngyán sat on the back seat, pondering for a moment before asking Jiāng Mu. No way. Jiāng Mu knew women usually brought up such topics when jealous, so without hesitation, he bluffed, she's so ugly, how could I possibly be interested? Then why do you keep calling her beautiful Tang? Lěng Qīngyán asked, pouting her lips. Ha! Jiāng Mu chuckled. Well, I can't exactly go around calling her ugly Tang all the time, can I? Put. Lěng Qīngyán burst out laughing. Fine, I'm in a good mood today. It's on me. Let's grab a bite to eat. Sure, what do you feel like eating? Jiāng Mu asked with a smile. Let's go to Michelin. Their healthy vegetable soup is really tasty. Lěng Qīngyán suggested. No way. Jiāng Mu frowned. Lěng Qīngyán, you're being way too cheap. You finally treat me to a meal, and you're taking me for vegetable soup? Yep. Lěng Qīngyán lifted her fair neck haughtily. You're only getting vegetable soup. Who told you to get so fat? You even flattened the tires on the bike. Jiāng Mu laughed. Did I deflate it? Clearly you're just too heavy, okay? You're like a pig. No. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. You did it. You're a big fat pig. No, you're the pig. No, you are. You're the one. The two bickered all the way as they pedaled toward Michelin. Perhaps it was because Lěng Qīngyán was simply too beautiful. Or perhaps it was the sight of the two of them riding bicycles and playfully bickering that embodied the very essence of youth. They drew quite a crowd along the way. At one point, a photographer even captured this moment and posted it online. The caption read, "Do you still remember the girl who once sat on the back of your bicycle?" Click. They arrived at the entrance of the Michelin-starred restaurant. Jiāng Mu parked his bike in the designated spot by the entrance and followed Lěng Qīngyán inside the restaurant. Hello? Just as the two were about to step inside the Michelin-starred restaurant, a portly male manager approached them. My apologies, but our hotel currently has no plans to hire waitstaff. And with so many customers dining inside right now, it's best you two don't go and you might spoil their appetite. Affect their appetite? Jiāng Mu frowned, retorting irritably, open your dog eyes and look properly. We're here to eat, not apply for waitstaff positions. Besides, how exactly would us two entering ruin anyone's appetite? Explain yourself clearly. Ha! The portly manager sneered with disdain. Young man, there's no shame in applying for a job. Nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm applying for your mother's job. Jiāng Mu was speechless. When he used to wear cheap clothes from street stalls, people mistook him for a country bumpkin and looked down on him. That was one thing. But now, dressed in hundreds of thousands worth of Armani and Louis Vuitton, why was this still happening? Manager. Lěng Qīngyán also grew irritated, her embroidered brows slightly furrowed. We genuinely came here to eat. Please move aside. And, you must apologize for your earlier remarks. The portly manager chuckled. Young lady, with looks like yours, landing a rich second-generation heir should be a piece of cake. Why waste your time on some penniless kid riding a bicycle? Bicycle? Jiāng Mu suddenly understood. So all this time, the problem was the bicycle. Damn it! In this money-obsessed society, trying to go low-carbon is really tough. Manager. Lěng Qīngyán was furious, her teeth clenched as she snapped, take a good look at yourself. You're just a lowly manager, not the boss. There's no need to act like you're superior. Besides, who I choose as my boyfriend is my business. And not everyone in this society is like you, greedy for money and so damn snobbish. Fine. The overweight manager chuckled. Then you and your penniless boyfriend can get lost. Our hotel doesn't cater to broke people. You. Tap tap tap. Just as Lěng Qīngyán was about to retort, a sharply dressed young man strolled over, his tone teasing. Well, isn't this Jiāng Mu? Haven't seen you in a while now, you can't even get into a Michelin-starred place? Jiāng Liang? Jiāng Mu turned to see it was indeed Jiāng Liang. He hadn't seen him in days since their last encounter at Su Rulin's restaurant. At the time, Jiāng Mu had assumed Jiāng Liang had returned to his hometown after getting fired. He hadn't expected him to still be in Linhai. Ha! Jiāng Liang smoothed his tie with an air of arrogance, then grinned. Jiāng Mu, you probably never dreamed that after getting fired, my career would actually take off, huh? Here. Jiāng Liang handed Jiāng Mu a business card. I'm now the technical director at Giant Network, with an annual salary of 800,000 yuan. Chapter 134. How about licking toes? As he spoke these words, Jiāng Liang was practically floating with pride. It felt as though his salary wasn't 800,000, but 8 million. Is that so? Jiāng Mu was genuinely surprised that Jiāng Liang had found a new job so quickly. But that was all, no other emotion surfaced. After all, Jiāng Liang was his brother. He had no reason to push him to the brink over a minor matter. Well, congratulations then. Oomph. Jiāng Liang smirked triumphantly, arms crossed over his chest, his face brimming with arrogance. Jiāng Mu, let me be blunt, you'll never land a job paying 800,000 yuan a year like this one. How about this? Drop out of college and come work for me full-time as my shoe shiner. I'll pay you 10 grand a month. Sound good? You gotta understand, even if you graduate from that third-rate trash school you're attending, you'll barely scrape by on 45 grand a month. I'm doing you a solid here, just because we're family. Bull. Lěng Qīngyán couldn't take it anymore. She stepped forward, her voice sharp with irritation. How about this? I'll pay you 20,000 a month to lick my toes full-time. What do you say? Gulp. The moment those words left her mouth, a young man nearby gulped loudly. He hurried over, his face flushed with excitement. Miss, I want that job. I'll lick your toes. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán was stunned. She'd only said that to snap back at Jiāng Liang. What business did you have barging in like this? Put. Jiāng Mu burst out laughing at the sight. He patted the young man on the shoulder. Bro, take my advice, this job's not for you. You should just leave. Why? Because she has athlete's foot and it's the Hong Kong kind. Ha? The The young man's eyes lit up, his face brimming with excitement. That's perfect. That's exactly what I'm good at. Ha! This time, not only was Lěng Qīngyán dumbfounded. Jiāng Mu was stunned too. Are perverts these days really that extreme? Jiāng Mu. After shooing away the creepy guy, Zhang Liang sneered at Jiāng Mu. I thought you were just living off someone else's money, but now you need women to get ahead too? What kind of man are you? So what? Jiāng Mu smirked. Want to try it? There's a hotel right next door. I guarantee you'll be in heaven. Ugh. Zhang Liang felt a wave of disgust wash over him at Jiāng Mu's words. He snapped, I'm not ing trying it. After that, he added, Jiāng Mu, about that job I mentioned earlier, I want you to seriously consider it. Opportunities like this don't come around often. No thanks. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Save your measly money for your mouth so you can stop spouting nonsense. You're the one talking out of your ass. Zhang Liang exploded, bellowing at the top of his lungs, manager. I know these two, they're nothing but a pair of dead broke losers. Don't you dare let them in. They'll drag down the whole hotel's reputation. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu chuckled. This time, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't come in. Because I don't like dining with trash. With that, Jiāng Mu ignored Zhang Liang's reaction. Turning to Lěng Qīngyán, he said, Qīngyán, let's go. This 3-star Michelin place is nowhere near as good as the 5-star Shangri-La. We're going to the Shangri-La instead. Put. At that remark, Zhang Liang burst out laughing. The chubby manager couldn't stop laughing either. Jiāng Mu. After a moment, Zhang Liang fought back the urge to laugh and said, you really know how to brag, man. Going to Shangri-La? With your pathetic skills, no offense, but they wouldn't even hire you to clean toilets there. Ha ha ha. The chubby manager chuckled and joined in the teasing. Kid, you're right to want to go to Shangri-La, they really are hiring waitstaff there. But, with your looks, it's gonna be tough. No problem. Jiāng Mu chuckled. If a greasy, ugly, dark-skinned pig like you can be a manager, then a handsome guy like me should have no problem. The fat manager had intended to take the opportunity to mock Jiāng Mu and have a laugh. But instead, he got turned around on. Furious, his face turned green as he bellowed, you little punk. Say that again. You think you're my son or something? Jiāng Mu shot the manager a disdainful look. You want me to say it again? Fine, I'll say it again. How amusing. You. The manager was so stunned he could barely speak. Gritting his teeth viciously, he snarled, you little punk, you dare tell me your name? My name is Jiāng Mu, and my nickname is also Jiāng Mu. What's it to you? Jiāng Mu wasn't intimidated by such threats. He grinned. Good, very good. The fat manager gave a sinister grin, waving his phone. See this? This is the recruitment group for all restaurants in Linhai City. If I say you're trouble in here, no restaurant in Linhai will dare hire you. You believe me? Oh? Is that so? Jiāng Mu laughed a loud, booming laugh. He thought to himself, this fat manager is truly an idiot. He still believed they were applying for waitstaff positions. Well then, hurry up and send it out. Once you're done, remember to pop open a bottle of beer to celebrate. We'll be on our way now. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán turned and walked away. Their carefree, fearless attitude left the chubby manager completely dumbfounded. He hurried after them, his face full of confusion. You really aren't afraid? You should know, once I hand this over, you won't be able to find work or earn money. Annoyed by the manager's fussiness, Jiāng Mu snapped, I told you to hand it over, so hurry up. Why are you dithering like a woman? The manager was utterly dumbfounded. Back when he used this tactic to discipline waitstaff under him, every single one of them had been completely cowed. They'd cry and beg for forgiveness. Why wasn't it working on Jiāng Mu? How strange. Beep. Just then, a blue Cadillac sped up and stopped behind the plump manager. Hey! The driver leaned out halfway, bellowing at the manager, hey, fatso. Can't you see you're blocking the road? Get the hell out of my way. Who are you calling? Oh my, Mr. Jiāng. The manager was about to curse, but upon recognizing Mr. Jiāng, he immediately changed his tune, grinning obsequiously. Mr. Jiāng, how did you find the time to dine with us today? Business meeting. Mr. Jiāng replied without looking up. You wouldn't understand anyway. Now move it. Oh my, Mr. Jiāng must be about to make a fortune again. The portly manager flattered with a smile, the car just leave it here. I'll have the valet park it for you shortly. Fine. Mr. Jiāng nodded, tossed the keys into the plump manager's hand, and strode straight into the restaurant. As he passed Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán, Mr. Jiāng paused abruptly. His face lit up with excitement as he grabbed Jiāng Mu's hand. Brother, what a coincidence. Never imagined we'd meet again so soon. Chapter 135 You've got to be kidding. Boom. The words left the plump manager dumbfounded. Zhang Liang, who had been rushing over with a fawning smile plastered on his face, was also stunned. He stood there dumbstruck. He silently wondered, how could General Manager Jiāng possibly know this broke ass? What a coincidence. Jiāng Mu also recognized the man as the Cadillac owner he'd encountered at the traffic lights that morning. Oh my! Mr. Jiāng looked thrilled. As the saying goes, it takes 500 glances in a past life to earn a single brush past in this one. And today, we've already brushed past each other twice. How many glances must we have exchanged in that past life? So today, we absolutely must have a good drink, chat, and become friends. Mr. Jiāng, you're joking. Jiāng Mu chuckled. We're nothing more than passing acquaintances. Let's skip the drinks. We've got things to do, so we'll be on our way. Jiāng Mu didn't dislike this Mr. Jiāng, but he didn't feel particularly fond of him either. Plus, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiāng Mu's enthusiasm was a bit strange. So he declined without hesitation. Hey, wait! Seeing Jiāng Mu about to leave, Mr. Jiāng grew anxious, grabbing his arm. Brother, hold on a moment, just hear me out. I know. Mr. Jiāng smiled faintly. You're wary of me, aren't you? It's okay, that's only human nature. I understand. Actually, I want to be friends with you for one reason only. You have money. And I have money too. So if we become friends, we can collaborate on business deals in the future and support each other financially, right? Money? Zhang Liang was stunned. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Jiāng, you must be mistaken. This is my cousin. His family is so poor that even the mice that enter their house have to leave with tears in their eyes. How could he possibly have money? That's right, Mr. Jiāng. The chubby manager chimed in, if he had money, how could he possibly ride a beat-up bicycle everywhere? A beat-up bicycle? Zhang Yunliang burst into laughter, a raucous, booming laugh. He slapped the plump manager on the shoulder. Fat Xiao, open your dog eyes and take a good look. That bike is a Velociraptor Nara worth over 1.3 million yuan. You know nothing, yet you spout nonsense. Get the hell out of here. Seeing you just pisses me off. What the hell? That bike costs over 1.3 million? The manager was dumbfounded. Are bikes this expensive these days? Zhang Liang was stunned too. When did his younger brother become so wealthy? He'd spend 1.3 million on a mere bicycle? Brother! Ignoring their reactions, Zhang Yunliang flashed a faint smile at Jiāng Mu. Sorry about them, they're both poor and don't understand these things. Please don't mind. No problem. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. I don't mind. But saying he didn't mind was a lie. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable being insulted or criticized. But if you nitpicked every single one of them, you'd wear yourself out. Besides, insignificant nobodies like Zhang Liang and the fat manager? Chances are he'd never even see them again. So holding a grudge against them? Not worth it. Mr. Jiāng. Jiāng Mu spoke up again. You mentioned earlier that we could be friends and support each other financially, right? Of course. Zhang Yunliang laughed heartily. Once we're friends, if you ever need financial help, just ask. But if I need money, I hope you'll step up and help me out too, brother. Agreed. Jiāng Mu smiled and nodded. You're my kind of friend. Now, could you do me a favor, Mr. Jiāng? Could you lend me 20 million to tide me over? I'll pay you back as soon as my cash flow stabilizes. What? Zhang Yunliang was stunned. I did say we could support each other financially. But asking for a loan right after we became friends? Isn't that a bit much? What's the matter? Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Is Mr. Jiāng unwilling? Or is there a problem? Zhang Yunliang was beginning to regret becoming friends with Jiāng Mu. But he'd already made those bold promises. As a man of his stature, he couldn't go back on his word. Gritting his teeth, he relented, fine. 20 million it is. But may I ask, what exactly do you need this money for? Jiāng Mu chuckled. That's a bit of a long story. Why don't we grab a bite at a restaurant and talk? Sounds good. Zhang Yunliang nodded with a smile. This Michelin-starred place is actually pretty good. I come here often, and their healthy vegetable soup is especially amazing. Why don't we eat here? Even Zhang Yunliang raved about the healthy vegetable soup here, making Jiāng Mu eager to try it too. But remembering the fat manager's attitude earlier, Jiāng Mu instantly lost his appetite. Shaking his head, he said, forget it. The manager here said they don't serve broke people. He even claimed that if my girlfriend and I walked in, we'd lower the place's class and ruin other customers' appetites. Let's find somewhere else. Clunk. At those words, the plump manager's heart sank. He hurriedly interjected, Sir, those earlier remarks were all in jest. Having distinguished patrons like you dine here would be an honor for our establishment. How could it possibly lower our standards? Joking? Jiāng Mu laughed. Then when you're bored, do you joke with your parents too, telling them they should just die already? Well. The plump manager's face darkened with embarrassment. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Oh. Zhang Yunliang spoke up then, his voice dripping with cold scorn. Fat Xiao, haven't seen you in a few days, and you've really grown in audacity. To actually say something like that. Looks like you don't want to be manager anymore, huh? No. The overweight manager panicked, scrambling to appease him. Mr. Jiāng, this is such a great job, how could I possibly quit? How about I apologize to this gentleman? Would that be acceptable? Jiāng Yunliang glanced at Jiāng Mu upon hearing this. Seeing Jiāng Mu's expressionless face, he instantly understood his stance. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, forget it. No need for apologies. Just pack your things and get out. Boom! Jiāng Yunliang's words struck like a bolt from the blue. It slammed heavily into the plump manager. The manager was stunned into silence. His legs buckled and he collapsed heavily onto the floor, his face ashen. He silently regretted his earlier condescension. Jiāng Yunliang, however, never once glanced at the manager. He pulled out his phone and made a call in English. Within seconds, the manager received a call informing him he'd been fired. The speed was astonishing. Jiāng Mu watched the scene unfold before him, recalling how Jiāng Yunliang had agreed without hesitation when he asked to borrow 20 million yuan. He couldn't help but wonder, just who was this Jiāng Yunliang? He clearly drove a car worth less than $1 million, yet wielded such immense power. How peculiar. Chapter 136, The Good Guy Third Update. Brother! After dealing with the fat manager, Jiāng Yunliang smiled faintly and said to Jiāng Mu, that manager of theirs may be a piece of work, but the food is truly top-notch. So let's still have our meal here. No thanks. Jiāng Mu shook his head again and pointed at Jiāng Liang beside him. With that piece of trash around, I can't eat a bite. Boom! Having witnessed the entire scene of the fat manager getting fired, Jiāng Liang panicked upon hearing Jiāng Mu's words. He immediately panicked, rushing to stand before Jiāng Mu and pleading, Jiāng! No! Little brother, my dear little brother, those words I just spoke, they were completely unintentional. Please don't take them to heart, okay? Oh? Jiāng Mu chuckled. Just a moment ago, you were calling me Jiāng Mu and offering to pay 10,000 yuan to hire me full-time to polish your shoes. Now suddenly I'm your brother? And your dearest brother at that? Jiāng Mu had no intention of engaging with Jiāng Liang. After all, he was his older brother, and he had to give him some face. But this Jiāng Liang didn't know how to appreciate it. He kept provoking me time and again. If I didn't teach him a lesson now, wouldn't that just make Jiāng Liang think he was too easy to push around? Jiāng Liang, you've got some nerve. Jiāng Yunliang was furious. You actually hired my brother full-time to polish your shoes? Should I join him and polish them too? Thud. Jiāng Yunliang's overwhelming aura sent shivers down Jiāng Liang's spine. His legs buckled and he instantly knelt before Jiāng Yunliang, pleading, Mr. Jiang. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'll never say such things again. Please forgive me, okay? Sorry. Jiāng Yunliang shook his head sternly. Our giant network company has no place for employees with such poor character. Pack your things and leave immediately. Boom! Jiāng Liang was struck as if by lightning. He collapsed onto the floor, unable to rise. Regret, hatred, rage, and resentment surged through him like a tidal wave. Glaring at Jiāng Mu's retreating figure, he gritted his teeth and snarled, Jiāng Mu, you've cost me my job time and time again. This isn't over between us. Inside the restaurant. Jiāng Mu, huh? Nice name. Jiāng Yunliang pulled out chairs for Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán as he said, it's got real presence. Jiāng Mu was speechless. Dude, if you can't think of a genuine compliment, why force it? Where's the lady? Jiāng Yunliang sat down and asked Lěng Qīngyán. Lěng Qīngyán. Lěng Qīngyán answered with a smile. Qīngyán, what a beautiful name. Truly beautiful. Jiāng Yunliang exclaimed with excitement, the beauty's name must be taken from Li Bai's The Ninth Day, peering at the cup to see the joyful face, smiling alone and pouring for oneself those two characters. Right? Lěng Qīngyán looked slightly surprised. You're right. My grandfather named me. In today's terms, he was a die-hard fan of Li Bai. Jiāng Mu. Why does it sound so imposing coming from me, but when she says it, it's just ancient poetry. You bastard, your motives aren't exactly pure, are they? With that thought, Jiāng Mu cleared his throat. Let's not dwell on names. We should hurry and order. Sure thing. Jiāng Yunliang smiled faintly and signaled the waiter to start taking their order. Jiāng Mu had never eaten Western food in his life. But his spoken English was excellent. After a brief exchange with the waitress, they ended up ordering several dishes recommended by her. Brother Jiang. After the waitress left, Jiāng Yunliang asked Jiāng Mu with genuine curiosity, your English is so good, have you been abroad before? Jiāng Mu had previously lied to Lěng Qīngyán about having lived abroad. He couldn't backtrack now, so he nodded and replied, yeah, I spent a few years abroad. Bang! Jiāng Yunliang was so excited to hear Jiāng Mu had been abroad that he slammed his fist on the table. What a coincidence! I've been abroad too. See? We're meant to be. Jiāng Mu felt a bit awkward at Jiāng Yunliang's tendency to force every conversation into a destiny narrative. He waved his hand awkwardly. Never mind. Let's just talk about that 20 million yuan business. Alright. Jiāng Yunliang nodded. Go ahead. Actually, I'm borrowing this 20 million from you because I plan to make a movie. Jiāng Mu pulled the script for Nezha, the demon boy's descent from Cold Qingyan's bag, and handed it to Jiāng Yunliang. This is a Chinese animated film based on the Nezha legend. Jiāng Yunliang nodded, took the script in drafts to read, then shook his head. Brother Jiang, I'm in cybersecurity. Movies aren't really my area of expertise. But, while domestic animation has shown signs of rising in recent years, it hasn't yet reached a point where it can guarantee 100% profitability. So, isn't making a film with this kind of theme a bit too risky? Risk? Jiāng Mu laughed. This was a blockbuster destined to rake in 5 billion yuan at the box office and turn a 100% profit. How could there possibly be any risk? But these things were known only to him, not to others. So Jiāng Mu patiently explained, you're right, the risk is indeed huge. But think about it, if everyone were solely focused on making money. Then, when will Chinese animation ever break through? When will it surpass Disney and conquer the world? Brother Jiang. Jiāng Mu feigned deep sorrow as he continued, you and I are both Chinese. Chinese animation has stagnated for so long, doesn't that pain you? Jiāng Yunliang, moved by Jiāng Mu's passion, nodded instinctively. It breaks my heart. Then as fellow Dragon Nation citizens, shouldn't we do something for our country? Yes. We absolutely must contribute to our nation. Then would you be willing to invest 20 million to support domestic animation? To help it take a step forward and contribute to our nation? Jiāng Yunliang, swept up in Jiāng Mu's fervor, shouted without hesitation, I'm in. Excellent. Jiāng Mu nodded firmly. I'll have a lawyer draft the contract right away. Let's sign it now. Ha! Only then did Jiāng Yunliang realize he'd been tricked by Jiāng Mu. He hurriedly protested, Brother Jiang, Enough. Before Jiāng Yunliang could finish, Jiāng Mu cut him off, gripping his hand tightly. Brother Jiang, on behalf of Longhua Animation, I thank you. You're a good man, a truly great and selfless one. Jiāng Yunliang's mouth twitched repeatedly. He silently cursed under his breath, damn it, I really didn't want to be this kind of good person. 5 o'clock in the evening. Jiāng Mu waved goodbye to Jiāng Yunliang, holding the contract for the 20 million yuan investment he'd secured. He hopped on his bicycle, carrying Lěng Qīngyán as they headed toward Zhuahai Pictures. Under normal circumstances, whenever Jiāng Mu acquired any business venture, people would proactively reach out to him. But this Zhuahai Pictures was peculiar, they hadn't reached out to him at all until now. He couldn't fathom what was going on here. Chapter 137, The Stubborn Glasses Guy. Squeak. Parking his bicycle, Jiāng Mu glanced around and muttered, the navigation shows this should be the spot, but I don't see it anywhere. Lěng Qīngyán scanned the area to help search, then pointed with her slender jade-like finger toward a small, dilapidated storefront nearby. You're looking for Zhuahai Pictures? Could that be it? Jiāng Mu followed her finger and saw the shop sign actually bore the words Zhuahai Film. But, the scale of this film studio was nothing like what he'd imagined. In Jiāng Mu's mind, a film studio should be housed in a sleek, high-end office building or a standalone villa. The signage would be in giant letters, towering atop the building or plastered across the walls. People coming and going would be upper-class types, dressed in suits and ties, looking incredibly impressive. But, the film studio before him couldn't have been more different from his vision. Not only were there no grand office buildings or standalone villas. Even the signboard was just hand-painted in brush script. How utterly impoverished could this place be? This can't be right. Jiāng Mu couldn't quite believe it. Based on past experiences, the businesses drawn from the lucky bags should all be worth billions. Or at least tens of millions. It couldn't be this low-key, right? But, there's no shop called Zhuahai Pictures around here anymore, right? Lěng Qīngyán glanced around and suggested to Jiāng Mu, why don't we go over and ask? All right. Jiāng Mu scanned the area. Seeing no other shops bearing the name Zhuahai Film, he reluctantly nodded in agreement and followed Lěng Qīngyán toward Zhuahai Film. Inside Zhuahai Film Studio. A bespectacled, scholarly-looking man clutched the computer tightly, pleading with a tremor in his voice, Brother Shui, we really can't take this. If we take it, we won't be able to work. Get out of the way. The man called Brother Shui frowned, shoving the bespectacled man to the ground before scooping up the computer and walking away. But before he reached the door, the bespectacled man lunged forward again, blocking his path. Brother Shui, I beg you. Just give me a few more days, okay? I'll pay you back, I promise. Stop it. Brother Shui frowned, his face brimming with impatience. Cut the crap. Either pay up or move the stuff. You choose. Brother Shui. Seeing Brother Shui's unwavering stance, the bespectacled man sighed helplessly. But to keep his company afloat and his dream alive, he pleaded, just one more day. My company's been acquired. Give me one more day, and I'll pay you back for sure. Get thee out of here. Brother Shui frowned, cursing under his breath. The money from the company acquisition has already been swindled away by your friend. What do you have to pay me back with? Get the hell out of here now, or my fists won't have eyes. No, I won't let you. The bespectacled man clenched his jaw, his tone unyielding. If you insist on moving my computer, you'll have to step over my dead body. You. Shui Gu laughed. Kid, you wanna play tough with me? Fine. Today, Big Brother will let you taste just how powerful my sandbag-sized fists are. With that, Brother Shui unleashed a punch aiming straight for the bespectacled man's face. The bespectacled man turned pale with fear, yet he didn't retreat an inch. He gritted his teeth, holding his ground. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the punch landed squarely on the bespectacled man's nose. 2 streams of blood slowly trickled out, instantly staining his lips crimson. The intense pain made him clutch his nose, wailing in agony. Kid, now that you know pain, get the hell out of here. Shui Go rubbed his fist and gave a cold smile. No. The bespectacled man stubbornly shook his head. I won't let you. That computer is my last hope. Even if I die, I'll never let you take it away. Damn it. Brother Shui hadn't expected the bespectacled man to be so stubborn, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He waved to his henchmen behind him. All of you, get him. Beat him until he gives in. Yes. The henchmen responded with a shout, fists raised as they charged toward the bespectacled man. Thud. 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 After a series of dull thuds, the bespectacled man collapsed onto the ground. Blood covered his entire body. He looked particularly gruesome and terrifying. Kid, are you convinced now? Shui Go slowly walked up to the bespectacled man and leaned in to ask. No. The bespectacled man shook his head weakly, his face set with resolve. Shui Go, I'll say it again, if you want that computer, you'll have to step over my dead body. Damn it. Brother Shui was driven to the brink of madness. He spun around and kicked a nearby bucket hard, scratching his head. This kid is weird. He's driving me crazy. So, should we still move the computer? One of his henchmen whispered. Move it. Why the hell wouldn't we? Shui Go bellowed at the top of his lungs. He owes me money, so I'm moving his computer. Get your hands moving, damn it. Yes, sir. The henchmen responded in unison and began moving. But the next second, they froze in shock. The bespectacled man, who had been sprawled on the floor, barely clinging to life, had silently risen to his feet. Like a war god, he stood firmly blocking the doorway. Holy. Shui Go, already feeling a headache from the ordeal, rubbed his temples and said, Bro, is it really worth risking your life over a few computers? No. The bespectacled man shook his head. This isn't just a computer. It's my dream. So, yes, it's worth it. Absolutely worth it. Damn it. Shui Go was speechless. You're seriously out of your mind. Get out of here, you guys. Get him out of my sight. Don't let him block my way. The next second, Shui Go barked orders at his 2 henchmen. Yes. The 2 henchmen responded in unison, then each grabbed one of the bespectacled man's arms, pinning him firmly to the tabletop. No matter how much the bespectacled man struggled, it was useless. Ha ha. Watching the man in glasses struggle relentlessly, Shui Go chuckled. Kid, accept your fate. Dreams aren't for everyone to achieve. With that, Shui Go led the others, carrying the laptop, toward the door. No. 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 Watching 3 years of his hard work about to go down the drain, the bespectacled man struggled frantically like a madman. But no matter how he thrashed, he couldn't break free from their grip. Squeak! Just as the bespectacled man was on the verge of emotional collapse, the shop door suddenly swung open. A man and a woman walked in. The man wasn't exceptionally handsome, but he exuded a certain presence. He clearly wasn't an ordinary person. The woman, on the other hand, was exceptionally beautiful, radiating an aura of pure, ethereal grace. One glance was enough to leave a lasting impression. Upon closer inspection, the pair were none other than Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán. Chapter 138. Swole Brother. You are? The bespectacled man glanced at Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán before asking suspiciously. Holy! Spotting the bespectacled man, Jiāng Mu jumped in surprise. Are you guys filming a movie? That blood looks so real. Lěng Qīngyán also jumped, her pretty face turning pale as she covered her mouth. Yeah. It looks just like real blood, and it smells like it too. Glasses guy. This is real blood, okay? This isn't a movie. Shui Go spoke up, taking a drag on his cigarette as he said casually, this kid owes us money, but he wouldn't let us take the computer. We beat him up. What's your deal? Are you his friends? Ha? Lěng Qīngyán was genuinely frightened now, shifting slightly behind Jiāng Mu with eyes filled with terror and unease. Jiāng Mu reached out and patted Lěng Qīngyán's delicate shoulder. After signaling her not to be afraid, he turned back to Brother Shui and said, No, I just came to ask if this is Zhuahai Pictures and if there's a guy named Wang Dahai here. You know Wang Dahai? The bespectacled man looked astonished. He suddenly broke free from the grip of Shui Ji's 2 henchmen and hurried to Jiāng Mu's side, his face urgent. Where is he now? Seeing the man's flushed face, Jiāng Mu knew he'd found the right place. But, weren't the businesses unlocked from these lucky bags supposed to be billion-dollar assets, companies worth tens of billions? How could this one turn out to be such a mess? How peculiar. I asked you where he is. Answer me. Seeing Jiāng Mu remain silent, the bespectacled man urged him impatiently. Bro, calm down. Jiāng Mu calmed the bespectacled man before replying casually, Wang Dahai and I only spoke on the phone, we've never met. But Zhuahai Pictures? That's the company I acquired. Oh? Shui Ge chuckled upon hearing this. Kid, as they say, timing is everything. Coincidentally, Zhuahai Pictures owes me 300,000. Pay up. Slap. With that, Shui slammed the IOU onto the table in front of Jiāng Mu. What? Jiāng Mu was speechless. He'd thought that since this was a small, shabby operation, it didn't really matter. After all, it was still technically a company. But it was actually in debt? That was a bit of a ripoff, wasn't it? At that thought, Jiāng Mu felt an urge to get up and leave, abandoning the business altogether. But in the end, he stayed, deciding to see things through first. What's up, bro? Can't read or something? Shui Ge watched as Jiāng Mu picked up the IOU, glanced at it, then put it back down, his face full of confusion. Jiāng Mu chuckled. It's not that I can't read. It's that you can't read. It's written crystal clear here, the debtors are Zhuai and Wang Dahai. What the hell do they have to do with me, Jiāng Mu? I don't care. Shui Ge adopted a rogue-like demeanor, sneering coldly, all I know is that the person who borrowed money from me back then was the boss of Zhuahai Pictures, and now you're the boss of Zhuahai Pictures. So you have to pay this debt. What if I refuse to pay? Jiāng Mu chuckled. You wanna beat me up like you did him? Go ahead. Brother. Shui Ge licked his dry lips and sneered coldly, you're a smart guy. Some things don't need me to spell them out, you should already know. So, I advise you to hand over the money quietly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen. You're robbing me. Lěng Qīngyán summoned her courage to shout, I'm calling the police. With that, Lěng Qīngyán pulled out her phone, ready to dial the emergency number. Before she could complete the number, one of Shui Ge's henchmen snatched the phone from her hand and slammed it viciously onto the ground. The loud crash startled Lěng Qīngyán. Her body trembled involuntarily. Then, summoning her courage, she yelled, You're not only robbing me, but also destroying my property. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Young lady, that's not quite right. Shui Ge smirked mockingly, speaking slowly and deliberately, as the saying goes, debts must be repaid, it's only natural. We're here to collect what's owed. How can you call that robbery? As for the phone, my younger brother just wanted to take a look. He didn't hold it steady and dropped it, that's all. At worst, it was an accident. How could that be called damaging someone else's property? Nonsense. Blatant nonsense. Lěng Qīngyán was furious. Just as she was about to retort, the bespectacled man suddenly spoke up. Brother Shui, the money was borrowed by me and Dahai. This has nothing to do with them. Please don't make things difficult for them. I'll find a way to repay the debt. Ha? Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán froze. They hadn't expected the bespectacled man to step forward at this moment and take full responsibility. They couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Get the hell out of here. Shui Ge kicked the bespectacled man angrily, cursing, Stop playing the hero with me. Get the hell out of here. No. The bespectacled man shook his head stubbornly. I won't leave until you let them go. Damn it. Shui Ge was getting annoyed. He raised his fist to strike, but Jiāng Mu stopped him. Bro, even if you hit him, you won't get the money. Why bother? Right. You're right. Shui Ge nodded and sat back down. Deeply moved by Jiāng Mu's intervention, the bespectacled man hurriedly said, Mr. Jiāng, thank you so much for just now. But this matter. Cut it out. Before the bespectacled man could finish, Jiāng Mu cut him off. Leave this matter to me. Truthfully, Jiāng Mu hadn't intended to get involved. After all, it had nothing to do with him. But seeing the bespectacled man risk his own safety to step forward and cover for him and Lěng Qīngyán, he resolved to lend a hand. After all, resolving such matters was simple for him. Besides, given the current situation, even if he wanted to leave, this Shui guy probably wouldn't let him. Bro, can I ask which debt collection agency you're with? What's your name? Jiāng Mu slowly sat back down in his chair and addressed Shui Ge. Of course. Shui Ge chuckled. My surname is gone, and my given name is Shui. I'm the manager at Tianqing Finance. Thanks to the kindness of my friends in the business, everyone calls me Shui Ge. Put. Jiāng Mu burst out laughing, waving his hand. No. You shouldn't be called Brother Shui, you should be called Brother Sewage. Bang! The moment Jiāng Mu finished speaking, one of Gong Shui's henchmen behind him flew into a rage. He swung his steel baton violently, smashing it hard onto the table beside Jiāng Mu. You! Who the hell do you think you're calling swole brother? You think I won't break your leg with this baton? Smack! Before the thug could finish, Jiāng Mu's hand smacked across his face. His expression darkened as he barked coldly, I'm talking to your boss. What the hell do you think you're interrupting for? Chapter 139, Must Find Third Update. The underling was stunned by the blow. The others were stunned too. They never dreamed that, with so many of their own men present, Jiāng Mu would actually resort to violence. Gong Shui's face was also filled with surprise. His expression darkened as he said, "Brother, you hit my guy right in front of me. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" "Ha!" Jiāng Mu chuckled. "Bro, you've got that wrong. I was just trying to touch your guy's face, only I got a little carried away. How could you call that hitting?" "Ha?" Gong Shui was dumbfounded. He never dreamed his twisted logic would be used against him by Jiāng Mu. For a moment, he was so flustered he couldn't speak. His face darkened like a rusty iron pot from the countryside. "Oh, right." Jiāng Mu continued, "If I recall correctly, your boss's name is Li Dachao, right?" "Ha?" Gong Shui, who had just been so confident and sure of victory, suddenly turned pale. Furrowing his brow, he cautiously asked Jiāng Mu, "Who's Li Dachao?" "I don't know that guy." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu knew Gong Shui was trying to bait him. He chuckled and said, "Then I'll give Li Dachao a call and see if he recognizes you." Saying this, Jiāng Mu pulled out his phone and began searching for Li Dachao's number. But Gong Shui couldn't see the screen. Panic seized him. After a long moment of hesitation, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Hold on, buddy. You know my big brother? You could say that." Jiāng Mu smiled indifferently. "I ran into him at the Chuan Yu Xiang hot pot restaurant a while back. We made a bet then, and he ended up losing me several cars." "Chuan Yu Xiang hot pot restaurant? Several cars? Jiāng Mu?" Piecing these keywords together, Gong Shui suddenly recalled something Li Dachao had mentioned to him a few days prior. He sprang to his feet, bowing deeply to Jiāng Mu with utmost respect. "Mr. Jiang. I was talking nonsense earlier. I sincerely apologize and hope you won't hold it against me." Boom! At these words, everyone except Lěng Qīngyán and Jiāng Mu was stunned. Their gazes toward Jiāng Mu shifted repeatedly. The bespectacled man's jaw dropped, his face frozen in utter disbelief. He couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was this Jiāng Mu? How could he make the fearsome Shui Gu show such respect and even apologize to him? That's just too impressive. What about this debt? Jiāng Mu gestured toward the IOU. "Forget it. Consider it a welcome gift." After learning Jiāng Mu's identity, Gong Shui now just wanted to escape this trouble-ridden place as quickly as possible. How could he possibly demand payment now? What kind of gift? Jiāng Mu frowned. "Get this straight, he's the one who owes the money, not me. Don't pin everything on me. I'm not the type to stiff someone on a debt." Yes. Gong Shui nodded hastily. "You're absolutely right. But we won't ask for it back either. Consider it payment for Brother Zhu's medical expenses." The bespectacled man was dumbfounded. 300,000? That's 300,000 yuan. Just like that? For a moment, the bespectacled man was filled with utter astonishment. He couldn't help but admire Jiāng Mu. Mr. Jiang, can we go now?" Gong Shui tentatively asked Jiāng Mu. "Your legs are your own. If you want to leave, just go. Why ask me?" Jiāng Mu snapped irritably. Yes. Gong Shui nodded repeatedly, then took off running with his men in tow. After Gong Shui and his men departed, Jiāng Mu glanced at the utter mess and the battered remains of Zhuahai pictures. He felt like crying. What kind of shambles had he created? It wasn't even as good as a shop opened with less than 100,000 yuan. Lěng Qīngyán's attention, however, was entirely focused on the bespectacled man. She asked softly, "Are you okay? Do you need us to take you to the hospital?" No need. The bespectacled man seemed like the shy, insecure type. Under the gaze of a stunning beauty like Lěng Qīngyán, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He quickly lowered his head and hurried away, calling back, I'll make you some tea." "No need." Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about making tea. Go wash your face first. You're covered in blood. Someone might think you're filming a horror movie." All right. The bespectacled man finally realized how he looked and hurried into the bathroom to wash his face. When he emerged, he'd even changed into a fresh set of clothes. The place is a bit cramped, so you two'll have to make do." "Sorry about that," the bespectacled man said as he filled water for Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán. "No problem." Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. "First, tell me what's going on with that Wang Dahai guy." "Sure." The bespectacled man nodded. "My name is Zhuai. Wang Dahai and I were both students at Jichuan Animation Academy. We both studied film animation during our studies. After graduation, we planned to start our own studio and make animated films. We started our venture right here in this little place, drawing, designing, and writing scripts day and night. Those days were tough, but we were happy. Later, an investor took a liking to our script and funded us. We moved into an office building, hired several employees, and even landed some public service animation projects to boost our income. Back then, we were riding high." As he spoke, Zhuaihan's eyes brimmed with pride and longing. It was clear he truly cherished those days. "And then what happened?" Lěng Qīngyán asked. "How did you end up back here?" Zhuaihan sighed helplessly. Later, as the money kept rolling in, his life spiraled into debauchery. Not only did he live it up in luxury every day, but he also developed a gambling addiction. He spent his days roaming the casinos, losing hundreds of thousands at a time, hundreds of thousands. In just a few days, he blew through every penny he'd ever earned. Then, at this point, Jiāng slammed his fist hard on the table, his face twisted with fury. He actually started embezzling company funds. He took out high-interest loans behind my back and sold off the company. And he squandered every last penny. That 300,000 yuan IOU you just saw? He borrowed it. As for why I signed it, I trusted him. I believed he'd turn his life around. But sadly, he ultimately betrayed my trust. After the company was acquired yesterday, he secretly took the money and fled. Hearing this, Jiāng Mu suddenly understood. No wonder he'd drawn such an enterprise from the lucky bag. No wonder no one had contacted him. So that man had plundered his entire business and fled with the money. Didn't you try to find him? Lěng Qīngyán asked again. Jiāng shook his head with a grimace. I did. I practically searched every casino and bar in Linhai City, but couldn't find him. So I figured he was dead and gave up looking. No way. Jiāng Mu shook his head, his expression resolute. We must find him. He took my money and thinks he can just run? No way. Chapter 140. Take me as your disciple. Right. Lěng Qīngyán nodded in agreement. We absolutely must find him. Scum like that can't be let off the hook. After discussing further details about Wang Da's embezzlement and obtaining several photos of him, they didn't waste any more words on this matter. Jiāng, give me a report on the company's current status. Jiāng Mu picked up the financial statements, flipping through them as he addressed Jiāng. Certainly. Jiāng nodded inside. Ever since Wang Dahai absconded with all the company funds, most employees have resigned. Only 4 remain. 2 post-production staff, 1 copywriter, and me. We've got 4 computers left, but not a single penny in the bank account. The remaining desks and chairs aren't worth much either. And, I haven't eaten in 2 days. How miserable. Absolutely miserable. Jiāng Mu had taken over so many companies, but this was the first time he'd seen such a dire situation. He sighed helplessly. Alright, call a moving company over later. Have them transport all the computers to the nearby Shangjiang building. I'll rent you a space there to work. Truthfully, Jiāng Mu had originally intended for Jiāng to simply relocate his operations to the lakeside villa. After all, there were several villas there, all currently vacant. Why not use them? But the thought of his family's courtyard becoming a constant hub of people coming and going, Jiāng Mu felt uneasy all over. So he decisively abandoned the idea. Besides, if a film company's office address was a villa, it would sound a bit unserious. An office building was definitely the better choice. Alright, fine. Jiāng had expected Jiāng Mu to either walk out or fly into a rage upon learning the company he'd acquired was a shell company. But unexpectedly, he was offering to help lease a new office space. This deeply moved Jiāng. His eyes grew slightly moist as his voice choked with emotion. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank you for still giving Zhuahai Pictures a chance, for giving me a chance. I'm not good with words, but I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. By the end, tears streamed down Jiāng's face as he wept like a 3-year-old child. Snot was running down his nose. Stop. Jiāng Mu frowned and waved his hand. Jiāng, get this straight, from now on, this company bears the Jiāng name, not the Zhuo name. What opportunity are you talking about? Yes. Jiāng wiped his tears and forced a smile. You're absolutely right. But Zhuahai Pictures is my life's work. I'm truly grateful you're willing to continue investing in it. Oomph. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly at the tear-streaked Jiāng before him. The real reason he was willing to take over this shell company. First, it was for the film studio's paperwork and operating license. Second, it was because of Jiāng himself. It was Jiāng's unwavering determination to protect his computer, even if it meant getting beaten up, all for the sake of his dream. It was Jiāng's courage to step forward and take responsibility, refusing to drag others down with him. That's what moved Jiāng Mu. Otherwise, he'd never take on a money-losing venture like this. Alright, stop acting like such a crybaby. Jiāng Mu waved his hand, signaling Jiāng to stop crying, then said, tell me what projects the company is currently working on. Sure. Jiāng nodded, then pulled 2 documents from a pile and handed them to Jiāng Mu. Mr. Jiang, since the company ran into trouble, many partners have terminated their collaborations with us. So right now, only these 2 projects are still moving forward. Jiāng Mu gave a slight nod and picked up the 2 projects to glance at them. The first project was a public service announcement with an estimated revenue of around 200,000 yuan, nearing completion. The second project was an animated film titled Roaring Tiger, fully funded by Zhuahai Pictures. Its revenue was unknown, and progress stood at about 20%. Jiāng Mu skimmed the script before slamming it hard against Jiāng's face. Don't tell me this is the dream you've clung to for 3 years, he roared. Jiāng was stunned by the impact but mustered his courage to nod. Yes. Is there a problem? Plenty of problems. Jiāng Mu shot Jiāng a disdainful look. The plot's cliché, it blatantly rips off Kung Fu Panda, the art style misses the mark with mainstream tastes, and the storyline is idiotic. Kids might watch it, but adults will find it utterly childish. Do you seriously think anyone will want to watch a movie like this after it's released? No. Jiāng exploded, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Don't you dare talk about my dream like that. It might be worthless to you, but to me. Stop. Stop." Before Jiāng could finish, Jiāng Mu cut him off. If your dream is just about stubbornly pushing ahead, then I don't think you need to persist. Also, as your boss, I'm informing you, starting tomorrow, we're hiring aggressively to fully commit to this project. I want this movie released during the National Day holiday. If you fail to deliver, you're out. Slam. With that, Jiāng Mu tossed the script for Neja, the demon boy's descent into the world, onto Jiāng's desk. His voice was eerily calm as he added, "After reading this script, you'll see just how trashy your own script really is." "Fine, I'll watch it." Jiāng snorted coldly, his face brimming with defiance, then picked up the script for Neja, the demon boy's descent, and began reading. At first, his expression was filled with disdain and defiance. But as he turned more pages, his expression gradually shifted to shock and astonishment. Then, his face lit up with excitement. "Mr. Jiāng, did you write the script and draw these sketches? What else could it be?" Jiāng Mu replied casually. Then you're incredibly talented." At this moment, Jiāng Mu was no longer merely the boss who had brought light into Jiāng's life when he was plunged into darkness. He was now his idol, his spiritual mentor. His admiration for Jiāng Mu flowed like a mighty river, unceasing and boundless. This manuscript, it's nothing short of the shining light of Chinese animation. Compared to yours, my dreams aren't even worthy of tying your shoelaces. How about this? Jiāng grew more and more excited as he spoke, grabbing Jiāng Mu's arm. "Take me as your apprentice. I want to be your disciple." "Sure." Jiāng Mu chuckled playfully, patting Jiāng on the shoulder. "The day you can lick the top of your own head with your tongue, I'll take you on as my apprentice." "Ha!" Jiāng, who had been brimming with excitement moments ago, instantly deflated. "That's impossible. Chapter 141 deserves to be single." "Exactly. Because I never intended to take you on as a disciple in the first place." Jiāng Mu chuckled. "Alright, get back to work. I'll send you the new address via WeChat once it's rented. Also, I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan for working capital. If it's not enough, just ask me for more." "Got it." Jiāng replied with a look of disappointment, then asked Jiāng Mu, "By the way, Mr. Jiāng, how much do you plan to invest in this film?" "How much to invest?" Jiāng Mu fell into deep thought. After Neja, the demon boy, took the box office by storm, Jiāng Mu had looked up the film's total investment online, roughly 120 million renminbi. But due to insufficient funding, many characters were played by the director himself. Moreover, they hadn't managed to secure any big-name stars for the project. So, should he invest more and perhaps bring in some big-name stars for voice acting? With this thought, Jiāng Mu turned to Lěng Qīngyán and asked, "Qīngyán, do you usually follow celebrities?" Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. "No, why?" "Nothing much." Jiāng Mu replied flatly, "I just wanted to know which movie star is the hottest right now." "I know about that." Jiāng eagerly chimed in, "The hottest actress right now is definitely Zhao Lucy. She's so cute and adorable, absolutely gorgeous. As for male actors, Wu Sanche, Xiaozhan, and Wu Jing are all great. Especially Xiaozhan, he's truly the king of views. If you could get him to do the voice acting, that would be absolutely amazing." "Awesome?" Jiāng Mu chuckled. "I bet it'll backfire spectacularly." Ever since Xiaozhan rose to fame, two online factions have emerged, one fiercely promoting him, the other relentlessly bashing him. So using Xiaozhan is way too risky. Besides, Jiāng Mu might not even be able to secure such a top-tier star. But Zhao Lucy should be no problem. Last time at Chunyu Mall, Jiāng Mu had proactively lent Zhao Lucy 500,000 yuan. So asking her to help with the voice acting shouldn't be a problem. As for the male lead, we'll just have to take it one step at a time for now. Here's what we'll do. After finalizing his plan, Jiāng Mu addressed Jiāng, "Submit a budget proposal by next Monday. I'll review it first." "Understood." Jiāng nodded firmly. "Leave it to me. I'll definitely have the budget report ready by Monday." "But, Mr. Jiāng, I estimate the investment for this film won't be low. At the very least, it'll probably be around 100 million. So you'd better brace yourself for that." Seeing that Jiāng had only skimmed the script in drafts yet estimated the investment with remarkable accuracy, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but regard Jiāng with newfound respect. Patting his shoulder, he said, "Don't worry. Money is no issue for me. Just do your absolute best to make it the best it can be. For now, just budget for 200 million. 200 million? Jiāng was startled by Jiāng Mu's generosity. His face lit up with excitement as he declared, "Mr. Jiāng, rest assured Jiāng, will make this film a masterpiece." After discussing further details about the film and the company's upcoming operational plans with Jiāng, he then left Zhuahai Pictures with Lěng Qīngyán. On the way. Qīngyán, should we head straight home? Or should we head straight home? Jiāng Mu asked Lěng Qīngyán as he pedaled the bicycle. Ha! Lěng Qīngyán burst out laughing at the joke. You're not really giving me a choice, are you? Then where do you want to go? I want to check on Qīngyán media. Lěng Qīngyán pondered for a moment before replying, counting that half day 2 days ago, I haven't been there for 3 days straight. I wonder what state they've run the company into. No big deal. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. When I gave you the company, didn't I say it was just for you to gain experience? Even if it went bankrupt, it wouldn't matter. So whether you go or not is up to you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. No way. Lěng Qīngyán insisted firmly, this is my first company. I absolutely have to run it well. Forget it. Lěng Qīngyán continued, we're too far from Qīngyán Media now. It'll take at least an hour to bike there, so I'll just take a taxi. You go ahead and bike home first. Or, maybe I should just go with you. Until Li Tanqiu succeeded in avenging his daughter. Li Tanqiu could turn on him and Lěng Qīngyán at any moment. Jiāng Mu was genuinely uneasy about this. No way. Lěng Qīngyán refused coldly, I've already made a silent vow to myself. Until I've built Qīngyán Media into something substantial, you're not allowed to go. Put. Jiāng Mu couldn't help but chuckle at Lěng Qīngyán's earnest expression. Fine then. But if you encounter any danger, you must call me immediately. Got it. Lěng Qīngyán nodded obediently. Don't worry. I brought pepper spray and a stun gun. I'll be absolutely fine. Jiāng Mu nodded, then watched as Lěng Qīngyán got into her car. Only then did he ride off on his bicycle. Ring ring. Just then, Jiāng Mu's phone rang. He pulled it out to see the caller was Su Ruolin. Hey, Miss Beautiful Su, calling me out of the blue, missing me already? Ha? Su Ruolin on the other end clearly paused, then stammered awkwardly, Mr. Jiāng. Did you get the wrong number? This is Su Ruolin. I know. Jiāng Mu curled his lip, snapping irritably, not a shred of humor. Serves you right for being single. Su Ruolin was speechless. What does a sense of humor have to do with being single? So, what do you need? Jiāng Mu asked. Oh. Su Ruolin let out a soft sigh before replying, well, you see, when you dined at my restaurant last time, you mentioned that you absolutely must be notified when my new place opens, right? So I thought I'd call and ask if you could come tomorrow. Sure thing. Jiāng Mu agreed without hesitation. Send me the new location on WeChat. I'll swing by tomorrow when I'm free. Great. Su Ruolin replied with a smile, I'll send it right now. Wait. Seeing Su Ruolin about to hang up, Jiāng Mu hurriedly added, there's something I need your help with. Mr. Jiāng, go ahead. Here's the situation. Yesterday, I acquired a company called Zhuahai Pictures in a full buyout. Jiāng Mu briefly explained the situation with Zhuahai Pictures, then added, now I need to find this Wang Dahai. Do you have any way to track him down quickly? I'm not very familiar with locating people, but I can reach out to my contacts and see if they can help you find him. Great. Jiāng Mu nodded. Thanks for your help. See you tomorrow. Alright. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Jiāng Mu got back on his bike and continued riding. But after riding just a few steps, his phone rang again. This time it was a WeChat video call. Chapter 142 Jerk? Third update. He glanced at the name. It was Zhao Lucy, the very person he'd just been chatting with. It gave Jiāng Mu an uncanny feeling like mentioning someone just as they appeared. Ding! He pressed the answer button and the phone screen froze for a moment. Then, a cute and delicate face appeared before Jiāng Mu's eyes. Hey there! Zhao Beauty, are you filming something? Jiāng Mu stopped his bicycle and waved at the camera, greeting her. Yep. Zhao Lucy flashed a sweet smile. It's a period drama, but I can't tell you the name because I signed a confidentiality agreement. No worries. Jiāng Mu gave a mischievous grin and teased, no need to tell me. I basically never watch your dramas anyway, just skip right past them. Ha? Zhao Lucy froze, then pouted, do I really annoy you that much? That you have to skip and swipe past me? It's not that I dislike you. Jiāng Mu chuckled. It's just that I'm not really into romance dramas. I'd much rather date in real life than watch it on TV. Oh. Zhao Lucy gave him a meaningful look and teased, who knew? Turns out you're quite the player. Jiāng Mu raised an eyebrow, flashing a devilish grin. So, do you like jerks? Put. Zhao Lucy giggled uncontrollably, waving her hand. Alright. I have to get to work soon. No time for this nonsense. I called to tell you I've paid your notice fee. So send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer back the 500,000 yuan you lent me last time. No rush. Jiāng Mu shook his head. Let's leave it for now. When you have time, let's grab a meal together. You can pay me back then. No way. Zhao Lucy shook her little head like a rattle, flashing a mischievous smile. I'd never eat with a jerk like you. But? Jiāng Mu chuckled teasingly, jumping into bed on the first date, isn't that a bit too fast? Even though she knew Jiāng Mu was joking, Zhao Lucy couldn't help but blush. Then, feigning anger, she shot him a glare and declared, "You scoundrel! I'm not talking to you anymore. I've got work to do." "Alright." Jiāng Mu nodded. "Call me when you have time." After hanging up, Jiāng Mu stared at Zhao Lucy's WeChat name on his phone and muttered to himself, "If I let you pay me back so easily, how am I supposed to convince you to do the voiceover for my movie?" Back at the villa, Jiāng Mu noticed that villa number 3 was actually lit up. This was the first time in all the days since he'd moved in that he'd seen lights on at Villa 3 at this hour. He couldn't help but wonder what Lin Xiaoyu was doing. He parked his bicycle at the entrance of Villa 3. He strode in with confidence. "Lin Xiaoyu? Lin Xiaoyu?" After entering the villa, Jiāng Mu called out twice. But there was no response, and the living room was empty. He pulled out his phone, intending to call Lin Xiaoyu. The next second, Lin Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom completely naked. This scene was a bit too beautiful, too thrilling. "Ah!" Lin Xiaoyu spotted Jiāng Mu and instantly panicked, letting out a shriek before rushing back into the bathroom. Then, through the door, she asked Jiāng Mu, "Brother, why didn't you knock before coming into my house?" "Sorry." Jiāng Mu scratched his nose awkwardly. "When I came over, I saw the door was open, so I just walked in. And I never expected a conservative girl like you would step out of the bath completely naked." Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed bright red as she whispered an explanation. I fell when I got back home and got my clothes dirty, so I just washed them while showering. Besides, I thought I was the only one in the house." "You fell?" Jiāng Mu asked softly with concern. "Is it serious?" "Nothing serious, just scraped my leg a bit." "Oh, that's good. Alright, hurry up and get dressed. Come out and talk to me. Otherwise, standing here talking to the door makes me look like a lunatic." "Alright." 10 minutes later, Lin Xiaoyu came downstairs wearing a fresh, clean set of casual clothes. Even from a distance, she looked as pretty and adorable as ever. "Bro, why did you suddenly come over today?" Lin Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, peeling an orange for Jiāng Mu as she asked. "Didn't I tell you before that you could come find me at Building 1 whenever you had time?" Jiāng Mu put on a stern face, feigning annoyance. "But you never came all these days, so I had to take matters into my own hands." Lin Xiaoyu scratched her head awkwardly and explained in a low voice, I've just been so busy with work." "Excuses. Pure and simple excuses." Jiāng Mu shot Lin Xiaoyu a reproachful glance. "By the way, it's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? And, out of nowhere, how did you end up falling down?" "And nothing. Just a little slip." Though Lin Xiaoyu claimed it was nothing, her flustered expression didn't exactly match her words. Jiāng Mu pressed further, "Seriously? Nothing?" Lin Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. "Really nothing. Just been swamped with work lately, staying up late often. Poor sleep is to blame." "Oh." Seeing Lin Xiaoyu wouldn't elaborate, Jiāng Mu didn't press further. He nodded. "Then get some rest. I won't bother you anymore. But, there's something I need to remind you. If you ever run into trouble you can't handle on your own, you absolutely must tell me. Don't bottle it up inside, okay?" Seeing Jiāng Mu so concerned for her, Lin Xiaoyu felt deeply touched. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, brother. I'm really fine. If anything happens, I'll definitely tell you." Jiāng Mu returned to villa number 1, took a quick shower. He flopped onto the sofa to watch TV. Before long, he drifted off and didn't wake until 8 the next morning. Stretching lazily, Jiāng Mu glanced at the time and called up the stairs, Lěng Qīngyán, are you back yet?" When no one answered after a long while, Jiāng Mu panicked. He rushed upstairs and flung open Lěng Qīngyán's door. When he saw Lěng Qīngyán lazily hugging her quilt, fast asleep, his heart finally settled. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder silently, when had Lěng Qīngyán's safety become so important to him? How peculiar. 9 o'clock in the morning. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán still asleep, Jiāng Mu decided not to disturb her. Dressed and ready, he drove his Ravenstone alone toward Shangjiang Tower, intending to rent off a space there for Zhuahai Pictures. But as soon as he arrived at the building, he spotted a familiar figure arguing heatedly with someone. Chapter 143 Lowlife. "You lowlife. You can't even deliver a meal on time, what the hell else can you possibly do?" "Sir." The delivery guy frowned. "I already explained I got caught in an accident on the way, which is why I was late. And it was only a minute. You don't need to yell at me, right? So what if I do?" The man in the suit, his face darkening, bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Lowlife dog. Lowlife dog. Lowlife dog. What? You think you can bite me now? You?" The delivery guy's face turned ashen with rage. He swung his fist toward the man in the suit, but reason ultimately overpowered his impulse, and he pulled his fist back. "Damn it!" The suit-wearing man muttered under his breath, then spat out coldly, "You lowly scum, try hitting me if you dare. I'll bleed you dry till you can't even afford your own underwear." "Oh, right." The man in the suit continued, "Now grab this stinking takeout and get the hell out of my sight." With that, he slammed the takeout box hard against the delivery guy's chest. The hot soup inside exploded with a loud splash. The delivery guy sucked in sharp breaths from the scalding heat, frantically shaking his clothes, trying to lessen the soup's damage. His face contorted with pain. Can't even handle a delivery? What a useless piece of trash. The man in the suit muttered irritably, turning to walk away. His cold demeanor suggested he felt not the slightest bit at fault for the incident. Stop right there. The delivery guy exploded with rage. He strode forward to block the man's path, pointing at his scorched clothes. Delivering late was my fault, I took your insults. But throwing that hot food at me? That's just bullying. By the end, the delivery guy couldn't hold it together anymore. Deep-seated grievance welled up, spilling over into tears. They rolled down his dark cheeks and fell onto the ground. Several passers-by, drawn by the delivery man's sobs, stopped in their tracks to watch. A murmur of discussion erupted. What's going on here? Why is the delivery guy crying? He must have messed up somewhere and got complained about by a customer. Look at his clothes, they're splattered with soup. And his leg is scraped up. Did he get in an accident? Even if it was an accident, it's the delivery rider's fault. They're always zooming around on their scooters without looking where they're going. You can't say that. Some drivers are glued to their phones, maybe that caused it? Stop guessing. I have video proof. The delivery guy was late, and the guy in the suit got annoyed. He deliberately threw the food at the delivery guy. What? That guy in the suit is a total jerk. Exactly. Even if the delivery guy messed up, he shouldn't have thrown the food at him. Exactly. The food was still hot, it even scalded the delivery guy to tears. Man. Some people these days take out their work frustrations on delivery guys. How shameless. At first, everyone was just sharing their opinions, not targeting anyone specifically. But when Jiāng Mu appeared with the freshly recorded video on his phone, the opinions in the room began to swing wildly in one direction. Everyone started lambasting the man in the suit. This made the suit-wearing man, who had been unconcerned until then, start to panic. His expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the man in the suit turned and walked away. He intended to resolve the matter by running away. Hey! You beat someone up and don't even say sorry? Think you can just run away? Just a few steps into his retreat, Jiāng Mu suddenly materialized before him, blocking his path. You're not police, so what the hell business is it of yours? The suit guy was furious. His brows furrowed as he barked, get out of my way. Don't block my path, you good for nothing. Fine, I'll move. Jiāng Mu chuckled, pointing to the delivery guy nearby. Just apologize to this delivery guy and cover his medical bills and lost wages, and I'll move. Apologize? The man in the suit sneered. Why should I apologize to a lowly dog? Get the hell out of my way and stop bothering me. The moment those words left his mouth, the scene erupted. A crowd surrounded the man in the suit, hurling verbal attacks at him. Seriously, what kind of person are you? You messed up, and not only do you refuse to apologize, but you're actually insulting him? If delivery guys are low-life scum, then what are you? Some piece of? Dressed like a gentleman but spouting nonsense. Working in the same building as someone like you is my misfortune. Apologize to the delivery guy right now, or we won't let you leave. Yeah. Apologize now. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, the suit-wearing man was furious. He yelled, shouting, is the delivery guy your father or your mother? Why are you all taking his side? Let me tell you, there's no way I'm apologizing to him. All of you, get out of here. With that, the man in the suit charged through the crowd like a madman, sprinting toward the entrance of Xiangyang Tower. Trying to run? Jiāng Mu smiled, then silently extended a leg, blocking the man's path. The next second, completely unaware of the leg, the man tripped over Jiāng Mu's foot. His body instantly lost its balance. He crashed heavily to the ground, both palms making intimate contact with the pavement. His tender skin instantly peeled back. A searing pain made him gasp sharply. Who tripped me? Have the guts to show your face. After getting to his feet, the man in the suit swept a menacing gaze across everyone present. It felt as though he could pierce through everyone's very souls with his gaze. Damn it! After circling the room and finding no one would admit it, he snapped irritably, you cowards. Too scared to own up to your own actions. The one who can't own up to his actions is you, isn't it? Jiāng Mu stepped out of the crowd with a smile, his tone neither warm nor cold. You dumped the delivery on the courier but can't even muster an apology. At the end of the day, you're the real piece of, aren't you? Apologize my ass. The man in the suit frowned and snarled, he was late delivering the food, so I cursed at him, he deserved it. As for throwing the food at him? That was his own fault for dropping it. What does that have to do with me? Hold on. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, cut the crap. Just answer this, are you going to apologize or not? And are you going to cover the medical expenses or not? You. The suit-wearing man bellowed at the top of his lungs, I'll pay your mother. Now get the hell out of my way and stop blocking my path. Fine. Jiāng Mu flashed a wicked grin. Since you refuse to apologize, I'll just have to upload that video I recorded earlier online and make you famous. Chapter 144, Treating Him Like a Beggar? Boom! The suit-clad man, who had just started to walk away, abruptly pulled his foot back upon hearing those words. He glared coldly at Jiāng Mu, his tone thick with menace. Kid, I'm warning you, if you dare post that video online, I'll make sure you regret it. Stop trying to scare me. Jiāng Mu gave a cold laugh. I'm not easily intimidated. Right. Jiāng Mu continued, since I'm in a bit of a hurry, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you still refuse to apologize and compensate me after 3 seconds, I'll hit upload right then and there. You dare. The suit-clad man's eyes bulged with rage as he bellowed at Jiāng Mu. Ignoring him completely, Jiāng Mu casually called out, 440. Ha! The entire crowd froze. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 counts? Why start counting from 440? The man in the suit froze too, wondering what the hell this guy was playing at. 366. Ha! Everyone was baffled again. How did it jump from 440 straight to 366? What was going on? Just as everyone was filled with confusion, Jiāng Mu spoke again, 298. Alright. I've counted to 3. I'm clicking upload now. Put. The moment he said that, the entire crowd burst out laughing. Damn it. So that's what the 3 numbers were all about. But, seriously, this method is actually pretty surprising, ha! The man in the suit was speechless. He silently muttered to himself, how childish. Hold on. The man in the suit genuinely didn't want to apologize. Because in his view, he hadn't done anything wrong. He was merely exercising the rights he believed every consumer should have. But after witnessing the verbal assault from those people earlier, he was scared. He feared that if this video went viral, he'd be subjected to online bullying. He feared being vilified by millions of netizens. He feared being fired from his company. So, in the end, he chickened out. Just as Jiāng Mu was about to click the upload button, he frantically shouted, You win. I apologize. Isn't that enough? But, the man in the suit continued, before you formally apologize, I should remind you to be careful when you go out. Getting hit by a car and dying wouldn't be good. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Your old man here's got a long life ahead of him. I'll definitely outlive you. Oomph. The man in the suit snorted coldly and turned to walk toward the delivery guy. Then, with obvious reluctance, he said, Sorry, I shouldn't have thrown that delivery at you. I apologize. Also, here's $100 for your medical expenses. Slap. The man in the suit pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and slapped it into the delivery guy's hand before turning to leave. Hold on. Staring at the 100 yuan note in the delivery guy's hand, Jiāng Mu suddenly stepped forward, blocking the man's path. 100 yuan? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? No. What do you mean? From the moment it started, the man in the suit had been holding back. But now Jiāng Mu wouldn't let him go, sending his anger skyrocketing. He was on the verge of exploding. Compensation for lost wages and medical expenses, I'll demand every penny, no matter how much it is. Jiāng Mu held up one finger as he spoke. Just this much. 1,000? The man in the suit laughed. You're dreaming. I'll tell you what, $100. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, get lost. Who said 1,000? Jiāng Mu smirked. I said 10,000. No 10,000, and I'm uploading the video. Whoa. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Clearly, even they thought the price was a bit steep. The delivery guy hurried over. He grabbed Jiāng Mu's arm and whispered, Jiāng Mu, maybe we should just drop it. We can't afford to cross rich people like them. If you could just get him to apologize, I'd be satisfied. No. Jiāng Mu shook his head stubbornly. Just 10,000. And honestly, I think that's too little. But, the delivery guy tried to say more. But before he could finish, Jiāng Mu cut him off. Lazy, don't say another word. I know what I'm doing here. Just wait for your money. Well, fine. Seeing Jiāng Mu was adamant, the delivery guy had no choice but to drop it. But his mind was still filled with worry. You little punk, so you two know each other? The man in the suit looked confused for a moment, then his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. He smirked smugly, I get it now. You two are in cahoots, staging an accident to extort money, right? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that I just happened to record video of me throwing the delivery on this kid? Enough, enough. Jiāng Mu waved his hand impatiently. Stop analyzing things with that waterlogged brain of yours. We do know each other, but I recorded the video because I happened to see you two arguing. I was worried you two might come to blows, so I pulled out my phone early to record evidence. Simple as that, okay? You're the one with a brain full of water. The suit guy retorted angrily before declaring, I don't buy that coincidence. You two are definitely in cahoots. I'm calling the cops right now. Just wait, they'll be here any minute. Saying this, the man in the suit pulled out his phone to dial 911. Before he could connect, another call came in first. Hello? Meeting? Alright, I'll be right there. After the brief exchange, the man in the suit tucked his phone back into his pocket and pointed at Jiāng Mu with a menacing glare. You little punk. If I weren't rushing to this meeting, I'd expose your whole scam right now. Whatever. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to respond, his face a mask of indifference. Hand over the cash 10,000 yuan. Not a cent less, or I'll upload the video right now. Fine. The man in the suit didn't get angry, he grinned. Not just a staged accident, but extortion too, huh? Fine. I'll give you the 10,000, but remember this, Zhao Haitao's 10,000 won't be easy money. And, once I'm done with this, I'm definitely calling the cops. You'd better get ready for jail time. With that, Zhao Haitao paid the delivery guy 10,000 yuan via his phone, then turned and dashed into Shangjiang Tower. After Zhao Haitao left, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Beside the once crowded flower bed, only Jiāng Mu and the delivery guy remained. Jiāng Mu. Staring at Zhao Haitao's payment record, the delivery guy's heart pounded wildly. He couldn't stand still or sit comfortably. He paced back and forth in front of Jiāng Mu like a cat on a hot tin roof, his face etched with anxiety. Do you think we'll really end up in jail for this? Why? Jiāng Mu frowned. Lazy, get this straight, we didn't steal, we didn't rob, we didn't stage an accident, and we didn't scam anyone. Why would we go to jail? But. Yao Lei looked worried. Didn't he say we're extortionists? Chapter 145, Why so expensive? Third update. Extort what? Jiāng Mu patted Yao Lei on the shoulder. Lazy, you need to understand the money we just demanded was for your medical expenses from the burn injury and the lost wages from missing work. That's money you're rightfully entitled to. It's not extortion. Phew. After hearing Jiāng Mu's explanation, Yao Lei hurriedly patted his wildly beating heart. He exhaled deeply. That's a relief, that's a relief. Otherwise, I would have been scared to death. Ha! Seeing that Yao Lei's courage was still as small as ever, Jiāng Mu chuckled softly, placing a hand on Yao Lei's shoulder. By the way, when did you arrive in Linhai? Why didn't you give me a call? Didn't you hurt your leg? Yao Lei glanced at Jiāng Mu's legs. I didn't want to bother you since you're not mobile. Besides, I've been pretty busy lately, delivering takeout until midnight every night. No time for anything else. Otherwise, I would have come to see you long ago. Is that so? Jiāng Mu shot him a skeptical look. You weren't just afraid of spending money, were you? That's why you never called. Get lost. Yao Lei shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving look. We've been classmates for 12 years, growing up together as brothers. How could I possibly be stingy with you over a few bucks? But, Yao Lei continued, actually, I've been a bit short on cash lately. When I first came to Linhai, my mom gave me 1,000 yuan. After covering travel expenses, renting a place, and leasing an electric scooter, I'm still 400 yuan in debt to the company. Otherwise, I wouldn't have avoided calling you or coming to see you. Yao Lei. Jiāng Mu was getting annoyed. You really don't treat me like a brother. You come looking for me, and I have to spend my own money? Can't I just cover it? I know you're a good friend. Yao Lei licked his dry lips. But, I don't want to burden you. After all, your financial situation isn't exactly rosy either. Seeing Yao Lei, who was constantly considering his needs, Jiāng Mu felt a warmth in his heart and murmured to himself, after all the twists and turns, it still comes down to this: the brothers who grew up together are the best. Enough. Jiāng Mu continued, let's not just stand here like fools. Let's find a place to eat. All right. Yao Lei nodded firmly, grinning widely. Perfect timing, I've got money now. My treat. Oh yeah. Jiāng Mu chuckled teasingly, well then, I'd better make this 10,000 yuan worth of food. Ha? Yao Lei froze, licking his dry lips. No. Jiāng Mu, it's not that I'm stingy or unwilling to spend 10,000 yuan. It's just 10,000 yuan worth of food? I don't think we can finish all that, right? Stop talking nonsense, let's go. 1 hour later. After burping contentedly, Jiāng Mu turned to Yao Lei. Lei, how much do you make delivering food in a month? 6 or 7,000, maybe. If I push myself, I could hit over 10,000. Yao Lei answered while shoveling the last bits of food from his plate into his mouth. Ever thought about switching jobs? I have. Yao Lei swallowed his mouthful and cleared his throat with a fist. But I'm not like you, got into college, graduated with a degree, got an education. I'm just a dumb brute. So, I'll stick with this. There's nothing else I can do. Jiāng Mu nodded. True enough. This society today is no longer the era when education was unaffordable. It's an era where over 6.3 million people graduate with bachelor's degrees. Without education, it's genuinely tough to land a decent job. Achieve good career development. By the way, you know how to drive, right? Jiāng Mu suddenly recalled that Yao Lei had always been fascinated by cars since childhood. Perhaps pursuing a career in driving. Perhaps he could have a bright future. Yeah. Yao Lei nodded vigorously. I just passed my driver's test a while back, but all the driving jobs out there require experience. No one's willing to hire a rookie like me. No worries. Jiāng Mu grinned. Leave it to me. I'll find you a driving job soon, and I guarantee it'll pay more than what you're making now. Really? Yao Lei's eyes lit up. He grinned foolishly and nodded. That'd be awesome. Thanks a ton, Jiāng Mu. No need to thank me. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Alright, I've got stuff to do. I'll head out now. Finish your meal. Once I find you a job, I'll give you a call. Alright. Yao Lei nodded cheerfully and waved goodbye to Jiāng Mu. 10 minutes later. Yao Lei approached the counter timidly and asked in a low voice, Excuse me, could you tell me how much my table costs? You're at table 13, right? Yes. Your table's bill has already been covered by the gentleman who just left. Huh? Yao Lei froze, thinking to himself, Jiāng Mu, we agreed I treat. Why did he pay the bill? No way. I have to pay him back. Miss. With that thought, Yao Lei addressed the cashier. Excuse me, could you tell me how much my table spent in total? Let me check for you, please hold on. After a few clicks on the computer, the cashier replied, Sir, your table's total came to 13,800. What? Yao Lei was stunned. He whipped his head around to stare at the empty plates on the table. He thought to himself, it was just a few tough pieces of beef, some foie gras, and a few bland little cakes, right? How could it be so expensive? Wait. The point wasn't the price, it was where the hell did Jiāng Mu get all that money? Jiāng Mu had initially intended to help Yao Lei out directly by giving him some cash. After all, Yao Lei was his childhood best friend. After all these years of friendship, he was worth at least $1 million. But then he thought, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. So he resolved to let Yao Lei learn a skill first. Otherwise, no matter how much money he gave him, Yao Lei would just end up squandering it all. Of course, more than anything, Jiāng Mu wasn't ready to tell Yao Lei he'd struck it rich just yet. Instead, he was determined to test him out first. After all, even the best of friends can sometimes be deceived by appearances. After returning to Shangjiang Tower, Jiāng Mu rented a 70 square meter room on the 13th floor for Zhuoyihang to use as an office space. He paid the rent for 3 years up front. A total of 450,000 yuan. This sum might sound steep, but compared to the rent at Binhai Tower, it was actually several times cheaper. Otherwise, Jiāng Mu wouldn't have chosen Shangjiang Plaza over Binhai Plaza. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuoyihang. After everything was settled, Jiāng Mu addressed Zhuoyihang, who was busy packing up. Find time tomorrow to change the company's legal representative. Also, rename the film studio to Muching Pictures. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Zhuoyihang nodded. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Jiāng Mu gave a slight nod before heading downstairs to check out Su Rulan's newly opened hot pot restaurant. Chapter 146, Blocking My Car. In the elevator, Jiāng Mu waited for it to descend to the first floor. He mentally organized the tasks ahead and the businesses he had acquired. So far, Jiāng Mu had acquired 7 businesses. These were Xinyang Cosmetic Hospital, Yuchuan Winery, Green Willow Villa, Zhangjiang Amusement Park, Times Square Shares, the newly renamed Muching Pictures, and Qīngyán Media, which had been handed over to Lěng Qīngyán to manage. Xinyang Cosmetic Hospital, Yuchuan Winery, and Times Square were managed by Sun Yulan, Shin Xiuqian, and Su Rulan respectively, requiring no direct oversight from him. Qīngyán Media, as Lěng Qīngyán had explicitly stated, was also off limits to his involvement. That left only 3 companies, Zhangjiang Amusement Park, Green Willow Manor, and Muching Pictures. The pressure wasn't overwhelming. It was just a bit of a cash crunch. After all, whether it's expanding Zhangjiang Amusement Park or investing in the production of the film Ne Zha, The Demon Boy, both require substantial capital. At this thought, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, if I'd known it would come to this, I never would have made that bold claim about turning Zhangjiang Happyland into the world's #1 theme park. Side entrance parking lot of Shangjiang Tower. Look at this car. Isn't it gorgeous? It's a limited edition Reventon. The price tag alone is over 15 million. Of course it's gorgeous. Holy crap, that thing costs that much? Quick, take pictures. We can show off on WeChat moments later. Someone shouted that, and suddenly a crowd of girls swarmed around the Raventon, snapping photos like crazy. Hey! Just then, a burly middle-aged man in his 30s, sporting a thick gold chain around his neck, approached with a frown. He barked in a deep voice, what are you all doing crowding around my car? If you scratch it, can you afford to pay for it? The crowd, busy snapping photos, panicked at the sight of the owner. Then they swarmed toward him like mad. Hey, handsome, your car is so cool. Can you take me for a spin? Handsome, I want a ride too. Why don't you take me instead? Handsome guy, I'm a dancer. Any pose you want, I can do it all. Big bro, I'm all alone at home tonight and I'm so scared. Watching this group of women actively throwing themselves at him, the middle-aged man couldn't stop grinning. He thought to himself, these gold diggers are so damn naive they'd believe any tall tale I spin. Looks like tonight, I'll need to eat extra kidneys to build up my strength. Brother, please? Sure. The middle-aged man wrapped his arm around a girl's slender waist and grinned. Don't worry, once Big Bro has time, I'll definitely take each of you out for a spin. Let's exchange WeChat first. Sure. The girl's intentions were crystal clear, they were after his money. So they didn't mind the middle-aged man's sleazy attempt to get them all at once. They pulled out their phones and started scanning his QR code. Ghost. Just then, the headlights of the Raventon suddenly illuminated. The sleek scissor doors slowly rose, startling everyone. The middle-aged man, in particular, felt his heart leap into his throat. His shifty little eyes widened in terror as he darted his gaze around, trying to see who had opened the door. Before he could find the answer, an 18 or 19-year-old youth stepped forward, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Excuse me, you're blocking my car." Without another glance at the middle-aged man, the teenager climbed into the car and slammed the door shut. "But you said, this was your car?" These girls might be a bit materialistic, but they weren't pushovers. Realizing what had happened, one of them slapped the middle-aged man across the face, cursed him as a liar, and stormed off. The other girls each landed a blow too. The blows left the middle-aged man's face swollen. Gasping in pain where he stood, he cursed under his breath, "Damn owner, couldn't you have come back a little later?" After the beating, Jiāng Mu wore an expression of quiet satisfaction as he drove towards Su Rulan's newly opened hot pot restaurant. On the way, he pondered over whether he should prepare a congratulatory gift for Su Rulan. After all, a restaurant opening was a significant event. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lěng Qīngyán's number. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the call connected. Lěng Qīngyán's voice came through the car stereo. "Hey, Jiāng Mu, I woke up and realized you weren't home. Where'd you go? I sent you a WeChat and you didn't reply. We agreed yesterday to rent a new office space for Zhuoyihang, so I came over to Shangjiang Tower. I've been busy with that, so I didn't check my phone," Jiāng Mu replied honestly. "Oh." Lěng Qīngyán responded with a soft "oh" before asking, "So, are you done with it now?" "Done." Jiāng Mu answered while driving, "But I'm heading over to support Su Rulan's new store opening, so I won't be coming back just yet." "Oh." Lěng Qīngyán's tone carried a hint of disappointment. "Then I'll just eat dinner by myself. After that, I need to swing by the office. If you're free once you're done, could you pick me up there?" "Sure." Jiāng Mu agreed without hesitation. "I'll pick you up then. First, use your phone to order some flower baskets for me." Jiāng Mu continued, "Just order 20. I'll send the address to your phone." "Got it." Lěng Qīngyán nodded. "Be careful driving on the way, okay?" "Okay." After exchanging a few more casual words, they hung up. Half an hour later, Jiāng Mu arrived at the entrance of Su Rulan's newly opened hot pot restaurant. He found the scene here even livelier than he'd imagined. The parking spots in front were all taken. He had to make a detour and park his car in an alley nearby. He then strolled leisurely toward the hot pot restaurant. "Brother Jiang." As he neared the entrance, a sweet voice called out from the doorway. Jiāng Mu looked in the direction of the voice and suddenly brightened. "Meng Meng?" "That's right." The one calling him was Meng Meng. Ever since that sudden incident last time when he stood Meng Meng up, Jiāng Mu had been meaning to find time to ask Meng Meng out again and apologize to her in person. Little did he expect to run into her here. "You've got to admit, this world sure is a small place." "Jiang Ge, I knew you'd come here." Meng Meng was dressed in her usual Lolita outfit today, bouncing around cutely. "Don't tell me you came here just to ambush me?" Jiāng Mu was a bit surprised. "Of course not." Meng Meng shook her head proudly. "Su Rulan invited me to perform. They're paying me 500 yuan for my appearance." "Really?" Watching Meng Meng's proud little demeanor, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but giggle. "So you're making money now? How about treating me to a meal?" "Like hell I would." Meng Meng rolled her eyes. "You still owe me for standing me up last time. So, if anyone's treating, it's you." Chapter 147. How old are you? Fine. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Fine. I'll treat. Meng Meng perked up at the thought of a free meal, tugging at Jiāng Mu's arm. "It's a deal then. Don't forget after my show." "Don't worry." Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile. After waving goodbye to Meng Meng, he headed toward the restaurant. Su Rulan's second restaurant was considerably larger than her first. Just the ground floor alone was estimated to be over 300 square meters. The decor was also more upscale than the previous location. Luxury radiated from every corner. It was peak dining hour, and the restaurant was packed with customers. The waitstaff were running themselves ragged, so when Jiāng Mu entered, no one noticed or greeted him. He paid it no mind, strolling leisurely through the crowd in search of Su Rulan. Finally, he spotted her standing by the railing on the second floor. Today, Su Rulan wore a creamy white silk blouse. An asymmetrical decorative tie at her chest casually draped over her skirt. Against the backdrop of her coffee-colored linen trenchcoat, she looked stunningly beautiful and stylish from afar. Absolutely captivating. "Ms. Su." Jiāng Mu called out to Su Rulan from downstairs. Su Rulan, who had been conversing with the manager, slowly turned her head toward Jiāng Mu. A delighted expression spread across her lovely face as she waved at him. Chairman Jiāng, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call ahead? Su Rulan descended the stairs with graceful steps as she spoke. I just arrived myself. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, gesturing around him. I just took a quick look around. Your business here is absolutely booming. Not at all, not at all. Su Rulan smiled modestly. It's mostly old friends coming to support us. Otherwise, business couldn't possibly be this good on opening day. By the way, Mr. Jiāng. Su Rulan continued, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? I reserved a private room for you. Let's head over there to eat and chat. No rush. Jiāng Mu waved his hand. Among the internet celebrities you invited to perform, there's a young girl dressed in Lolita fashion who's my friend. Let's wait until she finishes her performance, then we'll go up together. Sounds good. Su Rulan nodded with a smile, then scanned the surroundings. There's an empty spot over there. Why don't we sit down and have some tea? Sure. This time, Jiāng Mu didn't refuse. He and Su Rulan walked to the table one after the other and sat down. Chairman Jiāng, your tea. Sure. After Su Rulan personally poured the tea, Jiāng Mu set his cup aside and asked softly, Miss Su, if I may ask, how old are you? Me? Su Rulan paused for a moment, then covered her mouth with a self-deprecating smile. 27. In another 3 years, I'll be one of those so-called leftover women everyone talks about, ha. No. Jiāng Mu shook his head and teased with a smile, I wasn't asking about your age. I was asking. Whom? Though Jiāng Mu hadn't stated it explicitly, Su Rulan understood perfectly. Her pretty face flushed as she glanced down at her chest, hesitating slightly. Mr. Jiāng. This question is too personal. Could I not answer? Put. Seeing Su Rulan's earnest expression, Jiāng Mu chuckled and waved his hand. Just teasing. What I really meant was, please stop calling me Chairman Jiāng all the time. It feels too distant. Then how should I address you? Su Rulan asked doubtfully. You're older than me. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Just call me little brother from now on. Ha? Su Rulan was startled and hurriedly protested, that's impossible. You're my superior. How could I possibly call you little brother? Then just call me Brother Jiāng. Jiāng Mu shrugged indifferently. Anyway, all the girls at Qīngyán Media who are older than me call me that. Well. Su Rulan felt awkward about calling a guy 9 years her junior brother. The words just wouldn't come out. After hesitating for a long time, she said, forget it, Director Jiāng. I think I'll just stick to calling you by your name. Fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Just don't call me Chairman Jiāng. Every time you do, I feel like some middle-aged guy and it's just uncomfortable. Put. Su Rulan chuckled at his joke and nodded. Alright, then I'll just call you Jiāng. Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu smiled contentedly. That sounds much better. Rulan. Just as the two were chatting, a deep voice sounded from behind Su Rulan. Jiāng Mu and Su Rulan instinctively turned toward the sound. A man dressed in an expensive suit, holding a bouquet of roses, stood not far away, smiling at Su Rulan. His handsome features and upright posture. He drew the attention of several girls dining nearby, who turned to look at him. A flurry of chatter erupted around them. Wow! That guy is so handsome. Yeah. He looks like a movie star, and his skin is so smooth. Mommy, I'm in love again, wha? That handsome guy with flowers, could he be confessing to someone? Ha? Mom, I'm heartbroken again, wha? Hearing the surrounding chatter, the man with the bouquet couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. His face radiated smug satisfaction. Zhao Haitao? Su Rulan's smile froze the moment she recognized him. Her tone turned cold. What are you doing here? Zhao Haitao wasn't exactly a darling. He couldn't help but notice Su Rulan's expression clearly signaled she didn't welcome him. But to win the beauty's heart, he had to endure it. He offered a faint smile and said, it's the grand opening of your new store. As your boyfriend, how could I not come to congratulate you? Bang! Zhao Haitao. Su Rulan exploded, slamming her hand on the table. This is my final warning. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, if you dare claim you're my boyfriend, I'll call the police and report you for sexual harassment. Oh my goodness. Zhao Haitao, thick-skinned as ever, walked over with a smirk. I was just joking around. Why get so worked up? Besides, an ex-boyfriend is still a boyfriend, right? Ex-boyfriend? Upon hearing those 3 words, Jiāng Mu's brow furrowed. She silently wondered, how could a woman as beautiful and capable as Su Rulan have ever fallen for such a scumbag? Su Rulan's expression hardened. She shot Zhao Haitao a fierce glare before coldly stating, Zhao Haitao, since you've admitted you're my ex-boyfriend, then act like one. Stop bothering me, okay? Rulan. Zhao Haitao sighed. I know what I did back then, hooking up with your best friend while you were abroad hurt you deeply. But, haven't I already explained myself? She seduced me. And it only happened once. Why can't you forgive me? Chapter 148, The Fiancé Third Update. Oomph. Su Rulan sneered, her eyes reddening. Zhao Haitao, get out of here. Talking about this in public? You don't feel ashamed, but I find it disgusting. Get out now. No. Zhao Haitao stubbornly shook his head. I won't leave, Roland. I genuinely care for you. I came here sincerely to apologize and beg you to take me back. So, please, I'm begging you, just give me one more chance, okay? As he spoke, Zhao Haitao's hand slowly reached toward Su Roland. He reached out to wrap his arms around her slender waist. Smack! Just as he was about to succeed, a hand slammed down hard on his wrist. It knocked his hand away. The searing pain made him gasp sharply. He stomped his feet several times in fury. Then, his face contorted in fury, he roared viciously, "Damn it! Who just hit me? Man up and show yourself." Me. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly and walked slowly toward Zhao Haitao. You didn't leave when I told you to get lost. Not only that, but you tried to take advantage of me with your dirty hands. If I didn't hit you, what do you think I'd do with you? You? Zhao Haitao froze upon recognizing Jiāng Mu. Then, frowning, he cursed, "You little punk. You meddled in that lowlife scum's business earlier today, so I let it slide. But now you're sticking your nose in again? Do you live by the lake or something? Why do you have to stick your nose in everything?" Ha! Jiāng Mu chuckled. How'd you know I live by the lake? Put. Zhao Haitao nearly spat blood from the rage. He snarled, "Fine, kid. Since you insist on sticking your nose in, we'll settle both old and new scores." He pulled out his phone, ready to dial. Before he could connect, Su Roland snatched the phone from his hand. Her face cold, she snapped, "Zhao Haitao, will you ever stop? Do you have to ruin my shop before you're satisfied?" No, Roland. Zhao Haitao sounded helpless. Enough. Su Roland cut him off, her voice icy. Zhao Haitao, if you have any conscience left, get out of here right now. Stop causing trouble, okay? No. Zhao Haitao stubbornly shook his head and sat down on a chair. I won't leave until you agree to get back together with me. You. Su Roland was furious. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, "Fine. You won't leave, huh? Then I'll have the police come and escort you out." Fine. At the mention of the police, Zhao Haitao suddenly beamed with delight. He declared triumphantly, "Fine. When the police arrive, have them handle this too, how he teamed up with some lowlife scum to extort me today." What? Blackmail? Su Roland froze, turning to ask Jiāng Mu, Jiāng Mu, is what he said true? What exactly happened? Jiāng Mu shook his head and briefly recounted the day's events to Su Roland. After listening, Su Roland nodded. Then it's fine. Even if we call the police, you're in the right. She made to dial the police. But Jiāng Mu stopped her with a hand on her arm. Hold off on that. First, tell me, what are your feelings toward him? My feelings toward him? Su Roland was a bit confused. What could I possibly feel about him? I mean, do you want to get back together with him, or do you want him to stop bothering you forever? Seeing Su Roland hadn't grasped it, Jiāng Mu rephrased. Of course I want him to never bother me again. Su Roland answered without hesitation. Mr. Jiāng Mu, you know that the situation between me and Zhao Haitao isn't as simple as he makes it out to be. Su Roland recounted the entire tangled history of love and hate between her and Zhao Haitao. After listening, Jiāng Mu had only one thought: Zhao Haitao was utterly shameless. Su Roland and Zhao Haitao had met during their university years. Zhao Haitao was a year ahead of Su Roland, her senior and also the president of the University Student Union. When Su Roland first entered university, she'd heard rumors about Zhao Haitao's unsavory reputation. He frequently abused his position to hit on younger female students. He was a complete scumbag. But after getting to know him, Su Roland discovered Zhao Haitao wasn't quite as bad as the rumors suggested. Plus, Zhao Haitao showed her constant care and attention. Gradually, she accepted him and they began dating. Yet on their very first day together, Zhao Haitao demanded she move in with him. He even tried to force her to drink alcohol relentlessly. This made Su Roland feel repulsed by Zhao Haitao. But they didn't break up over it. Instead, they continued dating. In the days that followed, Zhao Haitao constantly schemed to trick her into moving in with him. He secretly drugged her, intimidated her, and made threats behind her back. This left Su Roland utterly disillusioned with Zhao Haitao. She resolutely ended the relationship. Later, when Su Roland went abroad for graduate studies, Zhao Haitao repeatedly tried to reconcile with her during her studies. He even knelt before her, clinging to her relentlessly. Eventually, worn down by his relentless persistence, Su Roland agreed. But the happiness was short-lived. Not long after they got back together, Su Roland received a video of Zhao Haitao entering a hotel with her best friend. This shattered Su Roland's heart once more. She was utterly disillusioned with Zhao Haitao. Yet Zhao Haitao clung to her like a stubborn plaster, relentlessly pursuing her. Ever since returning to China, she hadn't had a single day of peace. Su Roland was genuinely fed up with Zhao Haitao. So annoyed she wished he'd just die already. Alright, I understand. After hearing the whole story, Jiāng Mu patted Su Roland's fragrant shoulder and said, "Leave this matter to me. I'll make sure she vanishes from your life completely. But Su Rulin felt uneasy, but seeing Jiāng Mu so determined, she could only nod in agreement. Zhao Haitao, right? Jiāng Mu walked slowly up to Zhao Haitao and offered a faint smile. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Jiāng Mu, and I'm Su Rulin's fiancé. Boom! The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in chaos. The guests, who had been enjoying their meal with relish, all put down their bowls and chopsticks. They began to focus on the gossip. Whispers erupted all around. Wow! This plot twist is way too explosive and melodramatic. I love watching these epic showdowns between the current and ex-lovers, so thrilling. What do you think about this Su Rulin? Why would she pass up a handsome guy and choose an ordinary guy instead? Didn't you hear? That hottie's a total jerk. So what? He's that good looking. Even if he dumps you, it's worth it. Silly girl. People like you will get dumped sooner or later, like 108 times. Ha! Abort your way to the 108 heroes. After hearing Jiāng Mu's words, Zhao Haitao was completely stunned. The next second, he shot to his feet and demanded of Su Rulin, when did you get a fiancé? How come I didn't know about this? Su Rulin's mouth twitched repeatedly. Can I say I just got one? Chapter 149, Utterly Shameless. Su Rulin hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to suddenly impersonate her fiancé. She couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. After a few seconds of stupor, she gradually came to her senses. Meeting Zhao Haitao's furious gaze, she replied coldly with a dark expression, Zhao Haitao, I don't believe I owe you any explanation about my personal life, do I? Zhao Haitao was rendered speechless. Indeed. He wasn't Su Rulin's parent or sibling. She certainly had no obligation to inform him about her love life. But he couldn't help but seethe with anger. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, Rulin, you don't have to tell me. But if you just told me earlier that you already had a boyfriend, how could I have wasted my time on you? This is clearly two-timing behavior from a trashy woman. Playing the field? A scumbag? Su Rulin laughed. That smile seemed like self-mockery, yet also like mocking Zhao Haitao. Even if I am two-timing, I'm still better than you scumbag who's two-timing multiple people. Besides, you already know now, don't you? So, get the hell out of here. Still standing here, waiting to crash our wedding reception? You! At the mention of wedding banquet, Zhao Haitao exploded with rage. He slammed his fist down on the table, sending all the dishes flying. The sharp clatter echoed relentlessly. Several delicate porcelain bowls crashed to the floor, shattering into a pile of shards. Shattered pieces flew everywhere. One shard landed right at Su Rulin's feet, nearly cutting her exposed, fair-skinned feet. Startled, Su Rulin scrambled back half a step. Several timid girls also jumped in fright. They hurriedly hunkered down deeper into their seats. Zhao Haitao. Staring at the mess scattered across the floor, Su Rulin's anger flared. She screamed at the top of her lungs, this isn't the place for you to run wild. Get out of here right now. No. Zhao Haitao stiffened his neck, adopting a defiant stance. I won't leave. Not only that, but I'll challenge him to a duel. I want to see exactly how he's better than me. You chose him over me. You. Su Rulin was furious. Gasping for breath, she was about to call the police. But Jiāng Mu stopped her once more. Calling the police won't help. At most, they'll give him a stern lecture or slap him with a fine. He'll just come back and cause trouble again. But Su Rulin felt Jiāng Mu had a point. She furrowed her embroidered brows slightly, her face filled with helplessness. I can't just let him keep causing trouble like this, can I? It's fine. Jiāng Mu patted Su Rulin's shoulder reassuringly. Didn't I just say I'd handle this? So you can relax and wait. Well, alright. Su Rulin nodded and obediently stepped aside. Jiāng Mu walked straight up to Zhao Haitao, flashing a faint smile. You wanted to know why Rulin chose me over you? I'll tell you right now. Zhao Haitao nodded contemptuously. Go ahead. I'm curious to see how you're better than me. First off, looks no need to even discuss that. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, speaking calmly, Rulin and I are a perfect match, a heavenly union. I believe anyone can see that. Ha! The entire crowd froze. Wait a minute. We didn't exactly see that, did we? Besides that, I have many other virtues. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Jiāng Mu continued, for instance, I'm optimistic and cheerful, well-read and highly educated, exceptionally clever and resourceful. Jiāng Mu rattled off more than 20 idioms in one breath. Everyone present silently shared the same thought, this guy is shameless. Doesn't your conscience hurt at all, praising yourself so insincerely? Zhao Haitao grew impatient listening. He waved his hand sharply. Stop. Enough of this nonsense. Let's just compete on 3 points. If I lose, I'll leave immediately and never bother Su Rulin again. But if you lose, you'll kneel and apologize to me. From now on, whenever you see me, you must call me Dad. Dare you? Deal. Jiāng Mu smiled confidently. Alright, what are the 3 things? House, car, cash. Zhao Haitao grinned confidently. Just these three. Best of three. Put. After hearing Zhao Haitao's words, Jiāng Mu remained outwardly calm. Inside, he was practically bursting with laughter, thinking to himself that Zhao Haitao was a complete moron. Competing with him over these things? That's practically begging to lose. Su Ruolin had been a little worried. Worried Zhao Haitao might propose a contest in something he excelled at, putting Jiāng Mu at a disadvantage. But after hearing Zhao Haitao's words, that worry vanished without a trace. Because in these three areas, Zhao Haitao was no match for Jiāng Mu. There was no way he could win. What? Seeing Jiāng Mu frozen in place for a long moment without speaking, Zhao Haitao. Thinking he was scared, Zhao Haitao grew even more cocky and taunted him, "You wouldn't dare back down, would you? If that's the case, you can just admit defeat right now." Scared? Jiāng Mu laughed, looking at Zhao Haitao as if he were mentally challenged. "I'm not afraid of anything. If you want to compete, let's do it." "Fine." Zhao Haitao smirked triumphantly. He cast a quick glance at the worn-out canvas shoes on Jiāng Mu's feet. He muttered to himself, he can't even bring himself to throw away shoes this beat up. He's clearly a broke schmuck. This contest, I'm going to win for sure. So, what should we compete in first? Jiāng Mu took a leisurely sip of hot tea, his expression utterly indifferent as he looked at Zhao Haitao. "Houses," Zhao Haitao said as he opened his phone, pulling up several photos to show the others. "This is where I live now, just one of my many properties. A duplex in Azure International, not too big, maybe just over 200 square meters combined upstairs and downstairs." Oh. The moment he said that, gasps filled the room and murmurs erupted. If I recall correctly, Azure International is the third best development in all of Linhai City, right? You bet. They say it's 30,000 yuan per square meter, way out of reach for most people. What? That expensive? So over 200 square meters would cost over 6 million yuan? Being handsome is one thing, but being this rich too? God, that's just not fair. He's 28, living in a 200 plus square meter mansion at Azure International. I'm 28, living in a rented room with rats. That's the gap. Listening to the crowd's whispers, seeing the envy overflowing from everyone's eyes, Zhao Haitao felt so smug he could barely contain his excitement. His chin was held high, proud as a peacock spreading its feathers. His gaze toward Jiāng Mu was filled with contempt, as if saying, "See that? I casually mention a place I live, and it's better than your doghouse." Chapter 150. Truly disgusting. Jiāng Mu finally spoke up, offering a faint smile. 200 square meters really isn't that big. Ha! Zhao Haitao, who had been basking in his triumph, froze for a moment. Then he retorted irritably, "Right. 200 square meters isn't big, but I'm sure it's way bigger than your doghouse." Ignoring his rant, Jiāng Mu replied calmly, "My place isn't huge either. Top and bottom floors combined, it's just over 700 square meters." Boom! The statement sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Those who had just been admiring Zhao Haitao's place turned their heads in unison, now gazing enviously at Jiāng Mu. Over 700 square meters? A place that big must be a villa, right? Of course. Have you ever seen a single-level or duplex apartment that big? It's definitely a villa. I thought that handsome guy's place was pretty big earlier, but compared to this? His place is nothing. You bet. A 700 plus square meter place is like having 3 200 plus square meter homes. Man. Comparing people is so depressing. When will I ever get to live in a 700 square meter mansion? Don't lose hope, you'll definitely live in one next lifetime. Thanks a lot. Zhao Haitao was startled too. He sprang to his feet, visibly agitated. Impossible. You can't even afford decent shoes, how could you possibly own such a huge house? You're lying. Shoes? Jiāng Mu paused, his gaze drifting down to his own shoes. Then he chuckled, "Bro, you've got it all wrong. These aren't worn-out shoes, they're Balenciaga, the latest model, priced at 12,000 yuan. Look it up online if you don't believe me." Ha! Seeing Jiāng Mu's earnest expression, Zhao Haitao panicked. He tentatively searched on his phone and discovered the shoes were indeed Balenciaga's latest model, just as Jiāng Mu claimed. Furious, he nearly smashed his phone. His face flushed red as he yelled at Jiāng Mu, "You little punk. Are you playing dumb to catch me off guard or something?" Jiāng Mu smiled, replying calmly, "First off, I'm no pig. Second, you're no tiger. Besides, what shoes I wear is my own business. I don't think I need to report it to you, do I?" Zhao Haitao was so flustered he couldn't speak. He glared at Jiāng Mu viciously before slumping back into his seat. "Even if your house is bigger than mine," he snorted coldly, "it's not necessarily more expensive." Right. Zhao Haitao's words instantly struck a chord with the onlookers. The handsome guy's place is in Azure International, ranked third. Property prices there are way higher than suburban villas. Exactly. Some subpar suburban villas are over 700 square meters and only cost a little over 3 million. So by that logic, the handsome guy's place still comes out on top. You're absolutely right. But what if his villa isn't in the suburbs, but actually in the city center? Downtown? A middle-aged man scoffed. In Linhai City, there's only one villa complex with 700 plus square meter units for sale, Lake Heart Island Villas. And the price there? I don't need to say more, do I? The group fell silent. No way around it. Lake Heart Island villas were simply too expensive. Even a modest villa costs over 60 million yuan, and that's just for a compact 300-400 square meter unit. For a supersized unit like the 700 plus square meter one, the price would easily exceed 100 million yuan. For the average person, it was simply unaffordable. After hearing everyone's discussion, Zhao Haitao felt as if the dawn of victory was beckoning him. Beaming with delight, he asked with a smug smile, "Brother Jiāng, might I ask which real estate developer and which community your villa is in?" Jiāng Mu casually blew away the tea leaves floating on his cup, gestured toward the group that had been discussing it most animatedly, and replied indifferently, "Didn't they already tell you? Lake Heart Island Villas." Boom! Hearing the first part, Zhao Haitao was so excited he felt like he could fly. But the second half of the sentence yanked him right back down to earth. It was like a sledgehammer smashing him right back down to earth, nearly knocking the life out of him. The next second, he frantically asked Jiāng Mu, You're serious?" The crowd of onlookers also turned their gaze toward Jiāng Mu at that moment. They held their breath, waiting intently for Jiāng Mu's response. "Of course it's true." Jiāng Mu replied nonchalantly, "Why would I lie to you about something like this?" Boom! Jiāng Mu's words struck Zhao Haitao's heart like a heavy hammer. It hurled him from heaven straight into hell. He stood frozen, unable to utter a word for a long moment. The onlookers, after a second of stunned silence, suddenly realized that the Jiāng Mu before them seemed to have grown more handsome. A crowd immediately surged forward, showering Jiāng Mu with flattery. "Daddy Jiāng, need another son? I'm super filial. Brother Jiāng, is your bed big enough? Are you scared living alone? Need a little sister to keep you company? Brother Jiāng, she's no good. I'm skilled at many things, choose me. Brother Jiāng, can we not be so rigid about gender? I can sing too. Mr. Jiāng, I have a daughter at home. She's much prettier than all of them. Mr. Jiāng, I have 2 daughters twice as many as he does. Mr. Jiāng. Mr. Jiāng." This farce dragged on for over 10 minutes before finally dying down. This clearly shows just how wild these onlookers were. Of course. But you can't blame them. After all, anyone who saw someone that wealthy would want to curry favor. Except for those with true backbone. So, what do you think? Jiāng Mu glanced at Zhao Haitao, who sat beside him looking utterly dejected. "I should be the winner this round, right?" Who said that?" Zhao Haitao refused to concede so easily, stammering, "We only said we'd compare houses, cars, and cash. We never said whose house was more expensive or bigger." "Then what were we comparing?" Seeing Zhao Haitao trying to wriggle out of it, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but frown, a hint of mild anger flitting across his face. We were comparing." Zhao Haitao pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to think of a surefire strategy. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Let's see who has more houses." "That's not fair." Before Jiāng Mu could respond, Su Rulan stepped forward first, her voice cold as ice. "You're relying on having more houses to win this contest? You're clearly just being unreasonable." Rulan. Seeing Su Rulan's intense reaction, the words "victory is assured" instantly filled his mind. He smirked smugly, "We never agreed on the specifics of the contest beforehand, so how can you call this cheating?" "Ha!" The moment Zhao Haitao finished speaking, a wave of boos erupted from the crowd. The crowd's eyes were filled with contempt for Zhao Haitao. "Damn it! That bastard is shameless. I really want to punch him. Yeah. Can't win on size or price, so he changes the rules to how much? Disgusting. Damn it. What a waste of such a handsome face, going to such a cowardly bastard who can't even own up to his actions. This is so disgusting it's making me sick. Guys like this are a ing disgrace to all men." Chapter 151, I lay my cards on the table. Third update. With every new curse from the crowd, Zhao Haitao's face darkened further. By the end, his face was as dark as the bottom of a rusty iron wok used for stir-frying in the countryside. With a grim expression, he roared angrily, "Shut the hell up, all of you. I'll compare whatever I want to compare. What business is it of yours?" Startled by his roar, the onlookers, they all took a step back, creating distance from Zhao Haitao. Fearing this mad dog might lash out and bite them in his fury. Jiāng Mu. After yelling at the crowd, Zhao Haitao turned his cold gaze toward Jiāng Mu and snarled, "Let's see who has more houses." "You got the guts?" "No way." Su Rulan spoke up again, "You have so many houses, it's not fair." Before Su Rulan could finish her sentence, Jiāng Mu spoke up. He gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her close, and said softly, "Didn't I tell you to leave this matter to me? Why won't you listen?" Ha! It had been 3 or 4 years since breaking up with Zhao Haitao that Su Rulan hadn't been held like this by a man. And to hear such words from a man's mouth, those seemingly reproachful yet deeply affectionate phrases like "why won't you listen?" A peculiar sensation stirred within her heart. The blush on her pretty face gradually deepened. Finally, even the roots of her ears turned crimson. Too shy to look at Jiāng Mu. Her heart pounded wildly. Zhao Haitao watched their intimate gestures, his eyes bulging with fury. His fists clenched involuntarily. If it weren't illegal to assault someone, he would have charged over and beaten Jiāng Mu senseless by now. The onlookers, however, were utterly stunned by Jiāng Mu's public display of affection. The onlookers were utterly overwhelmed. The boys' eyes were filled with envy and resentment. The girls were even more affected, though their envy was directed at Su Rulan. Of course, occasionally a few guys envied Su Rulan too. But such trivial details aren't worth dwelling on. Be good. Jiāng Mu gently tucked a strand of Su Rulan's hair behind her ear and said softly, "Just wait here quietly. Leave this to me." She gazed into Jiāng Mu's sincere, clear eyes. Listening to his voice, gentle to the core, Su Rulan felt a bit dazed. She stared blankly at him for a long moment before snapping back to reality. Obediently nodding, she gently pulled away from his embrace and stepped back behind him. It's just a matter of whose house is bigger, isn't it? After Su Rulan left, Jiāng Mu shot a glance at the furious Zhao Haitao. Let's just settle it then. I've nothing to fear. Fine. Seeing Jiāng Mu agree, Zhao Haitao's lips curved slightly upward as he spoke leisurely. I have 4 houses in total. 2 are in New Xian Garden, 1 is in Crescent Bay, and the other is the one I just mentioned, Azure International. Zhao Haitao had already thought this through before proposing the contest. Jiāng Mu's property was a villa. By normal logic, once someone owns a villa, rarely would they go out and buy another property. After all, a villa was more than sufficient for living, making it unnecessary to waste money on another property. Moreover, Jiāng Mu's villa was one of those massive ones, over 700 square meters, and it came with a hefty price tag. So it's even less likely he'd buy extra properties. This explains why he's so obsessed with outdoing others in property ownership. When the onlookers heard that Zhao Haitao owned 4 properties, 2 of which were premium units in upscale communities, some people's negative impressions of him softened considerably. A buzz of chatter rippled through the crowd once more. This handsome guy, even if he's a bit shameless and brazen, isn't so bad overall. If you can't land the Jiāng guy, he'd actually make a decent catch. Yeah, sure. They might not compare to that lakeside villa, but the combined value of these 4 properties is close to 20 million yuan. Handsome guy, why fixate on that one tree? I'm not so bad myself, you know? Exactly. Why abandon the entire forest for one crooked tree? Zhao Haitao couldn't care less about these shallow, superficial women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept thinking about Su Rulan all this time. So when those beauties threw themselves at him, he didn't even glance their way. His gaze fixed directly on Jiāng Mu. What about you? How many apartments do you own? Me? Jiāng Mu yawned, his face slack with laziness. Not many, just 6 properties. What? 6 properties? In an instant, the onlookers were stunned. They froze in place, their faces frozen in disbelief. Then, like a thunderclap, murmurs erupted throughout the entire restaurant. Holy! Does this guy's family print money? After buying a villa worth over 100 million, he can still afford 5 more apartments? I don't even own 1 property, yet he has 6? How is anyone supposed to live like this? Bro, can you even live in all those places? Should I come stay with you? Bro, I'm not homeless. I just worry your place might get too dusty sitting empty. When that handsome guy mentioned owning 4 apartments, I thought that was already a lot. But then I find out he has 6? The gap, it's painfully obvious. Now that handsome guy's got no chance of not losing. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Zhao Haitao's expression was uglier than someone suffering from constipation. His face darkened as he demanded of Jiāng Mu, why didn't you say where your 6 houses are? Why should I? Jiāng Mu frowned. We're comparing who has more houses, not who has better locations. No way. Zhao Haitao stiffened his neck, stubbornness etched across his face. You must tell me. Otherwise, what if you try to pad your count with rural cottages and factory buildings? Hey! Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. I was trying to spare your pride, but clearly you don't appreciate it. Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. All 6 of my properties are lakefront villas. Put. Zhao Haitao burst out laughing upon hearing this. Bro, even if you're good at bragging, there should be limits. There are only 6 villas on Lake Heart Island. You claim all 6 are yours? Did you buy up the entire island? The onlookers burst into laughter. Obviously. No one believed Jiāng Mu could afford to buy the entire Lake Heart Island villa complex. After all, the combined value of these properties was simply too high. Altogether, it would cost nearly 500 million yuan. And for most people, 1 villa is more than enough. Who in their right mind would buy 6 villas at once? Unless that person was rich, and I mean extremely wealthy. You don't believe me? Jiāng Mu swept a glance across the group and offered a faint smile. Alright then, you can call the sales center for Lake Heart Island Villas right now and verify the truth for yourselves. Chapter 152, just comparing who has the more expensive car. Ha! Seeing Jiāng Mu so confident, murmurs of doubt rippled through the crowd. Zhao Haitao's heart sank sharply. He silently cursed himself. But clinging to a sliver of hope, he still dialed the number for Lake Heart Island's sales office. Hello, thank you for calling Qianyu Real Estate. This is the Lake Heart Island Sales Office hotline. Your call is being connected, please hold. After a mechanical prompt, the call connected. A lazy female voice came through the line. Hello, Lake Heart Island Sales Office. How may I assist you? Hello. Fearful of failure, Zhao Haitao's voice trembled slightly. Only after taking a deep breath did he steady himself. I'm interested in purchasing a villa at Lake Heart Island. Are there any ready-to-move-in properties available now? None left. The voice on the phone was utterly cold. All the villas here were sold out about a week ago. If you're interested in purchasing, you'll have to consider other property types offered by Qianyu Real Estate. Could you tell me who bought all these villas? Zhao Haitao pressed on. I'm sorry. The woman's voice was utterly cold. Client information is strictly confidential. I cannot provide you with any details. Then could you tell me if it was the same person who bought all these villas? Zhao Haitao rephrased his question. Well, the woman on the other end of the line paused for a moment before replying. Yes, it was the same person. He purchased every single villa on our Lake Heart Island. Is his surname Jiāng? Zhao Haitao hurriedly asked. Don't worry, I mean no harm. I just want to confirm some details. Well, the woman on the other end of the line remained silent for a long time, clearly finding the question difficult to answer. I can't give you a direct answer to that question. All I can say is that the information you want to confirm is correct. Boom! Her words struck Zhao Haitao like the Grim Reaper's scythe, piercing his heart with brutal force. It utterly extinguished the last shred of hope clinging to his heart. His heart instantly turned to ice. He stood frozen in place, his face ashen. The onlookers were equally stunned. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Holy, he actually rented out the entire Lake Island? Holy crap! That's 500 million yuan. How rich is this guy? It's confirmed his family must run a bank. How else could he be this rich? 500 million? I've never seen that much money in my entire life. Wha? He rotates between 6 villas, while I rotate between 6 park benches. That's the gap. For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Jiāng Mu was filled with pure envy. Su Rulan was also startled. She murmured to herself, no wonder he's the man who bought 21% of Times Group outright. Even his villa purchases are this extravagant. Zhao Haitao. Amidst the stunned and envious gazes, Jiāng Mu spoke slowly. I should have won this first round, right? Zhao Haitao stubbornly refused to answer. But the outcome was already clear to everyone. So, what do you want to compete in for the second round? Jiāng Mu continued, cars or cash? The car. At the mention of the car, Zhao Haitao suddenly brimmed with absolute confidence. He cocked his head back, his face brimming with arrogance. My car. Hold on. Before Zhao Haitao could finish, Su Rulan stepped in and interrupted him. Before we officially start competing, I'd like to ask what exactly are we competing over this time? Su Rulan seemed concerned Zhao Haitao hadn't understood, adding, I mean, are we comparing who has more cars? Or whose cars are more expensive? Or whose cars are cheaper? Zhao Haitao frowned at her words. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a flash of anger. He was furious that Su Rulan had meddled, completely thwarting his carefully laid plans. Otherwise, he could have easily pulled the same trick again, playing dirty one more time. To boost his odds of winning. What? Seeing Zhao Haitao's silence, Su Rulan sneered. Can't play dirty anymore, so you're too scared to choose, huh? What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Haitao furrowed his brow, as if summoning great resolve. He gritted his teeth and declared, let's just compare whose car is more expensive. Zhao Haitao had carefully considered this challenge. First, a freak like Jiāng Mu, who could buy 6 villas in one go, definitely wouldn't be lacking in cars. So comparing the price was out of the question. Competing over whose car was cheaper clearly didn't align with Zhao Haitao's original intent for setting up this scheme. His whole plan was to humiliate Jiāng Mu by flaunting his wealth. To make Jiāng Mu look utterly worthless. That leaves only one option, comparing whose car is more expensive. Alright. Upon hearing Zhao Haitao propose comparing car prices, Su Rulan's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Inside, she cheered triumphantly. She had seen both Jiāng Mu's and Zhao Haitao's cars. She knew Jiāng Mu drove a Ventatoto worth over 9 million yuan, while Zhao Haitao indeed drove a Ferrari priced at over 3 million yuan. Let's begin. Alright. Zhao Haitao nodded, then pulled a car key emblazoned with the Zenvo Shield logo from his pocket and flaunted it before the crowd. I wonder if anyone here can identify the make of my car. The crowd exchanged glances. Clearly, none of them knew. Finally, a short-haired girl in racing gear who had been sitting in the corner stepped forward and named the car's brand. I recognize this brand. Taking the keys, the girl pointed to the logo and explained, it's called Zenvo, produced by a Danish automaker. Since it's a niche brand, there's no official Chinese translation yet. But some in the community call it Zanwo or Tsunwa. As for the exact model, I'm afraid I don't know. Zenvo? Su Rulan murmured the word softly. A vague sense of foreboding stirred within her. She quickly turned to look at Jiāng Mu, wanting to discuss this matter with him. To their surprise, Jiāng Mu was sitting there leisurely sipping tea. He appeared utterly unconcerned, as if the events unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. It was unclear whether he was utterly confident, certain of victory, or if he was certain of defeat and had simply given up. Su Rulin was utterly baffled. "Hey, gorgeous, judging by your outfit, you must be a professional race car driver, right?" Zhao Haitao glanced at the short-haired beauty and asked doubtfully. The short-haired beauty gave a faint nod. It was her response to Zhao Haitao, though her expression remained utterly cold. Her coldness was like a chunk of ice, sending a chill down one's spine at a single glance. Clearly, this short-haired beauty wasn't someone easy to get along with. Chapter 153, The Younger Brother-in-Law. That's right. Zhao Haitao felt distinctly uncomfortable with the short-haired beauty's coldness. But since he'd initiated the conversation, he had no choice but to press on. Most people wouldn't recognize that brand. Then what model is your car? The short-haired beauty asked coldly. Ha! Zhao Haitao proudly lifted his chin and replied leisurely, "Mine is the TS1. Oh? The short-haired beauty's eyes suddenly lit up. This model features a 5.9-liter twin-turbocharged V8 engine, accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds, and is limited to only 15 units worldwide. Being able to afford this car shows you have quite the discerning taste, doesn't it? Thanks for the compliment, beautiful." After receiving the short-haired beauty's praise, Zhao Haitao was practically floating on air with pride. Beaming with delight, he turned to Jiāng Mu with a smug look. "My ride isn't too pricey, just over 12 million yuan. Wonder what kind of car you're driving?" Clunk. Upon hearing the words over 13 million, Su Rulin's heart sank instantly. She silently cursed herself. "It's over. It's over. I'm definitely going to lose this bet. If I'd known that damn Zhao Haitao had bought a new car, I should have insisted on comparing whose car was more expensive." At that moment, Su Rulin regretted her decision so much she could have kicked herself. She bitterly regretted making that decision for Su Fei just now. Otherwise, after this round, there wouldn't even be a need for a third round. "Mine?" Jiāng Mu slowly set down his teacup and replied calmly, "My car isn't that expensive either, just over 3 million more than yours, I suppose." What? Just a moment ago, he'd been gloating. Zhao Haitao, who had been convinced he'd won, nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Staring at Jiāng Mu in utter shock, he blurted out, "Then what kind of car is it?" Slam. Jiāng Mu slammed the car keys onto the table and said casually, "Nothing fancy, just a 2008 limited edition Raventon." Put. Hearing this, Zhao Haitao nearly spat blood in anger. Damn it. If a limited edition Raventon isn't a nice car, then what the hell is mine? A piece of junk? The short-haired beauty, upon hearing Jiāng Mu's car was a Raventon, grew so excited her breathing quickened. She hurried forward and stammered, "That. Mr. Jiang, right? I've always admired the Raventon. So? Could I take a look at your car?" "Of course." Jiāng Mu replied magnanimously, "It's parked in the alley next door. Take as long as you want to look at it. If you get tired, just grab a stool and sit down." The short-haired beauty was speechless. "Couldn't you just lend me the keys so I can sit inside and take a proper look? Why insist on sitting on a stool outside the car?" "No way." Jiāng Mu refused without hesitation. "Why not?" The short-haired beauty's pretty face instantly clouded with disappointment. "I'm not driving it, just looking. I won't damage your car. Besides, I'm a professional race car driver. Even if I did drive it, I wouldn't wreck it. That's not what I'm worried about." Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. "It's just that whenever girls get into a sports car, they always start complaining about the heat and taking off their clothes. I can't handle that." Short-haired beauty. "I'm not that kind of person, okay? The guy's present. Damn it. Sports cars are just so damn functional. When will I ever be able to afford one to drive?" He'd lost twice in a row. And such a crushing defeat at that. Zhao Haitao felt too humiliated to stay any longer. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, he slunk out of the hot pot restaurant. "Brother Jiang." After her performance, Meng hurried over to Jiāng Mu. She wrapped her arms around his arm and demanded with a stern little face, "Why didn't you come watch my performance just now?" "I didn't want to watch." Jiāng Mu didn't even bother making excuses, just blurted out the truth. "Ha?" Meng never imagined Jiāng Mu would answer her accusation so bluntly. She froze for a moment, then crossed her arms, puckered her lips, and pouted, "I don't care. You didn't watch my performance, and I'm upset. You have to make it up to me." "Fine." Jiāng Mu agreed without hesitation. "My compensation is treating you to a meal." Meng furrowed her delicate brows, her face full of reluctance. "Taking me out to eat? Isn't that supposed to make up for standing me up last time? That doesn't count." "No problem." Jiāng Mu grinned. "Then I'll just treat you to 2 meals." Meng. "Thanks a lot." Inside the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Jiāng Mu savored the delicacies while chatting casually with Meng and Su Rulin. The room echoed with bursts of laughter and cheerful chatter, creating a lively atmosphere. Squeak! Just then, the door burst open. A woman wearing black and white plaid overalls and sporting big, curly waves of hair strode in. Her face lit up with excitement as she called out to Su Rulin, "Young lady. I was downstairs just now and overheard quite a few people talking about how you have a fiancé. Where is he? Quick, let me see what he looks like." Without waiting for Su Rulin's response, she scanned the room for others present. The first person to catch her eye was Meng Meng. Dressed in Lolita fashion, she looked just like a little princess from an anime or western movie from afar. So cute. Obviously not. The second was Jiāng Mu. He wasn't exceptionally handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. Even seated, you could tell he was tall. But, no matter how you look at him, he just seems like a kid. At most 18 or 19 years old, clearly impossible too. Keep looking down. Ha? Why is no one here? Could it be, this 18 or 19-year-old boy is my daughter's fiancé? Mom, what are you doing here? Su Rulin felt a wave of headache wash over her upon recognizing her mother. She set her chopsticks down on the table and asked the visitor. You've opened a new restaurant, how could your mother not come take a look? Su's mother shot her daughter a disapproving look before sitting down in the empty seat beside Jiāng Mu. She chuckled, but none of that matters now. What matters is that Mom gets a good, long look at my future son-in-law. As she spoke, her gaze began to sweep unabashedly over Jiāng Mu. It made Jiāng Mu feel like he was being stripped bare. He felt utterly uncomfortable. He shot Su Rulin a panicked glance, cleared his throat, signaling for her to step in and defuse the situation. Su Rulin understood immediately and quickly addressed Su's mother. Mom, you've misunderstood. He's not my. Before Su Rulin could finish her sentence, Su's mother roared, cutting her off. Shut up and eat your dinner. I'll handle this with my eldest. Su's mother started to say son-in-law. She paused, then amended herself, young son-in-law, say something. No. Su Rulin tried to protest, but her mother shot her a glare that silenced her. Terrified, she fell silent. She then shot Jiāng Mu a helpless look, signaling she was powerless to intervene. Chapter 154, I love waking up early. Third update. Jiāng Mu caught the signal Su Rulin was sending. His face darkened as he covered his face with his hands, sighing helplessly. The next moment, he exhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and said, Auntie, you've misunderstood. Stop. Cut it out. Mrs. Su made a stopping gesture with her hand, then gave a cold smile. I know exactly what you two are trying to say. You just want me to admit I misunderstood that you two aren't even a couple, that you're not together at all, right? Yes. Jiāng Mu and Su Rulin hurriedly agreed, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at grain. Oomph. Mrs. Su snorted derisively, her eyes flashing with shrewdness as she swept a glance over the pair. Do you really think I'd fall for such nonsense? Alright, I'm not some rigid old woman. Even though there's a bit of an age gap between you two, I can accept it. So, no need to say more. This marriage I approve. Ha? Jiāng Mu and Su Rulin were speechless. Wait, what do you mean, agreed? We're not even a couple. Young lady. Su's mother glanced at Jiāng Mu, then covered her mouth with a giggle. Leaning close to Su Rulin's ear, she whispered, no wonder you never took a liking to any of the boys I introduced you to. Turns out you've been into older men all along. Su Rulin's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly protested, Mom, it's not. Enough. Su's mother gave her a knowing look. Mom understands. You take after me in that way. I've always liked younger men too. Didn't your father come 3 years younger than me? But let's get back to the point. Su's mother continued, you're 27 and he's only 18 or 19. That's a 9-year gap between you two. Isn't that a bit too much of a difference? Right. Su Rulin seized the moment and hurriedly said, that's why I think we're not right for each other. We should break up. No way. Mrs. Su's eyebrows shot up. Su Rulin, you're a strong, independent woman in the city. You can't think like ordinary women, nor should you care about others' opinions. You must follow your heart. Besides, breaking up suddenly like this, how heartbroken will he be? And as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. You two could hold 3 gold bricks, it's a blessing. Su Rulin. Jiāng Mu. How could this misunderstanding be so hard to clear up? Enough. Seeing that both Jiāng Mu and Su Rulin had fallen silent in her presence, each wearing a look of deep sorrow and resentment, Su's mother finally understood. She immediately understood and stood up. Mom, I won't disturb you young people from dating. You two talk it over. I approve of this marriage. Young. My name is Jiāng Mu. Alright. Su's mother smiled gently. Young Jiang. Tomorrow evening, after you and Rulin finish work, come over to my place for dinner. I'll make dumplings for you. Ha? Jiāng Mu was speechless. What was Mrs. Su thinking? The wedding hasn't even happened yet? There's no need to change how you address me so soon, right? Auntie. After much deliberation, Jiāng Mu decided this misunderstanding had to be cleared up. He spoke up, Rulin and I. Don't you dare say you're busy. Sue's mother cut Jiāng Mu off immediately, her face stern as she declared in an unquestionable tone, "If I don't see you and Roland back by 6 tomorrow evening, I'll come to your house to find you." With that, Mrs. Su turned and walked away without waiting for Jiāng Mu's response. She turned and walked away. Left behind, Jiāng Mu and Su Roland were both at a loss. They sank into their chairs, hands pressed to their foreheads. Their hearts were filled with helplessness. Phew! After stepping outside, Sue's mother exhaled deeply, patting her wildly beating heart. Goodness gracious, my old maid is finally getting married. I absolutely must share this wonderful news with the old man. With that, she pulled out her phone and dialed Sue's father. Inside the private room. Jiāng Mu. Su Roland hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. My mom's always worried I won't get married, so don't take what she said earlier to heart, okay? You don't need to come to my house tomorrow either. I'll handle everything. Forget it. Jiāng Mu genuinely didn't want to go, as he had originally planned to return to his hometown tomorrow. Besides, this whole thing was a misunderstanding. Going to Su Roland's house would only deepen the confusion. But then he recalled the determined look on Sue's mother's face before she left. He resolved to go after all. Otherwise, relying solely on Su Roland to resolve this matter seemed unlikely. I'll go. Think of it as a superior paying a visit to a subordinate's home. Besides, if I don't go, it'll be hard for you alone to clear up this misunderstanding. Then, thank you, Chairman Jiang. For some reason, upon hearing Jiāng Mu's agreement, Su Roland felt a sudden flicker of joy in her heart. A faint smile involuntarily curved her lips. After the meal. After bidding farewell to Su Roland, he walked toward his parked car with Meng Meng, intending to drive her home. He also hoped to see if he could complete that task of driving 9 beauties home. The current progress stood at 9-1. He had completed one instance when he drove Lin Xiaoyu home earlier. But he was still a bit far from earning the reward. Mr. Jiang. As he approached the car, a short-haired beauty suddenly popped her head up from in front of the vehicle, startling Jiāng Mu. It's you? The short-haired beauty before him was none other than the professional race car driver he'd just encountered at the restaurant. After Jiāng Mu had coldly refused her request to see the car keys, the short-haired beauty had pestered him several times. But Jiāng Mu turned her down every time. Jiāng Mu had assumed she would give up, but to his surprise, she was crouched beside his car. And she'd been waiting there since earlier until now. She was really persistent. Want to see the car? Jiāng Mu asked tentatively. The short-haired beauty nodded her head like a chick pecking at grain, pursing her lips as she asked, "Is it okay?" "Not today." Jiāng Mu shook his head. "I have to pick up my friend later. Tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow we'll find a racetrack and take it for a few laps." Great. Great. At the mention of the racetrack, the short-haired beauty beamed with delight. Her eyes lit up as she said, "It's settled then. Meet me at the Intercontinental Racetrack tomorrow morning at 6. 6 o'clock? Jiāng Mu shook his head firmly. "No way. Make it 10 o'clock. I'll never be up at 6. Huh? The short-haired beauty looked utterly disappointed. She tentatively asked Jiāng Mu, "Can't we make it earlier?" 10 o'clock. Take it or leave it. Jiāng Mu wasn't about to be manipulated by her, he said coldly. "What if I stay over with you tonight? Could you make it at 6? Huh? Jiāng Mu froze, taking a good look at the short-haired beauty before him. This girl's looks were definitely a solid 90 out of 100. Though her figure was hidden beneath the bulky racing suit, it was clear she had an absolutely great body. This made Jiāng Mu's heart flutter. He licked his dry lips and said, "Well, it doesn't really matter whether we live together or not. It's just that I like getting up early." Chapter 155 A Bunch of Lunatics. Yay! The short-haired beauty, thrilled that Jiāng Mu had agreed, jumped up on the spot before slapping his shoulder. "All right, buddy. It's settled then. See you sharp at 6 tomorrow morning at the Intercontinental Raceway." With that, the short-haired beauty skipped away. Jiāng Mu froze, then called after her, "Hey! Didn't you forget something?" "What?" the short-haired beauty asked suspiciously. Ahem. After all, Jiāng Mu was still a novice. Faced with this kind of situation, he felt a bit awkward. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Didn't you say we were going to live together?" "Huh?" The short-haired beauty froze. "Yeah, I did say that, but didn't you say it didn't matter either way? Was it mainly because you wanted to get up early?" Jiāng Mu. Damn it. Was getting up early even my point? Forget it. After being messed with by the short-haired beauty, plus that bro she threw in when patting his shoulder, Jiāng Mu suddenly lost all interest. He waved her off. "Go ahead. I'll be at the Intercontinental Raceway tomorrow at 10 in the morning." With that, Jiāng Mu ignored the short-haired beauty, climbed into his Ravenstone, and floored the accelerator, speeding away. The short-haired beauty stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the taillights of Raven's car. Scratching her head, she muttered, "What's going on? Didn't we agree on 6 tomorrow morning? Why did he suddenly change it to 10? Could it be because I didn't stay with him? No way." The short-haired beauty continued to mutter to herself. He was the one who said it didn't matter whether we live together or not. Oh well. Never mind. Reventon's taillights really are cool. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to take it for a spin around the track. Inside the car. Can you stop laughing? Jiāng Mu slammed his hand on the steering wheel in anger, whipping his head around to glare fiercely at Meng Meng. Ha! Meng Meng had almost stopped laughing, but Jiāng Mu's words made her burst out laughing again. Brother Jiang, honestly, you can't blame her for this. You're the one who insisted you like getting up early. Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. Forget it. I've got nothing to say to a woman who only loves cars. Ha ha ha. Meng Meng burst out laughing. You ruined a perfectly good fling. Aren't you kicking yourself now? You're laughing. Jiāng Mu flashed a sinister smirk. You know what? I could drive this car into some dark alley right now and take care of you right here and then. Meng Meng immediately shut up, trembling as she replied, I'll stop laughing, okay? 20 minutes later. Guided by Meng Meng's directions, the car came to a stop in front of a building resembling an old Beijing courtyard house. By the dim light of the headlights, Jiāng Mu glanced at the plaque above the massive bronze gate and muttered, Now. Mansion? Holy crap. The next second, Jiāng Mu exclaimed in shock, so you're actually a noble lady from ancient times? Meng Meng froze, pondered for a moment, then nodded. I suppose so. But I can only be called well-bred the term young lady. I wouldn't dare claim that. Then why do you stream every day? Jiāng Mu surveyed the sprawling mansion before him. A rough estimate put it at over 1,000 square meters. Within the inner ring of Linhai City, anyone who owned such a large compound could undoubtedly be called a tycoon among tycoons. I just need the money. Meng Meng admitted sheepishly. You're short on cash? Jiāng Mu pointed at the sprawling mansion, his tone sharp. You own a mansion this big, and you're pulling this nonsense? No. Meng Meng waved her hands. Actually, to be honest, I'm not short on money. My monthly allowance is around 4 or 5,000. If I make progress in martial arts, I get extra bonuses too. But all that money is locked in a card. Every time I spend anything, my mom gets a text and checks the account. And if she ever finds out I used that money to buy these Lolita outfits, she'll fly into a rage. So I have to stream to earn money to buy these clothes. Your mom's totally weird. Jiāng Mu couldn't help but complain, just buy whatever you want. Why does she have to restrict your hobbies and freedom? Ugh. Meng Meng sighed helplessly. This story's too long to tell now. When we have time, I'll tell you all about it. Mom should be asleep by now, so I gotta head home. With that, she got out of the car and leaped effortlessly onto the wall, which was a full 2 meters high. Her agility left Jiāng Mu completely dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, holy crap. If this girl ever got into movies, she wouldn't even need a safety harness, would she? Brother Jiang. Meng Meng on the wall turned and called softly to Jiāng Mu, bye. Drive carefully on your way back, okay? Got it. Jiāng Mu nodded. You should get some rest too. Wait a minute. Jiāng Mu suddenly remembered something and called out to Meng Meng as she was leaving. Why didn't you just use the front gate? Why did you have to climb over the wall? Also, we've known each other for so long, what's your name? Meng Meng paused for a moment before replying, my name is Miao Yimeng. The whole wall climbing thing is a bit complicated to explain right now. I'll tell you about it later. I gotta go now. Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded, watching Meng Meng's figure disappear into the night. He shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, ready to leave. But just as he was about to pull away, a chubby face suddenly appeared right in front of his car. The shock nearly killed him on the spot. He rolled down the window and snapped at the person, don't you know scaring people can kill them? What the hell are you doing, playing ghost games in the middle of the night? The man heard this, rubbed his shiny bald head. Sorry about that, he said apologetically. I just wanted to ask what's your relationship with my daughter? Ha? Jiāng Mu froze, scrutinizing the chubby man before him. He tentatively asked, are you? Meng, no, Miao Yimeng's father? That's right. The man chuckled. That's me. And you are? Oh. Jiāng Mu smiled. I'm a friend of his. Her boyfriend? No. Phew. The heavy-set man patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Ha? Jiāng Mu heard those two that's good-s and couldn't shake the feeling they carried a hint of mockery. It made him feel quite uncomfortable. He frowned and said, what? Are you implying I'm not good enough for your daughter? No. The chubby man shook his head. It's just that with your little frame, I doubt you could take on my wife. Ha? Jiāng Mu was baffled. Why would I need to beat her mother just because I'm dating her daughter? What kind of logic is that? Alright, kid, get going. The heavy-set man patted Jiāng Mu on the shoulder. Safe travels. Then the fat man hauled his bulky frame over the wall and clambered into the courtyard. Watching this, Jiāng Mu muttered to himself, there's a door right there, but they choose to climb over the wall instead. Crazy people, a bunch of lunatics. The next moment, Jiāng Mu slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped away from this eerily unsettling place. Chapter 156 Leveled Up. After leaving the Miao residence, Jiāng Mu drove to Binhai International Tower to pick up Lěng Qīngyán. However, Lěng Qīngyán informed him she was in a meeting and wouldn't be able to come down for a while. Bored, Jiāng Mu pulled out his phone to watch a livestream, ready to open today's lucky bag. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have become the top patron of streamer Big Sweetie's channel and received a black lucky bag. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've become the top spender in streamer at Gory's live room and won a black lucky bag. 2 black lucky bags in a row. Jiāng Mu's face darkened. He thought to himself, how incredibly unlucky can I get? I put in 20,000 yuan and all I get are 2 of the lowest tier black lucky bags. This is ridiculous. Ding! Just as Jiāng Mu was lamenting his terrible luck, the system notification sounded again. Experience points maxed. System has automatically upgraded. Current system level 2, host can now open +1 lucky bag per day. Leveled up? Jiāng Mu's eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands together with a grin. Just as he was about to open another lucky bag, the system alert sounded once more. Ding! Fortune bag synthesis function activated. Host, please visit the fortune bag synthesis interface for details. Lucky bag synthesis? Jiāng Mu, who had been basking in the joy of the upgrade, froze upon hearing the notification. He froze for a moment, then clicked the lucky bag synthesis button without hesitation to investigate. Lucky bag synthesis rules: 6 black lucky bags can be synthesized into 2 golden lucky bags. 6 golden lucky bags can be synthesized into 2 multicolored lucky bags. 6 colorful lucky bags can be synthesized into 1 dazzling black lucky bag. 6 dazzling black lucky bags can be synthesized into 1 radiant white lucky bag. Note, once synthesized, lucky bags cannot be undone. Hosts should proceed with caution. After carefully reading the synthesis rules, Jiāng Mu stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and muttered to himself, 6 dazzling black ones to synthesize 1 dazzling white one? That dazzling white lucky bag must be incredibly valuable, right? Could it be, you can actually get an aircraft carrier straight out of it? The thought made Jiāng Mu genuinely tempted to try. But with his current stash of lucky bags, it would take at least 100 days of full 3 months to synthesize just 1 dazzling white one. That was far too long. So he'd wait until he leveled up again, or reached max level, before deciding. Still, the multicolored black one might be worth a shot. With a bit of luck, this lucky bag could be synthesized in as little as 10 days. Even with bad luck, it wouldn't take more than 18 days. Not too long, really. No time to waste. Jiāng Mu promptly stashed away both black lucky bags, saving them to exchange for the rainbow black. Next, Jiāng Mu spent nearly 10,000 yuan, becoming the top spender in a livestream. He earned a black lucky bag. By this point, Jiāng Mu's inventory held a total of 3 black lucky bags. Click. Just as Jiāng Mu was busy spending on lucky bags, the passenger door slowly slid open. A woman wearing a brown pencil skirt, her face caked in makeup thicker than a load-bearing wall, slid in without a word. She casually kicked off her shoes and draped both legs across the passenger dashboard. It happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment she got in to the moment she draped her legs across the dashboard, it all happened in a mere few seconds. Jiāng Mu hadn't even had time to react, otherwise, he would have stopped her immediately. Jiāng Mu turned his head to look at the woman in the passenger seat. Did you get into the wrong car? I don't think I know you. Hearing this, the woman slowly turned her head. She feigned surprise, covering her mouth with her hand and exclaiming in a coy voice, "Oh dear. I'm so sorry. My boyfriend drives the same model, so I must have mistaken it for his. My apologies. I'll get out right away." Though she claimed to be getting out, she made no move to do so. She lingered there, dawdling as if waiting for Jiāng Mu to ask her to stay. Jiāng Mu finally caught on. He knew he'd fallen victim to the classic gold digger tactic from movies and TV shows, hitting on a rich kid. Truthfully, he didn't mind this kind of thing. After all, having a beautiful woman throw herself at you was a huge blessing. But, this woman before him? She had a decent figure. Her looks were genuinely nothing special. She couldn't hold a candle to top-tier beauties like Lěng Qīngyán, Su Rulan, or Shinshoshin. So not only was Jiāng Mu uninterested in her, he even felt a slight aversion. "Miss." Jiāng Mu spoke coldly, "This is a Lamborghini Reventon. There's only one like it in the entire country. How could your boyfriend possibly drive the same car as me? Next time you lie, could you please take a closer look at what kind of car this is before you speak?" The woman knew nothing about cars. She only knew it was a Lamborghini and looked expensive, so she just hopped in. At Jiāng Mu's sharp retort, her face flushed crimson instantly, a trace of embarrassment crossing her features. "Well, maybe it's just that your car and my boyfriend's car look a bit too similar. But honestly, the passenger seat in your car is so comfortable, I almost don't want to get out." As she spoke, she tugged at both shoulder straps, revealing her fair collarbone. Her intent to seduce was plain for all to see. "You still have to get out." Jiāng Mu wasn't falling for her tricks. His face remained cold as he said, "Hurry up. My girlfriend should be back any minute. How is she supposed to sit in the car with you still in there? The moment the word girlfriend slipped out, a sly look flashed across the woman's face. With a sudden ouch, she collapsed straight into Jiāng Mu's arms. Her hands, as if guided by a GPS, darted straight for Jiāng Mu's core weaponry. Her eyes narrowed seductively as she gazed at Jiāng Mu. Handsome, I'm so hot. It's making my heart ache. Care to help me cool down? Damn it. Jiāng Mu hadn't expected that when a woman turned on the charm. She was terrifying. He clamped his legs together, pinned her hands down, and snapped, "Stop it. Keep this up, and I'm calling the cops." Call the police? The woman giggled. Handsome, are you playing cosplay with me? Want to be the agent who refuses to give in? Spill it. Where did you hide the nation's missiles? Her face suddenly appeared inches from Jiāng Mu's, causing him to jerk backward in fright. He only stopped when his head hit the headrest, with nowhere left to retreat. He thought to himself, this scene, why does it feel so familiar? Like I've seen it in some movie before? Click. Just then, the car door swung open again. Jiāng Mu thought it was Lěng Qīngyán, but it turned out to be a burly man he didn't recognize. Chapter 157 The Honey Trap Part 3. Clunk. He glanced over, his eyes widening in fury, as if he might spit fire. Then he saw the woman, who had somehow managed to pull her pencil skirt down halfway. Jiāng Mu's heart sank. Holy crap. Turns out all this time, he wasn't dealing with some gold digger trying to hook up with a rich kid. It was a honey trap. Husband. The moment the woman spotted the burly man, she instantly transformed from a predatory vixen into a pitiful little kitten. One hand pressed against her chest, the other wiping away tears, she feigned sobs. It was so dark out, and his car looked just like yours. I accidentally got into the wrong one, and then. At this point, her sobs grew louder. But it was all thunder without rain. Her acting was truly awful. Then what happened? The burly man feigned surprise. He locked the doors so I couldn't get out, stripped me, and assaulted me. My innocence, it's all ruined, wah. Ha! The burly man feigned suspicion for a moment before his eyes widened in fury. He roared at Jiāng Mu, you little bastard. You had the nerve to sleep with my wife? Get out of the car. I'll beat the crap out of you today. Enough. Jiāng Mu waved his hand, looking irritated. Your acting sucks. Stop it already. This awkwardness is making me want to dig my way out of here with my feet. The burly man and the woman flushed with embarrassment when Jiāng Mu saw through their act. But their conviction kept them pushing through the performance. You little punk. Who the hell is acting with you? Get the hell out of my car right now, or I'll smash it to pieces. The burly man slammed his fist against the driver's side window, bellowing in feigned rage. Squeak. Jiāng Mu slowly rolled down the window, his expression unreadable. Go ahead and smash it. It's not like this car is particularly expensive, just over 15 million. If you wreck it, no big deal. Just pay me back the 15 million. Clunk. Upon hearing the car cost 15 million, the burly man was startled and quickly withdrew his fist, silently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Then he seemed to feel embarrassed by his earlier behavior. He feigned ferocity and bellowed at Jiāng Mu, damn it. You slept with my wife. I won't just wreck your car, I'll beat you to death and not have to pay a dime. Get the hell out of that car. Stop hiding like a coward. Brother. Jiāng Mu grinned at the burly, somewhat dim-witted man before him. Let me give you a little legal lesson. First off, even if I did sleep with your wife, smashing my car is still illegal. Same goes for you hitting me. And besides, I didn't sleep with your wife. Bull. The burly man frowned, pointing at the woman and bellowing, my wife. You stripped her naked, how could I not have slept with her? Taking off her clothes means you slept with her? Jiāng Mu chuckled. So you and your wife just stripped naked all day without doing anything else? Besides, which eye of yours saw me undress her? Do you have any proof? You. The burly man was rendered speechless. After a long pause, he adopted an unreasonable stance. I don't care. You ruined my wife's reputation, and you'll pay for it. Otherwise, I'll call the police. At the mention of the police, Jiāng Mu instantly cracked up. Fine. You call them, or should I? Ha! The burly man was momentarily stunned. Usually, just threatening like this was enough to make people hand over the money. Why wasn't it working today? How peculiar. The reason it usually worked was because those people actually got their share of the spoils. But Jiāng Mu hadn't gotten his cut, so he wasn't afraid at all. No police. The woman suddenly spoke up, we just want money, 100,000 yuan. Give us 100,000 yuan and we'll drop this. Right. The burly man nodded in agreement. We just want the money. We won't call the police. Give us the money and we'll leave. What if I refuse? Jiāng Mu glanced at them both and smiled faintly. You won't? The woman laughed, her expression smug and triumphant. If you don't, I'll just wait here. When your girlfriend shows up, she'll get a taste of what kind of person you really are. Put. Jiāng Mu had expected her to threaten him with violence, beating him up, breaking his leg. After all, those were the usual tricks of a honey trap. But he never expected her to use his girlfriend as leverage. This successfully amused Jiāng Mu. He shrugged and said, "Fine, whatever. I don't have a girlfriend anyway." "Ha?" The woman froze. "But you just told me your girlfriend was on her way here." "I was just messing with you." Jiāng Mu chuckled. "And even if I did have a girlfriend, and let's say I did, mind you, do you really think someone like me, who drives a car worth 15 million, would be lacking in that department?" At those words, the smile vanished from the woman's face, replaced by a look of utter disappointment and resentment. The next second, her expression turned cold. "So by your logic, there's absolutely no way you'd give me that 100,000 yuan, right?" "Exactly." Jiāng Mu nodded. "I won't give it to you, and I have no reason to. After all, I didn't sleep with you, nor did I ruin your reputation. Your scam won't work on me." "Enough." Jiāng Mu continued, "Stop wasting your time on me. Just get out of here." "No way." The woman stubbornly shook her head. "You're giving me this 100,000 yuan today whether you want to or not. Otherwise." At this point, she pulled out her phone and flashed a number. "This is my boss, Li Dachao. He's the top gangster in Linhai City. If you don't pay up, I'll call him right now. But I should warn you, once he gets here, you won't keep your legs intact. So I advise you to hand over the cash quietly. Think of it as paying to avoid trouble." "Li Dachao again?" Jiāng Mu frowned. He wondered what kind of person this Li Dachao really was. On the surface, he's a respectable businessman. But behind the scenes, he's got a whole crew of thugs up to no good? Could it be that everything he'd seen before was just a facade? "Hey, handsome." Seeing Jiāng Mu didn't respond, the woman assumed he was scared. She smirked triumphantly, "You're a smart guy, and you're loaded. So you know what to do, right? No need for me to spell it out." Jiāng Mu nodded. "No money. Go ahead and call." "Ha?" The woman, who had already prepared to collect payment, froze upon hearing this. She wondered silently, had she not made herself clear, or was this man mentally unstable? Chapter 158. Which leg? No. After a moment's hesitation, the woman decided she should repeat what she'd just said. "I meant if he comes, you'll lose your leg." "I know." Jiāng Mu frowned, snapping impatiently, "Just hit him when I tell you to. Why are you dithering like a woman?" No." Jiāng Mu added, "You really are a woman." "Woman." Seeing Jiāng Mu was dead set on not paying, the woman shot him a resentful glare before silently dialing Li Dachao's number. 2 minutes later, the woman hung up the phone, glared coldly at Jiāng Mu, and said, "Just wait. My boss will be here any minute." "Got it." Jiāng Mu flashed an OK sign with his fingers, then leaned back in the driver's seat, closing his eyes to rest. He seemed utterly unconcerned, as if the situation before him had nothing to do with him. The woman and the burly man were utterly speechless. Tap tap tap. Just then, light footsteps approached from nearby, followed by a girl so pure and innocent she seemed almost unreal. A girl so fresh and pure that a single glance felt like a wave of crisp air washing over you skipped and hopped toward them. The burly man seemed to have never seen such a beautiful girl before. He froze, drool involuntarily leaking from the corner of his mouth. A signature dumb grin plastered across his face. Smack! Seeing this, the woman slapped the burly man hard across the face and snapped irritably, "Useless piece of junk. Don't you think I'm way prettier than her?" The burly man rubbed his stinging cheek in protest. He shot the woman a resentful glare and muttered under his breath, "You're nowhere near as good as her." "Ha?" Lěng Qīngyán approached the car, glanced at the burly man and the woman, and exclaimed in surprise. She turned to Jiāng Mu and asked, "Jiāng Mu, who are these two?" "They're running a honey trap scam." Jiāng Mu replied without looking up, "Just get in the car already." "A honey trap?" Lěng Qīngyán murmured in confusion, slowly climbing into the car before closing the door. "Jiāng Mu, what exactly is a honey trap?" "Ha?" Jiāng Mu hadn't expected this girl to be so clueless. Not even knowing what a honey trap was? He paused, then gathered his thoughts. It's basically when a woman sets a trap for a man. Just as things are getting, well, another man shows up pretending to be her husband and demands money. Ha? Lěng Qīngyán froze for a moment, then wore an expression reserved for discovering something earth-shattering. She pointed at Jiāng Mu. "So you just got set up?" "Yep." Jiāng Mu nodded. "But she didn't catch me. Do you know why?" "Why?" Lěng Qīngyán looked at Jiāng Mu intently. "Because." Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. "I already have a girlfriend as beautiful as you. How could I possibly have eyes for her?" Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed crimson at Jiāng Mu's teasing. She hurriedly protested, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not your girlfriend." Then what's the meaning of them standing here?" Lěng Qīngyán pointed at the woman and the burly man outside the car, questioning Jiāng Mu suspiciously. "They want money." Jiāng Mu feigned helplessness as he looked at Lěng Qīngyán. "They said if I don't give them 100,000 yuan, they'll break my legs." "What?" Lěng Qīngyán was startled, her pretty face turning slightly pale. "Which leg are they going to break this time?" Jiāng Mu. The real issue isn't which leg they'll break, is it? There are only 2 legs. Jiāng Mu frowned, snapping irritably, it's either the left leg or the right leg, that's all. Ha! Lěng Qīngyán froze, then murmured in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's, her face flushing red, but isn't there a third leg? Jiāng Mu. You're the one with the good memory, huh? Enough. Now's not the time to quibble over which leg it is. Jiāng Mu looked at her with a look of deep resentment. So, what do we do about him wanting to cripple my leg? Give her money. Lěng Qīngyán pulled out a bank card from her bag as she spoke. I have some here. Didn't you say you were short on cash a few days ago? I just organized my finances. There's 150,000 yuan total. Keep the extra for yourself. Jiāng Mu had only intended to tease Lěng Qīngyán. But he never expected Lěng Qīngyán would genuinely be willing to help him and had even secretly saved up money for him. This warmed Jiāng Mu's heart. His admiration for Lěng Qīngyán grew even stronger. Thank you. Jiāng Mu pushed back the bank card Lěng Qīngyán had handed him. But I can't accept this money. Why not? Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows furrowed slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. I know it's not much, but it's all I have. And I genuinely want to help you, so please don't refuse it. Looking at Lěng Qīngyán before him, her face a mix of hurt and unwavering resolve. A wave of warmth washed over Jiāng Mu. He suddenly pulled Lěng Qīngyán into his arms, his eyes brimming with deep affection. Thank you, Qīngyán. Thank you for being willing to help me. Lěng Qīngyán had never been this intimate with a boy in her entire life. Jiāng Mu's embrace sent a wave of warmth across her delicate, fair face, spreading like a blush that crept from her cheeks to the back of her ears. Finally, even her ears turned crimson. A burning sensation ignited at her ears. Jiāng Mu. After a long moment, Lěng Qīngyán realized Jiāng Mu was still holding her. The woman, the burly man, and passers-by kept staring at her and Jiāng Mu. This only made her blush even more. She gently nudged Jiāng Mu with her hand. There are so many people here. Could you please, let go? Qīngyán. Jiāng Mu released Lěng Qīngyán, his eyes filled with sincerity. Come home with me the day after tomorrow. Ha! Startled, Lěng Qīngyán flushed crimson and murmured in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, so soon? You want to meet my parents already? But, I'm not ready yet. Thump! Jiāng Mu gently flicked Lěng Qīngyán's forehead and rolled his eyes at her. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm just too lazy to drive and want you to be my chauffeur. You're so ugly, I'd never marry you anyway. You? Lěng Qīngyán gasped for breath, furious. She glared fiercely at Jiāng Mu, crossed her arms, and pouted, I refuse to be your driver. You can go back on your own. Then what do you want to be to me? Jiāng Mu teased with a smile, my girlfriend? Caught off guard, Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face flushed instantly. She hastily retorted, how could that be? I'm so pretty, I'd never fall for an ugly duckling like you, humph. Jiāng Mu chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. Alright, enough joking around. The real reason I want you to come back to my hometown with me is because I'm worried about your safety. After all, that incident with Litanxiu still hasn't been properly resolved yet. Chapter 159, Another 4 million. Ever since the attack at Green Willow Manor, Jiāng Mu had been patiently waiting for Litanxiu's next move. Yet, up until now, Litanxiu had made no move whatsoever. This puzzled Jiāng Mu greatly. But he didn't believe Litanxiu would give up. Because figures like Litanxiu, men of status and standing, were inherently noble and arrogant at their core. He would never tolerate someone ting on his head. Especially since Jiāng Mu had broken the leg of his own biological daughter. If he didn't avenge this, it would be unbearable to his conscience. Second, he would lose all face. Therefore, Jiāng Mu was certain he would come after him and Lěng Qīngyán again. As for when and how, that was beyond Jiāng Mu's knowledge. Hearing Jiāng Mu say this, Lěng Qīngyán's mood finally lifted considerably. The anger in Wen's eyes gradually faded. Fine then, but I'm not driving. You drive. Fine. Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. What can I say? You're my most cherished daughter. Your father will endure the hardship. Lěng Qīngyán, you're asking for it. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Yunhai City. In a lavishly decorated room within the city's tallest building. Squeak. Squeak. Thump. 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 Oh my, hoo. A man with a receding hairline was passionately engaged with a delicate-looking female student. The wooden bed creaked and groaned under their movements. The entire room was filled with the scent of spring. Phew. After a while, the balding man let out a long sigh, sprawling contentedly on the bed. He glanced lazily at the suited man standing nearby, hunched over, and said with utter indifference, Alright, what do you want? Mr. Li. The man in the suit slowly raised his head and replied respectfully, the person you asked me to find has been located. Where? The man with the receding hairline, who had seemed disinterested moments ago, suddenly perked up. He sprang off the bed with a thud. He asked the man, his face brimming with excitement. He's in the living room, enjoying tea. The man in the suit respectfully replied, "Shall I notify him to come in?" "No need." Mediterranean waved his hand dismissively. "Lead the way. I'll go see him myself." "Understood." The man in the suit acknowledged the order and respectfully led the way ahead. Mediterranean followed behind, completely naked. With each step, a young maid draped a garment over him. By the moment the room door swung open, he was fully clothed. The whole thing was nothing short of a perfect charade. Ha 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 ha. Upon entering the living room, the man with the receding hairline first glanced at the young man seated upright on the sofa, quietly sipping tea in his plaid suit. Then he laughed heartily, truly worthy of being ranked among the top 3 assassins. "Meeting you today, you are indeed a man of exceptional bearing and noble demeanor." "Stop." The young man raised a hand in a stop gesture, his tone cold. "No need for pleasantries. Just tell me who to kill. I'll handle it within 3 days, absolutely guaranteed. And it will be absolutely professional, absolutely unexpected, and absolutely won't implicate Bosley." Clap clap clap. Li Tanchu clapped a few times with a smile and said to the man in the suit, "Xiao, take a good look. This is what true professionalism looks like. Learn from him whenever you can." "Yes, yes, yes." The man in the suit nodded with a smile. No wonder he's ranked among the top 3 assassins. To the compliments from both men, the young man's expression remained utterly unruffled. His signature poker face seemed permanently etched onto his features. His entire being was as cold as ice from the depths of hell. Oomph. Seeing that the other party genuinely had no interest in discussing this, Li Tanchu flashed a hint of awkwardness. He chuckled dryly. "Long Outyen, I have absolutely no doubt about your professionalism or ruthlessness. But, isn't the price you're asking a bit steep? 3 million. Long Outyen stuffed an orange segment into his mouth and spoke coldly, "Not a penny less. If you agree, hand over the money. If not, I'm out of here immediately." The moment those words left his mouth, Li Tanchu's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a trace of mild anger. "Long Outyen, are you threatening me? Do you think that besides you, I can hire? Where are you going? Hey! Where are you going? That's incredibly disrespectful." Watching Long Outyen's receding figure, Li Tanchu was so furious he felt like he might spit blood. He glared at the man in the suit and spat, "You're a scoundrel, a complete scoundrel. Contact the other assassins on the ranking list. I refuse to believe that with money, I can't hire someone." The man in the suit looked helplessly at him. "Mr. Li, I've contacted every assassin on the list. He's the cheapest and most professional, so..." Smack! Before the man could finish, Li Tanchu's hand came down hard across his face. "Then why aren't you chasing him back here right now?" 10 minutes later, Li Tanchu stared at the 2 million yuan check Long Outyen had taken, his heart twisting in pain. He silently regretted insisting on haggling over the price. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted an extra million yuan. That's right. The fee had been 3 million yuan just moments ago, but after all that back and forth, it had ballooned to 4 million. As for why Li Tanchu had only paid 2 million yuan upfront, it was because the remaining 2 million would only be paid upon successful completion of the task. "Name." Long Outyen tucked the check into his pocket, his voice icy. "Jiāng Mu," Li Tanchu said, waving to the suited man behind him. The man in the suit understood the gesture and placed a printed file in front of Long Outyen. "This contains all his information. There's also a girl named Lěng Qīngyán. If they're together, take care of her too." "Understood." Long Outyen maintained his poker face, silently holding up 4 fingers. "Add another 4 million. Put." Li Tanchu was so furious he nearly spat blood. He cursed under his breath, "Money, money, money. All you care about is money, huh? Ha? Damn it, I didn't say I wouldn't pay. Why are you rushing off like that?" This time, Li Tanchu didn't argue. He promptly wrote Long Outyen another check for 2 million. What choice did he have? If he didn't pay up, this guy would actually leave. And once he returned, he'd demand a higher price. Li Tanchu genuinely couldn't stand it. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán had barely been seated in the car for a moment when a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the darkness nearby. Then, a dark mass of people gradually emerged under the streetlights. Roughly estimated, there were over 10 of them. Each person carried a steel rod over their shoulder, their demeanor fierce and threatening. Clearly, they meant trouble. Lěng Qīngyán's face drained of color at the sight. She urgently nudged Jiāng Mu beside her, panic etched across her features. "Jiāng Mu, maybe we should just hand over that 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, I'm afraid your leg might really be in trouble." Chapter 160 Such a Coincidence. Third update. Relax. Jiāng Mu patted Lěng Qīngyán's shoulder reassuringly, shot her a confident glance, and boasted, "No one's born yet who can cripple my legs." "You're full of it." Lěng Qīngyán shot him a disdainful look and rolled her eyes. Click. Jiāng Mu chuckled, saying nothing more as he opened the door and stepped out. This sudden move startled Lěng Qīngyán, who hurriedly followed him out. She grabbed Jiāng Mu's arm and scolded him irritably, "Jiāng Mu, are you crazy? With all these people around, you get out? Aren't you just asking for trouble?" Seeing the worry in Lěng Qīngyán's eyes beside him, a wave of warmth washed over him. He grinned and teased, "Don't worry, I'd never leave you behind to live like a widow." Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed crimson as she hastily protested, Don't say nonsense. I'm not going to be your widow." Tap tap tap. Just then, the group reached the car. Jiāng Mu glanced up and recognized the leader as none other than Li Daqiao. At that moment, half of Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán's bodies were concealed in the darkness. Therefore, Li Daqiao didn't recognize Jiāng Mu. He bent down to light a cigarette, his face full of impatience as he addressed the woman, spit it out. "What's the big rush calling me over? What's going on?" "Yeah, what is it? Sister Hua, what's going on?" The others chimed in with their questions. The woman called Sister Hua stepped forward, pouting and whining to Li Daqiao, "Brother Chao, that brat ruined my reputation. You have to help me get justice." Li Daqiao frowned at her words. He glared fiercely at Sister Hua and snapped irritably, "You say he ruined you? That was clearly a honey trap. Damn it, how many times have I told you to stop doing this? Yet you still go and do it. You treat my words like they're just wind passing by your ears?" Sister Hua flushed crimson under his scolding. Pouting pitifully, she whined, "Brother Chao, I swear this is the very last time. Please help me out? Come on, big bro Chao. Enough, enough." Li Daqiao was all bark and no bite. And with Sister Hua tugging at his heartstrings like this, his resolve melted even faster. But outwardly, he still put on a fierce expression, brushing Sister Hua's hand away sharply. "Stop tugging at me like this. It's annoying. Where is she?" "Right there." Seeing Li Daqiao give in, Sister Hua burst into a fit of giggles. She pointed at Jiāng Mu nearby. "That's him. He ruined my reputation and still won't pay compensation." Li Daqiao glanced at Jiāng Mu, nodded, then turned to Sister Hua with a stern expression. "I'm warning you, this is the last time. If there's a next time, I won't lift a finger to help you." Okay. Sister Hua laughed and agreed, "I'll do as you say." Li Daqiao responded with a grunt, then beckoned to the group of underlings behind him. "Let's go, brothers. Follow me to deal with this guy." Clatter. As soon as Li Daqiao finished speaking, his crew followed him toward Jiāng Mu's location. Tap tap tap. As they drew closer to Jiāng Mu, Li Daqiao's heart grew increasingly uneasy. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Why does this guy look so much like the major shareholder of Era Group?" "No." Shaking his head violently at the thought, Li Daqiao declared, "With millions living in Linhai, it can't be that coincidental." As he spoke, Li Daqiao's figure gradually faded into the darkness. Then his pupils dilated sharply, his expression frozen in sheer terror. His legs trembled slightly. He cursed silently, "Damn it, it really is that coincidental. Yo!" Jiāng Mu glanced at Li Daqiao and chuckled, "Well, if it isn't Comrade Xiao Chao. Haven't seen you in a few days, did you miss me?" Clunk. Li Daqiao's heart sank. His expression turned uglier than if he'd eaten. He silently cursed, "I miss you, I miss your big ass, I miss you. Hell." Just then, one of the henchmen behind Li Daqiao suddenly leaped up. He leaped forward and shouted at Jiāng Mu, "Who the hell do you think you're calling Xiao Chao? Call me Brother Chao right now." "Brother Chao?" Jiāng Mu chuckled, turning to face Li Daqiao. "Li Daqiao, what do you think?" Li Daqiao, caught in Jiāng Mu's terrifying glare, felt a chill run through his heart. Trembling, he stammered, You can call me whatever you want. Whatever you say goes." The moment those words left his mouth, all the underlings in the room froze in shock. They wondered, what's gotten into Brother Chao? Brother Chao. The guy who'd spoken earlier frowned. "He's just a greenhorn. Why are you scared of him? We've got numbers on him. Just beat the crap out of him and be done with it." Smack. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, Li Daqiao delivered a sharp slap across his face. The guy spun around in place, stars bursting before his eyes. That's my brother Jiang. Do you think you can just with him?" Li Daqiao blared at the subordinate trying to push him into trouble, scolding him with disappointment, "Get over there and apologize to brother Jiang right now." The thug was stunned by the blow. The rest of the group was stunned. The woman and the burly man were even more bewildered. They had originally intended to bring Li Daqiao along to intimidate Jiāng Mu and scare him into handing over the money. But to their utter surprise, Li Daqiao chickened out. And he even addressed the other guy as Brother Jiang? What the hell was going on? Brother Jiang. After dealing with his underling, Li Daqiao nervously addressed Jiāng Mu. "My subordinate acted out of line. Please forgive him, sir." "It's fine." Jiāng Mu scratched his ear and said casually, "I'm not the petty type. Have him kneel and apologize, and we'll call it even." Put. Hearing this, Li Daqiao nearly choked on his own frustration. He thought, "You just said you weren't petty? Then why the hell do you want me to kneel and apologize? You little brat, you're taking this too far." "Exactly. Our brother Chao is so much older than you, and you actually made him kneel before you? Have you no shame? If you absolutely need someone to kneel before you'll forgive him, I'll kneel for my brother Chao." The group of underlings behind Li Dachao shouted at Jiāng Mu with righteous indignation. Their eyes blazed with fury. Shut up, all of you. Li Dachao feared they might push Jiāng Mu over the edge, making the situation impossible to control. He roared, when the boss is speaking, do you think you have the right to interrupt? But, Brother Chow, making him kneel and apologize? That's just bullying. Exactly. Brother Chow. Everyone stepped forward to defend Li Dachao. This scene caught Jiāng Mu completely off guard. In Jiāng Mu's mind, Li Dachao had always been the hot-tempered type of thug leader who'd beat anyone into submission at the slightest provocation. His underlings were all intimidated into obedience. But now it was clear that wasn't the case. Because those who were intimidated into submission were mostly only outwardly compliant, never truly convinced. They wouldn't stand up to speak for Li Dachao. The fact that they were now willing to speak up for him proved they respected him both in word and deed. This made Jiāng Mu look at Li Dachao with newfound respect. Chapter 161, Borrowing Money. Enough. All of you, shut up. Annoyed by the commotion, Li Dachao snapped at everyone before turning to Jiāng Mu. His face was full of embarrassment. Mr. Jiang. Could we step aside for a moment? Sure. Jiāng Mu didn't hesitate, nodding decisively as he walked toward an empty spot nearby. Li Dachao followed behind, feeling a slight unease in his heart. Speak. Once they were far enough away from the others, Jiāng Mu stopped and turned to face Li Dachao. Thud. Li Dachao glanced around, confirming his men couldn't see them. Without another word, he knelt before Jiāng Mu, his face earnest. Mr. Jiang, I apologize. I failed to control my men and offended you. I beg your forgiveness. Watching Li Dachao kneel before him, Jiāng Mu smiled with a look that said, just as I expected. In truth, the moment Li Dachao had asked to speak privately, he had already anticipated this outcome. Because Li Dachao dared not offend him. Thus, this kneeling was something Li Dachao could not avoid. But kneeling in front of his own men was too humiliating. Thus, moving away from the crowd to kneel in a secluded spot was the optimal choice. Fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Given how sincere you are, I'll reluctantly forgive you. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Li Dachao rose slowly from the ground, as if granted a pardon. His weathered old face was filled with joy. Li Dachao. Jiāng Mu glanced at Li Dachao's henchman and asked suspiciously, if I recall correctly, aren't you some kind of media mogul? Why are you still keeping a bunch of thugs under your thumb? What's this, are you planning to rise up and start a gang? Clunk. The moment he heard the word underworld, Li Dachao's heart sank instantly. He waved his hands frantically. Mr. Jiang, you've got the wrong idea. I'm a legitimate businessman. I don't get involved in illegal activities. Is that so? Jiāng Mu smiled. But it seems to me that a honey trap is also illegal. Why don't we call the police and ask them? Saying this, Jiāng Mu pulled out his phone, ready to dial the police. No. Li Dachao was so terrified his heart nearly leapt into his throat. He quickly grabbed Jiāng Mu's hand. He sighed helplessly. Mr. Jiang, I'll be honest with you. The truth is, they're all ex-cons who've served time. Because of their criminal records, no one's willing to hire them. They can't find work, so they've resorted to their old ways. But deep down, they're not bad people. It's just that bad luck pushed them to extremes. So, you took them in? Jiāng Mu raised an eyebrow. Yes. Li Dachao nodded firmly, took a deep breath, and said, I've been through the same experiences as them. So if I can lend a hand, I'll lend a hand. Good for you. Jiāng Mu was genuinely moved by Li Dachao's generosity. He patted Li Dachao on the shoulder. You're a real man. But I need to remind you it's fine to take them in, but you must learn to keep them in line. Otherwise, trouble will come sooner or later. Li Dachao nodded firmly. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Jiang. You're welcome. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. By the way, the reason I had that woman call you over was because I have 2 matters I need your help with. You need my help? Li Dachao was flattered and hurriedly replied, just say the word. Whatever Li Dachao, can do, I'll get it done for you. Calm down first. Jiāng Mu briefly calmed the excited Li Dachao before continuing at a leisurely pace. Recently, I acquired a film production company outright. Jiāng Mu rattled off a brief summary of Zhuahai Pictures. Then, with genuine sincerity, he said to Li Dachao, that's why I need you to find this Wang Dahai as soon as possible. Wang Dahai? Li Dachao murmured the name under his breath. He felt like he'd heard that name somewhere before. The next second, Li Dachao suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed excitedly, I remember now. This Wang Dahai borrowed 300,000 yuan from my Tianqing finance and still hasn't paid it back. So, rest assured, finding this Wang Dahai is on me. I'll turn Linhai City upside down if I have to, but I'll find him. Alright. Hearing Li Dachao's words, Jiāng Mu felt reassured. He grinned and continued with the second matter. The second thing is, I need to borrow some money from you. Borrow money from me? Li Dachao looked as if he'd heard something utterly shocking. His face was filled with astonishment. Mr. Jiang, you're a big shot with a huge business empire, and you're asking me for money? You're not pulling my leg, are you? I'm not joking. Jiāng Mu looked utterly serious. I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. All my funds are tied up in the expansion project for Xianjiang Happy City. So I was wondering if I could borrow some money from you to invest in a movie. Oh. After hearing Jiāng Mu's explanation, Li Daqiao's surprise gradually faded. He nodded at Jiāng Mu. So how much do you need? Well, it depends on how much you can spare. Jiāng Mu currently had about 30 million yuan in liquid assets. Even if you include the 20 million promised by Jiāng Yunliang and the 500,000 Zhao Lusi owes him. Even if you count Jiāng Yuliang's promised investment of 20 million yuan and the 500,000 yuan Zhao Lusi owes him. That still left a gap of nearly 150 million yuan short of the projected 200 million investment. So, no matter how much Li Daqiao borrowed, it wouldn't be too much. Me? Li Daqiao scratched his forehead awkwardly. I can't compare to a super rich tycoon like you. My liquid assets, even if I count every last penny, are only around 10 million. Not much at all. Alright. Jiāng Mu had originally thought Li Daqiao might have a few million at best. But to his surprise, it turned out to be 10 million. This instantly lifted his spirits. Then I'll borrow 10 million. Alright. Li Daqiao agreed without hesitation. Just give me a bank account number. Once the finance department opens tomorrow, I'll have them transfer it over. You're a real pal. Jiāng Mu chuckled and slapped Li Daqiao on the shoulder. You're a brother I'm counting on. Come on, let's head to my car and sign the contract. Alright. The chance to connect with a super rich guy like Jiāng Mu. Li Daqiao was grinning from ear to ear. He happily followed Jiāng Mu to the car to sign the contract. As they signed, he declared generously to Jiāng Mu, Mr. Jiang, use this money however you see fit. I won't charge you a single penny in interest, and you don't need to rush to repay it. Just give it back whenever your cash flow improves. Repay? Jiāng Mu tucked away the contract, looking utterly bewildered at Li Daqiao. Repay what? No, I mean... Li Daqiao was a bit flustered. Repay the money. Didn't you just borrow 10 million from me? Hold on. Jiāng Mu waved his hand, his expression turning serious. Li Daqiao, you seem to have misunderstood. That 10 million wasn't a loan from me, it was your investment in the film production. Chapter 162 Sleeping with You. Boom! Jiāng Mu's words struck Li Daqiao like a bolt from the blue. He was completely stunned. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality, his face filled with panic. Mr. Jiang, didn't we just agree that you were borrowing 10 million from me? How did this suddenly become an investment for a movie? Slap! Jiāng Mu tossed the freshly signed contract onto Li Daqiao's desk, his expression stern. Read it yourself. It's in black and white, written clearly. Party B, Li Daqiao voluntarily invests 10 million yuan for the filming, production, promotion, and distribution costs of the movie Nezha, The Birth of the Demon Boy. Staring at the contract bearing his own name, Li Daqiao's expression darkened like he'd lost his mother. With a mournful expression, he pleaded with Jiāng Mu, Mr. Jiang, I regret it. Can I back out of borrowing this 10 million yuan? No. Jiāng Mu had worked hard to secure this 10 million yuan. There was no way he'd agree to a refund. His face remained cold as he stated in an unquestionable tone, the contract is already signed. Backing out now will cost you 500 million in liquidated damages. Put. Hearing those three words 500 million. Li Daqiao felt so frustrated he nearly spat blood. He silently cursed himself for signing the contract without reading it first. After a long moment, realizing nothing could be done, Li Daqiao sighed helplessly and asked Jiāng Mu, Mr. Jiang, all I want to know now is how much of my 10 million will actually come back to me in the end? Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment, then pointed to a clause in the contract. You invested 10 million, which gives you a 0.1% stake. If this film's box office reaches 5 billion, you'll likely get around 16 million. Ha! Li Daqiao froze, then his eyes lit up. So that means not only will I get my entire investment back, but I'll also make an extra 6 million yuan? Exactly. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile. Theoretically, yes. Of course, if the box office is even higher, you could get even more. Wow. Li Daqiao's eyes lit up. Then I'm wishing this movie a box office of 6 billion, no. 10 billion. That way I can make even more. Bro, what if the box office only hits a few million, or even tens of millions? One of the younger members piped up, then wouldn't you be losing money? Smack! Li Daqiao slapped the subordinate hard across the face. Shut your mouth, you jinx. If you keep quiet, no one will think you're mute. After that, Jiāng Mu chatted with Li Daqiao for a few more minutes. After exchanging WeChat contacts, he drove away. Midnight. The moment Jiāng Mu got home, he flopped onto the sofa and started scrolling through his phone. Lěng Qīngyán, meanwhile, went into the bathroom alone to take a shower. The two were each occupied with their own affairs, leaving the entire villa eerily quiet. Jiāng Mu. After a while, Lěng Qīngyán called out to Jiāng Mu while drying her hair with a towel, got plans tomorrow? If not, could you swing by my rental place with me? I left something there. Sure, why not? Jiāng Mu replied without looking up from his phone, but it'll probably have to be tonight. I've got plans during the day. I'm meeting someone at the Intercontinental Raceway for some racing. Racing? Lěng Qīngyán stared at Jiāng Mu in astonishment. Don't tell me you're some kind of secret professional race car driver? No. Jiāng Mu shook his head. I've never raced against anyone. Then why are you going racing? Lěng Qīngyán asked, utterly baffled. For fun. Jiāng Mu didn't want to explain further, dismissing the question casually. Want to come watch? No way. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. I'm not really into cars. I'd rather binge watch shows at home. Fine. Jiāng Mu nodded. Then wait for me at home. When I get back, I'll take you to pick up your stuff. Alright. Lěng Qīngyán smiled and nodded. Oh, by the way, aren't you heading back to your hometown the day after tomorrow? Should I go to the mall ahead of time and pick up some things? Sure. Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before nodding. If you're free tomorrow, go to the nearby mall and pick some things up. Lěng Qīngyán nodded, then yawned. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. You should get some rest too. Wait. Jiāng Mu abruptly stood up, calling out to Lěng Qīngyán as she turned to leave. What is it? Lěng Qīngyán tilted her head, looking at Jiāng Mu with a puzzled expression. Water droplets glistened on her jet-black hair, dripping onto the floor. Her entire appearance resembled a lotus blossom emerging from the water, radiating breathtaking beauty. Jiāng Mu stared at Lěng Qīngyán, unsure how to begin for a long moment. Only when Lěng Qīngyán grew impatient did he finally bite his lip, muster his courage, and say, Tonight, can I come to your room and sleep with you? Ha! Lěng Qīngyán never dreamed Jiāng Mu would make such a request. Her pretty face was filled with astonishment. Her expression turned icy as she snapped, In your dreams. No. Jiāng Mu tried one last desperate attempt, grabbing Lěng Qīngyán as she turned to leave. His face was filled with sincerity as he pleaded, Qīngyán, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I just genuinely want to live with you. And, fearing Lěng Qīngyán might still refuse him, Jiāng Mu hastily raised his hand in a solemn gesture above his head. I swear, I absolutely won't do anything inappropriate to you. Is that so? A cold, fake smile spread across Lěng Qīngyán's face as she twisted Jiāng Mu's ear, gritting her teeth. But I think you're already being way too much right now. Ow. Ow ow ow. The sharp pain made Jiāng Mu push Lěng Qīngyán away impatiently. I just wanted to share a room with you. What's so inappropriate about that? What did you say? Lěng Qīngyán was furious. Her pretty face turned icy. Jiāng Mu, get this straight. We're just friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. What gives you the right to share a room with me? Is it because of all the things you've given me? Or do you think I'm some gold digger who can be toyed with just by handing out gifts? If that's the case, I'll return every single one of them right now. As she spoke, a glistening tear rolled down Lěng Qīngyán's cheek. Her tear-streaked face looked truly heartbreaking. No, it's not that. Seeing Lěng Qīngyán genuinely upset, Jiāng Mu hurriedly explained, Forget it, I'll be honest with you. The reason I wanted to share a room with you was because, that room, is haunted. What? At the mention of ghosts, Lěng Qīngyán's body instantly grew cold. She stared at Jiāng Mu in utter disbelief. Are you serious? Don't scare me like that. Chapter 163, The Newlyweds' Third Update. Jiāng Mu had completely made up the haunted story in a panic. But, to his utter surprise, Lěng Qīngyán actually believed him. This instantly filled Jiāng Mu with delight, and he immediately continued along this line, Of course it's true. Actually, I didn't want to tell you about this. As he spoke, he gently guided Lěng Qīngyán back to sit on the sofa. He began his tall tale at a leisurely pace, because you're not some ghost hunting master who can help me solve this problem. Plus, you're a girl, you're naturally timid. But now that you've misunderstood me, I have no choice but to tell you. It happened the night before last. Jiāng Mu gestured with his hands as he spoke, the wind howled fiercely, dark clouds covered the sky. Hold on. Lěng Qīngyán cut him off. If I recall correctly, the night before last was a clear, sunny night. I was even leaning out the window, admiring the moon. Where did this fierce wind and dark clouds come from? Caught out by Lěng Qīngyán's sharp observation, Jiāng Mu felt a bit awkward. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Then maybe I got the dates mixed up. It must have been the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday was sunny too. Then it must have been the day before that. Impossible. Lěng Qīngyán dismissed it again. The day before yesterday, the moon was fullest. Its light flooded my room completely. Jiāng Mu was utterly speechless. Which day exactly did you not see the moon? Enough. Jiāng Mu cut Lěng Qīngyán off impatiently. I was just describing the terrifying atmosphere back then. Can you let me finish? Oh. Lěng Qīngyán pouted slightly. Then go on. Right. Jiāng Mu cleared his throat and continued, I was sleeping soundly when suddenly I heard this strange sound clack, clack, clack. That must have been the window not being closed. Lěng Qīngyán interrupted Jiāng Mu again, her expression serious. It was just the wind rattling it, making that sound. Jiāng Mu. You think you know everything, huh? You think you're so smart, huh? Shooting Lěng Qīngyán a resentful glare, Jiāng Mu continued, then, when I got up to check, sure enough, the window was open. But after I closed it and turned around, guess what I saw? What? Lěng Qīngyán knew the scariest part was coming and silently curled herself into a ball, hiding behind the pillow. A figure with hair all over the place. Jiāng Mu described it vividly. My heart was pounding like crazy, thump, thump, and my mouth felt like it was stuffed with something I couldn't speak. Then what happened? Lěng Qīngyán was genuinely frightened now, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her knuckles turned slightly white from gripping the sofa cushion too tightly. Then she drifted away. Jiāng Mu looked utterly serious. Even though she never actually did anything to me, my little heart was still terrified. So, can I come stay in your room with you? I promise. I won't touch you at all. I just need to stay one night. Is that okay? No. Lěng Qīngyán flung the cushion forcefully at Jiāng Mu, then left the living room without another word. Jiāng Mu watched her retreating figure. His mouth twitched repeatedly. He muttered angrily, damn it, no? After making me talk for so long? Do you think I'm telling you a bedtime story? The night passed without incident, and the eastern sky began to lighten. 8:40 in the morning. Jiāng Mu stumbled downstairs, half asleep, and found a steaming hot Chinese breakfast laid out on the table. His eyes lit up. He grabbed a steamed bun, ready to pop it into his mouth. But just as it was about to enter his mouth, he got a chopstick to the face instead. Wash your face and brush your teeth first. Come back and eat then. Lěng Qīngyán glared at him sternly. Oh. Jiāng Mu sighed dejectedly, turned, and walked into the bathroom. While brushing his teeth, he asked, Qīngyán, you didn't make this breakfast, did you? What else? Lěng Qīngyán gave him a look that said it was only natural. You know how to cook? Jiāng Mu was a bit surprised, but then again, it made sense. Lěng Qīngyán's father had abandoned her. Her birth mother had passed away early. Her stepmother treated her that way. She'd become independent at a young age, so it made sense she knew how to cook. The meals Lěng Qīngyán prepared, though not quite restaurant quality, were still quite delicious. The two of them sat there, eating breakfast and chatting cheerfully. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow across their faces. The scene felt especially warm and romantic. Qīngyán. Jiāng Mu stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth, chewing as he spoke, don't you think the way we are now looks just like a newlywed couple? Lěng Qīngyán felt it was somewhat true, and her pretty face flushed involuntarily. But she still retorted, not at all. Hurry up and eat your meal, stuffing your face won't shut you up. 10 a.m. Jiāng Mu arrived punctually at the entrance of the Intercontinental Raceway. No sooner had he parked his car than the short-haired beauty came trotting over to greet him. Panting slightly, she exclaimed, you finally made it. I've been waiting here for over an hour. We agreed on 10 o'clock, why did you come so early? Jiāng Mu replied coldly, then added, where are we racing? Track 3. The short-haired beauty smiled as she answered, I've already made arrangements. The next hour is all ours, we can use it however we want. Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded. I'll be waiting at racetrack 3. With that, Jiāng Mu floored the gas pedal and sped off. Leaving the short-haired beauty standing there, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. She grumbled, seriously, couldn't you have just taken me with you? Intercontinental Raceway. This venerable racetrack in Linhai City boasts nearly 40 years of history. Many internationally renowned racers had trained here. Thus, the Intercontinental Circuit enjoys considerable renown both within Dragon Nation and across the world. Hello, sir. This area is currently reserved, so you cannot enter. Jiāng Mu drove his car to the entrance of Track 3 when a young man in a work uniform hurried over and blocked his vehicle. Squeal. Jiāng Mu rolled down his window and said casually, I know. The person who booked it isn't named. At that moment, Jiāng Mu suddenly realized he didn't even know the short-haired beauty's name. Awkward. Ahem. Jiāng Mu cleared his throat and rephrased his question, is the person who booked the track a short-haired girl around 23 or 24 years old, with a strong, masculine charm and quite pretty? You must be referring to Sister Hongying. The young man replied with a smile, but she wasn't the one who booked the venue, so please back your car out and don't delay the guests who have reservations. Not her? Jiāng Mu felt a bit dazed. Just before entering, the short-haired beauty clearly said racetrack 3. Why was it wrong now? Chapter 164, Flying Over. Roar. 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 Just as Jiāng Mu was puzzling over this, a deafening roar erupted from behind him. Jiāng Mu glanced in the rearview mirror. A blood-red Porsche approached, though Jiāng Mu couldn't identify the exact model. But it was clear this car had been heavily modified. Its chassis was noticeably lower than that of a standard sports car. It also sported aerodynamic enhancements like a rear wing and shark fins, along with copious amounts of flashy graffiti. From a distance, the entire vehicle resembled a steel beast, creating an overwhelmingly powerful impression. A single glance was enough to set hearts racing. Holy! The moment the car appeared, the staff member who had been focused on talking to Jiāng Mu rushed toward the vehicle, shouting frantically, "Stop! Stop! You're going to crash! You're going to crash!" But the Porsche driver seemed oblivious, flooring the accelerator. The staff member was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. He hastily closed his eyes. Jiāng Mu sat in the car, his brow furrowed. He wasn't worried about the other car actually crashing into him, but this blatant act of provocation was deeply unsettling. Squeal! The next second, a shrill screech of brakes pierced the air, echoing through the quiet racetrack. The Porsche came to a steady halt directly behind Jiāng Mu's car. It came to a halt less than 0.1 centimeters from the rear bumper of Jiāng Mu's Ravenstone. Such godlike precision and distance control nearly made the staff's jaws drop. Eyes wide with awe, "Brother Wei, you truly live up to your reputation as Linhai City's driving legend. That was insane. You scared the crap out of me." Squeal! The Porsche window rolled down. A man wearing sunglasses, looking as cocky as hell, lit a cigarette. He retorted impatiently, "Look at you, scaredy cat. This little stunt isn't worth getting worked up over, okay?" Ha ha! The staff member's cheeks flushed crimson. Rubbing his ears, he offered an awkward smile. "Brother Wei is right. I really need to work on my nerves." The man didn't dwell on it. Exhaling a wisp of smoke, he gestured with his chin toward the Raventon parked ahead. "What's up with this car? I already reserved track 3. Why is it still here?" The staff member answered honestly, "He just arrived, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on. But I'll get rid of him right now." "No need." The man's brow furrowed beneath his sunglasses, and he chuckled mockingly, "Since he didn't want to leave just now, let him stay." With that, he turned off the Porsche's engine and pulled the handbrake. He stepped out and walked toward racetrack 3. As he walked, he handed the keys to a nearby staff member and instructed, "My Ferrari F8 is being towed to Gate C. Go drive it into the racetrack for me. Drive carefully. That's my brand new car. If you scratch it, I'll make you pay." "Yes, sir." The staff member swallowed nervously. He carefully took the keys and turned to leave the racetrack. "I love you walking alone through dark alleys. I love you standing tall without kneeling." The man shot a glance at the Raventon, perfectly blocked at the entrance of track 3 with no way out, and felt utterly satisfied. Humming a tune, he strolled leisurely toward the exit. Jiāng Mu sat inside the car. Watching the man's receding figure, his brow furrowed. An unquenchable irritation welled up from the depths of his heart. He thought to himself, "Why are there more and more jerks like this these days?" Beep! Just as the man was about to step into Raceway 3, Jiāng Mu honked sharply twice. Then, suppressing his rising anger as best he could, he spoke in a calm tone, "Hey, buddy, your car's blocking my way. Could you please move it? I need to get out." "My way?" The man turned his head and sneered, "This road isn't your private property, is it?" "Exactly." Jiāng Mu nodded. "But it's not yours either. So please move your car." "Oh?" The man chuckled, flashing a smug, infuriating grin. "What if I refuse to move?" At this, a flicker of quiet anger crossed Jiāng Mu's face. He spoke slowly and deliberately, "So you're saying you won't move out of the way?" "No, no, no." The man waved his hands repeatedly, grinning mockingly. "You misunderstand me. I'm just busy right now and don't have time to move it. If you're in a hurry, just fly over it." With that, he grinned and turned to walk away. Seeing this, Jiāng Mu's frown deepened. He sighed heavily and called out, "Wait a moment. I still have a few things to say." "Oh?" The man pulled his foot back, towering over Jiāng Mu as he picked his ear and sneered coldly, "Go ahead, what do you want to say?" Jiāng Mu glanced at the man's car through the rearview mirror and spoke slowly, "This car of yours from the day you picked it up to all the modifications must have cost you a pretty penny, right?" "Not bad." The man adopted an indifferent attitude. "Just over 4 million, not particularly expensive." "Oh." Jiāng Mu gave a light "oh." "Not too expensive indeed. All right, you can go. I've already figured out a way out." "Huh?" The man froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, gazing at Jiāng Mu with an expression reserved for little cuties. "What method? You wouldn't seriously be thinking of flying out, would you?" "No." Jiāng Mu shook his head flatly. "Crash through. The third-party liability insurance on my car is 5 million, just enough to cover the cost of yours." The man was dumbfounded. He never dreamed Jiāng Mu would resort to such a tactic, one that would cripple the enemy but cripple himself even more. For a moment, he was completely frozen. His face wore an expression like he'd seen a ghost. "Brother." After a long pause, the man tentatively asked Jiāng Mu, "You're not serious, are you? If you really ram out like that, you'll wreck this car too." "No big deal." Jiāng Mu grinned. This car was already written off in an accident not long ago, so it's lost a lot of value already. A little more depreciation won't hurt. Even if it gets scrapped, I won't care. I'll just buy a new one. Seeing Jiāng Mu's utterly unconcerned expression and his intensely serious gaze, the man started to panic. He thought to himself, damn it, this guy, he's not actually going to crash into it, is he? Roar! 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 Just as the man was wrestling with this thought, Jiāng Mu shifted into neutral and slammed the accelerator several times. A deafening roar echoed throughout Raceway 3. Then he abruptly shifted into reverse. The rear wheel spun wildly on the ground, locked solid by both the brakes and the handbrake. The shrill screech of rubber against metal echoed like death knells. Each strike pounded against the man's heart, stimulating every nerve in his body. Chapter 165, I Give Up. His inner defenses crumbled bit by bit, shattering completely. Cold sweat had long since beaded on his forehead, soaking through his collar. Squeak! Enough! Just as Jiāng Mu prepared to release the handbrake and ease off the brakes, the man completely broke down. After a furious shout, he said helplessly, Bro, I give up. I'll move the car right now. There was no other choice. This Porsche was too important to him. He dared not gamble. And, just now, he had glimpsed a flash of utter madness in Jiāng Mu's eyes. That madness sent a chill down his spine. Brother! After moving his car, the man slowly approached Jiāng Mu's vehicle. I'm Chang Wei. I've been a big shot in Linhai City for years and have never bowed to anyone. You're the first. What's your name? You're Chang Wei? Jiāng Mu froze. Then why did you attack Laifu? Chang Wei. Ever since Zhou Xingqi's film The Ninth-Rank Magistrate, the white-faced judge became a hit, Chang Wei had often been teased by his friends. So he knew exactly what Jiāng Mu meant by that question. His expression darkened as he shot Jiāng Mu a fierce glare. Bro, can't we just talk properly? Jiāng Mu sneered coldly, seems like you were the one who started talking trash, huh? Chang Wei. Fine, fine. Chang Wei, accustomed to his friends teasing him daily, couldn't be bothered to argue with Jiāng Mu over such trifles. He waved his hand dismissively. Let's drop it. If I'm not mistaken, you came to the racetrack for the racing too, right? Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before nodding. You could say that. Wanna race a few laps together? Chang Wei patted the roof of Jiāng Mu's car and grinned. No thanks. Jiāng Mu shook his head flatly. I came with a friend. I've got to race him. No time to hang out with you. Besides, you're no match for me. I'd hate to see you lose face. Put. Hearing this, Chang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Bro, you're blowing your own horn a bit too hard, aren't you? I'm the car god of Linhai City, the 3-time champion of the Dongyang Province Drift Championship, okay? Nothing but empty titles. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. I just haven't entered. Otherwise, you wouldn't have won the championship. Put. Chang Wei was nearly driven mad by Jiāng Mu's teasing. Standing there, he laughed so hard he sounded like a goose honking. Well then, we absolutely have to race. Let me see what this champion's got. Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. These private matches are pointless without any stakes involved. Stakes? Chang Wei murmured, then his eyes lit up. Who says there's no stakes? This tournament has 6 participants, each paying a 1 million yuan entry fee. Whoever wins the championship takes home 6 million. 6 million? At the mention of money, Jiāng Mu's eyes lit up instantly. His face lit up with excitement. Then I'm in. Let's go. Deep down, Jiāng Mu wished he could truly regard money as dirt. But there was no way around it, he was desperately short on cash right now. Alright. Seeing Jiāng Mu agree, Chang Wei couldn't help but smile. But the next second, his expression turned cold again. He looked at Jiāng Mu sternly and said, Bro, I forgot to mention if you want to enter the competition, you'll need to pay a 1 million yuan entry fee. No problem. Jiāng Mu agreed without hesitation. Should I transfer it to your bank account or scan your WeChat QR code? No rush on that. Chang Wei waved his hand with a smile. We'll settle it after the competition, whoever wins gets the payment. Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded. I'll head in first then. Chang Wei responded with a grunt, watching Jiāng Mu's receding figure as he chuckled to himself. He muttered to himself, what a little cutie. Just earned myself an extra million. There are many types of racing events. Common ones include formula racing, drift racing, rally racing, endurance racing, touring car racing, off-road racing, and drag racing, among others. They come in all shapes and sizes. But at their core, they all compete for one thing, speed. Whoever is fastest wins. Today, Jiāng Mu and his crew are competing in a drift race. Drift races are typically used as exhibition events. But they can also be used for competitive racing. Take Raceway 3 before them, for instance, it's a standard drift racing circuit. As far as the eye could see, the track was densely packed with turns. Winding and twisting, it resembled a massive python writhing its way through the landscape when viewed from above. It was truly spectacular. In real life, Jiāng Mu had never driven a race car, let alone competed against anyone. But his mind held championship-level driving skills, so he had no worries about winning. Vroom vroom vroom. What do you think? Chang Wei pulled the car into a nearby parking lot and walked over to Jiāng Mu. Pretty spectacular track, huh? Yeah. Jiāng Mu nodded non-committally. It really is quite spectacular. Ha! Jiāng Mu chuckled. So, before everyone else arrives, why not go up and run a couple laps? Get familiar with the track and warm up? No thanks. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Since it's a competition, we must uphold fairness, impartiality, and transparency. If I go up alone to run while you all stay behind, what kind of situation would that be? It's fine. Jiāng Mu reassured him with a smile. We've all run this track before, you're the only one who hasn't. So just get familiar with it, and don't break any rules. Still no. Jiāng Mu refused again, his face brimming with confidence. For a professional racer, any track is no big deal. Put. Jiāng Mu chuckled, patting Jiāng Mu's shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. Bro, before I met you, I thought I was pretty good at showing off. But seeing you, I gotta admit you've got me beat. Ha! Jiāng Mu smiled but said nothing. He knew Jiāng Mu was looking down on him, thinking he was just bragging. But none of that mattered. Whether he was bragging or not, they'd find out soon enough. Arguing endlessly was just a waste of breath. Useless. Roar. 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 Just then, a series of roaring engines echoed from gate CNA. Moments later, 4 vehicles came into Jiāng Mu's view. These vehicles, much like Jiāng Mu's, were all heavily modified. Though they might not cost as much as Jiāng Mu's Reventon, their performance absolutely outclassed his by a wide margin. Thus, the seemingly fair race had already become unfair from this moment onward. Tap tap tap. The newly arrived group parked their vehicles and strolled leisurely toward Jiāng Mu and Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu gave them a quick glance. 3 men, 4 women. The reason there were 4 women was that 3 of the men had brought female companions. The remaining one was a female race car driver. They were all around 20 to 27 years old, dressed in expensive clothes. They all looked like rich kids. Otherwise, $1 million entry fee? Ordinary people couldn't afford that. Chapter 166. Even tomboy girls have suitors? As Jiāng Mu sized up the group, they were equally sizing him up. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment and curiosity. The astonishment stemmed from his age, he was simply too young. The curiosity, however, centered on his identity. Oh. Jiāng Mu. The only female driver among them gave Jiāng Mu a quick look before turning to Jiāng Mu with a smile. Is this little guy your brother? Jiāng Mu shook his head. No, just a kid I met at the entrance. He's here for the race too. Oh? The female driver's eyes lit up. This is the first time I've seen such a young racer. After saying this, she fixed her gaze on Jiāng Mu and fluttered her eyelashes. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about big sister being your girlfriend? With that, she took Jiāng Mu's hand and placed it on her waist. Her alluring manner would have been irresistible to most men. But unfortunately, Jiāng Mu wasn't just any man. Having been exposed to top-tier beauties like Lěng Qīngyán, Shin Shouchen, and Su Rulan, he genuinely couldn't muster any interest in a 7 out of 10 type like this female driver. Sorry. Jiāng Mu withdrew his hand and offered a faint smile. I already have a girlfriend. Oh. A hint of disappointment flashed across the female driver's pretty face. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the man in the Prada vest beside them burst out laughing. Zhao Shuangshuang, if you ask me, you should stop chasing younger girls. You and Jiāng Mu should just pair up already, at least you won't be rejected. Get lost. Female driver Zhao Shuangshuang glared at the vest-wearing man, snapping, mind your own damn business. Ha ha. The vest guy chuckled, shifting his gaze to Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, what's going on with you and that Lu Honying? Did it happen or not? Jiāng Mu frowned, snapping back, none of your business either. Ha ha ha. The vest-wearing guy didn't get angry at the retort. He just laughed heartily and said, if you ask me, you should forget about that tomboy. Shuangshuang is so seductive and alluring. She must be louder than anyone else in bed. Isn't she way better than that tomboy Lu Honying? Bull. Jiāng Mu and Zhao Shuangshuang shouted this in unison. Then each hurled a curse. Li Di, if you don't know how to speak, shut your filthy mouth. If you keep quiet, no one will make you a mute. Yeah. Shut your asshole tight. Every time you open it, it stinks like rotten. Ha 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 ha. The man in the vest chuckled inwardly, feeling smug. Alright, enough messing around. Is everyone here? If we're all accounted for, let's get this show on the road. Hold on. Jiāng Mu waved his hand. One person's still missing, and I haven't even gotten my car yet. Car? The others froze, glancing back at the Porsche parked nearby. But your car's right over there. Jiāng Mu grinned smugly. I switched cars. Ferrari F8. Damn it. The vest-wearing man's face darkened. You little bastard, he snapped. So that's why you suddenly wanted to race us, you switched cars. No way. Zhao Shuangshuang furrowed her embroidered brows and pouted, you can't use the F8. It's not fair to us. Right. The others chimed in, it's unfair. Your skills are already better than ours, and now you're using the F8? We're obviously going to lose. Ha ha. Jiāng Mu chuckled. Alright, stop fussing. Fine, when we run laps later, I'll just add 2 extra seconds to my time. Is that okay? Add 2 seconds? Everyone chuckled and nodded in agreement. That'll work. Tap tap tap. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. Then a short-haired girl, clutching a helmet, came running over, panting heavily. Hongying. Chang Wei instantly recognized the figure as Lu Hongying, the girl he'd been longing for day and night. He hurried over to her. Long time no see. How have you been? Chang Wei? Upon recognizing Chang Wei, Lu Hongying's embroidered brows furrowed. Her lovely face darkened instantly, growing as cold as ice. What are you doing here? Ha ha. Chang Wei chuckled. I have Manager Wu's WeChat. He told me you'd be here racing at this time, so I reserved the place early to wait for you. Upon hearing this, Jiāng Mu suddenly understood. No wonder that short-haired beauty Lu Hongying had clearly said it was racetrack number 3, yet the staff had told her it was wrong. So Chang Wei was behind it all. But this Chang Wei was really something. With so many sexy, innocent, cute, and gentle beauties to choose from, he had to go after Lu Hongying, the tomboy whose mind was entirely on cars. He really is one of a kind. You're shameless. Lu Hongying was so enraged by Chang Wei's actions that her breathing grew ragged. Her eyes seemed to shoot flames. What right do you have to monitor my movements? I wasn't spying. Chang Wei explained, Manager Wu told me voluntarily. Enough. Lu Hongying dismissed his explanation with a frown. Chang Wei, I'm becoming more and more disappointed in you. With that, she shoved past Chang Wei and strode over to Jiāng Mu. Mr. Jiang, I'll contact the manager immediately and have him arrange a different venue for us. No need. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. I've already agreed to compete with them. If you want to compete against me, you should stay too. Ha? Lu Hongying froze, about to ask when Jiāng Mu had met Chang Wei. Chang Wei stepped forward first and asked, You two know each other? Yeah. Jiāng Mu nodded. The friend I mentioned, that's her. She invited me here. Oh. Chang Wei nodded, casting a suspicious glance at Lu Hongying and Jiāng Mu. So what's your relationship? Friends? Jiāng Mu was about to say they were friends. But Lu Hongying beat him to it. Let me introduce him to you. He's my boyfriend, and we already spent the night together last night. Don't bother me anymore. Boom. Lu Hongying's words struck Chang Wei like a bolt from the blue. It knocked him flat on his back. He froze in place, as if turned to stone. Endless agony spread through his heart. Hongying, is what you just said true? After a long moment, Chang Wei, clinging to a sliver of hope, slowly asked. Of course it's true. Lu Hongying replied earnestly, see for yourself. With that, Lu Hongying stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Jiāng Mu's cheek. A light pack. Click, click. Witnessing the woman he loved kiss another man. Chang Wei's heart felt as though it had been stabbed 10,000 times, the pain so intense it felt like it would bleed. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Chapter 167, You molested me. Jiāng Mu, suddenly used as a shield by Lu Hongying, wore a face full of rage. He opened his mouth to expose Lu Hongying's lie. But then, just then, Lu Hongying kissed him on the cheek. The icy cold sensation made Jiāng Mu's heart flutter. Suddenly, he realized, being dragged into this as a shield actually felt pretty good. And so, a wicked thought began to take root in Jiāng Mu's mind. Whoosh! After kissing Jiāng Mu, Lu Hongying was about to unleash a torrent of harsh words at Chang Wei when suddenly, a broad, strong hand wrapped around her waist. Her body was abruptly pulled into his embrace. Then, a deep, magnetic voice murmured in Lu Hongying's ear, Woman, do you realize you were playing with fire just now? Though Lu Hongying was exceptionally beautiful, she had always considered herself a tomboy since childhood. And that's what everyone had always called her. So, in her mind, the word shy had always belonged to those affected little girls. Not for her. She could never possibly feel that way. But in that moment when Jiāng Mu wrapped his arms around her waist, in that moment when his deep, magnetic voice echoed in her ear, she blushed. 2 patches of blush, as beautiful as the evening glow, quietly crept up her cheeks, spreading all the way to her ears. Her eyes fluttered gently, unable to meet Jiāng Mu's gaze, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening by half a beat. The next second, Jiāng Mu moved. He kissed Lu Hongying's red lips before she could react. He roughly pried open her teeth. Straight to the heart of the matter. Jiāng Mu's actions were so swift that Lu Hongying had no time to react before he conquered her. Giggle giggle giggle. Watching Jiāng Mu and Lu Hongying locked in a passionate kiss, the vest-wearing man chuckled, patting Chang Wei's shoulder sarcastically. How about it, Chang Wei? Feels pretty damn sweet, huh? Ha ha ha. Get lost. Watching the woman he'd pursued relentlessly for 3 years now held in another man's arms, Chang Wei felt as if his heart were being torn apart. Boundless agony mingled with boundless rage surged through him. His gaze fixed on Jiāng Mu, filled with murderous intent. Huff. After pushing Jiāng Mu away with every ounce of strength she had, Lu Hongying first let out a long sigh, then looked at him with eyes full of grievance. You scoundrel! Did you just grope me? Ha? Jiāng Mu's expression darkened, his face turning stern. Don't go around saying things like that. You were the one who used me as a shield in the first place. I was just collecting a little interest while helping you out. That's still unacceptable. Liu Hongying's face remained cold as she declared, You took my first kiss. You have to take responsibility for me. Clunk. Seeing Wu Hongying's utterly serious expression, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but panic. He thought to himself, this tomboy, she can't be serious about this, right? That would be a huge loss for him. After all, he was the type to dance through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. You're trying to renege on the deal? Wu Hongying's expression darkened instantly. Her fists clenched so tightly they cracked, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Her expression suggested that if Jiāng Mu dared utter a single word of refusal, she would flay him alive. Jiāng Mu felt a thin sheen of cold sweat break out on his forehead. He thought to himself, this time I've really screwed up big time. Young man. Chang Wei spoke up, his eyes fixed on Jiāng Mu with a dark intensity. He enunciated each word deliberately. Before the official match begins, I'd like to add a wager. I wonder if you dare to take it? A wager? Jiāng Mu's eyes lit up. He nodded with a smile. No problem. What do you want to add? If you lose the drift race later, you hand over your Leighton 1 to me. Chang Wei couldn't believe Jiāng Mu agreed without hesitation. And on top of that, he added with a grin that stretched from ear to ear, you'll kneel on the ground, kowtow to me 3 times, and shout Big Brother Wei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your girlfriend 3 times. Then you'll break up with Liu Hongying. No way. Before Jiāng Mu could respond, Liu Hongying spoke up first, he can't break up with me, so we refuse this bet. What do you say? Chang Wei completely ignored Liu Hongying's objection. His face cold, he fixed Jiāng Mu with a piercing stare. You dare, or you don't. I can. Without hesitation, Jiāng Mu agreed. Given the current situation, this was a golden opportunity for him to rake in some cash. There was no way he'd pass it up. What if you lose? Me lose? Chang Wei burst into such hearty laughter it made his sides ache, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. The others joined in with a roar of laughter. Clearly, no one believed Chang Wei could lose. Because Chang Wei was simply too formidable. The driving legend of Linhai City, 3-time consecutive champion of the Sanjia Danyang Province Drift Championship. These titles weren't just for show. They represented genuine, hard-earned skill. Not to mention, Chang Wei held the advantages of a modified vehicle and track familiarity. No matter how you looked at it, this was a sure win. No way. Seeing Jiāng Mu about to agree, Liu Hongying panicked. She rushed to Jiāng Mu's side and snapped coldly, I won't allow it. You must take responsibility for me. Jiāng Mu felt a headache coming on from Liu Hongying's outburst. After a long moment, he sighed helplessly and whispered into Liu Hongying's ear, relax, I'm definitely going to win. And even if I lose, we can just break up on the spot and get back together later, right? He never said we couldn't get back together after breaking up. Ha! Liu Hongying's eyes lit up at Jiāng Mu's words. She grinned, why didn't I think of that? Because you're dumb. Jiāng Mu shot Liu Hongying a reproachful glance and pushed her away. Alright, step aside. Don't interrupt my showboating. Turning to Chang Wei, Jiāng Mu spoke coolly, have you figured out what you'll do if you lose? Oomph. Chang Wei's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of contempt. Whatever. If I lose, you can punish me however you like. Whatever won't do. Jiāng Mu shook his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If you want my car, you must also put up an item of equal value as collateral. Otherwise, I'd be getting the short end of the stick. Here's the deal. Jiāng Mu continued, just by looking at that car you drive, I can tell you're a broke ass. I won't make things too hard for you. If you lose, just hand over both your Porsche and your Ferrari F8 to me. Broke ass? Hearing that description, Chang Wei's mouth twitched repeatedly. I'm at least one of the top 3 rich second-generation kids in Linhai City. How the hell did I become a poor schmuck in your mouth? Fine. Chang Wei couldn't be bothered to quibble over trivial details with Jiāng Mu. He agreed without hesitation. His eyes brimmed with confidence. Then let's start the competition now. Chang Wei continued, it's getting late. Let's not waste any more time. Chapter 168 He must be crazy. No way. The moment Chang Wei lifted his foot, Jiāng Mu's voice suddenly rang out from behind him, startling him. Frowning, he snapped, what now? You made 3 demands, the car, kneeling, and breaking up. Jiāng Mu said calmly, but I only made 1 demand. That's not fair, so? I have to make 2 more demands. Chang Wei. Frustrated by Jiāng Mu's antics, Chang Wei snapped, then hurry up and make them. Once you're done, we can start the race. Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before replying, kneeling and shouting I'm sorry is too childish. Only kids do that. So I don't want you to kneel, I just want your money. Put. Chang Wei was so furious he felt like he might spit blood. Damn it. If you want money, just say so. Why did you have to mock me first? Fine. Chang Wei forced down his irritation and spoke flatly, alright, how much do you want? 2 million. Jiāng Mu casually replied, 1 million for one condition, 2 million for two conditions. Deal. Chang Wei agreed without hesitation. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't afford the 2 million. Rather, he possessed absolute confidence that he would win 100%. So, none of that mattered. Alright. A fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of amusement flashed in Jiāng Mu's eyes. Then let's sign the contract. Contract? Chang Wei froze, then scowled. Betting is a verbal agreement. Why the hell do we need a stupid contract? No way. Jiāng Mu shook his head stubbornly. We absolutely need a contract. What if you renege on the deal? Chang Wei was so furious he felt like he might spit blood. He cursed, who do you think I am? I'm Chang Wei, one of the top 3 richest second-generation tycoons in Linhai City. My word is law. How could I possibly renege on a bet? Besides, how are we supposed to sign a contract? We don't have one, and we don't have a lawyer. Forget it. Let's just race. I promise I won't cheat. No problem. Jiāng Mu chuckled. I've got a contract ready in my car. Ever since that high-stakes wager at Green Willow Villa, Jiāng Mu had discovered the invaluable utility of contracts. So, with a wave of his hand, he'd made extra copies and kept them in his car for emergencies. Slap. Chang Wei was stunned when Jiāng Mu actually pulled out several contracts from his car. He thought to himself, this kid is seriously a freaking weirdo. The others shared Chang Wei's thoughts, convinced that Jiāng Mu must be mentally unstable. After all, who in their right mind carries contracts around with them? Here are 2 vehicle transfer contracts. Just sign your name, press your thumbprint, then hand over the big book for Lu Hongying to keep. Jiāng Mu handed the contracts to Chang Wei while explaining, as for the money, just transfer it to Lu Hongying now. She'll hold on to it. If you win, she'll return it to you. Fine. Chang Wei was thoroughly annoyed by Jiāng Mu. He just wanted to wrap this up quickly and get back to the race. Beep beep beep. A series of WeChat payment notifications chimed. Excluding Lu Hongying, a total of 5 people each paid Lu Hongying 1 million yuan as their entry fee. Chang Wei paid 3 million yuan, so he wasn't counted among the 5. Alright. Jiāng Mu, satisfied with the outcome, turned to Chang Wei and asked, how should we race? All at once, or one after another? The track is too narrow, only one vehicle can pass at a time. Chang Wei pointed at the winding track ahead and replied, we'll race one at a time, with a 10-second interval between each starter. Then we'll calculate the time each person takes to complete the course. Whoever finishes fastest wins. Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later. 6 vehicles came to a complete stop on the track. The female driver was in first place. Next came the 3 male riders. Chang Wei and Jiāng Mu brought up the rear. Little brother. Just as everyone was about to get in their cars and start the race, Zhao Shuangshuang swayed her serpentine waist as she glided toward Jiāng Mu. Her sensual red lips parted slightly as she murmured, our vehicles are all modified race cars. Most of the bodywork is made from carbon fiber. This material isn't just sturdy and durable, it's incredibly lightweight. So, racing against us with your stock Ravenstone puts you at a huge disadvantage. So, would you like Big Sister to lend you a car? Thanks for the offer. Jiāng Mu declined without hesitation. But I don't need it. This car is more than enough to handle you lot. The moment those words left his mouth, the hostility in everyone's gaze toward Jiāng Mu intensified. Sarcastic remarks filled the air. Little brother, I hope you're not just bragging that you actually have the skills to back it up. Ability my ass. If he were really that good, he wouldn't be a nobody. Blowing your own horn loud enough, hope you won't be covering your face later, just screaming my face hurts. Thinking you can beat us with a crappy Raventon? Talk is cheap. Listening to the crowd's jeers. Jiāng Mu's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a faint smile. He thought to himself, you'll see if I'm bluffing soon enough. Jiāng Mu. Lu Hongying spoke up then, leaning over Jiāng Mu's car with a worried expression. Why don't I race them for you? These guys are professional racers, they're really strong. You probably won't stand a chance against them. It's fine. Seeing Lu Hongying's sincere gaze, Jiāng Mu felt a warm surge in his heart, touched by her concern. He knew her concern was genuine. It wasn't just empty words. Still, he smiled and waved her off. Because with him on the field, this match, while not a guaranteed win, at the very least, there was still hope. If Lu Hongying took the field, however, defeat would be certain. Oh. Seeing Jiāng Mu's refusal, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Hongying's pretty face. The worry in her eyes deepened. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu looked at Lu Hongying before him, patting her shoulder reassuringly with a smile. I'll definitely win this match. With that, Jiāng Mu turned his attention away from Lu Hongying, rolled up the car window, and waited quietly for the race to begin. On your marks. The referee bellowed, raising his starting pistol high. Simultaneously, a woman in a form-fitting outfit, holding a large flag emblazoned with the Intercontinental Raceway logo, slowly walked to the center of the track. She raised the flag high above her head. Do. The piercing crack of the starting pistol echoed as the beauty swung the flag. The lead female driver, Jiāng Mu, propelled her car forward like an arrow drawn to its fullest, shooting out at breakneck speed. Whoosh! She covered nearly 50 meters in an instant, entering the first corner. 10 seconds later, the second shot rang out. Another car shot out, racing onto the track. Terrifying speeds sliced through the air. The piercing wind noise mingled with the roar of engines, echoing throughout the venue. Chapter 169, What the hell? Third update. Outside the track, the girlfriend of the second male driver, seeing her man take off. She stood beside the barrier, screaming wildly. The quiet venue suddenly erupted with noise. The third shot, the fourth shot, the fifth shot. As the gunfire grew more frequent, only Jiāng Mu's car remained at the track entrance. Everyone else surged onto the track, sprinting wildly through the course. It must be said, these people were truly skilled. Especially the female driver in first place and Chang Wei in fifth. Both possessed formidable strength. Barely 40 seconds had passed, yet Zhao Shuang in first place had already covered half the course. She had left the second place rider far behind. Though Chang Wei had just started, his bike shot forward like a bullet from a sniper rifle. He raced forward at incredible speed, clearing the first corner in the blink of an eye. Another gunshot rang out as Jiāng Mu, already primed and ready, abruptly released the brakes. The tires spun wildly on the tarmac, emitting a shrill roar. Then, like a leaping cheetah, it shot forward. In the blink of an eye, it reached the entrance of the first corner. His acceleration was clearly faster than everyone else's. Holy! Lu Honying, who had been watching Jiāng Mu the entire time, witnessed this scene. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. He actually outpaced Chang Wei's modified car at the start with a commercial vehicle? That's insane. The other onlookers noticed this too. Their eyes brimmed with utter disbelief. Damn it! Chang Wei, driving his Ferrari F8, had been keeping an eye on Jiāng Mu's movements while driving after the starting gun went off. When he saw Jiāng Mu's acceleration clearly surpass his own, he slammed his fist on the steering wheel in fury, cursing under his breath. He slammed the accelerator, determined to erase Jiāng Mu's head start before the next corner. The other racers, being farther behind Jiāng Mu, didn't notice this. They remained fully focused on driving. Whoosh! 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 One racing car after another swept across the track, their tires screeching as they sliced through the air, igniting the entire racecourse. The unique allure of racing infected every soul in Circuit 3. The crowd grew larger and larger, their cheers swelling louder and louder. Squeak! After navigating 4 turns, Chang Wei successfully overtook the car that had started 10 seconds ahead of him. His face beamed with excitement. He laughed heartily, this race. I, Chang Wei, have it in the bag. Before Chang Wei could finish his sentence, a dark shadow flashed past in his rearview mirror. Then, Jiāng Mu, driving the Raven, appeared behind his car. And he was less than 100 meters away. This terrifying scene made Chang Wei think he was seeing ghosts. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, a look of utter disbelief spread across his face. That brat? How could he run that fast? That's impossible. Chang Wei wasn't the only one having that thought. The male cyclist who had just been overtaken by Jiāng Mu was also there. Spectators lining the track were also there. Everyone was finding Jiāng Mu's speed utterly unbelievable. Forget it, never mind. Chang Wei, unable to make sense of it, stopped dwelling on it. He slammed the accelerator to the floor, conquering one corner after another. Halfway through the race, the first female driver to start, Jiāng Mu, successfully reached the finish line with an impressive time of 7 minutes, 3 seconds, and 24 hundredths. She shaved 2.37 seconds off her previous best time. This delighted her, and she couldn't hide the smile curling at the corners of her mouth. But when she saw the Raventon speeding across the track, her smile vanished completely. Surprise replaced her smile entirely. Because the Raventon driven by Jiāng Mu was simply too fast. Fast as a black lightning bolt. It was impossible not to be stunned. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chang Wei watched the Raventon closing in on him, snarling in fury as he slammed the accelerator into a state of near madness. He tried to shake off the Raventon this way. But that Ravenston was like an inescapable nightmare. Stuck right behind him, no matter how he maneuvered, he couldn't shake him off. Furious, Chang Wei was on the verge of losing his mind. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, that kid looks barely 18 or 19, yet he drives like a demon. It's bloody impossible. Squeak! Damn it! Just then, Chang Wei and Jiāng Mu entered the next curve simultaneously. But Chang Wei, having taken the corner too fast, was forced into a wide arc. Jiāng Mu, however, controlled his speed perfectly and took a tighter line. This allowed Ray Winton, who had been right on Chang Wei's tail, to instantly gain half a car length on the Ferrari F8. The entire crowd gasped in astonishment. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. In an instant, the entire Circuit 3 became livelier than a bustling market. Freak! A total freak! Starting a full 10 seconds behind Chang Wei, with no advantage in his car, and still overtaking him by half a car length? He's insane. To drive this well at 18 or 19, is this the legendary genius we've heard of? No, not a genius. A demonic genius. A freak of nature. A pure, unadulterated freak. My prediction, this kid's got this race in the bag. What do you think, could this kid be hiding his identity? Maybe he's actually an international champion? It's possible. Otherwise, how could he drive this well? Lu Hongying's eyes were filled with astonishment. She had assumed Jiāng Mu was just a spoiled rich kid, a playboy. A rich second-generation heir. But it turned out he was a genuine race car driver. And he was even better than her, a professional racer with 3 full years of experience. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover, nor measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. No, no, no. As Jiāng Mu was about to overtake him, despair flashed in Chang Wei's eyes. He shouted no, while frantically flooring the accelerator. Fortunately, thanks to his exceptional driving skills and experience, he managed to block Jiāng Mu's overtaking attempt. But in reality, he had already lost. Because Jiāng Mu had started a full 10 seconds later than him. Which meant, as long as Jiāng Mu stayed right behind him and didn't get dropped, his total time would be 10 seconds faster than his. Jiāng Mu was guaranteed to win. What should I do? What should I do? At this thought, a flicker of panic flashed in Chang Wei's eyes. His mind was in utter turmoil. He felt intensely agitated. Suddenly, Chang Wei seemed to have thought of a good solution. His eyes lit up and a sinister smile spread across his face. Chapter 170, Blade Passing. Impressed by my driving? Pretty impressive, huh? My skills are pretty impressive, huh? I'll slam on the brakes and take you down with me. Let's see what you can do about it. As he spoke, a venomous glint flashed in Chang Wei's eyes. A smug, cold smile curled his lips. Then he slammed on the brakes. Squeal! The moment the brakes hit, the shrill screech echoed across the entire raceway. The deep black tires left a long, trailing skid mark on the gray asphalt surface. It stretched for dozens of meters before slowly fading away. The crimson brake lights traced a graceful arc across the road. Stunningly beautiful, as dazzling as neon lights. But no one had the heart to appreciate this spectacle. Because everyone was pondering the same question, why on earth did Chang Wei suddenly slam on the brakes? Zhao Shuangshuan was also bewildered. Staring at the Ferrari F8 slowly cruising down the track, she muttered to herself, what the hell is Chang Wei doing? He usually drives like a maniac. Why did he suddenly slow down today? Could it be that his car wasn't modified properly? Did something go wrong? As the Lotus approached dangerously close to the Ferrari F8, Lu Hongying's pretty face turned deathly pale. She screamed at Jiāng Mu, hit the brakes. Her voice was so loud that the veins on her pale neck bulged. So loud that everyone turned to look at her. But unfortunately, no matter how desperately she screamed, Jiāng Mu, far away in the center of the track, couldn't hear her. The distance between her and Jiāng Mu was simply too great. So far that her voice dissipated into the air before it could reach him. Hey! Seeing that her voice couldn't carry the message, Lu Hongying sighed helplessly. Silently, she prayed for Jiāng Mu, hoping he would be safe. Inside the 11-ton. Jiāng Mu, who was plotting how to overtake Chang Wei, was startled when Chang Wei suddenly slammed on the brakes. Startled. His foot flew off the accelerator and slammed onto the brake pedal beside it. Simultaneously, he yanked the steering wheel hard, scraping the front of his car along the rear bumper of Chang Wei's Ferrari F8 as he slid past. He narrowly avoided the collision. Phew! Jiāng Mu, feeling like he'd escaped death's grasp, let out a long sigh of relief. He silently thanked his championship-level driving skills, otherwise, he would have slammed right into the rear bumper of that Ferrari. Everyone's in an uproar. Chang Wei, sitting inside the Ferrari, saw Jiāng Mu successfully dodge the collision through the rearview mirror. He froze for a moment, then snarled viciously, "Damn it, you got lucky this time. But I don't believe you'll keep getting lucky forever." With that, Chang Wei violently shifted the gear stick up from first to second. Then from second to third, finally accelerating all the way to sixth gear. The car shot forward like an arrow. He planned to repeat the same trick the moment Jiāng Mu caught up again. Phew! Seeing Jiāng Mu successfully evade this danger, Lu Hongying let out a long sigh of relief. Her previously anxious heart slowly calmed in that moment. Then, an unquenchable rage ignited within her. She shouted at Chang Wei, who was driving the Ferrari F8 on the track, "Chang Wei, are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't you know that crashing at this speed could kill someone? If you dare harm Jiāng Mu, I swear I'll make you pay with your life." Lu Hongying unleashed a torrent of curses, more than a dozen in rapid succession. But sadly, not a single word reached Chang Wei's ears. The distance between them was simply too great. Still, Lu Hongying felt half her anger vented. When Jiāng Mu saw Chang Wei pick up speed again, he too picked up his pace to keep up. This time, however, he exercised caution, keeping a safe distance to avoid Chang Wei suddenly slamming on the brakes again. At the same time, he silently pondered why Chang Wei had acted that way just now. Car trouble? Jiāng Mu shook his head. If the car had broken down, Chang Wei would definitely request a restart. Besides, judging by the state of his car now, it didn't look broken. Operating error? Mistook the brake for the accelerator? Jiāng Mu shook his head again. For someone like Chang Wei, a 3-time drift racing champion, how could he possibly make a mistake? And distinguishing between the brake and the accelerator, such a basic skill wasn't just for professional racers, even ordinary people could tell them apart. So he did it on purpose? Jiāng Mu nodded. That was highly likely. But why would he deliberately hit the brakes? Did he not want to win? After a moment, Jiāng Mu figured out the reason. He gave a cold smile and muttered to himself, so you were afraid of losing to me, that's why you deliberately caused an accident to end the race early. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but your little trick won't work on me. Having seen through Chang Wei's scheme, Jiāng Mu no longer trailed leisurely behind Chang Wei's car. Instead, he slammed his foot on the accelerator. His car transformed into a speeding bullet, shooting forward with a whoosh as it closed in on Chang Wei's vehicle at breakneck speed. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Through his rearview mirror, Chang Wei watched Jiāng Mu's Ravenon draw ever closer. Finally, when it was just a mere meter away, a sinister grin of triumph spread across his lips as he muttered, "Couldn't hold back any longer, huh? Then go to hell." Squeal. Chang Wei slammed on the brakes again. The Ferrari F8, which had been speeding along, instantly slowed to a halt. The blood-red brake lights glowed like the crimson eyes of a grim reaper. They loomed larger and larger before Jiāng Mu's eyes. Utterly terrifying. Chang Wei. Seeing Chang Wei resort to this trick again, Lu Hongying's rage reached its peak. She screamed hysterically at Chang Wei, "Your ancestors." "Wait, that makes me look weak. I'll have my ancestors yours 18 times over." Zhao Shuangshuan didn't curse as viciously as Lu Hongying. She still felt a quiet fury toward Chang Wei's actions. The others, too, looked down on Chang Wei's actions with utter contempt. Oomph. Jiāng Mu saw Chang Wei resorting to his old tricks and wore an expression that said, "I knew it." He then jerked the steering wheel sharply. He slammed on the brakes. The Raventon, which had been cruising normally, suddenly reared up on its rear wheels due to Jiāng Mu's bizarre maneuvers. From all 4 wheels on the ground, it shifted to just 2 wheels touching the road. It scraped past Chang Wei's Ferrari F8, carving out a path in the nick of time. Overtaking Chang Wei's Ferrari F8. Holy! Jiāng Mu's maneuver stunned everyone in Circuit 3. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the circuit. Is this the legendary blade overtaking maneuver? Damn it! I knew my driving instructor held back something when I got my license. Cut it out, you'd never learn it even if he did teach you. Impressive. This kid is incredible, he actually came up with a move like that. Amazing, absolutely incredible. Chapter 171, Breaking Records. As a professional race car driver, Lu Hongying was no stranger to these kinds of stunts typically used for show. But witnessing Jiāng Mu executed left her utterly stunned. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Jiāng Mu. Zhao Shuangshuang and the male driver who started second were also slightly taken aback. Their perception of Jiāng Mu, which had been one of disdain moments ago, gradually shifted to recognition and admiration. Holy! Chang Wei was completely dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. He never dreamed Jiāng Mu would pull off such show-stopping stunts in an exhibition race. He sat frozen in the driver's seat, his face frozen in utter disbelief. It took him several seconds to snap out of his shock. He frantically shifted gears and slammed the accelerator, determined to overtake Jiāng Mu again before the latter could get all 4 wheels back on the ground. He aimed to force Jiāng Mu back behind him. But unfortunately, he had missed the optimal moment to counterattack. Moreover, his car had just been nearly stationary. Even with sudden acceleration, it couldn't match Jiāng Mu's sustained full speed. So he could only watch helplessly as the Ravenstone driven by Jiāng Mu vanished from his sight. No, no, no! Chang Wei roared in frustration, stomping hard on the accelerator. He pursued Jiāng Mu like a madman. With Chang Wei, that roadblock, finally out of the way, Jiāng Mu could unleash his full potential. The Ravenon transformed into a bolt of lightning too swift for the naked eye to track, streaking along the winding track. In the blink of an eye, he left Chang Wei over 200 meters behind. The blood-red taillights trailed a dazzling neon streak across the road. Whoosh! As the race neared its conclusion, Jiāng Mu, piloting the Raven, successfully overtook the third-place driver. He charged straight toward the finish line. Total time, 6 minutes, 48 seconds, 42 hundredths. Surpassing the existing 2 scores, ranking first. Boom! The entire Raceway 3 erupted when this result flashed across the big screen. The crowd surged toward Jiāng Mu like a mad rush. In just a split second, the finish line once occupied by only 3 people became as crowded as a bustling market. Bro, you drive like a beast. Wanna join our sweetheart team for the Donyang Province Drift Championship? Bro, don't listen to him. His sweetheart crew only has 5 members, and their sponsors are dirt poor. You should join our Wild Wolf crew instead. Get lost. A driver as skilled as Brother Jiang wouldn't join a third-rate crew like yours. If he's joining, it should be a top-tier crew like our Linhai crew. Linhai? Put. Our Donyang team is the real deal. Join us, and I'll give you a 3 million yuan annual salary. We wild wolves don't offer annual salaries, but if you win the championship, we won't take a single cent of your 10 million yuan prize money. Linhai offers 5 million yuan annual salary, no bonus either. The crowd babbled and shouted, faces flushed with urgency. It felt like they were about to come to blows any second. Jiāng Mu was completely bewildered. He whispered to Lu Hongying beside him, "Wait, what's going on here? My performance was pretty good, right? How could you possibly call that good?" Lu Hongying furrowed her embroidered brows, her expression serious. "It should be called exceptionally good. You must understand, in the entire city of Linhai, the best drift race time over the past decade has only been 6 minutes, 49 seconds, and 53 hundredths. That's a full 1.11 seconds slower than yours. Your current time has already broken Linhai City's drift racing record." "Exactly." Zhao Shuangshuang chimed in from the side, "and that time was only because Chang Wei deliberately blocked you twice. Otherwise, you'd have been at least 10 seconds faster than this. That would have put your time at 6 minutes 38.42 seconds. A time like that would be unmatched across the entire Dongyang province, and it would even be competitive at the national level." "What?" Jiāng Mu was taken aback. "I was just cruising around casually. Is it really that impressive?" Lu Hongying, Zhao Shuangshuang, drivers number 2 and number 3. Everyone. "You're showing off, you know? We'll beat you up if you keep it up." Actually, Jiāng Mu really wasn't showing off. He was genuinely just cruising around, not pushing his true limits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so shot. That said, this championship-level driving skill is seriously impressive. Just cruising around, and he still managed such an impressive result. If he were to switch to a professional race car and really put his mind to it, wouldn't he become a world champion? This thought sparked an idea in Jiāng Mu's mind. To represent Longwei in a world-class racing competition, bring home a championship and bring glory to the nation. Squeak! Squeak! Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of Jiāng Mu breaking the record, 2 screeching brakes sounded nearby, catching everyone's attention. Thud! Chang Wei got out of his car and angrily slammed his helmet onto the ground. He stormed over to the group, cursing under his breath, his face twisted with rage. "My bike just had a problem. That race doesn't count. We're doing it again." "Ha!" At his words, the crowd froze in surprise. A flurry of expressions and comments erupted from the crowd. "I knew it. Chang Wei suddenly braking must have been a car malfunction, right? How else could he make such a rookie mistake?" "Exactly, that's what I was thinking too. Come on, I think Chang Wei was just trying to cheat. If his car really had a problem, why wait until after the race to say something? Why not request an early end to the race? Yeah, if there was a vehicle issue, he should have called for a stop earlier." In an instant, the crowd split into 3 factions. Some believed Chang Wei's car was genuinely broken and supported a rematch. Others thought Chang Wei was just trying to get out of it, his car wasn't broken at all, so there shouldn't be a rematch. Others remained neutral, neither fully supporting nor opposing the idea. The argument raged on, with no clear resolution in sight. Raceway 3 had become as noisy as a bustling market. "Enough!" At that moment, Jiāng Mu spoke up. He stepped forward quietly. Once the crowd fell silent, his eyes locked onto Chang Wei with piercing intensity. "Your car broke down, right?" "Yeah. It's broken." Chang Wei's voice trembled slightly with guilt as he spoke. But he gritted his teeth and met Jiāng Mu's piercing gaze, which seemed to cut through everything. "All right." Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, a slight curve lifting the corners of his mouth. "I happen to know a few friends who fix cars. I'll have them come take a good look at it. Once it's fixed, we'll race." Clunk! Hearing Jiāng Mu's words, Chang Wei's heart sank abruptly. He hurriedly tried to stop him. "No way." "Why?" Jiāng Mu hadn't been entirely sure if Chang Wei's car was genuinely broken. But judging by Chang Wei's reaction just now, he could tell Chang Wei's car wasn't broken at all. He gave a cold chuckle. "You're not afraid they'll come and expose your lie, are you?" Chapter 172, So Stubborn? Third update. Bull. Chang Wei snapped. My car really is broken. I'm not lying. What's there to be afraid of? Then why did you stop me from calling someone to check it?" Jiāng Mu pressed further. That's enough." Before Chang Wei could finish, Jiāng Mu waved his hand. "If you can't make up a story, don't bother. Whether your car is genuinely broken or just pretending, I can still race you. But this time," Jiāng Mu continued, "we'll add a wager. Whoever loses can never touch a car again, not even for daily driving. You up for it?" Boom. For most people, the wager Jiāng Mu proposed wouldn't mean much. But for someone like Chang Wei who relied on cars for his livelihood, depended on them for daily life, and cherished them as a passion, it felt like a death sentence. Chang Wei couldn't accept it. "No way. Absolutely not." "Then forget it." Jiāng Mu grinned. "I've already won anyway. Take it or leave it." With that, Jiāng Mu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Tang Ningxin? Mr. Jiang?" The The voice on the other end sounded visibly startled before breaking into a giggle. I never thought you'd ever call me on your own initiative. Why? Because. Tang Ningxin giggled, guard against fire, guard against theft, guard against your bestie. Jiāng Mu paused for a moment, then chuckled. Let's talk business. Sure. Tang Ningxin dropped the joking tone and spoke with complete seriousness. I've just got 2 cars ready. Jiāng Mu spoke calmly, one's a modified Porsche, not sure the exact model, and the other's a modified Ferrari F8. I plan to pawn both. Send someone to pick them up at racetrack 3 at the Intercontinental Circuit. Then transfer the money to me or Qīngyán, either is fine. Mr. Jiāng. Tang Ningxin was taken aback. Are you in the car business? How did you manage to get 2 more cars in just a few days? Ha ha. Jiāng Mu chuckled. This is way faster than building cars. Alright, gotta go. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Just the 2 of us? Tang Ningxin giggled playfully, just the 2 of us? Depends on the situation. Jiāng Mu grinned, we might skip dinner altogether and head straight to the hotel. Giggle giggle giggle. Tang Ningxin giggled uncontrollably at his teasing. After chatting with Jiāng Mu for a few more moments, she hung up the phone. Lu Hongying. After putting away his phone, Jiāng Mu turned to Lu Hongying beside him and said, You've always wanted to drive my car, right? Today's your chance. Be my driver and take me somewhere. Sure. Though it meant being the driver, Lu Hongying was still thrilled at the chance to touch the Raventon. She took the keys and climbed into the car. Jiāng Mu followed her inside. But halfway there, Chang Wei stopped him. You can't go. Why? Because we haven't had our rematch yet. Chang Wei gritted his teeth. And I can't let you take these 2 cars either. Otherwise, I'll report you for theft. Slap. Jiāng Mu knew this was coming. He slammed the signed contract hard against Chang Wei's face and snapped, It's right here in black and white. Your cars belong to me now. If you want them back, take me to court. As for the rematch, it's still the same bet as before. If you dare, we'll race again. If not, forget it. Staring at the contract in his hand, Chang Wei's eyes bulged with rage. The next second, he tore the contract into shreds, pointing at Jiāng Mu and snarling, Jiāng Mu, you just wait. This isn't over between us. Fine, fine, fine. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to respond. I'll be waiting. Now get out of my way. If I run over your foot, it's not my problem. With that, Jiāng Mu got into his car and drove away. Watching Jiāng Mu's receding figure, Chang Wei was so furious he felt like he might spit blood. His eyes burned with venom. Zhao Xuangshuang and the others, seeing the competition had ended, also dispersed. However, before officially leaving, Zhao Xuangshuang deliberately caught up with Jiāng Mu and asked for his WeChat. She told him that if he ever went to Yunhai City, he should message her. Jiāng Mu, where are we headed? After leaving the Intercontinental Raceway, Lu Hongying caressed the steering wheel of the Raventon. As delighted as a child who'd just gotten a cherished toy, she asked Jiāng Mu. Let's head to the nearby mall first. We can grab some things there. Though Jiāng Mu was a fake fiancé, this was his first visit to her home. It wouldn't be right to show up empty-handed. After much consideration, he decided to head to the nearby mall first to buy gifts for Su Ruolan's parents. Then he would proceed to Su Ruolan's home. Okay. Once she knew her destination, Lu Hongying felt like a race car driver who'd finally found the finish line. She slammed the gas pedal and shot out, speeding wildly down the road. Jiāng Mu wasn't afraid of the speed, because he knew Lu Hongying was absolutely reliable. But he feared the traffic police. He quickly tapped Lu Hongying's shoulder and sternly reminded her, this is a public road, not your backyard or a racetrack. Slow down. No problem. Lu Hongying thought Jiāng Mu was worried about her driving. She waved it off with a smile. My skills might not match yours, but they're definitely solid. I'm not worried about that, I'm worried about the traffic cops. Jiāng Mu snapped irritably, you're already speeding dangerously. Do you realize that? Oh. Only then did Lu Hongying recall the traffic police. She let out a disappointed "oh" before decisively slowing down. That's more like it. Jiāng Mu nodded with satisfaction. By the way, do you know what makes a good gift for the elderly? No idea. Lu Hongying's mind was completely occupied with driving. She had no spare attention for such matters. She shook her head without hesitation. What if it were your own parents? What would you give them? Jiāng Mu figured Lu Hongying and Su Ruolan were around the same age, so their parents should be from the same generation. He figured their tastes probably wouldn't differ much. He decided to use Lu Hongying's parents as a reference point. My parents? Lu Hongying froze at first, then a faint blush crept across her pretty face. She gave a coy smile and said, we've only just confirmed our relationship isn't meeting the parents a bit too fast? Jiāng Mu. Seeing Lu Hongying's misunderstanding, Jiāng Mu felt utterly speechless. Sighing, he said, Hongying, I'll be honest with you. I'm actually already married. My wife is Su Ruolan, the woman you saw yesterday. So, it's not possible between us. You should find someone else to be your boyfriend. No way. Lu Hongying raised her embroidered brows indignantly. You took my first kiss. You have to take responsibility for me. Even if you're married, you have to divorce her for me. Jiāng Mu. This girl, why is she so stubborn? Chapter 173, Menopause. 20 minutes later. Lu Hongying parked the car in the Yada Plaza vertical parking garage. She and Jiāng Mu walked toward Gate 1 of Yatai Plaza. Is this a shopping mall? Standing before Gate 1 Plaza, gazing up at the towering modern skyscraper before them, Jiāng Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. In his mind, shopping malls were typically 4 or 5 stories tall, long and narrow buildings. Or irregular structures like Wanda Plaza. But this shopping mall before him was actually a towering skyscraper. How could he not be astonished? This is our Linhai City landmark. Haven't you been here before? Lu Hongying looked at Jiāng Mu, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Yeah. This is my first time here. Most of the receipts Jiāng Mu had previously drawn from the lucky bags originated from this mall. But he'd only heard of the mall, never actually set foot inside. Hearing Jiāng Mu say he hadn't been here before, Lu Hongying's eyes lit up. She smiled warmly. Since you've never been here, I'll have to give you a proper introduction. After Lu Hongying's lengthy introduction lasting over 10 minutes, Jiāng Mu finally gained a basic understanding of Yatai Plaza. Yatai Plaza. The building stands 391 meters tall, with a total of 80 floors including levels B1, B2, and B3. The ownership of the first 30 floors belongs to the shopping mall. These constitute the actual shopping mall. Of the remaining 50 floors, 20 are high-end office spaces and 20 are dedicated to a hotel. The final 10 floors form a tourist attraction, offering high-altitude activities like bungee jumping and sky swings. The entire building truly encompasses everything from dining and entertainment to clothing, food, lodging, and transportation. It encompasses everything. It delivers a true one-stop service experience. Additionally, it offers everything from jadestone gambling to antiques and jade artifacts. Hearing you describe it like that, this Yatai Plaza must rake in quite a profit every year, right? Jiāng Mu asked Lu Hongying as they walked into the mall. Of course. Lu Hongying replied with an expression of utter certainty. Yatai Plaza's annual revenue soars to 300 billion yuan, with a net profit exceeding 130 billion yuan. Holy crap, that much! Even though Jiāng Mu had braced himself mentally, he still felt a jolt of surprise. After all, among all his current businesses excluding Times Group and Xianjiang Happy City, the annual revenue would barely reach 50 billion yuan, with net profit not exceeding 20 billion yuan. And that was the combined total output of 5 businesses. Even taking just one of them out of the mix, it couldn't hold a candle to Yatai Plaza's annual revenue. Damn it! At this thought, Jiāng Mu's eyes burned with envy. He secretly wished he could draw such a lucrative venture from the lucky bag. Then he wouldn't have to scramble for every penny to fund the 200 million yuan movie project. Wait! Jiāng Mu suddenly remembered something. A faint, mischievous smile touched his lips as he murmured to himself, I may not have such a lucrative venture myself, but I could drag the owner of Yada Plaza into investing in my movie. 200 million yuan, that shouldn't be much for him, right? Hey! Hurry up! Lu Hongying saw Jiāng Mu suddenly stop and urged him impatiently. Coming! Snapping out of his thoughts, Jiāng Mu responded before following Lu Hongying toward the supermarket on the basement level. Meanwhile, he quietly put his plan to rope in the owner of Lei Plaza to make a movie onto his agenda. Half an hour later, Jiāng Mu and Lu Hongying pushed a shopping cart overflowing with nutritional supplements to the checkout counter. With a long line ahead, they passed the time chatting idly. Is that you? Just as they were chatting happily, a woman's voice came from behind Jiāng Mu. It caught Jiāng Mu and Lu Hongying's attention. They instinctively turned to look. Then, a woman in her mid-20s, wearing a light yellow trench coat and black-rimmed glasses. A refined and elegant beauty came into Jiāng Mu's view. Oh, it really is you. The woman had initially been unsure. It wasn't until Jiāng Mu turned his head completely that she confirmed she hadn't mistaken him for someone else. She then glanced at the short-haired girl beside Jiāng Mu and remarked with a sarcastic tone, well done. You scared the last one away, and now you found another one so quickly. I really underestimated you. Huh? Jiāng Mu was a bit confused. What do you mean chased the last one away and found another? Who are you? Do I know you? Oh my. The bespectacled beauty clicked her tongue. Pretending not to know me? You're quite the player. No, it's not. Jiāng Mu was even more confused. What am I pretending? I genuinely don't know you. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Oh my. The bespectacled beauty gave a cold laugh. You're quite the actor. Fine. Let me remind you, hospital, surgical outpatient department. Hospital? Jiāng Mu thought carefully. He had visited 2 hospitals recently. One was the Third People's Hospital. The other was Yunding Mountain People's Hospital. Wait a minute. Jiāng Mu suddenly remembered something. After carefully examining the bespectacled beauty before him, he exclaimed in astonishment, You're that menopausal female doctor, Song Rui? Put. Hearing this, Song Rui nearly spat blood in anger. Her embroidered brows furrowed as she retorted irritably, "You're the one going through menopause. Watch your mouth." Oomph. Once he knew who she was, Jiāng Mu felt less intimidated. He grinned. "Last time I left, didn't I tell you to drink more of that Mrs. Oral liquid? Did you take it? I'm not going through menopause." Song Rui's embroidered brows knitted tightly as she snapped, "Like hell I would. Look at you, look at you." Jiāng Mu adopted a knowing expression. "I knew you didn't take it. Otherwise, your condition wouldn't have worsened like this. Here's what we'll do." Jiāng Mu continued, "I just bought a few boxes of Mrs. Oral liquid. Take them home and drink them. Consider it me doing a good deed, no need to pay." With that, he dumped an entire box of Mrs. Oral liquid from the shopping cart straight into Song Rui's arms. You. Song Rui stared at the massive box of Mrs. Oral liquid in her arms, feeling the strange stares from those around her. Her nose practically turned crooked with anger, her breathing quickening several beats. "Don't thank me." Jiāng Mu grinned, waving his hand dismissively. "This is just me doing a good deed, like Lei Feng. No need to thank me." Bang! Song Rui was furious with Jiāng Mu. She grabbed the Mrs. Oral liquid from her arms and slammed it hard against Jiāng Mu's body, roaring furiously, "Thanks a bunch, you big jerk. Take this damn thing away right now, or I'll smash it to pieces." "Hey!" Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly as he placed the oral liquid back into the shopping cart. "Song Rui, I know this is hard for you to accept, but your condition has reached a critical stage. You need treatment. Now, be a good girl. Take this box of Mrs. Oral liquid home and drink it. If it's not enough, I'll buy you more." Chapter 174. Her smile is beautiful. Watching Jiāng Mu coax her like a child eating dinner, urging her to take this box of Mrs. Oral liquid. Song Rui gritted her teeth in fury, her gaze toward Jiāng Mu filled with murderous intent. The next moment, she grabbed Lu Hongying's hand and declared, "Little sister, trust me, break up with him immediately." "Why?" Startled by Song Rui's outburst, Lu Hongying quickly pulled her hand away. Her face was filled with confusion. "Because." Song Rui shot a glance at Jiāng Mu, a hint of viciousness flickering in her eyes. Her expression seemed to say, "You forced my hand, don't blame me. Because he's a domestic abuser." Song Rui's voice was loud, instantly drawing the attention of many people. The once quiet checkout area erupted into a clamor of voices. "That young man looks so quiet and gentle, he doesn't seem like the type to be violent. Who knows? Maybe he's just putting on a show. What if he's a completely different person at home?" "You're absolutely right, you can never truly know someone's heart. People who commit domestic violence are the worst. I support breaking up with him." "Exactly, I support it too." Listening to the unanimous opinions, Song Rui felt so triumphant she could barely contain her joy. Her face beamed with the triumphant smile of a victor. "Domestic violence?" Lu Hongying froze, her gaze shifting to Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu shook his head at her, then leaned close to Lu Hongying's ear and whispered, "She's mentally unstable delusions mixed with early menopause. Don't engage with her. Just go along with whatever she says." "Oh." Lu Hongying nodded firmly, her expression showing understanding. "All right, I'll take your advice. I'll break up with him later." Song Rui saw her persuasion had worked. She turned back to Jiāng Mu with an air of superiority and declared, "Abusive man, rest assured. As long as I, Song Rui, am here, you won't be able to harm a single girl." Right. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to argue with her. "You're tough, you're awesome. Nothing else to do here, so we're out of here." With that, Jiāng Mu grabbed Lu Hongying's hand and turned to leave. Watching their receding figures, Song Rui felt like she'd won, yet somehow hadn't. Her heart felt hollow and unsettled. After a moment, she dropped her smile and dragged her shopping cart toward the checkout counter. "Ma'am, your total comes to 108 yuan. Okay." Song Rui pulled out her phone, paid, picked up her items, and started to leave. "Wait a moment, ma'am." Just as Song Rui stepped away from the register, the cashier rushed after her carrying a large box. "This gentleman asked me to give it to you." "That gentleman?" Jiāng Mu's face flashed through Song Rui's mind. She bent down to look. Sure enough, the entire box was filled with Mrs. Oral liquid. That domestic abuser. Staring at the overflowing box of Mrs. Oral liquid, Song Rui's anger flared instantly. Gritting her teeth, she muttered under her breath before grabbing the bottle and lunging toward the nearby trash can. Suddenly, a line of small print on the box caught her attention. Written in marker pen, it read, "Actually, you look pretty when you smile. Stop frowning all the time. Oh, and remember to take these pills. Signed, the Unthanked Good Samaritan." After reading the words, a wave of warmth suddenly washed over Song Rui's heart. She stood there murmuring to herself, "Am I really that beautiful when I smile?" Meanwhile, outside the mall. "Wait, why are you still following me?" Jiāng Mu frowned at Lu Hongying, who was trailing behind him like a shadow. "You're my boyfriend, of course I have to follow you," Lu Hongying declared with righteous indignation. "Jiāng Mu. Then how can I get you to stop following me?" Jiāng Mu was thoroughly annoyed by her and just wanted to get rid of her as quickly as possible. Then hurry over to Su Rulin's place for the date. Lu Hongying paused for a moment before saying, lend me your car. Jiāng Mu. I finally get it. Turns out this girl wasn't interested in him at all. She was after his car. Come to think of it, that made sense. Lu Hongying was obsessed with cars, how could she possibly be interested in boys? Fine. Jiāng Mu sighed and tossed the keys to Lu Hongying. Take it if you want. I won't need it for a while anyway. Just bring it back when you're done. Great. Seeing Jiāng Mu agree, Lu Hongying instantly lit up like a 4 or 5-year-old child. She snatched the keys from his hand and hopped into the car. She couldn't stop touching the steering wheel. Oh, right. I'm taking the car. What about you? After she'd had her fill of excitement, Lu Hongying turned back to ask Jiāng Mu. I'll just take a taxi. Jiāng Mu glanced at the time. It was only 3 in the afternoon. 2 whole hours remained until his 5 o'clock meeting with Su Rulin. Plenty of time. All right. Lu Hongying replied, waving to Jiāng Mu. I'll be off then. Bye. With that, she drove out of the parking lot. Jiāng Mu watched her receding figure and smiled helplessly. She's such a car-obsessed maniac. Wait. The next second, Jiāng Mu froze in shock. This was a parking lot, a full 100 meters from the roadside. With all these things in his hands, how was he supposed to get to the roadside to hail a cab? Hey! After a moment, Jiāng Mu gave up on calling Lu Hongying to come pick him up. He slowly made his way toward the roadside, carrying his things. Beep! After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, a black BMW X5 sped up from behind. It honked at him. Jiāng Mu instinctively stepped aside to make way. But to his surprise, the car stopped right in front of him and didn't move. This couldn't help but make him a bit curious. Squeak! The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face to Jiāng Mu. Zhang Lei? Seeing Zhang Lei, Jiāng Mu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He silently wondered why this guy hadn't rolled back to Yuansu County yet. Yo! Zhang Lei glanced at Jiāng Mu in feigned surprise. Hey, isn't this Mr. Rich Jiang? Haven't seen you in a few days. How'd you end up looking like this? Where's your Mercedes G63? Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to respond. He shot him a dismissive glance and kept walking. Hey, don't rush off. Zhang Lei wasn't about to let this chance to mock Jiāng Mu slip away. He strolled up alongside him, matching his pace. He sneered coldly, where's that swagger you had when you slapped me in the face with your phone the other day? If you've got the guts, go ahead and slap me again. Oomph. The girl sitting in the passenger seat of Zhang Lei's car sneered coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm, that act of pretending to be something he's not nearly killed him once. How could he possibly dare to do it again? Ever since that last time when Jiāng Mu had mercilessly smacked him in the face with his phone, and Zhang Lei had witnessed Jiāng Mu buying a Mercedes-Benz G63 with his own eyes. Zhang Lei had secretly investigated Jiāng Mu, determined to uncover how he'd suddenly come into such wealth. Chapter 175. Don't forget to record the video 3rd update. After months of digging, he discovered Jiāng Mu still lived in that same dilapidated tile-roofed shack in the countryside. His parents remained among the poorest families in the village. They had absolutely no money. This puzzled Zhang Lei greatly. Until just now, when he happened to see Jiāng Mu walking down from the parking lot carrying something. Only then did it dawn on him. So, all that wealth he'd displayed before had been a facade Jiāng Mu had put on. Otherwise, how could he possibly walk down instead of driving? Jiāng Mu. Seeing Jiāng Mu still silent, Zhang Lei pressed on, his words laced with provocation. Seriously, was it worth it? All that debt you racked up behind the scenes, just to show off in front of me? Debt? Jiāng Mu froze, staring at Zhang Lei in bewilderment. When did I borrow money? Enough, stop pretending. Zhang Lei adopted a knowing expression, grinning as he said, a few days ago, I sent someone to check on your place. You're still living in that shabby shack, and your family remains the poorest in the village. Plus, your Mercedes G63 is gone too. All these clues prove you're still a broke asshole. Put. After hearing Zhang Lei's analysis, Jiāng Mu burst out laughing. He slapped Zhang Lei on the shoulder and said, your analysis is spot on. Next time, you can skip the analysis altogether. Ha ha. Zhang Lei thought Jiāng Mu was complimenting him and grinned smugly. See? All those 1000 plus episodes of Detective Conan I watched weren't for nothing. Put. Jiāng Mu was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Waving his hand, he said, all right, you better get going. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll laugh myself to death right here. Leave? Zhang Lei chuckled. He wasn't about to leave before he'd finished his act. As far as I know, it's at least 2 kilometers from here to the nearest bus stop. Carrying all that stuff must be pretty inconvenient for you, right? It's fine. Jiāng Mu replied without turning his head. Ha! Zhang Lei smirked triumphantly. How about this? You kneel down and say, Daddy Zhang, I was wrong, and I'll give you a ride part of the way. How does that sound? No deal. Jiāng Mu refused without hesitation, then grinned. How about this instead? You kneel down, call me Dad 3 times, and kowtow to me 3 times. Then I'll buy you a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. How's that? You. Jiang Lei frowned and snapped, you're so broke you don't even have a car yourself, and you're talking about buying me a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? You sure know how to brag. Who said I don't have a car? Jiāng Mu laughed so hard his stomach hurt at Jiang Lei's naivety. My car just got driven away by my girlfriend. Put. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, Jiang Lei burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Pounding on the car door, he said, bro, no offense, but with your pathetic look, sniffing your own underwear would be like celebrating New Year's for you. And you call that a girlfriend? You're something else. After that, Jiang Lei seemed to think mocking Jiāng Mu wasn't enough. He turned to his girlfriend beside him and asked, honey, with a loser like him, would you even go out with him? Like hell I would. Jiang Lei's snake-like girlfriend shot Jiāng Mu a resentful glare and snapped, he's got no looks, no money, only a fool would go for him. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu gave a cold laugh. A chick like you? Even if you offered me money, I wouldn't take it. You. The snake-like girl was furious. She glared at Jiāng Mu fiercely before snorting coldly, I can't be bothered talking to a broke loser like you. I couldn't care less about talking to a green tea like you either. Jiāng Mu shot back without hesitation, giving the snake-like woman zero face. Beep. Just then, another car slowly pulled up beside them. It was a creamy white Beetle. The model was incredibly compact and adorable. It gave off a refreshingly bright impression. Honey, what kind of car is that? The snake-like woman turned her head and asked Jiang Lei upon seeing the car. A Volkswagen Beetle, nothing fancy. Jiang Lei casually replied, even the top-of-the-line version of this one only costs around 270,000 to 280,000 yuan, and it's already been discontinued. Oh. The snake-like woman let out a soft oh, then suddenly grabbed Jiang Lei's arm and cooed in a sweet, whiny voice, then can you buy me one just like hers? I told you it's discontinued. Jiang Lei yanked his arm away sharply, snapping irritably, by my ass. Oomph. The snake spirit girl's face instantly turned icy cold as she turned her head away in a sulk. Green tea. Jiāng Mu spoke up then, when looking for a boyfriend, you shouldn't just go for someone rich, you should find someone rich who'll actually spend money on you. Like this Beetle. Jiāng Mu pointed at the Beetle parked nearby. That's the one I bought for my girlfriend. Put. Jiang Lei laughed. Bro, gotta say, your bragging skills are legit. You see a pretty girl and just claim she's your girlfriend? How shameless can you be? What? Jiāng Mu grinned mischievously. You don't believe me? Like hell I do. Jiang Lei rolled his eyes in exasperation. If she's your girlfriend, I'll eat standing on my head. Fine. Jiāng Mu grinned. Deal. Just remember to record a video while you're eating it. Otherwise, it doesn't count. With that, Jiāng Mu ignored Jiang Lei's reaction. He picked up his things and strode toward the Beetle parked behind them. Jiang Lei and the snake-like woman peered out, half their heads exposed, staring intently at Jiāng Mu. Both were filled with confusion. Could it be that this woman was actually Jiāng Mu's girlfriend? Click. Just then, the female driver of the Beetle opened the door and stepped out. A pair of black-rimmed glasses sat upon her delicate cheeks. She looked refined and cultured. Beneath her pale yellow trenchcoat were a pair of long, straight legs. Though her entire legs were encased in tight jeans, they still caught the eye and stirred the imagination. Damn! This chick is hot. Jiang Lei stared at the female driver not far away, his mind secretly fantasizing about the scene of him and her. Saliva dripped onto the ground. At the same time, he silently cursed his luck, why couldn't he ever meet such a gorgeous girl? Click. Damn it! Watching Jiāng Mu actually get into that Beetle, Jiang Lei's pupils suddenly dilated. His face turned ashen. The snake-like beauty was equally stunned. She thought to herself, could it be, he's not a broke guy after all, but actually loaded? Beep. Just as Jiang Lei and the snake-like woman were lost in their wild speculations, the creamy white Beetle pulled up beside them. The window rolled down, and Jiāng Mu's face slowly came into view. Jiang Lei, don't forget to record a video of me eating upside down. Otherwise, it doesn't count. With that, the milky white Beetle floored it and sped off. Leaving Jiang Lei and the snake-like woman frozen in place, their faces frozen in utter disbelief. Chapter 176. You've even learned to jump the gun. Inside the Beetle. Jiāng Mu leaned lazily against the passenger seat, grinning as he took in the car's pink and pastel decorations. Song Rui never would have guessed a hot-tempered, irritable menopausal woman like you could have such a girly side. That's right. The owner of this milky white Beetle was none other than that female doctor from Yunding Mountain People's Hospital. The very same Song Rui who had just argued fiercely with Jiāng Mu in the supermarket. After leaving the supermarket, Song Rui clutched the box of Mrs. Oral liquid Jiāng Mu had given her. She slipped away from Yatai Plaza. She hurriedly climbed into her car. Her heart pounded harder than a first-time thief's. Because that was a whole box full of Mrs. Oral liquid. If anyone saw her, it would be a guaranteed major social disaster. But what she hadn't expected was running into Jiāng Mu as she exited the parking lot. And he was walking, which struck her as odd. So she honked a few times, motioning for Jiāng Mu to get in the car, intending to give him a ride. But now she was regretting it. Thud. Song Rui punched Jiāng Mu hard, her expression stern. Let me make this perfectly clear, I'm only 24. There's absolutely no way I could be going through menopause, okay? Well, if you're not going through menopause. Jiāng Mu grinned, pointing at the box of Mrs. Oral Liquid on the back seat and teased, why did you bring back the box of Mrs. Oral Liquid I gave you? Song Rui's pretty face flushed. Truthfully, she genuinely didn't want that box of oral liquid at first, convinced she could never possibly have that condition. But after reading the note Jiāng Mu left for her, she resolved to keep it. After all, it had cost a pretty penny, it would be wasteful to throw it away. Beyond that, deep down, she did suspect she might be showing signs of menopause. So she secretly brought the box back, planning to try the oral solution. But she could never tell Jiāng Mu about this thought. Her face flushed as she made excuses. Well, since you've already bought it, I'll take it home for my dad to drink. Is that okay? Is Auntie going through menopause too? Jiāng Mu asked with a look of surprise, then muttered to himself, that won't do. Stop by a pharmacy and I'll buy you a whole case to carry with you. Otherwise, it won't be effective. Squeak. Jiāng Mu. Song Rui was furious. She slammed on the brakes, grinding the tires to a halt, and gritted her teeth, get out of this car right now. Jiāng Mu feigned ignorance, glancing around and quipping, there aren't any pharmacies around here. Why get out? Song Rui. Then you get out too. I'm not driving you anymore. Song Rui forced down her anger, her face cold. Seeing Song Rui was genuinely furious, Jiāng Mu stopped teasing her. He grinned and said, alright. I promise I'll never mention the word menopause again. Is that good enough? Song Rui was really just venting, she didn't actually want Jiāng Mu to get out. Seeing Jiāng Mu back down, she gave a cold snort and continued driving forward. Ding ding ding. Just then, a phone ringtone sounded. Recognizing the familiar ringtone, Jiāng Mu assumed it was his own phone and answered without hesitation. Hello? Who is this? Hello? The person on the other end froze upon hearing Jiāng Mu's voice. Stopped abruptly, the words they'd been about to say suddenly stuck in their throat. Then, the voices of a man and a woman could be heard on the other end. The voices were faint, and Jiāng Mu couldn't make out every word. But he grasped the gist. They seemed to be verifying a phone number whether it was correct or not. After a long pause, a man's voice slowly spoke up, who is this, please? Jiāng Mu frowned, responding irritably, dude, are you kidding me? You call me, then ask who I am? No. The man on the other end clearly panicked and hurriedly explained, I meant to say, shouldn't this be my daughter Song Rui's phone? Song Rui's? Jiāng Mu froze. He pulled the phone away from his ear and looked at it. He was stunned. After all that, it turned out he'd picked up the wrong phone. No wonder, something just fell off. Here. Realizing his mistake, Jiāng Mu handed the phone to Song Rui, who was focused on driving. It's for you. For me? Still unaware that Jiāng Mu had grabbed the wrong phone, Song Rui froze upon hearing this. She and Jiāng Mu had only just met. Why would the person calling him be looking for her? Yes. Jiāng Mu nodded. Answer it quickly, or it'll hang up soon. But? Song Rui was even more confused. Who's calling? Your dad. Jiāng Mu told her the truth. My dad? Song Rui froze at the words. Then she flew into a rage, glaring fiercely at Jiāng Mu and snapping, don't think dragging your dad into this will make me go out with you. I absolutely refuse to date a domestic abuser like you. Give up that idea, With that, Song Rui hurled her phone at Jiāng Mu. She adopted a haughty expression that screamed, you're beneath me. Wait. I never. Jiāng Mu was dumbfounded. Are you crazy? When did I ever say I wanted to date you? Enough, stop pretending. Song Rui pushed her glasses up with her index finger, adopting an air of knowing everything. She gave a cold smile. You had your dad call me, didn't you? Just so he could convince me to be with you? Let me tell you, that won't work on me. Forget about me dating you. My dad? Jiāng Mu grew more and more confused. Song Rui, are you delusional? When did I ever ask my dad to call you and persuade you? Right now. Song Rui smirked triumphantly, pointing at the phone in Jiāng Mu's hand. Put. Jiāng Mu burst out laughing, uncontrollably. Song Rui, you're a bloody genius. This is your phone, I just grabbed the wrong one, okay? Ha? Song Rui froze. So, that means, the caller really was my dad? Congratulations. Jiāng Mu grinned. You've even learned to jump the gun. Song Rui. At that moment, Song Rui felt so embarrassed she wanted to sink into a hole. She then snatched her phone back with a cold expression and answered, hello, Dad. Ah. Right, I grabbed the wrong phone just now. He's just a friend. Not a boyfriend, just a regular friend. Oh my gosh. I'm telling the truth, I swear he's just a friend. No. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy signal on the other end, Song Rui wore an utterly dejected expression. She then punched Jiāng Mu hard in the arm and snapped, it's all your fault. Now my dad has the wrong idea. You're responsible for this. Chapter 177, A Promise Made. Take responsibility? Jiāng Mu chuckled. You said it yourself, we're not an option. So what exactly am I responsible for? Song Rui. I mean, you have to take responsibility for clearing up the misunderstanding. Song Rui forced down her anger. What nonsense are you thinking? Oh. Jiāng Mu nodded. No problem. I'll just call him right now and explain, right? With that, Jiāng Mu picked up Song Rui's phone and dialed the number. Hello, uncle? This is Jiāng Mu, a friend of Song Rui's. Not her boyfriend, just a friend. Not. Uncle. Uncle. Beep, beep, beep. Staring at the phone in her hand, Jiāng Mu was speechless. Why do all the older folks these days act just like Su Rulan's mom? He'd already said he wasn't her boyfriend, yet they acted like they couldn't understand. Well. Song Rui glanced back at Jiāng Mu and asked, did you explain it clearly? Like hell it's clear. Jiāng Mu rolled his eyes. Your dad just said your grandpa's having some big birthday celebration in a few days, and I have to go back with you. He even said if I don't go, you're not going either. Huh? Song Rui was stunned. How could my dad do that? No way. I have to explain this to him properly. Enough. Jiāng Mu grabbed her phone to stop her from calling. He won't believe a word you say right now. Let him cool off first. Alright. Song Rui felt Jiāng Mu had a point and nodded in agreement. So where are we going now? Song Rui pressed on. Could you drop me off at this residential complex? Jiāng Mu pulled out his phone, pulled up the address Su Rulan had sent him via WeChat, and handed it to Song Rui. Zhongxin Jingguation? Song Rui gasped. You live in the same complex as me? Wrong. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. I live in the Lake Heart Island villas. This is a friend's place. Phew. Song Rui exhaled deeply at the news. She patted her wildly beating heart and said, thank goodness I'm not living in the same complex as you domestic abuser. Otherwise, I definitely have nightmares. Jiāng Mu. You know what? If you keep calling me a domestic abuser. Jiāng Mu's gaze turned icy. I'll chase you down and then abuse you every single day? Ha! Song Rui laughed. Don't worry. No matter how hard you chase me, I'll never agree. Is that so? Jiāng Mu smiled back. Then how about we make a bet? What's the wager? Song Rui perked up, replying with a smile. Let's bet on whether I can become your boyfriend. If I lose, I'll buy you a car, anything under 5 million yuan, your choice. Deal. Song Rui smiled confidently. Then I'm definitely winning this car. What if I lose? After pondering for a while, Song Rui continued. Simple. Jiāng Mu grinned slyly. Just have dinner with me once, then kneel on the floor and sing Conquer 10 times for me. Deal. Song Rui nodded confidently. It's a deal. It's a deal. 30 minutes later. The car slowed to a stop within the Zhongxin Jingguan Mountain residential complex. The building you're looking for is the third one down this path. After parking, Song Rui pointed to the building in the distance and said to Jiāng Mu. Got it. Jiāng Mu nodded. See you at the birthday banquet. Huh? Song Rui froze. What birthday banquet? Didn't your dad say he wants me to attend your grandfather's birthday banquet as your boyfriend? Jiāng Mu grinned. When Jiāng Mu first learned he had to attend this banquet, every cell in his body resisted. But now it was different. He had that bet with Song Rui. He was determined to attend this birthday banquet no matter what. No way. Song Rui said coldly, it was just a misunderstanding, so you can't go. My legs are mine to do with as I please. Who are you to tell me otherwise? Jiāng Mu adopted a defiant posture, firing back before grabbing his things and walking away. He picked up his things and turned to leave. Watching Jiāng Mu's retreating figure, Song Rui stood rooted to the spot, stomping her foot in frustration. Gritting her teeth, she muttered to herself, oomph. Tonight I'll explain everything to my dad. We'll see how you manage to go then. Zhongxin Jingguation is one of Linhai City's first villa developments. Its current occupancy rate had already reached 96%. So even though it was surrounded by villas, the community itself was exceptionally lively. Every so often, you could spot a few elderly gentlemen leaning on their canes, sitting on benches in their own gardens soaking up the sun. Nearby, a group of 6 or 7-year-old children play and laugh together. The courtyard is filled with laughter and joy, brimming with the warmth of everyday life. Unit 103. Jiāng Mu glanced at the house number on the wall, then checked the address Su Rulan had sent her on her phone. After confirming it was correct, she raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Ding dong. Click. After 2 rings, the locked iron gate slid open automatically. Jiāng Mu stepped inside. The first sight to greet him was a long corridor draped with various fine plants. The emerald green foliage, bathed in the glow of the evening sunset, was half drenched in a golden hue. From afar, it looked absolutely stunning. Passing through the corridor, he continued deeper inside. The scene before him suddenly opened up. A vast courtyard came into Jiāng Mu's view. Within the courtyard, a row of rockeries stood arranged in a pleasingly staggered formation at the center. Clear water cascaded down them, resembling a miniature waterfall. Beneath the silvery spray, several goldfish played merrily in the water. From afar, the entire courtyard radiated an air of elegant tranquility. It calmed even the most restless heart. Jiāng Mu. Just as Jiāng Mu was admiring the courtyard's beauty, Su Rulin hurried over. Her fair, delicate arms naturally wrapped around his, a sweet smile lighting up her face. Her affectionate manner almost made Jiāng Mu believe he truly was her boyfriend. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder what Su Rulin was up to. Hadn't they agreed to clear things up today? Why was she suddenly clinging to his arm again? Accompanying Su Rulin to greet them were 2 men and 1 woman. Jiāng Mu recognized the woman. It was the same woman he had seen at the hot pot restaurant last night, Su Rulin's mother. One of the men had a square jaw, and his attire and demeanor gave off the air of a retired official. Judging by his age, he was likely Su Rulin's father. The other man appeared to be around Su Rulin's age and was quite handsome. But compared to a genuinely handsome man, he fell just a little short. At that moment, the man's gaze was fixed intently on Su Rulin's hands wrapped around Jiāng Mu's arm, his eyes burning with fury. So this is where the problem lies? Noticing the man's gaze, Jiāng Mu formed a rough guess in his mind. Chapter 178, When to Have Kids, third update. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Turning to Mrs. Su, he said, "Auntie, I bought these nutritional supplements for you and Uncle. Hope you like them. We love them. Anything you buy for us, we love." Mrs. Su beamed as she accepted the items from Jiāng Mu's hands, smiling warmly. "Come on, let's go inside and talk." "All right." Jiāng Mu responded and followed the others into the house. Jiāng Mu. After a few steps, Su Rulin slowed her pace slightly, her face filled with apology as she whispered to Jiāng Mu, "I'm so sorry. I meant to clear up the misunderstanding today, but I ended up using you as a shield again." "It's fine." Jiāng Mu gave a helpless smile. "I'm used to it." "Used to it?" Su Rulin froze, her expression turning stern as she demanded, "Besides me, who else have you ever shielded?" "Oh, plenty." Jiāng Mu chuckled playfully, "Qīngyán, Hongying, Yucheng, Xinyu, so many I can barely remember them all." "Oomph." Su Rulin angrily shook off Jiāng Mu's arm, gave a cold snort, and turned to walk inside. Seeing this, Jiāng Mu grabbed her arm and pulled her back, grinning. "What's the matter? Jealous that I've been a shield for so many girls?" Su Rulin's heart fluttered at his words. Right. What had come over her just now? Why had she suddenly gotten angry? Could it be she really was jealous? But he was just a little brother so much younger than her. How could I possibly like him? At this thought, Su Rulin's lovely face flushed crimson. She quickly slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to calm down. Then, flustered, she blurted out, "And no, you're overthinking it. Let's go. Don't rush." Jiāng Mu stopped her. "First tell me, what was that about with that guy earlier?" "His name is Li Liang. He's one of my father's men." "An underling?" Jiāng Mu was startled. "What does your father do? Does he need subordinates?" "My father is the vice president of Linhai University." Su Rulin explained calmly, "He's an associate professor at Linhai University. So technically, doesn't that make him my father's subordinate? And that's not all." Su Rulin continued, "He's also my dad's graduate student. For years, they worked on research together every day, like father and son. My dad often brought him home for meals. And not just once he introduced him to me, saying he's reliable, hardworking, diligent, smart, and comes from a good family. He insisted I should be with him." "Well, that sounds great, doesn't it?" Jiāng Mu was puzzled. "And I just saw him too, he's quite handsome. Why did you refuse? Don't tell me, you really want an older man with a younger woman?" Su Rulin flushed, shooting Jiāng Mu a glare. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not that kind of person. As for why I didn't accept him? Because he's sick." "Sick?" Jiāng Mu gasped, then sighed. "Oh man. What a waste. Such a young guy, and he's got impotence?" "Su Rulin. When did I say he had that kind of disease? Stop it." Su Rulin playfully slapped Jiāng Mu, then said seriously, "He has a psychological condition." "Psychological impotence? That's not easy to cure." Jiāng Mu looked serious. "But it's okay. I know a female doctor. I can ask her for you." Su Rulin. "Forget it, never mind." Su Rulin was furious. She glared at Jiāng Mu, then turned and stormed off. "Ha ha ha." Jiāng Mu pulled her back, chuckling. All right, I'm not teasing anymore. Go on." Su Rulin shot Jiāng Mu a resentful look before continuing, "Earlier, under my dad's persuasion, I dated him for a while. It was during that time I realized something was off about him. Every time he asked me out, it was always in this commanding tone." "A domineering CEO?" Jiāng Mu chimed in. "Exactly." Su Rulin nodded emphatically. "He'd constantly say things like, 'What about this woman? What about that woman?' It made me wonder if he'd been reading too many domineering CEO romance novels. And that's not even the worst part. Su Roland continued, the worst part is, the moment I told him we weren't compatible and wanted to break up, he started threatening suicide, constantly talking about slitting his wrists or jumping off buildings. Dating someone like that isn't just exhausting, it's terrifying. You live in constant fear, day after day. Jiāng Mu nodded. Exactly. Dating someone like that is truly exhausting. And if things go wrong, someone like that might even kill you with a knife. Then why not just tell your dad about this? Jiāng Mu replied earnestly, if you just told him, wouldn't he have stopped setting you up? I did. A helpless expression flashed across Su Roland's pretty face. But my dad insists it's my fault. He keeps saying I should just break up with him. Jiāng Mu. Fine then. Jiāng Mu sighed in exasperation. Your dad is one hell of a character. Don't talk nonsense. Su Roland gave Jiāng Mu a light slap and said, anyway, I absolutely don't want to see him anymore, so I really hope you can help me this once. Please, I'm begging you. Helping you isn't out of the question. Jiāng Mu stroked his chin. But what's in it for me? Su Roland's pretty face flushed. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, then, what do you want in return? How about this? Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before saying, I'll help you this time, but you have to treat me to dinner. Just the two of us, and throw in a dance routine too. Jiāng Mu currently had 3 tasks underway. 2 of them were particularly difficult to complete. So he wasn't in a rush. But the task of having dinner with 10 beauties each scoring over 90 in looks? That one was a breeze. He needed to put some effort into this one. Moreover, after several tests, Jiāng Mu discovered that this task specifically requires him to dine alone with a single beauty. Like yesterday, when he dined with 2 beauties together. Or the previous occasion with Jiāng Yunlian present, neither counted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically emphasized, just the 2 of us. I can't dance. Su Roland's embroidered brows furrowed. I've been clumsy since childhood. Why don't you just pick someone else? No, this is the one. Jiāng Mu looked stubbornly determined. And don't worry, the dance I'll ask you to do won't be too difficult. Well, fine. Seeing she couldn't out-argue Jiāng Mu, Su Roland reluctantly agreed. Inside the house. The interior decor of Su Roland's home mirrored the courtyard style, radiating a fresh and elegant charm everywhere. It felt incredibly comfortable. Little Jiāng. Su's mother beamed at Jiāng Mu with affection, her face radiant with kindness. Have you and my Lan decided when you'll start a family? Chapter 179, revealing the truth. Put. Jiāng Mu, who was drinking tea, immediately spit it out upon hearing those words. Embarrassed, he wiped his mouth and said, Auntie, Lan and I aren't even married yet. Talking about kids, isn't that a bit premature? Exactly, Mom. Su Roland chimed in, her face flushed. Who has kids before marriage? You're rushing things too much. In 3 more years, you'll be 30. Su's mother frowned sternly. How could I not be impatient? Besides, who says you can't have children before marriage? Your father and I had you first, then got married. There's no contradiction here, okay? Father Su awkwardly scratched his nose, slowly setting down his teacup. Clearing his throat, he said, Shoying, why are you discussing this with the kids? Talk about something useful. Oh, so now you think it's embarrassing? Su's mother sneered coldly, back when you grabbed my hand and insisted on dragging me into that little grove, why didn't you feel embarrassed then? Exposed, Su's father's flushed face turned crimson with embarrassment. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. If there hadn't been a crack in the floor, he would have crawled into it without hesitation. Auntie. Li Liang spoke up then, adjusting his glasses with a gentle smile. You're right, having a child doesn't conflict with marriage. But? Li Liang shifted his tone, rising slowly to stand before Jiāng Mu with an air of superiority. He looked down at him and declared, this man is unworthy of Lan. Therefore, I oppose this marriage. Boom. At these words, Mrs. Su's expression darkened instantly, her face turning so grim it seemed it could drip with water. Su Roland's embroidered brows knitted tightly, a thin layer of frost settling over her lovely face. Su's father, however, remained composed, as if he had anticipated Li Liang's outburst all along. Jiāng Mu cast a brief glance at the shifting expressions on everyone's faces. With a faint smile, he inquired, may I ask who you are? I am Roland's brother. Li Liang crossed his arms over his chest, adopting a haughty posture as he declared, just the day before yesterday, Uncle Su formally adopted me as his godson. Therefore, I possess the authority to voice this objection. Oh. Jiāng Mu nodded. You're correct. You do have the right to object. Ha? Hearing Jiāng Mu's words, Su Roland and her mother immediately grew flustered. Su's father's hand paused slightly as he lifted his cup, casting a subtle glance at Jiāng Mu out of the corner of his eye. His expression was incredibly complex. It held both the relief that Jiāng Mu had backed down and the anger that he had backed down. His initial impression of Jiāng Mu took a significant hit. Seeing Jiāng Mu back down, Li Liang assumed he was intimidated and smirked smugly. So, what are you still doing here? Get out of here already. Leave? Jiāng Mu smiled. Why should I leave? Li Liang. Is this guy mentally challenged or something? Suppressing his rising anger, Li Liang spoke calmly. You said it yourself, I have the right to object. So after I objected, things between you two ended. Got it this time? Put. Jiāng Mu laughed a wild, uncontrollable laugh. He looked at Li Liang as if he were mentally challenged. Bro, did a donkey kick you in the head when you were a kid? I said you have the right to object, but I never said I'd accept your objection. Li Liang. Then why the hell didn't you say so earlier? You ruined my moment. Phew. Su Rulin and Mrs. Su, hearing this, let out a long sigh of relief. The tension vanished from their faces, replaced by smiles. Xiao Jiang is right. Su's mother chuckled softly. You certainly have the right to object, but whether he accepts it or not is entirely up to him. And one more thing. Mrs. Su continued, don't think that just because my husband took you as his godson, you can meddle in our family affairs. Mind your place. Li Liang's face darkened with embarrassment. He bowed respectfully to Mrs. Su. You're absolutely right, godmother. I know I was wrong, but... Li Liang shifted his tone, his face set with determination. I'm only thinking of Lanlan's best interests. Godmother, consider this, he's so young, probably not even finished college yet. Do you really think he's capable of taking good care of Lanlan? That's the least of your worries. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. I'm definitely wealthier than you. Humph. Li Liang scoffed. So he's a rich kid, huh? Living off his parents' money, what kind of skill is that? Enough. Jiāng Mu sneered coldly. Stop acting like sour grapes. If you were a rich kid, you'd probably be even worse at squandering your fortune. Besides, Jiāng Mu sipped his tea and continued, who says I'm spending my parents' money? Every penny I have, I earned myself, okay? You earned it? Li Liang burst out laughing. Tell me, how did you earn it? You're such a braggart. Jiāng Mu looked at Li Liang, who was acting like a clown before him, sighed helplessly, and muttered to himself, you really can't reason with a stubborn fool. Since you're so eager to know, I'll tell you. First off, I own 5 businesses outright: Xingyang Cosmetic Hospital, Yuchuan Winery, Green Willow Manor, Mooching Pictures, and Xianjiang Amusement Park. All wholly owned by me. Beyond that, I'm the largest shareholder in Qingyan Media and Times Group. With all this, raking in a few $100 billion a year is no problem at all. Now do you still think I can't make money? After hearing Jiāng Mu's words, everyone present was stunned. Including Su Rulin. Everyone's mouths dropped open in astonishment. Their gazes toward Jiāng Mu shifted. Their eyes brimmed with shock and astonishment. Little Jiāng. After a moment, Mrs. Su regained her composure and found herself growing fonder of Jiāng Mu with every passing glance. After all, what mother-in-law wouldn't adore a son-in-law who was both wealthy and capable, and who genuinely loved her daughter? Given our family's circumstances, we never cared whether you had money or not. But seeing how well off you are puts my mind at ease. After all, she's my only daughter. I wouldn't want her to live a life of hardship, would I? I understand that completely. Jiāng Mu smiled gently, neither humble nor arrogant. Rest assured, I will never let Lanlan suffer hardship. That's good. Mrs. Su beamed with joy. After chatting with Jiāng Mu for a few more moments, she turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the living room, only Jiāng Mu, Su Rulin, Li Liang, and Su's father remained. Though Su's father hadn't spoken a word throughout, the expression on his face made it clear. He had come to accept Jiāng Mu. In his eyes, someone capable of managing so many companies couldn't possibly be anything but exceptional. Besides, having such a wealthy son-in-law would surely bring him prestige, wouldn't it? Li Liang sat on the sofa beside them, his face as dark as an iron pot. He had intended to take the opportunity to mock Jiāng Mu. But instead, he'd accidentally exposed a hidden tycoon. It felt like he'd shot himself in the foot, leaving him utterly frustrated. Chapter 180, so be it. Lan. After a moment, Li Liang seemed to think of something. He pulled a delicate bag from behind the sofa and handed it to Su Rulin. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and smiled faintly. It's your birthday present. Hope you like it. Su Rulin froze upon hearing this. She seemed to be wondering if today was indeed her birthday, then smiled faintly. Thank you. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have completely forgotten today is my birthday. Take a look. Li Liang wore an expression that said, I knew it, as he teased, I knew you'd forget. But it's okay. From now on, I'll give you a gift every birthday to remind you. Hearing Li Liang's slightly ambiguous words, Su Rulin's smile instantly froze on her pretty face. She waved her hand and said, no need. Actually, for me, whether I celebrate my birthday or not doesn't really matter. That's not acceptable. Li Liang frowned, feigning anger. Birthdays only come once a year, how could you skip it? And don't feel awkward. Even if we can't be husband and wife, we can still be brother and sister, right? Then it's still unnecessary. These words came from Jiāng Mu. Setting down his teacup, he smiled faintly. From now on, I'll be the one celebrating Lanlan's birthday every year. So there's no need to trouble you. Is that so? Li Liang gave a cold chuckle. So you're saying you prepared a birthday gift for Lan Lan today too? Li Liang said this because he was absolutely certain Jiāng Mu hadn't prepared a gift for Su Rolan. After all, even Su Rolan herself didn't know today was her birthday. Jiāng Mu certainly wouldn't have known either, let alone prepared a gift in advance. In fact, Jiāng Mu genuinely had no idea today was Su Rolan's birthday. Nor had he prepared a gift. After all, he and Su Rolan had only met a handful of times over the years. How could he possibly know when her birthday was? But such matters were no challenge for him. After all, his system backpack still held 3 unopened black lucky bags. Whatever he pulled out could serve as a birthday present. Su Rolan's gaze now settled on Jiāng Mu. She secretly hoped Jiāng Mu had truly prepared a birthday gift for her. Though she knew the chances were slim. She couldn't help but entertain the thought. Perhaps, that's just how girls think. Knowing full well it was impossible, yet still clinging to hope. Of course. Just then, Jiāng Mu spoke slowly, a faint smile on his lips. Lanan and I are about to get married. How could I possibly forget her birthday? The moment those words left his mouth, Li Liang's face darkened instantly. Su Rolan's eyes lit up. She threw herself into Jiāng Mu's arms, giggling, "Where is it? Where is it? Quick, take it out and show me." "It's in the car." Jiāng Mu replied calmly, "I'll show you in a moment. Why don't you see what he got you first?" "Oh." A hint of disappointment flashed across Su Rolan's pretty face as she reluctantly unwrapped the gift Li Liang had given her. But as the contents gradually came into view, Su Rolan's expression shifted from initial reluctance to growing solemnity. Finally, a hint of deep emotion flickered in her eyes. She turned to Li Liang and said earnestly, "Thank you for the gift. I really like it." Receiving Su Rolan's affirmation, Li Liang instantly perked up, grinning widely. "I'm glad you like it, but..." At this point, Li Liang sighed helplessly, his gaze toward Su Rolan tinged with apology. "I'm sorry, Lan Lan. It's my fault for not being able to afford the real Heart of the Ocean necklace. All I could get you was this high-quality replica. But, rest assured, one day, I will give you the real Heart of the Ocean and place it around your neck. No need." A hint of melancholy flashed across Su Rolan's lovely face. "This replica is already wonderful. If I weren't so familiar with the Heart of the Ocean, I wouldn't even have noticed it was fake. So, even if I wear it out, no one will notice. And..." Su Rolan continued, "The real one costs over 9 million yuan and is already in the collection of a foreign collector. With your salary, even if you didn't eat or drink for a lifetime, you'd never be able to afford it." "I know." Li Liang nodded. "But Li Liang, keep my word. If I said I'd give you the real one, I will. Just wait. Sooner or later." Slap. Just as Li Liang was earnestly making his promise to Su Rolan, Jiāng Mu suddenly grabbed the high-quality replica Heart of the Ocean necklace and slammed it onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. This move genuinely startled both Li Liang and Su Rolan. Li Liang shot to his feet, pointing a finger at Jiāng Mu's nose and demanding coldly, "What do you think you're doing, smashing the necklace I gave to Lan Lan?" Su Rolan also looked at Jiāng Mu with a puzzled expression. They waited for Jiāng Mu's response. Su's father, who had been sprawled on the sofa reading, now put down his book and looked over. His eyes were filled with confusion. Jiāng Mu glanced around at the crowd. Seeing everyone staring at him, he sighed helplessly, his face wearing a lazy expression. It was fake anyway. So what if it broke? Big deal. What do you mean by that? Li Liang was furious. That necklace had cost him nearly a year's salary. He'd consulted countless artisans just to get it barely crafted. It held his heart and soul. Now it had been shattered by Jiāng Mu. How could he possibly tolerate this? This necklace may be fake, but I scoured half of Longwood and spent nearly 300,000 yuan to get it. You just say break it and it's broken? That's not right, is it? Nothing's inappropriate about it. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Forget 300,000 yuan, even if it cost 3 million or 30 million, I'd still smash it. I refuse to let Lalan wear a knockoff and be laughed at. I won't let her be humiliated. You don't want her to be laughed at? Don't want her to be humiliated? Li Liang gritted his teeth. Well then, since you're so loaded, why not just buy Lan a real one? Talk about having it easy. Is it that hard to buy her a real one? Jiāng Mu scoffed, slipping his hand into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. Simultaneously, he used his psychic energy to retrieve the ocean heart necklace he'd previously obtained from the lucky bag from his system backpack. This ocean heart necklace had been obtained during the last lucky bag draw, alongside the script for Naja, the demon boy. He had intended to save it for a future occasion, perhaps as a birthday gift or Valentine's Day present for Lěng Qīngyán. He hadn't pawned it. Little did he expect to encounter a counterfeit ocean heart here today. How could Jiāng Mu possibly pass up such a golden opportunity to show off? And so, the scene of Jiāng Mu furiously smashing the Heart of the Ocean replica unfolded. Chapter 181, Move to Tears, third update. Oomph. Li Liang gave a cold chuckle, pushing his gold-rimmed glasses up with his index finger. Adopting a smug, I'm the best attitude, he said. It's not hard, but do you have the guts to pull out the real thing and give it to Lan? Anyone can talk big. Smack. The moment Li Liang finished speaking, Jiāng Mu slammed a long, exquisitely wrapped box onto the coffee table. He then turned to Su Roland and said, "Happy birthday, honey. This is the gift I prepared for you. Open it and take a look." Oh, okay. Su Roland knew full well that her relationship with Jiāng Mu was fake. But being called wife by Jiāng Mu still made her cheeks flush bright red with embarrassment. Click. The moment the box was gently opened, Su Roland froze. Li Liang, who had been staring intently at the box, froze as well. Both wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After a long moment, Li Liang screamed like a madman, "This can't possibly be the real heart of the ocean. I've checked countless times. The genuine heart of the ocean was bought by a French collector. And he publicly declared it's not for sale at any price, so this absolutely can't be the real one." Jiāng Mu watched Li Liang, who was raving like a mad clown, and gave a cold smile. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. In this world, there are plenty of people far more capable than you. Li Liang was rendered speechless, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. Jiāng Mu. Su Roland finally tore her gaze away from the heart of the ocean necklace and turned to Jiāng Mu, her face full of confusion. "How on earth did you get your hands on this necklace?" Jiāng Mu naturally wouldn't reveal that the necklace was a gift from the system. He casually made up an excuse, raising an eyebrow at Su Roland. "A price she couldn't refuse, plus my dashing looks." "Ha?" Su Roland was stunned. The next moment, her eyes welled up involuntarily, brimming with sparkling tears. She was genuinely moved by Jiāng Mu. She hadn't coveted this necklace for just a day or two, it had been a decade-long obsession. During that time, she had repeatedly used her connections and resources to contact the collector, driving the asking price from 9 million yuan to 15 million yuan. But the collector never sold it. But Jiāng Mu had bought it back. That meant, the price he paid was definitely more than 15 million. It could very well have reached 20 million. Thinking about it this way, Su Roland felt the necklace in her hands grow unexpectedly heavy. Her admiration for Jiāng Mu skyrocketed like a rocket. But, she was puzzled. How did Jiāng Mu know today was her birthday? And how did he manage to prepare a necklace she'd been longing for as a gift? Could it be that Jiāng Mu had a secret crush on her? Had he been secretly watching her every move? At this thought, Su Roland's lovely face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Her gaze toward Jiāng Mu kept shifting. Jiāng Mu had no idea that his simple attempt to show off had stirred up such a storm in Su Roland's heart. He remained seated on the sofa, his expression unchanged. Though Su's father hadn't spoken a word throughout, his inner regard for Jiāng Mu had grown several degrees warmer. Godfather. After being put in his place twice by Jiāng Mu, Li Liang felt too humiliated to stay any longer. Rising from the sofa, he addressed Su's father. "I suddenly remembered I have some matters to attend to at school. I won't be staying for dinner." Oh. Mr. Su was a sensible man. He understood Li Liang couldn't bear to stay any longer. He didn't insist, nodding and replying, "All right, then go handle your business. Come by again when you have time." "All right." Li Liang nodded and turned to leave. Before leaving, he shot Jiāng Mu a vicious glare. His fierce gaze seemed to say, "Kid, you just wait. I'm not done with you yet." Jiāng Mu, however, paid him no mind whatsoever. In Jiāng Mu's eyes, Li Liang was nothing but a clown. He couldn't stir up any real trouble. "After dinner. Come in." Su Roland pushed open the door and addressed Jiāng Mu standing at the entrance. "All right." Jiāng Mu didn't hesitate, striding directly into Su Roland's bedroom. Su Roland truly lived up to her reputation as a powerhouse and workaholic. The spacious room was piled high with documents and contracts. The sight made Jiāng Mu's head spin. "Jiāng Mu, thank you so much for everything today," Su Roland said to Jiāng Mu as she slipped off her flesh-colored stockings. "No need to thank me." Jiāng Mu replied flatly, "Just don't forget what you promised me earlier." Jiāng Mu's reminder suddenly brought it back to Su Roland. She still owed him a meal and a dance. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. "Don't worry, I won't forget." Jiāng Mu nodded, his tone neither warm nor cold as he asked, "Are you satisfied with your current job?" "Ha?" Su Roland hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to ask that and replied with some surprise, "It's okay, why?" "Well, it's like this." Jiāng Mu placed the book he'd just picked up back on the shelf, his expression turning serious. "As the number of companies under my name continues to grow, managing them has become increasingly challenging. After all, I'm not an expert in this field, so I was wondering if you'd be willing to lend a hand and serve as my chief executive officer." Jiāng Mu currently only had 5 businesses under his name. But with more and more lucky bags being opened, the number would inevitably reach staggering proportions. He lacked business management expertise, and with the new semester approaching, he simply wouldn't have the time. So, finding a professional to help him manage the company is an urgent matter. Su Roland had never considered leaving Times Group. So when Jiāng Mu brought up this issue, she found herself at a loss for words. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "Could you give me some time to think this over?" "Of course." Jiāng Mu nodded firmly. "But I can only give you a week at most to consider it, since your resignation will still require some processing time." "All right." Su Rulan nodded firmly. "Rest assured, I'll give you an answer within 3 days. But, speaking of which, aren't all your current businesses already independently run? Even if I were to join, I'd still be stretched too thin. I've already thought this through." Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. "I'll establish a new company called Jiāng Group and convert all current businesses into subsidiaries under my controlling stake." "I see." Su Rulan nodded. "But that means a major overhaul. It's no small undertaking. That's precisely why I need your help." Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. "After all, you're the expert in this field." "Cut the crap." Su Rulan pursed her lips. "Stop flattering me. But don't worry, even if I can't join you, I'll still draft a proposal for you." "Great." Jiāng Mu nodded, then scratched his nose. We can chat all we want, but you don't have to pose like that to tempt me, do you?" Chapter 182, Stay the Night. Su Rulan glanced down and realized her sitting posture was indeed a bit unseemly. Her pretty face flushed instantly. She hurriedly tugged at the hem of her nightgown, covering her long, beautiful legs and the faintly visible view beneath. She shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving look and pouted, "Then just don't look." "Hey!" Jiāng Mu sighed feigned helplessness, then launched into a serious-sounding lie. "You see, I've actually had professional training. I absolutely never look at ordinary women. But you're different, you're a top-tier beauty. I just couldn't resist." "Put." Su Rulan giggled at Jiāng Mu's compliment, then suddenly stiffened her expression in feigned anger. "Well, you'd better control yourself, humph." "Oh, right." Su Rulan's cheeks flushed as she continued, Why don't you just stay here tonight? Don't go home." "What's that supposed to mean?" Jiāng Mu chuckled, teasing her, "Are you planning to answer Auntie's call and start having kids?" At this remark, Su Rulan's already flushed cheeks turned even redder. Her delicate features transformed in an instant into a ripe red apple, looking utterly tempting. Don't talk nonsense." Su Rulan glared fiercely at Jiāng Mu with her almond-shaped eyes, feigning anger. "What I meant was for you to stay in another room. Who said I wanted to share a room with you?" "Ha ha ha." Jiāng Mu laughed heartily. "All right, no more teasing. I need to head back to my hometown tomorrow, and I still have a lot to prepare. So I won't be staying." "Oh." For some reason, hearing Jiāng Mu say he wouldn't stay, a pang of disappointment welled up in Su Rulan's heart. Still, she didn't dwell on it too much. After all, asking a guy to stay over was something she'd already felt embarrassed enough saying once. How could she possibly bring it up a second time? "Rulan." Jiāng Mu spoke slowly, "Do you know the chairman of Yutai Plaza?" Su Rulan shook her head. "No, I don't. But I heard the current chairman of Yutai Plaza is supposedly the granddaughter of the original chairman. I've never met her though." "Why? Is there something you need to know about the chairman of Yutai Plaza?" "Yeah." Jiāng Mu nodded and spoke frankly, "I want to borrow some money from her." "Borrow money?" Su Rulan was stunned. "You're so wealthy, why would you need to borrow money from someone else?" "Ah." Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. "I have no choice. The businesses under my name haven't reached dividend payout yet, but I need to expand Xianjiang Amusement Park and invest in a movie production right now. If I don't borrow money, my funds just won't turn over." "A movie?" Su Rulan was taken aback. "I never imagined you'd venture into the film industry. But I hear it's a pretty murky business, are you sure you can handle it?" So, I guess." Jiāng Mu grinned. "How about you sponsor me a little, Miss Su?" "Sure thing." Su Rulan agreed without hesitation. "How much do you need?" Jiāng Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. "Not much, 100 million, say. Then I'll give you 1% of the movie's profits. Don't underestimate that 1%. Fearing Su Rulan might refuse, Jiāng Mu quickly added, "If the movie hits 5 billion yuan at the box office, you'll walk away with 160 million yuan. Making 60 million in just a few months? That's way better than putting it in the bank." "That much?" Su Rulan was taken aback. She'd thought making 10 million would be decent. But now it was 6 times her expectations. That return on investment was exceptionally high. "All right, I'm in," Su Rulan said as she pulled out her phone. "Send me your bank account number. I'll transfer the money right now." "Holy crap." Jiāng Mu was stunned by Su Rulan's unexpected generosity. He quickly laughed and teased, "Who knew you were such a little rich girl? Why don't you sponsor me?" As he spoke, Jiāng Mu leaned his head closer to Su Rulan, adopting the manner of a kitten seeking affection. Su Rulan giggled, pushing his head away. "Enough fooling around. I couldn't possibly afford to keep a billionaire like you. If anything, you'd be keeping me." "Ha!" After that, Jiāng Mu and Su Rulan signed the contract. After chatting idly for a while longer, he finally left Su Rulan's home. "Didn't you drive here?" Su Rulan stood at the villa entrance, pulling out a set of car keys adorned with a Donald Duck charm and handing them to Jiāng Mu. So take mine back. It might not be as fast as your sports car, but it'll get you home just fine. Whoa. Jiāng Mu glanced at the keys and teased with a smile, rich ladies or something else, you're using a Bentley as your daily driver? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Rulan shot Jiāng Mu a fierce glare, feigning indignation. Ha ha. Jiāng Mu chuckled, no longer teasing her. He took the keys and climbed into the blue-green Bentley Bentayga parked in the garage. He floored the accelerator and sped off. In the car. Ring ring. Jiāng Mu hadn't driven far when his phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and saw it was a video message from Tang Ningxin. He pressed the answer button immediately. Swish. The screen flickered and Tang Ningxin's charming face appeared on the display. Today, Tang Ningxin was still dressed in a cheongsam. She looked like a peerless beauty stepping out of a Republican-era film. Absolutely stunning. Hey there, Miss Tang. Jiāng Mu greeted Tang Ningxin on his phone while driving. Hello there, Mr. Handsome Jiang. Tang Ningxin giggled sweetly, mimicking Jiāng Mu's style as she responded, I've sold those 2 cars you asked me to pick up. Total sale price, 8.03 million. Send me your bank card details and I'll transfer the funds right away. Alright. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile. I'll send it right over. But just transfer 8 million back to me, keep the extra 30,000 as a little thank you for your trouble. Whoa. Tang Ningxin's eyes lit up. She grinned widely. Well, thank you for the generous tip, Mr. Handsome Jiang. Next time I have a chance, I'll treat you and Qīngyán to dinner. Sure. Jiāng Mu chuckled in agreement, chatted with Tang Ningxin for a few more moments, then hung up. Ding dong. Not long after the call ended, Jiāng Mu received a notification from his bank. Dear Dragon Nation Bank customer, your account ending in 7552 has received a deposit of 8 million yuan. Your current balance is 179,400,000 yuan. If you have any questions? Yes. Upon seeing the balance displayed in the text message, Jiāng Mu let out an excited shout. He muttered to himself, damn it, after all these days of hard work, I'm finally almost at 200 million. It's time to get Jiāng started on production. Chapter 183, None of Your Damn Business. Speaking, Jiāng Mu used the car's voice control to dial Jiāng's number. Beep, beep. Before the second ring finished, Jiāng picked up. His response was surprisingly quick. Hello, Mr. Jiāng. What brings you calling so late? Ignoring Jiāng's question, Jiāng Mu countered, what are you busy with right now? I'm interviewing new employees. Jiāng said with a laugh, you wouldn't believe it, these past few days, I've hit the jackpot, recruiting some of the top talent in the industry. Jiāng's tone was filled with genuine excitement as he spoke. It was clear he had genuinely recruited some exceptional individuals. That's great. Jiāng Mu replied with a smile, I've secured the funding for you. I'll transfer 100 million yuan over first. Use it for now. If you need more, just give me a call in advance. Got it, Mr. Jiāng. Having seen the world, Jiāng wasn't fazed when Jiāng Mu mentioned transferring 100 million yuan up front. Still, he was genuinely pleased. He chuckled, I'll have the finance department check the receipt shortly. Jiāng Mu nodded. Given our company's current situation, how long do you think it'll take to officially start production? Jiāng pondered for a moment before replying, probably about 3 days. We have another interview session tomorrow, followed by 1 day for project definition and another for coordination. So, the earliest would be 3 days. No way. Jiāng Mu was deeply dissatisfied with this answer. He flatly refused with a cold expression, I'm giving you only 1 day. Production must officially start after that day, and within 1 week, you must deliver a rough cut of the promotional video. Jiāng was stunned. 1 day? That was nowhere near enough time. What? Jiāng Mu asked coldly, can't you handle it? No. Jiāng detected the anger in Jiāng Mu's tone and immediately abandoned his plan to plead for more time. His face stern, he declared, I will definitely complete the task. Good. Jiāng Mu smiled with satisfaction. Then in 1 week's time, I'll be waiting for your good news. With that, Jiāng Mu hung up and continued driving forward with leisurely ease. System, use the universal fragment to complete the 5-story super luxury yacht. Ding. Universal fragment successfully used. Current progress for the 5-story luxury yacht is 88. Ready for immediate use. Proceed? Use it. Ding. 5-story luxury yacht card activated successfully. A representative will contact you within 10 seconds. Ring ring. Almost the instant the system notification faded, Jiāng Mu's phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. It must be the representative the system mentioned. Hello? After pressing the answer button, Jiāng Mu greeted politely. Hello, is this Mr. Jiāng Mu? Yes. Jiāng Mu nodded. And who is this? Hello, Mr. Jiang. Once the caller confirmed it was Jiāng Mu, their tone immediately became more respectful. I'm the sales manager at Shanghai Yacht Company. The batch of yachts you ordered from us a month ago has arrived at the cargo terminal in Linhai City. Would you be available to come sign for the delivery now? A batch? Jiāng Mu quickly grasped the crucial point in the caller's words. He wondered silently, could it be that the reward the system gave him wasn't just one yacht, but a whole fleet of yachts? At this thought, Jiāng Mu took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Alright, send me the address. I'll drive over right away. Yes, yes. The other party replied respectfully, I'll send the address via text message to your phone right away. Just give me a call when you arrive. Got it. Jiāng Mu casually agreed before hanging up. He stepped on the gas pedal and headed straight for the address the other party had sent. He was going to take a look at the 8-story luxury yacht he'd just acquired. A few minutes later. Stuck at a red light, Jiāng Mu spotted a familiar figure crossing the street directly ahead. It was a girl not exceptionally stunning. But she had a kind of enduring charm. She wore a dark yellow drawstring jacket over a pure white t-shirt. The strap of her crossbody bag ran precisely between her breasts, accentuating her alluring figure to perfection. Her flowing long hair danced in the breeze. Under the dim streetlights, it glowed with a golden halo. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, tossing a few strands of hair onto the girl's face. They obscured her eyes. Forcing her to halt her hurried pace, she stood there, gently tucking the wind-tossed strands behind her ears. The entire process unfolded before Jiāng Mu's eyes. Like watching a slow-motion scene in a movie, it mesmerized Jiāng Mu, leaving him completely transfixed. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened by half a beat. Thump! 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 Hey, buddy! Just as Jiāng Mu was lost in thought, the owner of a nearby convertible Aston Martin tapped his car's fender forcefully. He yelled at Jiāng Mu, a chick this hot? You and your beat-up Bentley Bentayga? No way you're getting anywhere with her. So stop staring and wipe that drool off your face. Jiāng Mu furrowed his brow. Is she your wife? The man shook his head. Then is she your girlfriend? The guy shook his head again. Then what the hell do you care if I look at her? Though Jiāng Mu had cursed at him, the other guy didn't get angry. He chuckled and said, right now it's none of my damn business, but soon it will be. Because, in 3 seconds, she'll fall head over heels for me and hop into the passenger seat. Put. Jiāng Mu laughed, looking at the other guy as if he were mentally challenged. Dude, you've got a big head, but you're as dumb as a rock. Your eyes are so small they're practically dead. Where the hell do you get your confidence? And in 3 seconds she'll fall for you? You're full of. You don't believe me? I'd be a fool to believe you. Oomph. The Martin owner chuckled. How about we make a bet? What's the bet? Jiāng Mu asked doubtfully. I bet I can pick her up in 3 seconds flat. If I do, you call me dad. If I don't, I call you dad. You up for it? The Martin owner, chewing bubblegum, said to Jiāng Mu with a playful look. Sure thing. Jiāng Mu's competitive spirit flared, and he accepted without hesitation. But what if I actually get her? You? The Martin owner scoffed. Bro, you're still not facing reality. I admit, your Bentayga isn't cheap, but girls don't care about that. They only go for sports cars like mine. Otherwise, why the hell would I be driving a convertible in this freezing weather, trying to look cool? Chapter 184, with True Heart 3rd update. Cut the crap. Jiāng Mu glanced at the red light less than a minute left. He pressed Martin, just tell me if I hook up with her, what are you gonna do? Seeing Jiāng Mu's stubborn persistence, the Martin driver sneered coldly, his neck stiffening as he bellowed, if you can get her, I'll call you grandpa. Fine. Jiāng Mu grinned mockingly. You big grandson, I'm taking you down. With that, Jiāng Mu didn't hesitate, he honked the horn. Beep. At that moment, the traffic light was green for southbound traffic and pedestrians were crossing the street at a leisurely pace. So when Jiāng Mu honked his horn, it instantly drew everyone's attention. One by one, murderous glances landed on Jiāng Mu. A few hotheads among them immediately started cursing at him. But Jiāng Mu paid them no mind whatsoever, his eyes fixed intently on the girl who had been startled by the honk, standing there looking dazed. He grinned. After calming down, the girl glanced up at Jiāng Mu. Then, her face frozen in astonishment, she stood rooted to the spot. Motionless. Hey! You there, standing in front of my car. Yeah, you. Stop staring. Jiāng Mu leaned out the window and shouted at the girl, I genuinely like you. So, would you be my girlfriend and get in my car? This sudden confession made the girl's eyes widen in shock. Her face was filled with utter disbelief. She stood there frozen, looking utterly adorable. Passers-by were also taken aback by the unexpected confession. They stopped in their tracks, switching into spectator mode. Nearby, the Martin car owner sneered coldly upon witnessing Jiāng Mu's clumsy pickup attempt. Bro, I was expecting something more original from you, he taunted. Turns out it's just this lame trick? You're killing me. Enough. The Martin owner continued, you failed. Now it's my turn. Hold on. Jiāng Mu coldly interrupted, who said I failed? Didn't you see they're ignoring you? The Martin owner was amused to the point of nearly laughing himself sick by Jiāng Mu's naivety and persistence. He looked at Jiāng Mu as if he were mentally challenged. Don't worry, I'll say one more thing and she'll definitely get in my car. Jiāng Mu flashed a confident smile, then turned back and shouted at the girl in a tone that brooked no argument. Didn't you hear me tell you to get in the car? Hurry up, move it. Oh. I got it. Don't be so mean to me. Seeing Jiāng Mu angry, the girl panicked and replied with a pout. She hurriedly ran to Jiāng Mu's car, pulled open the door, and climbed inside. Click. The moment the girl settled into the passenger seat, the onlookers were dumbfounded. What the hell was that all about? Do girls these days all prefer tough guys? The Martin owner was stunned too. His weathered face was filled with confusion. He thought to himself, could it be that sincerity alone is enough? You little brat. Just as Martin the car owner was questioning life, Jiāng Mu gave him a loud slap on the back and teased with a playful grin, Grandpa's taking Grandma for a walk, huh? Come visit us again when you have time. With that, Jiāng Mu accelerated his Bentley Bentayga the moment the light turned green and sped away, leaving Martin and the crowd of onlookers frozen in place. Life was a mystery. Inside the car, Jiāng Mu glanced at Lin Xiaoyu beside him and asked, why did you come back so late? That's right. That girl earlier was none other than Lin Xiaoyu. Otherwise, how could Jiāng Mu have dared to make that bet with the Martin owner? Ha! Lin Xiaoyu's mind was completely occupied by the scene just now, Jiāng Mu shouting his confession to her through the car window at the crosswalk. Her mind was in a complete whirl, and she hadn't even heard what Jiāng Mu had asked. But she didn't dare ask him, afraid he might be angry with her, so she just blurted out, I already ate. Jiāng Mu. When did I ask if you'd eaten? Ha! Jiāng Mu exhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he spoke again, I didn't ask if you ate. I asked why you came back so late. Oh. Lin Xiaoyu realized she'd answered the wrong question and awkwardly lowered her head. She whispered, the subway was packed today. I couldn't squeeze onto the first train. You little fool. Jiāng Mu muttered in exasperation before adding, don't take the subway anymore. Ha? Lin Xiaoyu froze. Then how am I supposed to get to work? Drive, of course. Jiāng Mu replied casually, I have so many cars. You can take any one you want. No. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head stubbornly. I don't drive. What's the problem? Jiāng Mu chuckled lightly, worried you'll drive one of my cars into a tree again? Caught red-handed, Lin Xiaoyu flushed crimson. She nodded timidly. Yeah, all your cars are too nice. If I wreck one, I couldn't afford to pay for it. Jiāng Mu chuckled at the silly girl's reaction. His face softened with affection. It's fine. If we wreck it, we'll just buy another one. And if you're really scared to drive expensive cars, I'll get you a cheaper one tomorrow. No. No way. Lin Xiaoyu tried to protest, but before she could finish, Jiāng Mu cut her off. You have to drive it. And if you don't know how, we can practice. Right now. With that, Jiāng Mu flicked on the right turn signal and pulled the car over to the side of the road. Ha! Seeing Jiāng Mu was serious, Lin Xiaoyu panicked. But she dared not defy him, so she steeled herself, swapped seats with Jiāng Mu, and climbed into the driver's seat. She began driving, trembling with fear. Xining District Freight Terminal, Linhai City. Intersection of Shangjiang Avenue and Pangdo Road. A young man dressed casually, handsome in appearance, stood on the deserted street, puffing away on a pipe. His eyes, cold and piercing, scanned every corner of the street. He seemed to be searching for something. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling. Suddenly, the ringtone of an old-fashioned cell phone sounded. The young man calmly pulled a vintage Nokia phone from his pocket, its buttons worn smooth. He pressed the answer button. Hello? The person you asked me to find is located. He's currently driving a blue-green Bentley Bentayga, heading westbound on Shangjiang Avenue. Looks like what we overheard on the phone earlier. He's here to pick up the yacht. A weak, breathy female voice spoke slowly over the phone. Good. The young man spoke slowly, his voice cold as ice, as if a demon resided in his throat, sending shivers down one's spine. Got it. How long until they arrive? Within 5 minutes. They're definitely here. The girl replied again. All right, understood. The young man nodded slightly, then instructed the girl on the phone, Ching, I won't be home these next few days. Don't forget to take your medicine, understand? Chapter 185 The Perfect Plan. Don't worry, big bro. The girl on the phone forced a smile despite her discomfort. I'm old enough to take care of myself. The young man nodded with satisfaction. Then get some rest. I've got to get back to work. Wait. Seeing the young man about to hang up, the girl hurriedly called out, Bro, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Bro, after you finish this job, can you please quit? Her voice was filled with worry. I don't want anything to happen to you. All right. The young man's eyes reddened slightly with emotion. He smiled and nodded. I'll listen to you. After this job, I'll quit. Then we'll find a little village and live a good life together. The girl seemed to envision the scene he described, a genuine smile spreading across her face. Her watery peach blossom eyes brimmed with hope. Qingqing, I can see their car now. Gotta go. The young man gazed at the blue-green Bentley Bentayga hundreds of meters away and told the girl, remember to take your medicine and take care of yourself. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be back to find you first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. The girl smiled faintly. Go now. Be careful. Okay. After hanging up, the young man stared at the Bentley Bentayga weaving erratically down the road. His narrowed eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. He flicked the burnt-out cigarette butt to the ground with a sharp flick and sneered coldly, if the Grim Reaper wants you dead by dawn, he won't wait till daybreak. Since you've made it onto my blacklist, Lěng Qīngyán, you've only yourself to blame for your bad luck. Hope you have better luck in your next life. That's right. This young man was none other than Lěng Qīngyán, the top-ranked expert who had appeared in Li Tanshu's office. After receiving the assassination assignment, Lěng Qīngyán drove alone to Linhai City. He arrived successfully at 3 p.m. He then began secretly plotting the assassination plan with his sister, Lěng Qīngyán. The entire plan was divided into 3 steps. Step 1, locate the target, Jiāng Mu. Thanks to Lěng Qīngyán's extraordinary hacking skills, this step took less than 20 minutes. She successfully uncovered all of Jiāng Mu's information and planted a virus in his phone disguised as a spam text message. They pinpointed Jiāng Mu's location and intercepted all his phone calls. Step 2, approach Jiāng Mu under false pretenses. From his calls, they learned Jiāng Mu was heading to the freight terminal in Xining District, Linhai City. Lěng Qīngyán purchased a set of work clothes, disguising himself as a laborer at the cargo terminal. He planned to stand by the roadside and flag down Jiāng Mu's car. He planned to claim that his family member was hospitalized and he urgently needed to get to the hospital, but there were no vehicles available, thereby successfully securing a ride with Jiāng Mu. Once the step was accomplished, Lěng Qīngyán could smoothly proceed to the third step of the assassination. The most crucial step. Inside the car, he used a handkerchief to suffocate Jiāng Mu and his girlfriend Lěng Qīngyán. He then staged the car as having brake failure and drove it into the sea, faking it as an accidental death to prevent the police from opening an investigation. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Lěng Qīngyán replayed his entire plan in his mind like watching a movie. A triumphant smile spread across his lips, impossible to suppress. He then pulled a wig from a backpack hidden in the grass and slipped it over his head. Pulling on a grimy baseball cap, he feigned urgency and strode toward the teal Bentley Bentayga. Meanwhile, atop the blue-green Bentley Bentayga. Go, go. Jiāng Mu slumped in the passenger seat, his voice lazy as he addressed Lin Xiaoyu, who was driving. Got it. Lin Xiaoyu nodded firmly, making a thumbs-up gesture with her hand, her eyes gleaming with determination. Don't worry, I'll give it my all. I'll definitely master driving today. Bang. Hey. Jiāng Mu flicked Lin Xiaoyu's forehead sharply, glaring at her with exasperation. I meant step on the gas. At this snail's pace, when do you expect us to get anywhere? Oh. Lin Xiaoyu winced, rubbing her head as she looked at Jiāng Mu with a pout. She tentatively asked, next time, could you just say step on the gas? Jiāng Mu. If riding in Lu Hongying's car was thrilling, then riding in Lin Xiaoyu's car was thrill upon thrill. Because Lin Xiaoyu's driving was downright terrifying. Along the way, she nearly rear-ended 3 cars, nearly drove into a tree 6 times, and nearly hit pedestrians 9 times. The most terrifying near miss happened while waiting at a traffic light. Lin Xiaoyu mixed up the brake and accelerator pedals. When she floored the gas, an elderly man in a wheelchair was so terrified he immediately started running. He'd just pulled off a medical miracle. Jiāng Mu was stunned into silence. He then turned around, silently gave Lin Xiaoyu a thumbs up, and urged her to switch careers and become a doctor. Otherwise, the path of medicine would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. All right. Jiāng Mu suppressed his rising anger, nodded to Lin Xiaoyu, then said lazily, well then, why don't you step on the gas now? Oh, okay. Lin Xiaoyu nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at grain before slamming her foot down on the accelerator. She pushed it all the way to the floor. As the engine roared like a mad beast, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to tell Lin Xiaoyu to ease off the gas, Lin Xiaoyu spoke first. Her face filled with surprise as she stared ahead, then turned to Jiāng Mu. Bro, that guy up ahead looks like he wants a ride. Should we pull over? Jiāng Mu followed the direction of Lin Xiaoyu's finger. A thin man in work clothes and a baseball cap stood by the roadside, frantically waving at them. His handsome face was etched with anxiety. Looks like he's a worker employed around here. Jiāng Mu scanned the area and, seeing no other vehicles besides his own, instructed Lin Xiaoyu, pull over next to him and see what he wants. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and lifted her foot off the accelerator. Muttering to herself, she repeated, left is the brake, right is the accelerator, left is the brake, right is the accelerator. Right. Left is the brake, right is the accelerator. After repeating this to herself countless times, Lin Xiaoyu pressed her foot down firmly on the right accelerator pedal. She pressed it all the way down. Roar! Propelled by a surge of fuel, the car that had been slowing down suddenly transformed into a beast awakening from slumber, darting forward with a whoosh. The powerful thrust slammed Jiāng Mu, who had been leaning forward, back into the seat. A dull thud echoed. The impact felt like his body was about to fall apart. It was unbearably painful. Chapter 186, Where's the brake? Lin Xiaoyu. Jiāng Mu gritted his teeth against the pain, whipping his head around to yell at Lin Xiaoyu, I told you to stop. Why'd you hit the gas? We're done for, bro. Lin Xiaoyu stared at the figure rapidly closing in on them, terrified out of her wits. Her face twisted with panic as she screamed at Jiāng Mu, We're going to crash. We're going to crash. What do we do? At those words, Jiāng Mu whipped his head around to look ahead. When he saw that his car was less than 5 meters away from that figure, even with his usual composure, he couldn't help but startle. The next second, he screamed frantically at Lin Xiaoyu, Hit the brakes. 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 Which one's the brake? Which one's the brake? Lin Xiaoyu was completely stunned, her mind going blank. Both hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles turned white. She screamed incoherently at Jiāng Mu. Outside the car. Upon seeing the blue-green Bentley Bentayga, now less than 30 meters away, he rushed into the middle of the road, waving frantically at the approaching vehicle. He shouted, Brother, stop. Brother, please stop. After several shouts, the blue-green Bentley Bentayga gradually slowed down. This made Lěng Qīngyán so happy he felt like he could fly. The corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. Haha, 8 million, it'll be mine soon. With this money, not only will Qingqing's heart be taken care of, but there'll be plenty left over. Then, I'll take Qingqing on trips around the world every day. The Maldives. Yeah, I hear it's nice. Why not start there? Boom. Just as Lěng Qīngyán was lost in fantasies of his future life, the Bentley Bentayga, which had been as docile as a lamb, suddenly accelerated. Like a roaring lion awakening, it charged straight toward him, its wheels screeching through the air. He was scared out of his wits. His mind raced. One question after another surfaced in his mind. Why did the opponent suddenly accelerate out of nowhere? Had it seen through his disguise and realized he was an assassin? At this speed, would they just run me over? And even if they knew he was an assassin, would they really ram him with a car? So many questions demanded answers. But at this moment, Lěng Qīngyán had neither the time nor the inclination to ponder them. He watched the Bentley Bentayga hurtling toward him and darted aside with lightning speed. Crash. 5 seconds later. Having underestimated the car's speed, Lěng Qīngyán was struck by its right wing. The powerful impact sent his body flying through the air like a. He crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious and in critical condition. Squeal! The shrill screech of brakes echoed down the entire street. Jiāng Mu and Lin Xiaoyu gasped for breath, their hearts pounding wildly. Their hearts pounded wildly. Bro! I think I hit someone. Still shaken, Lin Xiaoyu turned to Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu. What do you mean I think I hit someone? You actually hit someone, okay? But Jiāng Mu kept these thoughts to himself, not voicing them aloud. Because Lin Xiaoyu was in no state to handle any more shock. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to handle it. It's fine. After taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, Jiāng Mu patted Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder reassuringly. Stay in the car. I'll go check it out. Even if we did hit someone, there's no need to panic. We'll handle it however we need to handle it. Click. With that, Jiāng Mu yanked the door handle open, ready to step out. Brother! Just then, Lin Xiaoyu grabbed Jiāng Mu's wrist, her voice trembling with tears. Why don't I come with you? I'm a little scared staying here alone. Alright. Jiāng Mu didn't refuse. He nodded and said, let's go. But you have to promise me no matter what you see, don't be afraid. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu nodded firmly, then followed Jiāng Mu off the vehicle. Ha! After getting out, Jiāng Mu froze. The spot where someone had been lying moments ago was now empty except for a pool of dark blood. A living person had vanished in the span of mere seconds. Not a single soul was visible in the surrounding area. What the hell? Jiāng Mu scratched his head, feeling a bit dazed. He'd heard plenty of stories about hit and runs in his life. But this was the first time he'd ever seen the injured party flee the scene. Lin Xiaoyu was also stunned, clutching Jiāng Mu's arm tightly as she stammered, Bro, do you think it's possible he turned into a zombie after I hit him? Jiāng Mu rolled his eyes at her words. You've been watching too many Lam Qīngyán movies. Then how did he just vanish? Jiāng Mu shook his head. No idea. Anyway, we should report this to the police first. Even though the injured man had left on his own, Lin Xiaoyu was still technically at fault for the accident. Reporting it was necessary, otherwise, it could easily become a hit-and-run case. That would change the nature of the case entirely. Ha! At the mention of calling the police, Lin Xiaoyu's face instantly drained of color. Then, will I go to jail? Or get a ticket? Probably not. Jiāng Mu shook his head. Since the other person managed to leave the scene, their injuries probably weren't severe. You won't go to jail, so don't worry. Phew. That's good, that's good. Lin Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, her heart finally settling into place. Meanwhile, at the corner at the end of the road, in an artificial flower bed, Lěng Qīngyán lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The fabric on his right arm and leg, along with the skin beneath, had been completely worn away. Crimson blood stained his muscular thigh, turning it a vivid red. The sight was horrifying. Piercing agony shot through his nerves, reaching Lěng Qīngyán's brain. Cold sweat had long soaked through his clothes. His features contorted into a hideous grimace, his lips turning slightly pale. He trembled uncontrollably. Damn it! After a moment, when the pain had eased somewhat, Lěng Qīngyán reached into the backpack he carried with him and pulled out a large bottle of disinfectant. Twisting open the cap, he muttered curses under his breath. Who the hell is this Jiāng Mu? How did he figure out I'm an assassin before even meeting me? This is weird. Looks like those 8 million won't be so easy to earn after all. Clatter. Ah. The moment the antiseptic touched his wound, a searing pain like 1,000 ants gnawing at his flesh shot through every nerve in Lěng Qīngyán's body. He couldn't help but cry out, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Chapter 187, Re-encountering the White Deer, third update. But he was, after all, a top-tier assassin ranked among the top 3 on the killer's list. He managed to suppress his cries after just one outburst. Gritting his teeth, he finished disinfecting all the wounds. Then he took out a stack of bandages and wrapped the wounds. Once everything was taken care of, he pulled out his phone and dialed his sister's number. Hello, big bro? Did it work? I'll book your flight right now. The moment the call connected, Lěng Qīngyán's excited voice came through. No. Lěng Qīngyán shook his head helplessly. The plan failed. They somehow figured out I was an assassin and rammed me with a car. They rammed you with a car? Lěng Qīngyán's heart sank instantly. She hurriedly asked, how bad is it? Did you go to the hospital? I'm fine. Not wanting to worry Lěng Qīngyán forced a smile despite the pain. With my skills, how could anything be wrong? Just a little scrape on my hand. It's already disinfected and bandaged. Phew. Lěng Qīngyán exhaled deeply, her heart finally settling. That's good. So, do you still plan to continue with this mission? Of course. Lěng Qīngyán's tone was unwavering. But I need to devise a new plan. You keep watching him for now. If he makes any moves, notify me immediately. Got it. Lěng Qīngyán nodded solemnly. Don't worry, brother. I promise to complete the mission. 20 minutes later. Woo, woo. Amidst the wail of sirens, a stunningly poised beauty on a police motorcycle sped toward Jiāng Mu. Her eyes widened in recognition. Jiāng Mu? Officer Bai? Jiāng Mu's eyes lit up upon recognizing her. What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you on patrol again. Indeed. Bai Lu smiled faintly. Quite the coincidence indeed. 3 days prior, unable to endure the harassment from that male officer, Bai Lu had submitted a transfer request to her superiors. She was transferred from Nanshan District to Xining District. She was now working in this new district. She had thought that after this transfer, she would never see Jiāng Mu again. After all, Jiāng Mu had always been active in Nanshan District, not Xining District. Yet, to her astonishment, she encountered Jiāng Mu just 1 day after arriving at her new post. How could she not be astonished? But when she saw the girl beside Jiāng Mu, another new face. Her pretty face instantly fell. She thought to herself, I thought you were different from other rich jerks, but turns out you're just another scumbag after all. Explain yourself. With that thought, Bai Lu's attitude toward Jiāng Mu did a complete 180-degree turn. Her tone turned icy as she demanded, what's going on? It's like this, Officer Bai. Lin Xiaoyu spoke first, I was driving just now. You mean the injured person ran away on their own? After hearing Lin Xiaoyu's account, Bai Lu froze, her pretty face also showing a trace of confusion and surprise. Clearly, even she, a traffic policewoman who dealt with road issues daily, had never encountered such a bizarre incident. Yes, that's right. Lin Xiaoyu nodded solemnly. After my brother and I got out of the car, the person was gone. Wait. Bai Lu abruptly cut her off. Who did you say you were with? My brother. Lin Xiaoyu replied with a dazed expression, is there a problem? No, no problem. Upon learning Lin Xiaoyu was merely Jiāng Mu's sister, Bai Lu felt inexplicably relieved. A faint smile touched her previously icy face. I'll keep this in mind. You two should drive carefully from now on, practice safe driving, understand? Yes, Officer Bai. Lin Xiaoyu answered obediently. Alright. Bai Lu nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now. There's still a lot to handle at the station. Rest assured, I'll notify you immediately if any news comes in. Alright. Jiāng Mu gave a slight nod. Thank you, Officer Bai. You're welcome. Bai Lu smiled faintly. But, come to think of it, your situation bears a striking resemblance to an overseas case I came across online. In that case, the person who was hit also walked away on their own. After the case was solved, it turned out the victim was an assassin. They had intended to kill the driver of that car that day, so they deliberately flagged it down. Only, he didn't expect the driver to mistake him for a highway robber and run him over instead. And then what happened? Lin Xiaoyu listened with rapt attention, completely absorbing Bai Lu's account as if it were a story, and urged her on. He continued with his assassination plan and eventually killed the entire family of the driver who hit him. He was ultimately sentenced to death by the police. What? Lin Xiaoyu shuddered in fright. Then, the guy we hit, he couldn't be an assassin too, could he? No way. Bai Lu laughed heartily. Yours is just a coincidence. Don't worry. Besides, with how safe our dragon country is, there's no way assassins like that exist here. The reason he left is probably because he mistakenly thought it was his fault. He was afraid of paying compensation, so he left on his own. Someone will likely report it soon. You don't need to worry. Phew. Lin Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, patting her wildly beating heart. That's good. That's good. Bai Lu responded with a smile, then exchanged a few more pleasantries with Jiāng Mu and Lin Xiaoyu. Then, accompanied by her colleagues, she departed the accident scene. A killer? Watching Bai Lu's receding figure, Jiāng Mu murmured to himself, a vague unease stirring within him. He couldn't shake the feeling that today's incident wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. 10 o'clock at night. Jiāng Mu drove Lin Xiaoyu to the location agreed upon with the sales manager. As for why Jiāng Mu was driving, it was because Jiāng Mu genuinely dared not let Lin Xiaoyu drive. He feared she might literally run the sales manager over. Mr. Jiang, right? Upon seeing Jiāng Mu, the sales manager hurried over, his face plastered with a fawning smile. I'm the sales manager at Shanghai Yacht Company. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Hello. Jiāng Mu shook hands politely. Something happened on the way just now. I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. Xiao Wang smiled modestly. It's my honor to wait for you. Then let's go see the yachts. Jiāng Mu didn't bother with further pleasantries and got straight to the point. Certainly, please follow me. Xiao Wang responded with a smile and began leading the way. Jiāng Mu and Lin Xiaoyu followed behind. The sea breeze swept past, causing Lin Xiaoyu's jet black hair to sway gently. Her entire presence was strikingly beautiful and captivating. Why are you staring at me? Embarrassed by his gaze, Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. Chapter 188 Dare Not. Her rosy cheeks were flushed with bashful shyness. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's foot slipped and her body instantly lost balance, sending her tumbling backward. Ah! The fright made Lin Xiaoyu cry out instinctively. Her pretty face was filled with terror. Clunk! Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to hit the ground, Jiāng Mu swiftly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, catching her gently and pulling her into his embrace. How are you? Are you okay? Jiāng Mu gazed at the pale-faced Lin Xiaoyu in his arms, his voice soft and concerned. Thump, thump. Feeling Jiāng Mu's strong, firm hands, gazing at that face not conventionally handsome, yet radiating an enigmatic charm, Lin Xiaoyu felt as if the entire world had fallen silent, leaving only the echo of her own frantic heartbeat ringing in her ears. The air grew unbearably hot in that instant. Her fair, delicate face flushed crimson, and her eyes, fixed on Jiāng Mu, sparkled like little stars. She murmured to herself, why didn't I ever notice how handsome Jiāng Mu was before? Xiaoyu! Lin Xiaoyu! Seeing Lin Xiaoyu hadn't spoken, Jiāng Mu tapped her shoulder and called out, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? And no. Lin Xiaoyu snapped back to her senses and struggled to break free from Jiāng Mu's embrace. Rubbing her flushed cheeks with the back of her hand, she stammered, I'm fine, just startled. Are you really okay? Jiāng Mu remained concerned. I'm really fine. Lin Xiaoyu gave a faint smile. Let's keep moving forward. All right. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu was genuinely fine, Jiāng Mu finally let out a sigh of relief. He nodded in agreement and led Lin Xiaoyu to follow Xiao Wang's footsteps as they continued walking forward. Well, if it isn't young Master Jiang. Long time no see. Just as Jiāng Mu and the others were about to reach their destination, a shrill voice rang out from nearby. A guy in a floral shirt, arm wrapped around a busty girl, strode toward them. Ma Yangjun? Jiāng Mu recognized him too and chuckled, dressed like a giant milk bottle in the middle of the night? Planning to feed someone? You're the one dressed like a giant baby bottle, your whole family looks like baby bottles. Ma Yangjun retorted irritably. Ever since that last time at Green Willow Villa when Jiāng Mu had swindled him out of every last penny and landed him in jail on assault charges. Ma Yangjun returned home only to face a joint beating from both his parents. They beat him nearly unconscious. Fortunately, his uncle Luo Quanan saved his life in the end. Otherwise, he'd probably still be lying in the intensive care unit. Ma Yangjun naturally blamed all this suffering on Jiāng Mu. He constantly thought about getting revenge on Jiāng Mu. And now, the moment he spotted Jiāng Mu, he rushed over to pick a fight. Honey, who's this guy? The busty girl glanced at Jiāng Mu, wrapped her arm around Ma Yangjun's, and asked in a sweet, girlish voice, is he your friend? Friend? Ma Yangjun sneered sarcastically, his voice dripping with venom, of course he is. He's my best friend, so close that I want to kill him every single moment. As he spoke, Ma Yangjun's eyes burned with venomous hatred. A murderous intent as cold as ice emanated from him. Is that so? Jiāng Mu patted my Yangjun on the shoulder with a mocking smile. Then think about it carefully. I've got things to do today, so I won't be playing with you. Go find a place to piss and muddle things up yourself. In Jiāng Mu's eyes, people like my Yangjun and Zhao Tian were nothing but two clowns. He genuinely couldn't be bothered with them. So after saying that, Jiāng Mu turned and walked away. Hold on. With his grudge still unavenged, my Yangjun wasn't about to let Jiāng Mu walk away. The moment Jiāng Mu lifted his foot, he rushed forward, blocking Jiāng Mu's path. His face darkened as he barked, "You can't leave." Oh? Jiāng Mu chuckled. Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you've turned to banditry? So tell me, are you here for the money or the goods? If it's the money, I can give you some. If it's the goods, take a look at him and see if he'll do. Saying this, Jiāng Mu pointed his finger toward Xiao Wang, the sales manager patiently waiting nearby. Xiao Wang watched Jiāng Mu's finger pointing at him, his mouth twitching repeatedly. He silently cursed under his breath. What does your conversation have to do with me? You. My Yangjun had no patience for Jiāng Mu's banter. He snapped irritably, I came to challenge you to a bet. Are you up for it? A bet? Jiāng Mu laughed. This my Yangjun really never gives up, does he? What's the wager? Our cars. The one with the more expensive car wins. You up for it? My Yangjun crossed his arms over his chest, his expression brimming with defiance. No way. Jiāng Mu said, idly scratching his ear. Then we'll just... Wait. What did you say? You don't dare? My Yangjun froze. His original plan was to bet against Jiāng Mu one more time. Using the car he'd just bought, he intended to win back everything he'd lost to Jiāng Mu before. But he never expected Jiāng Mu to flat out say he wouldn't dare. What the hell kind of winning was that supposed to be? Yeah, right. Jiāng Mu grinned. If you've got nothing else, I'll be heading out then. No, you can't leave. Seeing the victory slip through his fingers, my Yangjun panicked and shouted at Jiāng Mu, You have to bet with me. No way out of it. Hey. Jiāng Mu looked at my Yangjun's eager face and sighed helplessly. It's not that I don't want to bet with you. It's just that I don't have a car anymore. No car? My Yangjun was momentarily stunned. What about your Ravenstone? I gave it away. Jiāng Mu blurted out a lie. Besides, who among the rich plays with cars these days? It's so tacky. They don't play with cars? My Yangjun was even more confused. Then what do they play with? Yachts. Jiāng Mu grinned. Just bought one. Wanna come check it out? Put. My Yangjun burst out laughing hard. He looked at Jiāng Mu as if he were mentally challenged. Bro, yachts are just toys we rich kids play with, okay? Showing off to me? You're really something. Mine's different from yours. Jiāng Mu replied with a faint smile. Different? My Yangjun laughed until his stomach hurt. What's so special about your yacht? Can it bloom flowers or something? You'll see for yourself. Jiāng Mu grinned widely, then strode forward without another word. My Yangjun stood there for a moment, hesitating, then followed suit. He was determined to see what made Jiāng Mu's yacht so different. The busty girl's eyes lit up at the mention of the yacht. She wrapped her arms around my Yangjun and cooed, Young Master Ma, do you have your own yacht? Of course. My Yangjun grinned smugly. Mine is docked right now at the marina in Haikao district. If you want to check it out, I'll take you tomorrow. Chapter 189, then let's not bet. And I'm not bragging. My Yangjun continued, my yacht is the biggest in the entire Dongyang province, no one else has one bigger. How big is it? Jiāng Mu chuckled and interjected, as big as you're bragging? Ha! My Yangjun sneered, his face brimming with defiance. Anyway, it's definitely bigger than the yacht you bought. Period. Is that so? Jiāng Mu gave my Yangjun a playful smile as he stared at his confident expression. How about we make a bet? The bigger one wins. Sure. My Yangjun was about to agree when something clicked. Earlier, when Jiāng Mu suggested betting on whose car was more expensive, my Yangjun had refused outright, clearly afraid of losing. But now he was actively proposing a bet with him. Clearly, he was certain he'd win. If he agreed to this bet, wouldn't he be the one at a disadvantage? Realizing this, my Yangjun quickly swallowed his okay and changed his words. No. I won't bet on whose yacht is bigger. I'll only bet on who has more yachts. Dare you? Back when yachting was just becoming popular in my Yangjuan social circle, my Yangjun bought a small yacht for fun. Later, finding it too small, he added a medium-sized yacht, alternating between the two. But even that still felt too small, so he bought a large yacht and an extra-large yacht. So, one thing led to another, and my Yangjun ended up owning 4 yachts, large, medium, small, and super large. He became the person with the most yachts in his social circle. Jiāng Mu, on the other hand, was just starting to get into yachting. Even with his wealth and whimsy, he could afford at most one large yacht for leisure. He wouldn't buy too many. So, if he and Jiāng Mu competed over who owned more yachts, he'd definitely win. So, what's it gonna be? You got the guts or not? Seeing Jiāng Mu remain silent, Ma Yongjun assumed he'd chickened out and immediately grew cocky. No big deal. If you don't dare, just say I don't dare like you did earlier. No one here will laugh at you. I dare. I never said I didn't. The moment Ma Yongjun took back his words, Jiāng Mu thought the kid had finally wised up and wouldn't fall for it. But he was wrong. Ma Yongjun was still as foolish as ever. But, to be fair, Ma Yongjun had at least made some progress. At least he knew he'd fallen from one pit into another. Fine. Seeing Jiāng Mu agree, a confident smile spread across Ma Yongjun's face as he smugly declared, then tell me the stakes. What should we bet? Let's bet the car you just bought. Jiāng Mu didn't know the make or model of Ma Yongjun's car. But since he dared to flaunt it like that, it proved his new ride was definitely more expensive than Jiāng Mu's Levantone. No way. The moment he heard Jiāng Mu wanted his brand new beloved car, every cell in Ma Yongjun's body rebelled. His face hardened as he declared, absolutely not. You'll have to choose something else. Then forget the bet. Seeing Ma Yongjun's refusal, Jiāng Mu immediately switched to a cold, unforgiving mode. Anyway. I never really wanted to bet in the first place. Ha? Ma Yongjun was dumbfounded. He was perfectly fine just a moment ago? How could he just decide not to gamble anymore? His mood swings were faster than a woman's. No way. Ma Yongjun's face darkened as he declared in an unquestionable tone, you must bet with me. No backing out. Jiāng Mu sneered, arms crossed over his chest as he looked down at him. Well then, I'll just refuse to bet. What are you going to do about it? Ma Yongjun was furious. Indeed. Jiāng Mu was dead set against gambling, and he really couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't exactly beat Jiāng Mu up, could he? Fine. Fine. After a long pause, to keep the bet going, Ma Yongjun relented with a sigh. I'll stake 2 of my 4 yachts. Is that acceptable? 4? Jiāng Mu's eyes lit up. He'd assumed Ma Yongjun owned at most 2 yachts at most. After all, unlike cars, they weren't used very often. Few people bought that many. But to his surprise, Ma Yongjun had bought 4. This guy really was a complete spendthrift. Fine. Even though he hadn't managed to trick Ma Yongjun out of his car, the value of the 2 yachts alone was close to 5 million. Moreover, if he pushed any further, Jiāng Mu feared Ma Yongjun might back out and refuse to gamble. So Jiāng Mu feigned reluctance and nodded in agreement. What about you? Seeing Jiāng Mu finally agree, Ma Yongjun felt a surge of joy and asked with a smile, what are you betting? Whatever you want. Jiāng Mu said with a carefree expression. Just give me back that car I lost to you earlier. Ma Yongjun voiced his true desire. No way. Jiāng Mu shook his head. I already sold that car. Here's the deal, if you win, I'll give you the current market value of those 2 yachts in cash. Well. Ma Yongjun was somewhat dissatisfied. But then he thought every penny counts and nodded in agreement. Alright, deal. 10 minutes later. Jiāng Mu and Ma Yongjun finalized the agreement and handed over both the money and the contract to the third party. That is, the sales manager from Shanghai. Then they headed toward the pickup location. Why didn't you just tell me how many ships you have? Why did you insist on bringing me to see them? Ma Yongjun grumbled with a sour expression on the way. Cut the crap. Jiāng Mu shot him a fierce glare and said coldly, if you want to gamble, hurry up and follow me. All this chatter is annoying. Ugh. Ma Yongjun sighed helplessly, wrapped his arm around the busty girl's waist, and followed along. Jiāng Mu's previous location wasn't far from the pickup spot. So it only took them a few minutes to arrive. Mr. Jiang, these 3 containers, plus those 2 oversized ones over there, they're all yours. Xiao Wang pointed to the 5 containers in the center of the nearby open area and said, I'll open them up for you right now so you can take a look. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile, then turned to Ma Yongjun and said, wait here. You'll see the yacht I bought soon. Put. Ma Yongjun muttered coldly in protest, finding a random spot to squat down. He pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he grumbled, all show. Squeak. As the first container was opened. A white yacht, shrouded in protective packaging, revealed itself to the crowd. Mr. Jiang. Xiao Wang pointed at the yacht and explained, this is a Riva, known as the Rolls-Royce of the seas. Its compact design makes it perfect for surfing and as a transport vehicle for diving. Vehicle? The moment Jiāng Mu laid eyes on the yacht, he felt its design seemed familiar. But he couldn't quite place it. It wasn't until Xiao Wang mentioned it that Jiāng Mu realized this yacht looked exactly like the one in the Battle Royale game. No wonder it felt so familiar. Chapter 190, The Palace at Sea, third update. But thankfully, this yacht was white, not green. Otherwise, Jiāng Mu would never have accepted it. Because that color was just too unlucky. Ha 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 ha. Ma Yongjun approached, laughing wildly. Jiāng Mu, no wonder you told me earlier your yacht was different, turns out it's the size that's different. So, did you buy this as a toy? Ha 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 ha. The busty girl burst into laughter too, then added sarcastically, this yacht must be underage and already working, ha ha. It's called a speedboat, not a toy, okay? Seeing the two teasing Jiāng Mu, Lin Xiaoyu's pretty face darkened instantly. She retorted coldly, bunch of hicks. You don't know anything. Oomph. It was the first time Jiāng Mu had seen the usually gentle Lin Xiaoyu snap at someone. Her adorable expression made him chuckle. He ruffled her hair gently. It's fine, he comforted her. Let them laugh. It's not worth getting angry over a bunch of hicks. You're the bumpkin. The busty girl retorted indignantly, her neck stiffening. Look at what you're wearing. From head to toe, you're covered in cheap market junk. And you have the nerve to criticize me. You. Lin Xiaoyu had a gentle nature and had never argued with anyone before. Caught off guard by the busty girl's retort, she was too flustered to respond. Jiāng Mu watched the scene unfold and sighed helplessly. He silently resolved that he must find time to help Lin Xiaoyu develop a stronger personality. Otherwise, out in the world, she'd easily get taken advantage of. You're absolutely right. Jiāng Mu gave the busty girl a faint smile. She is wearing cheap market clothes, but she manages to make them look like designer pieces. Unlike you, dressed in designer labels, yet looking like a country granny. You. The busty girl was furious. Just as she pointed at Jiāng Mu, ready to retort, Ma Yangjun cut in, enough, stop arguing. Oomph. The busty girl heard Ma Yangjun's words, but she only gave a cold snort and turned her head away. Jiāng Mu. Ma Yangjun continued, as per our earlier agreement, you lost. Hand over the money. I lost? Jiāng Mu stared at Ma Yangjun and burst into maniacal laughter. Bro, are you kidding me? Haven't you seen all those unopened containers I still have? What? Ma Yangjun was stunned. You mean the other containers are also filled with yachts? Of course. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly and shot a glance at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang instantly understood Jiāng Mu's meaning. One by one, he opened every single container. Bang! 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 Mr. Jiāng, this mid-sized yacht is the Princess, renowned for its unparalleled elegance. The entire yacht's design is exceptionally beautiful. Mr. Jiāng, this is also a mid-sized yacht, a Bosscat model, originally from Italy, with exceptionally powerful engines. Mr. Jiāng, these two small yachts are both from the Azimut brand, known as the supercars of the sea, with equally formidable power. When the 5 yachts were presented before Ma Yangjun's eyes, Ma Yangjun was utterly dumbfounded. Standing there with his mouth wide open. His face looked like he'd seen a ghost. Everyone says beginners only buy one yacht at first. How did Jiāng Mu end up with 5? This is insane. Thinking this, Ma Yangjun muttered under his breath, cursing, damn it. If I'd known this would happen, I should have bet him on whose yacht was bigger. I'm so damn regretful. What? Xiao Wang, the sales manager who had been showing Jiāng Mu the yachts, heard this and gave a cold laugh. Sir, even if you had bet with Mr. Jiāng on size, you would have lost for sure. Because Mr. Jiāng has another one, a super-sized yacht parked on the ship. What? Another one? Ma Yangjun had assumed 5 yachts represented Jiāng Mu's absolute limit. But he never imagined there'd be a super-sized yacht as well. Is this guy just burning money because he's got too much of it? The busty girl was stunned too. Staring at the yachts before her, she couldn't help but wonder just how rich this Jiāng Mu really was. He'd bought so many yachts all at once. What a total spendthrift. Lin Xiaoyu was also stunned. But her surprise wasn't about how wealthy Jiāng Mu was. Rather, she was puzzled by what exactly he intended to do with so many yachts bought all at once. Jiāng Mu was also a bit taken aback. But then he realized it made sense that Fragment was called a 5-story super luxury yacht. And from earlier until now, the largest he'd seen was a 3-story model. So, having one more yacht wasn't unreasonable. Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, sales manager Xiao Wang pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket and shouted into it, Xiao Niu, turn on the lights. With a sudden flash, the dimly lit cargo dock was instantly illuminated as bright as day. The sudden glare stung everyone's eyes, and they instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. Once everyone's eyes adjusted to the glare, a 5-story super luxury yacht came into view. Mr. Jiāng, this is the maritime palace you commissioned from our company. Sea Palace? Hearing the name, the crowd paused in surprise. Then they realized how perfectly fitting it was. For this yacht truly resembled a palace on the sea. The entire yacht measured 45.67 meters in length and featured 5 decks. 3 of these levels are exposed to the open air, each featuring a spacious deck platform. Dining tables and sun loungers adorned these decks. Bathed in soft, warm lighting, it shimmers with radiant brilliance. It's utterly breathtaking. Let's go. After a moment, Jiāng Mu said to Ma Yangjun, today I'll give you a chance to broaden your horizons. Come take a stroll through my palace. Ma Yangjun was eager to go. After all, he'd never seen such a luxurious yacht before. But he hesitated, feeling awkward about accepting the invitation. Thank you, Mr. Jiāng. The busty girl didn't care about any of that. She flashed a smile at Jiāng Mu, muttered a quick thanks, and hurried toward the yacht. As she ran, she pulled out her phone to message her bestie, girl, guess where I am right now? I'm on the Sea Palace. I'll send you tons of pics later so you can see for yourself. Gold digger. Ma Yangjun glared at the busty girl who was grinning like a flower had bloomed in her face, muttering the curse under his breath before following her up the steps. But to save face, he turned back to Jiāng Mu and said, I'm not saying I have to go up there, you know. I just saw her go up and wanted to call her back. Jiāng Mu saw that even now, he was still trying to save face. Couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He took Lin Xiaoyu with him and boarded the extravagantly luxurious floating palace. Mr. Jiang, here is the invoice for your yacht purchase. Please verify it. Just then, the young man named Wang hurried over and handed Jiāng Mu a receipt. Jiāng Mu glanced at it, his pupils instantly dilating. He thought to himself, holy, this sea palace costs over 200 million? That's ridiculous. Chapter 191 Horror Movie. In Jiāng Mu's understanding, a yacht typically cost between 10 and 50 million yuan. A nicer one might top out at tens of millions at most. But he never imagined this sea palace would cost over 200 million. This wasn't a yacht at all, it was a floating luxury villa. No. Wait. Even the best villas on Lake Heart Island only cost a little over 100 million yuan, not even close to 200 million. This yacht costs way more than a villa. Bro, why did you stop? Lin Xiaoyu turned back and asked suspiciously when Jiāng Mu suddenly stopped. Nothing. Jiāng Mu waved the receipt in his hand, replying casually, just double-checking the invoice. By the way, my pockets are full. Since you have a bag, you can hold on to this receipt for now. Sure. Lin Xiaoyu nodded obediently, took the receipt from Jiāng Mu, gave it a quick glance, and tucked it into her bag. But soon, she pulled the receipt back out. She began meticulously verifying the figures printed on it: units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Upon reaching this point, Lin Xiaoyu instantly lost her composure. Her face filled with astonishment. Bro, you spent over 327 million yuan on these yachts? And just this sea palace alone cost over 200 million? Boom! At those words, Ma Yangjun, who had been about to pick up the uniquely shaped decanter on the table to examine it, instantly withdrew his hand in shock. Damn it! A yacht worth over 200 million yuan, any random item inside must cost hundreds or even thousands. If I broke something, it would be disastrous. The busty girl also jumped in fright. Her footsteps on the floor suddenly became lighter. They moved with such caution, as if the floor beneath their feet wasn't solid ground but a priceless work of art. As if they feared the slightest mishap could ruin it. Only 200 million. Although Jiāng Mu had also been startled by the exorbitant price, it didn't stop him from putting on airs. He gave a knowing smile and casually remarked, no need to get so worked up. To me, that's about as much as 20,000. Lin Xiaoyu. Ma Yangjun. Busty girl. Xiao Wang. Though everyone knew Jiāng Mu was just showing off, they still fell for his act. After all, he genuinely possessed that level of skill, how could they possibly refute him? Is this what they call the gap? After a long moment, Ma Yangjun silently sighed to himself. He had always believed he and Jiāng Mu were on the same level. He just hadn't truly inherited the family business yet. But now it was clear he'd been wrong. The distance between him and Jiāng Mu was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Hey! Once he realized this, Ma Yangjun couldn't bear to stay any longer. He called out to the busty girl, honey, let's go. It's getting late, time for us to head home. Handsome. With a big spender like Jiāng Mu around, the busty girl had completely lost interest in Ma Yangjun. Ignoring Ma Yangyuan's words, she winked at Jiāng Mu. One hand slowly slid upward along his chest before wrapping around the back of his neck. How about a little double dating action? Boom! The moment those words left her mouth, rage surged through Ma Yangjun. He strode up to the busty girl, his face darkening as he demanded, Li Jiasen, what do you think you're doing? Trying to publicly make me wear a green hat? Exactly. The busty girl, Li Jiasen, looked at the furious Ma Yangjun, sneered, and said in a sarcastic tone, I'm going to make you wear green horns, so what? If you've got the guts, no. I forgot you've got no guts, you can't even get hard, ha. You. Exposed in public by Li Jiasen, Ma Yangjun's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He wished he could sink into a hole right then and there. Then, an unquenchable fire ignited in his chest. Wang Xin, you have the guts to repeat what you just said. I'm not your son. If you tell me to say it, I'll say it, but then I'd lose all my dignity, wouldn't I? Wang Xin countered with a cold sneer, showing no fear. Smack! Already seething with rage, Ma Yangjun couldn't contain himself any longer after being toyed with by Li Jiasen. He lashed out, slapping Wang Xin hard across the face. The sharp crack echoed through every corner of the cabin. Just hearing the sound made it clear how excruciatingly painful that slap must have been. You dare hit me? Wang Xin erupted in fury, snapping her head up and lunging at Ma Yangjun with claws outstretched. Your face? At that moment, the half of Wang Xin's face that had been struck twisted at an extremely bizarre angle. Her cheekbone had been pushed up onto her nose bridge. Her nose was crushed into a crooked pillar. Dotted with white foundation, it resembled the hideous visage of a female ghost from a horror film. It was utterly terrifying. Ma Yangjun and the others were all startled. Especially Lin Xiaoyu, being a girl, was so frightened she hurriedly hid behind Jiāng Mu, her body trembling slightly. How did her face turn out like that? She must have just undergone plastic surgery. Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before replying to Lin Xiaoyu, it hasn't fully settled yet. Oh. Lin Xiaoyu realized with a flash of understanding. No wonder when I first saw her, I felt something was off about her face. So she had plastic surgery. My face. Wang Xian, catching her reflection in the mural on the wall, suddenly realized her own face had changed. Her mind instantly shattered. She collapsed to the floor, wailing uncontrollably. Then, she screamed at Ma Yangjun, her voice hoarse, "Ma Yangjun, you owe me for my face. You owe me for my face." With that, Wang Xian charged at Ma Yangjun like a madwoman. The two wrestled their way off the yacht. Brother. Watching their receding figures and hearing those chilling words, Lin Xiaoyu shuddered slightly. This scene is way too much like a horror movie. You bet it is. Jiāng Mu nodded in agreement. You'll probably see it in the news tomorrow. News? Lin Xiaoyu froze. What kind of news? Shocking, late-night ghost sighting at Xining District Freight Terminal in Linhai City. Female specter screamed, "You ruined my face. You ruined my face." Put. Lin Xiaoyu giggled uncontrollably at Jiāng Mu's wild imagination, and Xiao Wang couldn't hold back his laughter either. The previously eerie atmosphere vanished instantly at Jiāng Mu's words. 11:30 p.m. Xiao Wang, I'm counting on you for what comes next. Jiāng Mu stood on the empty cargo dock and addressed Xiao Wang. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Wang patted his chest, striking a confident pose as he replied, I guarantee I'll get the job done. Alright. Jiāng Mu gave an okay sign with his hand. We'll be heading out now, then. Alright, take care, Mr. Jiang. Under Xiao Wang's watchful gaze, Jiāng Mu and Lin Xiaoyu climbed into the Bentley Bentayga and headed home. Chapter 192, Sheep Among Wolves. Midnight. Welcome home. Click. As the smart door lock clicked open, the dimly lit room was flooded with light. Jiāng Mu stepped inside. Meow. Just as Jiāng Mu reached the end of the hallway, an adorable meow suddenly echoed. Then, Lěng Qīngyán, clad in a creamy white one-piece cat pajama, leaped out from the corner of the wall. She put on a fierce expression, trying to scare Jiāng Mu. Why aren't you asleep yet? Jiāng Mu had heard Lěng Qīngyán's soft footsteps long ago, so he wasn't startled. He hung his clothes on the rack while asking Lěng Qīngyán. Boring. Seeing her prank fail, a look of disappointment flashed across Lěng Qīngyán's little face. She pouted unhappily, You're not even scared of me. Mainly because you're too adorable. Jiāng Mu gently lifted Lěng Qīngyán's chin with his finger and smiled faintly. So adorable that I simply can't be scared. He. The compliment instantly lifted her spirits. Cute, right? I saw this at the mall today and got one for you too. Try it on. With that, Lěng Qīngyán skipped over to the sofa and handed Jiāng Mu a still-sealed set of pajamas. I'm not wearing it. Jiāng Mu refused without hesitation. It's too ugly. Besides, it's not even winter yet. Wearing something like this would be way too hot. No way. Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face turned stern as she declared in an unquestionable tone, You must wear it and you must wear it right now. But Jiāng Mu was about to say he still wouldn't wear it, but suddenly remembered something. He quickly swallowed his words and changed his tune. Fine, I'll wear it. But you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Lěng Qīngyán asked suspiciously. Agree to let me sleep in your room. Jiāng Mu raised an eyebrow with a sly grin. Fine. Lěng Qīngyán smiled faintly. As long as you wear it, I'll let you sleep in my room. Ha! After uttering those words, Jiāng Mu had already braced himself for rejection. Given their current relationship, Lěng Qīngyán would never agree. To his utter surprise, Lěng Qīngyán actually agreed. And she agreed so readily. What was going on here? Could it be, this girl had actually been craving his body for quite some time? At that thought, Jiāng Mu felt like he was walking into a trap. But to complete the mission and obtain the hidden lucky bag, Jiāng Mu decided to go all out. Alright. It's settled. It's a deal. Lěng Qīngyán smiled faintly, then eagerly pushed Jiāng Mu into the walk-in closet. 10 minutes later. Jiāng Mu slowly pushed the dressing room door open a crack, poking half his head out to ask Lěng Qīngyán, did you grab the wrong one? What's wrong? Lěng Qīngyán came over at the sound. The pajamas you gave me, why the hell are they open crotch pants? Jiāng Mu pushed the wardrobe door wide open and pointed to his crotch area. Of course, he was wearing outer pants underneath. After all, good things shouldn't be given away cheaply to Lěng Qīngyán. Put. Seeing Jiāng Mu's utterly speechless expression, Lěng Qīngyán burst out laughing, covering her mouth as she gasped, Ha ha ha. You look so adorable right now. Cute my ass. Jiāng Mu shot Lěng Qīngyán an annoyed glare. Spill it already. What's the deal with these pajamas? Ha 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 ha. Holding her stomach, Lěng Qīngyán gasped for breath. The pants are fine. I bought them specifically as open crotch pants for you, so you wouldn't wet yourself. Ha 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 ha. Jiāng Mu. Thanks a million. 20 minutes later. You really don't want this pajama set? Lěng Qīngyán sat upright on the sofa, pointing at the pajamas laid out on the coffee table, her expression serious as she addressed Jiāng Mu. No. Jiāng Mu took a bite of his apple, his words muffled as he replied, as the saying goes, a gentleman may be killed but not disgraced. This thing, even if I, Jiāng Mu, were to die, even if I were to jump off this building, I absolutely will not wear it. Fine then. Seeing Jiāng Mu's resolute stance, Lěng Qīngyán relented. She pulled another pair of pajamas from the shopping bag beside her and handed them to him. If you don't like that one, how about this pair? Jiāng Mu snatched the pajamas and glanced at the crotch area. Holy crap! This time it wasn't open crotch pants, but there was a giant elephant stitched right on the crotch. Just like Crayon Shin-chan in the cartoons. Furious, Jiāng Mu's blood pressure shot up. He shot Lěng Qīngyán a vicious grin. You dirty woman. Come here. Come. I promise I won't beat you to death. Put. Lěng Qīngyán laughed heartily, shaking her head. No. I won't come over. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. With that, Jiāng Mu transformed into a gust of wind and lunged toward Lěng Qīngyán. Lěng Qīngyán, startled, scrambled out of the way. Then, like a pair of children who never grew up, they romped wildly through the villa. It wasn't until 1 o'clock that they finally calmed down. Alright, enough fooling around. I'm going to take a shower and then sleep. With that, Jiāng Mu slipped into the bathroom. After tidying up everything around her, Lěng Qīngyán headed straight back to her room. Half an hour later. Jiāng Mu tiptoed into Lěng Qīngyán's room, then leaped onto the bed in one swift bound. But the result? The large bed was empty, with only a pile of pillows arranged inside the duvet by Lěng Qīngyán. This? Jiāng Mu was speechless. Didn't we agree I'd stay in your room? How, did she just vanish? Ding! Just as Jiāng Mu was about to go confront Lěng Qīngyán, a WeChat notification suddenly chimed. Lěng Qīngyán, good night. Sweet dreams. Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, where are you? Didn't we agree I'd stay in your room? Lěng Qīngyán, oh? Aren't you in my room right now? What's the problem? Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu was speechless. Once again, he'd been outmaneuvered by Lěng Qīngyán without even realizing it. The next morning at 9 o'clock. Jiāng Mu stirred slowly to the insistence of his alarm. After yawning, he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and changed clothes. Only after he was fully ready did he notice Lěng Qīngyán had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him downstairs. A warm wave of happiness washed over Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, hurry down for breakfast. We still need to leave after eating. Lěng Qīngyán urged him as she spotted him standing at the top of the stairs. Okay. Jiāng Mu replied, slowly making his way down. Oh, right. Lěng Qīngyán continued, how are we getting to your place? Driving? If we drive, I suggest we take that Mercedes-Benz G63. I bought way too much stuff, your Levant definitely won't fit it all. Also, should we take the expressway or the national highway? Chapter 193, Swimming Back, third update. How long will it take? Should we buy some snacks beforehand to eat if we get hungry on the road? How many days will we stay at home? Should we bring a change of clothes? And have you packed your things? Don't forget anything. Jiāng Mu watched Lěng Qīngyán buzzing around his ears like a fly. A look of irritation flashed across his face. Then, suppressing his anger as best he could, he snapped, Stop, stop, stop. Don't say another word. If you keep this up, I swear I'll throw up on this table. Lěng Qīngyán. Enough. Lěng Qīngyán turned away in slight annoyance, snorting coldly. Fine, don't talk then. I couldn't care less. Oomph. Jiāng Mu watched Lěng Qīngyán's sulky little expression when she was angry. He grinned, actually, I had everything planned out yesterday. We'll swim back. Swim? Lěng Qīngyán froze. From where to where? From the pier in Haikou District, Linhai City, to an estuary within Uncouth County. Jiāng Mu answered with deadpan seriousness, it's only about 200 nautical miles. Not that far. Over 200 nautical miles? Lěng Qīngyán shot up from her chair, her face flushing with shock. That's nearly 400 kilometers. Who could swim that far? I never said you had to swim the whole way. Jiāng Mu replied calmly, if you get tired, just take a break, right? At this rate, it'll take forever to get there. Lěng Qīngyán shot Jiāng Mu a disapproving look and muttered indignantly. No problem. Jiāng Mu grinned. We're both only 18. Even if it takes us forever, it's no big deal. You? Lěng Qīngyán was so flustered she couldn't find the words. He snorted coldly and buried his head in his meal. 10 a.m. Jiāng Mu drove Lěng Qīngyán toward the pier in Haikou District. All the way there, Lěng Qīngyán couldn't help but wonder, could Jiāng Mu really be planning to swim all the way to Uncouth County? If that were the case, should she go with him? Going would surely be miserable, and they say there are big sharks in the sea. What if she got eaten? But, if she didn't go, wouldn't that be a bit awkward? After all, she had promised him long ago. Lost in endless indecision, the two arrived at Haikou District Pier. Haikou District Pier is the largest ferry terminal in Linhai City. Every day, over a dozen ships set sail from here. The place was bustling with people coming and going. However, since the sea here is an inland sea, there are no international flights. To travel abroad, one must still take a plane. Jiāng Mu. After getting off the car, Lěng Qīngyán stood by the vehicle, pouting as she said, "Swimming is too risky, you might encounter sharks. Plus, swimming here isn't allowed without permission. Let's just take the ferry. I'll pay for the tickets, okay?" Jiāng Mu had suggested swimming back just to shut Lěng Qīngyán up and stop her nagging. Little did he expect the girl would actually believe him. And she couldn't stop thinking about it. She was so innocent it was almost adorable. "Mr. Jiāng." Just then, a tall, slender middle-aged man approached with a group of people, raising his hand to greet Jiāng Mu. If Lin Xiaoyu had been present, she would have recognized this man immediately. He was the sales manager from Shanghai who had delivered the yacht to Jiāng Mu the night before. Jiāng Mu returned the wave, then slid a pair of oversized sunglasses over his eyes. Grinning, he asked, "So? Did you finish the task I gave you last night?" "Of course." Xiao Wang grinned. "You can count on me to get things done." "And who is this?" Xiao Wang pointed at Lěng Qīngyán standing beside Jiāng Mu. Truth be told, the moment he first saw Jiāng Mu, Xiao Wang had noticed Lěng Qīngyán. He couldn't help it. Lěng Qīngyán was simply too beautiful, even more stunning than the girl he'd seen last night. How could he not take a second look? "My girlfriend." Jiāng Mu introduced her openly, Lěng Qīngyán. "She'll be coming back to Uncouth County with me." Though this wasn't the first time Lěng Qīngyán had played the role of Jiāng Mu's girlfriend, upon hearing his introduction, her lovely face flushed involuntarily. But she didn't protest, knowing she had to save face for Jiāng Mu in front of others. After hearing Jiāng Mu's introduction, Xiao Wang let out an almost imperceptible tisk under his breath, thinking to himself, "Damn, rich people have it made. He's already switched girlfriends in less than a day, and they're all so gorgeous. I'm seriously jealous." "Hello, Ms. Lang." Xiao Wang gave Lěng Qīngyán a slight nod and greeted her before pointing to the group behind him. "Mr. Jiāng, these are the people I hired according to your requirements. One captain, one sailor, two chefs, one specializing in Chinese cuisine, the other in Western cuisine. Two massage therapists, two service staff, and two swimming instructors who are also expert surfers. And each one is an elite in their respective field. You can rest assured." "Good." Jiāng Mu scanned the group with a satisfied nod. "I trust your arrangements. Let's depart." "Alright, follow me." Xiao Wang responded and began leading the way. The rest of the group eagerly offered to help Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán carry their luggage and belongings. This instantly eased Lěng Qīngyán's earlier worries about being unable to manage all the luggage. Though her mind was filled with confusion. Weren't we supposed to swim back? Why hire so many people? Was it to fight sharks if they encountered them? Tap tap tap. As Jiāng Mu and his group boarded the ship, they happened to arrive just as others were boarding as well. The narrow corridor was packed with people. Standing there bored, waiting for the ticket inspector. "Hey, look! Why are those people allowed to use that passageway?" Someone shouted out. Instantly, the bored crowd lifted their heads to stare at Jiāng Mu, who was strolling leisurely through the other passageway, their eyes filled with confusion. "Jealous?" A man sneered coldly, "That's the private yacht entrance. Didn't you see the entourage carrying his luggage? Private yacht?" A woman looked utterly perplexed. "Can that thing even hold this many people? Besides, aren't private yachts restricted to specific areas? You're just out of touch." Another young man in the know explained, "Regular yachts can't go too far, but commercial ones can. The catch is they have to be at least 40 meters long. And they must have at least 4 decks. So, with a yacht this size, you absolutely don't need to worry about them running out of space." "Holy crap!" A middle-aged woman gasped, "How much does a yacht like that cost?" "I don't know the exact price. But a conservative estimate would be at least 40 or 50 million. Chapter 194. Not as pretty as you. Upon hearing that figure, everyone's gaze toward Jiāng Mu brimmed with envy and jealousy. And upon seeing Lěng Qīngyán by his side, many men's eyes flickered with intense resentment. They silently thought to themselves, "Damn, being rich feels so damn good." Thus, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiāng Mu slowly walked through the corridor with Lěng Qīngyán, stepping into the vast waiting hall. "Jiāng Mu." Lěng Qīngyán finally couldn't contain her confusion. She looked up at Jiāng Mu and asked, "How exactly are we getting back to Uncouth County?" "Put." Jiāng Mu hadn't expected Lěng Qīngyán to still be clueless at this point. He couldn't help but chuckle. "We're already at the pier. Besides taking a boat, how else could we get back? We can't seriously swim all the way back, can we?" "But..." Lěng Qīngyán blinked her large, watery eyes, her face filled with confusion. "But we didn't buy tickets." "No problem." Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, teasing her, "A handsome guy like me doesn't need tickets. All I need is my face." "Yeah, right." Lěng Qīngyán didn't buy it for a second. She shot Jiāng Mu a disbelieving look before stomping ahead in a huff. Watching her adorable little pout, the corners of Jiāng Mu's mouth lifted in an involuntary smile. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang?" A female staff member in uniform approached Jiāng Mu briskly, offering a slight smile. "Yes." Jiāng Mu gave a slight nod. "And you are?" "I'm the ferry attendant assigned to assist you. You can call me Xiao Sunday." After introducing herself, the young woman said warmly, "Mr. Jiang, please follow me. We'll board the ferry over here." "Alright, thank you." Jiāng Mu nodded and led Lěng Qīngyán forward first. The others, carrying their luggage, followed behind, strolling leisurely toward an open-air iron corridor. This iron walkway had been specially constructed for boarding the ship. Its height aligned perfectly with most ship decks, making boarding exceptionally convenient. "Hey, Ching. While everyone was busy boarding, the young chef at the rear of the group slipped his phone to his ear, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to him. "Hey, bro." A weak, breathy voice came from the other end. "How's it going over there? Did it work?" "Success." A smug smile touched the young chef's lips. "I've successfully infiltrated the crew's ranks. All I need now is the right moment to slip some poison into the food, and it'll be done." "But..." The girl on the other end hesitated mid-sentence, frozen in place, silent for a long moment. "I know what you're going to say." The young chef smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I've altered my appearance, height, and build using disguise techniques. I can escape successfully without endangering anyone else's life." Hearing this, a faint smile touched the girl's tense, pretty face. "Then, bro, be careful out there, and take good care of yourself, okay?" The young man responded affectionately, then reminded her with concern, "You remember to take your medicine on time, okay? Bye." "Okay. Bye." After hanging up, the young man watched Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán walking ahead. A mischievous smile curved his lips as he murmured to himself, "Yesterday, you two got lucky. But today, you won't be so fortunate." Indeed. This young chef was none other than Awakens, the assassin hired by Li Tanchu to kill Jiāng Mu. After yesterday's failed assassination attempt, Awakens had randomly found a place to stay. After his sister, Lěng Qīngyán, conducted extensive investigations, he learned that Jiāng Mu was recruiting crew members. Using his skills, Awakens fabricated a false identity. He posed as a Chinese chef. He planned to secretly poison the food once aboard the ship, killing both Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán. Ha! Running his fingers over the two small vials of poison concealed in his pocket, Awakens' smile grew even more sinister. On the ship. Wow! The moment Lěng Qīngyán stepped aboard, she was utterly dazzled by the ship before her. Like a curious child, she darted about everywhere. Her pretty face was all smiles. "This ship is so beautiful." "Is it?" Jiāng Mu feigned deep thought, teasing her with a smile, "But somehow, I don't think it's as beautiful as you are." Lěng Qīngyán's cheeks flushed crimson as she pouted playfully, "You smooth-talking jerk." With that, she turned and ran off, staring intently at the green plants nearby. "Oh, right." After a moment, she turned her head slightly toward Jiāng Mu and asked doubtfully, "Which room am I staying in?" Jiāng Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before replying, "Sorry, I forgot to include you when arranging the rooms yesterday, so there aren't any vacant rooms left for you now." "Forgot?" Lěng Qīngyán snorted derisively. "I think you did it on purpose. You deliberately wanted me to share a room with you, didn't you?" Ha! Caught out by Lěng Qīngyán's sharp insight, Jiāng Mu chuckled sheepishly, raising an eyebrow. "So, would you be willing to share a room with me?" "Like hell I would." Ha. Lěng Qīngyán stuck her tongue out at Jiāng Mu before scurrying off toward the ship's interior to pick a cabin. Jiāng Mu watched her retreat, chuckling softly. He stretched out on a deck chair, leisurely sipping coconut juice. Woo. With a piercing horn blast, the sea palace cut through the waves, heading out into the boundless ocean. Everything on shore began shrinking at a visible pace. Finally, it became a colorful, thin line suspended above the horizon. "Mr. Jiang." A cute young girl dressed in a maid outfit approached Jiāng Mu and said respectfully, "Your luggage has been placed in your room and Miss Lang's room as requested. Is there anything else you need?" As she spoke, the young girl kept flirtatiously batting her eyelashes at Jiāng Mu, hoping to catch his attention and win him over. Thus, she could transform herself into a phoenix overnight. Unfortunately, Jiāng Mu showed no interest whatsoever. Without even glancing at her, he said directly, "All right, understood. Go tell the chef to prepare some lunch for me and Miss Lang. I didn't eat much this morning and am already feeling a bit hungry." "Yes, sir." Realizing she had no chance, the young woman felt a pang of disappointment. She respectfully acknowledged the order before leaving the deck and heading toward the kitchen. In the kitchen. Upon learning he was to prepare lunch, Awakens felt elation blossom within him. He murmured to himself, who would have thought that less than 20 minutes after boarding, an opportunity would arise. Truly, heaven is smiling upon me. Chapter 195, A Close Call. With that thought, Awakens took advantage of the empty surroundings to secretly pull two colorless, odorless vials from his pocket. He held them up to the light for inspection. He prepared to select the one containing the deadly poison to slip into the food. Squeak! Just then, the kitchen door suddenly swung open. The waitress who had just left returned unexpectedly, startling Lěng Qīngyán. He hastily stuffed both bottles into his pocket. Then, forcing himself to appear calm, he said, "Xiao Wu, why are you back? Did you forget to tell me something?" "Yes." Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she glanced at the pocket where Lěng Qīngyán had hidden the potions. "I did forget something, but what was the thing you were holding just now?" "Oh, that." Lěng Qīngyán blurted out an excuse, "That seasickness medicine I bought on land earlier. I felt a bit queasy just now, so I was going to take it." "Is that so?" Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she smiled. "Perfect timing. I'm feeling a bit seasick too. Could I borrow some?" "No way." Lěng Qīngyán refused without hesitation. Then, realizing that sounded a bit harsh, he gritted his teeth and explained, "Well, the thing is, I only have a very small amount left, and I get really seasick, so I can't lend it to you. Sorry about that." Seeing Lěng Qīngyán refuse, Xiao Wu's pretty face immediately fell. "You cheapskate. You won't even share a seasickness pill. Serves you right for never finding a girlfriend." "Oomph." With that, Xiao Wu turned and walked away. Phew. After Xiao Wu left, Lěng Qīngyán exhaled deeply, patting his wildly beating heart as he muttered to himself, "Phew, phew. That was close. That was close." Having learned his lesson, Lěng Qīngyán didn't rush to add the medicine this time. Instead, he focused intently on cooking. Before long, 2 dishes that were a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth were ready. Mmm. Sniffing the aroma of the dishes, Lěng Qīngyán smiled contentedly, murmuring to himself, "With these 2 dishes, now, you 2 won't be able to escape death, heh. With a wicked grin at the end, he pulled the bottle of deadly poison from the 2 vials in his robe. He poured it all into the 2 dishes. This poison had been specially brought back from abroad by Lěng Qīngyán. Colorless and odorless, yet deadly poison. Truly a killer that strikes without a trace. Bang! Just as Lěng Qīngyán was about to destroy the murder weapon, the door burst open with a kick. The shock nearly killed Lěng Qīngyán on the spot. His heart pounded wildly. "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Wu burst in, snatched the small vial from Lěng Qīngyán's hand, and said coldly with a dark expression, "I knew something was off about you earlier. So you were planning to poison me. Just you wait. I'm telling Mr. Jiāng about this right now. You'll be arrested by the police and sent to jail, oomph." With that, Xiao Wu clutched the vial and dashed off excitedly to report her discovery to Jiāng Mu. Damn it! Seeing his plan exposed, a flash of furious coldness flickered in Lěng Qīngyán's deep eyes. He struck Xiao Wu's neck with a swift hand blade. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Xiao Wu, unable to react, rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. She was completely knocked out. "Master Li! Master Li?" Just then, a plastic-sounding Mandarin voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Startled, Lěng Qīngyán's heart, which had just settled, leapt back into his throat. He hurriedly hid his figure behind the door. Squeak! The door swung open, and the foreign chef in charge of Western cuisine stepped inside. His gaze swept around the kitchen as he muttered to himself, "No one here? The foreign chef's gaze suddenly froze. He hurriedly rushed to Xiao Wu's side, patting her shoulder and calling out, young lady, what are you doing?" Thud! Before the foreign chef could finish his sentence, a swift karate chop landed squarely on his neck. The foreign chef's eyes rolled back and he collapsed onto Xiao Wu, unconscious. Damn it! 2 near exposures in quick succession sent ripples through Lěng Qīngyán's previously calm heart. Grabbing the 2 plates, he stormed out of the kitchen and headed toward the deck. He intended to get Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán to eat these dishes as quickly as possible, to prevent the situation from worsening further. On the deck, Jiāng Mu lay on a sun lounger, gazing out at the endless expanse of the sea. He basked in the sea breeze with leisurely ease, savoring the momentary tranquility. Knock knock knock. The glass door connecting the deck to the cabin was knocked upon, followed by a resonant voice, "Mr. Jiāng, your lunch is ready. Would you like to dine here or in the restaurant?" "The dining room, please." Jiāng Mu rose slowly from his seat. "It's too windy out here. I'll get a stomachache after eating." "Understood, Mr. Jiāng." Lěng Qīngyán bowed respectfully. "Please follow me." Jiāng Mu gave a light nod, pulled out his phone, and sent a voice message to Lěng Qīngyán, "Lazy cat, dinner's ready. Hurry to the restaurant." Ding! Lěng Qīngyán replied almost instantly, "Got it." Salute emoji. Mr. Jiāng. In the restaurant, Lěng Qīngyán carried dishes to the table while explaining to Jiāng Mu, "For lunch today, I prepared 2 dishes for you and Miss Lang. The first is Moonlit Lotus Pond." Whoosh! As the metal lid was lifted from the dish, a plate of visually appealing, aromatic stir-fried Dutch beans with cured pork and wood ear mushrooms came into Jiāng Mu's view. The vibrant green hues were irresistibly tempting, making one's mouth water just from looking at it. The other dish is braised spare ribs with quail eggs. For the main course, besides rice, I've also prepared golden, crispy hand-pulled pancakes for you and Miss Lang. I hope you both enjoy them." Surveying the tempting spread before him, Jiāng Mu nodded with satisfaction. "Chef Li, your cooking is superb. How many years have you been in the kitchen? Over 10 years. Long Outyan bowed slightly and replied with a smile, shall I serve you some rice? No rush. Jiāng Mu waved his hand. I'll wait for Qīngyán to join us. We'll eat together. Oh. Long Outyan's outstretched hand hovered mid-air, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing his eyes. But it lasted only a moment before he regained his composure. He stood with his hands behind his back, waiting. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. As time ticked away, drop by drop, Long Outyan's heart grew increasingly anxious. There was nothing he could do. Those two unconscious people were still lying in the kitchen. If they woke up or were discovered, his entire plan would come crashing down. Mr. Jiāng. After a long moment, Long Outyan could no longer contain himself and spoke slowly, why don't you eat first? If the dishes get cold, they won't taste as good. Jiāng Mu glanced at the time, rubbed his chin, and said, alright. She should be arriving soon anyway. Seeing Jiāng Mu agree, Long Outyan couldn't stop grinning. He eagerly used the communal chopsticks to serve Jiāng Mu a few slices of snow peas and cured pork. Mr. Jiāng, please try this. This dish is my specialty. Chapter 196 thrilling, isn't it? Third update. Sure. Jiāng Mu nodded with a smile, picked up a snow pea with his chopsticks, and popped it into his mouth. Long Outyan watched the snow pea intently from the side. Inside, he sneered coldly, heh, eat it. As long as you swallow this one piece, I guarantee you won't live to see tomorrow. Jiāng Mu. Just as Jiāng Mu was about to pop the snow pea into his mouth, Lěng Qīngyán's voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Her tone brimmed with urgency and excitement. What's up? Jiāng Mu placed the snow pea back on the plate and called out toward Lěng Qīngyán's direction. Staring at the snow peas that ultimately never made it into his mouth, Long Aotian's liver trembled. He cursed silently, damn it, Lěng Qīngyán. Why did she have to show up now? Not a moment sooner or later. This is bloody annoying. Come with me quickly. I've got something amazing to show you. Lěng Qīngyán hurried over to Jiāng Mu, grabbed his hand, and tried to pull him along. Jiāng Mu wasn't particularly eager to go. Under Lěng Qīngyán's persistent tugging, he still followed her forward. All the while, he grumbled impatiently, what is it? Can't it wait until after we finish eating? No way. Lěng Qīngyán pouted, her expression serious. If we wait until after dinner, it'll be gone. With that, she tugged Jiāng Mu into a trot, urging him on, hurry up. If you're too slow, it'll be gone. Fine. Jiāng Mu gave a half-hearted reply and began jogging alongside Lěng Qīngyán. Long Outyan hesitated for a moment before following suit. Tap tap tap. A few minutes later, Lěng Qīngyán stood at the kitchen doorway, pointing mysteriously at the slightly ajar door. The stuff's in there. Hurry up and take a look, but be careful not to get caught by them. What do you mean, them? Jiāng Mu was a bit confused and asked doubtfully. Oh, for heaven's sake. Lěng Qīngyán stamped her foot impatiently, snapping, I told you to look. Just hurry up and look. You'll understand once you see it. Oh. Jiāng Mu responded, then pressed his ear against the door, peering through the crack with a tentative look inside. Swish. At that very moment, Long Outyan, unnoticed nearby, had already drawn a switchblade. He gripped it tightly in his palm, ready to strike at any moment. What the hell? When Jiāng Mu saw a man and a woman lying on the floor, his pupils dilated sharply. He thought to himself, just how desperate must these two be? They actually started it in the kitchen. Seriously. I'm impressed. So? Lěng Qīngyán grinned as she patted Jiāng Mu's shoulder. Thrilling, huh? You're such a... Jiāng Mu shot Lěng Qīngyán a withering look as he retorted. Lěng Qīngyán snorted disdainfully. Well, you watched it too. Makes you a male hooligan, huh? Wait a minute. Just then, Jiāng Mu noticed something was off. Under normal circumstances, two people couldn't possibly stay in the same position for this long. Could it be? The thought sent a chill through Jiāng Mu's heart. He kicked open the kitchen door and stormed inside. Lěng Qīngyán was stunned speechless by Jiāng Mu's sudden action. Her pretty face was filled with shock. She silently gave Jiāng Mu a thumbs up, muttering to herself, you're something else. Not satisfied with peeking through the door crack, you just barged right in. You're a total pervert. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiāng Mu shot Lěng Qīngyán a disapproving glare and pointed at the two figures on the floor. Didn't you notice? They're already unconscious. Huh? Lěng Qīngyán gasped, rushing over to check on them. Sure enough. Both men were unconscious. Moreover, there was a deep bruise on each of their necks, as if they'd been slashed by something. What on earth is going on? Seeing the deep bruise, a sense of foreboding welled up in Lěng Qīngyán's heart. Her entire body trembled slightly with fear. Jiāng Mu's brows furrowed deeply. After a moment of deep thought, he suddenly seemed to grasp something, murmuring to himself, an assassin? Ever since yesterday's incident, Jiāng Mu had sensed something was amiss. He had made too many enemies, it was entirely possible someone had indeed sent an assassin to kill him. But he never imagined that before he could even confirm this possibility. The assassin had already infiltrated the ship and launched a second wave of assassination. This was truly terrifying. With that thought, Jiāng Mu shielded Lěng Qīngyán behind him while pulling out his phone to dial the police. There was no other choice. At this moment, reporting it to the police was his only option. Because the assassin was far beyond his ability to handle. Click. Just then, the kitchen door slammed shut. And it was locked from the inside. This startled Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán, who both looked up at the person locking the door. Why did you lock the door? Lěng Qīngyán, unaware of the details, asked suspiciously. Lěng Qīngyán said nothing. He quietly picked up the sharp kitchen knife hanging on the wall and began wiping away the stains on it. The sight of a chef cleaning a knife wouldn't normally be frightening. But with two people lying on the floor and the door now locked from the inside, it became utterly terrifying. What are you doing? Lěng Qīngyán's face drained of color in terror as she clutched Jiāng Mu's arm with both hands. Her grip was so tight that the knuckles turned slightly white. Jiāng Mu, however, remained composed. Of course, it wasn't that he wasn't afraid. It was simply that, having come this far, fear was useless now. Better to steady himself, perhaps that would leave a sliver of hope. Are you the assassin who stopped my car yesterday? Jiāng Mu shielded Lěng Qīngyán behind him as he addressed Lěng Qīngyán. Ha! Lěng Qīngyán gave a cold, sinister laugh as he slowly wiped the bloodstains from his knife. You guessed right. I am the assassin. Actually, I originally planned to use poison to make you die silently. That way, my chances of being exposed would be smaller. But who'd have thought, you got lucky. She called you away at the most crucial moment, and you never ate that dish. That left me in a real bind, you know? Jiāng Mu broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He silently thanked the heavens for Lěng Qīngyán's timely arrival. Otherwise, he'd be nothing but a corpse right now. Ah! Lěng Qīngyán sighed, testing the blade's sharpness with his thumb. I really hate killing with knives. The blood splatters all over me, it's so dirty. Plus, it's easy for the police to find evidence. But, there's no choice. This is the only way now. Still, don't worry. My blade is fast. So fast you'll barely feel any pain. You'll just kick the bucket, ha 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 ha. With a final, savage grin, Lěng Qīngyán swung the kitchen knife and charged toward Jiāng Mu. Chapter 197 Professional Ethics. A murderous intent surged within his deep, piercing eyes. A single glance sent a bone-chilling coldness through one's body, like falling into an ice cave. It made one tremble involuntarily, chilled to the bone. The gleaming kitchen knife, in that moment, transformed into the scythe of death. As if a single flick of its blade could effortlessly claim both his life and Lěng Qīngyán's. Ah! A well-behaved girl like Lěng Qīngyán had never witnessed such a scene. The instant Lěng Qīngyán charged forward, her face drained of color in terror. She screamed repeatedly. Jiāng Mu was terrified too, but he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. He grabbed an iron pot and swung it toward the gleaming kitchen knife. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the iron pot collided with the kitchen knife, emitting a metallic hum. The terrifying force sent a numbing shock through Jiāng Mu's arm. The pot instantly flew from his grasp and clattered to the floor. A series of clattering sounds followed. Is this the power of an assassin? Jiāng Mu glanced at the fallen pot, shook his numb arm, and muttered to himself, clearly, a direct confrontation won't work. I need to think of another way and fast. Ha! Lěng Qīngyán sheathed his kitchen knife and sneered coldly, stop struggling. The two of you stand no chance against me. Prepare to die. Swish! With that, Lěng Qīngyán swept his blade toward Jiāng Mu's throat. The speed was breathtaking. Jiāng Mu, watch out! Cold Qīngyán screamed in fright, grabbing a nearby plate and hurling it at Lěng Qīngyán. But her fear and panic caused her accuracy to plummet. She hurled 4 or 5 plates in quick succession, yet not a single one connected. Meanwhile, the kitchen knife in Lěng Qīngyán's hand had already reached the front of Jiāng Mu's neck. A single flick of the blade would sever Jiāng Mu's windpipe. Damn it! Feeling the icy chill against his throat, Jiāng Mu cursed under his breath and pushed his 100% evasion skill to its absolute limit. He narrowly dodged the blade. Ha! Seeing his blade fail to sever Jiāng Mu's windpipe, Lěng Qīngyán was filled with confusion. Then he sneered coldly, who'd have thought you're actually trained in martial arts? But, too bad. You're still going to die. Swish! With that, Lěng Qīngyán swung his blade once more. The blade's icy glint, carrying a chill of murderous intent, slashed toward Jiāng Mu's throat once more. Run! Jiāng Mu's gaze fixed intently on the blade. He shouted at Lěng Qīngyán before shoving her aside. He then activated his 100% evasion skill once more, dodging the strike at an impossibly sharp angle. Ha! Seeing Jiāng Mu evade his attacks twice in a row, Lěng Qīngyán was utterly stunned. His gaze toward Jiāng Mu brimmed with astonishment. But he didn't dwell on it, unleashing a flurry of strikes. He aimed for Jiāng Mu's arms, legs, abdomen, and heart. Yet no matter how hard he swung or how fast he moved, Jiāng Mu still dodged them effortlessly. This utterly shattered him. Staring at Jiāng Mu in utter astonishment, he demanded, Where did you learn this unearthly skill? How can you dodge every single blow? Want to learn? Now that he knew how effective 100% evasion was, Jiāng Mu no longer felt afraid. Standing his ground, he offered a faint smile. If you want to learn, we can make a deal. What kind of deal? Long Outyen was genuinely intrigued by Jiāng Mu's bizarre evasion technique. Mastering this skill would undoubtedly boost his combat prowess significantly. When carrying out assassinations, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Let us go. Jiāng Mu pointed toward Lěng Qīngyán, who stood nearby shielding herself with an iron pot. If you're willing to let us go, I'll teach you this technique. No way. Long Outyen refused without hesitation. I'm a professional assassin with a code of ethics. I won't do anything that violates that code, nor would I stoop to such things. So you don't want to learn it then? Jiāng Mu asked with a smile. Well, Long Outyen hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to, but I can't let you off the hook. I've already taken the money. Taking payment and not delivering isn't my style. Paid? Jiāng Mu perked up at this. Mind if I ask how much my life and my girlfriend's life cost altogether? Long Outyen held up 8 fingers and uttered softly, 8 million. 4 million each for you too. 8 million. Jiāng Mu was startled. He'd expected 2 or 3 million at most, but never imagined it would be 8 million. This fee was truly outrageously expensive. Lěng Qīngyán was also startled. She murmured to herself, who knew my life was worth so much. Here's what we'll do. After a moment, Jiāng Mu gritted his teeth and said, besides teaching you the one move I know, I'll give you an extra 10 million. How about letting us off? Jiāng Mu had initially planned to double the fee Long Outyen had mentioned. He figured that would easily sway Long Outyen. But he hadn't expected the price to be so high. He could only add a little more. No way. Long Outyen flatly refused with a stern expression, his face serious. I'll say it again, I'm a professional assassin with integrity. To violate. 1,100. Before Long Outyen could finish, Jiāng Mu cut him off. No deal. Long Outyen shook his head again. I've made myself perfectly clear. I am. 1,200. Jiāng Mu, like an emotionless bidding machine, raised the offer by another million. This time, Long Outyen hesitated. But in the end, he shook his head again. No, still no. I can't. 1,300. This. Long Outyen hesitated even more. Yet he still refused, shaking his head again. No. I can't. 1,500. This time, Jiāng Mu jumped the bid by 2 million outright, nearly doubling the amount to twice what he could have originally earned. This. Long Outyen was tempted. Though it violated professional ethics and could ruin his career in this industry. But that was a whopping 15 million. With that kind of money, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life even in a top-tier city. Why bother being an assassin anymore? But Long Outyen still had no intention of agreeing. He wanted to squeeze every last penny out of Jiāng Mu, demanding an exorbitant sum. No, I stand by my original offer. 14 million. Jiāng Mu countered again. Long Outyen smirked triumphantly. Just as he expected. As long as he refused, the other would keep raising the price. This way. Wait a minute. Long Outyen suddenly realized something, his face filled with astonishment. What did you just say? 14 million? That's right. Jiāng Mu nodded. You heard correctly. It's 14 million. But? Long Outyen was speechless, his face twisted in frustration. But you just bid 15 million a moment ago. Chapter 198. What does that have to do with me? Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. Can I change my mind? No way. Long Outyen frowned. How can you just lower the price like that? It's my own life. Jiāng Mu adopted a defiant attitude, stiffening his neck and declaring, so I'll cut it if I want to. What are you gonna do about it? And, let me tell you, I regret the 14 million too. Now I'll only agree to give you 13 million. Ha? Long Outyen, who had been hoping to squeeze more out of Jiāng Mu, was stunned. His face twisted with panic. No, you can't. 12 million. Before Long Outyen could finish his sentence, Jiāng Mu slashed the price by another million, bringing it down to 12 million. This enraged Long Outyen completely. He thrust the kitchen knife straight at Jiāng Mu's nose, gritting his teeth and snarling, if you don't raise the price, you better believe I'll kill you right now. Go ahead, go ahead. Jiāng Mu deliberately craned his neck forward, offering a cold smile. It's just a worthless life anyway. If you want it, take it. This money stays with my parents, it'll keep them alive for years longer. You. Long Outyen hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to be such a scoundrel. He trembled with rage. The next second, he pointed the knife directly at Lěng Qīngyán and hissed, so you don't care about her either? Her? Jiāng Mu laughed, adopting an indifferent tone. I'm about to die. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Long Outyen. Lěng Qīngyán. Scum. Clunk. Long Outyen finally relented, flinging the kitchen knife to the ground. Fine, fine. 1,200 it is. Not a penny less. Hand over the cash and I'll be on my way. Fine. Jiāng Mu knew he'd agree these assassins were all driven by money. As long as the profit was substantial, turning them against their employer wasn't that difficult. Follow me. I'll transfer the money to you outside. Why? The moment Long Outyan heard they were leaving the kitchen, his guard snapped back up. He grabbed another knife and clutched it in his hand. He glared at Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán, his expression stern. Can't you transfer the money right here? Dude. Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly, rummaging through his pockets. I didn't bring my phone. How am I supposed to transfer money to you? Well, that won't work either. Long Outyan snapped coldly. What if you call the police once we're outside? Call the police? Jiāng Mu gave a helpless laugh. Dude, get real. We're out at sea right now, at least 30 or 40 nautical miles from shore. Even if I called the cops, they wouldn't get here fast enough to do anything, right? Besides, you're such a tough fighter. Before I even call the cops, you could easily kill me, couldn't you? Well. Long Outyan realized Jiāng Mu had a point. Hesitation flashed across his face. After a moment, he nodded. Fine. But you better not try anything funny, or else I'll kill you both on the spot. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu nodded solemnly, patting his chest emphatically. I always keep my word. Click. With that, Jiāng Mu opened the kitchen door and gestured invitingly to Long Outyan. Please, come in. Long Outyan no longer harbored doubts. He gave a slight nod and stepped through the kitchen door first. Bang! The moment Long Outyan stepped out of the kitchen door, Jiāng Mu swiftly shut it behind him. He then locked it from the inside at lightning speed. In an instant, the kitchen once fraught with danger transformed into a secure sanctuary. Damn it! Realizing he'd been tricked, Long Outyan began furiously kicking the door, cursing under his breath, You little brat, open this door right now. Or else, once I break through, I'll make you wish you were dead. Is that so? Jiāng Mu stood at the doorway, laughing coldly. Then we'll see about that once you open the door. After saying this, Jiāng Mu turned to Lěng Qīngyán and said, Call the police quickly. This door may be double-layered, but it won't hold out much longer. Oh, okay. Lěng Qīngyán hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to pull this stunt and was momentarily stunned. Only when Jiāng Mu called out to her did she snap back to reality. She hurriedly pulled her phone from her pocket and began dialing the emergency number. At the same time, Jiāng Mu retrieved a phone hidden beneath the circular plate. He'd hidden it while dodging Long Outyan's sword swings, intending to use its one-touch emergency alert to contact the police. But he hadn't managed to do it, so it had remained hidden under the tray. Hello, Mr. Jiāng. Enjoying your time at sea? The voice of sales manager Xiao Wang came through the receiver after the call connected. Enjoying my ass. Jiāng Mu snapped angrily, I asked you to find me a chef, not a priest to send me on my way. What the hell kind of killer did you send aboard? An assassin? Xiao Wang gasped. Mr. Jiāng. I verified everyone's background. There's no way a killer could be among them. You're not joking, are you? You. Jiāng Mu was furious. Does my tone sound like I'm joking? Damn it. If I hadn't acted on impulse and tricked that assassin into staying outside, I'd be dead right now, you know that? Xiao Wang panicked. What do we do now? Jiāng Mu wanted to curse him 1,000 times over, but he managed to hold back. His expression turned serious. I'll yell at you later when I have time. Right now, we need to focus on the task at hand. Call the captain immediately and tell him to steer the ship toward the nearest shore. That assassin is trying to break down the door. We might not hold out much longer. Yes. Xiao Wang replied 3 times in quick succession before hanging up in a fluster. How'd it go? Jiāng Mu tucked his phone away and turned to Lěng Qīngyán beside him. We've already called the police. They said. Lěng Qīngyán sighed helplessly, we must have watched too many movies. They probably think we're joking. Damn it. Jiāng Mu felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. But then he thought about it, it made sense. A killer appearing out of nowhere? Honestly, who would believe that? Ring ring. Just then, Jiāng Mu's phone rang. The caller was that sales manager, Xiao Wang. Hello? What's up? Mr. Jiāng, I've made the call. The captain says they'll dock at the nearest port in Qīngyán County within 20 minutes. Xiao Wang's tone was urgent. And I've already contacted the Coast Guard near Qīngyán County. They should arrive soon. Hang in there a little longer. Got it. Hearing Xiao Wang's words, Jiāng Mu's tense mood eased considerably. He exhaled deeply and said, You handled that well. I won't hold that previous matter against you, but... Bang! Just as Jiāng Mu was about to say more, a gleaming silver axe left a startling hole in the kitchen door. Chapter 199, The Enraged Long Outyan Third Update. The scene was straight out of the Shining movie, utterly terrifying. Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face instantly drained of color. Quick! Jiāng Mu glanced at the massive fire axe protruding from the hole and shouted to Lěng Qīngyán, douse them with water to wake them up, then get them over here to help. Oh, okay. Lěng Qīngyán forced herself to stay calm, responded, and hurried to the sink to fill a bucket with water. Meanwhile, Jiāng Mu began searching for items to block the door. But the ship's furniture, welded solid to the hull to withstand rough seas, proved impossible to budge. Jiāng Mu was furious. Bang! 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 The sound of axes pounding on the door continued. The once intact iron gate was now riddled with holes, one after another. In no more than 5 minutes, this iron door would give way. The time left for Jiāng Mu and the others was running out. Put! Whoa, what's going on? Yeah, what happened? A bucket of cold water was dumped over them. Shuddered violently and came to. Their faces were blank with confusion. There's an assassin on board this ship. Right now, he's using a fire axe to violently break down doors. Jiāng Mu fixed his gaze on the two men, his expression stern. You have two choices before you. One is to cower in the corner and wait for death. The other is to stand up and come help. Which will it be? Help! Though both were filled with doubt, they chose to help without hesitation. Because they genuinely didn't want to die. Good. Jiāng Mu nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over everyone present as he instructed, Xiaowu, fetch a bucket of soybean oil. Qīngyán, search the ship for any round grains, beans or rice and bring some over. Finally, Oriel, do you know of anything we can use to block the door and buy us some time? I know. The foreigner Oriel nodded and pointed to a cabinet nearby. I checked that cabinet after boarding. It's not fixed to the ship, it should work. Good. Jiāng Mu glanced at the cabinet Oriel pointed to, his eyes lighting up. Hurry and bring it over. Got it. O'Leary responded and immediately ran over to start moving the cabinet. Jiāng Mu took the soybean oil handed to him by Xiaowu, then strolled leisurely toward the doorway. Hey, buddy. Jiāng Mu grinned wickedly through the hole in the door and called out to Lěng Qīngyán, been chopping away for so long, must be tired, huh? I brought you some water. Want a drink? Thud. Lěng Qīngyán didn't speak. Instead, he swung his axe with all his might at the hole where Jiāng Mu's voice had come from. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Why so aggressive? Jiāng Mu grinned. We can talk things out calmly, can't we? Bang! Another axe blow landed, its deafening thud accompanied by Lěng Qīngyán's furious shout, I have nothing to say to a treacherous scoundrel like you. Thud. With that, Lěng Qīngyán swung his axe again. The hole, originally no bigger than a bowl, instantly grew as large as a plate. Through the hole, Jiāng Mu could clearly see Lěng Qīngyán's figure. His face was dark and terrifying. Clearly, he was furious with Jiāng Mu. Who said I didn't keep my word? Jiāng Mu sneered coldly through the hole. I said I'd get you water, and I got you water. Here, drink up. With that, Jiāng Mu shoved the entire barrel of soybean oil directly into the hole. His speed was lightning fast. Drink my ass. Lěng Qīngyán, still seething with rage, swung his axe again without hesitation. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the axe struck the oil barrel squarely. It split the barrel wide open, sending the soybean oil gushing out. It seeped through the door crack, flowing onto the ground outside. In moments, Lěng Qīngyán's feet were submerged in a sea of soybean oil. Lěng Qīngyán stared at the oil-soaked floor, momentarily stunned. Then he sneered coldly, Kid, for someone like me who's been a mercenary, your little tricks are useless. Even if I step in this soybean oil, it's like walking on solid ground. He even demonstrated for Jiāng Mu. Sure enough, the soybean oil couldn't faze Lěng Qīngyán at all. It didn't make him slip. What if we add these? Jiāng Mu chuckled evilly, scooping handful after handful of mung beans and red beans handed to him by Lěng Qīngyán and tossing them through the hole. In an instant, Lěng Qīngyán's feet were submerged in a sea of beans. Yet Lěng Qīngyán remained supremely confident, sneering coldly, same as before your little tricks. Oh my. Before Lěng Qīngyán could finish his boast, his foot slipped. His body instantly lost balance, sending him tumbling forward. The fire axe in his hand slammed against the door with a dull thud. The next moment, his chin slammed into the ground as he took a spectacular tumble. Ouch. Jiāng Mu, seeing his scheme succeed, smirked triumphantly. You were bragging so confidently just now. How come you ended up falling flat on your face? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Lěng Qīngyán was furious. Having spent his entire life on the battlefield, he had always been an unstoppable force. A steel-hearted war god in the eyes of foreign mercenaries. Even amidst hails of bullets, he had never fallen easily. Yet here he was, being toyed with by a frail rich kid. This made him feel utterly humiliated. Today, no matter what, he would kill Jiāng Mu to vent his rage. With that thought, Lěng Qīngyán roared and sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping. But, the next second, he crashed heavily back to the ground. No way around it. The combination of bean paste and bean oil was simply too slippery. So slippery he couldn't keep his footing. Ha! Jiāng Mu burst into uncontrollable laughter upon witnessing this, sneering at Lěng Qīngyán, what's this? Are you putting on a show for me falling flat on your face right where you stumbled? Humiliation. A wave of deep humiliation washed over Lěng Qīngyán once more. In the next instant, he roared to his feet like a rabid beast. After barely regaining his footing, he grabbed the fire axe and began hacking furiously at the iron gate. Bang! 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 Within moments, the already battered iron door began to sway precariously. Now, all he needed to do was reach inside and unlock the door. He could easily enter and slaughter everyone inside. Ha ha ha. At this thought, Lěng imagined victory beckoning to him, and he burst into a maniacal laugh of triumph. Quick! Jiāng Mu, sensing trouble, exchanged a glance with Oriel and shouted, "Push the cabinet over." Yes. Oriel bellowed, doubling his strength as he and Jiāng Mu hefted the cabinet toward the doorway. Clack! Just as the cabinet was about to be pushed to the doorway, Lěng had already broken the lock on the door. Chapter 200, Escape from the Brink of Death. The crisp sound of the lock clicking open echoed like the tolling of death knells in that moment. Everyone's heart sank in terror. The entire world fell into an eerie silence. So quiet that even the faintest breaths rang out with startling clarity. "Mr. Jiāng, he's coming in." What should we do? After a long moment, Xiaowu pointed toward the doorway and cried out, her entire body tense as a frightened quail. She cowered in the corner, trembling. Lěng Qīngyán was also terrified, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the frying pan tightly. Oriel and Jiāng Mu were slightly better off. They stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe, their brows furrowed. Ha ha ha! At that moment, a bone-chilling laugh echoed from outside the door. Then, Lěng's voice seeped through the hole in the door. "Hey, Mr. Jiāng, you seemed pretty confident just a moment ago, didn't you? Why so quiet now? If you've got the guts, keep barking." Jiāng Mu chuckled lightly, "Fine. Just wait until I lock the door again. We'll see if I curse you to death." Lěng, you think I'm here to entertain you? Enough. Lěng glanced at the time on his watch and smiled indifferently. "It's getting late. I suppose it's time to send you on your way." With that, Lěng pressed down on the door handle, ready to push his way in. Simultaneously, the others raised their iron pots, frying pans, and kitchen knives, fully prepared for battle. They were ready to make one last desperate stand against Lěng before dying. Clang! Click! Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Bang! After pressing the door handle over 20 times without success, Lěng couldn't help but feel irritated. He kicked the iron door hard with his foot and cursed loudly, "Damn it! Why the hell won't this damn door work?" The people inside the room noticed this too. Exchanging glances, they whispered, "Mr. Jiāng, is this door broken?" Jiāng Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before nodding to Xiaowu. This door was severely warped during the violent demolition. "It's possible." Hearing this, their eyes lit up. "Does that mean he can't get in?" "Probably." Jiāng Mu wasn't entirely certain either. He glanced at the iron door and said, "But judging by the current situation, at least we're safe for now. Everyone, come help push this cabinet over first." "All right." This unexpected twist brought a glimmer of hope to the group trapped in darkness. Instantly revitalized, they pushed the cabinet toward the doorway. Meanwhile, outside the door, Lěng was furiously hacking away at it with a fire axe. He was determined to split the door clean in two. Bang! 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 True to his reputation as the mercenary elite, Lěng harnessed sheer brute force. In mere moments, the iron door was cleaved in two. A red pine cabinet came into view. Now, all he needed to do was split open this cabinet, and he could easily enter the kitchen. Slaughter all in sight. Ha ha ha! Victory within reach, Lěng flashed a smug grin. After a few eerie chuckles, he shouted inside, "Take my advice, stop struggling. No matter how hard you fight, you can't escape death. Just surrender peacefully. Then heed my advice too." Jiāng Mu knew this cabinet alone wouldn't hold out much longer. He had to do everything possible to stall for time until the police arrived. The sea of suffering has no shore. Turn back and find salvation. Lay down your weapons and attain enlightenment. You! How could Lěng possibly listen to Jiāng Mu's nonsense? He spat out angrily, I'll become a demon if I want to. What are you gonna do about it? Die. Bang. With that, Lěng swung his axe down onto the cabinet. The pine cabinet instantly split open with a massive gash. The sharp axe blade sliced past Jiāng Mu's cheek, narrowly missing splitting his skull open. Jiāng Mu nearly lost his mind from the fright. Lěng Qīngyán and Xiaowu also screamed in terror. The scene descended into utter chaos. Yes, scream. Hearing the screams, Lěng suddenly grew excited. He let out a few eerie chuckles before shouting, "I love nothing more than hearing people's agonized screams as they face death. So scream as loud as you can, ha!" Bang! As he finished speaking, Lěng swung his axe down again. The crack, which had been no thicker than a finger moments before, instantly widened to span more than an arm's length. The force of the axe strike sent shockwaves through Jiāng Mu and Oriel, who were pressed flat against the cabinet. Their eardrums throbbed painfully. What do we do? What do we do? As the cabinet teetered on the brink of collapse, Jiāng Mu's mind raced frantically. He searched for a countermeasure. Ring ring. Just then, the ringtone of an old-fashioned Nokia phone sounded. Then came the sound of Lěng answering the door. "Hey, Ching Ching, you better give me bad news, bro. Before Long Outyan could finish, Long Qingqing's voice cut in from the other end. They've already called the police. The boat is heading toward Ningyuan County. It'll reach the dock in 5 minutes at most. Get out of there immediately or it'll be too late. What? Long Outyan panicked. If the police caught him, he'd likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. What would become of his gravely ill sister then? Brother! Don't waste any time. Run now! Long Qingqing urged from the other end of the line. Her voice was filled with urgency. All right. Long Outyan steadied his nerves as much as he could and told Long Qingqing on the phone, I'll do as you say. I'm leaving right now. Don't worry. Once I'm safe, I'll find a way to contact you. All right, be extremely careful, brother. After hanging up, Long Outyan shot a resentful glance at the cabinet blocking his path. Jiāng, you got lucky today. But don't get too cocky. I'll be back before long. Smash! With that, Long Outyan hurled the fire axe in his hand forcefully onto the ground and leaped resolutely into the sea. Jiāng Mu watched Long Outyan's disappearing figure through the slats of the wooden plank, replaying his parting words in his mind. He muttered to himself, is this guy some kind of grey wolf? How come his lines sound exactly like what Grey Wolf says when he gets knocked flying? Jiāng Mu, is he gone? Lěng Qīngyán approached and asked Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu nodded. He's gone. Everyone can relax now. Let's head out. Phew. At these words, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, their tense hearts finally settling. Chapter 201, 10 Sets of Workwear. 1 hour later. After completing their statements at the Ningyuan County Public Security Bureau, Jiāng Mu and the others returned directly to the ship and continued their journey toward Uncouth County. However, due to this unexpected delay, what should have been a 17-hour voyage was now stretched to 20 hours. The earliest they could reach Uncouth County was tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock, as the captain and crew members needed rest as well. Mr. Jiāng. As Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán sat in the dining room, eating steak while discussing who might have hired the assassin, the sailor hurried over and respectfully said, I've replaced the kitchen door. Please come inspect it when you have time. If anything seems unsuitable, I'll make the necessary repairs. No need. Jiāng Mu waved dismissively with a smile. I trust your work. Oh, right. Jiāng Mu continued, you've been working so hard for so long, you must be starving. Tell Oriel to whip up something steak, foie gras, caviar, whatever. Go ahead and eat your fill. Hearing about these high-end ingredients, all available to eat freely, the sailor's eyes lit up instantly, his mouth watering uncontrollably. He then bowed repeatedly to Jiāng Mu. Thank you, Mr. Jiāng. Thank you, Mr. Jiāng. You're welcome. Go on now. Jiāng Mu. After the sailor left, Lěng Qīngyán sliced her steak with a knife as she addressed Jiāng Mu. Do you think the person who hired the assassin could be Li Tanqiu? Jiāng Mu nodded non-committally. That's what I suspect too. While I've offended many, only Li Tanqiu harbors a deep, personal grudge against me. So, this is undoubtedly his doing. Oh. Lěng Qīngyán sighed at his words, her exquisitely arched brows involuntarily furrowing slightly. This situation can't go on. Why don't we take the initiative to talk to Li Tanqiu and discuss a solution? Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. If we call Li Tanqiu now, he'll assume we're afraid of him. He'll demand an exorbitant price. Oh. Lěng Qīngyán sighed helplessly. I've considered that too, but now that he's even hired assassins, I'm truly afraid. Lěng Qīngyán stopped herself from continuing, for those very words sent a chill down her spine just to utter them. It's fine. Jiāng Mu waved his hand, offering gentle reassurance. Don't worry. I have my own way of handling this. But... Lěng Qīngyán tried to say more, but seeing Jiāng Mu's firm resolve, she swallowed her words. Ring ring. Jiāng Mu's phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he saw the caller was none other than Hao Jitong, the young secretary from Xianjiang Happy City. This puzzled Jiāng Mu. Why would she be calling him? Hello? Jiāng Mu answered with a faint smile. You're calling me, surely not because you're tired of those work uniforms and want me to buy you some new ones? Hao Jitong's face flushed crimson on the other end of the line. She was both embarrassed and annoyed. Of course not. I'm calling you about something important. Oh? Jiāng Mu perked up at the mention of serious business. What is it? Tell me. Hao Jitong gave a light nod. There are two things. First, my sister wants to resign. Her resignation letter is already in your email. Take a look when you have time. If it's okay, just approve it. Hao Jitong. Jiāng Mu's eyebrows shot up as he snapped coldly, are you telling me how to do my job? Hearing the anger in Jiāng Mu's voice, Hao Jitong on the other end of the line was startled. She quickly softened her tone. No, I wouldn't dare tell you what to do. It's just that my sister, she's eager to join her former boss, Zheng Lei, overseas, so I hope you can approve it quickly. Oh. Jiāng Mu responded with a casual oh. I'll handle this matter appropriately. Move on to the next item. Right. Hao Jitong smiled faintly and continued unhurriedly. The second matter concerns the expansion of Jiāng amusement park. Currently, 2 companies have won the bid and have prepared their expansion proposals. So I was wondering when you might have time to come back and hold a meeting. Well, Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before replying, I can't say for certain yet. It could be as soon as 3 or 4 days, or as late as 7 or 8 days. I'll notify you once I've finalized my schedule. Understood. Hao Jitong responded obediently. Anything else, sir? If not, I'll go check the electricity. No. I'll get back to work. Oh. Jiāng Mu scoffed. Well done, Hao Jitong. Watching movies during work hours, you sure live it up. Penalty, 1 month's bonus dot, plus 10 sets of new work uniforms. Keep an eye out for deliveries in the coming days. Ha? Hao Jitong was stunned. The next second, utterly dejected, she begged Jiāng Mu, Chairman Jiang, Boss Jiang, Brother Jiang. I beg you, even if you dock a month's salary, could you please spare me the uniforms? No way. Jiāng Mu refused without hesitation. Oh, and once you get the uniforms, change into them immediately. Then send me a video of you dancing the kind those sexy female streamers do on Douyin. Otherwise. He paused, letting a cold laugh trail off before adding, I'll cancel all your vacation days for this year, next year, and the year after that. No way. The moment she heard about losing all her leave, Hao Jitong exploded with rage. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, if you dare do that, I'll report you to the Labor Bureau. Fine. Jiāng Mu grinned, unhurriedly replying, go ahead and file your complaint if you wish. Suit yourself. You. Hao Jitong was furious, nearly beside herself with rage. Just as she was about to argue further with Jiāng Mu, he hung up the phone. Fuming, she stared at the darkened phone screen and stomped her foot in frustration. After handling the matter with Jiāng Happy City, Jiāng Mu called Zhuaihang and Tangningshin separately. He inquired about the progress of the film production. He also sold the 2 yachts he'd won from Maiyang Jun the previous night, turning them into 8 million yuan in cash. Once everything was settled, the sky had grown dim. The boundless sea stretched out in pitch blackness, forming a stark contrast to the star-studded sky above. What are you doing? Jiāng Mu slowly approached Lěng Qīngyán, who stood by the railing catching the sea breeze, and asked. Nothing much. Lěng Qīngyán shook her head. Just thinking if that door hadn't broken earlier today, we might have both died. It's fine. Jiāng Mu grinned and teased, if we died together, wouldn't that mean we could reunite over there? Shut up. Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows knitted together as she said coldly, stop talking about death. It's bad luck. Don't say such things. Put. Jiāng Mu chuckled, seems like you were the one who brought up death first, huh? Chapter 202, Arrival at Uncouth County 3rd update. Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face flushed as she explained, that's different. I was just stating a hypothetical scenario. What I said was also a hypothetical scenario. But it's still not the same. Lěng Qīngyán insisted stubbornly, anyway, I say it's different, so it's different. Oomph. Fine. Jiāng Mu nodded affectionately. You're right. I promise I won't bring it up again. That's more like it. Seeing Jiāng Mu back down, Lěng Qīngyán smiled with satisfaction. Gazing into the distance, she remarked, school starts in less than 15 days. I wonder what university will be like. College, huh? Jiāng Mu feigned deep thought, murmuring after a moment, I have no idea either. Put. Lěng Qīngyán had expected Jiāng Mu to spout some cliched platitudes, but instead he admitted he didn't know either. This made her burst out laughing. And so, the two stood on the deck, chatting idly as the sea breeze blew around them. It wasn't until 9 o'clock at night that they finally retired to their respective rooms for the night. Time slipped by swiftly, like flowing water. Before they knew it, it was already 4:30 p.m. the next afternoon. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán quickly gathered their belongings before disembarking and stepping onto the soil of Uncouth County. Ah! Jiāng Mu stood on the pier, stretching lazily and flexing his limbs. This boat ride was exhausting. But at least we're finally home. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán glanced around at the bustling little county town before her and asked doubtfully, what exactly does your family do? They're clearly so wealthy, yet why do they live in a place like this? My family. Jiāng Mu paused to consider his story before saying, to be honest, my family is actually a tomb raiding dynasty. Grave robbers? Lěng Qīngyán's eyes lit up. Like the old 9 gates from the Lost Tomb Chronicles? Jiāng Mu. He'd planned to bluff his way through with the Lost Tomb Chronicles, but she'd actually read it? How the hell was he supposed to pull that off now? No. Why are you leaving? Seeing Jiāng Mu walk away without a word, Lěng Qīngyán hurried after him. Although Uncouth County wasn't as bustling as Linhai City, as a transportation hub where 2 provinces meet, it was considerably more developed than the average northern county town. Uncouth Volkswagen Sales Company, Limited. Glancing at the sign on the wall, Jiāng Mu said to Lěng Qīngyán, this one. Volkswagen might be a bit low-end, but in a small place like Uncouth, you probably won't find anything better than this. Are you buying a car? Lěng Qīngyán looked at him with surprise. Yeah. Jiāng Mu nodded. If you go to a dealership and don't buy a car, what else are you going to do? No, but. Lěng Qīngyán was even more confused. Don't you already have so many cars? Why buy another one? For transportation, of course. Jiāng Mu explained flatly, it's about 30 kilometers from Uncouth County to my place. Without a car, we'd be walking until tomorrow morning. Lěng Qīngyán. Then why didn't you just drive back? Lěng Qīngyán looked utterly perplexed. If you were driving, you wouldn't need to buy another car. Oomph. Jiāng Mu chuckled, suppressing his rising irritation as he replied deliberately, because driving would take nearly 15 hours straight. That's exhausting, you know? Oh. After being scolded, Lěng Qīngyán suddenly became much more docile. She followed Jiāng Mu at a leisurely pace into the Volkswagen dealership. Hello, do we have an appointment? Upon entering the store, the staff member sitting at the front desk playing with their phone asked without looking up. No. Jiāng Mu scanned the spacious showroom and noticed there were only 4 display vehicles. It was pitifully few. As for potential buyers, there were even fewer. In the vast showroom, he spotted only 1 man and 1 woman, no one else in sight. Do you know any salespeople here? The staff member pressed on, just tell me their name or employee number, and I'll have them come assist you. No, I don't. Jiāng Mu replied flatly, just assign me any salesperson. At this remark, the staff member finally deigned to glance up at Jiāng Mu. But it was only a glance before she looked away again, a cold smile curling her lips as she muttered under her breath, another window shopper. Ha! Upon hearing this remark, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán couldn't help but frown, silently giving this dealership service a huge thumbs down in their minds. Still, they said nothing. After all, arguing with such a snob would only make them angry. Syo yeah. Syo yeah. The staff member called out twice toward the back, and soon a girl in a professional uniform, wearing a sincere smile, hurried out. She looked to be 18 or 19, not particularly pretty. But her large eyes sparkled with intelligence. She was clearly a bright young thing. Shui Wei? Jiāng Mu was somewhat surprised to see her and hurried over to greet her. Do you work here? Jiāng Mu? Shui Wei's eyes lit up with delight at the sight of him. She nodded with a smile. Yep. My college entrance exam scores were too low. I could only get into some third-rate diploma mill. Might as well start working early. True enough. Jiāng Mu nodded non-committally. Those diploma mills aren't just expensive, they make it tough to land a decent job afterward. You bet. Shui Wei grinned. What about you? Should be starting school soon, right? Hold on. Just as Jiāng Mu was about to answer Chuyu's question, the staff member spoke up first. If you're buying a car, buy it now. If not, leave immediately. Don't hold her up at work. Sorry, Jiāng Mu. Shui Wei gave an awkward smile. I'm still working right now. I'll chat with you tonight when I have time. No need. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. Let's talk now. Because I'm buying a car. Oomph. The male staff member snorted derisively, muttering with a look of utter contempt, these days, anyone thinks they can buy a car. No idea where they get the nerve. Manager Zhao. Seeing her classmate being mocked like this, Chuyu instantly grew displeased. Her expression hardened as she retorted, You're mocking my classmate right in front of me? That's a bit inappropriate, don't you think? Nothing inappropriate about it. Manager Zhao shrugged indifferently. If you don't like it, you can take your clothes and leave right now. You. Shui Wei was furious and was about to argue with manager Zhao when Jiāng Mu stepped in to stop her. Shui Wei, we don't need to waste our breath on a dog. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Manager Zhao instantly erupted, his face flushing crimson as he snarled, Say it again if you've got the guts. Chapter 203, God. Manager Zhao's voice boomed so loudly that everyone in the room turned to look at them. Their expressions were filled with confusion. Everything was fine just a moment ago. Why did they suddenly start arguing? Yeah. That scared me. The couple examining the car murmured. Probably those influencers came over to take photos again. The saleswoman grimaced. You two don't know these influencers come by every other day to shoot short videos. They mess up perfectly good cars. It's incredibly annoying. At her words, the crowds gazed toward Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán filled with disgust, instantly casting them as the villains. What are you doing? Shui Wei jumped at manager Zhao's sudden shout. She hurriedly shielded Jiāng Mu behind her. Seeing Chuyu shielding him, Jiāng Mu felt a flicker of emotion. He thought to himself, she really is my childhood friend so loyal. Shui Wei. The next moment, Jiāng Mu gently patted Chuyu's shoulder in consolation. You don't need to hold me back. I want to see what he can do to me. But Shui Wei was still worried, but seeing Jiāng Mu so determined, she swallowed her words and obediently stepped aside, making room for him. She obediently stepped aside, clearing the way. Seeing that Jiāng Mu hadn't been intimidated by his imposing presence, a hint of surprise flashed across manager Zhao's face. In his experience, young pimps like Jiāng Mu, barely 18 or 19, were usually timid creatures. Well. After a long pause, manager Zhao sneered coldly, Since you're still a man, I'll give you a chance. Just get the hell out of here right now, and I'll let what just happened slide. Put. Jiāng Mu laughed a wild, maniacal laugh. He stared at Manager Zhao as if he were mentally challenged. Then he suddenly snapped, "You want me to get lost? Is this how your Volkswagen dealership treats its customers? God?" Manager Zhao laughed too. "Kid, get this straight, only those who can afford to buy a car are gods. If you can't afford one, what the hell kind of god are you?" Exactly. The couple who had been watching the spectacle stepped forward to agree. I fully support this staff member's perspective. Otherwise, if just anyone could be a god, wouldn't they be swamped with work? Young man. The woman hooked her arm through the man's and joined in the mockery. In this society, you need money to be god. Without it, you're nothing. Exactly. The saleswoman chimed in, "Money talks. With it, you could be god or even my dad. But do you have it? You're broke. Don't you think this is going too far?" Shu Yue's breathing quickened in anger as she glared at the crowd. Lěng Qīngyán was equally furious. She glared at them viciously and roared, "Which eye of yours saw us without money?" Oof. Manager Zhao sneered, "If you've got money, why don't you just hand it over?" Exactly. The female salesperson chimed in, "If you have money, then show it to us. All this hot air is useless." Lěng Qīngyán was furious. If she hadn't given all her savings to Jiāng Mu, she would have flung the money right in their faces to smother those two snobbish jerks. Enough. Jiāng Mu spoke up then, gently patting Lěng Qīngyán's shoulder as he soothed her softly, "It's not worth getting angry over people like this. Let me handle this matter." Without waiting for Lěng Qīngyán's consent, Jiāng Mu stepped forward, his gaze coldly sweeping over Manager Zhao. He sneered, "Mr. Zhao, you just said anyone who buys a car is God, correct?" "Correct." Manager Zhao sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. "As long as you buy a car, I'll call you God right away." Oomph. Jiāng Mu chuckled, then turned his gaze back to the couple examining the car. "So you two think money makes you God, huh?" "Right." The woman stiffened her neck. "Money talks. It's mainly because you're broke, oomph. Oomph." Jiāng Mu chuckled again, shifting his gaze to the female salesperson. "You said earlier that as long as I had money, I could even be your daddy. Does that still stand?" The saleswoman froze for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "Sure. As long as you can cough up $1 million, I'll do whatever you want, not just be your daddy, but even sleep with you tonight." "Forget it." Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively, his tone icy. "I don't sleep with sows." "Who the hell are you calling a sow?" The saleswoman's face turned purple with rage as she pointed at Jiāng Mu's nose and snarled, "Say that again if you dare." Jiāng Mu froze. Were all the employees at this store trained the same way? Why did they all say the exact same thing? That should be your boss's phone number, right? Ignoring the saleswoman's fury, Jiāng Mu pointed at the string of complaint numbers on the wall and asked, "What's that supposed to mean?" Manager Zhao sneered. "So you can't take the heat anymore and plan to call our boss to complain about us?" At this remark, the crowd burst into laughter. Their eyes were filled with contempt as they looked at Jiāng Mu. "No." Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively, offering a faint smile. "Didn't you just say money talks? Well, I plan to call your boss and buy this entire dealership." "What?" Everyone froze at the thought of Jiāng Mu buying the dealership. Their gazes toward Jiāng Mu were filled with astonishment and doubt. Initial Moon, unaware of Jiāng Mu's current financial standing, was no exception. Her eyes locked onto Jiāng Mu as she murmured under her breath, "Has Jiāng Mu lost his mind? Why else would he start talking nonsense?" Lěng Qīngyán, who knew Jiāng Mu's capabilities well, looked utterly perplexed. She thought to herself, just to prove a point? It doesn't warrant such an extravagant move, does it? Put. Just then, a burst of laughter shattered the silence. Manager Zhao fought back the urge to laugh as he addressed Jiāng Mu. "Kid, you must be some monkey-scent clown. This dealership costs over 10 million just for the franchise fee. Factor in the cars and rent, and it's easily over 20 million. What do you plan to buy it with? Selling blood? Kidney transplant? Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard my sides hurt." The female salesperson chimed in from the side, "And you're buying this entire dealership? You sure know how to talk big, ha ha ha." The couple viewing the car finally snapped out of their shock. They joined in the mockery. "Bro, wake up. How can you be dreaming in broad daylight?" "What do you mean?" Jiāng Mu swept his gaze across the crowd, flashing a devilish grin. "Don't believe me?" "Yeah." The crowd chorused in unison, "We don't believe you." "Fine then." Jiāng Mu cut to the chase, pulling his phone from his pocket and silently dialing the number on the wall. Chapter 204, Name Your Price. Beep, beep, beep. Seeing Jiāng Mu actually make the call, everyone froze in surprise. They wondered what the hell this kid was up to. Could it be he actually intends to buy this dealership? Shu Yue was also bewildered, her bright eyes blinking rapidly. Her gaze was filled with confusion. "Hey!" After 3 rings, the other party answered. A cool, masculine voice came through the receiver. "Who is this?" "My name is Jiāng Mu." Jiāng Mu introduced himself. I'm calling to ask if your dealership sells this model. The other party paused, then sneered coldly, friend, I don't have time for your jokes. If you have nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm not joking. Jiāng Mu said firmly, I genuinely intend to buy your dealership. Name your price. Well. Seeing Jiāng Mu's sincere tone, the other party hesitated. After a moment, he said, alright, tell me where you are. How about we meet in person to discuss it? Sure. Jiāng Mu also felt this kind of matter wasn't suitable to discuss over the phone. I'm right here at your dealership. Come over now. Oh? The other party perked up. What a coincidence. I'm already at the entrance of the dealership. Let's meet up. With that, the other party hung up. Tap tap tap. Less than 10 seconds after the call ended, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who looked somewhat like a refined scoundrel, came into view. Good afternoon, Mr. Lei. Good day, Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei, hello. Several salespeople immediately bowed deeply upon seeing him, their demeanor as deferential as could be. Mr. Lei gave a slight nod before turning his gaze to the couple inspecting the car. You two must be the ones who called about acquiring my dealership, right? No. The couple waved their hands frantically. They'd need a loan just to buy a 500,000 yuan car. Where would they find the money to buy a dealership? Huh? Mr. Lei looked taken aback. Then who called me? Me. Jiāng Mu, seated on the sofa, spoke slowly. I made the call. Name your price, how much will you sell it for? You? Mr. Lei froze, then sneered coldly, young man, there's a limit to how much you can brag. My dealership may not be huge, but it's worth at least 20 million yuan. How could a kid like you possibly have that kind of money? Mr. Lei. Manager Zhao suddenly interjected, I think this guy is here to cause trouble. Should I call security to kick him out? Mr. Lei, Manager Zhao is absolutely right. The female salesperson chimed in, this kid is definitely here to cause trouble. You can't believe his nonsense. Shut up, all of you. Mr. Lei frowned and snapped angrily, since when do I need your advice on how to run my business? Manager Zhao and the saleswoman were rendered speechless. They stood there dejectedly, not daring to utter another word. Mr. Lei, right? Lěng Qīngyán spoke up slowly, first, I want to make one thing clear, my boyfriend absolutely did not come here to cause trouble. He came to buy a car. Unfortunately, these two staff members looked down on us. They even cursed us as poor bastards and hurled insults. That's why we had no choice but to call you. Oh. Mr. Lei chuckled. So all this time, you were here to complain. Well, my apologies, but that's just our store's service style. Poor people aren't within our service scope. So, if either of you feels uncomfortable, please leave. What? Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. She thought the boss's presence might make things better after all. A boss should have a longer-term perspective than employees and understand the importance of customers and reputation. But to her utter shock, this boss turned out to be cut from the same cloth as those two employees all cut from the same cloth. She was so furious she felt like cursing. Manager Zhao and the female salesperson, who had been dejected after being harshly reprimanded by Mr. Lei, immediately perked up at Lei's words. Their faces beamed with smug satisfaction. Clap clap clap. Just then, an untimely round of applause echoed faintly. Jiāng Mu then rose unhurriedly, strolled leisurely before Lei's own, and smiled, your company's corporate culture truly makes us look at you with new respect. But I wonder what the brand owners think of your business philosophy. Are you threatening me? Lei's eyebrows shot up, his voice icy. Listen, kid, let me make this clear, in this little corner of Uncouth County, I, Lei Shang, am half the sky. So before you file any complaints, I suggest you think carefully about your legs. Don't blame me if you end up crippled before I even lift a finger. Sorry. Jiāng Mu met Lei Shang's fierce gaze and grinned. I didn't graduate from Xiamen University, so that tactic won't work on me. With that, Jiāng Mu pulled out his phone and read aloud from a WeChat message sent by Su Rulan, Lei Shang, male, 45 years old, wife, Feng Jinan, 40 years old, son, Feng Hao. Oh. At this point, Jiāng Mu gave an exaggerated laugh. Who'd have thought that you, a son-in-law who married into the family, would dare keep a mistress on the side? You've got some nerve. You little brat. When Jiāng Mu had spoken earlier, Lei Shang had been genuinely puzzled. He wondered how Jiāng Mu could possibly know all this. But the moment the words mistress exploded from his mouth, Lei Shang exploded too. His face flushed crimson as he shouted, what nonsense are you spouting? Say that again if you dare. Ha? Jiāng Mu froze, then broke into a bitter smile. Turns out, that line say it again if you dare, had actually been part of their standardized training. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know it in your heart. Jiāng Mu met Lei Shang's murderous glare, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. So, stop gesticulating at me. Sit down properly. We still have things to discuss. Lei Shang fell silent at his words. He genuinely wanted to sit down and have a proper conversation with Jiāng Mu. After all, this matter concerned his career and future, he couldn't afford to mess this up. Yet he feared Jiāng Mu might be bluffing. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma. After a long moment, Lei Shang's face darkened as he barked coldly, "Who exactly are you? What's the purpose of investigating my background? I've already made myself perfectly clear." Jiāng Mu replied calmly, "I want to buy your dealership, so name your price." "Fine." This time, Lei Shang didn't doubt him. After all, his background, especially the mistress, wasn't something just anyone could uncover. This dealership has 3 years of lease remaining, 20 vehicles in stock, and 4 display models. Altogether, it's worth about 10 million yuan. Add the franchise fee, and 20 million yuan should cover it. Chapter 205, Fine, I'll sell it. Third update. Mr. Lei. Jiāng Mu smiled, a smile so sinister it made Lei Shang feel like he'd fallen into an ice cave, suffocating. So sinister it made Lei Shang feel suffocated, as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. Haven't you grasped the situation yet? 20 million? That was the price back then. Is it still worth 20 million now? Clunk. Lei Shang's heart sank violently. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young man, using someone else's weakness as leverage, isn't that beneath a respectable businessman?" Oomph. Jiāng Mu scoffed. "Who in their right mind does business like that? You." Lei Shang felt a surge of anger but dared not truly sever ties with Jiāng Mu. He swallowed his pride and uttered softly, 18 million. My absolute bottom line. 15 million. Jiāng Mu countered, "If you agree, we'll sign the contract right now." "I'll agree to your mother." Lei Shang exploded, leaping to his feet and bellowing, "For this pittance? I'd rather let this company go under than sell." "Sure." Jiāng Mu nodded. "I support your decision. By the way, what was your wife's phone number again?" 150-4410. Enough. Before Jiāng Mu could finish, Lei Shang cried out in exasperation, "Fine, fine. I'll sell it. Is that good enough?" 10 minutes later. "Take care, Mr. Lei." After watching Lei Shang leave, Jiāng Mu turned his gaze to manager Zhao, his smile forced. "What did you just say? That car buyers are gods? Well, if I buy every single car here right now, does that make me a god?" Gulp. Manager Zhao was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. Trembling, he stammered, "Yes, absolutely. You are undoubtedly God." Jiāng Mu nodded in satisfaction, then fixed his gaze on the female salesperson. "Dad, you're my real dad." Feeling Jiāng Mu's icy stare, the saleswoman didn't wait for him to speak. She immediately backed down and called him Dad. MHM. Jiāng Mu gave a slight nod of satisfaction, his gaze slowly settling on the couple examining the car. "Do you still think I'm asleep?" "No, we weren't asleep." Their faces stung fiercely, and they replied awkwardly, It was us who fell asleep." Jiāng Mu nodded again, thoroughly pleased with their response. "Alright, if you're going to leave, get out of here quickly. This place is too small to accommodate so many important figures." Boom. At those words, Manager Zhao and the saleswoman froze in shock. The next second, Manager Zhao grabbed Jiāng Mu's arm, pleading with a trembling voice, "Mr. Jiang. I was wrong to look down on people. I didn't know any better. I apologize. Please, don't fire me, okay? My entire family depends on this salary to survive. If I lose this job, how will we make ends meet?" The saleswoman joined in, pleading, "Mr. Jiang, no, Dad, I beg you, please don't fire me. My family's situation isn't much different from his. Without this job, how would we survive?" Jiāng Mu gave them both a cold glance and uttered a few words lightly. "At this moment, all I can offer you are a few words. I can't help you in any other way." What words? If only you had known then what you know now. Boom. Those 8 simple words struck like 2 heavy blows. They struck Manager Zhao and the saleswoman like heavy blows. They shattered the last shred of hope lingering in both their hearts. Their faces wore expressions of utter despair. "Chuiwei." Jiāng Mu paid them no further attention, turning instead to Chuiwei. "Starting today, you are the executive president of this dealership. Your monthly salary is 10,000 yuan plus a 10% commission on net profits. Work hard, I believe you can run this place even better." Jiāng Mu's decision to buy this dealership stemmed from 2 motivations. First, to prove those snobbish jerks wrong. Second, it was to help Chuyu, his childhood friend who had grown up alongside him. He wanted her to have a better income and a brighter future. Otherwise, relying solely on Chuyu's own efforts, achieving success would remain a distant dream. Chuiwei felt as if everything that had just happened was unreal. She stared blankly at Jiāng Mu. After a long moment, she snapped back to reality. No way, Jiāng Mu. I've only been here less than a month. I don't understand anything yet. You want me to be CEO? This company will go under sooner or later. So? Before Chuiwei could finish, Jiāng Mu cut her off. "Chuiwei, when I was little, my family was poor. We couldn't afford snacks. Watching others eat them made my mouth water. But then you saw me, and you'd always share half your snacks with me. That kindness, I've never forgotten. So, forget about some measly little shop worth 10 million. Even if you ran $100 million business into the ground, it wouldn't matter one bit. Besides, Jiāng Mu continued, from childhood to now, you've always been the smartest and bravest among the three of us. So I believe this little setback is absolutely nothing to you. Jiāng Mu's words were sincere and heartfelt. Moved to tears, Chuyu nodded firmly. I understand. Rest assured, I'll make this shop the #1 in Uncouth County. Jiāng Mu smiled knowingly. After chatting some more and treating Chuyu to a lavish meal, he drove away from the dealership in a Volkswagen Feidian worth 400,000 yuan, heading toward his hometown of Xiahe village. As for why Jiāng Mu chose only a 400,000 yuan Feidian instead of the pricier Touareg, it was because, in the vast showroom, this Feidian was the only top-tier model available in stock. Otherwise, Jiāng Mu would never have chosen such an affordable car. Inside the car, Lěng Qīngyán drove while stealing glances at Jiāng Mu out of the corner of her eye. After stealing 8 or 9 glances at him, she finally couldn't resist asking, Jiāng Mu, are we supposed to keep going straight down this road? Yes. Jiāng Mu replied without looking up. It'll be my place at the end of the road. Just keep driving. We've got at least another half hour to go. Oh. Lěng Qīngyán murmured softly, so you grew up there your whole life? Yep. Jiāng Mu nodded slightly. Why? Oh, nothing much. Lěng Qīngyán smiled faintly. Just killing time with idle chatter. By the way, there must be quite a few kids in your village, right? Ha! The moment those words left her mouth, Jiāng Mu immediately sensed something off. He scoffed, Lěng Qīngyán, you've been beating around the bush this whole time, don't tell me you're trying to ask about Chuyu? No. Caught out, Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face flushed slightly as she weakly protested, I really was just killing time, making small talk. Oh. Jiāng Mu's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Alright then. I was actually thinking of talking to you about Chuyu earlier, but since you don't want to hear it, I guess we'll skip it. Chapter 206, Better Than You. Wait. Lěng Qīngyán hurriedly interjected, her cheeks still flushed. Actually, talking about it isn't impossible. Put. Watching Lěng Qīngyán beside him, her words at odds with her heart, Jiāng Mu chuckled softly. He fixed her with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, Lěng Qīngyán, you wouldn't happen to be jealous, would you? No. Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed crimson as she hastily protested, You're not really my boyfriend, so how could I possibly be jealous? Jiāng Mu chuckled softly, no longer pressing the issue. He explained with a smile, you're overthinking it. The reason I'm so nice to Chuyu isn't because I like her, but because she's my best friend. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Jiāng Mu's eyes. When I was little, my family was really poor. The kids in the village looked down on me and wouldn't play with me. Only Chuyu and Yao Lei didn't look down on me. They were willing to play with me. So, they're incredibly special friends to me, and I treasure this friendship deeply. Oh. Upon receiving Jiāng Mu's confirmation that he didn't like Chuyu, Lěng Qīngyán's lips involuntarily curved upward. Her heart felt sweeter than honey. Unnoticed, the sun had set in the west. The fiery sun dyed the endless clouds a soft pink. It hung beautifully on the horizon. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán drove along, admiring the breathtaking sunset scenery. They navigated the winding country roads, heading toward Xiahe village. Beep beep beep. Just as they reached the village entrance, a brand new black BMW X5 sped toward Jiāng Mu. It honked frantically. He looked so anxious, as if he were about to be reincarnated. Squeak! The next second, that brand new BMW X5 slammed to a halt right in front of Jiāng Mu's car, completely blocking the already narrow road. Lěng Qīngyán had no choice but to stop her car as well. Her embroidered brows knitted together as a gentle scowl formed on her face. What's wrong with this guy? Can't he drive properly? Why is he blocking the road? Jiāng Mu was also annoyed by the other driver's actions. He turned back to Lěng Qīngyán and instructed, stay in the car. I'll get out and see what's going on. Be careful, okay? Lěng Qīngyán urged with concern. Got it. Jiāng Mu replied before opening the door and stepping out. He strode over to the other car. Knock knock knock. He tapped lightly on the window and said in a flat tone, hey, buddy, you're blocking the road. What's the deal? Squeak. The window rolled down, revealing a young man with dyed yellow hair, vigorously picking his nose. Yo! The young man glanced at Jiāng Mu, then at the shiny new Volkswagen Feidian parked nearby. He grinned. Not bad, Jiāng Mu. Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you're renting cars? Looks like you've been making some moves. Ma Xiaohu? Recognizing the man, Jiāng Mu's expression darkened instantly, his eyes blazing with icy fury. Ma Xiaohu, 20 years old. He was the son of Ma Baoguo, the village chief of Xiahe village. Yes. You read that right, his father is Ma Baoguo. However, this Ma Baoguo doesn't possess the lightning 5-strike whip technique. Growing up, Ma Xiaohu enjoyed privileged family circumstances, which contributed to his robust development. He often bullied Jiāng Mu, taking advantage of his tall, sturdy build. The incident that left the deepest impression on Jiāng Mu happened in 6th grade. That summer, Jiāng Mu, Chuyu, and Yao Lei went fishing in the river. Ma Xiaohu insisted the fish belonged to his family and refused to let Jiāng Mu take them. Naturally, Jiāng Mu refused to comply, and the two ended up in a scuffle. But the slight Jiāng Mu was no match for Ma Xiaohu. Before long, Ma Xiaohu had beaten him black and blue. Ma Xiaohu even cracked open his head with a rock. Afterward, Jiāng's father confronted Ma Bagua. Not only did Ma refuse to pay any medical expenses, but he also used his position as village chief to rally villagers and beat Jiāng's father severely. From that day onward, Jiāng Mu harbored a deep, seething hatred for Ma Xiaohu's entire family. He had not a shred of goodwill toward them. Ma Xiaohu? You think you can just call him that? The purple-haired thug in the passenger seat of the BMW X5 raised his eyebrows and barked at Jiāng Mu, "Call him Tiger Brother right now." "Brother Tiger?" Jiāng Mu laughed. "He sure is a tiger." Seeing Jiāng Mu's audacity, the purple-haired thug flew into a rage, yanking open the door to beat him senseless. "Hold on." Just then, Ma Xiaohu spoke up. He exhaled a smoke ring and said in a low voice, "Jiāng Mu, if I didn't have business to attend to today and couldn't be bothered with you, I'd definitely show you why the flowers are so red." His eyes narrowed menacingly at Jiāng Mu as he continued, "Alright, now get your beat-up Volkswagen out of my way. Stop blocking the road." "Ma Xiaohu." Jiāng Mu feigned hurt. "Haven't seen you in days, and now you're blind too? You're the one who's blind." Ma Xiaohu's eyebrows shot up as he spat venomously, "Both my eyes are 20/20, got it? Is that so?" Jiāng Mu grinned. "Then how come you didn't notice that road over there is narrower than this one? There's no way we can pass each other. If I care if it's narrow or not." Ma Xiaohu struck a cocky, "I'm the boss here" pose, cursing, You move. Just get out of the way already. Stop wasting my time with your bull." "Sorry." Jiāng Mu's tone turned icy. "No way. You have two choices, either back up and clear the path so we can pass first, or fly straight over this spot." "You!" Purple hair exploded, yanking open the car door and striding up to Jiāng Mu. He waved his sandbag-sized fist. "Jiāng Mu, I'm giving you one last chance. Move the hell out of the way now, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, this fist of mine doesn't give a about your eyes. Then I'll give you one last chance too." Jiāng Mu remained expressionless, his tone calm. "Step aside, and this is over. Otherwise, my fists don't have eyes either." Ma Xiaohu and purple hair froze, their faces frozen in shock. Their eyes fixed on Jiāng Mu, as if saying, "Damn it, did this bastard crack his skull working? Why's he suddenly talking nonsense?" Jiāng Mu. After a moment, Ma Xiaohu stepped out of the car, lit a cigarette, and said, "You think working a few days outside and making a little cash makes you tough now? Not bad." Jiāng Mu met Ma Xiaohu's fiery glare, neither humble nor arrogant. "At least I'm better than you." "Put." Ma Xiaohu laughed. He looked as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He nudged the purple-haired guy beside him. "Liangzi, did you hear what he said? Better than me? That's hilarious." Whoosh. His words cut off abruptly as Ma Xiaohu's expression turned vicious. He swung a punch straight at Jiāng Mu's face, snarling curses through gritted teeth. I'll see just how better you are." Chapter 207, Take That. Though Ma Xiaohu knew no martial arts, his imposing stature and habit of fighting since childhood made him a formidable presence. And having been involved in fights since childhood, his fists packed a serious punch. Most people couldn't withstand them. Swish. Just as Ma Xiaohu's fist was about to strike Jiāng Mu's face, Jiāng Mu executed a perfect dodge, effortlessly sidestepping and intercepting the blow. He then delivered a kick to Ma Xiaohu's midsection, sending him stumbling backwards several steps before he could regain his footing. Damn it! Ma Xiaohu was taken aback. In his memory, Jiāng Mu wasn't exactly a pushover, but his fighting skills were utterly pathetic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bullied Jiāng Mu since childhood, continuing all the way into adulthood. "Nice one, Jiāng Mu." Ma Xiaohu cracked his neck, his expression turning serious. "You've been gone a month and picked up some skills, but, too bad. You're still my defeated opponent." Whoosh. With that, Ma Xiaohu swung another punch, this time unleashing nearly his full strength. It was significantly faster than his previous strike. But alas, such an attack was utterly useless against Jiāng Mu, who possessed the 100% evasion skill. Jiāng Mu simply shifted his stance slightly, effortlessly evading Ma Xiaohu's punch. Then, with a swift uppercut, he connected squarely with Ma Xiaohu's jaw, producing a dull thud. Followed by a muffled cry of pain. That was the sound of Ma Xiaohu biting his own tongue. Put. Damn it! Seeing the blood-stained spit on the ground, Ma Xiaohu erupted in fury. He let out a growl and charged at Jiāng Mu once more. This time, his fists flew in rapid succession, first a straight jab, then a back fist. Aiming for Jiāng Mu's face in midsection. Too slow. Watching the attack that was several times slower than the assassin's, Jiāng Mu chuckled softly and shook his head. He then sidestepped Ma Xiaohu's strike at an unorthodox angle before charging forward, sending Ma Xiaohu crashing to the ground with a single collision. The entire sequence flowed like a stream, executed in one seamless motion. To anyone unaware of the situation, it might have looked like they were filming a movie. Seeing his boss get beaten, purple hair flew into a rage. He swung his fist at Jiāng Mu, charging forward to teach him a lesson. Get lost. Jiāng Mu had no interest in the purple-haired thug. As the thug charged forward, Jiāng Mu deftly sidestepped the blow. With a swift leg sweep, he sent the purple-haired thug flying backward. He crashed to the ground, knocking out one of his front teeth. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, pierced the silent night sky. Tap tap tap. Jiāng Mu slowly walked over to Ma Xiaohu, towering over him as he appraised him coldly. Impressed? You. Ma Xiaohu never dreamed he'd be beaten into such a sorry state by Jiāng Mu, the very person he'd always bullied. Humiliation, resentment, rage, a torrent of emotions roared within his chest. They coalesced into an unquenchable inferno of rage. It seared every nerve in his body as he swung his fists toward Jiāng Mu once more. Still too slow. Yawning lazily, Jiāng Mu dodged Ma Xiaohu's attack before landing a punch squarely on his nose. Thud. A dull thud echoed through the air, accompanied by a wail of pain. Steaming blood trickled out, instantly staining half of Ma Xiaohu's face crimson. Under the glare of the car's headlights, he looked like a zombie from a horror movie, utterly terrifying. Jiāng Mu, you son of a... Ma Xiaohu wiped the blood trickling from his nose with his sleeve, his voice trembling with rage. Today, I'll kill you, you bastard. With that, Ma Xiaohu lunged at Jiāng Mu like a madman, aiming to ram his body into Jiāng Mu. Get lost. Watching Ma Xiaohu charge like a rabid dog, Jiāng Mu simply sidestepped effortlessly. He then executed the same leg sweep he'd used on purple hair, tripping Ma Xiaohu. Ma Xiaohu flew backward a considerable distance, crashing heavily to the ground. As luck would have it, the spot where Ma Xiaohu landed was covered in a fresh pile of cow dung. It smeared all over Ma Xiaohu's face. The foul stench assaulted his stomach, triggering waves of nausea that made him retch violently. He retched uncontrollably. You want to die. Purple Hair scrambled to his feet, cursing and ranting, today I'll knock your teeth right out of your mouth. With that, the thug grabbed an irregular stone about the size of 2 palms from the roadside and hurled it straight at Jiāng Mu's head. Jiāng Mu, watch out. Lěng Qīngyán jumped out of the car, her face filled with panic as she shouted at Jiāng Mu. Her large, watery eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Jiāng Mu easily dodged the stone and gave Lěng Qīngyán a reassuring glance. Die. At that moment, Purple Hair closed in on Jiāng Mu, swinging a fist as big as a sandbag toward him. Jiāng Mu sidestepped, snatched the punch, and landed 2 solid blows to Purple Hair's eye sockets. Purple Hair instantly transformed into a national first-class protected animal, a giant panda. He screamed in agony. Get on your knees. After landing the blow, Jiāng Mu delivered a fierce kick to the crook of Purple Hair's knee, sending him crashing to his knees. His knees ached from the impact. Satisfied now? After dealing with the purple-haired man, Jiāng Mu gave him and Ma Xiaohu a cold glance and asked. I'm not convinced. Ma Xiaohu had been spoiled since childhood and wasn't about to admit defeat so easily. He spat several times and declared, Jiāng Mu, I'm not done with you today. Just wait. You'll see how I'll deal with you later. With that, Ma Xiaohu turned to leave. Stop right there. Jiāng Mu wasn't about to let him leave so easily. He stepped forward, blocking Ma Xiaohu's path. You can leave, but only if you kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and say Brother Jiāng, I was wrong 3 times. Otherwise, no one leaves here tonight. Kneel my ass. Already seething with rage, Ma Xiaohu exploded at Jiāng Mu's provocation. He yanked a baton from the trunk and charged toward Jiāng Mu. He yelled curses as he charged, you asked for it, don't blame me. We'll see who ends up dead. Jiāng Mu's eyes narrowed. He sidestepped, snatched the baton from Ma Xiaohu's grasp, and slammed his foot down hard on Ma Xiaohu's instep. The excruciating pain made Ma Xiaohu wail in agony. Thud. Jiāng Mu followed with an uppercut that slammed into Ma Xiaohu's jaw, sending saliva flying from his mouth. His screams echoed relentlessly. Ma Xiaohu. Jiāng Mu fixed his gaze on Ma Xiaohu, who clutched his mouth in agony. His words came out slow and deliberate. Back then, you beat me bloody. And your father teamed up with others to beat my father so badly he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. It's time to settle the score. Go to hell. Even then, Ma Xiaohu stubbornly defied him, his neck stiff with defiance. You deserved it, and so did your dad. Think you can settle scores with me? No way. Chapter 208, absolutely insane. Don't refuse so hastily. Jiāng Mu's tone remained level. At least hear me out. My ass. Ma Xiaohu scowled, snarling, listen to my ass, Jiāng Mu. What you did to me today, Allah. Before Ma Xiaohu could finish his threat, Jiāng Mu delivered a kick straight to his groin. The excruciating pain nearly made Ma Xiaohu's eyes roll back in his head, knocking him unconscious. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. I'm giving you one last chance. Listen or not. If you don't, I'll assume you've chosen the second way to settle this. Jiāng Mu slowly approached Ma Xiaohu, his voice cold as ice. I'll break one of your legs. You dare. Ma Xiaohu's eyes widened with fury. If you dare break my leg, I'll make your entire family pay with their lives. Snap. Ah. Jiāng Mu planted his foot squarely on Ma Xiaohu's palm and ground his heel into it. The excruciating pain shot through every nerve in Ma Xiaohu's body. Cold sweat poured down in streams, soaking through his clothes in moments. Ma Xiaohu, you need to understand this isn't the time for empty threats. Jiāng Mu's voice was icy cold. Ha! A defiant sneer curled at the corners of Ma Xiaohu's mouth. Jiāng Mu, you'd better understand who I am. Give me even the slightest chance, and I swear I won't let you off. Fine. Jiāng Mu nodded. I understand. With that, Jiāng Mu turned and walked toward his car. Watching Jiāng Mu's receding figure, Ma Xiaohu smirked triumphantly, muttering to himself, damn it, I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just another cowardly piece of after all. Put. Brother Hu, how are you? You okay? Purple Hair scrambled to his feet and approached Ma Xiaohu. Fine. Ma Xiaohu spat on the ground. Remember this for me. Tomorrow, round up a few brothers and come with me to get revenge. Yes. Purple Hair nodded firmly, then hobbled over to the BMW X5, supporting Ma Xiaohu. Beep. 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 Just then, a shrill honking sound suddenly pierced the air from behind them. Both men turned their heads simultaneously, only to see the Volkswagen Qīngyán charging toward them like a raging beast. Its speed was jaw-dropping. Bro, Tiger, this kid, he's not trying to run us over, is he? Staring at the car hurtling toward them, Purple Hair stammered in terror. No, that can't be. Ma Xiaohu hesitated uncertainly. If he really kills us, wouldn't that be murder? Boo. But it looks like he's not slowing down at all. As the car closed in, Purple Hair was scared out of his wits. The next second, he took off running. Ma Xiaohu chickened out too, sprinting in the opposite direction while muttering under his breath, he's crazy. That guy is absolutely insane. Aha! Crash! Just as the two tumbled headlong into the roadside ditch, the brand new Volkswagen Qīngyán slammed solidly into the BMW X5. The BMW X5 was sent tumbling into a deep ditch, rolling twice before coming to a halt. The pristine new car was instantly reduced to a wreck. My car! My car! Ma Xiaohu, seeing his car sent flying, pushed aside his fear. He scrambled out of the ditch and sprinted toward the other side of the road. When he saw his car, now a mangled wreck, a raging fire ignited within him. He roared at Jiāng Mu, you son of a... You're paying for my car. What do you want? Jiāng Mu stepped out of his car and walked slowly toward Ma Xiaohu. How much is this car? I'll pay you right now. Damn it. Ma Xiaohu frowned and snapped irritably, easy for you to say. This thing cost over 800 grand brand new. Think you can afford it? Here's what we'll do. Jiāng Mu pulled out his phone. I'll pay you 2 million. The extra money? I'll buy one of your legs. Clunk. Seeing the earnest look in Jiāng Mu's eyes, Ma Xiaohu's heart sank. Completely flustered, he stammered, you're joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? Jiāng Mu looked utterly serious. Give me your card number. I'll transfer the money right now. No need. Ma Xiaohu was terrified. For the first time in his life, he felt genuine fear. Stumbling backward, he stammered, I don't need your compensation. I don't need it. Isn't that enough? 800,000. Just let this 800,000 be compensation for that incident. Isn't that acceptable? Jiāng Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, I suppose it could work. But my car's wrecked too. Shouldn't you cover that part? Put. Ma Xiaohu was so furious he felt like he might spit blood. You wrecked the car yourself, why should I pay for it? It's fine. Seeing Ma Xiaohu silent for a long while, Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. If you don't want to, fine. Because compared to this little money, I still prefer your legs. No. Ma Xiaohu shook his head. I'll pay right now. 200,000, is 200,000 okay? Brother Hu. Purple Hair spoke up. Don't listen to this kid's bluff. His family is the poorest in the village. Even if he has a great job outside, there's no way he could earn 2 million yuan in such a short time. So, I think you shouldn't be scared of him. Bet him. Bet he doesn't have 2 million. Smack. The moment Purple Hair finished speaking, Ma Xiaohu's palm slammed into his face. You coward. Why the hell didn't you take the bet yourself? Purple Hair was rendered speechless, clutching his stinging right cheek as he crouched there without a word. You're right. Jiāng Mu spoke up. My family is indeed very poor, and there's no way I could earn that much money in just a month and a half. But, my wife is rich. Jiāng Mu pointed toward Lěng Qīngyán nearby. Her family is among the wealthiest in Linhai City, worth billions. A mere 2 million is nothing to her. Oh, right. Jiāng Mu switched his phone to the text message screen and waved it in front of Ma Xiaohu and Purple Hair. This is my wife giving me pocket money. Not a huge amount, just over 50 million. Holy. Staring at the balance displayed on the screen, Ma Xiaohu and Purple Hair were instantly dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, damn it, why didn't I meet such a rich woman to support me? Alright. Jiāng Mu took back his phone. Send me your account number. 2 million yuan. I'll transfer it to you right now. No, no, no. Realizing Jiāng Mu's current power, Ma Xiaohu immediately backed down. He knew that his injured leg meant next to nothing to someone with real money. I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you and apologize, plus compensate you another 300,000 yuan. How about that, is that acceptable? Chapter 209, Homecoming. 300,000 yuan. Jiāng Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ma Xiaohu and Purple Hair knelt there, staring expectantly. Their nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Cold sweat poured down their faces. Forget it. After a long pause, Jiāng Mu spoke slowly. To be honest, 300,000 yuan is no different from 3 yuan to me right now. So, compared to 300,000 yuan, I'd rather have your leg. Boom! Ma Xiaohu's heart sank at those words. He clung desperately to Jiāng Mu's thigh, pleading, Jiāng Mu, I beg you. For the sake of us growing up together since childhood, please spare me. Spare you? Jiāng Mu laughed. Back when you smashed my head open and your dad brought people to beat up my dad, did you ever think about sparing me and my dad? Clunk! Ma Xiaohu's heart sank violently at those words, his face draining of all color. He knew this leg was as good as gone today. But for the sake of his future, he still intended to struggle. Then, what do you want me to do to spare me? Simple. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly, looking down at Ma Xiaohu from above. Before 9 tomorrow morning, bring your father to kneel and apologize to my father in front of the entire village. Pay 500,000 yuan in compensation, and I'll spare you. Boom! Ma Xiaohu was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. The idea of him and his father kneeling in apology before the entire village. For him, it was more agonizing than death itself. Because if they did that, the Ma family's honor would be utterly destroyed. Then, the whole village would be talking behind their backs. But, if he refused, his legs would be crippled. What could he do? What should he do? For a moment, Ma Xiaohu was so torn he felt like he was going mad. After a long pause, he clenched his teeth and said to Jiāng Mu, this is a huge decision. Can I go home and discuss it with my father? You may. Jiāng Mu's face remained expressionless as his voice was cold and detached. Just give me your answer before 9 tomorrow morning. With that, Jiāng Mu turned and walked away. Oh, right. After taking a few steps, Jiāng Mu seemed to think of something and turned back to Ma Xiaohu. Don't ever think that just getting through today means you're off the hook. Because you've got plenty more tomorrows ahead of you. Gulp. Ma Xiaohu wasn't some naive kid, he understood exactly what Jiāng Mu meant. He nodded vigorously. I understand. Because the car was wrecked beyond repair. For the rest of the journey, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán had no choice but to walk. Fortunately, the remaining distance wasn't too far. Carrying their belongings, they arrived in less than 10 minutes. Father. Mother. Rural folks retired early, it was barely past 8, and the elderly couple had already gone to bed. Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán called out from the doorway. Soon, movement came from inside the house. A middle-aged man's voice, tinged with weariness, called out, Who's there? It's me, Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu stood at the gate, shouting at the top of his lungs, Your son. My son's back? This time, a woman's voice answered, tinged with delight and excitement. Old man, hurry up and open the door. John's father responded, grabbing a set of keys from the wall and hurrying outside. John's mother threw on an outer garment and followed closely behind, her face beaming with joy. Dad, Mom. After a month and a half apart, Jiāng Mu was overjoyed to see his parents again and called out with a smile. Oh. Jiāng Mu's mother smiled warmly, her face full of affection. Working away from home, is it hard? Are you tired? Have you been eating properly? Not at all. Jiāng Mu replied with a smile. I've eaten. It's a bit chilly outside, and you're dressed lightly. Let's go inside and talk. All right. Jiāng Mu's mother nodded with a smile. Then her gaze fell on Lěng Qīngyán, and her eyes lit up. Oh my, who's this young lady? She's quite lovely. Hello, auntie. Hello, uncle. Lěng Qīngyán greeted them politely. Perhaps because it was her first time accompanying a boy home, Lěng Qīngyán's nervous body trembled slightly. Her pretty face was filled with awkwardness and panic. I'm a friend of Jiāng Mu's. My name is Lěng Qīngyán. Friend? Jiāng's mother gave a mysterious smile. More like a girlfriend, right? Lěng Qīngyán's cheeks flushed red as she hastily waved her hands, explaining, No, we're just ordinary friends. It's fine. Mrs. Jiāng grinned, taking Lěng Qīngyán's small hand. The fact that you're visiting our home proves you and my son have a special bond. Sooner or later, you'll be my daughter-in-law. Mom. Jiāng Mu spoke up, frowning. What nonsense are you spouting? She's so ugly, I'd never marry her. At those words, Lěng Qīngyán's pretty face darkened instantly. If not for the inappropriate setting, Lěng Qīngyán would have charged forward to punch Jiāng Mu twice to teach him a lesson. Jiāng Mu's mother's face darkened as well. Her eyes widened in fury as she delivered a sharp kick to Jiāng Mu, exasperatedly scolding, You good-for-nothing brat. What nonsense are you spouting? She's absolutely gorgeous, you know. Fearing Lěng Qīngyán's anger, Jiāng's mother quickly turned to appease her. Miss, my son has always been a joker since childhood. Please don't take him seriously. Lěng Qīngyán smiled and nodded. It's fine, auntie. I'm not upset. See? What a good boy. Mrs. Jiāng grew fonder of Lěng Qīngyán with every glance. Taking her small hand, she led her toward the house. Stop right there. Just as Jiāng Mu was about to follow inside, Jiāng's father suddenly bellowed, startling him. He turned back and asked his father, Dad, what's with all the sudden noises? You scared me half to death. What do you think I'm doing? Jiāng Mu's father frowned and snapped, You little brat. Why didn't you tell me or your mother beforehand that you were bringing your girlfriend home? Now your mother and I had to rush out in these old clothes. How embarrassing. Oh, Dad. Jiāng Mu protested helplessly, You're overthinking it. She doesn't care about that stuff and she's not even my girlfriend. Really? Jiāng's father looked utterly skeptical. I swear. Jiāng Mu nodded emphatically. I swear to you, she's not my girlfriend. She's just a regular friend I met in the city. Phew. Hearing this, Jiāng's father felt a wave of relief wash over him. He let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. Otherwise, I'd have to go out and borrow money to give her a red envelope. Borrow money? Jiāng Mu froze. Didn't we have 3,000 left from selling grain last year before I left? Your uncle borrowed it. Jiāng Mu's father sighed and replied, He said your younger brother Xiaoyang needed it to buy an apartment in the city. Who knows when he'll pay us back? Repay? Jiāng Mu laughed. Over the years, his uncle Jiang Donglai had never repaid a single cent of the money he borrowed from them. Why would he pay it back this time? But he kept these thoughts to himself, never sharing them with his father. Because doing so would only make his father even more upset. Chapter 210 What do you mean by cheating? It's fine, Dad. Jiāng Mu looked at his gloomy father, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Your son can earn money now. Even if he doesn't pay this back, it's fine. No need to get worked up. Ah. Father Jiāng sighed helplessly. It's all because I'm too soft-hearted. Next time, I won't lend him a dime. Oh, right. Father Jiāng continued, There's something I must remind you of. Our family is poor, and she's a city girl. So, if you truly care for her, marry her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, sooner or later, she'll leave you. Leave me? Jiāng Mu chuckled. As long as Lěng Qīngyán didn't cling to him, how could she possibly leave him? Got it, Dad. Jiāng Mu nodded. Don't worry about this matter. Come on, let's get inside. All right. Father Jiāng nodded and followed Jiāng Mu inside. Brother! The moment they entered, Jiāng Mu's younger sister, Jiangli, came running over with a mischievous grin. Tell me, what trick did you use to snag such a gorgeous sister-in-law for me? What do you mean tricked? Jiāng Mu frowned, a hint of irritation in his voice. It's clearly because your brother is so charming, okay? Oomph. Jiangli laughed. I'd rather believe my sister-in-law is blind than believe you have any charm. Hey, you little brat. How dare you talk about your own brother like that? With that, Jiāng Mu grabbed the tickler beside him and lunged at Jiangli, who scrambled behind Lěng Qīngyán in fright. He pouted pitifully and whined to Lěng Qīngyán, Sis-in-law, save me. Hearing Jiangli still call her sister-in-law, and her sister-in-law calling her that, a look of helplessness flashed across Lěng Qīngyán's face. But she didn't bother explaining further. She'd already tried several times before Jiāng Mu even entered the room. She was exhausted from explaining. Enough, Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán snatched the tickler from Jiāng Mu's hand and snapped, You're a grown man, why are you picking fights with a kid? A kid? Jiāng Mu was speechless. I'm 18, she's 16. She's just 2 years younger than me, okay? But you're still older than her. Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows furrowed as she snapped coldly, Go back and sit down. Fine. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to argue with Lěng Qīngyán and obediently sat down on the stool. Ha. Seeing Jiāng Mu didn't dare hit him, Jiangli immediately stuck out his tongue at Jiāng Mu, his pretty face beaming with smug satisfaction. Sis-in-law. After a moment, Jiangli continued, Can you sleep with me tonight? I've never slept with a woman as beautiful as you before. Lěng Qīngyán. Everyone. That sounded a bit off, didn't it? Sure. Lěng Qīngyán felt awkward refusing Jiangli's request, plus he was quirky and kind of adorable, so she nodded in agreement. Yay! Jiangli pumped her fist excitedly, let out a loud cheer, then dragged Lěng Qīngyán back to her room. Jiāng Mu glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was getting late. He too returned to his room and went to bed. The night passed without incident, and the eastern sky began to lighten. Life in the countryside differed from the city. Everyone rose much earlier. It was barely 5 in the morning, yet John's father and mother were already up and bustling about. The clatter of knives chopping filling on the cutting board echoed as they prepared dumplings. The noise kept Jiāng Mu awake, and reluctantly, he climbed out of bed to wash up. Mom! With his toothbrush still in his mouth, Jiāng Mu filled the toothbrush cup with water as he protested to his mother, It's so early in the morning. We could just eat something simple. We don't have to make dumplings, do we? That's out of the question. Jiāng Mu's mother retorted without hesitation, Qīngyán has come to visit us after so long. As her mother, how could I possibly neglect her? Ugh. Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. He muttered under his breath, if I'd known this would happen, I never should have brought Lěng Qīngyán home. Now the whole family treats her like my future wife. How am I supposed to have fun anymore? Good morning, Auntie. Good morning, Uncle. Lěng Qīngyán had just woken up and walked over wearing her one-piece kitty pajamas, still bearing traces of sleepiness on her pretty face from just waking up. Oh my, child. Upon seeing Lěng Qīngyán, Jiāng's mother burst into laughter, her eyes brimming with concern. How's your first night in the new bed? Getting used to it? I am. Lěng Qīngyán replied with a smile, my maternal grandparents lived in the countryside. I grew up there as a child, so I often slept on a heated brick bed. Good, good. That's what matters. Mrs. Jiāng nodded with a smile. Go wash your hands. We're about to eat dumplings. Or, maybe I could help you make them? Lěng Qīngyán felt it would be too much to just stand around. So she volunteered to help. No need. Jiāng's mother declined with a smile. This little task won't take me long. You and Jiāng Mu should go out for a stroll, take a walk around, and see the scenery of our countryside. Well, all right then. Seeing Mrs. Jiāng was insistent, Lěng Qīngyán didn't press the matter. After a quick wash and change of clothes, she and Jiāng Mu headed out. The air in the countryside is truly refreshing. Walking along the road, Lěng Qīngyán took a deep breath and remarked, much fresher than the city. Absolutely. Jiāng Mu nodded emphatically. If only my companies weren't all based in the city, I'd love to spend my whole life in the countryside. Jiāng Mu. Just as Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán were chatting, a cheerful voice called out from behind them. Brother Li Dong. The man who approached was named Li Dong, the son of Jiāng Mu's aunt's family. He was 25 years old. He was quite enthusiastic, and Jiāng Mu had a fairly good impression of him. Hey, it really is you. Li Dong grinned with delight. You rascal. You went to town and dressed up so fancy I didn't recognize you. This must be your girlfriend, right? She's gorgeous, way prettier than your sister-in-law. Hey, hey. No sooner had Li Dong finished speaking than a broad-shouldered, sturdy woman grabbed him by the ear and snarled, Li Dong, you try saying that again. I'm sorry, honey. Ouch. Let go, that hurts. Oomph. The woman gave a cold snort, releasing Li Dong's ear. She then fixed her gaze on Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, is working in the city hard? Tiring? It's okay. Jiāng Mu replied with a smile, it's so early, where are you all headed? To the village committee. The woman frowned as she answered, no idea. The village chief must be out of his mind. He sent a WeChat message to the village group this early morning, telling everyone to gather at the village committee. So here we are, responding to the call. Assemble at the village committee? Jiāng Mu's eyes lit up. Could it be that Ma Xiaohu and his father had agreed to apologize? With that thought, he told the woman, you two hurry over then. I'll go get my dad and be right there. Chapter 211, Apology, third update. Ha? Jiāng Mu's mother looked at him as he returned, her voice tinged with confusion. Didn't I tell you to take Qīngyán out for a walk? Why are you back so soon? The village chief asked everyone to come to the village committee. Jiāng Mu said breathlessly, we should hurry over too. Oh. Alright then, let's go. 6 o'clock in the morning. The village committee office, usually deserted year-round, was now packed with people. Some stood, some squatted, and others sat on small stools, smoking, chatting, and shooting the breeze. They passed the time before the village chief arrived, enduring the agonizing wait. Hey, isn't that Jiāng Mu, the son from the Dongshan family? Yeah, it really is him. I heard he went to work in the city. Why's he back now? Look, he's got this girl with him. Must be dating, right? I always thought Jiāng Mu was a capable lad, smart, good-looking too. See, just as I expected. He's only been gone a short while and already brought back such a lovely young wife. Bringing home a wife? That's not what counts. Having money now, that's what matters. Oh, come on. You're just sour grapes. Amidst the murmurs, the Jiāng family slowly approached. Leading the way were Jiāng Mu and his father, followed by his mother and Lěng Qīngyán. As for Jiāng Li, he had returned to school early today since classes resumed and didn't come along. You fool. After arriving, Jiāng's father mimicked the others, squatting on the steps and rolling a cigarette. What's the big deal that the village chief called us over so early in the morning? Lingzi rolled his own pipe, wrapping it with a satisfying click-clack. You're asking me? I have no idea either. Beep beep beep. Squeak. Just then, a black Volkswagen Sagitter pulled up in front of the village committee office. The doors opened, and village chief Ma Bagua, along with Ma Xiaohu, his face swollen and bruised from the beating and purple hair, all stepped out of the car. Village chief, what's the rush calling us here so early in the morning? Yeah. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet, and I haven't fed the cows either. You wouldn't be handing out money, would you? The village committee office, already somewhat noisy, grew even more chaotic with the chief's arrival. Everyone chimed in, asking Ma Bagua questions. Ma Baogwa didn't respond to their questions. Instead, he scanned the crowd with his eyes, as if searching for someone. Finally, his gaze settled on Jiāng Mu. His eyes widened with fury as he barked, "Jiāng Mu, step forward." Jiāng Mu had thought Ma Xiaohu and Ma Baogwa had backed down. He assumed they'd gathered everyone to fulfill their promise and kneel in apology. But judging by Ma Baogwa's attitude just now, it was clear Jiāng Mu had overthought things. Jiāng Mu? The crowd froze, instinctively turning to look at Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu's parents felt their hearts sink. They hurriedly asked, "Jiāng Mu, what happened? What's going on?" Ma Baogwa's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Ma Xiaohu and purple hair beside him, bellowing, "Look at yourselves. See what your son has done to my son and nephew? Let me tell you this, if you don't give me a proper explanation, I won't let this go." What? Jiāng Mu beat up Ma Baogwa's son and nephew? This left everyone even more stunned. In their minds, Jiāng Mu was the epitome of a model child. He was studious and well-mannered. He couldn't possibly have done something like this, right? Jiāng's parents were stunned too. They knew Jiāng Mu and Ma Xiaohu had never gotten along since childhood and often fought. But every time, it was Jiāng Mu who ended up covered in bruises. How could the tables have turned this time? Fellow villagers. Ma Baogwa continued, "I called everyone here today to ask for your judgment. Last night, this kid injured my son and nephew, then threatened that if my son and I didn't kneel and apologize to him, he'd cripple my son's leg. Just listen. How outrageous. How thuggish. I never imagined our village would produce such a big bully." What? The crowd was even more stunned. They wondered, out of the blue, how could Jiāng Mu have turned into this? Jiāng's parents, shifting from bewilderment to fury. Frustrated beyond belief, they snapped at Jiāng Mu, "You good-for-nothing brat. How could you say such things? Apologize to the village chief this instant." "Son." Jiāng's mother chimed in, "I know you're not the type to cause trouble, but hitting someone is wrong. Go apologize to old man Ma and beg his forgiveness." Seeing his parents' tear-filled eyes, Jiāng Mu sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, after all these years, their doormat personalities haven't changed a bit. "Uncle, auntie." Lěng Qīngyán began to explain, "You've got it all wrong. Ma Xiaohu and that purple-haired guy started it. Jiāng Mu only fought back. I even recorded it on video. Even if they call the police, we've got nothing to fear." Ah. Jiāng's parents sighed helplessly. How could they not know that Ma Xiaohu was at fault? But the other party was the village chief, wealthy, powerful, and influential. They simply couldn't stand up to him. "Dad, Mom." Jiāng Mu spoke up then, patting his parents' shoulders gently. "I'm grown up now. Let me handle this myself." Without waiting for their response, Jiāng Mu strode straight toward Ma Baogwa. "Ma Baogwa." Jiāng Mu stopped a meter away from Ma Baogwa, flashing a faint smile. "You just said you wanted me to give you an explanation, right? You brat." Ma Baogwa glared, his eyes bulging with fury. "How dare you address me as Ma Baogwa? Call me village chief or old man. You little brat has no manners whatsoever." "Manners?" Jiāng Mu chuckled. "Seems like the most ill-mannered folks in our village are the Ma family, huh? What did you say?" Ma Baogwa's eyebrows shot up. "Say that again if you dare. If you're deaf, get your ears checked at the hospital." Jiāng Mu snapped impatiently, "I don't have time to repeat myself over and over." "You?" Ma Baogwa was furious, gritting his teeth. "You little bastard, you think you're tough? Well, tell me, what are you going to do about beating up my son and nephew? Pay compensation, that's what." Jiāng Mu shrugged indifferently. "I already told your son last night I'll pay him 2 million. He just didn't want it. My bad? 2 million? Whoa." Hearing this, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Clearly, they were stunned by the staggering sum. Jiāng's parents were also startled. The next moment, Mrs. Jiāng hurried over to Jiāng Mu and said, "Son, what nonsense are you talking about? When did our family ever have 2 million yuan? Oh my." Ma Baogwa chuckled. "Looks like you folks haven't heard the news. Your son, Jiāng Mu, is being kept by that little con artist. He's got 50 million yuan in monthly spending money now." Chapter 212, Changing Faces. "What? 50 million? At that, everyone jumped to their feet and rushed toward Jiāng Mu. "Jiāng Mu, is what he just said true? Yeah, Jiāng Mu, is he telling the truth? Do you really have 50 million? Jiāng Mu, say something." Surrounded by anxious faces, Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. "It's true. I really do have 50 million now." Whoa! The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd sucked in a collective breath. Clearly, they were stunned by the staggering sum. Jiāng Mu's parents were also startled, their expressions shifting repeatedly as they looked at Lěng Qīngyán. Lěng Qīngyán was startled too, but not by the 50 million yuan figure. Rather, she was stunned at how she had suddenly become the wealthy patron supporting Jiāng Mu. "Nephew." After a moment of stunned silence, a middle-aged man patted Jiāng Mu on the shoulder and spoke up first. "Ever since you were a kid, I knew you'd amount to something. Look at you now, just as I expected. You've truly brought honor to the Jiāng family." With the first person stepping forward to flatter him, the rest of the crowd rushed over en masse, vying to curry favor with Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, do you remember me? I'm your auntie. I used to hold you when you were little. Come over for dinner sometime, okay? I'm your 7th uncle. You ate at my place all the time when you were little. Now that you've made something of yourself, don't forget your 7th uncle. I'm your 3rd uncle. When you had a fever as a child, I drove the horse-drawn carriage to take you to the hospital. Now that you've made something of yourself, don't forget your 3rd uncle. Jiāng Mu, they're all outsiders, but I'm your own aunt. So, look, your brother Xiaoyang needs to buy a house. Could you lend your aunt some money? Jiāng Mu, my brother's family is slaughtering a pig today. Remember to come over for pork later. What's so great about pork? My family's slaughtering a cow today, come over for beef instead. Flattery poured out from everyone. Even the young man who had just dismissed Jiāng Mu's achievements as insignificant, claiming only wealth proved true capability, now did an about-face. Grinning broadly, he said, Jiāng Mu, I hear that new whole roasted lamb place in town is amazing. Let me take you there later. Jiāng Mu's gaze swept over them, his heart filled with bitter laughter. Back when his family was dirt poor, these people had never been nearly as friendly as they were today. But that's only natural. After all, in today's society, everyone values money over people. You can't blame them. Quiet. Everyone, quiet. Seeing everyone's attention focused entirely on Jiāng Mu, with no one paying him any mind, Manhwa instantly flew into a rage, bellowing at the top of his lungs, I called you here to uphold justice for me, not to play family ties. Shut up. Having served as village chief for nearly 30 years, Manhwa's words still carried weight. His roar instantly silenced the once chaotic village committee meeting. Jiāng. Once everyone fell silent, Manhwa walked up to Jiāng Mu and spoke slowly. You think having money makes you something special now, huh? Not bad. Jiāng Mu gave a faint smile. At least, better than you. Better than me. Manhwa chuckled. You're a bold one, kid. But, you're still too green to take me on. With that, Manhwa swept his gaze across the crowd. Folks, my son and nephew got beaten up by this kid. What do you say we do about it? The crowd exchanged glances. They all silently lowered their heads in unspoken agreement. This left Manhwa utterly bewildered. What's going on here? Shouldn't they be rallying to my call? Why isn't anyone saying a word? Old Wang. Seeing everyone silent, Manhwa's gaze fell on the few people he was closest to. He asked, what are you playing dead for? Speak up with your opinion. Old Wang glanced around at the group, stammering, I don't know what to do either. Useless. Manhwa cursed angrily, shifting his gaze to another man. Old Lu, you tell me, how should we handle this? Pay compensation. Old Lu sniffed. What else can we do? We're all from the same village. We can't exactly call the police. Exactly. The others chimed in. Kids fighting is common in our village. It's no big deal. If something gets damaged, just pay for it and call it even. Exactly. No need to involve the police over such a minor incident. Didn't they just say they'd compensate your family 2 million? What more do you want? Exactly. You gotta know when to be satisfied. Besides, your kid bullied Jiāng Mu plenty when they were little. Where was your compensation back then? Yeah. I remember when Jiāng Dongshan went to confront him about it, he even beat up Jiāng Dongshan too. So, village chief, enough is enough. It's not a big deal. Why make such a fuss? You, all of you. Manhwa, seeing everyone siding with Jiāng Mu, was furious enough to tremble with rage. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, you bunch of fence-sitters. Do you really think speaking up for Jiāng Mu will get you some kind of reward? Who says he can't? Jiāng Mu spoke up, everyone who supports me gets 100 yuan. 100 yuan? The crowd's eyes lit up at once. Though 100 yuan these days had lost much of its value. But free money is still pretty sweet. In an instant, the entire crowd rallied behind Jiāng Mu, unleashing a barrage of criticism at Manhwa. They exposed every last bit of Manhwa's dirty laundry. Furious, Manhwa's face alternated between crimson and ashen. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, shut up. All of you, shut up. Jiāng Mu, you brat. You think having a little money gives you free rein to do whatever you want, huh? Manhwa's eyes widened with fury. Just you wait, I'm calling the police right now to handle this. Fine by me. Jiāng Mu shrugged indifferently. I've got video evidence anyway. Even if the cops show up, I'm not afraid. You. Manhwa knew deep down that calling the police wouldn't accomplish much. He'd only said that earlier to intimidate Jiāng Mu. It was the same tactic he used to intimidate villagers back home. But he hadn't expected Jiāng Mu to fall for it. Fuming so hard he felt like he might spit blood, he gritted his teeth and said, alright then. Since you and my son grew up together, I'll give you one chance. Just hand over 5 million yuan and I'll let this whole thing slide. Whoa! The crowd gasped in unison. Clearly, they thought the sum was a bit steep. Jiāng's parents frowned deeply, thinking to themselves. This Manhwa was clearly trying to extort them. Lěng Qīngyán's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her lovely face betraying her displeasure. No. Just as everyone was fuming over Ma Baoguo's words, Jiāng Mu spoke up, shaking his head. I've changed my mind. I've decided not to pay you a single penny. Chapter 213, a lucrative deal. What? Ma Baoguo was stunned. I've already made concessions, why won't you just drop it? Everyone else was stunned too. They wondered what kind of trick Jiāng Mu was playing, suddenly changing his mind like this. Jiāng, what the hell are you playing at? After a moment, Ma Baoguo frowned and pointed at Jiāng Mu, shouting, You hit my son and wrecked his car. Why shouldn't you pay? No need to raise your voice. Jiāng Mu scratched his ear and smiled indifferently. First, I hit your son because he initiated the fight. That was self-defense, so I don't owe you anything. Second, I did damage your son's car, but mine has comprehensive insurance. The insurance company will handle the compensation. You just wait for them. You're twisting the truth. Ma Baoguo's lips turned purple with rage. His entire body trembled as he gritted his teeth. Listen to me, if you don't give me 5 million yuan today, you're not going anywhere. Wrong. Jiāng Mu shook his head firmly. You won't go anywhere unless you kneel down and apologize to me and my father for what happened back then. Me apologize? Ma Baoguo was furious, nearly losing his mind. He snapped back, You don't even pay me compensation, and now you want me to apologize? Are you out of your ing mind? Cut the ing bull. Jiāng Mu's face turned cold with fury. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you still refuse to apologize after that, you'll face the consequences. Threatening me? Ma Baoguo's eyes widened with fury as he gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll see what you can do to me. 3. Jiāng Mu ignored his words and began counting aloud. 2. 1. After the countdown ended, Ma Baoguo remained unconcerned. He sneered defiantly, Counting's done. Come on, make your move. If you dare touch a single hair on my head today, I'll make sure you can't even afford a pair of underwear. Who said I was going to do anything? Jiāng Mu chuckled mockingly, I don't do illegal stuff. Ha? Ma Baoguo was momentarily stunned. He couldn't imagine what else Jiāng Mu could do besides physically assault him. Fellow villagers. Jiāng Mu ignored Ma Baoguo and turned to the crowd, shouting, I've got a money-making deal here. Anyone interested? A money-making deal? The crowd froze, momentarily bewildered. What kind of money-making deal? Ha! Jiāng Mu gave a sinister grin. Whoever among you dares to slap the village chief gets 100 yuan. Kick him and you get 200. I'll pay up immediately after it's done. But there's one condition, after you do it, you can't say I told you to. Don't tell anyone. Interested? The words stirred restlessness in everyone's hearts. After all, this was a chance to make easy money. Seeing everyone rubbing their hands together, their eyes fixed on him with an intense fervor. Ma Baoguo's heart sank instantly. He thought to himself, if all these people each gave him a slap and a kick, he'd be in so much pain he couldn't get out of bed for half a month. He quickly shouted, Don't listen to him. Assault is illegal. Do you all want to end up in jail? Boom. Ma Baoguo's words hit like a bucket of ice-cold water. It instantly cooled the crowd's fervor. Right. What if the village chief called the police? Wouldn't they all end up behind bars? Ha ha ha. Seeing everyone back down, Ma Baoguo instantly reverted to his previous demeanor, swaggering as he taunted Jiāng Mu. Hey, kid, don't think you're hot stuff just because you've got a few stinking bucks. This world still has laws. No matter how tough you are, can you be tougher than the law? Is that so? Jiāng Mu laughed. But I still think having money is what makes you great. With that, Jiāng Mu turned to the crowd. Folks, think about it, 1 slap is 100 bucks. 10 slaps? That's 1,000 bucks. 100 slaps? That's 10,000 bucks. Earning 10,000 in just a few minutes, isn't that sweet? It is. The crowd was swayed by Jiāng Mu's words. Their eyes flashed with fervor once more. Yet no one dared to act, for no one wanted to be the first to take the plunge. Looks like I'll have to spice things up a bit more. Jiāng Mu muttered under his breath before declaring loudly, Whoever strikes first gets an extra 500 bucks from me. I'll do it. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. No sooner had Jiāng Mu finished speaking than a troublemaker from the village shot to his feet. He stormed toward the village chief, cursing under his breath, Ma Baoguo, you son of a. I wanted to beat you when you seized my farmland. Today, we'll settle both old and new scores. Gulp. Staring at the burly troublemaker before him, fear welled up in Ma Baoguo's gut. He hurriedly shouted, Dazhuang, you can't do this. Dazhuang, this is illegal. Smack. Blinded by greed and rage, Dazhuang paid no heed to Ma Baoguo's words. He swung his fist wide and smacked it hard across Ma Baoguo's fleshy face. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The sound alone made one wince in pain. Damn it, I'll get him too. Where there's one, there's two. A middle-aged man in a shirt charged forward and kicked Ma Baoguo hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Soon, more and more people swarmed around him, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. His agonized screams filled the air. Ma Xiaohu and Purple Hair turned pale with fear at the sight. They scrambled into the car, desperate to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. 10 minutes later, Jiāng Mu handed out a total of 100,000 yuan. On average, that meant over 400 slaps and more than 200 kicks. Ma Baogui was beaten so badly he didn't even recognize his own mother. Kneeling on the ground, he begged for mercy repeatedly. Alright, everyone, disperse. Jiāng Mu walked over, dismissed the crowd, and addressed Ma Baogui kneeling on the ground. I'm asking you one last time, are you going to apologize or not? Yes. 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 Terrified by the beating, Ma Baogui nodded frantically. I'll apologize right now. Jiāng Mu nodded in satisfaction. He then summoned his father to stand beside him and addressed Ma Baogui. Alright, you may begin. Ma Baogui, his son Ma Xiaohu, and Purple Hair knelt there together. Their faces wore expressions of utter resignation. Gritting his teeth, Ma Baogui began. Ma Baogui. Beep. 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 Just then, 3 police cars approached head-on. Everyone jumped in fright, wondering if the police were here to arrest them. John's parents' hearts sank, fearing the police were here to arrest their son, Jiāng Mu. Ma Baogui, however, beamed with delight. He silently gave Ma Xiaohu beside him a thumbs up and praised, Son, good job. You knew to call the police. Ma Xiaohu was baffled. I didn't call the police? Chapter 214, the county magistrate arrives. Just as Ma Xiaohu was puzzling over this, Ma Baogui, energized as if injected with adrenaline, shot out like an arrow. He ran to the police car and shouted, Officer. You're just in time. Quickly arrest them all. Especially that kid surnamed Jiang. He's the mastermind behind this. He paid those thugs to beat me up like this. You have to arrest him and make him eat his words. Officer. The officer, utterly confused, waved him off. Calm down. Tell us clearly what happened. Oh my God. Ma Baogui was beside himself with urgency. What's there to explain slowly? Look at me, I'm beaten like this. Just arrest them immediately. That'll settle it. Comrade, please calm down. Whatever happened, tell us slowly. We will definitely see justice done for you. At that moment, a well-dressed man in a white shirt, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and carrying himself with a certain affluence, approached slowly. Behind him followed a female secretary. The county magistrate? Recognizing the figure as the county magistrate, Ma Baogui was both shocked and delighted. He wondered if his situation had actually reached the county magistrate's attention? Wasn't this a bit too much? You know me? The county magistrate paused in surprise. Ma Baogui smiled and replied, I'm the village chief of Shiha village. I saw you once at a town meeting. You're the village chief? The county magistrate's eyes lit up. Then tell me quickly, who is Jiāng Mu? Mr. Jiang? Boom. At these words, the entire village, men, women, and children froze in shock. They wondered why the county magistrate would come all the way to a small place like Shiha village looking for Jiāng Mu, and why he was calling him Mr. Jiang. Ma Baogui was stunned too. After all this time, the county magistrate wasn't here for him, he was here for Jiāng Mu. But what on earth was he looking for a little kid for? Jiang's parents were also bewildered. They wondered, our son has some money, but surely not enough to warrant the attention of such a high-ranking official? It's me. Just as everyone was puzzled by the situation, Jiāng Mu spoke slowly, I am Jiāng Mu. You're Jiāng Mu? The county magistrate froze. In his imagination, Jiāng Mu should be a 30-something elite wearing leather shoes and a tie, refined and courteous, with a sharp gaze. Or perhaps a pot-bellied man with a face radiating affluence. To his utter astonishment, it turned out to be a teenager of 18 or 19. This took him aback. But it lasted only a moment. He composed himself, gazed at Jiāng Mu with the reverence reserved for a rare treasure, and smiled faintly. Well now, Mr. Jiang, it truly proves that heroes emerge in youth. Heroes emerge in youth. Hearing the county magistrate praise Jiāng Mu so highly, the villagers of Shiha village shifted their gazes toward him repeatedly. Their desire to curry favor with him grew even stronger. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. While everyone here was scheming how to curry favor with Jiāng Mu later. Meanwhile, Ma Baogui wept inwardly, thinking, this beating he'd taken might have been for nothing. County Magistrate Wang, you flatter me. Jiāng Mu shook hands with County Magistrate Wang politely, his tone calm. I'm just an ordinary person. No. County Magistrate Wang shook his head. You are no ordinary person. You are a great benefactor to our Yunqing County, to our Shiha village. In this day and age, people like you who have made money and are willing to give back to your hometown are few and far between. Give back to your hometown? Hearing those 4 words, everyone was dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, surely the money Ma Baogui made couldn't really count as giving back to his hometown? Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, County Magistrate Wang. He explained with a smile, folks, you probably haven't heard yet. Just last night, Mr. Jiāng Mu called me to say he'd be sponsoring 10 million yuan to support rural development. Not only will he fund road and bridge construction in Shiha village, but he also plans to transform it into our Yuncheng County's first model new rural community building homes for everyone. Whoosh! The announcement sent ripples of astonishment and murmurs of discussion throughout the room. That Jiāng Mu kid is truly a good soul. You bet. He's made so much money, yet he hasn't forgotten his roots. He knows how to benefit his fellow villagers. Our village's dirt road turns into a muddy mess whenever it rains, impossible to walk on. Now we won't have to worry about being stuck inside or unable to get out during storms. With the road fixed, the price of corn from our village will go up too. This is a real blessing for the people. My old house used to leak every time it rained, and it was freezing cold in winter. Now I finally have a warm home. People chatted animatedly, each adding their thoughts. Their faces radiated happiness. Jiāng Mu, when did you arrange this? How come I didn't know about it? Lěng Qīngyán quietly approached Jiāng Mu and asked. Last night, after you all went to sleep, I called County Magistrate Wang. Jiāng Mu replied with a smile. Truthfully, I'd already decided on this back in Linhai City. After all, this is where I grew up. Now that I have the means, I should help improve things here. Listening to Jiāng Mu's answer and seeing the genuine smile on his face, Lěng Qīngyán suddenly felt Jiāng Mu's image towering so tall, so captivating. What could she do? Who wouldn't admire a man who takes responsibility, loves his hometown, and is willing to dedicate himself to it? Seeing everyone's joy, County Magistrate Wang couldn't help but laugh aloud. He called out to the crowd, folks, these improvements are all thanks to Jiāng Mu. Mr. Jiang, let's all thank him together, shall we? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Led by County Magistrate Wang, the entire crowd bowed to Jiāng Mu and said, thank you. The scene was truly grand. Amidst the chorus of thanks, Jiāng Mu felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He felt a pride he had never known before. Mr. Jiang. After expressing his gratitude, County Magistrate Wang smiled and said, to thank you for your assistance to Yuansu County and Shiha Village, I would like to extend my personal gratitude by inviting you to a meal. Please join me in the car. Certainly. Jiāng Mu nodded. But before that, there's one matter I need to attend to first. Oh? County Magistrate Wang paused. What is it? Do you need my help? No need. Jiāng Mu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing major. His gaze then settled on Ma Baoguo, who stood nearby. Ma Baoguo, are you ready to start your apology? Well. Ma Baoguo felt a pang of resentment, but the county magistrate held Jiāng Mu in such high regard. What could he, a lowly village cadre, possibly do? Thud. With that thought, Ma Baoguo decisively yielded. Kneeling on the ground, he addressed Jiāng Mu and his father, Zhang Dongshan, young Jiang, I'm sorry. What happened back then was wrong of me and my son. I apologize to you both and hope you can forgive us. County Chief Wang had risen to his position through skill and experience. He immediately sensed there was more to this story than met the eye. Turning to his secretary, he instructed, Secretary Zhang, have someone look into this Ma Baoguo. If he's been acting improperly, fire him on the spot. Chapter 215, Why such a huge reaction? The word dismissal sent a sharp pang through Ma Baoguo's heart. He collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. He silently regretted not heeding his son's advice yesterday, insisting instead on confronting Jiāng Mu. Now he'd lost both his wife and his army. Seeing Ma Baoguo receive his just punishment, Jiāng Mu chose not to dwell on the matter further. Accompanied by his parents and Lěng Qīngyán, he boarded County Magistrate Wang's vehicle and departed Shiha village. During the meal, Mr. Jiang, please try this, it's the specialty dish of this restaurant, absolutely delicious. Saying this, County Magistrate Wang picked up a large piece of meat and placed it firmly in Jiāng Mu's bowl. His weathered face was etched with profound respect. County Magistrate Wang, there's no need for such formalities. Jiāng Mu waved his hand. Since I've agreed to invest, I will definitely follow through. It's just that. But what? County Magistrate Wang's heart was in his throat, fearing Jiāng Mu might change his mind. But I have one requirement. Jiāng Mu's expression turned serious. That is, the 10 million I invest must be supervised by my accountant. Every single expense must be documented with an invoice, and nothing can exceed market prices. That's a great idea. County Magistrate Wang's eyes lit up. This way, no one can pocket money through this project. I wholeheartedly agree. Jiāng Mu nodded in satisfaction and continued, additionally, regarding the construction inspection and acceptance, I'll need to trouble County Magistrate Wang to pay extra attention to that. You can count on it. County Magistrate Wang nodded firmly. I will absolutely deliver a satisfactory outcome for our people. Then I'll thank you on behalf of the people of Shiha village. Oh, no need to thank me. County Magistrate Wang waved his hands hurriedly. It should be me thanking you for your generous support on behalf of the villagers of Shiha village. After that, Jiāng Mu and County Magistrate Wang chatted sporadically for a while. Only after they had eaten and drunk their fill did they depart. Dad, Mom, you two go ahead back. Qīngyán and I have something to take care of. After seeing his parents off in the car prepared by County Magistrate Wang, Jiāng Mu leaned against the car window and instructed, "We'll return once we've taken care of business." Business? The couple paused in surprise. Then Jiāng Mu's mother flashed a mysterious smile, patted his shoulder, and urged, "What are you waiting for? Go on. You can come back tomorrow." "Right." Jiāng's father nodded with a smile. "Your mother's right. Go on now, try to bring us back a big, healthy grandson today." Jiāng Mu's mouth twitched repeatedly. He thought to himself, how can people your age have such dirty minds? When I say take care of business, do you really mean that kind of business? Cold Qīngyán stood nearby, her face flushing bright red. She was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. "Bye, have fun." With that, the taxi carrying the two elders sped off, revving its engine. Ahem. Watching the taxi's receding silhouette, Jiāng Mu cleared his throat and explained to Lěng Qīngyán beside him, "Sorry about that, Qīngyán. My parents are just like that. Don't take it to heart, okay?" "What if I do take it to heart?" Lěng Qīngyán blinked her big, watery eyes and pouted playfully. "Ha?" Jiāng Mu's pupils dilated in shock. "You wouldn't seriously want to have a baby with me, would you? I mean, wah?" Jiāng Mu's voice boomed so loudly that everyone nearby turned to stare at them in unison. Embarrassed, Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed even redder. She quickly covered Jiāng Mu's mouth and dragged him away from the scene. 10 minutes later. Lěng Qīngyán stared at the sign above the door, her embroidered brows arching. "So that's it, Jiāng Mu? After all this fuss, the important matter you mentioned was just about your childhood friend Chuiwa coming to see you, right?" "Ha?" Jiāng Mu froze. "It's not about whether I'm looking for her or not. Why are you overreacting like this?" Lěng Qīngyán froze. "Right. Whether he sought out Chuyu or not, why was she overreacting like this? Could it be she was actually jealous? Impossible, absolutely impossible." At that thought, Lěng Qīngyán shook her head vigorously, banishing the dangerous notion from her mind. I didn't overreact at all." Lěng Qīngyán protested, her face flushing red. "It was just a little loud, that's all." Jiāng Mu chuckled. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'm here to buy a car." "Ha?" Lěng Qīngyán froze. "But yesterday you..." "Oh. Right, that one got wrecked." "Yeah, that one." Jiāng Mu nodded and started walking toward the dealership. Lěng Qīngyán followed closely behind him into the showroom. "Hello, welcome. What kind of car are you looking for today?" The moment they entered, the receptionist at the front desk immediately bowed in greeting, her attitude exceptionally respectful. This clearly showed that Chuiwa had truly put in the effort. In just one day, the service quality had improved significantly. "Could you please call Chuyu over? Tell her Jiāng Mu is here." Jiāng Mu offered the receptionist a faint smile. "Jiāng Mu?" The receptionist froze, wondering why that name sounded so familiar. The next moment, it suddenly dawned on her. Her eyes widened in shock. You're the big boss? You could say that." Jiāng Mu replied with a faint smile. "Welcome, sir. Please have a seat." Upon learning Jiāng Mu's status as the boss, the receptionist's attitude immediately became even more respectful. She busied herself serving tea and water. After bustling about for a while, she finally went to the office to find Chuyu. Her clumsy and flustered manner had Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán giggling. "Your childhood friend is quite the catch, he's trained his staff well." Lěng Qīngyán praised generously. "Yeah." Jiāng Mu nodded. "I never expected her to have this kind of skill. And look, the number of people coming here to view cars has increased significantly." "Exactly." Lěng Qīngyán glanced at the 6 or 7 customers browsing the cars and smiled. "Everything's moving in the right direction." Jiāng Mu nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the situation. Clack! Just then, 4 or 5 rowdy young men stormed in. "Chuiwa," one of them yelled, his face twisted with arrogance. Get your ass out here now. Or I'll smash this whole damn shop to pieces." "Yeah." The other thugs chimed in, "If you don't come out now, we'll smash every car in here." Customers who had been looking at the cars were startled by the commotion. Whispers spread through the crowd. "What are these guys up to? Looks like they're here to cause trouble. Maybe we should just leave." "Right. If they start a fight, we don't want to get dragged into it." As they spoke, the crowd cautiously made their way toward the exit, preparing to leave this trouble spot. Jiāng Mu watched as his perfectly good business deal was about to go down the drain because of these few people. His brow furrowed instantly, and an unquenchable rage ignited within his chest. Chapter 216, 4 Slaps. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Jiāng Mu slowly approached the customers who had been watching the cars. With a slight smile, he said, "I'm the owner of this establishment. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, you'll be perfectly safe. Would you mind waiting in the reception room for a moment?" "Well." The group hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. For a moment, none could decide. "Everyone," Jiāng Mu continued, "think about it. They're stationed right at the entrance. Leaving now would be far more dangerous than staying, wouldn't it? And I promise, if you're willing to stay and pick up your cars today, I'll subsidize each vehicle with 5,000 yuan as compensation for your mental distress. How does that sound? Really? Their eyes lit up. Just by staying in the reception room for a while, they could get 5,000 yuan for free. What's the difference between that and money falling from the sky? Of course. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. As the owner of this dealership, I must compensate you for the treatment you received here. What a conscientious boss. A conscientious boss indeed. In an instant, everyone applauded Jiāng Mu, their faces beaming with delight. Miss. Seeing the moment was right, Jiāng Mu addressed the female employee nearby. Please escort our valued customers to the reception room to rest for a while. Certainly, Mr. Jiāng. The young lady promptly took the guests to the reception room. Bang! You! Just as everyone turned away, the shattering sound of glass echoed from behind, startling them all. The more timid girls immediately quickened their pace, sprinting toward the reception room. Shuiwe, I'll say this one last time. The leader of the thugs scanned every corner with a cold, menacing gaze, bellowing in a tone that brooked no argument. If you don't come out now, I'll tear this place apart. The leader of the gang raised his baseball bat high, poised to smash the car. Smash it! Jiāng Mu spoke up then. He walked slowly over to the thug, gave a faint smile, and said, "This is a top-of-the-line Volkswagen Bora. Not expensive, just over 130,000 yuan. After you smash it, please come over here to settle the bill." Ha! The thug frowned, his face contorted in anger as he bellowed, "Who the hell are you? I'm smashing this car. What the does it have to do with you?" Before Jiāng Mu could finish, one of the punks cut him off. "Brother Bin, I know this kid. He was my high school classmate. We were in the same class back in freshman year. His name is Jiāng Mu." Oh? Lubin gave a cold laugh, glaring at Jiāng Mu as he asked the thug, "And what might this classmate of yours be, exactly? Who does he think he is, meddling in my business? Just some country bumpkin." The thug smirked smugly. What background could he have? "Back in school, I used to bully him all the time, demanding money from him to go to the internet cafe." Oh. Jiāng Mu recognized the bully now and grinned. "Big Headley, didn't expect you'd remember that. Well then, why don't you pay back all that money you borrowed from me back then?" When he was young, Jiāng Mu was often warned by his parents that their family was poor and he shouldn't cause trouble. So for 3 years of high school, Jiāng Mu endured. But what did he get in return? Instead of earning others' respect, he earned their mockery. So, Jiāng Mu had made up his mind. He'd stop caring about life and death. If anyone had a problem, he'd fight them. We're all human beings, why should I be the one getting pushed around? You back. Li Bighead's nose twitched as he snarled, "Get the hell out of my way, you piece of... Stop ing with my brother Bin's business." Smack! The moment Li Bighead finished speaking, Jiāng Mu swung a palm strike straight at him. The blow left Li Bighead reeling. His eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost. He thought to himself, how could this coward who never fought back when cursed or beaten suddenly dare to confront me? Li Bighead. Jiāng Mu withdrew his hand and barked coldly, "I'm warning you, stop cursing at him. Otherwise, every curse word gets you a slap." Li Bighead couldn't take this humiliation. Especially in front of his boss and brothers. "You, Jiāng Mu. You've got some nerve." Smack! Before Li Bighead could finish his sentence, Jiāng Mu swung another slap across his face. The blow sent a buzzing sensation through Li Bighead's skull. The fire burning in his heart flared even brighter. "You." Smack! Jiāng Mu swung another slap, leaving Li Bighead's face swollen. His eyes blazed with fury. Smack! Another slap landed, sending stars dancing before Li Da's eyes. His feet stumbled slightly. All trace of his earlier arrogance vanished. He spoke calmly, "Jiāng Mu, you've slapped me 4 times in a row. Isn't that a bit much? Over the line?" Jiāng Mu smirked. "I don't think it is at all." Li Bighead started to utter that word, but fearing another slap from Jiāng Mu, he quickly swallowed it back. Instead, he swung his fist at Jiāng Mu, ready to repay the 4 slaps. Right. Big head. Lubin was momentarily stunned by Jiāng Mu's sudden attack. Only now did he snap out of it, cheering Li Bighead on, "Get him. Beat the crap out of him." With that, Lubin turned to the other henchman behind him and barked, "Our own brother got hit and you're just standing there? Get moving. Take down this Jiāng guy." "Yes." The henchmen responded in unison, grabbing their baseball bats and joining the fray. "Jiāng Mu, watch out." Lěng Qīngyán screamed, snatched the acrylic sign beside the car, and charged into the fray to help Jiāng Mu. Jiāng Mu, relying on his 100% evasion skill, could still hold off the 4 of them for a while. But if Lěng Qīngyán, that liability, got involved, he was guaranteed to lose. So the instant Lěng Qīngyán charged toward him, Jiāng Mu immediately yelled at her, "Don't come over here. Call the police right now." "Oh, okay." Lěng Qīngyán responded, pulling out her phone to dial the emergency number. You think you can call the cops?" Lubin roared, lunging toward Lěng Qīngyán and slapping her phone out of her hand. It hit the ground and shattered into pieces. Terrified, Lěng Qīngyán let out a shrill scream and scrambled backward. Whoa! The The moment Lu Bin saw Lěng Qīngyán's face, his eyes lit up. He grinned widely and said, "Damn, I never realized you were this beautiful. Come on, let big brother kiss your cool little mouth." With that, Lu Bin lunged toward Lěng Qīngyán, who scrambled backward in terror. "Everyone, stop right now." Suddenly, a commanding, authoritative female voice rang out from nearby. It instantly captured everyone's attention. "Shuiwei?" Upon recognizing the arrival as Shuiwei, Lu Bin sneered coldly, "I thought you'd hide like a turtle forever, never daring to show your face to me." Chapter 217 Money Grab Third Update. Lu Bin. Shuiwei took a deep breath, her face filled with resignation. "I've told you countless times I'll repay what I owe you. What's the point of you coming here to cause trouble?" "Repay?" Lu Bin laughed a wild, maniacal laugh. "With what? With the measly commissions you scrape together selling cars here? You'd be paying me back until the cows come home. Listen here, Chuyu." Lu Bin continued, "My boss said you either pay back that 150,000 today or come with us. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Your choice." 150,000? Shuiwei's eyes widened in shock. I clearly only borrowed 100,000 from you. How did it become 150,000 in just a few days?" "That's right." Lu Bin sneered repeatedly, tapping the baseball bat in his hand against the hood of the car beside him. He declared boldly, "You did only borrow 100,000, but there's interest. Didn't I tell you that when you borrowed the money? But it shouldn't be this high." "High?" Lu Bin snapped his fingers. "Just 0.5% interest per day. Doesn't seem that high, does it?" "Whoa." At those words, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán sucked in sharp breaths. Clearly, they were stunned by the terrifying interest rate. Shuiwei was completely dumbfounded. 5,000 yuan in interest per day? That's practically robbery. "Enough." Lu Bin continued, "I've told you everything I need to. Make your decision quickly, I don't have all day to waste on you." Shuiwei didn't want to choose either option. 5,000 yuan in interest per day? That's clearly a scam. But the other side had numbers on their side and was using the goods here as leverage. She had no choice but to accept it. With that thought, Chuyu steeled herself and gritted her teeth. "I'll go with." She chose the third option. Before Shuiwei could finish, Jiāng Mu cut her off. "She won't repay you, nor will she let you leave." "Whoa!" Lu Bin roared with laughter. "You've got some nerve. What's that supposed to mean? Think you're so tough you can boss everyone around? You think I won't smash your skull open with this club?" Jiāng Mu. Seeing the towering figure shielding her, Chuyu felt deeply moved. She tugged at the hem of his shirt. "I know you want to help me, but this is ultimately my own business. Besides, these people are ruthless. They'll stop at nothing. You really shouldn't get involved." "No." Jiāng Mu shook his head firmly. "Shuiwei, remember when I got my head smashed open by Ma Xiaohu when we were kids?" I remember. But what does that have to do with this?" "Of course it matters." Jiāng Mu replied with a smile. "Back then, you stood up to protect me just like this. So, today, I'm standing up to protect you. This." Chuyue's eyes welled up with tears, overcome with emotion. Just as she was about to say more, Lěng Qīngyán stepped forward. "Shuiwei, trust him. He'll definitely help you resolve this matter." "Right." Jiāng Mu chimed in, just like she said, "Leave it to me. I'll definitely handle this for you." At those words, Chuyu could hold back no longer. Tears began streaming down her face. Ever since her mother fell ill and was hospitalized, her life had become unbearably difficult. She worked during the day and stayed at the hospital by her mother's bedside at night. She also had to endure constant harassment from loan sharks. Yet even so, she had gritted her teeth and persevered, never shedding a single tear. Until this moment, when she felt Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán's concern. The strength she'd been forcing herself to maintain began to crumble. Thank you, Jiāng Mu. Thank you, Qīngyán. Woo. Enough." At that moment, Lu Bin exploded. He slammed his baseball bat onto the hood of the bara and roared, "I don't have the time or patience to watch your tearjerker drama. One last time, are you paying this money back or not?" "Of course we'll pay it back." Jiāng Mu spoke slowly, "But I'll only pay back the 100,000. I won't pay any extra interest. And, you smashed my car and my glass door. You'll have to compensate me for the damage." "You." Lu Bin pointed at Chuyu and snapped, "If you want money, go ask her. I won't pay a single penny. And 150,000 yuan, not a cent less. If you shortchange me by even 1 cent, I'm taking Chuyu and leaving immediately. Whether I pay or not isn't up to you." Jiāng Mu snapped, his face darkening. "And whether you take Chuyu with you? That's not up to you either. Then who decides?" Lu Bin sneered, pointing first at Jiāng Mu then at Lěng Qīngyán. "You? Or her?" "No. Neither of you." Jiāng Mu shook his head, his tone flat. "Your boss." "My boss?" Lu Bin roared with laughter, looking at Jiāng Mu as if he were mentally challenged. "What? Can't handle the situation, so now you're pretending to know my boss? Ha 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 ha." Lu Bin's henchmen joined in the uproarious laughter. Li Bighead laughed the hardest, sneering sarcastically, with his pathetic look. If he really knows Brother Tao, I'll eat. I don't know any damn Brother Tao. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly. But I know the county magistrate. Ha! At this remark, everyone except Lěng Qīngyán froze in surprise. Then came a wave of mocking laughter. Some peasant farmer bragging he knows the county magistrate? That's hilarious. Bro, I'll buy that you know the county magistrate, but does he know you? Bro, when it comes to bragging, you're the king. I bow down to your skill. If you know the county magistrate, then I know the mayor. Well, I know the governor. Well, I know the chairman. Ha 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 ha. What? Jiāng Mu swept his gaze across the assembled crowd and smiled faintly. You don't believe me? Like hell we believe you. Lu Bin snapped irritably. Enough with the bull. Pay up now, or Chuyu'll have to come back with me to work as a hostess at the KTV. Hold on. Jiāng Mu raised a hand in a stopping gesture. You doubt I know the county magistrate? Just tell me your company's name and your boss's name and you'll find out for yourself. Me? Lu Bin was speechless. He came to collect a debt and now he's stuck with this moron? I know. Chuyue spoke up then. Their company is called Hailizai Finance and the boss is Su Hongtao. Good. Having obtained the information he needed, Jiāng Mu immediately dialed the county magistrate's number. Hello, Magistrate Wang, I need your help with something. After briefly explaining his request, Jiāng Mu hung up. Putting his phone back in his pocket, he said to Lu Bin, just wait. It won't be long before your boss calls you. Chapter 218 let you off the hook? Bro! Lu Bin burst into uncontrollable laughter at Jiāng Mu's words. With acting skills like yours, it's a waste you're not an actor. Ha ha ha. The other henchmen joined in with raucous laughter. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Jiāng Mu. Clearly, no one believed a word he said. After all, the county magistrate wasn't someone you could just meet on a whim. Especially since Jiāng Mu was just an obscure peasant. Acting? Jiāng Mu grinned. Whether it's acting or not, you'll find out soon enough. Fine. Seeing Jiāng Mu still playing along, Lu Bin burst into even louder laughter. He swung his legs over the sofa, sprawled out on it, and said with a faint smile, I'll give you 5 minutes. But, if I haven't received a call by then. At this point, Lu Bin gave Lěng Qīngyán a lecherous once-over and sneered. She'll have to come back to the company with me too. Fine. Jiāng Mu shrugged indifferently, jabbing his chin toward Lěng Qīngyán. Come to think of it, it's not just her. Even if you want me to go back with you, that's fine too. I just doubt you can pull it off. Ha! Lu Bin laughed until his stomach ached. I love your cocky attitude. I just wonder if you'll still be so cocky later. Ring, ring. Before Lu Bin could finish his sentence, his phone rang first. The normally gentle ringtone now sounded like a bomb going off. Lu Bin's heart leapt into his throat. He muttered to himself, damn it, could it really be like that kid said, the boss calling me? The few henchmen beside him were also startled. They all craned their necks to look at the phone Lu Bin had just pulled out. Holy! One henchman, upon recognizing the caller's name, turned pale with shock. His face twisted in disbelief as he shouted, that punk was right. It really is our boss calling. Then, doesn't that mean he really knows the county magistrate? Boom! The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Bin and the others' expressions instantly turned grim. If Jiāng Mu really knew the county magistrate, they'd all be finished. Bin, brother Bin, maybe we should beg for mercy. *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Lu Bin frowned deeply, delivering a hard kick to the subordinate who had spoken. He scolded him with frustration. Beg for mercy my ass. Don't believe this kid's bull *********************************** Brother Tao might have called me about something else entirely. Right, that's definitely possible. The other guys nodded vigorously in agreement, but deep down, they still felt a bit uneasy. Click. As soon as the call was answered, a furious male voice bellowed from the other end. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** man's fury. Lu Bin instantly shed his earlier swagger and replied respectfully. Sorry, brother Tao. I was busy and didn't hear it ring. What? What do you need from me? Don't you know what kind of you've gotten yourself into? Su Hongtao forced himself to suppress his rage, enunciating each word deliberately. Apologize to that Mr. Jiāng immediately. Keep apologizing until he's satisfied. Otherwise, I'll chop you into mincemeat and feed you to the dogs. Boom! Su Hongtao's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Lu Bin stunned and his mind blank. The other henchmen froze too, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Jiāng Mu. Li Bighead was utterly bewildered. Back in school, he clearly remembered Jiāng Mu as a timid, weak country bumpkin who never fought back when hit or retaliated when insulted. How could he have transformed into a big shot who knew the county magistrate in just a few days? This was unbelievable. Hey, Lu Bin. Why the hell aren't you talking again? Seeing Lubin hadn't responded for ages, Su Hongtao yelled impatiently. I told you to apologize to Mr. Jiāng. Did you hear me? I heard you, Lubin hurriedly replied. I'll go right now. With that, Lubin sprang up from the sofa and hurried over to Jiāng Mu. Mr. Jiāng, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize your greatness. Could you please forgive me and let it slide? My apologies. Jiāng Mu crossed his arms, looking down at him. I'm a petty person. I don't have that kind of magnanimity. Lubin felt awkward and swallowed hard. Then, what would you like me to do? Well, Jiāng Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Just compensate me for the damaged items and pay an additional 150,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. Then we'll call it even. Lubin's face showed his distress. At Good Fortune Finance, he was considered a supervisor. His monthly salary barely exceeded 6,000 yuan. Where on earth could he come up with 150,000 yuan on such short notice? What's the matter? Jiāng Mu frowned. You don't agree? No. Lubin waved his hands frantically. That's not what I meant. I just don't have that kind of money on hand. No problem. Jiāng Mu gave a faint smile, patting Lubin on the shoulder. Your company can borrow from loan sharks, right? Just borrow some from them. Hearing the first part, Lubin thought Jiāng Mu had a change of heart and was going to let him off with less compensation. But the next sentence? He was actually telling him to borrow from loan sharks. Frustrated, Lubin nearly choked on his own spit. Mr. Jiāng, Lubin grimaced. Our company could borrow from loan sharks, but once you get involved with them, there's no turning back. So, before Lubin could finish his sentence, Jiāng Mu cut him off sharply. If you know that thing is off limits, why did you set a trap for Chuyue to walk right into? Lubin was rendered speechless. He stood there with his head bowed, not uttering a word. Enough! Jiāng Mu frowned. I don't have time to wait here for you. 3 minutes. If you can't produce 300,000 yuan in 3 minutes, you'll be chopped up and fed to the dogs by your so-called brother Tao. Clunk! At the words fed to the dogs, Lubin's entire body trembled. Cold sweat poured out in an instant, soaking through his shirt. He then collapsed to his knees with a thud, sobbing and pleading with Jiāng Mu. Mr. Jiāng, I beg you, please spare me. I really can't come up with that money. Let you off? Jiāng Mu laughed. If I hadn't called the county magistrate, if your boss hadn't sent you here to apologize, would you have let us off? At these words, a bitter smile touched Lubin's lips. Yes, if he were the one in charge, he probably wouldn't let them off either. With that thought, Lubin rose from the ground, composed himself, and said, Mr. Jiāng, please wait a moment. I'll call our boss right now to borrow money to compensate you. Chapter 219, please help me. Half an hour later, Jiāng Mu glanced at the text message from the bank, confirmed he had received the 200,000 yuan, and nodded with satisfaction. Alright, I've got the money. You can go now. Oh, right, Jiāng Mu added. This car is yours now. You can drive it away immediately. Alright, thank you, Mr. Jiāng. Lubin responded before leading his crew away from the dealership in the Volkswagen Bora, now sporting a dent and a bulge from his earlier crash. That's it. After Lubin left, Jiāng Mu slowly walked over to Chuyue and smiled faintly. I've taken care of everything for you. And I've also paid back that 100,000 yuan for you. You don't need to worry about it anymore. When collecting payment, Jiāng Mu had deliberately excluded Chuyue's 100,000 yuan. That was why he had only received 200,000 yuan. Thank you, Jiāng Mu. Chuyue's eyes welled up with emotion. She wiped the tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand and said, Thank you for helping me. But I can't just take that 100,000 yuan for free. When I have the money, I'll definitely pay you back. Alright. Jiāng Mu knew Chuyue was fiercely proud and hated being seen as a charity case. Without hesitation, he agreed to her request without protest. After all, when the time came for Chuyue to repay him, refusing the money would have the same effect. After that, Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán chatted with Chuyue in the shop for a while longer. They then visited Chuyue's mother at the hospital and had dinner together. It wasn't until after 8 in the evening that Jiāng Mu and Lěng Qīngyán drove back to Shiha village in a brand new Volkswagen Fideon. Jiāng Mu, there seem to be 3 people crouched outside your house. From a distance, Lěng Qīngyán glimpsed 3 shadowy figures through the windshield and turned to alert Jiāng Mu. Who was driving? Jiāng Mu nodded. I see them too. It's just strange. Who would be visiting my house this late at night? As he pondered, The headlights slowly illuminated the figures. This allowed Jiāng Mu to finally make out who they were. From left to right, Jiāng Mu's great-uncle, Jiāng Donglai, his grandmother, Li Yulan, and his older brother, Jiāng Liang. At that very moment, the three of them were squatting neatly in front of Jiāng Mu's house. From a distance, their posture looked exactly like they were taking a dump. "Isn't that your cousin, Jiāng Liang?" Lěng Qīngyán recognized Jiāng Liang now too, pointing at him and asking suspiciously, "Why did he come back from Linhai City? And what's he doing lurking outside your house? What else could it mean?" Jiāng Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "He's either here to pick a fight or borrow money." Squeak! As they spoke, the car pulled up to the courtyard gate. Jiāng Mu slammed on the brakes, rolled down the window, and shouted at Jiāng Liang and his family crouched there. "Oh my, so it was you lot squatting here all this time." From a distance, "I thought 3 monkeys were crouching outside my house, scared me half to death." Jiāng Donglai, Jiāng Liang, Li Yulan, "You look like a monkey. You and your whole family are monkeys. Ha ha ha." Though furious at Jiāng Mu's insult, Li Yulan forced herself to swallow her anger for the sake of smoothing over the upcoming events. She forced a smile and said, "Look at my nephew, he's such a joker. He cracks me up." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu grinned. "Then let me know when you're going to die, so I can call ahead to order your coffin materials." Boom! Li Yulan's smile froze instantly, replaced by a flash of anger. "Jiāng Mu, you, MMMPH. Before Li Yulan could finish, Jiāng Donglai abruptly covered her mouth with his hand. He chuckled at Jiāng Mu. "Nephew, your auntie meant death as an expression of extreme joy, not literal death." "Oh." Jiāng Mu scratched his head as if just understanding. "My apologies, auntie, I misunderstood." "Humph." Li Yulan shot Jiāng Mu an angry glare, gave a cold snort, and dropped the subject. She changed the topic. "Jiāng Mu, we actually came to ask for your help with something." "Help me?" Jiāng Mu chuckled. "Ever since we were kids, haven't you always said I'm useless and incapable, that you'd never need my help in this lifetime?" Well, Li Yulan was rendered speechless. She had indeed said those things back then, because at that time, Jiāng Mu was inferior to Jiāng Liang in every way. So when Jiāng Mu called her out like this, she really couldn't argue back. "Jiāng Mu." Jiāng Liang spoke up then, chuckling. "What you don't know is that when my mom said those things, it was actually to motivate you, to keep you from getting too cocky. She's always had high hopes for you and often praised you behind your back." "Is that so?" Jiāng Mu laughed so hard his stomach hurt at Jiāng Liang's ability to spin such tall tales. "Well, mother, you certainly went to great lengths." "Hey!" Li Yulan grinned triumphantly, climbing higher up the pole. "Honestly, I didn't even want to bring this up, it's not like it's such a big deal." "True enough." Jiāng Mu nodded. "Not a big deal at all." Just as Li Yulan was about to use this as an excuse to coerce Jiāng Mu into helping her, she choked on her words. She thought to herself, why won't this Jiāng Mu play by the rules? Jiāng Mu, seeing his wife defeated, Jiāng Dongshan immediately stepped in. "Actually, the favor we wanted to ask of you isn't anything major. It's just, if it's not a big deal, then don't bother explaining." Before Jiāng Dongshan could finish, Jiāng Mu cut him off. "I'm the kind of person who likes to help with big things, not small ones. So, Grandpa and Grandma, it's getting late. You should head back now." Jiāng Dongshan. "Damn it, I should have said it was a big deal." Jiāng Mu, seeing the conversation about to end, Li Yulan hurriedly interjected. "Don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. We're here about something important." "Then I can't help at all." Jiāng Mu grinned. "Let's be honest, I'm just a pretty boy kept by Qing Yanhua's wallet. I've got no real skills. I can't help with anything important." Li Yulan, Jiāng Dongshan, Jiāng Liang. "Then why did you say you love helping out with big things?" Jiāng Mu. Li Yulan finally saw through it. Jiāng Mu clearly had no intention of helping. She dropped all niceties, her face hardening as she said, "Let me be blunt, you're helping me today, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, our whole family is staying put here today." "That's right. If you don't help us, we're not leaving." Jiāng Dongshan and Jiāng Liang chimed in agreement, then plopped down right in front of Jiāng Mu's doorstep. They were acting like complete scoundrels. Chapter 220, Reward, Third Update. Seeing these people reveal their true colors, Jiāng Mu's face twisted into a cold sneer. He thought to himself, what was bound to happen has finally happened. Seated in the passenger seat, Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows knitted tightly. She wondered, why must such shameless relatives appear everywhere? "Jiāng Mu, what should we do?" Lěng Qīngyán was already driven nearly mad by her stepmother's daily torment, so whenever she faced problems like this, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Her frustration was overwhelming. "Ever heard the saying?" Jiāng Mu rolled down the window, unbuckling his seatbelt as he spoke. "What saying?" Lěng Qīngyán blinked her big, watery eyes and asked doubtfully. "Ha ha, Jiāng Mu gave a mysterious smile. It's about fighting magic with magic. Come on, let's get out of the car. Alright, Lěng Qīngyán nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping it fully, and followed Jiāng Mu off the vehicle. Auntie. Jiāng Mu slowly approached Li Yulan, offering a faint smile. Actually, I have something I need your help with too. Li Yulan immediately grew wary, cautiously asking, what kind of favor? Oh, Jiāng Mu sighed feigned helplessness. Auntie, you see, just this afternoon, I got scammed. A whole 50 million yuan, it all vanished. So now I'm completely broke. Could you possibly lend me some money to help me get back on my feet? Jiāng Mu spoke with tears in his voice, his acting so convincing it left Li Yulan and her family utterly dumbfounded. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether Jiāng Mu's words were truth or fiction. Nephew. After a long pause, Jiāng Donglai spoke slowly. You just said all that? Is it true? Uncle. Jiāng Mu replied, his voice trembling with tears. You're my own uncle, and I'm your own nephew. Would I lie to you about something this important? So, Jiāng Mu's eyes darted eagerly from one person to another as he continued. Look, could you lend me some money? Not much, just 200,000 yuan. Lend me 200,000 yuan, and I swear I'll make a comeback. The moment the word borrow was uttered, the Jiāng Donglai family scattered like mice encountering a cat. They backed away in fear, especially Li Yulan, her face twisted with panic as she hurriedly protested. Jiāng Mu, it's not that your aunt doesn't want to help you, but honestly, I just don't have the money. That's right, your auntie's absolutely correct. Jiāng Donglai chimed in. Every penny we had went toward buying a house for your brother Xiaoliang. We're truly broke. Oh, right. Li Yulan seemed to remember something and pointed at Lěng Qīngyán. Don't you still have her? She's so rich, just borrow from her. That's all. Ah, don't even mention it. Jiāng Mu sighed, his face full of resignation. After she heard that all the money she gave me had been swindled away, she said I must have low intelligence and that any child I fathered would surely be stupid. She said she wouldn't support me anymore. I'm only back to grab my luggage. I'm leaving soon. As he spoke, Jiāng Mu shot Lěng Qīngyán a discreet glance. Lěng Qīngyán immediately caught the signal. Clearing her throat, she adopted a haughty demeanor and declared, just listen to yourself. Not only are you useless at anything, but you let someone swindle the money I gave you. You're such a pig. Someone like you? I was absolutely right to dump you. With that, Lěng Qīngyán stormed off toward the courtyard. Oh, right. After taking about 8 or 9 steps, Lěng Qīngyán abruptly turned back, her face cold. And that 50 million? Pay me back ASAP. Or you can look forward to receiving a court summons. Qīngyán. Jiāng Mu grabbed her arm urgently, feigning alarm. I've been with you this long, if not for merit, then for endurance. You can't treat me like this. Lěng Qīngyán sneered repeatedly, violently shaking off Jiāng Mu's arm. Her face darkened as she declared, if it weren't for the fact that you've stuck with me this long, I'd sue you right now. Get lost. Tap tap tap. With that, Lěng Qīngyán turned and walked away, her attitude utterly resolute. Had Jiāng Mu not known she was acting, he might have believed it was real. This only proved how convincingly she was acting. No. Qīngyán. Jiāng Mu continued his Oscar-worthy performance, wailing and crying out at Lěng Qīngyán's retreating back. The scene was nothing short of heart-wrenching. Honey, maybe we should just leave? Jiāng Donglai, now fully convinced, nudged Li Yulan beside him with his elbow, worried Jiāng Mu might actually ask them for money. Li Yulan suddenly sneered coldly, hands on her hips, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I told you so. The Jiāng family's ancestral graves can't even produce a wisp of smoke. See? I was right. The smoke that was just starting to rise. It fizzled out before it even got going. Ha ha ha. And you, Jiāng Mu. Li Yulan grew more animated as she spoke, pointing at Jiāng Mu and scolding. Someone like you will never amount to anything in this lifetime. You're nothing. Mom, you're absolutely right. Jiāng Liang chimed in. I thought he was something special, but turns out he's just a good-for-nothing. Let's go. Li Yulan responded with a nod before turning to leave with Jiāng Donglai and Jiāng Liang. Jiāng Mu stood rooted to the spot, watching their receding figures. A cold smile touched his lips as he muttered to himself, you really are my wonderful relatives. With that, Jiāng Mu drove the car into the courtyard, locked the gate, and went inside. How did it go? As soon as he entered the house, Lěng Qīngyán hurriedly asked, did they believe it? They did. Jiāng Mu smiled faintly and teased. Well done, Lěng Qīngyán. I never would have guessed you had such acting chops. Maybe you should consider breaking into the film industry? He. Flattered. Lěng Qīngyán blushed slightly. It wasn't that great. Just average. Really? Oh, right. Lěng Qīngyán continued. Since I've done you such a big favor, how are you going to reward me? Jiāng Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before leaning close to whisper in Lěng Qīngyán's ear. How about I reward you with a night in bed with me? Lěng Qīngyán, is this supposed to be my reward? This is clearly a reward for you and a punishment for me. With that thought, Lěng Qīngyán shot Jiāng Mu a vicious glare, pouting her lips as she snapped, "Get lost." After saying that, Lěng Qīngyán went to open Zhang Li's door, intending to grab her toiletries, brush her teeth, and go to sleep. But to her surprise, the door that had opened moments ago was now stuck shut. What's wrong? Jiāng Mu walked over and asked. The door won't open. Is it broken? Let me try. Jiāng Mu tried turning the doorknob a couple of times. Realizing the door was locked from the inside, he called out to Zhang Li inside. Zhang Li, open the door. Your sister-in-law wants to go back to bed. I'm asleep. Zhang Li's voice came from inside. I can't open it. Have your sister-in-law sleep in your room instead? Chapter 221, Anxious and Hesitant. Jiāng Mu. Lěng Qīngyán. Ahem. Jiāng Mu cleared his throat awkwardly, scratching his nose. Looks like you'll have to accept this reward tonight after all. At his words, Lěng Qīngyán's face flushed crimson. Lowering her head, she murmured shyly, Isn't this a bit awkward? After all, we're not actually a couple. It's fine. With Zhang Li's divine assist, Jiāng Mu could almost see a dazzling black lucky bag and that otherworldly beauty beckoning to him. He grinned widely. We're just sharing a room. We're not doing anything. What's the big deal? But, if word gets out, I'll definitely be gossiped about. Lěng Qīngyán's embroidered brows furrowed. Last time you just flashed by in your pajamas during a livestream, and I got so much hate I almost shut myself off. If people find out we're actually sharing a room, won't they tear me apart until I spit blood and die? No way. Jiāng Mu couldn't possibly pass up such a golden opportunity to complete his mission. He tried to reassure Lěng Qīngyán. Last time you got flamed because you were streaming live, and lots of fans saw it. This time you weren't streaming, how could they possibly criticize you? But, Lěng Qīngyán still felt uneasy. What if someone accidentally lets it slip? Jiāng Mu was speechless. Only heaven, earth, you, and I know about this. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, how could anyone leak it? You're right. Lěng Qīngyán felt Jiāng Mu had a point and nodded in agreement. But deep down, she still felt uneasy. Shaking her head, she protested, No, absolutely not. I'm an unmarried maiden. What if you take advantage of me? What do you mean by ruined? Jiāng Mu frowned. That sounds pretty harsh, don't you think? Ha. Lěng Qīngyán realized her words were a bit inappropriate too. She gave an awkward laugh and said, I was just using a metaphor. Don't read too much into it. Enough. Jiāng Mu shot Lěng Qīngyán a disapproving look and scoffed. Don't worry, I have zero interest in ugly girls like you. I'd never waste. Just as he was about to say mess with, he suddenly realized that word was way too insulting to himself. He quickly swallowed the last syllable and changed his words. I absolutely won't do anything to you. You're the ugly one. Lěng Qīngyán puffed out her lips, her face flushed with indignation. I'm clearly beautiful, okay? Fine. You're pretty. Jiāng Mu couldn't be bothered to argue about this. He gave a perfunctory reply before saying, I'll ask you one last time, are you coming to my room or not? If not, I'm going back to sleep. You. Lěng Qīngyán was so furious she was speechless. Any other guy would be showering her with sweet talk right now, trying every trick to get her to agree. Why did Jiāng Mu seem so reluctant? Could it be he truly felt nothing for her? The thought brought a pang of disappointment to Lěng Qīngyán's heart. Her beautifully arched eyebrows furrowed slightly, her lovely face radiating nothing but displeasure. Women are like that sometimes, they fear both your attention and your indifference. I'm constantly worrying about what I might gain or lose. Speak up. Jiāng Mu had completely lost his patience and impatiently urged Lěng Qīngyán. I'm thinking, aren't I? Why are you being so mean? Lěng Qīngyán shot Jiāng Mu a resentful glare before murmuring. Actually, staying at your place isn't out of the question. But we need to set 3 ground rules. What 3 rules? Jiāng Mu scratched his ear, his expression utterly indifferent. First, you can't take off your clothes. Second, we can't share the same blanket. Third, you're not allowed to touch me inappropriately. If you do, you're a little dog. Lěng Qīngyán stated these 3 conditions with a stern expression, standing still as she waited for Jiāng Mu's response. Anything but the first one. Jiāng Mu pondered for a moment before replying. I can't sleep without taking off my clothes. Then I won't be joining you. Lěng Qīngyán crossed her arms, her expression haughty and proud. Go or don't go, it's up to you. Jiāng Mu wasn't about to indulge Lěng Qīngyán. He tossed out the words and turned to leave. Furious, Lěng Qīngyán's hands trembled. She rushed forward to block Jiāng Mu's path, her voice breaking as she shouted, Damn Jiāng Mu! Stupid Jiāng Mu! Rotten Jiāng Mu. I was just trying to be nice and walk you home, and this is how you treat me. Wah! By the end, Lěng Qīngyán burst into tears. Her tear-streaked face looked utterly pitiable. Hey! Jiāng Mu finally realized his attitude had been a bit too harsh. He sighed helplessly. Fine. I'll do whatever you say. Is that okay? Humph. Seeing Jiāng Mu back down, Lěng Qīngyán felt a surge of satisfaction. But outwardly, she maintained her feigned anger. I'll let you off this time. Just wait until we get back to Linhai, you'll see what I'll do to you then. With that, Lěng Qīngyán turned and strode ahead into Jiāng Mu's room. Jiāng Mu stood rooted to the spot, a look of helplessness on his face, muttering to himself, women, they really are troublesome creatures. 10 o'clock at night. What are you doing? In the pitch-black room with the lights off, the rustling sound of bedding rubbing against itself kept Lěng Qīngyán awake. She turned her head and asked Jiāng Mu lying beside her. Nothing, Jiāng Mu answered without blushing or hesitation. Nothing? Then why is the blanket making this constant rustling sound? Lěng Qīngyán furrowed her embroidered brows, her voice tinged with irritation. Do you realize you're disturbing me? Oh, well, Jiāng Mu replied with a hint of resignation. Just give me a few more minutes. I'll be done soon. You go back to sleep. No. What exactly are you doing? The less Jiāng Mu explained, the more curious Lěng Qīngyán became. She raised her hand to pull back his blanket. Suddenly, Lěng Qīngyán seemed to realize something. Her hand froze mid-air, her expression turning shocked. Jiāng Mu, you wouldn't be doing that kind of thing, would you? What kind of thing? Jiāng Mu was caught off guard by the question, his voice tinged with confusion. You know, that thing. Lěng Qīngyán grew flustered, stammering out her answer. You know, that thing all guys do. That all guys do? Jiāng Mu didn't catch on at first. When he finally did, he smacked Lěng Qīngyán hard on the forehead and snapped irritably. What nonsense are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? Ouch. Lěng Qīngyán rubbed her sore head, looking a bit aggrieved. Then what the heck were you doing? Taking off my clothes? Jiāng Mu feared Lěng Qīngyán might be imagining something terrible, so he quickly explained. Like I said earlier, I can't sleep with clothes on, since you wouldn't let me take them off. I had to sneakily take them off under the covers. Ha! Realizing she'd jumped to the wrong conclusion, Lěng Qīngyán felt utterly embarrassed. She quickly turned her head away, unable to meet Jiāng Mu's gaze. She silently berated herself. Good heavens! What was I thinking? How utterly mortifying. Chapter 222. What are you doing? Ahem. After a moment, Lěng Qīngyán, having regained her composure, asked Jiāng Mu without turning her head. So, did you take off all your clothes? So what? Jiāng Mu smiled at Lěng Qīngyán's back in the soft moonlight and teased. Would you rather I had taken everything off? That's impossible, Lěng Qīngyán retorted, her cheeks flushed. I just wanted to understand the specifics so I could prepare myself mentally. Don't worry. Jiāng Mu stopped teasing Lěng Qīngyán and spoke honestly. I'm not the type to act like a jerk. It's getting late, let's get some sleep. Okay. Lěng Qīngyán smiled and nodded. Good night. Good night. As Jiāng Mu's good night faded into the air, the entire room instantly fell silent. The two lay back to back, quietly drifting off to sleep. 10 minutes later, Jiāng Mu, who hadn't received the task completion notification sound, felt a bit puzzled. He silently wondered why the task hadn't been marked as complete yet. Could something have gone wrong? With that thought, Jiāng Mu mentally summoned the system task and carefully reviewed the requirements once more. Mission requirement: spend one night sharing a bed with renowned streamer National Sweetheart Lěng Qīngyán. Share a bed. Share a pillow. For one night. Jiāng Mu murmured the key requirements of the task to himself. He quietly wondered to himself, does sharing the bed alone not suffice? Must we share the pillow? Or, could simply maintaining this state until morning be enough? For a moment, these two questions echoed in Jiāng Mu's mind. He couldn't calm down for a long time. While Jiāng Mu was tormented by these questions, Lěng Qīngyán was also unable to sleep. She thought to herself, why hasn't Jiāng Mu touched me yet? Is it because I'm not attractive enough? Or, does he not like women? He must not like women. Lěng Qīngyán quickly arrived at her conclusion, convinced Jiāng Mu must be. Otherwise, how could he not be moved by someone as beautiful as her? Click. Just as Lěng Qīngyán was lost in her wild imaginings, a hand suddenly rested on her waist. Startled, she instinctively tried to pull away, but the hand was incredibly strong. With just a gentle pull, it drew her entire body toward him. Her heart nearly leapt out of her throat. One question filled her mind. What exactly was Jiāng Mu up to? Could it be he really intended to take advantage of her? At that thought, Lěng Qīngyán felt both thrilled and terrified. Joy because this proved she was desirable. The fear stemmed from the fact that she wasn't ready for Jiāng Mu. That pig, to take advantage of her. She was utterly torn. Feeling the slight tremor in Lěng Qīngyán's body, Jiāng Mu was startled. He silently thought to himself, "Oh no, she's still awake." After a series of internal struggles, Jiāng Mu still felt it necessary to fulfill the task requirement of sharing the pillow. It was the safer option. After all, opportunities to sleep in the same bed as Lěng Qīngyán were few and far between. Missing this chance meant who knew when the next one would come. Thus, Jiāng Mu made a bold decision. He planned to slip into bed while Lěng Qīngyán was asleep, gently pull her into his embrace, and have her share his pillow. But to his utter surprise, Lěng Qīngyán hadn't fallen asleep. What on earth was he to do? Jiāng Mu. Seeing that Jiāng Mu hadn't made any further advances, Lěng Qīngyán's heart finally settled. She whispered to Jiāng Mu, What were you trying to do?" "Nothing." Seeing Lěng Qīngyán hadn't exploded in anger, Jiāng Mu's own heart settled. He tightened his arms around her waist and said, "I just want to hold you while we sleep." "Mum." The moment those words left his mouth, Lěng Qīngyán's lovely face flushed crimson as if set ablaze. The flush spread all the way to her ears, leaving her flustered and flustered. Like this. Shoo. Before Lěng Qīngyán could finish her sentence, Jiāng Mu slipped his other arm around her slender, pale neck, pulling her completely into his embrace. "Don't talk, just go to sleep." But, Lěng Qīngyán tried to protest, but Jiāng Mu cut her off decisively. "Say another word, and I'll seal your lips with mine." "Mum." Hearing this, Lěng Qīngyán quickly shut her mouth. She feared that if she uttered another word, Jiāng Mu might actually do it. And so, in utter silence, both of them drifted off to sleep. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, sleeping in the same bed with renowned streamer and nation's first love Lěng Qīngyán. Reward, 1 colorful black lucky bag containing god tier looks. In his sleep, Jiāng Mu faintly heard the notification sound. He jolted awake with a shiver. Ouch! My arm! Upon waking, Jiāng Mu felt a sharp ache in her arm. Glancing down, she saw Lěng Qīngyán curled up in her embrace like a lazy kitten, sound asleep with her head resting on Jiāng Mu's arm. Her exquisite profile, bathed in sunlight, seemed filtered through a radiant beauty filter. One glance was enough to make anyone lose their gaze. Actually, this girl is pretty cute. Maybe I should just keep her as my girlfriend. Gazing at the breathtaking Lěng Qīngyán before him, inhaling the unique gardenia scent emanating from her body, Jiāng Mu felt an overwhelming urge to claim her. But in the end, he chose to let go. For now, he possessed an entire forest, no need to cling desperately to a single crooked tree. Open the lucky bag. Swish! A burst of multicolored black light flashed, and 6 items neatly stored themselves into his system backpack. Jiāng Mu scanned them from left to right. First, as always with lucky bags, fragments. This time, Jiāng Mu obtained a total of 12 fragments. 6 green fragments, for master-level dance abilities and 2 champion-level sprinting abilities. All were immediately usable at their current progress levels. 3 blue fragments, 1 for written English and 2 for spoken French, both with the same current progress as the green fragments. 2 gold fragments, both for building 13 of Shanghai Houting, currently at 8/3 progress. 1 multicolored fragment, identical to the one obtained last time, was the controlled nuclear fusion formula. Its current progress was May 3rd, requiring 2 more fragments. After reviewing the fragments, Jiāng Mu shifted his gaze to the second item. It was a key. At first glance, Jiāng Mu thought it was a car key, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a car key at all, but an ordinary household key. Engraved on it in small letters were the words, Linhai City Blue Sky International Exchange School. Seeing this, Jiāng Mu was a bit confused. Why would someone give him a key to an international high school? Did they want him to attend there? Chapter 223, Becoming the Principal, 3rd update. Just as Jiāng Mu was pondering this, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Jiāng Mu answered politely. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Jiāng Mu? A man's voice came through the line, polite and refined, sounding like an educated scholar. Yes, it's me. Who's this? Hello, Mr. Jiāng. The man chuckled respectfully. I'm the Dean of Academic Affairs at Linhai City Blue Sky International Exchange School. My surname is Qīngyán. I'm calling today to inquire about your availability to assume your position. Take up a position? Jiāng Mu was baffled. He hadn't even finished college yet. What position could he possibly take at a high school? Cleaning duties? Exactly. Qīngyán smiled faintly. After acquiring 75% of Blue Sky International Exchange School from the former principal and vice principal, you became our school's principal. So naturally, you must come to assume your position. Ah, Jiāng Mu finally understood. So the key wasn't for him to attend school there, it was for him to become the principal. This job wasn't too bad. But he wondered, would he end up misguiding the students if he became principal? Principal Jiāng, Are you still listening? Gull-wing asked suspiciously when Jiāng Mu remained silent for a long while. I'm listening, Jiāng Mu replied with a smile. Alright, once I return to Linhai City, I'll give you a call. For now, you'll handle the school's operations. Understood, Principal Jiāng. Gull-wing smiled back. I won't bother you then. Just let me know when you're back in Linhai. Alright, Jiāng Mu responded with a smile, about to hang up. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly said, Wait, Director Gull-wing. Yes, go ahead. As the principal, I should have the authority to hire and fire teachers, right? Having never served as principal before, Jiāng Mu decided to clarify first to avoid any misunderstandings later. Of course, Gull-wing replied with a smile, as long as you're willing, you can dismiss anyone you want and appoint anyone you choose. Alright, I understand. Having received the answer he wanted, Jiāng Mu hung up immediately and dialed a number for someone named Adele. This Adele was the foreign judge the domineering old principal had brought in during the last class reunion to evaluate Jiāng Mu and Yang English-speaking skills. At the time, Jiāng Mu had made plans with her to grab a meal together when they had time, but he had forgotten about it amid his busyness. It wasn't until today, after securing the position of high school principal, that he remembered her existence. So much time has passed. I wonder if she's been fired by that heartless, harsh old woman. Jiāng Mu muttered to himself before focusing on waiting for her to pick up. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? After 3 rings, a plastic-sounding Mandarin came through the phone, clearly answered by a foreigner. Hello, hello, Adele, Jiāng Mu said with a smile. It's Jiāng Mu. Do you remember me? Mr. Jiāng. Adele's voice trembled with excitement as she laughed. After all this time, I finally got your call. Ha ha. Jiāng Mu chuckled awkwardly. I've been incredibly busy lately. I apologize. It's okay. Adele smiled. As long as you still remember me, I'm happy. Thank you. Jiāng Mu politely acknowledged her before getting down to business. Adele, are you still teaching at No. 10 middle school? No, no, no. Adele repeated no, 3 times in succession, her tone tinged with resignation. Ever since I made that ruling that let you in, the principal fired me. Right now, I'm teaching at an English tutoring center. I'm truly sorry for causing you to lose your job. Jiāng Mu said sincerely. No, no, no. Adele repeated no 3 times again, then smiled faintly. You didn't do anything wrong. The principal was the one at fault, so you don't need to apologize to me. And I don't regret choosing to let you win. Thank you. Jiāng Mu hadn't expected Adele to be so magnanimous, yet so clear-cut in her likes and dislikes. He couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Adele, I actually called you today to offer you a new job. I wonder if you'd ever consider returning to teach at a school again. Really? Adele's voice trembled with emotion as she switched abruptly to English. If you could help me return to teaching at the academy, both I and God would be eternally grateful. No need to be so formal. Jiāng Mu smiled. Here's what we'll do. I'll send you a phone number. Call that person and just say I recommended you for the English teaching position. As for salary and benefits, we'll discuss that once I'm back in Linhai City. Okay. Adele beamed with delight as she said okay, followed by a string of thanks before hanging up. Phew. After resolving this matter, Jiāng Mu exhaled deeply and resumed examining the items from the lucky bag. The 3rd and 4th items were both shopping receipts. One was a jade qilin carved from premium Hokkien jade, priced at 1.8 million. The other was a Hermes Birkin bag, priced at 9.6 million. Both items originated from Yutai Plaza. This made Jiāng Mu envy the owner of Yutai Plaza, secretly wishing to himself, if only Yutai Plaza were mine. The 5th item was a Koenigsegg car key. As for the exact model of Koenigsegg, that remained unknown, but one could safely assume it wouldn't be anything less than exceptional. After stowing the key away, Jiāng Mu turned his attention to the final item, the parchment. He wondered if this mission might finally have something to do with Lěng Qīngyán. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden mission. Mission requirement, win over the nation's first love, Lěng Qīngyán, without confessing your feelings. Time limit, 1 year. Task will automatically expire upon expiration. Rewards, 2 multicolored black lucky bags, for universal fragments, and superhuman physical prowess. Failure consequence, system shutdown for 1 year. Countdown, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. After hearing the system's mission requirements, Jiāng Mu was speechless. Why was it always related to Lěng Qīngyán? Could this system really be something she designed? Or is she the system's own daughter? Knock knock knock. Just as Jiāng Mu was complaining about the new task, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Jiāng Li barged straight in, his face etched with panic as he shouted at Jiāng Mu. Brother, it's bad. The old man and his family are here again. demanding to take that supercar out of the courtyard. Chapter 220 for the family. A supercar? Jiāng Mu was baffled. He had clearly driven home a Volkswagen Feidian yesterday. How did it suddenly become a supercar? Could it be that Koenigsegg he'd just pulled from the lucky bag? The thought made him spring to his feet. Let's go. Take me over there to see what's going on. Alright, Jiāng Li responded before leaving the room first. Ugh. Lěng Qīngyán's head was resting on Jiāng Mu's arm. As he moved, her head slammed against the bed with a thud. The sharp pain jolted her awake. Rubbing her head, she grumbled at Jiāng Mu. What the hell are you doing? Why'd you take my pillow? That hurt like hell. Jiāng Mu rolled his eyes. Was that even your pillow? That was clearly my arm. Okay? Lěng Qīngyán's cheeks flushed as she murmured to herself. No wonder this pillow warms up on its own, it was his arm all along. Alright, get up already. Jiāng Mu said to Lěng Qīngyán while getting dressed. That Zhang Liang is here again. You'll probably have to act with me once more. Again? Lěng Qīngyán was speechless. Didn't we tell them last night that you went bankrupt? Why won't they leave us alone? Jiāng Mu shrugged helplessly. I wish I knew myself. Meanwhile, outside, Li Yulan stood beside the gleaming white Koenigsegg Agera, grinning from ear to ear. Son, this car suits you perfectly. With it, your marriage prospects are guaranteed. You're absolutely right. Zhang Liang's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he caressed the Koenigsegg Agera's body with adoring hands. With this 27 million yuan supercar, she'll fall head over heels for me at first sight. So mom, let's hurry up and go. We can't keep the matchmaker waiting. Right. Li Yulan nodded with a smile. Let's go. Don't delay your life's most important event. As she spoke, Li Yulan reached for the door handle to get in, only to find it stubbornly stuck. Her eyebrows shot up in frustration as she called out to John's father standing nearby. I asked you to get the car keys. Why hasn't it taken this long? Can you even handle anything properly? Well, John's father looked troubled. After all these years, he knew Li Yulan inside out. She said she was borrowing it, but what she really wanted was to keep it. Therefore, Mr. John genuinely didn't want to lend the car to Li Yulan, but out of courtesy, he felt awkward refusing outright. For a moment, he didn't know how to broach the subject. Useless. Seeing her husband fall silent again, Mrs. John's anger flared. She shot him a vicious glare before turning to Li Yulan with a faint smile. Sis-in-law, it's not that we don't want to lend you the car. It's just that we need it ourselves when we head out later. What driving? Li Yulan frowned, adopting an unreasonable tone as she shouted. My son's blind date is a major event for your Jiang family. If it gets delayed, can you take responsibility for that? Besides, don't you have another car at home? Can't you just use that one? Well, Jiang's mother was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Stop stuttering like that. Li Yulan waved her hand impatiently. Just hand over the keys already. We'll return the car right after the blind date. Mom! Zhang Liang's smile froze the moment he heard about returning the car. His face clouded over as he grumbled. Are we really going to have to give this thing back? You silly boy. Li Yulan was thoroughly exasperated by Zhang Liang's foolishness. She snapped. This car belongs to your brother. Not you. How could we possibly not return it? After saying this, Li Yulan leaned close to Zhang Liang's ear and whispered. Silly boy. If we don't mention returning it, do you think they'd even lend it to us? Once we get the car, returning it or not is entirely up to us, right? Oh. Zhang Liang's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. He nodded with a smile, then turned to his uncle and aunt. Uncle, auntie, don't worry, I'm just borrowing the car. I'll definitely return it to you soon. The boys already said it. What are you waiting for? Go get the keys from Jiāng Mu. Li Yulan chimed in. Well, alright. Seeing that the matter had been settled, sighed helplessly and prepared to go back inside to ask Jiāng Mu for the keys. Mom and Dad. Zhang Li emerged from the house just then, blocking the entrance. His expression turned cold as he said, Auntie, my brother said he won't lend the car. Not lending it? Li Yulan flared up at those words, snarling, I'm his own aunt. This is his own cousin. Why can't we borrow it? Then I don't know either. Zhang Li couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Yulan. After a perfunctory reply, he said, Mom and Dad, hurry up and make breakfast. My brother and sister-in-law are already up. Alright. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law had woken, Zhang's mother hurried toward the kitchen, but she was stopped in her tracks by Li Yulan. Everyone freeze right there. If you don't lend us that car today, no one gets to eat. Li Yulan, you're being unreasonable. Zhang Li was furious. His face flushed as he shouted, that car belongs to my brother. He can lend it if he wants to, or not if he doesn't. What right do you have to withhold our meal? You brat! Li Yulan's eyebrows shot up as she cursed and yelled. How dare you address me like that? You have no manners whatsoever. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. With that, Li Yulan raised her hand to strike Jiang Li. Jiang Li turned pale with fear. Her face instantly drained of color. Though her father was a bit of a pushover, he would never tolerate anyone hitting his child. The moment Li Yulan raised her hand, Jiang's father reached out and blocked her arm. Sister-in-law, the child doesn't know any better. Why take it personally? Jiang Dongshan, let go of me. Already seething with anger, Li Yulan refused to listen. Her face darkened as she snarled, or else, I'll beat you too today. Sis-in-law, Jiang's father sighed helplessly. We're all family. Can't we just talk things out? Why resort to violence? Family? Li Yulan laughed bitterly in anger. If we're family, then why can't we just use that car? Well, Jiang's father was rendered speechless by her retort, lowering his head in embarrassment. Mom! Jiang Liang rushed over. Jiang Li just said his sister-in-law and brother woke up together. Could it be that last night, Jiāng Mu was lying to us? That he and that woman never broke up, and the money wasn't stolen after all? Li Yulan's eyebrows shot up at the words. She snarled, you little bastard. How dare you lie to me? Get out of my way. Today, I'll skin that little brat alive.